Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. A searing pain throbbed at Lu Zhiao's forehead upon touching it. She discovered it was drenched in blood. "Mom, see, I told you she would be fine," came a soft, melodious voice. Raising her gaze, she beheld a young girl clad in a white dress, who wore a worried expression as she clung to a resplendent woman beside her. Noticing Lu Zhiao's glance, the girl retreated behind the woman and whispered, "Mom, don't worry. I told you I could heal her. And look, she's awake now." With a smile, she turned to Lu Zhiyao, saying, "Sister, you really shouldn't worry. It's just marriage." Although Lord Shun is a bit older, he was so good to his late wife. Once you marry him, you'll be living in comfort. Marriage? To a lord with a previous wife? The pain in her head intensified. Adept in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, at 28 years old, she was at the prime of her career, so why would she even consider marrying an older man, let alone one who had been divorced? Zhiyao, don't be so disheartened. Enjoy the lavish life provided by your family, but be prepared to sacrifice for the family at any moment. The woman spoke in a grave tone, yet her eyes were averted from Lu Zhiyao, instead offering a comforting pat to the girl beside her. Lu Zhiyao was utterly perplexed. Where was she? Who were these two individuals? She had been participating in a cultural event, just about to perform on the Guzheng, when someone accidentally pushed her down the stairs, and now she found herself in this bewildering situation. Suddenly, a chime echoed in her ears, followed by a childish voice. "Host, greetings. Welcome to the future world, 200 years ahead. I am your rescue mission system, little ding." Then, a flash of white light enveloped her, and memories belonging to this body surged forth. She was now in a future world, 2 centuries beyond her own time. Shortly after her era, the globe faced a viral outbreak leading to a zombie apocalypse, and humanity evolved various psychic powers and abilities. To combat the zombies, the world unified into a single national system, divided into multiple races. By the present day, zombies had nearly vanished, yet conflict between races had intensified. The Huaxia, descendants of the ancient Huaxia, initially thrived due to their abundant resources and talented individuals, dominating the world for a time. However, over the past century, they had suffered immense cultural devastation at the hands of other races, leading to a decline in psychic abilities. The Huaxia were now struggling to survive in a tight spot. Very few families in Huaxia still possessed psychic inheritance, and the Yi family was among them. At the tender age of 3, Yi Tianai, adopted into the family, had already reached B-level psychic ability. Now, at 18, she had awakened her water-based healing ability and upgraded her psychic level to A, making her a prized asset to the family. Consequently, the task of marrying into the Chun family fell upon the recently adult Lu Zhiyao. Upon learning she was to marry Chen Yukai, a man divorced due to his abusive behavior, Lu Zhiyao felt utterly despondent. Adding to her distress was Yi Tianai's mocking sarcasm. In a fit of exasperation, she had succumbed to despair, and upon awakening, she found herself in this predicament. "You have been chosen as the sole candidate to save the Huaxia due to your qualifications," Little Ding continued. "Save the Huaxia?" Lu Zhiyao questioned, perplexed. "What does that have to do with me? Why abandon her blissful life to become this inexplicable savior? Regrettably, you perished when you fell down the stairs in your original timeline. Should you fail to rejuvenate the Huaxia, you will cease to exist." Lu Zhiyao gasped in shock. She had not yet had her fill of life. "As long as you fulfill your mission and accrue enough merit, you can continue to live in this world as Lu Zhiyao. And if I don't?" Lu Zhiyao understood that no reward came without cost. "Then you will vanish along with the Huaxia." It appeared that as time passed, the psychic abilities of the Huaxia, reliant on cultural inheritance, had weakened with each generation. If this trend continued, they would ultimately face extinction. Lu Zhiyao was speechless. She was utterly powerless, with her only talents lying in the arts. Why was she expected to save an entire race? As if sensing her thoughts, Little Ding elaborated, "Your specialties or your skills unleash your potential." With that, a luminous screen appeared before Lu Zhiyao, displaying the words Huaxia Rescue Mission. Below, it only revealed 4 horizontally aligned skill interfaces: Qi musical instrument, chess, calligraphy, and painting. To the far left, 3 levels were listed: basic, intermediate, and advanced, indicating each skill possessed 3 tiers. Completing all skill levels signifies the completion of your mission, little Ding clarified. Suddenly, she was shaken vigorously. It was her biological mother, Zhao Lifeng. Recalling the high-grade Shiguang stones that the Chun family had brought as a gesture of goodwill, the slightest twinge of reluctance was swiftly overshadowed by a wave of exhilaration. Yi Tianyan's lightning ability had stagnated at level 4 for a year. With this box of high-grade Shiguang stones, there was a possibility he could advance to level 5. She squinted her eyes, already showing signs of crow's feet, and smiled, lowering her head to kindly address Lu Zhiyao. They'll prepare 1,000 low-grade Shiguang stones as your dowry, so don't complain. Now get up, dear. 1,000 low-grade Shiguang stones were roughly equivalent to one high-grade stone, and to part with one high-grade stone was already an extravagant gesture. I wish to sever ties with the Yi family, Lu Zhiyao stated calmly. Zhao Lifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, while Yi Tianai looked astonished, a flicker of excitement dancing in her eyes. What did you say? Zhao Lifeng exclaimed angrily. With great effort, Lu Zhiyao rose to her feet, and in that moment, she comprehended the original owner's predicament. It felt akin to a futuristic version of a downtrodden character, unloved by her parents and being drained of her last ounce of worth. She pulled out her phone and transferred 200,000 to Zhao Lifeng. Over the past 2 years, the Yi family had spent less than 150,000 on her. This 200,000 was a safety net provided by her brother, Lu Zhiyao, when she left her adoptive parents, the Lu family. She had kept it untouched until now, and now it would be used to buy her freedom. This sum covers all expenses incurred over these 2 years. Any surplus is interest, she declared, sending a text to Lu Zhiyao. Sister, what are you doing? Look at how upset you've made Mom. Yi Tianai feigned concern, supporting Zhao Lifeng. Please don't say such things and upset your mother. Zhao Lifeng was even angrier. Look, you're even worse than your sister. Don't speak such nonsense. You're Yi, where else could you go if you leave the Yi family? Brushing the dust from her clothes, Lu Zhiyao calmly lifted her head. My household registration is still with the Lu family. I don't carry the Yi surname. The original owner had a timid disposition and had never mentioned the hardships she endured over the past 2 years, leading the Lu family to believe she was living well. But Lu Zhiyao was not one to passively endure. The mention of her household registration struck Zhao Lifeng like a bolt of lightning. Because Lu Zhiyao's abilities were deemed too weak, the family had never considered adding her to the family tree, and thus they couldn't even be bothered to alter her household registration. She found herself at a loss for words, her mind racing with thoughts of a box full of high-grade Shiguang stones and the rebellious daughter before her, causing her a headache. Where do you think you could go if you leave our Yi family? To the impoverished Lu family? A deep male voice intruded as Lu Zhiyao's biological father, Yi Jiangwo, and her brother, Yi Tianyun, entered the room. Chapter 2. The Emergence of Abilities. Upon entering, they overheard their unfilial daughter expressing her desire to sever ties, igniting Yi Jiangwo's fury. The Lu family has already declined. They lack the means to shelter you. He sneered at Lu Zhiyao. The Lu family still preserved some psychic inheritance, yet had been in decline since the tragic passing of the family head, Lu Yutong, and his wife 5 years ago. Reflecting on her deceased adoptive parents, Lu Zhiyao could sense the sorrow of the original owner. Since being adopted by the Lu family, she had been cherished like a biological daughter and sister. They had hoped to shield her from the struggles of the past, only for her to meet her untimely death. Even in decline, the Lu family would never treat me as a mere commodity, Lu Zhiyao replied coldly, feeling a sense of injustice for the original owner. The original owner had a gentle and filial nature and had gone out of her way to perform considerate acts like preparing soup and offer massages over the last 2 years. Yet, the warmth she offered could never thaw the coldness in her heart. No amount of care could rival Yi Tianyun's simple act of pouting. Yi Tianyun looked up in surprise, keenly sensing Lu Zhiyao's unusual demeanor today. Oh dear, I feel so dizzy. As soon as she noticed Yi Tianyun's attention drawn to Lu Zhiyao, Yi Tianai feigned weakness, leaning against Zhao Lifeng. Xiaoyai, what's wrong? Yi Tianyun promptly rushed over to embrace her. Yi Tianai smirked with satisfaction, but then switched to a look of feigned distress. I was just treating sister, and I feel a bit drained. She swayed as if struggling to maintain her balance. Yi Tianyun's handsome face immediately filled with concern, and he rushed to comfort her, while berating Lu Zhiyao for her actions. Can't you see Xiao AI is exhausted from helping you? What nuisance. Go clean the blood off your forehead. We wouldn't want outsiders to think we harmed you. Exhausted? This healing ability isn't all that impressive. Lu Zhiyao thought to herself, realizing that Yi Tianai would never exert herself for her benefit. She absent-mindedly wiped away the blood, revealing an unsightly scar on her forehead, with bright red blood still oozing forth, showing no signs of healing. Seeing her facade shattered, a flicker of panic crossed Yi Tianai's eyes. With a flicker of her eyes, she feigned weakness and said, I truly did my utmost just now. Sister, please do not be upset. I can strive a bit harder. Having said this, she struggled to rise, unsteadily making her way towards Lu Zhiyao. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she inadvertently collapsed, only to be caught in the arms of Yi Tianyun, who had hurriedly followed. Yi Tianyun, filled with concern, exclaimed in anger, Xiao Ace abilities have only just awakened. You ought to show some gratitude. Brother, please do not say that. Sister is simply unaware of the situation due to her lack of abilities. I am perfectly fine. With that, she managed a feeble smile, portraying the image of a magnanimous and understanding little sister. Yi Tianyun's heart ached even more. He turned his furious gaze towards Lu Zhiyao, demanding, apologize at once. Xiao AI has helped you, and yet you tarnish her reputation if you lack powers. Do not feign understanding. Zhao Lifeng chimed in with indignation. You impudent girl, hurry and apologize. You know nothing of abilities. Xiao AI has worked tirelessly to heal you. Show some gratitude. Indeed, apologize to Xiao AI without further antics. Yi Zhangwo insisted, hoping to swiftly end the conversation and extinguish her desire to leave. After all, an opportunity to forge a union with the Chun family should not be spoiled by this girl. Lu Zhiyao found herself astounded. Similar scenes had unfolded multiple times over the past 2 years, with the original owner always being wronged and coerced into apologizing, deprived of even a chance to defend herself. She could not fathom why, despite being the biological child, she was overshadowed by an adopted one. Casting a sidelong glance at the pretentious Yi Tianai, she retorted coldly, a level 1 healing ability is sufficient to stop the bleeding. Then, with a chilling stare towards the Yi family, she continued, from the moment I entered, you all have shown no concern for the injury on my forehead, instead opting to cast blame. Truly exemplary siblings and parents. Yi Tianyun felt a pang of guilt indeed. A level 1 healing ability could stop the bleeding. Xiao AI was now at level 3, capable not only of halting bleeding, but also of healing wounds. Yet subconsciously, he perceived Xiao AI as more delicate, more deserving of care, thus neglecting the injured Lu Zhiyao. Seeing the guilt etched on his face, Yi Tianai's eyes turned icy humph. She would not allow anyone to steal her brother away. I'm sorry, dear sister, is my fault. With the awakening of my abilities, I became overly proud, causing the entire family to overlook you, she said, dabbing at her feigned tears with a handkerchief. I understand you must feel disheartened by your lack of powers, but Lord Chun does not reject you. If you marry him, you will surely find happiness. Yi Tianyun, filled with pity, wiped the tears from Yi Tianai's face and added, Zhiyao, Xiao AI is right. Without abilities, life will be arduous for you. Lord Chun represents a good opportunity. Yi Zhangwo echoed, given your lack of abilities and weak mental fortitude, it is quite fortunate that the Chun family has taken an interest in you. Focusing on your marriage should be your priority. Since Lord Chun is so excellent, why don't you marry him? Lu Zhiyao scoffed, directing her gaze at Yi Tianai. The thought of Chun Yukai's ex-wife, still hospitalized, sent a shiver through Yi Tianai. Sister, why do you say such things? Lord Chun is interested in you. Her jealousy stemmed from the fact that Lu Zhiyao was not only more beautiful, but also the biological child of the Yi family. Chun Yukai's ex-wife is still in the hospital, did you not know? Lu Zhiyao sneered. No, they were aware. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Zhao Lifeng lowered her head in guilt, while Yi Tianyun appeared somewhat awkward. Yi Zhangwo, feeling humiliated under their scrutiny, cleared his throat in irritation. Did Lord Chin not clarify? She fell from the upper floor and ended up in the hospital. Therefore, Lu Zhiyao stood tall, akin to a resilient sapling. You all are fully aware that marrying me might lead to my demise, Yet you would willingly sell me off for that box of precious Xiguang stones? Faced with such blatant exposure, Yi Jiangwo, in a fit of frustration, retorted, for the sake of the family, sacrifices must be made. Indeed, Zhiyao, we are even working on getting you transferred to Weir Academy, and Lord Shun has agreed to an engagement with marriage to follow after your university graduation. Zhao Lifeng believed she had considered everything for her Weir Academy only accepted talented students, and thanks to Qin Yukai's recommendation, they had managed to secure Lu Zhiyao's place for a mere 100,000. Once Lu Zhiyao graduated from Weir Academy and married into the Chun family, the Yi family would be one step closer to their ambitions. Oh, that 100,000 was already included in the expenses the Yi family had provided over the past 2 years in reality. Less than 50,000 had been spent on Lu Zhiyao herself. The thought of the additional expenses made Lu Zhiyao shiver. Without that 200,000, she was left with nothing. However, it was clearly not the time to haggle over such matters. Money could always be earned again, but her departure from the Yi family was a certainty. I will not go to Weir Academy, nor will I marry into the Qin family. If there is to be a marriage, let it be Yi Tianai who weds. I will not participate. With that declaration, Lu Zhiyao prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, a jolt of electricity struck her, causing her body to tremble and collapse. Yi Tianyan wore an apologetic expression. I am sorry, Zhiyao, but it is best that you do not leave today. Yi Tianyan had no desire to use his lightning abilities against his own sister. He hoped that in a couple of days, once she had calmed down, she would see reason. Already significantly injured, Lu Zhiyao could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With blood still flowing from her forehead and the corners of her mouth, she appeared utterly tragic, resembling a rabbit awaiting slaughter. This scene fell into the eyes of Lu Zhiyao, who had just arrived, causing him great distress as he rushed to support her. Are you trying to kill her? Though he was unaware of the circumstances, he could not bear to witness his sister being mistreated. He unleashed a gust of wind. Startled, Yi Tianyun, who had narrowly dodged, clutched his bleeding cheek. Lu Zhiyao's wind abilities had reached level 5. Amidst the shock, they heard a mocking laugh. Lu Zhiyao smiled, gazing at her so-called relatives. Since they were so ruthless, they should not blame her for being resolute. In the midst of their astonishment, she conjured a chess piece out of thin air, its red side facing up, unmistakably a pawn. No matter, though, it was merely a pawn, it would suffice. Chapter 3, Battle. The pawn, it turns out, her extraordinary ability encompassed the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting. She hurled her soldiers into the air, and instantly, the ground trembled as 10 armored soldiers materialized, charging toward the Yi family with the ferocity of 1,000 troops. Yi Tianyan swiftly wove a protective net of lightning, barely managing to fend off the assault. Nevertheless, he was forced to retreat 2 steps, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeing their attack thwarted, the 10 soldiers regrouped and shouted in unison, advancing in formation. A palpable aura of bloodshed enveloped the scene, and with a resounding crack, Yi Tianyan's protective barrier shattered. The sheer might of the soldiers was beyond expectation. Lu Zhiyao never anticipated such dire consequences. In a panic, she cried out, "Withdraw!" In an instant, all the soldiers vanished without a trace, leaving only the disarrayed furniture as evidence of the chaos that had just unfolded. The Yi family was left in utter disarray, with Yi Tianai collapsing in terror on the ground. "Why, you possess extraordinary abilities?" she stammered, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Lu Zhiyao's formidable powers had taken everyone by surprise, especially since she had been cast aside by her family. However, Yi Jiangwo's eyes lit up with intrigue as he stepped forward, intent on seizing Lu Zhiyao, only to be obstructed by Lu Zhiqiao. He, unwilling to accept the situation, inquired, "What kind of extraordinary ability is this? When did you awaken it?" "It is none of your concern," came the cold and resolute reply. Zhao Lifeng could not help but step forward, saying, "It's all our fault. Please don't be this way. Let us discuss this properly, about the betrothal gifts." She intended to approach further, but upon seeing Lu Zhiyao's indifferent expression, she hesitated. Originally, she wished to mention her newfound abilities that could potentially double the betrothal gifts from the Chun family, but recalling the earlier scene, she refrained, her face reflecting her inner turmoil. Sensing her unspoken thoughts, Lu Zhiyao found amusement in her predicament. Perhaps it was better to have no relatives at all. "Brother, Let's depart. Yi Tianyan heard her affectionately address Lu Zhiyao as brother, and a wave of regret subtly washed over him. She too had once timidly called him brother. When had she transitioned from that endearing term to simply using his name? Was he about to lose his sister again? Zhiyao! He could not help but exclaim. How painful! Yi Tianai suddenly cried out. Despite the commotion, she had not been hurt, but was startled, accidentally scraping her skin on the shards of furniture. Seeing Yi Tianyun wanting to retain her, she immediately exaggerated her pain. With a crash, Yi Jiangwo angrily hurled the only intact vase to the ground. What does the Lu family have? I believe she will regret it sooner or later. Alas, this child. How could she just leave without proper discussion? Zhao Lifeng lamented, her anxiety intensifying at the thought of dealing with the Chun family. It is better that she has left. From now on, I shall be the sole daughter of the Yi family. Although Yi Tianai felt envious of Lu Zhiyao for suddenly acquiring such formidable abilities, her departure meant no one would compete with her for her brother. Reflecting on the precarious situation of the Lu family, she could not help but revel in their misfortune, wishing them to suffer alongside the fallen Lu family. Lu Zhiqiao remained silent throughout, taken aback by the circumstances Zhiyao faced at the Yi family. He had anticipated that the Yi family would provide a more stable and happy environment compared to the tumultuous Lu family, but he never expected it would nearly cause her harm. Zhiyao. He opened his mouth but struggled to find the words, his brow furrowed, his sculpted features etched with concern. She must be so hurt to be harmed by her own kin. Zhiyao was not heartbroken, but she felt conflicted. The Lu siblings regarded the original owner as family. She should not conceal the truth. Perhaps it was impossible to hide it, as her personality diverged significantly from that of the original owner, and those familiar with her would undoubtedly notice the difference. No longer entangled in indecision, she resolved to disclose the truth, believing that it was better to speak candidly than to be exposed. After hearing the entire story, Lu Zhiqiao fell into a deeper silence. His younger sister had already left. The last time he visited her, she had smiled and assured him all was well. It is said that men seldom shed tears. Yet why were his eyes suddenly misty? Lu Zhiwei's elegant and composed face turned ashen. She clutched her aching chest tightly, swallowing back the blood that surged to her throat. The Yi family, she seethed. Once she recovered, she would make the Yi family pay dearly for their actions today. Zhiwei. Seeing her pallid countenance, Lu Zhiqiao immediately grew anxious. Since their parents' untimely demise, the family had been embroiled in conflict. During an assassination attempt, Lu Zhiwei was grievously injured while attempting to save him, causing her mental powers to regress to A grade, and her injuries had yet to heal over the past 2 years. Now, the anguish stirred by her emotions exacerbated her old wounds, threatening to destabilize her mental state further. Upon seeing the Lu siblings in distress, Zhiyao was about to step forward when a sharp female voice pierced the air. Oh, what is happening here? Accompanied by a pungent fragrance, a seductive woman in a strapless dress sauntered closer. She was heavily made up, her narrow eyes sweeping over the bloodied and disheveled Zhiyao, a mocking laugh escaping her lips. 2 years ago, when Zhiyao was acknowledged by the Yi family, she had envied her, as the Yi family held a higher status and more resources compared to the Lu family. Who would have thought that 2 years later, she would find herself in such a predicament? How ironic. Recognizing the malicious intent in the woman's gaze, Zhiyao smirked disdainfully. Cousin Yurong, I heard you have divorced? Lu Yurong's expression hardened, and she retorted, Who said that? Bring her here, so I can confront her directly. Zhiyao replied, If you haven't divorced, why are you still living at your mother's house? Reminded of her husband who had not answered her calls, Lu Yurong seethed. This is a matter for our Lu family. You, a member of the Yi family, should refrain from meddling. Then noticing the injured Lu Zhiwei, she added smugly, Moreover, it is uncertain who will be the head of the Lu family in the future. Uncle Lu has always had his eyes on the position, just waiting for Zhiqiao and his sister to make a mistake. Once their father becomes the head of the Lu family, all the resources will belong to them, allowing her to reign supreme within the Lu family. Let that little vixen revel in her triumph. How dare she seduce her husband? Let's see who ultimately prevails. With a sly glint in her eye, she maliciously remarked, Jiwei's mental power has already regressed to A grade. Given today's events, I doubt she can maintain that. With that, she covered her mouth and erupted in laughter. Considering Uncle Lu Yufan, whose mental power was only A grade, Zhiyao silently mocked her foolish delusions. Yet, upon witnessing Jiwei's wrath and helplessness, her heart stirred. Who said Jiwei's mental power was only A grade? Just then, Uncle Lu arrived, overhearing the conversation, and sneered. What? Have you learned to speak nonsense after spending 2 years in the Yi family? He inwardly marveled at the ruthlessness of the Yi family. Qin Yukai had taken 4 wives, the first 2 of whom he had brutally beaten to death. While he had somewhat restrained himself with the latter 2, he still left them in a state of utter misery. A man of such character would never genuinely consider the well-being of his daughter. Chapter 4. A wager. Observing his feigned sympathy, Lu Zhiyao gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with tears. He has already been driven to his demise by the Yi family and the Chun family. He thundered, Uncle, Zhiyao will not marry into the Chun family. From now on, Zhiyao remains a member of the Lu family. What? Are you willing to confront the Yi and Chun families for the sake of an outsider? A somber male voice echoed. Although he hoped Lu Zhiyao would falter, it was imperative that he not offend the Yi and Chun families. The Lu family could face either family alone without fear. But if they were to unite, it would be a perilous situation. Suddenly, Lu Jiwei rose, declaring, Zhiyao is a member of the Lu family. She will marry no one. Regardless of whether it is the Yi or Chun family, the outcome remains unchanged. Swallowing the metallic taste of blood in her throat, she lamented the absence of Zhiyao. Exclaiming in fury, the news came rather swiftly. Zhiyao was raised before your eyes. Upon learning of the Yi family's intentions, did none of you think to offer assistance? If only we had received the news sooner, perhaps Zhiyao would not have felt such despair. She must have been utterly hopeless. Her own kin pushed her into the abyss. In a moment of profound anguish, she could no longer contain herself and coughed up a significant amount of blood. Lu Zhiyao hurriedly supported her, checking her pulse, and his heart sank. She was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, having studied traditional Chinese medicine, he immediately applied acupressure for resuscitation. After a few moments, Lu Jiwei's breathing finally stabilized, though she fell into unconsciousness. Uncle Lu gazed at Lu Zhiyao with intrigue, pondering what is different about this girl today. What was she doing just now? Seeing Jiwei on the brink of death, she merely pressed a couple of points and revived her, recalling the boastful words he had overheard upon entering. He couldn't help but ask, Zhiyao, did you just claim that Jiwei's mental strength exceeds A grade? Uncle Lu Sen also wore a skeptical expression. After 2 years, Lu Zhiyao had evidently grown formidable. What nonsense! She is merely a C grade with no special abilities. What prowess could she possibly possess? Lu Yurong scoffed. That was surely just a coincidence. Anxiously glancing towards the bedroom, Lu Zhiyao longed to enter, yet the situation remained unclear, and she was unaware of the Lu siblings' intentions. What audacity! Lu Yurong sneered. Do you believe you are more proficient than the physicians of the Lu family? Each clan trains several water-based healing ability practitioners. Jiwei's mental strength barely maintains at A grade due to the collective efforts of the Lu family physicians. Yet her physical condition is inevitably deteriorating. Should her mental strength continue to decline, she faces an unavoidable demise. The former head of the Lu family, Lu Yutong, distinguished himself due to his exceptional offspring, securing his position as the family leader. Lu Zhiyao possessed S-grade mental strength and a level 5 wind ability. Lu Jiwei, with SS-grade mental strength and a level 6 ice ability, had already become a standout among the younger generation of the Lu family. Had she not temporarily lacked higher mental strength than Lu Zhiyao, his position as head would have been jeopardized long ago. What sheer nonsense! A man in a long robe with a flowing beard entered. He was the physician, Lu Kongqing, who had been summoned upon hearing of Jiwei's collapse. He stroked his beard, surveying Lu Zhiyao with disdain, and remarked, What nonsense are you spouting? A person devoid of extraordinary abilities and possessing merely a C-level mental capacity. As the chief physician of the Lu family, he felt a pang of sorrow for the loss of a promising junior. He was so anxious that his beard turned white. Hearing today of Lu Zhiyao's deteriorating condition, his heart was filled with even greater concern. Upon entering, he was met with the shameless boasts of that girl. The other physicians who followed nodded in agreement, all of them at least grade B, easily able to see through anyone of a lower grade, such as grade C. Lu Zhiyao had been a grade C 2 years ago, and 2 years later, he remained at the same level, showing no progress whatsoever. Indeed, Lu Yurong echoed, "One should never offend a physician. Lu Zhiyao's future days will be difficult." Uncle Lu and Uncle San exchanged mocking smiles. It must have been a coincidence that they were nearly outwitted by a mere girl. "If you don't believe us, we can wager." Lu Zhiyao, without a penny to his name and lacking a place to stay, knew that if he wished to remain in the Lu family, he must demonstrate his own worth before he could speak up. "Very well." Lu Kongqing chuckled. "What shall we wager? If within 3 days, Sister Zhuwei's mental strength recovers to SS grade, you cannot force me to leave." Reflecting on the recent uproar concerning the marriage of Yi Chun, Lu Kongqing's expression softened. This child truly was a pitiable soul. He sighed, "All right, I'll give you 3 days. At worst, after 3 days, he will assist in pleading for this child." As he was about to leave, Lu Kongqing intended to inquire how Lu Zhiyao managed to stabilize his condition, but recalling the wager set for 3 days later, he thought it prudent to wait and see if she truly possessed the capability before discussing it further. Observing that the physician Lu had indeed wagered against Lu Zhiyao, Lu Yurong could not help but mock. "Zhiyao, at such a young age, you are already full of fabrications. Remarkable." She even exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up. Uncle Lu chuckled helplessly. This child must be driven mad by the excitement. For centuries, no one had ever heard of a remedy for mental afflictions. Otherwise, they would not have harbored such ambitions to usurp their place. Uncle Lu San, deep in thought, cast a skeptical glance at Lu Zhiyao, but chose to remain silent. The truth shall reveal itself in 3 days. Within the confines of his bedroom, Lu Zhiqiao was also aware of their wager. Upon reflection, he discerned Lu Zhiyao's apprehension. She feared that he might not take her in. Though she was not the original, he would not be so heartless. However, judging by the remarkable display she had just exhibited, her origins were presumably extraordinary. Perhaps she truly possessed the means to heal Zhiwei? He could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. For the past 3 days, Lu Zhiyao had been residing in the room of his original self. Yet, the deeper the emotions had once run, the greater the sorrow now felt. Lu Zhiwei had been in a continuous state of coma for 3 days, awakening each time only to faint from the overwhelming pain that pierced her heart. Lu Kongqing had visited several times, yet remained powerless. Now, he genuinely wished that Lu Zhiyao possessed true abilities, rather than merely boasting for self-preservation. Indeed, Lu Zhiyao had a method to heal spiritual energy, but required a guzheng as a tool. The troublesome system had provided her with the ability to manifest chess pieces through thought. Yet the information regarding the guzheng had been lost to time, leaving Xiao Ding unable to fabricate it from thin air. A model was necessary to create the conceptual form of the guzheng, including the subsequent skills of writing and painting. Thus, the past 3 days had solely been dedicated to crafting the guzheng model. Fortunately, due to her passion, she had previously handcrafted a qin. However, constructing a guzheng would typically demand at least 30 days of labor, though the extraordinary abilities of the Lu family could expedite the process. After much effort in gathering materials, she finally completed the task 3 days later. Gazing at the exquisite qin before her, Lu Zhiqiao was left astonished. Was this truly the guzheng of centuries past? He could not help but feel a profound curiosity about her origins. Where exactly did Lu Zhiyao come from? How did she possess such knowledge? Lu Zhiyao was aware of his inquisitiveness, yet Xiao Ding had cautioned her against disclosing any information regarding it, leaving her unable to provide an explanation. Fortunately, Lu Zhiqiao was not overly talkative, merely casting a few glances. Ding! The guzheng was completed. On the invisible screen that others could not see, the foundational skill corresponding to the zither finally illuminated. The details of the skill manifested, revealing the ability to restore mental fortitude. Chapter 5. The second type of extraordinary ability, The Guqi in the Lu residence was bustling today, crowded with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle of Lu Zhiyao's impending failure following her wager with Lu Kongqing. For centuries, no method had emerged to heal one's mental faculties. How could a mere C-grade girl muster the audacity to attempt such a feat? Although the head of the Qin family would not stoop to engage with the girl. Preserving his dignity necessitated his attendance to ascertain her true capabilities, particularly her audacity in refusing to join their family. Reflecting on the head of the family's instructions, the elder Chun felt somewhat resigned. However, given their differing standings, he would not hesitate to make things difficult for a mere girl if the situation called for it. Yitian AI was filled with anticipation, eager for Lu Zhiyao to embarrass herself. Upon hearing the news, she spread the word far and wide, hoping for a large turnout today to ensure Lu Zhiyao's disgrace, thus eliminating any competition for affection. She leaned closely against Yi Tianyun, relishing the sight of the growing crowd, nearly bursting at the seams. Unforeseen by Lu Zhiyao, the massive turnout stirred a sense of worry within her. What if Lu Zhiyao failed? What would become of her future? Yet upon reflection, she concluded that, at worst, she could support her for life. After all, she was family. Remembering her departed younger sister, she wiped her face, steeling herself. Both of her sisters depended on her. As the attendees were seated in an orderly fashion, Lu Zhiwei was assisted into a soft chair on the hastily constructed platform. Though she was not her younger sister, the kindness she shared with her sibling was evident. She was willing to take great risks to seek a cure for her ailment. If the attempt were to fail, their future would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. Initially, she intended to decline, but could not withstand Lu Zhiyao's resolute insistence. Observing the current circumstances, she realized there was no turning back. With a resigned sigh, she watched as Lu Zhiyao approached from afar. Today, Lu Zhiyao donned a pale blue, self-made hanfu, its intricate silk draping elegantly over her delicate form. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled into a bun, adorned with a fresh white lotus, cascading gracefully down her back, though the scar on her forehead marred the beauty somewhat. After gazing into a mirror, she noted the striking resemblance between her appearance and that of her original self, akin to the description of Lin Dayu from Dream of the Red Chamber, with her gently arched, smoky brows and eyes that held a hint of unspoken emotions. However, the version of herself from centuries past was anything but fragile. Her original incarnation embodied the essence of Lin Dayu even more so. The unique, graceful tones of the Guqin captured everyone's attention instantly. Perhaps it was an inherent trait of the Huaxia lineage, as the people of the Hua clan possessed an innate love for such elegance. They listened, entranced, unaware that an invisible force was seeping into Lu Zhiwei's mind, accompanied by the music. Her dwindling mental energy, akin to parched earth welcoming rain, eagerly absorbed this power. Gradually, her wounds were soothed, and the previously constricted areas expanded until the force vanished, leaving her reluctant to cease. Awakening from her reverie, Lu Zhiwei opened her eyes wide. How could this be possible? She stood up, exhilarated, gazing incredulously at Lu Zhiyao, who was concluding her performance. Sensing the mental fluctuations from Lu Zhiwei, Lu Zhiyao felt a genuine happiness, astonished that the fundamental skill of playing the piano truly proved beneficial. However, perhaps due to excessive exertion, she felt a wave of dizziness. Suddenly, Xiao Ding appeared. Host, playing the piano requires physical stamina, but your current condition is too weak and has reached its limit. You are about to enter a state of dormancy. The childlike voice conveyed a hint of concern. The original body had always been frail, and compounded by the recent days of relentless activity, her injuries had worsened. Before she could reach the stage's edge, Lu Zhiyao collapsed with a thud. This sound startled everyone awake. It also roused Lu Zhiqiao, who immediately scooped her up and rushed toward the physician, Lu Kongqing. Lu Kongqing promptly approached to examine her, relieved to find that she had merely fainted from exhaustion. Why did my sister faint? Wasn't she here to treat her mental energy? How could a mere piano performance lead to this? Yi Tian AI seethed with jealousy. She was perplexed by Lu Zhiyao's peculiar yet beautiful attire, which somehow exuded an elegant classical charm. Moreover, that strange, with just a simple strum, produced such enchanting music. How could she possess such skill? Observing that everyone was captivated, she did not forget that today was meant for witnessing Lu Zhiyao's discomfiture. Reminded, the crowd began to exclaim, "Right. Wasn't it said she would treat mental energy? Has it ended just like that?" Lu Yurong, noticing Yi Tianai seeking trouble, felt as if she had found a kindred spirit. She interjected, "Could it be that she is incapable? Is this just a ruse?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discontent, plunging the scene into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Chun So shouted, "You should obediently marry Chun Erlao, rather than embarrass yourself here." Chun Erlao, Chun Yukai. Having heard whispers of the union between the Chun and Yi families, the crowd realized that this girl was none other than Lu Zhiyao, who had fled from her wedding a few days prior. The Yi family must have been quite ruthless to allow such a delicate young lady to be wed to a brute like Chen Yukai. Discussions erupted, some criticizing the Yi family's greed, others lamenting the fates of Chun Yotsai's previous wives, while many were astonished that Lu Zhiyao dared to elope. Listening to the murmurs, Yi Tianyin felt a surge of shame and indignation, overwhelmed by regret and anger. She should not have let Lu Zhiyao go that day. If she truly did not wish to marry, couldn't they have discussed it properly? Why must it become a spectacle for all to see? The compassion she had briefly felt was now overshadowed by anger over the consequences of Lu Zhiyao's actions. Although she disliked the notion of the Yi family being greedy, witnessing her aims fulfilled filled Yi Tianai with self-satisfaction. She thought maliciously that it would be best if Lu Zhiyao suffered a fate similar to those of the previous wives. As the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, several elders from the Lu family stepped forward, their S-level mental energy resonating in unison, instantly commanding the crowd's attention, almost making them forget about these venerable figures. The Grand Elder, leaning on his cane, smiled at the assembly and said, "Fear not, everyone. Whether she has been cured or not can be determined through our instruments." He then ordered the apparatus for measuring mental energy to be brought forth. What began as mere playful banter among the younger generation had somehow attracted such a large crowd. Yet, the fluctuations in Ji Wei's mental energy were extraordinary. Previously weakened to an A level, he could now scarcely detect it. Could it truly be effective? His heart raced uncontrollably, eager to discover the outcome. Observing the absurdity of those around him, Lu Zhiwei smiled faintly, composed and unruffled as she approached the apparatus. Beep, beep, beep. Though it felt interminable, it was in fact quite swift. The device revealed a result of double S rank. The crimson indication of the ranks surged even higher, halting just shy of the coveted 3S level. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The instrument must be malfunctioning. "This is impossible," Yi Tianai exclaimed in astonishment. "Impossible? How could Lu Zhiyao possibly heal his mental prowess? The Lu family must be deceiving us. They must have colluded." The Grand Elder, equally astonished, hastened towards the device, his movements surprisingly spry for a centenarian. "Retest it immediately," he commanded urgently. He yearned to witness it firsthand. Consequently, everyone fixated their gaze on the display as the red level ascended from B to A, then from A to S, and eventually to double S. It continued to rise, only halting just before reaching 3S. The elder let out a long sigh. He was a bit greedy in his aspirations, pondering how splendid it would have been had it directly soared to 3S. Nevertheless, he felt content for the moment. He was suddenly radiant, as if rejuvenated by 50 years, and exclaimed to the audience below, "Welcome everyone to come and test." Was there doubt regarding authenticity? A simple test would reveal all. Chapter 6. The betrothal to the Chun family. Yi Tianai was the first to rush towards the testing device. Beep. Grade A. Her level was indeed accurate. The testing device was functioning perfectly. Lu Zhiwei's mental strength had truly been restored. She gazed in disbelief at Lu Zhiyao, who had been carried off the platform. How could she appear so splendidly before everyone after the Yi family had cast her aside? No, she could not accept it. Brother. In a flurry, she turned her gaze to Yi Tianyin. At that moment, Yi Tianyin was equally astonished, this younger sister, whom they had consistently overlooked, harbored such formidable abilities? The melody just played must have been her healing powers. He could be certain that she simultaneously possessed both healing abilities and combat prowess. However, at that moment, the platform was already crowded with people, rendering him utterly immobile. The crowd was overwhelmingly exhilarated. Only after witnessing the testing device function correctly did they come to the realization that there truly existed someone capable of healing mental afflictions, who among them did not have a few relatives or friends suffering from mental injuries. Immediately, their eyes gleamed with envy, each yearning to be the first to locate Lu Zhiyao. The elder promptly dispatched his personal guards to intensify the protection. After all, this was the treasured possession of the Lu family. No one shall dare to seize it. With a beaming smile, he stroked his snowy white beard, proclaiming that hope had finally returned to the Lu family. For years, the Lu family had been embroiled in relentless disputes, and the most promising young member, Lu Zhiyao, teetered on the brink of losing her life. It seemed that the Lu family was destined for oblivion. Yet, fate had not forsaken them. The girl adopted by Lu Yutong and his wife over a decade ago had unexpectedly manifested an extraordinary ability. This was a power capable of healing mental injuries. Since the awakening of mental prowess 2 centuries ago, any damage to one's mental faculties had been deemed irreversible. Such injuries meant one could only helplessly witness the rapid decline of their bodily functions, ultimately leading to death. But now everything had changed. With this realization, the elder's face brightened, and he declared with renewed vigor, "Everyone, please disperse." He intended to usher the crowd away. However, fueled by fervor, the people were reluctant to leave so easily. Steward Chun, his voice hoarse, exclaimed, "Elder Lu, this matter of healing mental injuries concerns us all. You cannot keep it to yourself." To everyone's surprise, old Master Chun had indeed made a valid point, though he had nearly let the opportunity slip away. "Miss Lu Zhiyao has a betrothal with our old Master Chun. After all, we are connected by marriage." Observing the shamelessness of Steward Chun, the elder trembled with indignation. How could someone like Chun Yukai be worthy? Was this not akin to leading a lamb into a tiger's den? The Lu family had never consented to this union. But one cannot say that so lightly. The parents of Lu Zhiyao's family, the Yi clan, accepted our betrothal gifts, an entire box of premium Shiguang stones. Steward Chun was determined to stir the waters. If the Chun family could not have it, the Lu family should not expect to monopolize it either. What? An entire box of premium Shiguang stones? Chun Yukai is truly generous. Only such generosity could persuade the Yi family. Which family would still be inclined to marry their daughter to him? Listening to the chatter around him, Yi Tianyun was consumed by rage and humiliation. Just as he was about to speak out in protest, Yi Tianai preempted him. "Indeed, our parents have already consented to marry sister Lu Zhiyao to Lord Chun. I can attest to this." Staring incredulously at Yi Tianai, Lu Tianyun hesitated for a moment, his resolve wavering. Steeling himself and suppressing his unease, he concurred, "Yes. We are in the midst of arranging their engagement ceremony." Instantly, the crowd regarded the Yi siblings with disbelief. Was Lu Zhiyao not truly their blood relative? If she were indeed flesh and blood, why would they be so eager to thrust her into such peril? Lu Zhiyao was incensed. The Yi and Chun families were being utterly oppressive. Suddenly, an overwhelming mental pressure of SS rank surged forth, causing the crowd to stagger. Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth, striving to endure, but ultimately found himself yielding helplessly. The innate authority of rank was beyond his capacity to resist. This was precisely the reason he yearned for strength. He refused to bow to anyone. With eyes ablaze, he glared furiously at Lu Zhiyao. Feeling the palpable SS rank suppression, Wang Mingtao was not incensed but rather elated. Seizing every opportunity, he had disregarded the crowd's objections upon hearing the rumors. Prior to his arrival, the Wang family physician had cautioned him against placing blind faith in remedies, as his wife's condition could not withstand any further strain. Yet, he was determined to explore every possibility. Now, he was immensely grateful he had come. There was indeed someone capable of healing mental afflictions. He interjected, "Are the Yi and Chun families planning to resort to outright theft? If they wish to take someone, they ought to inquire whether our Wang family consents." The corner of Chin's elder's eye narrowed sharply. Wang Samlao was here. How could he have arrived? Alone against the Lu family, the Chun and Yi families had no fear in their alliance. However, with the emergence of the Wang family, and recalling the formidable Xie family that was tied to Wang Mingtao's wife's lineage, a family that never hesitated to resort to violence, the prospects of returning empty-handed today seemed grim. With a sigh of regret, he hastily took his leave. Having failed to tarnish Lu Zhiyao's reputation, Yi Tian's frustration was palpable, his teeth clenched in anger. Yet, the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable to them, and they could only bide their time. Reluctantly, he pulled along the dazed Yi Tianyun, joining the throng departing the scene. Once the crowd had dispersed, the Grand Elder swiftly welcomed Wang Mingtao into the room. Although Wang Samlao did not engage in family affairs and was considered a layman, the Wang family was far from insignificant. For a century, only the Chun family, possessing the coveted Shiguang stone mine, could rival the Wang family's financial prowess, which often overshadowed that of the Chun family. The Wang family had produced several finance officials within the Hua lineage, and the current chief financial officer was none other than Wang Mingtao's brother, Wang Mingfeng. What could be the reason for Wang Samlao's visit today? Before he could even sip his tea, Wang Mingtao hastily declared, "It concerns Lu Zhiyao." Within the confines of the bedroom, under the healing abilities of Lu Kongqing, Lu Zhiyao gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the obsequious grin of Lu Kongqing, whose normally stern demeanor appeared comically stiff in this moment of levity. Unbothered by this awkwardness, he was rather pleased with his own adaptability. "Zhiyao, could you enlighten me on how you achieve this? Is your power a healing gift derived from the Guzheng's melodies? May I take you as my mentor?" Chapter 7. The first step to wealth. Dodging the spittle that accompanied his enthusiastic question, Lu Zhiyao felt somewhat at a loss. Having grown up in solitude, she found it difficult to withstand the fervor of others. With Xiaoding's consent, she confessed to Lu Kongqing that she could indeed restore mental strength through the Guzheng's music. However, compared to other healing abilities, hers was rather unique, as it required the use of a tool. Although she could utilize the illusions created by the Guzheng to achieve her goals, she felt it prudent to hold back certain aspects. The people surrounding her were still strangers, and trust was not easily given. Yet, an immediate concern loomed before her. With a tinge of embarrassment, she turned to the waiting Lu Zhiyao and said, "About the money I owe you, could I possibly postpone repaying it for a few days?" While she had temporarily resolved her accommodation issues, she was now burdened with a staggering debt of nearly 700,000. With no funds to her name, the weight of such a debt was overwhelming. Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but chuckle. Though the person before him was not his younger sister, she bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Both were so kind-hearted, preferring to shoulder burdens rather than owe even a penny. Reflecting on his late sister brought a wave of sorrow over him. "No need to repay. From now on, you are our sister. In this family, we do not concern ourselves with debts." Just then, Lu Zhiwei entered, echoing his sentiment. "Yes, you are our little sister now. Do not worry about anything else." Since she could embody the spirit of his sister, it was a sign of acceptance, especially since she had saved her. Grateful for the understanding shown by the Lu siblings, Lu Zhao silently vowed to repay her debts once she found a means to earn money. The pressing question was how to generate an income, as the original owner was still a student without any source of revenue. Furrowing her brow in distress, Lu Zhiwei asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" No, I'm much better." Considering the original owner's frail constitution, her concerns deepened. This too was a significant issue that required resolution. Otherwise, the prospect of saving the Hua lineage would be moot, and with a few more bouts of such exhaustion, her own life could be at stake. Earning money and strengthening her body, these would be her forthcoming objectives. Knock, knock. A polite rapping at the door heralded the arrival of Wang Mingfeng, who had entered alongside the Grand Elder. His wife's condition was critical, and he could no longer afford to wait, prompting him to seek out Lu Zhiyao without regard for etiquette. After hearing Wang Mingfeng's urgent request, Lu Zhiyao nodded in agreement. Though she found herself feeling conflicted. He presumed that Lu Zhiyao was motivated by monetary compensation, considering the high cost of hiring a renowned physician these days. He understood the norms. However, Lu Zhiyao was not concerned with remuneration. She had proposed waiting 3 days before visiting the Wang family, as she required time to recuperate and restore her health. Thus, the matter was settled. Little did she anticipate that this seemingly trivial act of kindness would become a lucrative opportunity for her in the future. 3 days later, a rejuvenated Lu Zhiyao, accompanied by Lu Conqing, paid a visit to the Wang family. Although Lu Conqing had not succeeded in becoming a disciple, he seized the chance to seek guidance while assisting Lu Zhiyao with her health. While the unique abilities of the Guzheng could not be disclosed, the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine could certainly be shared. During these past few days, Lu Conqing had been fervently eager to learn, nearly residing in Lu Zhiyao's quarters. Hence, today he accompanied her under the pretense of being a guide. Wang Mingfeng had been anxiously awaiting their arrival from early morning, while his wife, Xiao, remained remarkably composed, observing her restless husband with a sense of resignation. "Brother-in-law, please stop moving. I feel dizzy." The cool, crisp voice of Xiao broke the tension, drawing Wang Mingfeng's attention to his younger brother-in-law's presence. I'm just overly nervous," he admitted, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. For reasons unknown, despite being merely 18, the cold and distant gaze of this young man commanded an air of respect that discouraged any notion of impertinence. "Please come in." Upon hearing the butler's voice from outside, Wang Mingfeng promptly opened the door. Xiao, intrigued, looked on. The events of the past few days had already circulated among the prominent families. Yet rumors remained mere whispers until witnessed firsthand. Thus, upon learning that Wang Mingfeng had sought someone to treat his elder sister, he felt compelled to come. He was motivated by a dual purpose, concern that this individual might deceive and harm his sister, and curiosity about whether someone could indeed cure her mental affliction. As Lu Zhiyao entered, her attention was immediately drawn to the aloof and strikingly handsome youth. His neatly cropped black hair framed a pale complexion, while his sharp eyes held an intensity softened only by a small black mole at the corner, adding an alluring touch to his otherwise formidable presence. Dressed in a sleek black tracksuit, he leaned against the corner with his arms crossed, quietly observing her. Lu Zhiyao's heart skipped a beat. This was precisely her type. Just look at that tall, slender figure, that handsome little face, those cold, clear eyes, and those strikingly red, thin lips. No, she must resist. While her mind had already staged a grand performance of infatuation, Lu Zhiyao maintained an outward demeanor of kindness, gently nodding in greeting. Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What an unexpectedly petite young lady. He began to doubt the authenticity of the rumors. "Brother-in-law, come here." Wang Mingfeng apologetically comforted Lu Zhiyao before hurriedly running over. "Are you certain this person can truly heal my sister?" Xiao asked with skepticism. Wang Mingfeng nodded emphatically. "Absolutely. Lu Zhiwei has indeed recovered." Observing the unwavering expression on his brother-in-law's face, Xiao pondered for a moment before finally addressing Lu Zhiyao. However, her words emerged as a warning. "You had better ensure that you possess genuine skills, otherwise." He half drew his sword, casting a dangerous glance at her. Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but laugh in anger. This little brat was surprisingly fierce. It was then that she noticed the ancient long sword slung across his back. The scabbard was black and devoid of any embellishments, yet the blade gleamed with sharpness. It seemed that the CF family was indeed a lineage of martial arts. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to seek their guidance in the future. She spoke softly. "All right, if I truly possess the ability to heal, will you apologize for your rudeness?" Seeing the mockery in her eyes, Xiao sneered. "Sure. As long as you can cure my sister, I will agree to whatever you ask." Yet, he regarded her as merely another money-hungry clown. Lu Zhiyao nodded in satisfaction and gestured for Lu Conqing to bring over the Guzheng. She decided to perform a different piece today. Although any melody would not affect her skill's efficacy, she aimed to create an air of unpredictability. Xiao found it amusing to watch her younger brother threaten others. Yet she refrained from intervening. With her time running short, she wanted to lean on her brother more. He had been raised by her, their bond akin to that of mother and child. She was aware that he had been seeking solutions, but the damage to her mental faculties was irreversible. Nevertheless, she would not squander their efforts, and she looked at the young girl playing the zither with a gentle smile. The music flowed melodiously, as if it could soothe the soul, causing her spirit to tremble involuntarily. In an instant, she felt a gentle force mending her fractured mental energy. The agony she had endured for years suddenly dissipated, replaced by a comforting warmth akin to the sun. It had been so long since she had felt this at ease. Slowly, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Unfazed by the enchanting music, Xieyumak immediately noticed his sister's unusual stillness. He kicked over the gouging in frustration and rushed to check her breath and pulse. To his astonishment, he discovered that she had fallen asleep. Chapter 8. Teach me martial arts, huh? Well done. A quiet sneer came from behind him. The girl believed no one had heard her, yet he had keenly caught on. However, at that moment, he had no time for retorts. His sister had never slept so soundly since her mental faculties were compromised. Could it be that this person truly possessed the ability to heal her mental state? He promptly summoned his 2S level mental energy to investigate. The outcome was astonishing. He could hardly believe it. Without delay, he called for the Wang family physician waiting outside. At that moment, a crowd of Wang family members had gathered. Alerted by the commotion, upon hearing the loud noise from within, they were immediately alarmed, fearing that something had happened to Xieyuao. Seeing the physician being summoned, they hurriedly rushed in. As soon as she entered, she exclaimed, "Lu Zhiyao, you wicked woman! Is it not enough to bully Tian Ai at the Yi family? And now you come to our Wang family to harm my aunt?" She was Wang heir Laoi's daughter, Wang Yining, but her name belied her nature. She was boisterous and rarely at peace. With an irate glare directed at Lu Zhiyao, she turned her attention to Xieyumo, asking with concern, "Brother Yumo, is Aunt all right?" Xieyumo ignored her, swiftly making space for the physician. The Wang physician meticulously examined Xieyuyao's body using his extraordinary abilities and found no issues whatsoever. He even discovered that his deteriorating bodily functions began to rejuvenate with newfound vigor. He involuntarily glanced at Wang Mingtao, who nodded excitedly in affirmation. Consequently, he produced a compact testing device. Unlike the large apparatus brought forth by the Lu family that day, this one was only capable of assessing B in a grades. Yet, for Xieyuao, whose mental prowess had been merely B grade prior to her injury, it sufficed. Wang Mingtao gently roused his wife, but Xieyuao, irked by the disruption of her rare slumber, was understandably upset. However, upon awakening and realizing she had been in a deep sleep, she was taken aback. Wang Yining squeezed into the room, expressing her concern. "Aunt, how do you feel? It's all that wicked Lu Zhiyao's fault. Did she harm you?" Coming back to her senses, Xieyuao tenderly patted the girl's head, soothingly replying, "I'm fine, don't worry. And please, be more polite." She then turned apologetically towards Lu Zhiyao, inquiring, "Mir wasn't hurt, was she?" Aware that her recent slumber must have frightened her younger brother. She sighed helplessly at the sight of the shattered goujing, recalling the recent turmoil. Her brother's concern had nearly caused unintended harm. Lu Zhiyao shook her head gently, then glanced at the silent Xieyumo, remarking, "It's just that it was interrupted halfway. I wonder if the outcome has been compromised?" In truth, the skill had already been cast, yet she felt a pang of regret for the gouging she had painstakingly crafted, leaving her words uncompleted and her heart uneasy. Xieyumo appeared indifferent, yet his increasingly pale complexion betrayed his inner turmoil. He remained silently awaiting the result. Dr. Wang, equally anxious, urged Xieyuao to proceed with the assessment. The onlookers were all filled with curiosity. Wang Yining deliberately pushed Lu Zhiyao aside, whispering a warning. "If you bully Xiao Ai again, I will hit you." The girl brandished her fists, though her youthful beauty rendered her threat rather innocuous. Although she felt displeased, given the rumors that had already spread, it was essential to substantiate them. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a loss? Lu Zhiyao chuckled, causing Wang Yining to retreat among the Wang family, confirming her fears of Lu Zhiyao as formidable presence. Beep, beep, beep. The red indicator revealing the grade astonishingly pointed to B. Furthermore, it exceeded B grade, nearly reaching A. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lu Zhiyao was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. For years, she had watched as every physician helplessly gave up, each glimmer of hope replaced by profound disappointment. As her body grew increasingly frail, she had even prepared her last words. But today, a miracle had truly occurred. Gratefully, she gazed towards Lu Zhiyao, who, amidst the crowd's gaze, simply smiled warmly, exuding an air of grace and poise. She briefly raised her gaze to meet the equally astonished Xiaomo's eyes, sharing a teasing smile. Though it seemed undignified to bicker with a child, she could not resist the urge to provoke him, perhaps due to her fondness for his appearance. Xiaomo was far from as composed as he appeared. He was acutely aware of his sister's condition. The Xie family had sought out renowned doctors in vain to cure her. Injuries to mental faculties were deemed incurable, leaving one to watch helplessly as their physical condition deteriorated. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards the serene girl in the distance. Dressed in a white blouse, her hem neatly tucked into a long skirt that accentuated her delicate waist, she wore her hair in a simple ponytail, revealing her slender neck, exuding an air of fragility. Yet, the glimmer in her eyes, which met his, betrayed a cunning spirit. Recalling her earlier sarcastic remarks, he frowned. She was indeed a person of contradictions. After dismissing the Wang family, Wang Mingtao expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lu Zhiyao and insisted on transferring her a sum of 5 million as a consultation fee. Though he felt it was insufficient, it was all the cash he could muster. Over the years, he had depleted much of his savings in search of treatments. Yet now he found himself without a steady income, relying on his family's support. Nonetheless, he resolved to repay Lu Zhiyao generously in the future. She joyfully mused that it seemed she had found a way to earn money. As she turned to leave without hesitation, Xiaomo stealthily followed. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely declared, "You have healed my sister. I will do anything you ask. I keep my promises." "Oh, the little brat has quite the sense of honor." She smiled, turning around. "Then I won't hold back. Teach me martial arts." The sight of Xiaomo's sword had sparked this idea. Her previous physical condition had been so poor that each use of the Gujing skill drained her energy significantly. Her hands still trembled. If she continued like this, she would not endure. Moreover, she pondered the undisclosed gray skills and the price they might demand. The body is the foundation of revolution. The Xie family was renowned for their ancient martial arts, and even acquiring a modicum of skill would be an improvement over her current state. Xiaomo scrutinized her, noting her frail physique. Yet, recalling his own words, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Meanwhile, after hanging up on Wang Yining, Yi Tianai slammed her cup down in frustration. Still seething, she stormed into the room where Lu Zhiyao had previously resided, venting her fury by tossing items around. Suddenly, she overheard the maid conversing outside, prompting her to compose herself and step out nonchalantly. To her surprise, it was the Chun family. Chun Yukai, impeccably dressed in a suit, had his hair slicked back to a shine. He was not portly, but rather slim, his complexion pale and delicate, with dark circles under his eyes, exuding an air of lethargy and gloom. He courteously greeted Yi Tianai with a formal introduction and immediately stated, "I will give you 1 million. Assist me in marrying Lu Zhiyao, where you shall take her place as my bride." Chapter 9. The third type of superpower. Calligraphy. Qin Yukai certainly did not genuinely wish to wed Yi Tianai, despite her attractive and charming appearance, reminiscent of a delightful neighborly sister. Instead, he was captivated by Lu Zhiyao's delicate and fragile demeanor, which evoked a desire within him to subject her to torment. Longing to witness her kneeling in despair and pleading for mercy, he was instantly captivated by her beauty and assumed she would be easily won over. But unexpectedly, complications arose. No one has ever managed to escape his grasp. If one attempt fails, there will be countless others, for who would ever complain about having too much wealth? Moreover, the Chun family possesses 5 magnificent Shiguang stone mines. With summer vacation in full swing and 2 months remaining before school begins, Lu Zhiyao diligently trained alongside Xiaomo. Indeed, it was training, not martial arts practice. After evaluating her condition, Xie Yuma determined that her physique was far too weak and required foundational strengthening. Over the past few days, she had endured relentless strain. Naturally slender, she now appeared even more frail. Once again, at the crack of dawn, Xie Yuma stood patiently outside Lu Zhiyao's bedroom door, awaiting her. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a strikingly handsome figure illuminated by the morning sun, a delightful sight indeed. Yet, familiarity had dulled the charm, especially since he was the very devil urging her to train. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she could not help but inwardly complain to Little Ding. Did you not consider finding someone with a better physical constitution when you summoned me? The original host was so weak that she was even less capable than someone who couldn't lift a feather. Little Ding, as if suddenly reminded, exclaimed, "Books can fulfill your wishes." Huh? Skill books? What wishes could they possibly grant her? She immediately pressed for answers. However, Little Ding fell silent. It had already broken protocol by revealing that the skill of the zither could restore mental fortitude. And these skills had to be developed and utilized by the host alone. Enough had been disclosed. Seeing its silence, Lu Zhiyao resolved to find her own solutions. After all, it was merely a matter of crafting a template. Just as she worried about how to evade today's 5-kilometer run, Lu Zhiyao promptly pretended to faint. "Oh dear, my head is spinning, my legs ache, and my back is in agony. Yuma, might I rest today?" Relying on her delicate frame, she shamelessly resorted to coaxing. Xie Yuma regarded her with an impassive expression, having seen through her desire to shirk responsibility. However, considering her poor foundation, he relented and allowed her a day of rest. "Tomorrow, we shall run 10 kilometers, he stated calmly before departing, the slight upturn of his lips betraying his good spirits. He now fully understood the sentiments of the martial arts master from the Xie family when he had once taught him. With a groan, Lu Zhiyao truly felt faint. Yet, recalling Little Ding's words, she swiftly set to work, utilizing the surplus materials from her last endeavor and the abilities of the Lu family members. She completed a brush that typically required over 20 intricate processes and 20 days of labor in a single day. The rice paper would take even longer. Even with enhanced abilities, it would demand over 100 days. But that was of no concern. She would take it step by step. Did she not possess wealth and support? Well, she had borrowed from the Lu family, but she was wealthy now. With the completed brush in hand, the corresponding basic skill finally appeared in her skill menu. Words are worth their weight in gold. Use them sparingly, with a cooldown of 1 year. What? A year-long cooldown? How utterly exasperating. To craft this brush, she had even cut her hand, and the result was that she could only write a single character, which would require a year-long cooldown. She was determined to discover what peculiar advantage this frustrating skill held. Meticulously examining the usage rules, she opted for the character martial that she most urgently required. As she finished the final stroke with the conjured brush, shards of light scattered into Lu Zhiyao's being. Then, with a resounding thud, she collapsed once more. She cursed her wretched constitution. When she regained consciousness, it was already midday the following day, and upon opening her eyes, she was met by the sight of her siblings, Lu Zhiqiao and Lu Zhiwei. Their faces lit up with joy at her awakening, and they quickly helped her sit up. Lu Zhiwei personally fed her kanji while Lu Zhiqiao earnestly advised, "I know you are anxious, but there is no need to rush. You are our little sister, so do not worry about anyone bullying you. Training is beneficial for your health, but haste makes waste. Take your time." Lu Zhiwei chimed in, "Now that I have recovered, no one would dare to bully you, so do not be afraid." Touched, Lu Zhiao obediently opened her mouth to sip the kanji. They are acutely aware that they are not truly Lu Zhiyao, yet they continue to express such concern for her. Outside the door, upon witnessing Lu Zhiyao finally awaken, Xie Yuma let out a sigh of relief. He never anticipated her frailty. After only a few days of training, she had collapsed from exhaustion. It seemed the exercise regimen required a thorough revision. That night, Lu Zhiyao was deep in slumber when the door creaked open, revealing two shadowy figures, one plump and the other slender, sneaking into the room. Upon entering, they immediately unleashed their unique abilities. One rendered a person utterly powerless, while the other induced hallucinations to compel obedience. With these peculiar powers, they had engaged in numerous illicit activities. Recently, they had been contacted through clandestine channels, tasked with abducting someone. After meticulous reconnaissance, they finally deemed it safe to act today, as evading the Lu family's formidable 2S level expert was no trivial matter. Fortunately, the expert had ventured out today, granting them the opportunity they sought. Once their powers were deployed, they waited a moment before the plump one softly commanded the sleeping figure on the bed. Awaken. Lu Zhiyao sat up abruptly, her eyes still shut, clearly ensnared in a dream. The plump figure approached and hoisted her onto his back, successfully slipping out of the Lu residence and reaching the wall, where a vehicle awaited. Host! Host! Wake up! Hearing Xiao Ding's anxious calls, Lu Zhiyao finally stirred from her dreamlike stupor, only to find herself bound hand and foot. Raising her head, she was met with Yitian Ai's smug visage. Yitian Ai, reveling in Lu Zhiyao's disheveled state, covered her mouth in a delicate giggle. Lu Zhiyao, I told you, you would eventually fall into my grasp. Since Chen Youcai's visit, she had been seeking an opportunity. After all, the adage that money can move mountains holds true at all times. With the 1 million provided by Chen Youcai, she had unhesitatingly employed the two special ability wielders. Were mere funds compared to the chance to obliterate Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyao gazed at her helplessly. Why do you harbor such hatred towards me? Hatred? Yitian Ai scoffed derisively. I do not hate you. Where there is no love, how can there be hatred? I merely despise your existence. Your presence draws attention to the fact that I am adopted. Those so-called friends of mine are polite to my face. Yet they mock me behind my back for not being biological. Suddenly, she leaned in closer. And you? Are you secretly mocking me as well? You not only usurped my identity and my parents, but also sought to take my brother. Yitian Ai pinched Lu Zhiyao's chin, scrutinizing her exquisitely beautiful face, even in her disheveled state. Just because you are beautiful? This face was what she loathed the most. Drawing a fruit knife, she declared, Before I hand you over to Chen Youcai, I shall mar your visage. With that, she raised the knife and brought it down fiercely. Chapter 10, My Little Sister. Delicate and helpless unexpectedly, the knife-wielding hand was sent flying by a kick. With a cry of pain, Yitian Ai was propelled backward, landing painfully, her hand broken and her face grazed by the rough ground. Shocked, she looked up to see Lu Zhiyao had severed her bonds and stood tall. Lu Zhiyao winced, having overexerted herself in her earlier escape. With a calm demeanor, she regarded the disheveled Yitian Ai. You, how could you? Yitian Ai stammered, crawling backward in terror. Just now, you spoke of ruining my face and then handing me over to Chen Youcai? Lu Zhiyao inquired with a gentle smile, her tone deceptively soothing. Yet, as she approached Yitian Ai, her movements suggested anything but gentleness. As Yitian Ai's fear intensified, she fainted. TCH. Coward. The skilled book indeed proved extraordinary, as a mere word had effortlessly transformed Lu Zhiyao's formerly frail physique. The points infused into her being hammered away at her constitution, gradually reshaping it. The process was excruciating, rendering her unconscious until the following day. When the two special ability wielders had entered, she had still been in a weakened state, thus falling prey to their ambush. It was only after buying time that she managed to adapt, proving that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Observing Yitian Ai collapsed on the ground, Lu Zhiyao chuckled softly. I do not initiate conflict, but if I am wronged, I shall not remain passive. Bursting into the room, she was greeted by the sight of a masked woman bound to a chair, while Yitian Ai was nowhere to be seen. It seemed the latter had the sense to grant her the space to act. He smiled darkly, saying, Even if you escape, you will ultimately fall into my grasp. He did not undo the ropes, but first tore the white dress from her body, exposing her form. Chen Youcai felt a surge of excitement. It was precisely this sensation of violation that thrilled him. He licked his lips, ready to take action. However, he was unexpectedly attacked from behind, and darkness enveloped him as he fell to the ground. Lu Zhiyao shook her hand in disgust. Such scum was truly beneath her, tainting her in even the slightest contact. She untied Yitian Ai and wrapped the rope around her hand, swinging it with a flourish, perfect for a whip. Without a hint of mercy, she began to lash out at the man sprawled on the ground. In the dead of night, the echoes of his anguished cries reverberated from an abandoned house, sending shivers down the spines of unwitting passers-by. Thus, the dilapidated house became the subject of ghostly tales whispered in the dark. Yi Tianai did not awaken until dawn, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Chun Yukai, bruised and battered on the floor. Just as she was about to scream, a chill gripped her. Glancing down, she realized her dress had been torn to shreds. Had she been violated by Chun Yukai? No, this cannot be true. She finally let out a piercing scream, which in turn roused the tormented Chun Yukai, who also cried out in agony. This time, the passers-by mustered the courage to alert the street patrol, leading to the discovery of the two. Early in the morning, Sima arrived to find Lu Zhiyao for a workout, only to discover the door wide open, with no sign of her. Encountering Lu Zhiyao, who had come to check on her, they sensed something amiss and decided to search for her. "Where did you go so early?" Lu Zhiyao asked, scanning her up and down, noticing her fresh demeanor and lack of any injuries. "Well, it got light pretty early, and I couldn't sleep, so I went for a few laps," Lu Zhiyao replied, touching her nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. "You've already finished your run?" Xie questioned skeptically. "Yes. If you don't believe me, we can run a few more laps together. I feel quite energetic today. Perhaps I can even outrun you." She genuinely felt invigorated, needing to expend some energy. With that, she dashed ahead, and Xie, half convinced, chased after her, nearly struggling to keep up. He silently probed with his mental energy and discovered that the individual was still at the C rank, with no increase in mental power. How could their physical condition suddenly improve? Confounded, he chose not to dwell on it further. Since their physical capabilities had risen, it was time to adjust the training regimen, and he needed to contemplate thoroughly. Lu Zhiyao felt an unprecedented lightness. The sense of sluggishness and heaviness that had plagued her since her arrival vanished completely. She sensed that she could move even faster, perhaps even leap into the air. Was this lightness a form of martial skill? She resolved to experiment with this newfound ability when no one was around. Indeed, the system's creations were exceptional. Watching the two figures gradually recede into the distance, Lu Zhiyao felt something was amiss. It was as if her carefully cultivated flowers had been uprooted by a boar. "Wait," called the captain of the street patrol, Hudaho, who clasped his hands and inquired, "Is Miss Lu Zhiyao present?" Lu Zhiyao frowned and asked, "Do you have business with her?" Hudaho scratched the back of his head in discomfort. "It is like this. Today, in an abandoned house in the eastern suburbs, we found the injured Miss Yi and Mr. Chun. According to Miss Yi, the assailant was Miss Lu Zhiyao, so we came to ascertain the situation." Lu Zhiyao immediately retorted, "My little sister is delicate and incapable of self-sufficiency. How could she possibly harm anyone? This must be a false accusation." Hudahu had anticipated this reaction. Who didn't know that Lu Zhiyao was a doting sister? He too found it hard to believe that the fragile Lu Zhiyao could injure two individuals. It was likely the work of an enemy of Chun Yukai. Perhaps Miss Yi was too frightened to articulate the truth accurately. Drenched in a barrage of invective from Lu Zhiyao, Hudahu could only retreat in defeat. Sigh, this street teeming with noble families is indeed the most challenging to patrol. I must strive to get reassigned from here soon. At the Yi residence, Yi Tianyan tenderly applied medicine to Yi Tianai, completely overlooking her water-based healing abilities that could have restored her injuries. She was determined to endure her pain so that her family would shower her with care and affection. As she whimpered in discomfort, Yi Tianyan's anger only intensified. "Are you certain it was Lu Zhiyao who harmed you? How dare she?" Zhao Lifeng added, "That girl. She must harbor resentment toward us. They say family members do not hold grudges overnight, but clearly she is not one we raised." Yi Jiangwo pondered for a moment before asking Yi Tianai, "How did she injure you? Did she use her special ability? Were you able to discern what it was?" Faced with her father's stern demeanor, Yi Tianai dared not act coy. She lowered her head and replied softly, "I couldn't see clearly. It was likely some kind of ability." She wished to reveal that Lu Zhiyao had kicked her into this state, yet everyone knew Lu Zhiyao was frail. How could she possess such prowess? She also refrained from mentioning that she had struck first, fearing that they might blame Lu Zhiyao merely because of their blood ties. Thus, she resorted to lies to preserve the familial bond she cherished dearly. Is that so? You couldn't see clearly? Yi Jiangwo mused. Tianyun, find an opportunity to test that girl's ability again. If it truly is a previously unseen special ability, we could report it to the Ability Research Department. They are quite interested in such phenomena and might even exchange it for high-grade sunlight stones. The thought of the madman at the Ability Research Department sent a shiver through Yi Tianai, but the idea also brought her a smile. Chapter 11. Surprise Attack Out. In the dense forest, Lu Zhiyao was practicing her skill chess. Due to a cooldown period of 1 day, she could only summon one piece at random each day, thus limiting her practice to once a day. This was her 30-second summoning, and she had finally cycled through all the red and black pieces. The 30-second piece was the Black King, a middle-aged general clad in armor, who exuded an aura of authority without raising his voice. He merely glanced around before vanishing as a chess piece. In the absence of danger, these pieces merely made a brief appearance, leaving her unable to witness their true power. Logically, the chess in the realms of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting should refer to Go, yet perhaps for convenience, it was set as chess. Uncertain of the underlying rationale, she felt confident recalling the power exhibited by the chess soldiers that day. Such a remarkable skill was certainly advantageous. Little ding, how does one upgrade these skills? The system had previously stated that skills would be fully upgraded upon task completion. Apologies, host. This requires your own exploration. I cannot disclose that information, a childish voice replied. Little ding, how old are you? Lu Zhiyao inquired curiously. As long as the Huaxia clan exists, so do I, having been a creature of ancient times. Lu Zhiyao internally scoffed at the pretense of youth. Without obtaining the desired answers, she sighed in frustration. This task seemed interminable. A number of patients with damaged mental energy came seeking her medical expertise, offering substantial fees that gradually filled her coffers. After receiving her first payment from the Wang family, she repaid her debts to the Lu family under the guise of filial duty. Now, free of financial burdens, she felt an immense sense of security with her newfound wealth and self-defense capabilities. Today, one such patient who sought her help was of a rather unique status, the principal of Weir Academy. As the music concluded, he felt an extraordinary comfort in his mental energy and couldn't help but lament internally. Initially, he had been displeased when the Yi family, using their connection to the Chun family, had paid to enroll Lu Zhiyao, Weir Academy only accepted students with exceptional talent. Had it not been for the high-grade sunlight stone sponsored by the Chun family, a mere 100,000 would not suffice. However, now that Lu Zhiyao was beginning to display her extraordinary healing abilities, he regretted that she would no longer remain at Weir Academy. Despite this, he couldn't help but plead. We can offer you a special ability scholarship. Yet, Lu Zhiyao firmly declined. She was beyond being swayed by money. The principal lamented. Then you should complete your transfer procedures in the next couple of days to avoid delaying the start of school. It would be wise to befriend such a physician rather than create enmity. Standing before the opulent gates of the academy, Lu Zhiyao understood why the Yi couple regarded her enrollment as a source of pride. It was akin to stepping into the realm of the aristocracy, observing the elite students coming and going, each one exuding confidence and dressed in finery, some even driving luxury cars on a campus. Lu Zhiyao shook her head and sighed. Thankfully, she was transferring, otherwise, she would be overshadowed by their ostentation. While the Lu family was not impoverished, they were far from wealthy, merely an ordinary clan. The Yi family had secured admission for Yi Tianyan due to his S-rank mental prowess, and Yi Tianai had followed suit. Initially a pitiful C rank with no special abilities, Lu Zhiyao had only secured a place at such an academy to gild her image before being sold. Suddenly sensing an ambush from behind, Lu Zhiyao executed a simple shoulder throw, sending the assailant crashing to the ground. Not bad, she thought to herself, commending her own skills. Her martial prowess had opened her meridians, mastering all combat techniques. Unless confronted with a special ability, she was difficult to defeat. Fang Yiming lay bewildered on the ground, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. He rose in fury and exclaimed, Lu Zhiyao, you despicable scoundrel. Lu Zhiyao apologetically smiled, I beg your pardon. But please refrain from greeting me from behind next time. It frightens me. Fang Yiming was infuriated. Frightened? Is this how she expresses fear? He harbored feelings for Yi Tianai, and ever since he learned that the wicked woman before him had brutally assaulted her, he had been seeking opportunities for revenge. To his astonishment, today he heard that she intended to transfer schools. Did this not mean that his chances for retribution would diminish? Thus, he hurried over, determined to teach her a lesson before her departure. He intended to sneak up on her from behind and ensnare her with a sack, but unexpectedly, this woman reacted with surprising agility, and it was he who ended up receiving the blows. At this moment, a crowd of students had gathered, watching with curiosity as they noticed Fang Yiming's disheveled state, unable to suppress their laughter. In the presence of these elite individuals, Lu Zhiyao, a mere C-class without any special abilities, appeared as a feeble figure, considered a burden simply for being in the same school as them. Lu Zhiyao remained unperturbed. She merely smiled gracefully, exuding an air of magnanimity, and turned to walk away. Any argument made before proving one's worth would only invite further scorn, rendering words unnecessary. Stop! Fang Yiming shouted, but she continued to walk further away, seemingly oblivious to his presence. The laughter from the crowd grew louder, and his face flushed with anger as he forgot the school's prohibition against using abilities on campus, summoning a large fireball to hurl at Lu Zhiyao. Sensing the heat wave behind her, Lu Zhiyao swiftly dodged, only to be caught off guard by a bolt of lightning shooting from a corner, disrupting her intended escape route. Seeing her falter, Fang Yiming seized the moment, launching 2 more fireballs. Lu Zhiyao, caught between the 2 assaults, struggled to evade, but still sustained significant injuries. What could be endured has limits. She summoned a game piece, the black side facing up, a pawn. The piece immediately transformed into 10 armored soldiers, who divided into 2 groups to charge at her attackers. Fang Yiming was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the soldiers. How could so many appear from thin air? Their strange attire and fearsome weapons only added to his terror. As the blade tips approached his forehead, he screamed for help to the crowd. Meanwhile, the other assailant was none other than Yi Tianyan. He sought to discern Lu Zhiyao's extraordinary abilities, and thus, upon witnessing her being attacked by Fang Yiming, he discreetly intervened. This test indeed unveiled her powers to him. Was she merely a pawn? He hazily recalled the last time he had seen a red chess piece. Why was it black this time? Was there any distinction? However, there was no time for contemplation, as soldiers had already advanced upon him, and he immediately turned to flee. Fang Yiming had forgotten, but he certainly had not. Using abilities on campus was subject to punishment. From the peculiar effect of the attack, it was evident that it was Yi Tianyan's Lu Zhiyao who coldly smiled, thinking, "Want to escape? Let's see if my sister agrees." She swiftly propelled herself forward, leaping into the air and landing directly in front of Yi Tianyan, delivering a side kick that sent him hurtling towards the soldier's blades. Chapter 12. Poor little thing? The man-eating flower. Stop. In an instant, all the soldiers vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Lu Zhiyao collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Director Wu pushed through the gathered students and rushed in. From a distance, he had seen the fiery commotion. Which daring student had the audacity to wield their abilities on campus? He immediately spotted Lu Zhiyao sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state, and felt a wave of headache wash over him. This student was truly unfortunate, neglected by both father and mother, and, to make matters worse, he was utterly inept. Such students are destined to be bullied upon entering. Who doesn't know that those who can gain admission here are all paragons of excellence? How could they possibly tolerate the existence of such inconsequential students cohabiting within their campus? He immediately glared at Fang Yiming, who was clearly the instigator. Fang Yiming, come here. Finally recalling the school regulations, Fang Yiming expressed his discontent. She just used her powers too. Director Wu was taken aback. How dare you, Fang Yiming? Are you resorting to such lies to evade responsibility? This Fang Yiming, relying on his privileged background and remarkable talents, had caused no small amount of trouble. Today, however, he audaciously shirked accountability and told such easily debunked falsehoods. If this continued unchecked, the school would surely be in ruins. Director Wu unleashed thorns to bind him, dragging him behind as he stormed toward the office. In agony from the thorny restraints, Fang Yiming protested vehemently, shouting and struggling, "Lu Zhiyao, just wait. You'll pay for this." Once the two had moved out of earshot, Lu Zhiyao leisurely rose, casting a cold glance that sent the onlookers scattering in fear. This was no mere victim. This was a carnivorous flower. The crowd fled in panic, fearing retaliation for being remembered. Savoring the fresh air with satisfaction, Lu Zhiyao turned her gaze to Yi Tianyun, who remained rooted in place. "What? Do you still wish to be struck?" Yi Tianyun felt a wave of embarrassment. Taking advantage of others was not the demeanor of a gentleman, and he had indeed overstepped today. Yet, reflecting upon his stagnant powers that had not upgraded for a year, he mustered the courage to inquire, "Is your ability the summoning of chess piece soldiers?" Lu Zhiyao shot him a cold look. "It is none of your concern." Recognizing the futility of engaging with such a hypocritical individual, she turned on her heel and departed. Watching Lu Zhiyao's retreating figure, Yi Tianyun was left feeling quite helpless. He also aspired to be a good brother, yet before the powers of the supernatural and the affection of Xiao AI, Lu Zhiyao found himself relegated to the background. Only strength could grant him what he desired and safeguard those he cherished. After successfully completing his transfer procedures, he received a call from Lu Zhiwei, who invited him to go shopping together. During the past 2 years with the Yi family, the unfortunate Lu Zhiyao had only the school uniform and a few sets of ordinary clothes to wear, as the Yi family was exceedingly stingy with him. Over the course of 2 years, he had grown taller, and his clothes had become quite short. After a grand shopping spree, Lu Zhiyao emerged transformed from head to toe. Much to Lu Zhiwei's satisfaction, his little sister had suffered too much and deserved to be cherished. No sooner had they exited the store than they encountered Zhao Lifeng and her daughter, Yi Tianai. They scrutinized Lu Zhiyao from head to toe, and Yi Tianai was consumed with jealousy. Lu Zhiyao was inherently beautiful, but in the past, his timid demeanor and lack of decent attire had caused him to be overlooked. However, now his aura had undergone a remarkable transformation, and dressed appropriately, it was hard not to notice him. Remembering her intentions, Yi Tianai suppressed her jealousy and forced a smile, saying, "Sister, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy clothes too?" With a cold glance at the mother-daughter duo, Lu Zhiyao grasped Lu Zhiwei's hand, who was ready to retaliate verbally, and walked away. "Oh, how unfilial to ignore your own mother," Zhao Lifeng exclaimed, taken aback by Lu Zhiyao's attitude. This ungrateful wretch, seeing her mother yet behaving as if she were invisible, witnessing the expensive clothes they carried only fueled her dissatisfaction. She could only watch helplessly as money slipped away from her, causing her heartache. "Why do you leave as soon as you see me? You are still my biological daughter." Such ingratitude. As the commotion attracted onlookers, they quickly gathered, murmuring among themselves. To not greet her own mother is indeed unfilial. Indeed, one would not expect such behavior from someone who looks so well put together. We cannot jump to conclusions. Who knows what conflict lies between them? Let's observe further. Amidst the surrounding gossip, Zhao Lifeng grew increasingly indignant. As a mother, it was her right to expect filial piety from her daughter. Lu Zhiwei, fuming, thought how shameless these people were. Just as she was about to unleash a tirade, Lu Zhiyao silenced her with a look of discontent. Yet, upon seeing Lu Zhiyao's reddened eyes and the delicate semblance of humiliation on her face, she exclaimed, "Mom, have mercy on me." Tears streamed down Lu Zhiyao's face as she continued, "I truly do not wish to marry that Chun Yukai, whose ex-wife was beaten to death. All I want is to live well, earn money, and repay your kindness in raising me. Is it so difficult to simply live?" She sobbed and fell into Lu Zhiwei's compassionate embrace. Finally seizing the opportunity to speak, Lu Zhiwei declared, "This is outrageous. Using your status as biological parents to sell your own daughter. You treat her worse than your adopted daughter. Do you possess no humanity?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, directing their reproach toward Zhao Lifeng and her daughter, leaving them utterly humiliated and wishing they could vanish on the spot. As they were assailed by the crowd's scorn, Lu Zhiyao seized Lu Zhiwei's hand and slipped away. Yi Tianai immediately pursued them, leaving Zhao Lifeng to face the throng alone. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Lu Zhiyao turned and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Observing Lu Zhiyao's calm demeanor, Yi Tianai realized that she seemed more astute and increasingly difficult to manipulate. Yet, recalling her own intentions, she feigned innocence and smiled. "Sister, mother did not mean any harm. She was merely saddened to see you leave the Yi family. If that is all, then farewell." Lu Zhiyao retorted, preparing to depart. "Wait." Yi Tianai quickly revealed her true intentions. "Sister, do you wish to enhance your supernatural abilities?" "Enhance my abilities?" There are currently two methods to enhance one's supernatural powers. One is through relentless training, and the other is by absorbing the energy of the Shiguang stones. The S-level mental capacity corresponds to a supernatural limit of level 5. Only by reaching SS level or above can one continue to ascend. Lu Zhiyao understood that Yi Tianyun's lightning abilities had stagnated at level 4 for a year, and she had been seeking ways to collect high-grade Shiguang stones. With a sly smile, she questioned, "Do you have a method to enhance supernatural abilities? Why not help your dear brother ascend first?" Offering unsolicited assistance is often a sign of ulterior motives. How could you possibly believe I would fall for such an obvious trap? Yi Tianai swallowed nervously and continued, I have a way to upgrade your mental capacity to a level. This revelation captured even Lu Zhiwei's attention. Since the decline of the Huaxia cultural heritage, the mental capacity of the Huazhu people had begun to deteriorate. The highest known level was SS level, which paled in comparison to the 3S or even 4S levels of the M and R races. This disparity had led to the Huazhu being consistently oppressed, with Shiguang stone resources dwindling to half. The SS-level mental capacity could only elevate one's supernatural abilities to level 8, which was the ultimate limit for SS-level influence. Currently, methods to enhance mental capacity through external forces were nearly non-existent, with only a few prominent families retaining fragments of cultural heritage that could awaken mental capacity in newborns, giving them a higher starting point. However, the awakened mental capacity rarely exceeded its limits, making it exceedingly rare to advance through innate talent. Now, Yi Tianai claimed to possess a method to upgrade mental capacity. Lu Zhiyao sneered, "Do you take me for a fool? What is our relationship? Would you come looking for me if there were no benefits involved?" Feigning exasperation, Yi Tianai replied, "I do not wish to seek you out. I merely need assistance in healing the mental capacity of my acquaintances." How curious. You possess the ability to enhance mental capacity, but lack the means to heal? As if sensing her skepticism, Yi Tianai added, "If you do not believe me, you may bring along Sister Lu. She possesses SS-level capacity, the highest in the entire Huazhu." While Lu Zhiyao was not swayed, Lu Zhiwei was intrigued. Who would not wish to be the strongest among the Huazhu? Perhaps even break the curse of SS-level being the highest and vanquish the M and R races. She gazed at Lu Zhiyao with hopeful eyes, and Lu Zhiyao could only acquiesce with reluctance. Though she suspected it was undoubtedly a trap, considering their combat prowess and Lu Zhiwei's abilities, it should pose no threat. At worst, it would be a waste of time to witness a performance, but she had to dissuade Lu Zhiwei from pursuing this further, lest she blame her for not being diligent in the future. With their objectives achieved, Yi Tianai promptly summoned a vehicle, whisking them away to their destination, completely forgetting about Zhao Lifeng, who remained behind, besieged by the crowd. Curiosity piqued, Lu Zhiyao inquired, "What do you gain from taking us along?" Yi Tianai replied candidly, "They will provide me with high-grade Shiguang stones, which my brother is eagerly awaiting." Casting a suspicious glance at her, Lu Zhiyao began to doubt her own assumptions. Could it possibly be true? Before long, they arrived at a grand building emblazoned with the words Supernatural Research Institute. Upon seeing those 5 characters, Lu Zhiwei's disappointment was palpable. Everyone knew that inside resided a cadre of lunatics solely interested in peculiar supernatural abilities. It was rumored that unknown special ability users were secretly dissected for research. The institute was notorious. How could such a place possibly hold methods for enhancing mental capacity? Indeed, one could not trust Yi Tianai. As they prepared to leave, Yi Tianai grew anxious. After much effort to lure them here, How could they be allowed to leave so easily? Unexpectedly, several individuals suddenly emerged from the research institute, surrounding them completely, as an elderly man with white hair and dressed in a white coat stepped forward. He greeted with a cheerful smile, "My dear friend Zhiyao, since you have arrived, why not come in and sit for a while?" Zhiyao felt foolish for knowing full well that she was walking into a trap. She had no desire to be a guest. The elderly man continued, "We have made significant progress in our research on mental strength and have identified a path for advancement. Would you care to discuss it?" With that, he gestured invitingly. Seeing Lu Zhiyao's eyes light up with excitement, Lu Zhiyao reluctantly agreed. As they were about to enter, Yi Tianai hurriedly interjected, "What about the high-grade Qiguang stone that was promised?" The old man chuckled, instructing someone to bring over a palm-sized bag for her. After inspecting the Qiguang stone, Yi Tianai smiled in satisfaction and said, "Sister, I shall take my leave now." She turned to depart, only to be knocked unconscious by a staff member from the research institute. Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow, and the old man smiled in explanation. She cannot leave just yet, for her own safety. However, this also reveals the depth of her cunning. "I am Ding Weiguo, the director of the Ability Research Institute." The elder introduced himself, handing them his business card. Lu Zhiyao accepted it politely, unsure of his intentions. "I hear that a dear friend has suddenly developed a special ability?" Ding Weiguo inquired. Upon hearing the emphasis on the word special, Lu Zhiyao began to understand the elaborate lengths they had gone to find her. "Yes, I possess a special ability. There is no need to conceal it. Sooner or later, her unique power would be discovered. Might I request a demonstration?" Ding Weiguo asked eagerly, having awaited this moment since he received the news. "Are you referring to my healing ability or my offensive ability?" Ding Weiguo was pleasantly surprised by Lu Zhiyao's willingness to cooperate. "If possible, could you showcase both?" Lu Zhiyao replied with a calm smile. "I can only demonstrate one." She had just used her chess skills today and would not allow anyone to realize that she could only utilize them once a day. Ding Weiguo felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. He would earn her trust. "Our research focuses on mental strength, as it is widely known that the level of abilities is determined by the level of mental strength. The higher the mental strength, the greater the ability, and vice versa. In recent decades, it has become increasingly rare for C-level mentalists to possess abilities, and you are the only exception." Lu Zhiyao felt a pang of guilt. Her abilities stemmed from a system and did not constitute true powers. Ding Weiguo continued, "It is well known that the degradation of the inheritance of Chinese culture is the primary reason for the stagnation of mental strength. Our research has revealed that this inheritance refers to traditions passed down over 200 years, and even further back, encompassing skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, many of which have been completely lost. The only well-preserved artifact in the Huaxia Museum is an antique chess set. The rest have vanished without a trace. If this continues, the mental strength of our Huaxia will gradually dissipate due to the severance of our cultural inheritance. We shall become mere prey for others." Ding Weiguo lamented. Yet his expression brightened upon seeing the guzheng brought by Lu Zhiyao. "But hope has emerged for the Huaxia. More specifically, your abilities with the guzheng and chess pieces." He expressed his desire to confirm whether her powers were indeed connected to the inheritance of Huaxia culture. "If it is true," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, "then there is hope for our Huaxia." Lu Zhiyao began to take him seriously. Could it be that his intentions aligned with her purpose for coming here? Yet, recalling the notorious reputation of the Ability Research Institute, she regained her composure. "You make a compelling point. I can demonstrate my abilities, but how will that contribute to enhancing mental strength?" Lu Zhiyao shrugged. "As you can see, I am still merely a C-level. Perhaps the answer that Xiao Ding did not provide could be found here." A sudden realization struck Lu Zhiyao. Perhaps this was indeed a way. She could impart her knowledge to those eager to learn, and once they mastered it, it could spread and potentially lead to a path of advancement. "Ding!" A prompt echoed in her mind, as Xiao Ding's childish voice chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for discovering a method to upgrade your skills." Then, Xiao Ding fell silent again. "Well, this system is rather stingy, unlike other systems that offer achievement rewards." Lu Zhiyao reminded herself to adapt. However, She had now confirmed that her line of thought was correct. She looked gratefully at the elderly man. Although she was still uncertain of his true nature, anyone who aided her could be considered half a good person. What was that sound just now? Ding Wei was suddenly questioned, hesitating. Lu Zhiyao's heart raced, but she maintained her composure, responding coolly, "What sound?" Lu Zhiwei, curious, asked Director Ding. "What are you talking about?" Having lowered her guard against the elderly man, she thought it impossible for someone so dedicated to their people to harbor ill intentions. Ding Weigua appeared perplexed. "I could have sworn I heard a child's voice just now, but it was too faint to catch clearly." Realizing he had indeed heard Xiao Ding's voice, Lu Zhiyao was taken aback. Yet, for the moment, she could only feign ignorance to evade suspicion. "No, sister. Did you hear a child's voice?" Lu Zhiwei shook her head, then turned to Ding Weigua with concern. "Director Ding, are you all right?" "We didn't hear anything." She innocently assumed he was simply hard of hearing. One so devoted to their people certainly shouldn't meet an early demise, and her worry began to grow. "Perhaps I simply misheard?" Ding Weigua pondered. It seemed it was time to strengthen his physique. Otherwise, he might meet an untimely end before achieving his dreams, which would be a regrettable fate. He chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Perhaps I truly misheard. Let us proceed, let us proceed." Ultimately, they managed to navigate through the situation unscathed, and Lu Zhiyao was nearly drenched in cold sweat. After successfully demonstrating the extraordinary abilities of the Guzheng, surprisingly, Ding Weigua's waning mental strength seemed to rejuvenate. He was greatly astonished, further reinforcing his conviction. He warmly invited Lu Zhiyao to join their research group, considering their shared goals and the sincerity they had displayed. Lu Zhiyao agreed. Before departing, Ding Weigua generously gifted her a substantial bag of premium Shiguang stones, showcasing his affluence. "Zhiyao," Lu Zhiwei exclaimed, still exhilarated. "If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly do my utmost to help you." Witnessing her enthusiasm, Lu Zhiyao began to comprehend the determination of the Huaxia to rejuvenate their lineage. Perhaps it was time for her to take things more seriously. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Zhiyao felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness. After a considerable time, she recalled that she seemed to have left Yi Tianai at the Research Institute. Reflecting on Yi Tianai's machinations against her, she chose to feign ignorance, believing it was essential for her to learn a lesson. Did Yi Tianai think she could easily manipulate her? Moreover, there was a more pressing matter at hand. She firmly closed her room door and inquired, "Xiao Ding, are you there?" "Yes," came the emotionless voice of child. "Do you know Ding Weigua?" "I do." Lu Zhiyao was astonished. "He truly knew him? What is your relationship with him?" "He is one of my creators." "Creators?" She recalled the system's introduction when it first emerged, which had mentioned that in the impending future of extinction, the Huaxia had to gather the remaining spiritual power of their clan to create the system, Xiao Ding. The impending future. Considering Ding Weigua's age of 60 or 70 and the average lifespan of Huaxia being around a century, Lu Zhiyao realized the severity of the situation. "Xiao Ding, how long until the Huaxia disappear?" 10 years. Only 10 years? She had thought there was ample time to adapt and prepare. But today she learned that only 10 years remained. The thought of needing to disseminate these traditional skills and ensure that the majority of Huaxia learned them within a decade filled her with dread. How could this be possible? Lu Zhiyao felt despair seep in. Let her lie down and perish alongside the Huaxia. Warning. Detection indicates the host must make a new choice. Coexist with the Huaxia or vanish immediately. Xiao Ding sent a warning. "Thank you for your choice. Please continue to strive." The childlike voice conveyed the harsh reality. "I appreciate it," Lu Zhiyao retorted irritably. Well, this certainly extinguished her desire to forewarn Ding Weigua. It appeared that the burden of saving the Huaxia rested solely on her shoulders. The following morning, Xie Yuma arrived as usual to seek out Lu Zhiyao. Due to the enhancement of her physique, he had restructured her training regimen and began imparting martial arts skills to her. He discovered that Lu Zhiyao was, in fact, a martial arts prodigy, effortlessly grasping all concepts, far surpassing his own innate talent from childhood. He developed a deep appreciation for talent. Thus, he devoted himself even more to teaching. Alas, this put Lu Zhiyao in a difficult position. Xie Yuma, was a person of great integrity and remarkable self-discipline, and he diligently adhered to his promises. As a result, she found herself reluctant to rise each morning, even more so to face this man, whose beauty was like jade, yet whose demeanor was as unyielding as iron. Despite fitting her aesthetic perfectly, it was of little comfort. "Yuma, shall we take a few days off? Aren't you exhausted?" she asked with a charming smile. Yuma cast a fleeting glance at her cheerful face, his heart unmoved. "We already had 2 days off last month." Due to her fainting spell from overexertion with her studies, he had kindly granted her those days. That was last month. Surely, she could afford another 2 days this month. Excellence is achieved through diligence, not frivolity. There can be no slackening in daily tasks, he declared emphatically. His words made Lu Zhiyao feel guilty. In her past life, after years of graduation, she had flitted between schools, teaching students to play the piano, and had been so flattered by their praise that she truly believed herself a natural master. She was on the verge of forgetting the days she had spent tirelessly honing her skills, only to be schooled now by a younger brother 10 years her junior. Though she playfully referred to him as little brother, she was already 28 in her past life, while Yuma was merely 18, a month younger than her original self. With this thought, she could only resign herself to continue her training. The martial skills she had learned through practice were finally being absorbed, leading to a harmonious understanding. Yuma nodded in satisfaction, a promising student indeed, making his daily efforts worthwhile. Tenderness for her. The iron-willed Yuma felt none of that. In his eyes, it was only martial arts. After completing their training, Lu Zhiyao bid farewell to her satisfied mentor and collapsed on her bed. With her mind blank, an idea suddenly struck her. In her previous life, as a professor of national literature, she had once live-streamed. Although the internet had been severed for decades due to the apocalypse, restoration efforts had commenced after the zombies vanished. And now the network had nearly returned to its former glory. This era boasted a live-streaming industry. However, the current trend was selling goods online. No one had yet ventured into live-streaming educational content. Without hesitation, Lu Zhiyao quickly created a new account on a live-streaming platform, naming it Ambassador of National Style. Yet she did not rush to begin broadcasting immediately, as school was starting the next day, and she had many preparations to undertake to ensure a quality stream. Anticipating her upcoming attendance at Fenghua University with the Lu siblings, she couldn't help but feel excited, pondering what this university, 2 centuries later, might teach. The next day, Lu Zhiyao regretted her enthusiasm. Chapter 15. I refused to comply. What kind of university was this? Was it not a military training camp? Lu Zhiyao was utterly disheartened by the harsh welcome at Fenghua University. As soon as the new students had set down their luggage, they were assembled in a training hall for physical conditioning, push-ups, 3-kilometer run, squats, and duck walks. Had she not trained with Yuma for 2 months, she would have surely collapsed by now. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a short-haired girl beside her fell to the ground with a thud, unable to rise again. Lu Zhiyao was about to feign a fall herself when she heard the instructor shout, "Those who haven't finished lose 5 credits." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the fallen girl sprang up, pretending as if nothing had happened, and continued running. Lu Zhiyao was left dumbfounded. What a talent! The girl, noticing her gaze, flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yao Lina, B-level mental power. Metal type ability." Sensing her goodwill, Lu Zhiyao introduced herself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Zhiyao, C-level mental power, dual abilities." Upon hearing that Lu Zhiyao possessed only C-level mental power, Yao Lina exhibited a look of sympathy, but upon realizing she had dual abilities, she was utterly astonished. Stopping in her tracks, seeing the instructor's eyes begin to sweep over them, Lu Zhiyao quickly nudged her to return to the group. Regaining her composure, Yao Lina exclaimed, "Is that true? You have C-level mental power and 2 abilities?" Lu Zhiyao, appreciating her forthright nature, nodded indeed. Yao Lina was thoroughly taken aback. How remarkable was Fenghua University? What kind of people did they recruit? In truth, Fenghua University was not particularly prestigious. Unlike Weir Academy, which only admitted gifted students, Fenghua University placed greater emphasis on diligence and effort. Thus, those who could enter Fenghua University were typically hardworking individuals. However, sometimes effort alone could not surpass innate talent, which is why Fenghua University ranked lower among the top 10 universities of Huaxia, far behind the first-ranked Weir Academy. A boy running behind, Lu Zhiyao snickered. Sea-level mental power? Dual abilities? What a joke. He spoke rather loudly, attracting the attention of several students nearby. It was unheard of for someone at the sea level to possess extraordinary abilities. Are you not afraid of your boast being exposed? The boy continued to mock. He was not particularly gifted from a young age, yet through relentless effort and perseverance, he managed to gain admission. He harbored a deep disdain for those aristocratic offspring who relied solely on their family backgrounds for entry. Indeed, a sea-level student with dual abilities. How audacious can this girl be? I recognize her. She is Lu Zhiyao, who previously bribed her way into Weir Academy. How did she end up at Fenghua University? Could it be that she was expelled from Weir Academy? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and the boys felt an even deeper indignation, questioning why they had to toil so hard for what was so easily attained by others. He lifted his foot to kick Lu Zhiyao, but she effortlessly dodged, causing him to crash to the ground in a comical manner. The students behind him, unable to evade in time, stumbled and fell atop him. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the instructor promptly blew the whistle to halt the advancing students. Once they were helped up one by one, the boy finally extricated himself, his head bloodied from the weight of the fallen. The instructor even deducted 1 credit from each of the students involved. Frustrated, he shouted towards the nonchalant Lu Zhiyao, "Teacher, I refuse to accept this." Instructor Wu Chan raised an eyebrow. "Refuse? In what manner do you refuse?" The boy pointed accusingly at Lu Zhiyao, exclaiming, "How can she, a mere sea level with no abilities, be admitted to Fenghua University?" The other students, puzzled, gasped in surprise. Sea level? How did she even get in? How else? By spending money. In the crowd, Xie Yuma glanced at Lu Zhiyao with concern, but upon seeing her calm demeanor, he felt reassured and quietly stood beside her. Noticing Xie Yuma, Lu Zhiyao was taken aback. Recalling that he was merely 1 month younger than her, she realized he was also a freshman this year. She nodded in acknowledgement, prompting nearby girls, captivated by Xie Yuma's looks, to roll their eyes in disdain, thinking him shameless. Yao Lina, surprised that a simple introduction could lead to such a chain of events, felt remorseful and resolutely stood by Lu Zhiyao's side. Instructor Wu Chan curiously eyed Lu Zhiyao before addressing the boy. "What concern is it of yours how she got in?" The boy's face flushed with anger. "I refuse to accept. We worked hard to earn our qualifications, and she just paid her way in." Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't even spoken yet, yet he had already assumed she had bought her admission. "Oh." Wu Chan stroked his stubble, pondering how to assert authority over the new students. This was an opportunity not to be missed. "If you're dissatisfied, let us have a competition." "A competition?" "Indeed. You will compete with her in a physical contest. The loser will have 10 credits deducted and must apologize to the winner." Wow, 10 credits. The students who had initially cheered quickly retreated, realizing they were still at the beginning of the semester with 0 credits, and they certainly did not wish to lose any. The boy, casting a scornful glance at the retreating students, proudly declared, "Let us compete." In his relentless pursuit of admission to Fenghua University, he has diligently trained for 3 years. Convinced that he can surpass even a C-grade weakling, Xie Yuma couldn't help but tug at the corner of her mouth, caught between laughter and restraint. Competing in physical prowess? He, who has practiced martial arts since he could walk, occasionally faltered against her. How could he possibly prevail? This was bound to be entertaining. Yao Lina cast a worried glance at Lu Zhiyao's frail physique and suggested, "Perhaps I should take over. It's my fault, and I cannot let the innocent suffer." The delicate Lu Zhiyao smiled gently. "It's all right, don't worry." Despite her lingering concerns, Yao Lina realized there was no turning back. Inside the training hall, upon hearing of the competition, the freshmen seized the opportunity to pause their training and gather to watch. At the starting line for the obstacle course stood Lu Zhiyao, adorned in a light blue athletic outfit, exuding grace. Her hair was casually styled in a high ponytail, the ends dancing in the breeze. A truly delightful sight. However, her slender frame rendered her somewhat fragile. She adjusted her clothing and politely signaled to Wu Chan that she was ready. Wu Chan nodded regretfully. What bad luck. Selected to be the sacrificial lamb. Glancing at the other contestant, who also indicated readiness, he mercilessly blew the whistle. The boys gritted their teeth and sprinted forward, leaping over puddles, crawling through sandy terrain, and scaling high walls, ultimately reaching the finish line. He looked around with excitement, only to find Lu Zhiyao calmly sipping water by the finish line. If it weren't for the grains of sand and a few specks of mud on her clothes, one might have doubted whether she had even started at all. How could this be possible? Not only he, but everyone around, including Wu Chun, was astonished. Such speed, surely, it must have shattered records. They watched in disbelief as the girl, who was presumed incapable of even passing the first challenge, effortlessly leaped over the puddle. She continued through the subsequent stages with astonishing speed, as if in the blink of an eye she had already reached the finish line. By the time that boy arrived, panting and exhausted, she had already finished a bottle of water. No, this is impossible. The boy shouted, I refuse to accept this. Chapter 16. The Resurgence of Extraordinary Abilities. Wu Chun smirked. You still refuse? What is it this time? The boy glared with furious, reddened eyes, the veins on his forehead bulging. She must be cheating. Wu Chun found it amusing. To claim cheating simply because one cannot win? Is admitting defeat so difficult? Under the scrutiny of so many witnesses, even if I wished to shield her, I could not. Yet the boy remained relentless. I want to compete with her in extraordinary abilities. Didn't she just claim to possess dual abilities? I will challenge her to a contest of powers. He has begun to disregard everything, having already lost 11 points. How difficult it is to earn credits at Fenghua University. Just as the new semester has commenced, he finds himself in a deficit of 11 points. Reflecting on the parents who just dropped him off at the door and their expectations of him, he feels a pang of regret. Yet, now there is no turning back. He must press on with determination. He could hardly believe that someone could possess dual abilities, especially someone deemed as C-class incompetent in mental prowess. Wu Chun was taken aback to encounter such a contentious individual right at the start of the semester, and he glanced at Lu Zhiyao, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just from that earlier display, he recognized that this student was far from ordinary. However, having commenced this confrontation, it was only fitting to see it to its conclusion. This classmate, Lu Zhiyao, understanding the instructor's intent, reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Yao Lina was utterly repulsed by this arrogant yet inept individual. She interjected, Lu, you have already triumphed. There is no need for further competition. Others, unable to tolerate the spectacle, chimed in to support her. Indeed, we witnessed your victory firsthand. This person lacks grace. Yet, dissenting voices arose. Are you afraid? Your bravado is about to be exposed, isn't it? You claim dual abilities, yet I have never heard of a C-class possessing such talents. Many others, hoping to prolong the event and avoid training, joined in the uproar, insisting the contest should continue. Lu Zhiyao turned to Yao Lina with a gentle smile, reassuring her, it's all right, don't worry. Her anxiety dissipated instantly. He had offered her similar comfort before the physical competition, and she had indeed emerged victorious. Xie Yuma felt a twinge of concern. He was aware of her healing abilities, but only just discovered she possessed another power. However, seeing her calm demeanor eased his worries somewhat. As the preparations concluded, Wu Chun called for the commencement of the competition. In this contest of abilities, the participants would not engage in direct combat, as the potential lethality of their powers was too great, risking serious harm. Instead, the school's ability competition involved confining the contestants within a virtual arena, where simulated assassins would be unleashed. And the victor would be the one who dispatched the most adversaries while avoiding death themselves. Should a participant be struck fatally by a simulated assassin, they would be declared defeated and removed from the arena. As the match began, 5 assassins materialized in Lu Zhiyao's designated area, brandishing katanas and charging forward. The commanding officer, Chao Fei, drawn in by the commotion, marveled and exclaimed, placing a hand on Wu Chen's shoulder, where did you find such a remarkable talent? Wu Chen shrugged, attempting to dislodge his grip, and, finding it futile, replied with resignation, just stumbled upon him. Such fortuitous luck? Chao Fei continued to observe as another 10 assassins materialized in the arena. Yet, within merely a minute and a half, Lu Zhiyao had dispatched them all. The other male contestant, however, was less fortunate. While still battling the initial 5 assassins, another 10 appeared due to circumstances in a different arena, forcing him to confront a total of 15 adversaries. He swiftly unleashed a flurry of wind blades, dispatching 5 with remarkable speed. Just as he exhaled in relief, he discovered that the arena had summoned an additional 20 adversaries. Now, he was faced with the daunting challenge of confronting 30 foes simultaneously. He fell into despair, unleashing his powers in a fit of rage, employing wind blades, whirlwind slashes, and storm punches in a frenzied display. However, due to excessive energy expenditure, he was ultimately caught off guard and struck in the abdomen by 3 assassins simultaneously, leaving him to depart in bitterness. Ordinarily, the departure of an opponent would signify a clear resolution of victory. Yet, on Lu Zhiyao's side, the contest continued unabated. The shadowy figure behind the scenes, Chao Fei, wore a grave expression, even summoning the assistant instructor to bring in Professor Yun, who was responsible for selecting participants for next year's comprehensive college competition. Professor Yun, in turn, gathered several other professors, and a large group assembled around the monitoring screens to observe the proceedings. At that moment, the final assassin in Lu Zhiyao's arena fell, marking the 6th wave of attackers she had faced. With each successive wave, the assassin's levels increased, intensifying the pressure upon her. She had already begun to sustain injuries, and her unarmed combat capabilities had reached their limits. Just as she allowed herself a moment of respite, the 7th wave of assassins emerged, this time totaling 100. Chao Fei adjusted the parameters. He no longer wished to wait for each round to conclude, but desired to witness her unleash her powers. Xie Ma silently positioned herself behind Chao Fei. Startled, he inquired, "What are you doing?" Xie Ma replied coldly, "What are you all up to?" Chao Fei found it amusing. "What? Concern for your girlfriend?" A flutter of unease coursed through Xie Ma, though she feigned composure, stating, "I am worried about a friend." Chao Fei cast a sympathetic glance at her flushed ears, reassuring her, "Rest assured, no one will perish. We merely wish to observe her potential." By this time, Lu Zhiyao had already dispatched over 30 assassins, yet she was utterly exhausted. She had not anticipated the male opponent's powers to be so formidable. Even now, he continued to persevere. It was evident that without employing her skills, victory was unattainable. She executed her final move, a series of rapid kicks that cleared a space, before activating her skill, chess. To her astonishment, the random selection yielded a cannon. Lu Zhiyao could hardly contain her elation, having finally drawn the coveted cannon. However, this was not the moment for celebration. She hurled the cannon into the air, and a massive laser cannon materialized from thin air. As it emerged, it instantly crushed several assassins. Onlookers were left in awe, trembling with fear. What manner of power was this? Lu Zhiyao leaped onto the cannon platform, hoisting the barrel and unleashing a barrage of shots at the assassins. The wildness of her actions, juxtaposed with her delicate physique, created a striking contrast that was almost unbearable to witness. The spectators were left dumbfounded by the overwhelming slaughter and her inconsistent demeanor. Chao Fei hastily deactivated the virtual effects, causing the bodies strewn across the ground to vanish, leaving only craters on the surface and walls. Upon stepping outside, she was met with dozens of bewildered gazes, each flickering with inscrutable meaning. The male student who exited first even dared not meet her eyes. Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at Xie Ma. Xie Ma covered her mouth with a fist to stifle her laughter and earnestly stated, "Congratulations, you have won." Lu Zhiyao expressed her gratitude graciously, though she felt the scrutiny of others was peculiar. She turned to the male student, asking, "Is there anything more to compete over?" With his head bowed, his expression obscured, he spoke so softly it was nearly inaudible. "No more competition, I concede." Lu Zhiyao nodded in satisfaction and then addressed the instructor, "Shall we continue training?" Wu Chan chuckled awkwardly before clearing his throat, proclaiming, "With the victor and vanquished established, you may all disperse. Let's commence training." As Lu Zhiyao prepared to leave, Chao Fei called out to her student, Please hold on. The individual who halted her was a middle-aged man clad in military attire. Greetings, I am your chief instructor, Gao Fei. This is Professor Yun. Professor Yun, a strikingly handsome young man, bore a stern expression, rarely allowing a smile to grace his countenance. He nodded lightly and said, Greetings, my surname is Yun. Currently, I serve as a professor of conducting at Fenghua University, and I am also responsible for the selection process for next year's comprehensive university competition. He paused for a moment and said earnestly, in light of your recent performance, I would like to invite you to participate in next year's all-round university competition. The all-round university competition? Every October, prestigious universities engage in a ranking competition, where participating students must meet stringent all-round standards. This entails possessing at least an A-level mental capacity and a level 5 extraordinary ability, which means that only those with S-level or higher qualifications are eligible to compete. Lu Zhiyao incredulously pointed to herself, but I'm only at C-level. Professor Yin also found this astonishing. Despite her formidable physical prowess and extraordinary abilities, she was only classified as C-level. This was beyond mere coincidence. You are aware that our Fenghua University did not fare well in this year's competition, so we are keen to embrace diverse talents. Even such a stern individual exhibited a hint of embarrassment. The competition results were not just unsatisfactory, they were abysmal. This year, Fenghua University ranked last among the top 10 universities. It was a disgrace. Since its establishment, although Fenghua University had never ranked high, it had always remained within the top 5. However, in recent years, for reasons unknown, even with relentless training, they failed to achieve desired results. This year, they hit rock bottom. Thus, upon discovering a promising talent like Lu Zhiyao, even with her only C-level mental capacity, they were eager to recruit her. Do not worry about qualification for the competition. Each university has a special quota that does not require strict qualifications. This quota is typically reserved for the powerful and wealthy who seek fame and fortune, allowing them to bask in the glory of the team without contributing. Lu Zhiyao understood. May I take some time to consider? She had many commitments and was concerned that participating in the competition would consume too much of her time. Professor Yin nodded. If you're interested, please contact me as soon as possible. Training will commence after the freshman trials. After bidding farewell to them, Lu Zhiyao continued to join the training group. However, this time a significant space surrounded her, as other students hesitated to approach, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Curiously, she asked her running partner, Xieyuma, what's wrong with them? Yin Lina excitedly explained, they're all afraid of you. Afraid of me? What could a delicate young girl like her possibly instill fear? Yin Lina, oblivious to her inner thoughts, looked at her with admiration. From now on, you are my leader. I will stick with you. Lu Zhiyao laughed. Stick with me? Aren't you afraid of being mocked for having a leader who is merely C-level? Yin Lina replied with a hearty laugh. Mental capacity does not define one's abilities. She quoted Fenghua University's motto, do not let levels dictate personal capability. Surpassing oneself is the best proof. Lu Zhiyao wholeheartedly agreed, as this was one of the reasons she chose Fenghua University. All right, I will have your back, she jokingly said in a gangster-like manner, and they both shared a laugh. Xieyuma slightly curved his lips. This friend seemed rather interesting. Wang Yining greeted Lu Zhiyao with a dramatic eye roll and a cold snort. Lu Zhiyao shook her head in resignation. What a twist of fate. The dormitory conditions at Fenghua University were quite decent, each room featuring a layout of 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a living room. So she was grateful to have her own private space. Hey, stop, Wang Yining called out as she attempted to leave. Lu Zhiyao ignored her. She was already exhausted and did not wish to placate the younger girl. Don't go. Seeing that Lu Zhiyao was unresponsive, Wang Yining became anxious. I have something to say to you. The young girl's cherubic face was filled with conflict, and after a long hesitation, she finally spoke up. I heard that the Yi family wants to force you to marry Qin Yukai. Is that true? She was innocent yet principled, having previously heard only Yi Tanei's one-sided account. She stubbornly believed Lu Zhiyao was a duplicitous woman, which led her to speak harshly upon their first meeting. However, Upon learning that the Yi family intended to marry Lu Zhiyao to the notorious Chen Yukai, she sensed something was amiss. If Lu Zhiyao were truly so formidable, how could the Yi family forsake their own daughter in favor of an adopted one? After hearing Yi Tianai's incoherent explanations, she gradually realized she had been misled. She was naive but not foolish. Lu Zhiyao smiled knowingly. Are you on bad terms with your friend? Yes, the Yi family wants to sell me off. Upon her acknowledgement, Wang Yining felt even guilty. Though it was embarrassing, her good upbringing compelled her to apologize. I apologize for my previous rudeness. I'm sorry. Lu Zhiyao chuckled, shaking her head. Her mood suddenly brightened. The younger girl was quite polite. The academic disciplines at Fenghua University were not significantly different from those over 200 years ago, aside from the addition of military and extraordinary ability studies. Lu Zhiyao chose to study history. She initially wished to select the subject of national style studies, but unfortunately, that course was not offered. Professor Yin had even considered transferring her to military command studies, but she remained steadfast in her choice, having the self-awareness that her attention was not solely deserved based on her chess skills. Her true expertise lay in the cultural heritage of the nation. The recent days of study had deepened her understanding of the present, over 200 years later. In the early days of the apocalypse, most elderly and weak individuals either transformed into zombies or perished due to being consumed by zombies or succumbing to hunger and disease. Ultimately, only the young survived. This resulted in a significant generational gap, leading to a discontinuation of some traditional cultural legacies, coupled with the relentless destruction by the M and her clans. Much information had been lost. She had visited the Huaxia museum mentioned by Ding Weiguo, where chess pieces were preserved. Though intact, the methods of play had been forgotten. It seemed her live-streaming venture must commence without delay. The preparatory work for the live stream was finally completed on the day the Xian paper was produced. The skill associated with the basic category finally materialized: ghostly painting symbol, beginner recovery scroll. This skill could heal wounds and was faster than water-based healing abilities. The drawback was the need to prepare Xian paper in advance with brushes and ink, consuming one scroll at a time like talismans. Fortunately, due to the lengthy preparation time, she had made many sheets of Xian paper. Otherwise, this skill would have been rather impractical. Lu Zhiyao indeed operated as if painting symbols, cutting the Xian paper into small pieces and creating numerous beginner recovery scrolls, filling Xiao Ding's space to the brim. With everything in place, the live stream began. Chapter 18. Live streaming lecture. Zhu Xiaomin was a sophomore at Fenghua University, a homebody whose greatest pastime was watching live-stream shopping. As she yawned, she accidentally stumbled upon a streaming page titled National Style Ambassador. She glanced casually and was immediately captivated by the visuals. The backdrop was adorned with an ancient aesthetic, showcasing a replica of a Yin Jinxing stele alongside a painting of picturesque landscapes. Of course, Zhu Xiaomin could not discern the calligraphy or traditional painting, but found herself unable to look away. After listening to a piece of music, she became curious about what the host intended to sell. But to her surprise, the woman began to explain the instrument known as the guzheng. Zhu Xiaomin wondered if she was selling instruments. After finishing her introduction of the guzheng, the host proceeded to teach how to play it. Throughout her explanation of the basic knowledge of the strings, she did not mention any product information or provide any links. Zhu Xiaomin could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What exactly are you selling?" Upon seeing the message, the woman's eyes curved into a smile. Her voice melodious. "Thank you for your message, Minmin. This live stream does not sell any products. It solely offers free lessons in traditional Chinese culture." Traditional Chinese culture? What does that mean? Xiaomin questioned. The term guofeng originates from the Book of Songs and broadly refers to the traditional culture characterized by the Huaxia ethnicity, with particular emphasis on the arts of guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Is the guzheng you just played one of those? Xiaomin asked eagerly. Indeed, the guqin represents the guzheng. Chess signifies xiangqi, calligraphy represents shufa, and painting embodies guohua. I am familiar with xiangqi. There's an exhibit at the Huaxia Museum, she exclaimed. Yes, that's the very chess. Teacher, do you live stream every day? Xiaomin continued. The woman nodded. I stream every night at 8 p.m. Please remember to like, save, and follow. Intrigued, Zhu Xiaoman tuned in promptly the following evening. The live stream began with a blank sheet of paper, and soon a pair of delicate, jade-like hands appeared, wielding a brush to create art. The background music was a pure, instrumental recording of the guzheng. As the music ebbed and flowed, the woman's brush strokes varied in speed, effortlessly capturing the grandeur of mountains and the tranquility of water with just a few strokes. Zhu Xiaoman was utterly captivated. At that moment, dozens were already watching the live stream. Does this painting sell? One viewer asked. The woman's voice replied, I do not sell paintings, but I can teach you how to create one. Wow, really? But I don't have the right brushes and paper. Another viewer lamented. All the tools featured in this live stream can be purchased at the Lu's stationery flagship store. Preparing for the live stream had been a time-consuming and costly endeavor, primarily focused on setting up the Lu's stationery flagship store. This business, run by the Lu family, had both online and offline presence. It faced closure due to poor management. But Lu Zhiyao invested to recruit former workers to produce traditional writing tools and gushings, ready to sell after the live stream began. To achieve excellence in one's craft, one must first have the proper tools. How can one teach without them? Wonderful. I have long desired to learn the guzheng. Zhu Xiaoman immediately searched online and placed her order. The next day, a guzheng arrived, drawing the curious attention of her friends. After her enthusiastic recommendation, they also joined the live stream. The number of fans in the live stream had surged to over 5,000. Pleased with the daily increase in followers, Lu Zhiyao prepared to commence today's Xiangqi live stream. His opponent, Xie Nuo, reluctantly agreed to participate only after Lu Zhiyao assured him that his face would not be shown. Zhu Xiaoman's roommate, having been invited by her, entered the room and was immediately struck by the sight of two captivating pairs of hands. It took a moment for her to realize they were engaged in a game of chess. Lu Zhiyao narrated the game while competing against Xie Yumuo, having previously taught him the rules. To her surprise, Xie Yumuo grasped the game quickly and displayed remarkable skill, managing to draw several times against her. The comment section began buzzing with activity. Isn't this the Xiangqi from the Huaxia Museum? Is there really someone who understands it? Surely, they're not trying to fool us? One commenter mused. It's no deception. This lady truly understands, and she can also play the guzheng and paint traditional Chinese artwork. Xiaoman defended. I've been watching for a while, and it's quite entertaining. The battle at the Chuhan boundary is intense. Both sides are engaged in a lively exchange. Oh no, a piece from the red side has been captured. Quick, counterattack! Another viewer exclaimed. This is so much fun. I must see more. As more people enter the live stream, the comment section grew increasingly lively. Yi Tianyun coincidentally clicked in and found himself unable to look away upon seeing the familiar chess pieces. He was certain that the owner of the account was Lu Zhiyao, but wasn't this her special ability? How did she begin teaching others to play chess? After attentively observing a game, he couldn't help but inquire. What purpose does learning chess serve? It varies from person to person. Some learn it merely for leisure, while others do so to enhance their memory. Furthermore, some may acquire rigorous logical reasoning and a comprehensive awareness of the game, which could greatly benefit those studying command disciplines. Upon hearing the voice, he became even more convinced that it was indeed Lu Zhiyao. Yet, without receiving his answer, he continued to press on. Can this chess skill be utilized as a special ability? The moment he sent the message, he found himself banned from the live stream room. Had Lu Zhiyao recognized him? He was unwilling to give up, so he changed his account to continue following. This time, he had learned his lesson. He did not rashly pose questions, but instead diligently logged in each day to complete tutorials. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired all the necessary tools and mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As he observed the increasing number of followers surpassing 100,000, Lu Zhiyao contentedly opened his skill panel. Advanced skill in music, enhanced mental strength, advanced skill in chess, randomly summon 3 pieces, cooldown period of 3 days. The advanced skills in calligraphy and painting require combined usage. Ghostly calligraphy enhances one's ability to attack with supernatural powers, no limit on the number of users. Although chess was formidable, why must the cooldown be so exasperatingly long? 3 days? The combined skills of calligraphy and painting could indeed be employed in group battles. Yet they would require a substantial amount of rice paper, fortunately obtainable from the Lu family business. Upon seeing the advanced skill in music, Lu Zhiyao's eyes sparkled. She could finally rise above the C rank. However, before she could commence upgrading her mental strength, she suddenly received a call from Lu Zhiao. Lu Zhiyao had sustained severe injuries and was now in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 19. The dying Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyao's face bore a pallid hue, teetering on the brink of death, unconscious and barely clinging to life. Lu Zhiao exclaimed urgently, "Zhiyao, elder brother's mental strength has been severely damaged. He has fallen below even C rank." She burst into tears. After the passing of their parents, Lu Zhiao had always been her pillar of support. She had never witnessed him in such a weakened state. Having already lost her parents, the thought of losing her elder brother was unbearable. "Zhiao, please save him," she pleaded through her tears. Lu Zhiao felt a deep pang of sorrow. Her elder brother was the first person to extend a helping hand to her after her arrival in this realm. Even though she was not the original, the familial bond he had shown her was undiminished. She had already come to regard him as family. With reddened eyes, she summoned the illusory guqin. There was no time to fetch the physical instrument for concealment. As she played, however, Lu Zhiao showed no signs of awakening. The leap from S rank to below C rank was far too significant for a single performance to remedy. Lu Zhiao retrieved the junior recovery scroll she had prepared earlier and placed it upon Lu Zhiao. The scroll gradually transformed into motes of light that seeped into his body. At last, a hint of color returned to Lu Zhiao's ashen face. She continued to unleash her guqin skills, playing piece after piece, her fingers bleeding from the cuts. Yet she did not cease. It was only when Lu Zhiao grasped her hand and excitedly gestured for her to look at Lu Zhiao that she paused. He had awakened and sat up, staring at them in a daze, as if bewildered by how he found himself lying in bed. Upon sensing the level of his mental strength, he was astounded and leapt to his feet. Outside, Lu Yushu was feigning sorrow, awaiting news from Lu Zhiao's room. This time, success was assured. He expended a tremendous effort to locate the parasitic insect, which he affixed to a slender needle fashioned from metal elemental energy. Seizing the opportune moment, he plunged it into the nape of Lu Zhiao's neck. This was a toxin specifically designed to target the sea of mental power. Once it infiltrated the brain, it would drain all vitality within, leading to inevitable exhaustion and demise in a short span of time. Contemplating the imminent acquisition of the position of head of the Lu family, he could not suppress a smile of triumph. He gazed triumphantly as the Grand Elder led the group inside, only to be met with an unsettling silence. Had they been overwhelmed by sorrow? Why was there not a single sound? A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to enter without hesitation. Inside, the Grand Elder looked at Lu Zhiao with astonishment. Wasn't he supposed to be gravely injured and unconscious? Yet here he stood, a foolish grin plastered across his face. Had he sustained such severe injuries that he had lost his senses? The Grand Elder was consumed by grief. After all, Lu Zhiao was the most composed and promising head of the Lu family. "Zhiao, what has happened to you?" He trembled as he inquired. "Huh, I'm fine," Lu Zhiao replied, rubbing the back of his head where the pain had entirely vanished. He felt an unprecedented sense of comfort coursing through him. "I'm great, truly great." He. Alas, he must have truly lost his mind. The Grand Elder wept openly. Just as Lu Yushu rushed in, he was greeted by the sound of the Grand Elder's lamentation. "That's more like it," he thought, wiping his face to conceal his amusement and donning a sorrowful expression. However, upon raising his head to wail, he was met with Lu Zhiao's foolish grin, causing him to choke on his own saliva. "You, cough, you're all right." Feeling the curious gazes of the crowd, he quickly amended, "As long as you're fine, that's all that matters." This Grand Elder, despite his age, was so alarmist, leading him to feel joy for nothing. Yet, the poison had clearly taken effect. How could Lu Zhiao appear so unfazed? He gazed at Lu Zhiao with curiosity. Could it be that she could even restore the exhausted sea of mental energy? Was her extraordinary ability truly this formidable? Observing the profound sorrow of the Grand Elder, Lu Zhiyao quickly offered reassurance. Grand Elder, my brother has been healed by Zhiyao. Please do not be saddened. The Grand Elder promptly wiped away her tears and pointed at Lu Zhiyao. Then what is wrong with him? This is unlike him. Lu Zhiyao too found it perplexing. Upon waking, her brother had been smiling foolishly, yet he did not appear to be in distress. She attempted to assess his mental energy status, but astonishingly, she could not discern anything. If her brother had indeed recovered, he should be at the S level. After all, she could still detect her own SS level. Could it be? She excitedly looked towards Lu Zhiyao, who smiled and nodded affirmatively. Confirming her suspicions, she immediately called for the testing device to be brought forth. The Grand Elder was bewildered, yet Lu Yushu felt a surge of joy within. Even if he had regained his physical health, he would certainly no longer be at the S level. There had never been a case of falling below the C level and then recovering. The C level was already the lowest tier. Anything below that was tantamount to having no mental energy at all. He began to anticipate the test results, knowing that so many witnesses would leave him no room for denial. The position of the master of the house will eventually be mine. Just as the testing device had not yet arrived, the door was once again forcefully swung open, revealing Lu Yufan and his daughter. Intrigued by the sounds of laughter and tears, they approached to investigate. To their astonishment, they found Lu Zhiyao had already regained consciousness and was standing. They were utterly amazed, considering he had appeared to be on the brink of death just moments ago. As soon as the testing device arrived, Lu Zhiyao stepped forward to undergo the examination, eager to validate his own sensations. Before the watchful eyes of all, the steward, Lu, fumbled as he operated the device, his hands trembling, and after numerous attempts, he finally succeeded in powering it on. Beep, beep, beep. The device indicated levels progressing through C, B, A, and S grades, and astonishingly, it did not cease. It continued to ascend. It only halted upon reaching the SS grade. The Grand Elder was so stunned that his cane fell, and he forgot to pick it up. It is noteworthy that before his injury, Lu Zhiyao's spiritual power was only at the S grade. Never before had anyone surpassed the age of 18 and continued to ascend. Yet, they witnessed Lu Zhiyao's miraculous transformation from state of near death to vibrant vitality, with his spiritual power astonishingly elevated by one level. This was utterly inconceivable. They gazed at Lu Zhiyao in astonishment, questioning how she managed to achieve such a feat. Lu Zhiyao remained composed. Fortunately, her instrument had just completed an upgrade, enhancing her mental capacity. While restoring her elder brother's mental energy, she activated her advanced skills. Though her physical stamina was depleted, she had an ample supply of primary recovery scrolls. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, she discreetly applied a scroll to herself, and now fully revitalized, she exuded an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. The highest level within the Hua clan was currently SS level. This thought ignited a spark of anticipation within him. Could this girl's abilities ascend to 3S for S, or even higher? Alas, he was already aged, perhaps destined never to witness such a glorious day. The crowd looked on, perplexed by the sudden melancholy of the Grand Elder as he departed, and felt compelled to follow suit. Yet not before squeezing in a few greetings to Lu Zhiyao to establish familiarity. Lu Yushu had grown numb, exiting with an expressionless face, too weary to even pretend. His heart bled at the thought of repaying the substantial loan taken to purchase poison. Lu Yufan and Lu Yurong, father and daughter, offered Lu Zhiyao polite smiles, hoping to engage her in conversation, but upon catching a glare from Lu Zhiwei, they reluctantly took their leave. The room finally fell silent, and Lu Zhiwei, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Zhiyao, has your ability upgraded?" Previously, she could only restore to her original level, yet today she had remarkably elevated it to a higher tier. She speculated that Lu Zhiyao's powers must have indeed progressed. Lu Zhiyao confirmed, "Yes, I just upgraded when I received your call." Lu Zhiwei's eyes gleamed. Could she dare to hope for an upgrade to 3S? Sensing her thoughts, Lu Zhiyao elaborated, "Transitioning from S to 2S is already a challenge. To progress from 2S to 3S, my mental capacity must first reach S level or above. This realization dawned upon her while using her instrument, as skills consumed her physical energy, which was inherently limited by her mental capacity level. Despite the advantage of her book, she was still merely at sea level. Managing to elevate Lu Zhiyao to 2S was already her utmost limit. She needed to enhance herself before she could assist others. Lu Zhiyao interrupted. Did you not see that little sister is already exhausted? Stop holding her back. Let her rest. Lu Zhiyao had expended too much energy, even with the recovery scrolls. Her complexion was pale, and her frail appearance only deepened Lu Zhiyao's concern. Lu Zhiwei, too, recognized her impatience and urged her to rest. Indeed, Lu Zhiyao felt fatigued. Her days filled with classes and nights spent live streaming had left her little time for proper rest. Seizing the opportunity, she indulged in a restorative slumber. Upon awakening, her first priority was to elevate her mental capacity. Although indifferent to others' opinions, being constantly reminded of her sea level was far from pleasant. Applying several primary recovery scrolls to herself, she took a deep breath and initiated her instrument. The barren sea of mental energy, initially tranquil, suddenly erupted with a multitude of luminous points. Densely packed and surging forth with the melody, gradually filling the desolate sea of mental energy, layer upon layer, until it roiled and swelled, reaching heights that overflowed. These luminous points began to reshape their surroundings, expanding until they could no longer contain themselves. This process consumed considerable time, and when she finally opened her eyes, it was deep into the night. Astonished by the newfound distinction in her mental capacity, Lu Zhiyao was eager to ascertain her current level. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Zhiyao and Lu Zhiwei entered with a testing device. Having not seen Lu Zhiyao leave during the day, they suspected she had begun upgrading her mental capacity. Thus, they had kept watch outside all day, ensuring no one intruded. Now, hearing movement, they stealthily brought the testing device inside. Given the uniqueness of her abilities, it was prudent to keep her progress discreet to avoid unnecessary complications. Lu Zhiwei hastily urged her to conduct the test. Ever since the incident, she had been striving to improve herself. Despite her efforts, her elder brother had narrowly escaped death. This realization struck her hard. Possessing abilities did not guarantee her the means to protect those she cared for. Only by empowering her younger sister and elder brother could she feel secure. The testing device activated, and the three shared a sense of anticipation. Lu Zhiyao's concerns were not unfounded. The events of the previous day had spread throughout the Hua clan's aristocracy. It was already remarkable that Lu Zhiyao had managed to restore her downgrading mental capacity due to injury back to its original state. However, the injured were a minority, thus garnering limited attention. It wasn't until the news of Lu Zhiyao's incident circulated that they began to take matters seriously. It was well known that after the age of 18, it became exceedingly difficult to upgrade, and Lu Zhiyao was already 21. Remarkably, he had turned misfortune into fortune, not only escaping death, but also ascending from S level to the Hua clan's highest SS level. Previously, the Lu family had only one 2S level member, Lu Zhiwei, which was already a cause for concern. Now, with Lu Zhiyao added to the mix, could the Lu family be on the brink of a resurgence? Yi Jiangwo received the news the following day and found himself in a state of agitation. What he had once considered a disposable burden turned out to be a treasure they had relinquished themselves. This was a truth he found difficult to accept. Upon encountering Yi Tianai, his feelings intensified. He began to view her with disdain, blaming her for his decision to abandon his own flesh and blood. Yi Tianai felt equally troubled, grappling with feelings of envy and inadequacy. She longed to seize those powers for herself. Yet, lacking the ability to usurp others' abilities, she could only silently gnash her teeth. However, she cast a worried glance at Yi Tianyan. Would she also lose the only familial bond she possessed? Yi Tianyan had begun to regret pushing Lu Zhiyao away. Remembering the 2 years of care and admiration she had shown him, he wished he could slap himself twice. After all, she was his biological sister, a sister endowed with remarkable capabilities. Yet, upon witnessing the gaze of his beloved, he knew he must restrain himself from overt displays of emotion. The bond forged over many years could not simply be dismissed. Without hesitation, Yi Jiangwo, accompanied by Yi Tianyun, made his way to the Lu family, with Yi Tianai stealthily trailing behind. Meanwhile, the Yi family found it challenging to let go, unaware that Chun Yukai of the Chun family was equally reluctant. After all, she was to be his future bride. Thus, he swiftly gathered a group and charged towards the Lu residence. The Yi and Chun families collided at the entrance of the Lu residence, exchanging superficial pleasantries before attempting to storm inside together, only to be halted by Steward Lu. "Might I inquire about the purpose of your late-night visit?" Chun Yukai retorted defiantly. "I am here to find my fiancée, Yi." Taken aback by their audacity, Steward Lu hesitated. "It is late. Would it not be prudent to wait until morning?" Although Lu Zhiyao had previously advised him to refuse visitors for a few days, he was at a loss, facing one who claimed to be Miss Zhiyao's biological father and another who proclaimed to be her fiancé. Chun Yukai coldly scoffed. "Whether it is late or early is of no concern. I, Chun Yukai, shall enter as I please, relying on the 5 radiant stone mines owned by the Chun family. They have turned a blind eye to Chun Yotsai's expenditures, believing that matters easily resolved with wealth are of little consequence. Consequently, his behavior has become increasingly unruly. As he prepares to storm through the gates of the Lu family, the Yi family lurks in the shadows, eager to seize the opportunity. Steward Lu is in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He hastily sent someone to summon Lu Zhiyao while also positioning guards at the entrance. The audacity of these two families to force their way in without proper discourse was indeed alarming. Witnessing this commotion, Yi Tianyun could not help but smirk in derision. The Lu family truly believed that they possessed an inviolable claim over the territory. Seizing the moment of chaos, he unleashed his newly attained level 5 lightning ability, Thunderstorm. Indeed, he had finally elevated his power to level 5, a feat accomplished through the betrayal of Lu Zhiyao in exchange for the advanced Shiguang stone obtained from the abilities research. He has now acquired formidable abilities, enabling him to protect his younger sister with great care. Chapter 21. Under the 3S thunderstorm, a group of individuals was struck down, instantly rendered paralyzed and collapsed. Yi Tianyun cast a cold glance at Chun Yukai, who lay moaning on the ground, and prepared to enter with Yi Jiangwo and Yi Tianai. However, they were unexpectedly halted by an ancient longsword. It was none other than Xie Yuma, who was concerned about Lu Zhiyao coming to pay a visit. Witnessing this scene, Xie Yuma was appalled by their shamelessness. He cast a cold glance at Yi Tianyun, showing no signs of yielding. Upon seeing him, Yi Tianyun couldn't help but hesitate. Xie Yuma hailed from the ancient martial arts family of the Xie clan, possessing a remarkable 2S mental strength. Although lacking supernatural abilities, he had once defeated all peers with supernatural powers using this very sword, proving to be an adversary not to be underestimated. Yi Tianai's heart fluttered at the sight of Xie Yuma. This young man had the uncanny ability to ignite her emotions at any moment. She had cultivated a friendship with Wang, yearning solely to draw closer to Xie Yuma, yet he remained aloof, seemingly oblivious to her several advances. Xie Yuma remained unmoved, even taking a step closer. As the sharp glint of the sword threatened to pierce his skin, Yi Tianyun had no choice but to retreat. Yet he was unwilling to concede. He could not believe that a level 5 supernatural ability would prove insufficient against him. He cast a knowing glance at Yi Tianai, who immediately understood his intent. Apologetically, she glanced at Xie Yuma before suddenly unleashing her water-based abilities. A vast column of water cascaded towards him, and although he deftly wielded his sword to evade it, his garments were still considerably dampened. Just as he felt a surge of irritation, Yi Tianyun's lightning attack struck. This was, in fact, a collaborative technique employed by the Yi siblings, utilizing the conductive properties of water to amplify their lightning abilities to the utmost. As the lightning threatened to ensnare Xie Yuma's wet attire, an overwhelming mental pressure descended, pinning everyone but him firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. It was a sensation of pressure unlike anything they had ever experienced, even surpassing the formidable 2S level. How could this be possible? The highest mental power level within the Hua clan was only 2S. Struggling to raise his gaze, Yi Tianyun beheld none other than Lu Zhiyao stepping forward. This was inconceivable. They had received word that Lu Zhiyao had indeed ascended to 2S. This immense pressure, exceeding all known limits, could not possibly emanate from him. Yet, it was undeniably from Lu Zhiyao. Just moments ago, under the anticipation of the three, the detection results for Lu Zhiyao had inexplicably failed to manifest. The representative red indicator had surpassed the highest level of 3S and continued climbing, reaching the pinnacle of the level chart. The Hua clan had not witnessed any mental power exceeding 3S for decades. Thus, the detection devices currently in use could only measure up to 3S. This indicated that Lu Zhiyao's mental power level had ascended beyond 3S. They gazed at Lu Zhiyao in disbelief, while she, brimming with excitement, pulled them closer and exclaimed, "Now I can upgrade you." Unlike them, Lu Zhiyao did not place as much importance on the levels of mental power. Her primary concern was whether she could complete the rescue mission in a timely manner. Consequently, she appeared remarkably composed compared to them, even finding the leisure to contemplate further elevating their statuses. She counted on her fingers the Lu siblings, Xie Yuma, and a newly acquainted junior, Yao Lina, a total of 4 individuals whom she could elevate to the 3S level. She sensed that this was likely the limit of her ability to assist with upgrades through her skills, and that further advancements would require additional exploration. With less than a decade until the deadline, she felt confident that time was on her side. Thus, as the Yi family prepared to force their way into the Lu residence, she had already successfully elevated the Lu siblings to the 3S level. Of course, it was possible that due to the limitations of the detection device, they might be even higher. However, under the current circumstances, they had to make do. Yi Tianyun stared with reddened eyes at Lu Zhiyao, who was merely at the 3S level, consumed by a deep-seated envy. All of this should have been his. He is indeed the biological brother of Lu Zhiyao. I demand to see Lu Zhiyao, he shouted furiously. Subsequently, he politely invited Xie Yuma inside. Why has this fellow come again? He also harbored a disdain for Xie Yuma, yet his demeanor towards Yi Tianyun was markedly more favorable. Stop right there. Qin Yukai finally managed to rise from the ground. After a series of tumultuous events, his once immaculate suit had become utterly disheveled, and his already sullen countenance appeared even more grim. He scoffed, "Bring Lu Zhiyao out. Her husband has arrived." Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow. "What is this? Seeking death? Are we?" Perhaps in the past, he would have been wary of the Chun family's financial power, but now he possessed the strength to protect his family and had no fear of such a trifling family as the Chins. "Oh, quite audacious, aren't we?" Qin Yukai feigned applause, his expression turning icy. "Aren't you afraid that our Chun family might sever your access to the Shiguang stone?" Afraid? Other families might tremble, but the Lu family does not fear in the slightest. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhiyao had the confidence to assert such a claim. Most members of the Lu family do not rely on the enhancement of their abilities through the use of Shiguang stones. Instead, they strive to improve through relentless self-discipline and training. This commitment results in a slower progression of their abilities compared to other families, which is one of the reasons for the Lu family's relative weakness. However, the foundation of their abilities, cultivated in this manner, is far more robust. In recent years, both Uncle Lu and Uncle San have begun to utilize Shiguang stones to augment their own powers. Yet the majority of the younger generation remains steadfast in adhering to the traditional training methods of the Lu family. He scoffed, moreover. "Can you truly assume leadership of the Qin family?" Although Chun Yukai, the second son of the family head, enjoyed a life free from worry, thanks to the bonds of brotherhood, his position was increasingly precarious. Within the family, dissatisfaction with him had long since brewed. He not only neglected his responsibilities, but also incessantly tarnished the family's reputation. Over the years, his marital woes had nearly obliterated the Chun family's honor, leading to a growing sentiment among families that virtuous daughters should not marry into the Chun clan. Enraged and humiliated, Qin Yukai summoned the family servants in a reckless attempt to confront the Lu family. However, his aggressive intentions were swiftly curtailed by the timely arrival of the family head. Chen Yud, recognizing that the Lu family was on the rise, he understood that this was not the time to forge enmity, but rather to cultivate alliances. He forcefully struck Chun Yukai across the face. Subsequently, he apologetically clasped his hands towards Lu Zhiyao, expressing his regrets. I beg your pardon. My younger brother has acted rather foolishly. I hope the Lu family head will not take offense. Chun Yud let out a quiet sigh of relief as he seized Chun Yukai by the ear, instructing the Chun family servants to bind him and escort him away. The actions were swift and decisive, truly reflective of the resolute nature of the Chun family patriarch. His gaze quickly fell upon Yi Jiangwo, who lay sprawled on the ground. After all, he was the father of his younger sister. Should he render assistance or not? Unable to overcome his internal conflict, he turned away as if he had not seen, entering the house and instructing steward Lu to close the door and dismiss the guests. Yi Jiangwo, filled with rage, scrambled to his feet, kicking the Lu family's grand door several times in frustration before ceasing. Umph. You refuse to let me in, do you? I shall find an opportunity to meet. With that, he turned to leave. Yi Tianyun silently helped Yi Tianai to her feet, trailing behind her, though his steps were slow. All of this should have belonged to him. Chapter 22. A sea-level underachiever? Upon entering his home, Yi Jiangwo was met with a resounding slap that sent him flying. He halted abruptly, reflecting on his recent actions, and shamefully lowered his head. Indeed, this was a case of losing sight of the greater good while fixating on trivial matters. He furiously pointed at Yi Tianai and exclaimed, "Leave. I do not wish to see you at this moment." Yi Jiangwo and Yi Tianyun, father and son, failed to discern the man's insidious attempts at sowing discord, yet he saw it all too clearly. However, since Lu Zhiyao previously possessed no abilities and was merely at the C rank, he deemed the Yi family to be of little significance and chose not to expend his energy meddling further. Consequently, he could only watch helplessly as this bloodline of the Yi family departed. He truly feels regret. Yi Jiangwo struggled to rise from the ground, having endured the oppression of Lu Zhiyao and the slap of his own brother today, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he let out a mocking laugh. What is this? Are you trying to play the role of the Good Samaritan now? He has always been aware of Lu Jiangwo's ambition, yet in his eyes, Lu is merely an insignificant ant, hardly worthy of mention. Even his son Yi Tianyun pales in comparison to his own Yi Tianxi. He coldly observed his various antics, unwilling to intervene. Now he found himself in a predicament, desperately trying to ingratiate himself with the Chun family, only to inadvertently relinquish his own treasure. The mere thought of it made him choke back blood. Truly a case of achieving less and losing more. After voicing his frustrations, he waved his sleeve and departed, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of delivering a few more slaps. Inside the bedroom, upon hearing that Yi Jianjun had finally left, Yi Tianai dared to cover her face and weep. This was all Lu Zhiyao's fault, all because of her. She vehemently attributed all the blame to Lu Zhiyao, never once considering if she bore any responsibility herself. The Cultural Heritage Ambassador's live stream commenced promptly at 8 p.m., marking a month since its inception. Each evening at the designated hour, Lu Zhiyao would diligently appear to conduct lessons, covering the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting in an orderly fashion. The follower count surged from 100,000 to an impressive 300,000. However, with the increasing audience, some unsavory comments began to emerge in the chat. Rich and handsome, why hasn't the host revealed her face? Is she perhaps a hideous creature? Min, are you here just to see her face? This is a learning live stream, so focus on studying. Live for 500 more years. What's going on upstairs? If you're not here to learn, then scram. Don't disturb my studies. As the arguments escalated, Lu Zhiyao paused momentarily. The player opposite her, Xieyumuo, glanced at the comments and calmly remarked, "Ignore them. Let us continue." Ping Piga, my idol finally spoke. I'm captivated by your hands. Look at me. Idol. Finger addicted to smoke? Idol. Your voice is so melodious. Please say more. Lu Zhiyao chuckled. This is a learning live stream. I apologize for not showing my face. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Tianai was finally convinced that this host was indeed Lu Zhiyao. She realized that lately, whenever it struck 8 p.m., Yi Tianyin would retreat to his room for some unknown purpose, and upon eavesdropping, she discovered he was watching a live stream. After several days of observation, she managed to locate this streaming room, only to find it was dedicated to teaching. However, as she discerned the pieces on the board, she recognized something amiss. The pieces were imbued with the abilities Lu Zhiyao had previously utilized, and upon hearing the host's voice again, her conviction solidified that the host was Lu Zhiyao. To her astonishment, the player opposite her was Xie Yumuo. How could she forget his voice? A malicious glint flashed in her eyes. Not only had she usurped her brother, but now she was also trying to steal away the person she admired. Biting her lip, she opened the comments section of the live stream. Fortunate little love. The host is a C-grade student expelled from Will Academy. Rich and handsome, huh? So she is not just ugly, but also a C-grade failure. Bathing with the door open. Expelled for Will Academy? Does she even have the audacity to teach? Am I being duped? I just bought an expensive gouging, costing me a month's worth of living expenses. Fortunate little love. Beware of being deceived. You might end up purchasing a bunch of flashy but useless items. Spending money on rubbish. Hope of the entire village. What? I just ordered a set of chess pieces. Fortunate little love. Hurry and return it to minimize your losses. As the number of viewers swelled, it became evident they had come to mock her. Lu Zhiyao, feeling exasperated, finally spoke up. Fortunate little love, please refrain from spreading rumors. I was not expelled from Will Academy. I chose to transfer. Fortunate little love, who knows? You have no proof. Lu Zhiyao harbored suspicions, but she was too late to block Yi Tianyun as she had previously done, for the topic had already garnered everyone's attention. If she did not clarify the matter and simply blocked her, it would play right into her hands. Whether she attended Will Academy or not was irrelevant. What truly mattered was the promotion of the cultural heritage she advocated. Fortunate little love. What credibility does a C-grade student have in teaching something genuine and useful? Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow, having deduced that this was indeed Yi Tian AI. No one else could so confidently divulge her information and harbor such animosity towards her. As many began to voice their intentions to unfollow and return purchases, Xie Yumuo couldn't help but look at her with concern. He understood that she placed great importance on this live broadcast, having invested considerable time and effort into it. If it were to be disrupted, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. However, Lu Zhiyao remained remarkably composed. Who says that those at the sea level lack valuable knowledge? It is well known that within our Huaxia community, there are numerous sea-level individuals, some of whom may not even reach that tier. Are we to label these folks as illiterate? The hope of the entire village. Yes, I am also a sea-level individual. Yet I managed to gain admission to Fenghua University. I do not believe that being sea-level equates to being useless. The summer of being chased by dogs. Indeed, I am an ordinary person devoid of spiritual prowess. Yet I am still a teacher. The knowledge imparted by the young lady in this live room is immensely beneficial. I have already begun to educate the children here. A multitude of sea-level individuals and ordinary folk emerged, instantaneously drowning out the comments from Lucky Xiao AI. Lucky Xiao AI. This streamer may not be selling anything, but she is indirectly guiding you all to consume. Consider how much you have spent recently on learning these so-called arts. Bathing without closing the door. Exactly. No profit, no early risers, under the guise of education. Is it not still about money? Perhaps they were expelled from university and hurried out to earn money, all while falsely claiming to offer free lessons. How absurd. I demand a refund. Lucky Xiao AI. Yes, use your brains. What is the streamer after? Is it not money? Chapter 23. What is she after? What is she after? Of course, it is to save you all. Lu Zhiyao was utterly speechless. She could not reveal the true reason, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The comments section had been overrun by various speculations. Yi Tianai watched the screen with a cold smile, keen to see how she would explain herself. Suddenly, Pink Pig interjected. By the way, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but ever since I started learning the gouging from the streamer, my spiritual power level appears to have elevated from B level to mid-B level. Mid-level is between B and A. I am a most handsome. Pink Pig. I hadn't noticed it until you mentioned it. I was nearing a level, but stagnated for 2 years, and just as I was about to turn 18 with no progress. I recently tested and found that I had actually surpassed A level. Live for another 500 years. Is this true? Are you certain that your progress began only after studying with the streamer? I am the most handsome. I am certain. Live for another 500 years. Holy, I just tested as well, and I too have leveled up. Although it's only by a third, I'm already 25 years old. The comment section fell into a brief silence, followed by an increasing number of individuals who had studied sharing their results, all of which showed some degree of improvement. They were astonished and began calling their family and friends to observe. The live room was suddenly flooded with more viewers as the follower count surged from 300, 000 to 1, 000, 000, and it continued to rise. Yi Tianai finally threw her phone down in frustration. Listening to the commotion from the adjacent room, Yi Tianyan remained unfazed, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the display results of the testing device. Driven by curiosity about Lu Zhiyao's abilities, he tuned into the live broadcast daily, even participating in the studies of the arts. Today, witnessing Xiao AI stirring discord within, he restrained himself from speaking out, fearing that Lu Zhiyao might discover him and block him. To his surprise, he experienced an unexpected delight. His spiritual power had indeed increased by a third. Xie Yumao was equally astonished. Could studying these subjects truly enhance one's spiritual energy? As the live room became sluggish due to the sudden influx of viewers, Lu Zhiyao decisively opted to conclude the session early. Upon seeing Xie Yumao's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but smile. Here, as a birthday gift for you. Initially, she had planned to celebrate Xie Yumao's birthday after the broadcast. Having overheard Wang Yining mention that Xie Yumao's birthday was approaching, she had already decided on a gift. She invited Xie Yumao to sit across from her, poured him a cup of tea, and then unveiled her freshly crafted qin, allowing a melody of high mountains and flowing water to pour forth. Xie Yumao stared at her in a daze, perplexed as to how she knew it was his birthday and had even prepared a gift. Suddenly, he keenly sensed the mingling light points within the music, slowly encroaching upon his sea of spiritual energy. He instinctively prepared to resist, yet upon glimpsing Lu Zhiyao playing the piano ahead, he inexplicably halted and began to lower his guard, allowing the shimmering lights to envelop him. After performing piece after piece, Lu Zhiyao finally ceased, raising his gaze to find Xie Yuma staring at him with wide-eyed astonishment. This sensation, he looked at Lu Zhiyao in disbelief. He finally comprehended the nature of her gift, which astonishingly elevated his mental prowess to the 3S level. He initially believed that such special treatment was exclusive to the Lu siblings, but to his astonishment, Lu Zhiyao was equally generous towards him. He was not particularly eloquent, and at that moment, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he struggled to find the right words. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with jest in response to Lu Zhiyao's teasing gaze. I will protect you from now on. Lu Zhiyao paused in surprise, then recalled that she had said the same thing to Yao Lina before. She never expected him to remember, let alone use it in such a context. She felt a chuckle rising within her, but seeing his serious expression, she suppressed her laughter and nodded. All right. You will protect me from now on. The following day during history class, the teacher was discussing the timeline of the Xiguang stone mines occupation by the M tribe, marking the beginning of the fierce territorial disputes among various factions. Meanwhile, some students in the classroom were yawning while others were engaged in hushed conversations. Leaning in closer, they were discussing a live stream hosted by someone called the National Style Ambassador. The previous night's broadcast had been recorded and shared over 1 billion times, creating a sensation as numerous viewers claimed that their mental prowess had significantly increased after following the host's teachings. Many were skeptical about the authenticity of these claims, while others believed that those proclaiming their enhancements were merely shills. Nevertheless, a portion of the students had secretly ordered materials, eager to begin their studies that very evening. Regardless of the truth, one must verify for themselves. After all, apart from the relatively expensive guzheng, the other materials were reasonably priced. Yao Lina discreetly poked Lu Zhiyao's hand, who was diligently taking notes. The unexpected jolt caused her to write "ask you," and she looked up at Yao Lina with a hint of annoyance. Did you see that live stream? Still focused on the lecture, Lu Zhiyao casually asked. What live stream? The National Style Ambassador. Lu Zhiyao remained composed. Why? Yao lina pacienti ifploinet. I heard that studying under this host can enhance your mental prowess. Would you like to give it a try? She remembered how Lu Zhiyao had been ridiculed for being a C-level at the beginning of the semester, and upon hearing such promising news, she was eager to share it with her. With a mysterious smile, Lu Zhiyao whispered, "Guess what level I am now?" Huh? Yao Lina looked at her in confusion, then casually reached out to probe. What? You can't be serious. She was astonished that her B level could not detect a C level. Her mouth dropped open, and for a moment, words eluded her. Amused, Lu Zhiyao gently closed her mouth and then revealed an even more astonishing revelation. I am a National Style Ambassador. Yao Lina jumped to her feet, prompting the history teacher to adjust his glasses and inquire, "Classmate, do you have something to share?" Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly grabbed the giggling Lu Zhiyao and dashed out, not forgetting to ask for the teacher's permission. "Teacher, I'm feeling unwell." She asked, accompanying me to the doctor. As she was pulled along, Lu Zhiyao found no reason to be upset and teasingly remarked, "Yao, you are a natural at feigning illness. So, you are the National Style Ambassador? Indeed, your mental prowess has increased?" "Yes." However, Yao Lina's joyous expression suddenly fell. "I thought you were my dear sister. How could you hide such a significant matter from me?" Lu Zhiyao shook her head in exasperation. "I intended to surprise you with it." Before she could respond, Lu Zhiyao urged her to sit down and began the enhancement process. Summoning the illusory Guzheng, she played a series of enchanting melodies, and soon, Yao Lina successfully advanced to the 3S level. She confirmed that this was the highest level she could achieve through her skills. Thereafter, they would need to pursue improvement through various methods. Yet once the barrier of the 2S level was broken, the path ahead would not be fraught with difficulties. The spirit of the Hua tribe had begun to awaken. Chapter 24. The eve of the trial, when Lu Zhiyao received a call from Ding Weiguo, she had just finished her live stream. She continued to broadcast her lessons promptly at 8 p.m. every evening. Her follower count had soared to a staggering 1 billion, nearly encompassing 60 of the Hua tribe's population. Many individuals without accounts had registered anew based on recommendations from relatives and friends to watch and learn. The comments section gradually saw a decline in negative remarks, leaving behind devoted fans eager to learn and genuinely benefit from the teachings. The Lu family business was flourishing, yet they found themselves overwhelmed with the demands of producing materials and tools, which required tremendous time and labor, but they took great pleasure in their work. The position of Lu Zhiyao as the family head was now unassailable. Everything was progressing positively. However, upon hearing Ding Weiguo's call, Lu Zhiyao realized that it was still far from sufficient. Ding Weiguo had learned about Lu Zhiyao's mental prowess upgrade. He had borrowed a testing device from the Hua tribe's headquarters capable of measuring levels above 3S, confirming her true level to be 5S. This marked the emergence of the sixth 5S level after the M in our tribes, and it was from the Hua tribe. Somehow, the news had leaked, and both the M and our tribes were now aware. Their reactions were entirely anticipated. Ding Weiguo expressed his deep regret, having not foreseen that a spy had infiltrated his research team. It was no wonder that there had been persistent rumors about their laboratory conducting inhumane experiments, which proved futile to dispel. The issue lay within their ranks. They had finally apprehended a few culprits, but he was uncertain if there were others hidden deeper within. He dared not meet with Lu Zhiyao again, opting instead to communicate through confidential calls, fearing that his presence might inadvertently jeopardize the hopes of the Hua clan. This time, the M clan and our clan were targeting more than just you, due to your dissemination of knowledge regarding national cultural heritage. Our Hua populace has begun to significantly enhance its strength, which has incited their panic. Ding Weiguo has already relayed this information to the school, yet he remains powerless to halt the forthcoming trials. The future hopes of the Hua clan cannot be mere sheltered flowers. They must undergo rigorous training to flourish. All right, I shall do my utmost, he said before hanging up, while Lu Zhiyao helplessly gazed at the trial notification in her hand. The freshman trials were set to commence in 5 days, compelling her to announce a suspension of her live broadcasts. As this trial would last a month, and prohibited the use of any communication devices. Fortunately, she had completed recording all foundational tutorials, allowing new viewers to learn from the pre-recorded sessions. Butler Lu watched with concern as Lu Zhiyao cleared the storeroom of all the Xian paper. It was quite an expense, yet he was powerless to intervene, for all this Xian paper had been prepared in advance by Lu Zhiyao. Upon discovering Lu Zhiyao's skills in calligraphy and painting, Lu Zhiyao had set aside half of each batch of Xian paper made for her, accumulating a significant stockpile. With the trials approaching, she needed to prepare a large quantity of talismans, prompting her to retrieve everything at once, creating a particularly striking sight. "Zhiyao, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to let me know," she remarked, though her intentions went beyond mere support. She also sought opportunities to approach Lu Zhiyao, unfortunately, remained indifferent. With a scoff, Lu Yushu glanced at her niece, who was still lingering at home, and forced a smile, saying, "Zhiyao, could you spare some of the talisman paper you've made for my son, Changfeng?" Lu Yushu's son, Lu Changfeng, was also a freshman at Fenghua University, and 3 young members of the Lu family were participating in the trials this time. Lu Zhiyao had already promised her elder brother to look after them, so she nonchalantly nodded in agreement. As Lu Zhiyao's strength grew and more family members began to prosper under Lu Zhiyao's guidance, he recognized the shifting tides and ceased to covet the position of family head, instead focusing earnestly on nurturing his son. After all, fortunes can change in 30 years. Perhaps one day his son would fulfill his aspirations. Days of relentless busyness left Lu Zhiyao utterly exhausted, her hand nearly cramping from writing. With a flourish, she used a basic restoration scroll, immediately revitalizing her spirit, and now her inventory was plentiful. Why not make use of it? She divided the completed restoration scrolls and enhancement talismans into several portions, stowing the remainder into Xiao Ding's spatial pouch. Xiao Ding remained silent, bound by rules that prevented it from speaking, leaving it unable to offer any hints. Not receiving a response, she sighed, "No rush, there is still time." On the day the trials commenced, the Lu siblings rose early to bid farewell to Lu Zhiyao. Just as she was about to board the airship, Lu Zhiyao clung to her, incessantly imparting reminders, much to the amusement of their peers. However, they dared not laugh too openly, for Lu Zhiyao's display of strength in confronting a male classmate during the school's opening had commanded their respect. Finally, unable to endure the scene any longer, Lu Zhiwei interjected, "All right, if you keep this up, little sister 1T be able to leave." Casting a glance at the stern face of instructor Wu Chun, Lu Zhiqiao had no choice but to utilize the remaining moments to impart his final instructions. Above all, protecting yourself is paramount. Understand? Seeing her nod obediently, he reluctantly descended the steps, watching wistfully as the airship's doors swiftly closed. Due to a virus outbreak over 2 centuries ago, many animals underwent genetic mutations, evolving into exotic beasts. These beasts are classified from levels 1 to 10, with level 3 posing the greatest challenge for freshmen. Hence, each year, the trials for first-year students are held in the Western Forest, where level 3 beasts congregate. The trials divide 300 first-year students into 30 teams of 10. Xiaumo and Yao Lina were fortunate to be placed in the same team as Lu Zhiyao, while Lu Changfeng was assigned to another group with 2 other members of the Lu family. As he accepted the restoration scroll and enhancement talismans from Lu Zhiyao, Lu Changfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, having overheard his father requesting such items from her. He lifted his gaze to steal a glance at her. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she murmured her gratitude in a barely audible voice. Observing his towering height of nearly 1.8 meters juxtaposed with his introverted demeanor, Lu Zhiyao found it somewhat amusing. She stifled a laugh and gently offered, "If you need assistance, feel free to approach me." Lu Changfeng felt a surge of embarrassment and could only nod in silence. Was it her smile that rendered him so bashful? Chapter 25. The trial team Ling Su, her head aching, held the group assignment list and let out a disheartened sigh upon noticing the dominance of history majors in her team. The sheer number of history students skewed the distribution, making their presence overwhelmingly significant. She examined the composition of each group. There were only 1 or 2 command majors per team, while the majority consisted of abilities combat majors, averaging around 5 or 6, along with a smattering of history and niche subject students. In her own team, she was the sole command major, joined by 3 abilities combat majors, 3 history majors, 2 medical majors, and 1 equipment specialist. This arrangement was relatively favorable compared to other teams. Spotting Lu Zhiyao's name among the history majors, her eyebrows arched in surprise. Wasn't this the C-grade student who had garnered much attention at the start of the term? Instantly, she felt reassured, as another combatant had joined their ranks. After each team member submitted their communication devices, they received a month's worth of survival supplies, which included 1,000 low-grade Xiguang stones, 5 Xiguang arrows, 10 wristbands, along with some compressed food and waterproof tents and sleeping bags. These supplies were evenly divided into 10 portions, with each member receiving 1 share. The 5 Xiguang arrows were allocated to the 3 abilities combat majors, with Ling Su taking 1 for herself and the last one going to Lu Zhiyao. The Xiguang arrows required embedding with Xiguang stones for use, enabling short-range, high-energy explosive shots, though each firing consumed 1 low-grade stone. This meant their team had a total of 1,000 shots to utilize. Once depleted, they would have to rely on their abilities alone. Most team members accepted this arrangement without dissent. However, Feng Yu from the medical department scoffed, why should a history major wield a weapon? Having evaded physical training at the start of the term through her parents' connections, she had not witnessed Lu Zhiyao's earlier challenge. Sun Bing, an abilities combat major, had hoped to be grouped with his friends, but ended up on the same team as Lu Zhiyao. His friend was the very same individual who, during the training session, had attempted to challenge Lu Zhiyao and ended up losing 11 points instead. Recalling his friend's misfortune, he couldn't help but voice, I do not recommend arming non-combat personnel. Under Lu Zhiyao's icy stare, Sun Bing shrank back. He had observed everything that day and had some understanding of her prowess. If he were to face her, he could not be entirely confident of victory. Yet, he was unable to suppress his indignation and felt compelled to speak up for his friend. Yao Lina cast a disdainful glance at the two of them, declaring, if you think you can defeat her, then the arrows are yours. Let us fight. Am I afraid of a history major? Relying on her A-grade status and water abilities, Feng Yu had not only honed her healing skills, but also practiced her combat techniques. To take down a history major should be a trivial matter. Lu Zhiyao remained unperturbed, not even shifting an inch. Such trivial provocations were not worthy of her engagement. Feng Yu wiped her face, only to see the smudged makeup and foundation on her hands, prompting her to burst into tears. Ling Su, observing Feng Yu's humiliation with a cold gaze, feigned a conciliatory demeanor. One must be prepared for backlash when daring to question the allocation of command. In truth, she had taken the opportunity to probe further. She was intrigued by the strength of a C-grade student, yet she could discern nothing conclusive. The only explanation was that Lu Zhiyao's mental prowess surpassed her own, which instilled her with greater confidence in Lu Zhiyao's capabilities. Feng Huayu watched the unfolding drama with amusement, casting a cryptic glance at Lu Zhiyao, only to be met with the intense gaze of Xie Yuma, who stood beside her. He was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a bright smile, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Huayu, a combat specialist with an SSS-class mental prowess and lightning abilities. Observing his handsome demeanor, Feng Yu felt a stir in her heart and promptly introduced herself. I am Feng Yu, a medic with an A-class mental capacity and water abilities. Sun Bing, with a reluctant tone, added, I am Sun Bing, a combat specialist with an S-class mental capacity and ice abilities. Another member from the history department gently introduced himself. I am Yu Xiangfei from the history department with an A-class mental capacity and wind abilities. I look forward to your guidance. Additionally, there was Wei Chung Wu from the medical department with an A-class and water abilities and Feng Yu Dao from the weapons department, possessing dual S-class abilities in X-ray vision and metal manipulation. X-ray vision? Feng Yu instinctively covered her chest in shock, gazing at Feng Yu Dao. He nodded helplessly. It's only for metal, rest assured. All right. Ling Su clapped her hands. I am Ling Su from the command department with an S-class mental capacity and control abilities. Lu Zhiyao, Xie and Yao Lina also introduced themselves, all discreetly omitting their true levels, merely stating they were of 2S class, which astonished everyone. For 2S individuals in a single team, is 2S so common now? Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air. It was Chief Instructor Chao Fei. Seeing that everyone was ready, he began to outline the rules of the competition. The trial would last for 1 month, during which contact with the outside world was prohibited. Each group would score points by hunting exotic beasts. 1 point for a level 1 beast, 3 points for a level 2 beast, and 6 points for a level 3 beast. The wristbands worn by each participant would automatically record their scores. After 1 month, they would return to the original location for a tally and ranking. Chao Fei emphasized that if a wristband was taken by members of another team, the points would also be forfeited to the opposing team. The crowd erupted in chatter, realizing this encouraged internal competition. Now, press the green button on your wristbands to commence your trial journey, Chao Fei declared, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he anticipated the chaotic scenes of the new students. Ahem, I would also like to remind everyone that in the event of life-threatening danger, you must press the red button on your wristband to call for help. Recalling the principal's instructions, he reiterated, do not forget that safety comes first. I hope you all return safely. As the new students dispersed into the western forest, Wu Chen asked, did Lu Zhiyao agree? It turned out that prior to the trial, Chao Fei and Professor Yun had persuaded Lu Zhiyao to participate in the all-around competition. Chao Fei smiled. She agreed, so we must ensure she remains unharmed. The future of Fenghua University depends on these promising talents. Wu Chen also began to anticipate the special training that would follow the trial. In the dense forest, Xie Yuma crouched to examine the footprints on the grass, and then signaled for silence among the group. He gently parted the bushes and beheld a level 3 aberrant beast. Ling Su immediately employed her control ability, Illusion, but as her powers were only at level 3, she could maintain control for but a fleeting 3 seconds. Seizing this brief window, Feng Huayu swiftly drew the radiant arrow and loosed it. However, a sudden gust of wind disrupted the trajectory of the arrow, causing it to strike the main trunk of a locust tree instead, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. As the 3 seconds elapsed, the aberrant beast fixed its strange, crimson eyes upon them. They had been discovered. Chapter 26. Reaping the rewards, the crowd gasped in alarm. They had hoped to gain an advantage through a surprise attack, only to be interrupted by an unexpected arrival. Ling Su glared in the direction from which the wind blew. A small party had fortuitously passed by. The opposing team leader grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He then signaled his companions to conceal themselves, preparing to take advantage of the situation. Infuriating. Yet, they now had no choice but to confront this level 3 aberrant beast head-on. It was a mutated elk, brandishing 2 sharp antlers, charging toward them with thunderous determination. Sun Bing immediately erected a wall of ice, but the level 3 beast easily shattered it with a single thrust of its antlers. Feng Huayu aimed once more, but the beast, now forewarned, nimbly evaded the attack, moving with such speed that it was impossible to hit. As it bore down upon them, its sharp antlers began to emanate an eerie blue light. Xie Yuma, rather than retreating, leaped above the beast and slashed down with his sword. The beast hastily dodged, yet a gash was still etched into its back, blood erupting forth, inciting its fury. The peculiar blue light from its antlers suddenly discharged, transforming into 2 bolts of lightning. This creature possessed lightning abilities. The bolts sliced through the air like daggers aimed at Xie Yuma, who hastily conjured an electric net to intercept them. In an instant, a torrent of water swords materialized, dispersing the 2 bolts of lightning into a vast spray directed at Xie Yuma. As it appeared that escape was futile, the crowd held their breath. Yet, to their astonishment, the mingled lightning and water abruptly halted mid-air, then, as if seized by an unseen force, surged back toward the aberrant beast. The creature frantically attempted to evade, but was nonetheless ensnared, crackling and popping as it fell still. The crowd exhaled in relief. Xie Yuma cast a frustrated glance at Lu Zhiyao, realizing that she had shielded him. He regretted relying solely on his sword. neglecting to utilize his mental prowess to create a protective barrier. Yet, a flicker of sweetness filled his heart. Lu Zhiyao shot a cold glare at the instigator, Feng Yu. Feng Yu shrank back slightly, but then boldly declared, "I merely wished to assist. I didn't anticipate that my water swords would manifest in such a manner." A hint of insecurity crept in as she added, "I'm just a bit out of practice." Yao Lina retorted angrily, "If you're out of practice, then don't involve yourself and hinder us." To her surprise, Feng Yu shot back defiantly, "At least I tried. Better than you lot who stood idly by, worthless." She assumed that Xie Yuma had acted on his own, thus looking down upon those who remained inactive, particularly Lu Zhiyao, who glared at her disdainfully. Yet her ignorance did not mean that others were oblivious. Ling Su shook her head in resignation, preparing to verify the beast's score with a wristband. Unexpectedly, the beast feigned death, seizing the moment of their inattention to rise and flee. In a panic, it dashed toward the group concealed in the shadows. The opposing team leader promptly commanded his members to attack. At this point, the aberrant beast was at its last gasp, unable to resist for long before being brought down. This time, it was truly dead. They did not waste any time, swiftly retreating after scoring with the wristbands, fearful of having them snatched away. Witnessing this, Ling Su glared angrily at Feng Yu. It was infuriating to see a loss of 6 points, and yet this individual remained oblivious to their mistake. Yu Xiangfei, self-proclaimed charming, could not bear to see the lovely girl being scolded. Thus he intervened. "Let us all calm down. The competition has just begun, and there will be more opportunities." Feng Yu, intending to assist, hoped for understanding from everyone. Yao Lina cast him a bemused glance. "I do not possess your patience. Being called a worthless fool does not bother me. Enough. Let this one slide. But be more cautious next time." As the captain, Ling Su forced herself to remain composed, determined to keep the team united, and then signaled for everyone to move forward. Yao Lina scoffed, pulling Lu Zhiyao along as she walked away. Feng Yu followed reluctantly, while Yu Xiangfei stayed by her side to offer comfort. And Sun Bing distanced himself from both parties, preferring to remain uninvolved. Feng Huayu squinted, recognizing that the recent emotional fluctuations were quite remarkable. He curiously gazed at Lu Zhiyao, who walked ahead. This was undoubtedly not the commotion of a level 2 beast. Throughout the remainder of the day, they encountered no level 3 creatures. Only a few level 1 beasts that occasionally passed by, which they effortlessly dispatched. As dusk fell and the atmosphere within the team grew increasingly somber, Ling Su resolved to retire early, intending to change their course and resume the battle the following day. After dinner, Lu Zhiyao sat in contemplation at the entrance of the tent. This place was indeed unlike the world of over 2 centuries ago. Even the animals had become remarkably formidable, and she seemed to have begun to fully assimilate into this realm. Gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, she let out a long sigh. Subsequently, she silently extended her mental prowess to probe the surroundings. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, even extending beyond 100 kilometers, it continued to reach outward. She surveyed her domain like a sovereign of the forest surveying her subjects. Everything appeared normal. However, Lu Zhiyao felt a wave of perplexity wash over her. The most formidable beasts in the Western Forest were only level 3. How could there be level 5 beasts here? Moreover, prior to each trial, the instructors would conduct thorough checks to eliminate dangers. Could it be an oversight by the Academy? She circled around once more, yet aside from the 3 level 5 beasts, there seemed to be no anomalies. Perhaps she had truly missed something? Looking up, she noticed Feng Huayu approaching her. "I apologize for disturbing you so late." He offered her an apologetic smile before articulating his purpose. "I heard from Instructor Chao that you have agreed to participate in the university all-around competition." Lu Zhiyao nodded in affirmation. Feng Huayu immediately released a sigh of relief, his demeanor brightening with a cheerful grin. "With your participation, my role as captain becomes considerably easier." Noticing the look of confusion on Lu Zhiyao's face, he playfully winked at her. "My apologies for neglecting to mention this. I have tentatively been appointed as the captain of the Fenghua University team for next year's all-around competition. After the trials, we shall once again engage in battle together." He extended his right hand with a smile, preparing to shake hers. However, as soon as he reached out, he encountered the cold grip of a sword hilt. Lu Zhiyao looked at Xie Yuma, who had appeared without him noticing, with a perplexed expression. What's the matter? Yet, Xie Yuma remained silent, merely pressing her lips together, stubbornly positioning the long sword in front of her. A flicker of confusion crossed her narrow eyes. He did not understand his own feelings. Earlier, witnessing Lu Zhiyao smile at another boy had unsettled him, but now he could hardly bear to see her touched by anyone else, even in a handshake. Had he unknowingly fallen victim to some poison? Nevertheless, he chose to surrender to his emotions, dismissing the notion of poison, prioritizing the resolution of his current discomfort. Lu Zhiyao remained bewildered, while Feng Huayu began to speculate, unable to suppress a chuckle. Once he had distanced himself, Lu Zhiyao leaned closer to Xie Yuma and whispered, "Is there something wrong with Feng Huayu?" Chapter 27. The enemy's infiltration is so swift? It was no wonder she harbored such suspicions prior to their arrival. She had mentioned to Xie Yuma that Ding Weigua had warned of the potential dispatch of assassins from the Yam and her clans. Moreover, seeing Feng Huayu leave with such an eerie smile, it was evident he did not appear to be a man of good character, which only fueled her doubts. At this moment, he harbored a profound disdain for his ineptitude and articulation and felt a deep embarrassment in expressing his emotions. He yearned to vanish instantaneously, yet the delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Zhiyao ensnared him like a tether, holding him steadfast in place. Silly and bewildered, he inhaled deeply, only to find his mind further clouded. It seemed he had indeed succumbed to a potent affliction. Fearing he might act inappropriately, he gritted his teeth and steadied himself, finally uttering the words, "I seem to be poisoned." What? Has the enemy infiltrated so swiftly? The realization struck him that he had unwittingly been poisoned by the formidable Xie Yuma. Without hesitation, Lu Zhiyao retrieved a basic restoration scroll and pressed it against Xie Yuma, witnessing as the scroll transformed into motes of light and entered his body. Xie Yuma's mind began to clear, the earlier haze dissipating somewhat. Yet, upon noticing Lu Zhiyao's face so near, he found himself ensnared in confusion once more. Why has the poison returned? Lu Zhiyao regarded him with concern, and seeing that he was still unwell, he produced another restoration scroll. If one was insufficient, then two would suffice. In the adjacent tent, Yao Lina could not stifle a chuckle. When the two turned their gaze towards her, she quickly covered her mouth, signaling that they could continue. Lu Zhiyao frowned at his retreat, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of Xie Yuma. Yao Lina laughed until tears streamed down her face, exclaiming, "Have you not noticed that young Master Xie has feelings for you?" As if struck by a thunderbolt, Lu Zhiyao stood astounded. Feelings? The single woman of 28 years suddenly felt her cheeks flush. Was this not akin to an old cow courting tender grass? Meanwhile, Xie Yuma, having finally found refuge in the tent, possessed remarkably keen ears and overheard the exchange. He finally came to a startling realization. All the discomfort and turmoil he had experienced in recent days stemmed from his affection for her. So this is what it feels like to be in love. The straightforward Mr. Xie had finally awakened to this truth. Late at night, Lu Zhiyao tossed and turned, momentarily contemplating the level 5 beast lurking in the valley, then recalling the bashful Xie Yuma. Unable to find rest, he decided to rise and practice yoga. After only a few postures, he heard faint sound from outside. He quietly parted the curtain and was astonished to see two shadows sneaking towards Feng Yu's tent, scattering something as they approached. Just as they were about to reach the curtain, a flash of silver light darted past them, causing both to retreat hastily. Yet they could not evade completely, leaving shallow cuts on their necks. Startled, they exclaimed at the speed of the attack. Had they not retreated in time, their heads would have rolled. Xie Yuma, sword in hand, coldly regarded them. Since he was restless, fate had presented him with an opportunity to hone his skills, and he charged at them once more. Seeing the ferocity of his assault, the two swiftly threw down a smoke bomb. When the acrid smoke dissipated, the two figures had vanished. Recognizing the culprits, Xie Yuma scanned Lu Zhiyao from head to toe, relieved to find her unharmed, and remarked, "Our clan." Lu Zhiyao nodded. Suspecting the assailants were indeed from the Our clan, as their prowess resembled that of a unique warrior from that lineage. The other team members, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Before they could grasp the situation, Fengyu suddenly screamed from within her tent. A snake had slithered into her space. It was a harmless creature, innocently coiled upon her pillow and flicking its tongue. Lin Su frowned and helped her deal with it, then inquired, "Did you not sprinkle insect repellent powder in your tent?" The supplies provided by the school include powder to repel snakes, insects, and rodents. Still shaken by the icy sensation she had just encountered, Fengyu replied, "The powder smells awful. I refuse to use it." The group was utterly speechless. What was she doing here, so delicate, if she couldn't handle the trials? Lin Su then turned to Lu Zhiyao and asked, "What just happened?" They were in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows, making it unwise to act rashly. Thus, Lu Zhiyao deceitfully suggested that other teams might be attempting to steal their wristbands. Rubbing her forehead, which ached from lack of sleep, Ling Su sensed that matters were not so simple. However, Lu Zhiao's expression revealed nothing, and Xie Yuma's perpetually frosty demeanor offered no clues either. Observing that dawn had broken, she decisively instructed the team to assemble and set off, hoping to accumulate more points that day. Over the past few days, they had earned 230 points. According to historical records, the highest scores could exceed 500, and they were still far from that goal. Seeing that they had successfully deceived their adversaries, Lu Zhiyao let out a sigh of relief, then fell into deep contemplation. Were those two who had crept into their camp merely intending to toss a harmless snake into their tent? What was the purpose behind their actions? The following days were remarkably tranquil, and despite Ling Su and Xie Yuma keeping watch for several nights without any discoveries, they had to temporarily set aside their concerns. Of course, they could not avoid skirmishes with other teams, and they managed to seize a few third-level exotic beasts from them. The trial had been ongoing for 20 days, with only 10 days remaining until its conclusion. Yet their score stood at a mere 380 points, and they had already exhausted their supply of low-grade Shiguang stones. Ling Su, in her frustration, tugged at her hair, feeling as though she might lose it all in her anxiety. As the days progressed, the number of exotic beasts dwindled, and even first-level beasts were becoming increasingly scarce. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a point of light, indicative of a third-level beast, located 5 kilometers away. Instantly invigorated, she called upon her team to rush forward. However, Lu Zhiyao halted them. Rarely did she utilize her mental abilities, as she primarily learned to wield weapons under Xie Yuma's tutelage. While mental prowess was formidable, she would not miss any opportunity to enhance her physical strength. She occasionally employed her mental energy to monitor the 5th-level beasts in a nearby ravine. Strangely, those beasts had been circling the ravine without attracting any attention. Should an unwary student accidentally stumble upon them, they would undoubtedly create a commotion. At that moment, as she extended her mental energy to surveil, she was astonished to discover that those beasts had begun to move rapidly in their direction. She swiftly commanded her team to halt their advance. Sun Bing glared at her, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" As a combat specialist, he was frustrated that his score was lower than that of Lu Zhiyao, who belonged to the history department. He was eager to chase after the third-level beast, wishing he could sprout wings to reach it before anyone else could claim it. "There are 5th-level beasts ahead," Lu Zhiyao stated plainly. Fengyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you joking? I've never heard of 5th-level beasts in the Western Forest." Having watched Lu and Xie closely over the past few days, she felt a twinge of jealousy as a single person among them, especially since Feng Huayu seemed indifferent to her, leaving her at a loss for how to approach him. Consequently, her disdain for them grew. Ling Su hesitated, "But I only detected 1 third-level beast. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Did you hear that? The command department is saying this. Why do you think you can stop us?" Feng Yu, rarely in agreement with the command, suddenly chimed in. Yet Ling Su could not feel joy. If Lu Zhiyao's words were true, it would spell disaster. "I detected 3 5th-level beasts in the ravine 50 kilometers away, and they are currently heading this way." Lu Zhiyao spoke rapidly. Suddenly, her expression shifted. "They're only 30 kilometers away. Run." Chapter 28. 5th-level beasts. She had not anticipated the speed of the 5th-level beasts. In the brief moment of delay, they had already drawn near. Without further hesitation, she seized Yao Lina and began to flee in the opposite direction. Xie Yuma followed suit without hesitation. Feng Huayu split his focus to investigate, but only detected the third-level beast, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Should we change direction? He suggested to the remaining team members. Witnessing Feng Huayu lean towards Lu Zhiyao's advice, Feng Yu became enraged. We must obey the commands. We go wherever the command says. Ling Su mused internally, noting how obedient he seemed today. Seeing Lu Zhiyao and her group appear genuine, she felt a surge of unease. Perhaps we should change direction. After all, there are other locations with third-level beasts. As the command began to waver, the remaining members nodded in agreement. Just then, a team approached from that direction. The very team that had stolen 6 points from them earlier. Spotting them, this group attempted to slip away. Feng Yu immediately called out, "Hey, did you encounter any fifth-level beasts?" The opposing team paused, then burst into laughter. Fifth-level beasts? Have you lost your mind over points? No, we didn't encounter any. Now, it was Lu Zhiyao's turn to respond. But in that moment of delay, she and her companions had already disappeared from sight. Unbeknownst to them, their mental energies had reached levels of 3S and 5S, granting them a far broader range of detection than anticipated. What they were unaware of was that fifth-tier beasts differ significantly from third-tier ones. Their sense of smell is extraordinarily acute, allowing them to detect the scent of this team from dozens of kilometers away, already making their way toward them. Feng Huayu suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. Shortly thereafter, Ling Su finally sensed that something was amiss. They immediately urged the entire team to hasten after Lu Zhiyao. Feng Yu was perplexed. Despite having clearly stated that there was no need to run, he found himself reluctantly following as a small group had already dashed ahead. The remaining members of the team exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was transpiring. At that moment, an S-rank psychic among them suddenly bellowed, "Run!" Without hesitation, he sprinted toward Lu Zhiyao and the others, as if pursued by a ferocious beast. The rest of the team, though confused, eventually joined in the frantic escape. Just at that moment, a thunderous roar accompanied by a foul wind surged ominously behind them. Indeed, there are truly level 5 beasts, and 3 of them. What once were hesitant steps transformed into a swift dash, even surpassing those ahead. Lu Zhiyao had already heard the roars of the level 5 beasts, yet she hesitated for a moment and ultimately halted her advance. Suddenly, she recalled Ding Weiguo's earnest plea. If possible, please look after the other children as well. The team of other children must have been unable to escape in time. One level 5 beast possesses the combat power equivalent to 10 level 3 beasts. And now, facing 3, he felt uncertain. However, he would never abandon Lu Zhiyao to flee alone. Feng Huayu, hearing the roars of the beasts and the cries of the people behind him, ran even faster. Surely that team could not escape now. Though they were adversaries in the trials, they were all students of Fenghua University. Watching his companions meet a grim fate while remaining idle tormented his conscience, until he noticed Xie Yuma turning back as well. 2 individuals lay in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. While one had lost an arm and was writhing on the ground, groaning in agony, their captain, leading the remaining members, fought valiantly. Yet it was evident they were on the brink of falling prey to the monstrous beasts. Gu Fan, the captain of this small team, had amassed a considerable score over the past few days through opportunistic tactics. Just as he was reveling in their success, he encountered one of the teams they had previously ambushed. Overcome with guilt, he was ready to flee. However, he overheard them mention the formidable level 5 beasts. Had they descended into madness after losing points to them? Before they could mock him further, he witnessed them sprinting away like startled rabbits. When he saw the highest-ranked psychic member of his team also begin to run, he finally sensed something was amiss. It was too late. The 3 level 5 beasts moved with astonishing speed, swiftly closing in on the last 2 members of his team, leaving their fates uncertain. They were no match for the level 5 creatures. Helplessly, he watched as his teammates fell one by one. Facing the gaping maw of the colossal beast, he shut his eyes, a singular thought echoing in his mind. I shall never steal points again. To his surprise, after a prolonged wait, he felt no anticipated pain. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to see one member had climbed onto the creature's back. Xiaoyuma had propelled himself into the air, landing deftly on the beast's back, raising his sword to strike down, though the blade nearly snapped upon impact. Yet, this act caused the beast to abandon its intended meal, turning its focus on the pest upon its back instead. The creature thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge him. But Xiaoyuma clung tenaciously to its armored scales, unwavering. Simultaneously, he scanned the surroundings, seeking the beast's vulnerabilities. This creature resembled a pangolin, boasting a formidable shell that his sword could not penetrate. Feng Huayu unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, drawing another beast toward him. As he witnessed the other team finally escape, he unleashed a vast electric net. This second beast possessed a single horn, resembling a lion, yet bearing the head of tiger. It howled in agony as the electric net ensnared it, inciting a frenzy. From its horn shot forth a flurry of ice blades, revealing it to be an ice-type beast. The last of the trio was a massive creature akin to an elephant, charging toward the team with thunderous steps, lifting its front hooves to trample them. In a moment of desperation, she hurled one of her chess pieces into the air, the black side facing up, revealing a striking image of an elephant. To the astonishment of all, a mammoth with fearsome tusks descended from the sky. Its anguished roar echoed, shaking the ground. Sensing that Lu Zhiyao had gained an ally, Xiaoyuma turned his full attention to the beast he faced. He attempted multiple times, yet was unable to pierce the formidable armor of the monstrous beast. The creature contemplated rolling over to crush the small insect on its back. However, Xiaoyuma leapt down, seizing the opportunity to roll beneath the beast, finally locating its vulnerable spot. With a powerful swipe, he carved a deep gash, eliciting a wretched howl from the beast as it began to struggle in its death throes. Yet, now that its weakness had been discovered, it was powerless to escape. Xiaoyuma channeled his spiritual energy into the ancient sword, which shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, becoming exceedingly resilient. Subsequently, he effortlessly sliced open the beast's abdomen, and it let out one final mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyao faced the fifth-level beast that began to retaliate by charging at the mammoth, attempting to flee. However, the mammoth, displaying extraordinary strength, soon regained the upper hand. Lu Zhiyao took cover, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with a dagger, provoking the beast's furious ire, yet it was left with no recourse. Feng Huayu, on the other hand, was nearing his limits, his abilities on the verge of depletion. Quick, lend a hand. But Xiaoyuma was also utterly exhausted. He leaned his long sword against the ground, preparing to rise when Lu Zhiyao halted him. She tossed 2 enhancement talismans to Feng Huayu and simultaneously deployed her last 2 chess pieces, with the red face up, commanding the battlefield. As if summoned from the heavens, a towering young general clad in crimson armor appeared, accompanied by 10 armored soldiers. The general pointed his spear, leading the soldiers toward the ice-type beast. The creature immediately unleashed a volley of ice arrows, all of which were deflected by the soldiers' shields. At the general's command, the soldiers formed 2 lines, their shields creating a wall as they commenced their assault on the beast. Strangely, the arrows they shot bore a resemblance to the energy of the Shiguang stone. Upon striking the beast, they erupted with tremendous lethality, causing it to wail in agony. Protected by the soldiers, the general closed in for a direct attack, and after executing a dazzling series of spear techniques, the beast was finally worn down to defeat. Simultaneously, the mammoth, undeterred, single-handedly trampled the elephant-like beast beneath its massive feet. As the battle concluded, the red-clad general and his soldiers astonishingly turned their aggression toward the black side's mammoth. The mammoth responded fiercely, trumpeting as it charged forward. Just as an intense melee seemed imminent, everything abruptly dissipated as if it had never existed. Lu Zhiyao furrowed her brow, nearly forgetting that the red and black sides were adversaries. The thought of inadvertently drawing pieces from both factions caused her a headache. Gu Fan stared in shock at the abrupt and swift conclusion of the battle, only daring to rub his eyes once all manifestations of the chess pieces had vanished. He hesitated and inquired, "What about the soldiers and the elephants just now?" Lu Zhiyao had already commenced distributing basic recovery scrolls, and without raising his head, replied, "Those are my supernatural abilities. They vanish once the battle concludes." What? Such a supernatural ability exists? He was immediately taken aback, while the other members gazed at Lu Zhiyao in disbelief. After a moment, he suddenly recalled the competition during the training at the beginning of the semester and, after much hesitation, couldn't help but ask, "Isn't your supernatural ability a laser cannon?" He was exhilarated for several days upon witnessing this extraordinary ability, believing it to be utterly magnificent. However, he realized today how narrow-minded he had been. What an extraordinary power it was. He yearned to possess it as well. Lu Zhiyao smiled gently. Can you guess? Xie Yuma scoffed and turned her attention to another boy, feeling discontented. With an exasperated glance at the jealous one, Lu Zhiyao did not forget to hand him a few recovery scrolls. Upon seeing the corpses of 3 level 5 magical beasts, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly dragged the trio to scan their wristbands, and, astonishingly, they accrued points. A single level 5 beast yielded 200 points. The trio of beasts added a remarkable 600 points to their tally. Their small team now boasted a total of 980 points. Ling Su, as the commander of this team, felt a sense of accomplishment. Feng Yu rushed towards the injured Feng Huayu, ready to administer healing. To her surprise, he produced 2 pieces of paper, applied them to his wounds, and miraculously, they healed without a trace, even faster than her healing abilities. Immediately intrigued, she inquired, "Brother Feng, what is this? Did Lu Zhiyao give it to you?" Knowing she would not part with it easily, Feng Yu's mind began to concoct a plan. She sweetly asked, "Brother Feng, could you spare me a few?" Feng Huayu, with a sigh, placed the remaining 3 recovery scrolls and 1 enhancement talisman into his backpack, explaining, "She only gave me 5 recovery scrolls, and I've already used 2. I need to save the rest for later. You possess healing abilities, so you shouldn't require them, right?" Suddenly, everyone received a notification from the instructor. Level 5 magical beasts detected in the Western Forest. The instructor has commenced a search. All teams are to remain on standby. Unauthorized actions during the search will result in a deduction of 500 points. Please be advised. Aside from the 2 teams that had just faced the level 5 beasts, other teams raised doubts, but the instructors had already begun a comprehensive search. At that moment, the leader of the rescue team approached to express gratitude. The 2 unconscious students had been revived with the application of 2 scrolls, returning them to their former state. However, the student who had lost a hand had no remedy and would need to be escorted for treatment. Gu Fan earnestly thanked Lu Zhiyao and her companions, offering them 3 wristbands as a token of appreciation. Yet, they declined. Their team was already in a dire situation, having lost a member and suffering a reduction in strength, so it would be unwise to take advantage of their misfortune. Gu Fan was nearly moved to tears, having thought he might lose his life in this trial. Before departing, after a long hesitation, he mustered the courage to request a recovery scroll from Lu Zhiyao. He discovered that this was even more effective than treating his abilities. Lu Zhiyao generously gifted him dozens of cards, which made Feng Huayu seethe with jealousy. However, upon reflecting that they were teammates and he would never abandon her in times of need, he managed to let it go. Yet, Feng Yu could not let it go. She hadn't received a single card. Watching Lu Zhiyao freely distribute so many made her envious to the point of nearly drooling. But recalling her previous antagonism towards him, she couldn't bring herself to ask. She nudged Yu Xiangfei, who was fawning over her, and said, "Hey, could you help me get a few of those scrolls?" Yu Xiangfei looked at her with difficulty. "Well, I'm not really familiar with her either. Besides, there's also the watchful Xie Yuma nearby." Didn't you see how his face darkened when he saw Lu Zhiyao chatting with Gu Fan? After reluctantly bidding farewell to Gu Fan, Lu Zhiyao turned her gaze towards the sullen Xie Yuma. "Your face is as dark as your name," she joked lightly. Xie Yuma choked momentarily, unable to muster the will to scold her, yet feeling discomfort all the same. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "Don't smile at them." Lu Zhiyao was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Ever since she learned of his affections for her, she could completely grasp the meaning behind his words. "Don't smile at them. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm jealous." Yet, He was not articulate. He merely brooded silently, which made her heart ache. Over the past few days, she had been contemplating their relationship, acknowledging that the age gap between her and Xieyuma was rather substantial. However, love was uncontrollable, and she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Xieyuma felt his face flush crimson. Her words dispelled all his discomfort, leaving him solely with the desire to practice relentlessly. He truly did it. Watching Xieyuma, with his ears and neck flushed crimson, rush into the forest to practice swordsmanship against the trees, Lu Zhiyao beamed with delight. Chapter 30. The Man in Black. After waiting in place for 3 consecutive days, the instructor finally completed the search, confirming that there were no more level 5 beasts in the entire forest. The trial continued. With the 3 days lost, there remained 7 days. Lu Zhiyao had utilized her chess advancement skill once, which carried a cooldown period of 3 days. Therefore, in the upcoming 3 days, she would either randomly draw a piece using her basic chess skills or rely on her own fists and weapons. Consequently, she practiced diligently, always rushing to confront the beasts first during encounters with her team. Observing the widening gap between himself and Lu Zhiyao, Sun Bing had completely surrendered to the situation, indifferent to the outcome. Meanwhile, Feng Yu began to shamelessly cling to Lu Zhiyao. It seemed she had entirely forgotten her initial doubts and provocations towards her. Now, she resembled an ardent admirer, even insisting on helping with tasks like setting up bedding. Lu Zhiyao, however, found Feng Yu's sudden change of demeanor unsettling. The disparity was far too stark. She coolly declined Feng Yu's offer to assist with her bedding and, without hesitation, zipped up the tent, effectively shutting her out. Feng Yu stood in silence for a long moment before turning away in defeat. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhiyao was secretly observing her. Something unusual was afoot. What could her true intentions be? In the dead of night, when all was still and only the whisper of the wind through the leaves could be heard, a sharp blade suddenly slashed a hole in one corner of Lu Zhiyao's tent, and a pale hand reached in. Not far from the tent, perched on a tree branch, were Lu Zhiyao and Xieyuma. Upon seeing the tent torn, a playful impulse surged within Lu Zhiyao. She leaned close to Xieyuma and whispered in his ear, "My tent is damaged. Shall I sleep with you tonight?" She relished the sight of his face and neck flushing a deep red once more. His complexion is inherently a cool white, and even the slightest flush becomes extraordinarily conspicuous. Now, it is a vibrant crimson, as if it might emit smoke. He clenched his teeth silently, struggling for a long time before finally uttering, "I'll trade with you." Upon saying this, he noticed Lu Zhiyao wearing a triumphant smile, and he immediately realized he had been outsmarted once again. Yet, he felt no anger. Instead, he gazed at her tenderly, a sense of sweetness and contentment blossoming within him. Suddenly, both of them fell silent, turning their attention towards the shadows. From the darkness emerged 5 figures clad in black, their attire reminiscent of the 2 shadowy figures from their previous encounter. They stealthily approached the tent of Lu Zhiyao. After pressing their ears against the fabric and listening for a moment, 2 of them discreetly unzipped the entrance and slipped inside, while the other 3 waited outside. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed without any sound emanating from within, the 3 exchanged glances, prompting 2 more to venture inside. It was only then that one of them sensed something amiss. He abruptly lifted the curtain, only to discover that all 4 individuals inside lay sprawled on the ground, their fates unknown. He immediately thought of fleeing, but it was too late. The temporary camp lit up, and the team surrounded him completely. Lu Zhiyao had been plotting since she noticed Feng Yu's peculiar behavior. Perhaps that snake was merely a stray. She observed Feng Yu's actions in secret. For the first few days, she acted normally, still as irksome as ever, until her sudden surge of enthusiasm recently. Given that Feng Yu possessed healing abilities, there was no need for her to curry favor with someone she had never liked for the sake of a basic recovery scroll. Unusual circumstances often hint at hidden agendas. And indeed, today, she made her move. Spotting familiar herbs in the forest, Lu Zhiyao devised a plan to ensnare him. Drawing upon her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, she created a powder capable of inducing unconsciousness and sprinkled it within the tent. The cloaked figure, realizing he was about to be captured, hastily threw a smoke bomb in an attempt to escape, but it was frozen mid-air by Sun Bing and then crushed underfoot. The onlookers were stunned by the gruesome scene. Was it really necessary? They had no intention of taking his life. However, Lu Zhiyao, aware of the underlying truth, merely cast a cold glance at the lifeless body before binding the remaining 4 individuals in the tent alongside Xieyuma and notifying the instructor to take them away. From that point onward, the matter was beyond the student's control. Only then did Lu Zhiyao allow herself to relax slightly. Being overly responsible was not always beneficial. She had hardly slept well in recent nights, and now the tent was damaged. The thought of 4 men having touched her sleeping bag made her feel utterly repulsed. With disdain, she bundled up the tent and sleeping bag and tossed them aside. Then, with a mischievous smile, she glanced at Xieyuma beside her. He quickly grasped her meaning and feigned nonchalance, saying, "You can sleep in my tent tonight. I'll take the tree." Naturally, Lu Zhiyao couldn't bear the thought of him sleeping exposed to the elements, so she ceased her teasing and turned to enter Yao Lina's tent. The next morning, Feng Yu awoke and, while preparing to brush her teeth and wash her face, stepped out of the tent only to be met by the peculiar gazes of her companions. Confused, she glared at them, then turned to see Lu Zhiyao, who instinctively became exceedingly attentive. Without further ado, Lu Zhiyao produced a recovery scroll and affixed it to Feng Yu's forehead like a talisman. The scroll transformed into glowing particles that entered her, and in an instant, Feng Yu's mind became remarkably clear. Shocked, she realized she was holding Lu Zhiyao's mouthwash cup, hurriedly tossing it back to her, while scolding, "Don't you have hands? Why do you need someone to fetch water for you?" After shooting her a fierce glare, she proceeded to attend to her own needs. Excellent. This was just the response they desired. It was evident that she had been poisoned or cursed by the cloaked figures that night. The incident had drawn significant attention from the school authorities, and instructors were now meticulously searching the western forest. Following Lu Zhiyao's hint, they discovered a secluded valley harboring 5th-level mutated beasts. Indeed, they found traces of human activity there, but they arrived too late, and most evidence had already been cleared away. The remaining days of the trial proceeded normally, with Lu Zhiyao's team leading in points. After all, more than 30 3rd-level beasts equated to a single 5th-level beast score, and the 3rd-level creatures in the forest had been thoroughly handled by them. Without a doubt, Lu Zhiyao's team secured first place. Naturally, there were those who felt disgruntled. This is unfair. If we could also slay 1 or 2 5th-level beasts, I could claim first place too. But it was true. Encountering a 5th-level beast was a matter of life and death. The dissenters fell silent. Not everyone was fortunate enough to survive and garner such scores. Lu Changfeng looked enviously at Lu Zhiyao's entire team receiving their academic credits. After a moment's hesitation, he finally summoned the courage to thank her. "Thank you for the talisman. It was very helpful to us." During the trial, he realized just how extraordinary the talismans Lu Zhiyao had provided were. When their powers were depleted, they used the enhancement talismans. And when their stamina waned, the recovery scrolls proved far more effective and swift than healing abilities. Lu Zhiyao smiled gently. "No need to thank me. I promised my brother I would look out for you." Hearing her polite yet distant tone, Lu Changfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he regained his composure. "If you ever need my assistance, please don't hesitate to ask." Xieyuma, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected before Lu Zhiyao could respond. "She doesn't need your help." He then shot a cold glare at him. Chapter 31. On the correlation between calligraphy and the awakening of mental powers. Sensing her boyfriend's growing jealousy, Lu Zhiyao felt both helpless and elated. Apologetically, she said to Lu Changfeng, "Please don't take offense. My boyfriend has been in a bad mood lately." Observing Xieyuma blush at the mention of the term boyfriend, Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Then she addressed Lu Changfeng. "Thank you for your kindness. If I need your help, I will reach out to you." Lu Changfeng, feeling disheartened and dejected, recognized there was no hope for him and could only manage a bittersweet smile as he nodded goodbye. Their school is situated in a remote mountain village, where resources are scarce and the subjects available for students to study are limited. Crucially, most of the inhabitants there have yet to awaken their mental faculties. However, Ever since he purchased writing materials and began teaching the children calligraphy, he discovered that many students in his class began to awaken. Some children even manifested a mental capacity of 2S level in an instant. This revelation filled him with immense joy, prompting him to promptly share this good news with the ambassador of national culture. Lu Zhiyao was exceptionally delighted and immediately forwarded the letter to Ding Weiguo. Within 2 minutes, Ding Weiguo called. "Zhiyao, can you establish contact with this teacher Huyu?" Ding Weiguo was exceedingly excited. If this news proved true, it would indicate that his previous research direction was indeed correct. The Huazong truly held hope. "Certainly, I will reach out." Huyu was a discarded talent by his family, having never awakened his mental faculties since birth, nor did he possess any supernatural abilities. After encountering numerous setbacks in the city, he chose to pursue an educational career in a mountain village, where the intrigues of city life were absent, allowing him to lead a reasonably pleasant existence. The children there shared similar qualifications to him. Although their futures appeared bleak, they remained in the village, living carefree lives. Yet, Huyu could not bear to let these children remain unrecognized. Some possessed extraordinary talent, while others had remarkable intuition, merely hindered by their lack of mental power. Initially, when he learned of the ambassador's free classes, he envisioned that through this teaching, he could provide the children with an additional path for the future. Unexpectedly, a serendipitous turn of events resulted in such a miraculous outcome. At 8 o'clock in the morning, someone fortuitously entered the National Culture Ambassador's live stream. Discovering that the host had resumed broadcasting, he immediately rushed to spread the news, and soon, others, upon receiving the information, flocked in as well. They have been engaged in watching recorded sessions for an entire month, diligently revisiting the material, and their mental fortitude has indeed seen a notable enhancement. However, having gone through the recorded content repeatedly, the increase in their mental prowess has begun to plateau, necessitating the urgent presence of a live host for fresh updates. This eager assembly of fans, fervently anticipating new insights, opened the stream only to discover that today's session was not instructional. Instead, the live room resembled a modest classroom, where a group of innocent, youthful children were engrossed in practicing calligraphy. They donned patched garments, seated upon rudimentary tables and chairs crafted from mere planks of wood. Although the conditions appeared quite harsh, their eyes radiated clarity and their demeanor was earnest. Each stroke was executed with utmost care, ensuring not a single drop of ink or a scrap of paper was squandered. The audience was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding scene. "Pink Pig, host, are you there?" A delicate, alabaster hand emerged on screen, gesturing for silence. At this moment, the children had completed their writing and began to form a line. "Welcome to the National Style Promotion Live broadcast. Today's topic is the connection between calligraphy and awakening spiritual power." What? Calligraphy and awakening spiritual power? What could possibly link the two? The discussion forum erupted with fervent comments. "I am the handsomest. I only know that learning from the host can enhance spiritual power. Could there be a hidden feature of awakening spiritual power? Live another 500 years. I'm making a blind guess that it might indeed be plausible. The hostess productions are extraordinary. The hope of the entire village. You up there, just stop flattering. Trust me, the host is divine. Oh, divine sister, please notice me. Live another 500 years. Could you be any more shameless? Pink Pig, is the host present? I am here. Everyone, please remain calm and continue watching." Came the soft voice of Lu Zhiyao. The scene shifted to the podium, where a modestly dressed young man was organizing the students into an orderly line. He removed a familiar device and placed it on the podium, commencing the assessment for his students. The camera followed suit, capturing the red needle indicating levels and the children's clean yet calloused hands. The testing began. The first child, beep, C grade. The live comment section erupted in boos. Yet, the testing persisted, continuing unabated. The second child, beep, a grade. The third child, beep, S grade. Until the 25th child, beep, 2 S grade. The 30th child, beep, 2 S grade. The discussion area was in a frenzy. Out of 30 children assessed, an astonishing 20 exhibited mental prowess. But that was not all. Pink Pig exclaimed, 10 S grades. 3 2 S grades. Goodbye, scoundrel. This is impossible. The testing device must be malfunctioning. More voices joined in skepticism. After all, how many 2S grades exist in the entire Huaxia community? How could such a remote school suddenly showcase so many? The scene abruptly shifted, smoothly transitioning to a slightly plump middle-aged man. The man introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Ding Guoyang, the director of the Mental Power Research Institute." The crowd gasped. This was a central institution of Huaxia, directly under the Huaxia Administrative Office, wielding significant authority. Its influence among the populace matched that of the Huaxia military. For over a century, this institute had dedicated itself to the research of the awakening and enhancement of mental powers, publishing numerous authoritative reports accredited by Huaxia. Ding Guoyang presented his credentials and continued. "The testing device used earlier was brought by me, and the entire process was conducted under the supervision of our staff, ensuring the results are genuine and valid." All fans expressed their astonishment. Pink Pig remarked. The host mentioned the correlation between practicing calligraphy and awakening mental powers. Could the simultaneous possession of mental prowess among these children be related to calligraphy? Ding Guoyang, equally excited yet deliberately restrained in front of the camera, affirmed, "Yes, this is indeed the subject of our live lesson today. These children have been studying calligraphy for less than half a year, and the majority have awakened their mental powers, with some even showing further enhancement." His face flushed with excitement. "Our Waz has hope." Chapter 32. The selection competition after obtaining the consent of Hu Yu and the villagers. Lu Zhiyao collaborated with Ding Weigua to plan this live broadcast. Ding Weigua wished to prevent any malicious individuals from associating him with Lu Zhiyao, so he enlisted the help of his brother, Ding Guoyang. He is the director of the Institute of Mental Power Research, and upon hearing this splendid news, he was overwhelmed with excitement, expressing his desire to personally verify it. No amount of verbal description can rival the impact of the actual scene. This live broadcast was indeed extraordinarily successful, and its subsequent influence far exceeded their expectations. "Greetings, Student Lu. I am Fang Yuan Fan from the General Education Bureau of the Huaxia. Since watching the recorded version of this live broadcast online, Fang Yuan Fan, the director of the Huaxia Education Bureau, has been so exhilarated that he found it difficult to sleep. He promptly confirmed the authenticity of the matter with Ding Guoyang, and under the assurance that he would never disclose Lu Zhiyao's information, he obtained her contact details. We intend to incorporate calligraphy as a compulsory subject in all elementary schools within our clan. And the purpose of this call is to seek your assistance in organizing the relevant teaching materials and curriculum for calligraphy." Lu Zhiyao readily agreed, and at the very moment she consented, a chime sounded, signifying her advancement in gouging skills. This indicated that she could directly awaken her mental strength through her gouging abilities, unlike others who required years of learning for such an awakening or enhancement. Although this skill presently appears formidable in the long run, promoting calligraphy across various elementary schools seems more reliable. After class, Professor Yun approached as the preliminary selection for the comprehensive competition began. Upon seeing Lu Zhiyao, who was now entirely different from her demeanor at the start of the semester, Professor Yun could not help but display a look of astonishment. It had only been a short while, and her level of mental strength was now indiscernible. Professor Yun had a fondness for diligent students and could not help but smile at her. The sight of someone who rarely smiled suddenly breaking into a grin was as delightful as the melting spring snow. Yao Lina, captivated by the scene, hurried over and quietly inquired of Lu Zhiyao, "Which senior is this? Could you introduce us?" Lu Zhiyao chuckled softly and made a brief introduction. Upon learning that this was a professor from the conducting department at Fenghua University, Yao Lina immediately expressed her regret. Ignoring her starstruck friend, Lu Zhiyao began discussing the competition details with Professor Yun. With 6 months remaining until the comprehensive competition in October of next year, the school would conduct a selection process to choose the top 6 students for various subjects. 2 candidates had already been pre-selected, Lu Zhiyao and Feng Huayu. They can become competitors in the all-around competition without undergoing selection. Although it is said that you are already predetermined, it is still necessary for you to participate in the selection contest. Otherwise, there will be a lack of synergy with the team later on. It is akin to when school started and people questioned why she was admitted to Fenghua University, as the hard-won spot obtained through multiple rounds of selection would be easily claimed by parachute entrants like them. Such an inequitable mindset could become an unpredictable bomb during future competitions. Lu Zhiyao also concurred with Professor Yun's opinion and agreed to participate in the selection contest. Therefore, we look forward to your performance. After bidding farewell to Professor Yun, she turned around and saw Xie Yuma. The young man, rarely seen in anything other than his usual sportswear, was now clad in refreshing casual attire. His white shirt made his snow-like complexion and rosy lips stand out, resembling a figure from a painting. This sight made Lu Zhiyao's heart race, her cheeks flush, and she stood there in a daze for a long while. Watching the two of them exchange glances in an enchanting atmosphere, the single dog, Yao Lina, felt dejected. She pushed Lu Zhiyao away in annoyance. Go away. Don't obstruct my view here. Xie Yuma hurriedly caught Lu Zhiyao as she stumbled into his arms, his face turning crimson, his lips parting slightly. Shall we go on a date? Ah, he's flirting with me. She screamed internally, but outwardly, she feigned calmness and gently nodded. All right. The delightful date she had envisioned, however, did not materialize. The place Xie Yuma took her to was a martial arts studio, where one could pay for expert sparring partners or various weapons for personal practice. Lu Zhiyao looked at him dismayed. What does this mean? Xie Yuma's eyes sparkled. I'll give you special training before the selection contest. She incredulously replied. You call this a date? Xie Yuma looked innocent. Of course. Just the two of us practicing in one room. How wonderful. Lu Zhiyao took a deep breath and smacked her forehead. She should have expected anything from a straight man. Special training is fine, but why dress so nicely? You made me hope for nothing. Xie Yuma looked at her reddened forehead with concern, hesitating for a long time before daring to reach out. Does it hurt? Seeing the caring expression on the young man's face, Lu Zhiyao resigned herself. After all, she liked him. It's fine, let us practice. Noticing Lu Zhiyao's less-than-pleased demeanor, Xie Yuma felt puzzled. His roommate had said his outfit would make her happier, yet she appeared distressed. Girls' thoughts are truly difficult to comprehend. The selection contest soon commenced, consisting of 3 rounds. The first round was a physical competition to select the top 50 in the obstacle race. The second round was a simulated assassin scoring competition to select the top 10. The third round was a challenge where 10 students would draw lots to face off, ultimately selecting the top 5 competitors. A total of 200 freshmen registered for the competition. As a medical department with relatively low attack power, they were internally selected separately, thus not counting towards the 5 spots. With the starting whistle, the first round officially began. Some fell into water pits, others were trampled in the sand, and some could only gaze up at the high walls in despair. The difficulty had increased more than double compared to the training at the beginning of the semester. Consequently, over 100 students were eliminated right from the start, making the final sprint the critical moment for victory. A large group of competitors chased after one another, some knocked down and trampled, yet the instructors remained indifferent. The all-around competition was even more brutal, if one couldn't withstand this. Being filtered out before the competition was indeed a form of fortune. Feng Huayu was far ahead, but was ultimately surpassed effortlessly by Lu Zhiyao and Xie Yuma as they reached the finish line, clearly still having energy to spare. Not even a drop of sweat shed. There was no comparison to such ethereal beings. Feng Huayu was acutely aware that as long as he maintained his third position, he would be fine. Yet, he couldn't even hold on a third. Who could tell him how Yao Lina managed to be so formidable? Yao Lina shrugged innocently at him, laughing as she dashed towards the next round venue. The top 50 were soon selected, and the second round began. Before entering the simulated assassin virtual arena, the instructor, Wu Chun, specifically sought out Lu Zhiyao, advising her to be cautious. Previously, she had blown numerous holes in the virtual arena's floor and walls, which the school had spent a considerable amount to repair, hoping this time the damage would be minimal. All right, I will be careful, Lu Zhiyao assured. Observing Wu Chen's special attention towards her, a nearby girl shot her a cryptic glance before silently entering the adjacent virtual arena. Lu Zhiyao shrugged. There would always be inexplicable individuals. This round concluded swiftly, as no one could match Lu Zhiyao's abnormal prowess of taking on 100 alone. When the top 10 list was announced, the girl exclaimed, "On what grounds does she deserve a spot in the contest?" Chapter 33. Survival on a deserted island. The girl was named Wan Lin, ranking 11th. Upon seeing her position, she exploded with rage. She angrily pointed at Lu Zhiyao, shouting, "Want to report her for collusion with the instructor for deception." Wan Lin had transferred from another school solely to secure a spot in the all-around competition. To think she would flounder at Fenghua University, where it was supposedly easier to obtain a spot, was beyond her comprehension. Everyone knew that the students at Fenghua University generally lacked talent. She had thought her success in this election was virtually guaranteed. Chief Instructor Chao Fei raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you have any evidence?" While he might have believed a report against any other contestant, her claim against Lu Zhiyao was rather laughable. Other competitors couldn't help but chuckle, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. I saw her laughing and chatting with the instructor. She truly had no evidence, merely baseless conjecture. Yet, how could someone of her impressive ability not secure a position? That girl appeared to be nothing but a delicate, charming vixen. How could she possibly attain first place? Indeed, in the second round, Lu Zhiyao claimed first, Xie Yuma second, Yao Lina third, and Feng Huayu was still relegated to fourth. Cao Fei Zhuge, Hlatma. That does not constitute evidence. Instructors speak amiably with every student. Xie Yuma cast a doubtful glance at Wu Chen, quietly separating him from Lu Zhiyao. Wu Chen's expression darkened. This was slander. Sun Bing also participated in this selection contest, securing 7th place in the second round. And now, witnessing Lu Zhiyao being accused, he couldn't help but revel in her misfortune. He interjected, "If you don't believe it, we can have another match. Whoever wins between the two of you will be declared the best." The other competitors joined in, eagerly anticipating another display of Lu Zhiyao's extraordinary powers. After all, who wouldn't want to possess such a striking laser cannon, regardless of gender? Chao Fei shot him a glare before adding, "Classmate," to avoid any disputes. "You may re-enter the virtual arena for a rematch. Once a victor is determined, I hope we can leave it at that. What do you say?" This remark clearly favored Lu Zhiyao, inciting Wan Lin's fury. "Let us compete," she exclaimed defiantly. She couldn't fathom losing. After all, she was a 2S level psychic with a level 5 fire ability. She refused to believe she could be bested by someone who merely captivated men with her charm. Lu Zhiyao, labeled as a seductress, found herself at a loss for words. Why were there such inexplicable individuals everywhere? She applied a restorative patch, stretched her limbs, and coldly addressed Wan Lin. "No need for a rematch. It's a waste of time. Let us settle this with a direct confrontation." Wan Lin, infuriated by her disdain, unleashed a massive fireball towards her without hesitation. The onlookers immediately dispersed to clear the area for their duel. Yao Lina even pulled out some sunflower seeds to share with the worried Wang Yining. As her roommate, Wang Yining had long been captivated by Lu Zhiyao and now found herself concerned for her well-being. "Do you think Zhiyao will win?" Yao Lina rolled her eyes. "Isn't that obvious? Our leader could never lose." Lu Zhiyao effortlessly dodged the incoming fireball. The rigorous training she underwent prior to the selection had proven highly effective, and she felt a significant improvement in her abilities. She realized she could defeat her opponent using sheer physical prowess, without relying on any skills. Wan Lin, seeing her attack miss, rapidly launched a barrage of flaming arrows, weaving them into an intricate net aimed at Lu Zhiyao. This was her signature move, which, though exhausting her energy nearly to the limit, was inescapable. She smirked as she watched Lu Zhiyao seemingly cornered. However, Lu Zhiyao dismissed the threat with ease. She shifted her form, disappearing from sight and effortlessly slipping through the arrow net, materializing right before Wan Lin. Wan Lin's eyes widened in horror at Lu Zhiyao's sudden proximity. Before she could utter a sound, Lu Zhiyao delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. Wan Lin collided forcefully with the virtual arena's outer wall, finally coming to a stop, blood spewing from her mouth. Chao Fei quickly summoned the medical staff nearby to carry her away. "All right, let us proceed to the next round." What waste of time. Finally, the third round arrived, with competitors drawing lots for their pairings. As Sun Bing looked at the name he had drawn, a singular thought consumed his mind. Revenge is a dish best served cold. And the time for it has come. The retribution for the villainous Sun Bing had arrived, bidding a sorrowful farewell to his friends. He ascended the competition stage with an air of tragic determination. Lu Zhiyao wasted no time, directly asking, "Shall we compete in physical prowess or powers?" Sun Bing gritted his teeth. Physical prowess. He believed he could still cling to life that way. The thought of competing with abilities, particularly with that magnificent laser cannon and the mammoth he had glimpsed in the forest, was simply reckless. Within a minute, Sun Bing lay on the ground, his face a canvas of bruises, utterly defeated. He could finally rest in peace. As expected, Xie Yuma and her companions also triumphed, ultimately selecting 5 competitors: Lu Zhiyao, Xie Yuma, Yao Lina, Feng Huayu, and Feng Yudao. Upon seeing Feng Yudao, the other 4 felt a sense of relief. He was clearly an honest individual who wouldn't cause trouble, as evidenced during the previous trials. The medical competition concluded successfully as well, with Feng Xiao emerging victorious, boasting S-level psychic abilities and water-based powers. Proud and formidable, she was also the cousin of Feng Yu, sharing a deep sisterly bond, thus aligning against Lu Zhiyao with great discontent. Chao Fei surveyed the 6 before him with satisfaction, particularly noting Lu Zhiyao and Feng Huayu. These 2 had not disappointed their expectations, earning their qualifications through sheer strength. Then, a smirk spread across his face, revealing his ulterior motives. "Tomorrow, we commence special training. Keep up the good work, classmates." Such mischievous smiles are often worn by villains before they enact their schemes. The 6 of them were unceremoniously cast onto a desolate island teeming with monstrous beasts, without even a moment to prepare. Apart from Xie Yuma, who carried her sword, the others were each provided with nothing more than a small knife. As they despondently watched the swiftly retreating airship, Feng Huayu, tentatively appointed as the leader, rallied their spirits. "Let's strive together for the next 10 days. During this period, they could call for help, but doing so would mean forfeiting their qualifications, with the next ranked student taking their place." Feng Xiao cast a cold glance at Lu Zhiyao before stepping into the depths of the island, followed closely by the other 5. This island was vast, bordered by the sea, and shrouded in primordial forests, densely inhabited by strange beasts. Lu Zhiyao furrowed her brow, surveying the island. The most common creatures were the level 3 beasts, gathering in various locations, interspersed with a few level 4 ones. In the center of the island, however, 10 formidable level 5 beasts loomed ominously. Just as Feng Xiao was about to plunge into the forest, Lu Zhiyao hurriedly intervened. "It would be wiser for us to remain on the periphery for now." Feng Xiao shot her a disdainful look. "If you're so timid, perhaps you shouldn't have come to compete." Yet, she did halt, indicating she was not entirely devoid of reason. Since the trial, Feng Huayu had developed a profound understanding of Lu Zhiyao's capabilities and thus valued her insights greatly. "What have you discerned?" Lu Zhiyao succinctly relayed her findings, prompting Yao Lina to exclaim in astonishment, 10 level 5 beasts. The thought of facing even a single level 3 beast required several individuals working in unison. The presence of 10 level 5 ones sent shivers down her spine. Feng Xiao extended her S-level mental awareness, yet could only perceive within a 10-kilometer radius. While numerous beasts roamed, they were all level 3. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is your level of mental power?" Her tone was condescending, as if issuing a command. Lu Zhiyao, feeling a swell of dissatisfaction towards her, nonetheless chose to respond patiently, considering their prolonged collaboration ahead. "I'm at level 2S. The 3 of them ultimately resolved to continue concealing their true levels. Feng Xiao raised an eyebrow and remarked, as an S-class, "I can only perceive within a range of 10 kilometers. You claim to be a 2S, yet how could you possibly see that far? The center of the island is at least 100 kilometers away." Eager to showcase themselves right from the start, it seemed that Xiao Yu had indeed spoken the truth. As for what Feng Yu had said, she chose not to elaborate, but her disdain was unmistakably evident. Feng Huayu also felt a twinge of confusion, prompting him to extend his consciousness to investigate further. "He too is a 2S, capable of sensing up to a distance of 25 kilometers. However, as Feng Xiao remarked, no traces of level 5 beasts have been detected. Instead, numerous level 4 ones have been found. Logically, Lu Zhiyao also possesses a 2S rating. So how is it that she can sense so far? Reflecting on some anomalies he observed during the trials, he mused that perhaps she is not merely a 2S. Yet, for reasons unknown, she has chosen to conceal this from them. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Huayu resolved to trust Lu Zhiyao. After all, caution is always prudent. Let us heed Lu's advice and practice in the vicinity before venturing further. Both Xie Yuma and Yao Lina voiced no objections, while Feng Yudao maintained a neutral stance. Only Feng Xiao let out a dissatisfied huff. Nevertheless, the majority prevailed, and she reluctantly followed suit. The island was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of any life apart from the 6 of them. Suddenly, a gurgling sound broke the silence, startling them as they instinctively reached for their knives. Embarrassedly rubbing her stomach, Yao Lina chuckled shyly, "I'm rather hungry." They suddenly recalled that the school hadn't even provided any rations. With noon fast approaching, it was no wonder they were all feeling famished. Feng Huayu found himself in a quandary. As the captain, he felt responsible for the safety and sustenance of the entire team. However, lacking any experience in survival on a deserted island, he was at a loss as to where to source food. In contrast, Lu Zhiyao, an individual well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine from over 2 centuries ago, proved to be somewhat more reliable than the others. She possessed a degree of knowledge regarding edible herbs and wild vegetables. Thus, she proposed to take it upon herself to procure lunch. Feng Xiao scoffed, "Eager to show off, are we? How can we trust that the food you prepare is safe to eat? If something goes awry, will you be accountable?" Having endured enough of her biting remarks, Lu Zhiyao retorted, "If you don't wish to eat, then don't." After confirming the meeting point with Feng Huayu, she set off with Yao Lina in search of wild vegetables. Xie Yuma shot a cold glance at Feng Xiao before silently following suit. Unfazed, Feng Xiao turned in the opposite direction to seek out edible sustenance, leaving Feng Huayu and Feng Yudao in a difficult position. After observing Lu Zhiyao and her companions, Feng Huayu glanced at the solitary figure of Feng Xiao. In the interest of fairness, he chose to accompany Feng Xiao with Feng Yudao. Unbeknownst to the 6 of them, everything happening here was being broadcasted on the public screen of Fenghua University. The school would not simply stand by and allow these promising candidates to face the unknown dangers of the island unassisted. Therefore, surveillance had been set up in advance to ensure that help could be dispatched at a moment's notice should any peril arise. At that moment, a considerable audience had gathered in front of the public screen. Chao Fei remained non-committal regarding Feng Huayu's performance. He had selected him as the temporary captain due to his status as the grandson of the university president, a courtesy that had to be afforded. However, up to this point, it was unclear whether this captain was truly up to the task. President Feng, observing his grandson's demeanor, sighed internally, noting a lack of assertiveness. He was even outshone by Lu Zhiyao, a mere girl. Wu Chun, mistakenly believing he was speaking softly, inquired of Chao Fei, "Is Lu Zhiyao's mental strength truly only rated at 2S? Others nearby perked up at his question. Chao Fei cast him a sidelong glance and then scoffed. "How would I know? I can't discern it either." If Lu Zhiyao indeed possessed the 2S rating she claimed, then it would be impossible for Chao Fei, also rated at 2S, not to recognize it. Thus, the implication of his words was glaringly evident. They were instantly taken aback. Previously, the highest rating within the entire Hua clan was merely 2S. Something surpassing 2S. Could it possibly be 3S? At that moment, Lu Zhiyao remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding her at school. Yet, she was plagued by an unsettling sensation of being watched. After scanning her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. The cameras were inanimate, and her focus was solely on the living beings around her. Thus, she remained unaware that they were being broadcasted live. She had already foraged some wild vegetables and was fortunate enough to stumble upon a cluster of wild yam. Yao Lina hesitantly picked up a muddy yam and examined it closely. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Zhiyao, are you certain this is edible?" It was not a matter of distrust. Being city kids themselves, How could Lu Zhiyao possibly know what was safe to eat? Of course, Lu Zhiyao replied, eager to enlighten her. I read in a book that this is wild yam. It not only satiates hunger, but is also highly nutritious. Observing her enthusiastic demeanor, Yao Lina could not bring herself to voice further doubts. After all, she thought, she could always find a way to persuade Zhiyao to eat less later, just in case it turned out to be harmful. Xie Yima harbored no doubts whatsoever. In his eyes, everything Lu Zhiyao did was undoubtedly right. He seized the yam and wild vegetables in a firm grasp, lifting them into his hands. With both hands now empty, Lu Zhiyao yearned for more sustenance. Thus, he led them to the seaside, where they began to gather shells. Gazing at the milky white broth within the stone bowl, Feng Huayu felt his mouth watering in anticipation. He hurriedly inquired, "What is this?" "Scallops, wild yam, wild vegetables. Are they all edible?" he asked anxiously. Yao Lina rolled her eyes. Of course, in front of others, one must uphold the dignity of good friends. Moreover, the flavor was so exquisite. Even if it were poison, she would taste it first before seeking an antidote. Feng Xiao was already experiencing hunger pangs, but after searching for a long time, she had failed to identify any familiar fruits or vegetables. She dared not eat what she did not recognize, thus returning empty-handed. Unable to bear the sight of everyone fawning over Lu Zhiyao, she scoffed, "Who knows if it's poisonous? Then don't eat." Yao Lina retorted coldly. "If you choose not to eat, so be it. Who cares? But if you end up poisoned, don't expect me to save you." As the only one in the team possessing healing abilities, Feng Xiao felt somewhat emboldened. Lu Zhiyao chose to ignore her and called Feng Huayu and Feng Yudao over for a meal. Feng Yudao hesitated at first, but upon seeing Feng Huayu eagerly digging in, he rushed over as well. The few of them devoured the food voraciously, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Yao Lina was almost desperate for more, but alas, it was all gone. Having savored the delicious yam, she volunteered, "Let us go dig some more this afternoon." Just as Lu Zhiyao was about to agree, his expression suddenly shifted. Chapter 35. The cheat Feng Xiao, her eyes green with hunger, stubbornly refused to concede, waiting for them to plead for her healing. However, witnessing their enjoyment, she began to regret her decision. Those scallops looked incredibly fresh, and that white yam seemed so fragrant. No, she couldn't remain hungry like this. She resolved to search for any familiar wild fruits. Just as she stood up, Lu Zhiyao tackled her down. She cursed, "You just can't stand to see me well, can you?" Following her gaze, Feng Xiao was shocked to discover a massive python, a level 3 mutant beast. The python had been buried in a sand pile, sleeping deeply, and the noise from the team cooking and eating had finally roused it. Angered, the python erupted from the sand and lunged at the nearest prey. When it missed its target, it furiously swiped its tail, scattering their campfire. With a hiss, it then lunged at Yao Lina. Unfazed, Yao Lina enveloped her arm in metal and shouted as she punched towards the python's eye. With a squelch, one of the python's eyes was pierced. It let out a painful roar, and its tail whipped around, creating a gust of wind. Lu Zhiyao swiftly pulled Feng Xiao aside to dodge the tail swipe. At that moment, a crackling sound erupted as Feng Huayu unleashed a series of lightning strikes, precisely targeting the python's injured eye. In agony, it began to thrash on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yima leaped onto the python's back, driving her weapon down towards its vital spot. The python fell still. The entire encounter transpired in just 5 minutes. Feng Xiao watched in astonishment. Their teamwork was extraordinarily seamless. Feng Yudao, having no role to play, scratched his nose, resigning himself to another day of idleness. Lu Zhiyao grinned. "Great, we'll have snake meat for dinner." "What?" The others stared at her in disbelief. Even Xie Yuma flinched. In the evening, the campfire was rekindled, and Lu Zhiyao sliced the python into several pieces, roasting the meat into fragrant jerky to sustain them for the coming days. Dinner consisted once again of yam and scallops, but with the addition of snake meat. Feng Xiao no longer held back, finishing a bowl and even thanking Lu Zhiyao, though her expression was less than pleasant. That night, they took turns keeping watch, and nothing unusual occurred. Indeed, this might be the most restful night they would have in these 10 days. The following morning, they set out once more, with 9 days remaining. They needed to traverse the deserted island swiftly, or their special training would be deemed a failure. No sooner had they entered the forest than 3 level 3 mutant beasts charged at them from a distance. Xie Yuma and Feng Huayu each faced one, while Lu Zhiyao and Yao Lina teamed up against the last. Feng Yudao, seeing no role for himself, stayed back to protect Feng Xiao. The battle was resolved swiftly, and they pressed deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, at the public screen of Fenghua University, a group of students had gathered. Chao Fei stood with a teaching baton, providing live commentary for the students. As you can see, survival is paramount in battle. Therefore, the primary task of each team is to protect their medical personnel. The medical students nodded in agreement. And look at the precision of Xie Yuma's strike. Ah, of course, you won't be able to replicate that. Just observe Feng Huayu's maneuvers instead. The students jeered in response. Chao Fei cleared his throat to continue. You cannot reference the techniques of Xie Yuma and Lu Zhiyao, so pay more attention to Feng Huayu and Yao Lina as adept use of their powers. The key is simply this: practice more. The students watched intently, some even jotting down notes. Observing the focused expressions on the students' faces, Chao Fei felt a pang of sadness. Last year, our Fenghua University suffered a devastating defeat in the all-round competition. Classmate Gu Yunlong from the combat department was gravely injured and can no longer utilize his powers. The students began to murmur, with some even expressing relief at not being chosen. The challenges of the deserted island training were already daunting. It was unimaginable that this was only the beginning. The 6 individuals on the island remained blissfully unaware of the more perilous trials awaiting them. For 3 consecutive days, they awoke to battle without a moment's respite. The deeper they ventured, the denser the mutant beasts became, and each individual faced an increasing number of foes. Even Feng Xiao occasionally found herself in combat or offering support. She no longer had the energy for petty rivalries. Yet, it was this relentless fighting that forged an increasingly harmonious collaboration among the 6, their combat prowess growing ever stronger. Lu Zhiyao surveyed their surroundings with her mental acuity before gravely stating, "We are about to enter the territory of level 4 mutant beasts." Over the past 3 days, they had come to realize through repeated practice that Lu Zhiyao's sensing abilities surpassed their own, and thus, her judgment was accepted without question. She produced a stack of talisman papers, distributing them among them. Feng Huayu's eyes lit up at the sight of the talismans, and he gingerly placed them into his pocket. Lu Zhiyao explained, "These are restoration scrolls. The battles ahead will become increasingly frequent, so feel free to use them as needed." Feng Yudao examined the talisman in his hand, unable to discern anything extraordinary, but he had seen her utilize it during trials, so he understood its value. It can be used if you're exhausted or injured and cannot be treated in time, Lu Zhiyao clarified. Feng Xiao said nothing, merely accepting the talisman in silence. She had heard of these talismans from Feng Yu and recognized their worth. Considering her increasingly refined water-based healing abilities, she speculated that her initial reluctance to share was for their benefit. After all, possessing such a valuable item was akin to having infinite lives. It would likely hinder their true combat growth. The subsequent battles with level 4 mutant beasts proved less challenging than anticipated. Yao Lina and Feng Yudao worked together to hold off the 3 level 3 beasts on the periphery, while Lu Zhiyao, Xie Yuma, and Feng Huayu combined their efforts to confront 1 level 4 beast, with Feng Xiao providing support nearby. When their powers began to wane, Lu Zhiyao deftly tossed a power-boosting talisman, instantly revitalizing the entire team, their combat abilities surging dramatically. Watching these 6 openly utilize such enhancements, Chao Fei's face darkened. Is there truly such a remarkable treasure? Fortunately, Lu Zhiyao refrained from unveiling it at the outset, allowing several individuals the opportunity to train and bond. Observing the 6-member team progressively becoming more competent, he couldn't help but display a paternal smile of satisfaction. Professor Yun, silently watching from the side, found himself unable to suppress a chuckle at the scene. Gradually, a bold thought began to take root in his mind. If Lu Zhiyao's talisman could enhance the team's supernatural abilities, Might it also restore lost powers to their former glory? Chapter 36, The Unsavory Path? Unbeknownst to her, someone had already begun to covet her ability-enhancing talisman, while Lu Zhiyao was currently expanding his consciousness to sense his surroundings. It had now been 6 days. They were on the verge of entering the heart of the island, where 10 formidable fifth-tier beasts resided. After a prolonged moment, Lu Zhiyao finally exhaled in relief and conveyed her findings to her teammates. The fifth-tier beasts possessed a strong territorial instinct, leading them to maintain a considerable distance from one another. Upon receiving this information, the entire team felt a significant weight lifted from their shoulders. It was a stroke of fortune that they would not have to confront them all at once. After much deliberation, they resolved to tackle the beasts one by one, ensuring that their actions were swift, decisive, and precise, for any excessive noise could attract the attention of the others. After a morning of discussion, they finally set forth. In front of the large screen, a sense of apprehension enveloped the onlookers, who possessed a godlike perspective, allowing them to observe the locations of the fifth-tier beasts. One student could not contain his frustration and exclaimed, "Why don't they just avoid them? They should be stealthy." Chao Fei shot him a disapproving glance, but chose to remain silent. Nearby, a teacher looked at the student with a mix of exasperation and concern, admonishing him. "This is a specialized training exercise. If one were to evade even this, then unless one could survive the entirety of the all-encompassing competition, the outcome would be dire." Reflecting on the grim results of this year's competition, the teacher solemnly stated they must confront their challenges head-on. The squad had never considered retreat. They understood the significance of this specialized training and thus pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Their subsequent strategy involved a one-on-one confrontation, wherein 5 individuals, excluding Feng Xiao, would take turns challenging a level 5 beast. Feng Xiao harbored some dissatisfaction with this arrangement, yet the others unanimously consented, leaving her reluctant to voice any further objections. After all, her role within the team was that of a healer rather than a primary combatant. Preserving her own safety was of utmost importance. The first adversary they encountered was a level 5 creature resembling a black panther, remarkably swift. The moment they trespassed into its territory, it detected their presence and swiftly advanced towards them. Xie Yuma interposed herself before Lu Zhiyao, brandishing her sword to take the lead as the vanguard. Both opponents exhibited remarkable speed, engaging in a rapid exchange that soon carried them far from their original position, while the remaining members hastily followed, assisting in the eradication of the level 3 and level 4 beasts drawn by the commotion. The skirmish concluded swiftly. Xie Yuma's prowess now far surpassed that of her performance during the trials. He has made remarkable progress, having completely integrated his mental strength with his swordsmanship, resulting in a significant enhancement of his offensive capabilities. Even level 5 beasts can hardly withstand his onslaught for long before being vanquished. The students before the large screen erupted in cheers, while the instructors applauded in unison. They witnessed the team's daily progress with genuine joy. Lu Zhiyao was the second to take the field, armed only with a small knife. However, this was inconsequential as she possessed an extraordinary level of 5's mental fortitude. As a level 5 beast charged toward her, it was swiftly immobilized mid-stride, allowing Lu Zhiyao to seize the opportunity to strike. With 2 swift slashes, she deftly gouged out both of the creature's eyes. The beast howled in agony, but within moments, it succumbed to the ground, having revealed its vulnerable underbelly to her. Her speed surpassed even that of Xie Yuma, stirring a tempest of excitement within him, igniting a fervent desire to challenge Lu Zhiyao to a duel on the spot. The subsequent battles unfolded seamlessly. One by one, they successfully vanquished 5 level 5 beasts, taking refuge within the territory of the 5th beast. The team members deliberated on who would face the next challenge. Feng Xiao finally found her opportunity and exclaimed, "I'll go." Over the past few days, she had observed all her teammates progressing while she remained in the shadows, healing them, which left her deeply dissatisfied, feeling underestimated. Feng Huayu frowned. "But your strength does not lie in attacking. Your priority is to ensure your own safety." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyao furrowed her brow. Although she did not wholly concur with Feng Huayu's perspective, she chose not to voice her disagreement. She was not particularly familiar with Feng Xiao and did not wish to inadvertently offend her with good intentions. Suddenly, Feng Xiao sprang to her feet. How can I know I can't succeed if I haven't tried? Don't underestimate me. Although their medical department selection process was separate from others, her achievement as the top contender in the medical field was a testament to her strength. Feng Huayu, feeling exasperated, understood as captain he must consider his teammates' sentiments. After consulting with the others, who expressed no objections, he reluctantly agreed. Naturally, the others had no qualms. It was beneficial for any team member to seek self-improvement, thereby enhancing the collective strength of the squad. Yet, both Feng Xiao and the others overestimated her capabilities. The reason for the separate selection in the medical department was precisely because its students primarily focused on healing abilities rather than combat skills. Feng Xiao's top rank in the medical field did not necessarily imply she could excel among those skilled in battle. Thus, when faced with the 6th level 5 beast, all of Feng Xiao's courage evaporated. Her water blade not only failed to strike the beast, but also inflicted no damage whatsoever, inciting the creature's fury. The beast retaliated violently, creating a cacophony that drew the attention of the others into the fray. Unfortunately, the worst-case scenario they had contemplated materialized. The roars of 4 additional beasts echoed from all directions. They had heard the commotion as the 4 level 5 beasts charged towards the team's position. A palpable tension gripped everyone in front of the large screen. It was not solely Feng Xiao's fault, although she had prolonged the confrontation. The earlier skirmishes had inevitably attracted some attention. This was merely the final straw. The team members bore no ill will towards Feng Xiao. Instead, they quickly regrouped to collectively confront the immediate threat posed by the beast before them. Each of them bore wounds to varying degrees, and Feng Xiao was already in a state of panic, completely forgetting the need for treatment. Seeing this, Lu Zhiyao quickly produced a restoration scroll and applied one to each person, including the still trembling Feng Xiao. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through the group. She then retrieved 3 additional enhancement talismans, restoring their expended energy to its original level, or even beyond. However, the situation ahead was far from optimistic. In fact, it was dire, as the commotion caused by 4 5th-level beasts was not to be underestimated. Not only had 5th-level beasts arrived, but they had also attracted a throng of 3rd and 4th-level beasts. The mass of creatures charging forth resembled an army of thousands, causing the entire island to tremble. The squad was in grave danger. Before the large screen, Chao Fei and Professor Yun wore solemn expressions. Wu Chan could not help but inquire, should we set off? Otherwise, we may not reach them in time for rescue. Professor Yin shook his head, his gaze still fixed intently on the screen. Let us observe further. I have faith in them. The squad members were visibly growing stronger, but would the intervention from the school foster a sense of dependency in them henceforth? He sought to convince himself of their potential, to believe that they could triumph over their own limitations. Yet ultimately, he could not restrain himself from uttering, "Activate the airship, always prepared for rescue." Although the omnipotent competition allowed no room for error, this was merely a pre-race training session, and he needed to grant them time to grow. Witnessing such a commotion, the team was utterly astounded. Feng Xiao was so frightened that tears welled in her eyes, yet she held back her sobs, determined not to reveal her distress. Regret consumed her. She should not have acted so bravely. It was all her fault. However, not a single team member reproached her, as if facing this was their destined path. She wiped away her tears, straightened her back, and her gaze gradually transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Chapter 37. The Team in Peril. As the horde of monstrous beasts advanced, Lu Zhiyao had to concede that his physical prowess paled in comparison to the effectiveness of skills. At the very least, in circumstances such as this, he was compelled to resort to the skill chess. Red-faced soldiers, black-faced pawns, black-faced advisors. With a tremor that shook the ground, 10 soldiers clad in crimson armor and 10 in ebony emerged, arrayed before them. The final figure to appear was an elegant scholar, adorned with a silk cap and a crane cloak. The scholar cast a cold gaze upon the red-armored soldiers, but before he could take any action, he sensed a stirring from afar. He no longer hesitated and commanded the black-armored soldiers to engage the enemy. The red-armored soldiers, however, did not heed his command, remaining stationary and preparing for battle. Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation. Her worst fears had indeed materialized. Once again, she had drawn pieces from both the red and black factions simultaneously. Unable to restrain her discontent, Lu Zhiyao muttered under her breath. Could the wretched system not provide a reliable golden finger? Xiao Ding remained silent. It had long grown accustomed to Lu Zhiao's complaints and merely let them pass by. As a multitude of armored soldiers appeared seemingly out of thin air, everyone in the team, aside from those previously encountered during the trial, including Feng Yudao and Feng Xiao, as well as all the comrades in front of the large screen, were utterly astonished. Where had these individuals emerged from? Wasn't Lu Zhiao's supernatural ability that laser cannon? Where was the promised impressive ability? Was mere impressiveness insufficient, prompting a desire for divine prowess? Could it be that she could conjure soldiers from thin air? Professor Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, they had chosen a seed player worthy of their attention, and he finally felt reassured. Ignoring their astonishment, Lu Zhiyao focused solely on how to navigate the present predicament. She attempted to command the red-armored soldiers, and fortunately, they obeyed her orders, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly conferred with her teammates to devise a strategy. She organized the red-armored soldiers to intercept the level 3 and 4 beasts alongside the Scholar-S team, while she and a few others would confront the 4 level 5 beasts. Casting a worried glance at Xie Yuma and the others, she inquired, "Is that all right?" Xie Yuma smiled faintly and nodded affirmatively, reassuring her, "Just be cautious." Yao Lina, undaunted, chimed in, "Don't worry." Feng Huayu and Feng Yudao also expressed no objections, even letting out relieved breaths. With the aid of these soldiers, their burden was significantly alleviated. Feng Xiao had also regained her composure, preparing to assist and rescue at a moment's notice. As they continued their arrangements, the scholar had already led the black-armored soldiers to swiftly dig several traps, inserting sharp blades and spears within. Each soldier was valiant and robust, capable of matching 10 foes, thus the traps were excavated in no time. At that moment, level 3 and 4 beasts were drawing near, a dense swarm advancing with a potent stench accompanied by their roars, resembling a scene from hell. The scholar glanced around, then swiftly ascended a tree, calmly sitting on a branch to direct the soldiers in battle. As preparations were finalized, the horde of beasts arrived. The first wave of beasts, caught unawares, tumbled into the traps set beforehand, and the soldiers promptly delivered several strikes, swiftly dispatching a large number. Lu Zhiyao was equally resolute. She dispatched her 10-member team towards the remaining directions, erecting shields and wielding bows. Arrows infused with energy akin to the Shiguang stone rained down upon the beasts, exploding amidst the dark mass of creatures in bursts of bloody sparks, exhibiting tremendous lethality. The level 3 and 4 beasts were momentarily thrown into disarray, granting them a stage to confront the level 5 beasts. The remaining 5 exchanged determined glances, their spirits ignited, their abilities seemingly surging as they charged forward. The chaotic battle commenced, with various supernatural lights gradually illuminating the fray. The fight was long and fierce, but they had restorative scrolls and enhancement talismans at their disposal. Before they could retrieve the talismans, Feng Xiao stepped forward to support them. They fought with fervent passion, as if their battle would never cease. For what seemed like an eternity, they engaged in this relentless struggle, as though a century had elapsed. Yet, astonishingly, it was merely a single day that had passed by the time the last level 5 beast fell with a resounding crash. How excruciatingly long that day felt. No one in front of the grand screen departed. They watched for as long as they fought. This was a battle worthy of their lifelong remembrance and reflection. Eventually, as the conflict came to an end, the spectators reluctantly dispersed. It was already deep into the night, with the city lights beginning to twinkle, while the island lay shrouded in darkness. The moon finally emerged, illuminating the area, revealing the ground strewn with the carcasses of the beasts. Fortunately, the 6-member team had survived, but they were merely alive. Despite the continuous restoration scrolls, their energy was utterly depleted. Each of them sprawled on the ground like lifeless husks. The scholar finally descended from the tree, nodding slightly at Lu Zhiyao, casting a cold glance at the red-armored soldiers, before vanishing into thin air alongside the black-armored warriors. At this moment, the red-armored soldiers stood in orderly formation and bowed to Lu Zhiyao. In this battle, she had been their general, and this gesture was one of their respect. They then prepared to take their leave. However, just then, the three soldiers at the forefront suddenly let out a harrowing scream. They fell into a trap, one adorned with glinting blades that shimmered menacingly. This was a snare laid by that scholar. Lu Zhiyao rushed forward upon hearing the commotion, but the 7 soldiers trailing behind were unable to render assistance and had already vanished. However, 3 soldiers remained at the bottom of the pit, incapable of uttering a sound, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, their eyes reflecting a mixture of defiance and despair. Lu Zhiyao hastily produced a restoration scroll and cast it down, yet it proved ineffective. Her scroll bore no efficacy for them. The others, startled by the sight, sprang into action to investigate. Realizing that even the scroll was of no avail, Huaxia immediately resorted to her restorative abilities. Yet, all efforts were in vain. They watched helplessly as the 3 soldiers ultimately succumbed to their wounds, their bodies dissipating into glowing specks, and the trap vanished alongside them. With a sharp sound, a piece fell from the sky, and Lu Zhiyao reached out to catch it, only to discover a deep scratch along its edge. She found it hard to accept that just moments ago, the red and black factions had been allied in battle, only to turn on each other with such ruthless swiftness. Xiao Ding's childish voice remained innocent, yet the words he spoke were chilling. Chapter 38. Xiao Ding faces punishment. The red and black camps existed in a realm where kings did not meet. Once they encountered each other, it was a matter of life and death. This was the unyielding law of chess that none could contravene. Your scroll holds sway only over those in reality, failing to affect the pieces. Lu Zhiyao's face turned ashen, deeply shaken. After this battle, she could no longer regard these pieces merely as skills or objects. They were living comrades who had fought alongside her. Siyama could not hear the voice of the system. He only saw her pale visage and rushed to support her, anxiously standing by her side. The others shared in their concern, yet they too were baffled by the unfolding events. They all recognized that this was a trap dug by the black-armored soldiers, yet it was initially set in the surrounding area. Who could have known that they would excavate one so close? Moreover, who could have anticipated that supernatural abilities would turn against one another? They believed these soldiers were merely remarkably realistic illusions. This scene utterly shattered their entire perception. So, how can we level up? She pressed eagerly. She was well aware that Xiao Ding would not provide any upgrade information, yet she could not suppress her curiosity. Ultimately, it took the risk of violating system rules to inform her. However, her lack of understanding of the system's structure rendered her incapable of assisting Xiao Ding, leaving her uncertain if it would face any punishment as a result. She meticulously scrutinized the light screen from top to bottom and left to right, yet found no useful information. Just moments later, a system notification arrived. Xiao Ding has violated system rules and will be confined to the Black Room for 3 days. Fortunately, it was merely 3 days without contact, and Lu Zhiyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all this time spent together, she had developed feelings for Xiao Ding. With a soft sigh, she glanced up to meet Xie Yu Mo's concerned gaze. The cool moonlight cascaded over his pale face, rendering him as perfect as a marble statue, yet appearing too distant. Nevertheless, the worry in his eyes felt as comforting as the warm sun to her heart. Lu Zhiyao instinctively leaned her head against his shoulder. Noticing his body tense momentarily before he feigned calmness, she exhaled softly, grateful that he was still by her side. In the following days, the team members displayed an unusual tenderness towards Lu Zhiyao. Even Huaxia refrained from teasing her. After experiencing 2 days of such different care, Lu Zhiyao could no longer bear it. "I'm fine, everyone. Please don't worry." Instantly, the group relaxed and the atmosphere lightened. The team finally returned to normalcy. Only Xie Yu Mo continued to cast worried glances her way, only to see her feigned nonchalance. Since that night, he had not been quite himself, often lost in thought and blushing. Occasionally, he would touch his shoulder, revealing a silly grin, a stark contrast to his former aloof demeanor. Noticing him shy away from her gaze, Lu Zhiyao teased, "If you're truly worried about me, how about a loving hug?" Delighted to see his face flush a bright red, she felt satisfied. Mo, too, seemed to relax, finding the mood to tease her, suggesting she was indeed all right. For the next 3 days, Xiao Ding did not make an appearance. "Xiao Ding, are you all right?" Lu Zhiyao immediately inquired. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, host," came the familiar soft voice, evoking a surprising sense of emotion within her. "There won't be any additional penalties, will there?" she asked with genuine concern. "There will be no further penalties. Please rest assured, host." Finally easing her mind after 3 days of worry, she began to contemplate Xiao Ding's previous words. The origins of chess are steeped in numerous legends, with the tale of the Chu-Han rivalry being the most widely accepted. Consequently, the map has changed from over 200 years ago. She matched the Chu River and Han boundary to the geographical location of Zhengzhou, Xinjiang, in Hunan from over 2 centuries past, finally pinpointing a rough direction. Unfortunately, that area had been seized by the M clan due to its abundant supply of Shiguang stones. Drawing from knowledge acquired in class, it became evident that the M clan's occupation of the Shiguang stone mines ignited a struggle for dominance among the clans and led to the Huaxu's defensive war. Thus began the gradual decline of the Huaxu. Lu Zhiyao pondered. It was clear she needed to expedite her progress in enhancing her strength, not only her own, but also that of the entire Huaxu. Upon entering, she encountered Lu Kongqing, who was just about to head out. His eyes brightened upon seeing her, and he immediately grasped her hand as if fearing she might flee. Oh, she nearly forgot about this apprentice who was studying traditional medicine with her. Given her busy schedule, she had not found time to teach him. So she silently conveyed a set of acupoint recognition and acupuncture techniques for him to self-study, hoping to prevent any complaints about her lack of diligence as a mentor. Just as she was about to inquire about his progress, his next words left her utterly astonished. "The acupuncture techniques you taught me are truly effective." Lu Zhiyao's eyes widened. "You haven't already started treating others with acupuncture, have you?" Oh no, she hadn't properly instructed him. She merely intended for him to familiarize himself with the acupoints and practice on models, without implying he could practice on real people. To her surprise, Lu Kongqing actually admitted it. It turned out he had memorized the material early on and practiced on models. However, over time, he grew unsatisfied with merely that, believing himself to be quite skilled, and decided to try it on himself, only to discover it was indeed effective. He excitedly boasted to his friend, who, upon hearing his words, seemed to have found a glimmer of hope and immediately asked him to assist in checking on Gu Yunlong. Ever since Gu Yunlong's defeat in the all-encompassing competition and the consequent loss of his supernatural abilities, he had been in a state of deep despondency. Though he appeared somewhat normal on the surface, everyone knew he was not the same. He was no longer cheerful, no longer optimistic, and had lost all passion for life. His parents were extremely anxious and had sought out renowned physicians, but to no avail. Lu Kongqing's friend was one of the physicians brought in for treatment. Chapter 39. Traditional Chinese medicine and supernatural abilities. This physician had conducted some research on supernatural abilities and discovered that this extraordinary energy relies on mental strength to distribute energy throughout the body's meridians, allowing it to circulate and manifest. Gu Yunlong's issue was that an injury had blocked his meridians. His abilities still existed, yet he could not express them. Thus, he attempted various techniques, including massage, to unblock the meridians, but with no effect. It was not until he learned of Lu Kongqing's acupuncture methods that he finally saw a ray of hope. Ignoring Lu Kongqing's insistence that he was merely a beginner, he insisted on dragging him to perform acupuncture on Gu Yunlong. Unable to refuse his friend's request and feeling eager himself, he unwittingly began to apply needles under Lu Kongqing's guidance. To their astonishment, it actually worked. Previously, Gu Yunlong had been unable to sense any energy at all, but after the acupuncture, he surprisingly felt a faint glimmer of sensation. Tears of excitement welled up in Gu Yunlong's eyes. He was once a prodigy, brimming with ambition. but the absence of extraordinary abilities rendered him as good as incapacitated. However, at this moment, he finally reignited a flicker of hope, shedding the pall of despair that had engulfed him. Regrettably, Lu Zhiyao had only grasped the rudiments of acupuncture, and thus, subsequent treatments proved ineffective, extinguishing the glimmer of life that had just begun to shine in his eyes. The heart of a healer is compassionate, and indeed, acupuncture had shown promise. Yet, his lack of mastery had given rise to false hope, leaving him suspended in uncertainty. Lu Zhiyao was so anxious that he was nearly compelled to rush to the school in search of Lu Zhiyao. Upon hearing the full account, Lu Zhiyao sighed in relief, grateful that no lives had been lost. Otherwise, her conscience would have been burdened. With a disapproving glare directed at the obsequious Lu Zhiyao, she reluctantly agreed to help him clean up the mess. Once again, her rare holiday was about to be squandered. Nevertheless, she resolved to gather some tools beforehand. She could not possibly go empty-handed, as that would not reflect the standards of a competent traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Lu Zhiyao, beaming with pride, raised his hand to display the toolbox he had prepared. "Master, do check if my tools are suitable for use." Despite being academically challenged and still grappling with the intricacies of the craft, Lu Zhiyao had assembled a complete set of instruments. Just as he was about to set off after confirming their usability, Lu Zhiyao arrived, having heard the news. He shot an admonishing glance at Lu Zhiyao and, without further ado, dragged Lu Zhiyao into the house, chattering incessantly. Recognizing that the patient was not in critical condition, Lu Zhiyao allowed her elder brother to usher her into the Lu residence, leaving Lu Zhiyao staring wistfully after them. After Lu Zhiyao finished a bowl of soup, Lu Wei scrutinized her closely and affirmed Lu Zhiyao's observation. "You have indeed lost weight. For the next few days, you must not venture out. Rest at home." Rest was a luxury she could not afford. The next morning, as soon as she awoke, she was whisked away by Lu Zhiyao, who had been waiting for her the entire night. Gu Yunlong was tirelessly attempting to mobilize his abilities, but aside from a fleeting sensation following the initial acupuncture session, he felt no further response despite his exertions over the next few days. Could it be that everything from that day was merely a figment of his imagination? Observing his troubled expression, Gu's mother offered reassurance. "Dr. Lu's master will be here today. Do not fret. He will surely be able to heal you." Gu Yunlong managed a faint smile, acknowledging her words. Since his mishap, his parents had been deeply concerned, losing sleep while he too struggled to find peace in slumber. He wished to no longer burden his parents, especially now that hope seemed to have emerged. The physicians present, however, remained skeptical. They had not witnessed the events of that day firsthand. The rumor that Lu Zhiyao had managed to awaken Gu Yunlong's energy perception with just a few needles was met with disbelief. Since the advent of extraordinary abilities, no one had ever heard of anyone restoring vanished powers. Subsequently, there was indeed no further progress, and they scoffed at the notion. Although Lu Zhiyang's friend, Dr. Fan, repeatedly emphasized the feasibility of this method and elucidated the principles of the treatment, the absence of results rendered all explanations mere excuses. To their astonishment, they heard that he had a master and intended to bring her along for a renewed attempt. They were convinced that Lu Zhiyao had lost his senses. Yet, Gu Yunlong insisted on trying once more, and his parents, unable to dissuade their son, acquiesced. The physicians, anxious and perhaps a bit curious, gathered today to observe the proceedings. Dr. Chun from the Chen family, who had been invited for a consultation previously, also arrived with a mindset to witness the unfolding drama. Footsteps approached from outside, and everyone turned their attention, each harboring their own thoughts. Leading the way was Dr. Lu, and to their astonishment, a young girl followed him in. Gu Yunlong was taken aback. He recognized her. But how could this be? Dr. Lu's master was actually Lu Zhiyao. He was aware of the contestants for the upcoming all-encompassing competition, particularly Lu Zhiyao, who had made a name for herself at Fenghua University by effortlessly handling challenges as a C-level student right from the start of the semester. More commendable was her extraordinary ability, rumored to be a laser cannon. Yet, how could she possibly possess medical skills? Dr. Chen scoffed derisively. Lu Zhiyao, Have you resorted to finding a mere girl to fill in due to your inability to locate a qualified practitioner? Dr. Fan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He had not anticipated that his friend's master would turn out to be such a young girl, and he began to regret boasting about her capabilities. The other physicians murmured among themselves, confirming that Lu Kongqing had indeed lost his mind. Surely, one should not seek a young girl to serve as their master. Lu Kongqing stroked his beard and chuckled. I never imagined I would encounter so many esteemed physicians here. I am truly humbled. He then introduced, "This is my traditional Chinese medicine master, Lu Zhiyao." Upon hearing Dr. Lu acknowledge Lu Zhiyao as his master, Gu Yunlong began to feel disheartened. Could it be that he had truly been deceived? Noticing the multitude of onlookers, Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow and regarded the Gu family. Gu's mother apologized sheepishly. Dr. Chun and the others are merely concerned, which is why. In truth, the Gu parents were genuinely anxious, hence their tacit acceptance of so many physicians observing. Seeing her youthful visage, they began to regret their decision. Lu Zhiyao smiled nonchalantly before casting a stern glance at Lu Kongqing. He smiled apologetically at her, hoping she would not storm off in anger. Indeed, Lu Zhiyao contemplated leaving him to his own devices, but he was her only disciple, and the practice of traditional Chinese medicine deserved neither misunderstanding nor neglect. Thus, disregarding Gu Yunlong's incredulous gaze, she directly took his pulse. After assessing the pulse condition, Lu Zhiyao frowned. Gu Yunlong's meridians were severely blocked. Lu Kongqing's initial needle had fortuitously unblocked one channel, but the subsequent needles had not enjoyed the same fortune, leading to a reblockage of the meridians. Nevertheless, this confirmed that it was indeed possible to restore Gu Yunlong's extraordinary abilities through this method. She then opened her toolbox, revealing a row of gleaming silver needles. With calm authority, she instructed Gu Yunlong, undress and lie down. Chapter 40. Such a beautiful back. It would be a shame not to cupping meeting Gu Yunlong's incredulous gaze. Lu Zhiyao smiled warmly, though her words were anything but gentle. Rest assured, you won't perish. Gu Yunlong felt anything but reassured. However, recalling the sensation from Dr. Lu's earlier needle, he gritted his teeth, removed his clothing, and lay down, exposing his well-toned back. Lu Zhiyao internally marveled, what a splendid back. It would be a pity not to use cupping. She then retrieved an exceptionally slender needle. Dr. Chun hurriedly intervened. You are truly audacious. If anything goes awry with that needle, will you take responsibility? He had already recognized Lu Zhiyao. Wasn't she the one that their second master, Chun Yukai, wished to marry? Previously, he had never heard of her medical skills, so it was evident that this master had merely concocted an excuse on Lu Kongqing's behalf. Has the Lu family fallen so low as to resort to such tricks to swindle money? Lu Zhiyao lazily lifted her gaze to him and then addressed the hesitant parents of the Gu family, stating, "For this consultation, I will charge you nothing. Should anything go awry, I shall take full responsibility." Subsequently, amidst the astonished murmurs of the crowd, she firmly administered the first needle. A searing sensation immediately radiated from the site of the injection, causing Gu Yunlong's blood to feel as though it were boiling, prompting him to let out a cry of pain. The parents of the Gu family and the attending physicians were alarmed, fearing the worst, and were about to rush forward. Lu Kongqing hurriedly tried to block them, but they were numerous, and he could not contain them alone. Physician Fan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to place his trust in his friend, stepping forward to assist in restraining the crowd. Physician Chen's eyes darted, and he suddenly shouted, "Are you attempting to commit murder in public?" The parents of the Gu family turned pale with fear, disregarding all attempts to stop them as they pressed forward. At that moment, Gu Yunlong suddenly spoke up. Although he was in great pain, he could sense a surge of energy beginning to circulate within him. He hastily reassured his parents, "I am fine. I feel splendid, better than ever." Observing his pained yet resolute demeanor, Mrs. Gu could no longer contain her sorrow and burst into tears. Mr. Gu hesitated for a considerable time before finally pausing. A flicker of hope began to stir within him. The physicians also started to waver, questioning whether to proceed. Dr. Chun, arms crossed and a cold gaze fixed upon the scene, remarked, Let us hope this does not end like Lu Kongqing's case, which started well but fizzled out. Indeed, Lu Kongqing's initial treatment had shown promise, yet subsequent progress had been non-existent. However, Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed, methodically administering several acupuncture needles. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Kongqing stealthily positioned himself nearby to observe this live demonstration by his mentor. Unable to tolerate his sneaky demeanor, Lu Zhiyao simultaneously inserted needles while explaining her techniques to him, much to his delight, as he yearned to jot down notes. The other physicians, captivated by her articulate explanations, began to gather around, pondering whether acupuncture truly qualified as a legitimate medical practice. After an extended period, the acupuncture session concluded. As Lu Zhiyao was about to write a prescription, she realized that there were no readily available herbal medicines. After some contemplation, she produced an enhancement talisman and cautiously affixed it. The pain-stricken Gu Yunlong was instantly revitalized. A familiar energy radiating from his mental reservoir and coursing through his limbs with remarkable speed, enveloped in an irresistible force, culminating in a small fireball erupting from his fingertips. He gazed at Lu Zhiyao in disbelief. Has my supernatural ability been restored? Lu Zhiyao, on a whim, was uncertain whether the ability enhancement talisman would indeed prove effective. However, with the meridians already unblocked, it was merely a matter of a catalyst. Witnessing this, she finally displayed a sincere smile. You should have taken invigorating herbal medicine, but since it is unavailable here, I opted to use this ability enhancement talisman for you. The physicians present were taken aback, astonished that it could truly restore supernatural abilities. Others among the medical staff jostled to reach Lu Zhiyao, clamoring, Lu, dear physician, please enlighten me as well. In that moment, Gu Yunlong's bed seemed on the verge of collapse. Gu's mother was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Gu's father, though equally elated, managed to maintain a level of composure. He expressed his gratitude to the assembled physicians and, with courteous yet resolute demeanor, ushered them all out the door. Although the doctors were reluctant to depart, even wishing to engage in prolonged discussions with Lu Zhiyao, the host's insistence on their exit made it awkward for them to linger, and they could only bid a regretful farewell. Before leaving, Dr. Chun cast a contemplative glance at Lu Zhiyao, pondering the intriguing notion of the ability-enhancing talisman. At last, the room fell into tranquility. Lu Zhiyao tidied away the silver needles and prepared to take his leave with Lu Kongqing. As they made to exit, Gu's mother grew anxious. Dr. Lu, please wait. Is my son Long truly well now? Will there be a need for further treatment? After a moment's hesitation, she shyly inquired, could you possibly provide us with a few more of those talismans? I am willing to pay. Contemplating for a moment, Lu Zhiyao handed her 3 talismans. Having fully recovered, these 3 ability-enhancing talismans were discretionary. The situation arose from my apprentice's earlier recklessness, and should any mishap occur, I would bear the responsibility. Lu Kongqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stroked his beard and glanced skyward. Thus, these talismans are a gift for you. Overcome with gratitude, Gu's mother wept, feeling profoundly fortunate for Dr. Lu's impulsiveness, for it had granted her the opportunity to heal her son. Gu Yunlong began to accept the reality of his restored abilities, diligently practicing the fireball technique with his fingertips. As he saw Lu Zhiyao preparing to leave, he rushed to her side, only to realize, before uttering a word, that her gaze was fixed upon him. Looking down, he noticed, in his haste, that he had forgotten to put on his shirt. His face flushed crimson, yet he mustered the courage to speak. Thank you. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as my benefactor. Gu Yunlong, silently admiring the boy's exquisite physique. Lu Zhiyao's gaze wandered, and she began to fantasize about Xie Ma's form, pondering whether such a slender figure concealed any beautiful musculature. Lu Kongqing felt exasperated. Lu Zhiyao's gaze was far too overt, failing to notice that Gu Yunlong was already blushing furiously. Lu Zhiyao then became serious. I genuinely have a matter for which I need your help. Ever since learning that he was a former member of the all-round competition team, she had conceived an idea. She wished to invite Gu Yunlong to serve as their advisor, to enlighten them about the situations of other schools. Knowing oneself and one's adversary increases the likelihood of success. Moreover, considering the effort she had exerted today, seeking some pre-competition benefits for her teammates seemed reasonable. Did it not? Gu Yunlong did not hesitate to agree. He would do anything to witness the rise of Fenghua University. Furthermore, reflecting on the reasons for his injury, it was always prudent to prepare in advance. Upon leaving the Gu residence, Lu Kongqing treaded carefully. Only after agreeing not to perform acupuncture without her permission did Lu Zhiyao consent to continue instructing him. She stated earnestly, though a healer must possess benevolence, one must also have self-awareness. The human body's meridians and acupoints are intricately complex. A slight error can lead to catastrophic consequences. You must proceed with caution. Lu Kongqing broke into a cold sweat, realizing how naive and reckless they were. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Otherwise, the ramifications would have been severe. As soon as they entered the Lu mansion, the housekeeper invited her to the main hall. From afar, she could hear a woman's exaggerated voice. Master Lu, you need not deliberate any longer. This young Master Chun is exceptionally talented, with a bright future ahead. He and your Miss Lu San are a match made in heaven. Chapter 41. The matchmaker arrives in a world familiar yet transformed. The matchmaker's approach remained unchanged even after 2 centuries. Upon entering, Lu Zhiyao encountered a middle-aged woman who, contrary to her expectations, appeared professional and competent. The woman's eyes lit up upon seeing her, and she scrutinized Lu Zhiyao from head to toe. Turning to the solemn Lu Zhiyao, she remarked, "Is this indeed Miss Lu San?" To her surprise, the woman quickly retorted, "I do not understand why you would speak of Miss Lu Air in such a manner. How could one call her a persistent thief at heart?" The woman smiled, yet her gaze was sharp. "I am proposing the illustrious young Master Chun, son of the Chun family head, Chun Bufan. He is a top student from Will Academy, and his looks are nothing short of striking. The Chun family is incredibly wealthy. Who knows? He may inherit those 5 shining stone mines in the future." As she spoke, Qian Jinsuo could not help but marvel at such favorable conditions and ponder why her daughter was not chosen. Reflecting on this, she scrutinized Lu Zhiyao once more. Having been hastily summoned by Lu Kongqing for medical advice that very morning, Lu Zhiyao had chosen her attire in haste, a simple white t-shirt paired with tight-fitting jeans. Yet, even in such ordinary garb, she stood out distinctly in a crowd. Standing approximately 165 meters tall, although not particularly lofty, her proportions were impeccable. Due to her regular martial training, her slender figure was well-defined, exuding strength without appearing frail. Her face was exquisitely delicate, and her expressive eyes seemed capable of capturing hearts effortlessly. Such a bewitching visage. No wonder the Chen family is so eager to pursue her. Lu Zhiyao frowned at the woman's insidious expression. The Chen family again? It was the very family that had pressured her younger sister into marriage, leading to her demise. Yet they had the audacity to show their faces here. Were it not for her sister's reputation, she would have gladly chased the matchmaker away with a broom. Qian Jinsuo raised an eyebrow. "Master Lu, you must consider this carefully. The Chun family's offer is substantial. 10 boxes of high-quality shining stones." The housekeeper gasped, covering his mouth upon witnessing the master's glare. 10 boxes of high-quality shining stones were worth far more than gold. Among the wealthy families of today, only the Qin family could afford such a generous offer. Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed. How could wealth compare to the well-being of his sister? Noticing his resolute demeanor, Qian Jinsuo's eyes darted around, and rather than growing angry, she smiled. "Master Lu, have you consulted your elders? Or asked Miss Lu San herself if she consents?" Lu Zhiyao, having grown bored, did not even glance up and simply stated, "I do not consent." Since the Chun family can produce a Chun Yukai, who is to say that this Chun Bufan is not merely a fade, hiding flaws beneath? Qian Jinsuo, having run out of patience, rose in anger, her demeanor finally matching her professional attire. She coldly declared, "I advise you to agree, For everyone knows you are the discarded shoe of Chun Er-yi. To be married at all is already a blessing, especially to such an outstanding suitor. Do not be ungrateful. Typically, a matchmaker would strive to maintain harmony, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Yet, having been warned by Chun Er-yi before her departure and recalling the million in her bank account, she felt emboldened. Chun Er-yi had promised her more if she could ruin this engagement and tarnish Miss Lu San's reputation. Initially hesitant, she found herself undeterred by the prospect of facilitating a joyous occasion, especially since Lu Zhiyao, blessed with fortune, was obstinately defiant. She would not hesitate to take action. The Lu siblings were infuriated, ready to strike her down. Yet, Lu Zhiyao remained calm, intercepting them and inquiring, "Who taught you such words? Chen Yukai, that good for nothing?" Unprepared for her insight, Qian Jinsuo felt a jolt of panic, yet quickly regained her composure. "It is common knowledge. No one needed to teach me." Lu Zhiyao retorted coldly, "Tell Chen Yukai that if he wishes to survive, he should not provoke me. Leave." Under the pressure of her formidable spiritual energy, Qian Jinsuo found herself collapsing to the ground, trembling, before scurrying away in haste. As she watched the Lu mansion's doors close behind her, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes. Regardless of what transpired, it would be Chen Yukai who bore the blame. What concern was it of hers? A mere pawn? With a cruel smile, she strode away with purpose. Lu Zhiwei comfortingly ruffled Lu Zhiyao's hair. "Do not fear. We will protect you." Lu Zhiqiao slammed his fist on the table, declaring, "The Chun family has gone too far. Time and again, do they believe they can bully the Lu family without consequence?" He commanded that henceforth, all shops were prohibited from selling any goods to the Chun family. This declaration was overheard by the elder who had rushed over upon receiving the news. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "The Chun family is our most significant patron. Do not act impulsively. The Lu family has only just begun to show signs of improvement and is now on the right track. I will not allow anyone to disrupt this progress." He donned a genial expression and turned to Lu Zhiyao, saying, "Ah, my dear girl, I am well aware of Chen Bufan. He is quite different from Chen Yukai. He is the most promising young talent of the Chun family. Perhaps you should contemplate this matter further." Lu Zhiqiao interjected, "My little sister is still quite young, having just reached adulthood. It is far too early for discussions of marriage. At the very least, she ought to remain at home for another decade before considering such commitments. As for losing the Chun family as a significant patron, I'm not the least bit concerned. Were it not for my little sister, our Lu family would have already met its demise." The elder paused, as if suddenly recalling this predicament. He discreetly stroked his beard before continuing, "My dear girl, please give it some thought and do not rush to refuse." Just then, Uncle Lu arrived, having heard of the situation, and he possessed even greater knowledge than the elder. "Zhiyao, no matter how much money one earns, it cannot procure such an abundance of high-grade Shiguang stones. You must deliberate carefully." The elder's eyes widened in surprise. "What are Shiguang stones?" Uncle Lu leaned in, believing he was speaking softly, and revealed, "I have heard that the betrothal gifts from the Chun family amount to 10 boxes of high-grade Shiguang stones." This revelation left even the elder, who prided himself on his worldly experience, utterly astounded. 10 boxes of high-grade Shiguang stones. In the past, the Lu family could not have afforded even a single box, let alone 10. This further solidified his resolve to facilitate this auspicious union. "Zhiqiao, accompany me to the Chun family tomorrow." Lu Zhiqiao's expression darkened. Their family's dependence on Shiguang stones was not nearly as substantial as that. Why should they demean themselves for such stones? "I will not go. My little sister shall not marry." Lu Zhiwei insisted. "Elder, you should abandon this pursuit. My sister will not marry." After saying this, she shot a glare at Uncle Lu. "Uncle, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Lacking strength and confidence, it is only natural to be bullied by the younger generation." He resolved in silence, thinking that if she did not wish to marry, he would resolutely assist the Chun family in securing Lu Zhiyao as their son-in-law. In due time, the Chun family would undoubtedly bestow upon him numerous benefits. Just wait and see. Chapter 42. Rumors seeing that his persuasion bore no fruit, the elder left in frustration, intending to consult with the other elders for a solution. Although Lu Zhiyao was a distinguished benefactor of the Lu family, the prospect of an alliance with the Chun family was simply too enticing to ignore. It could very well lead to even greater advancements. Uncle Lu, upon learning of this matter, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. He had tried it. That talisman was indeed a remarkable treasure, even more effective than the radiant stone. Was it not preferable to please Lu Zhiyao rather than yearn for the elusive Chun family? Consequently, in the following days, the Chun family did not make another visit, and the Grand Elder had no choice but to relinquish hope. After all, it was hardly appropriate for the woman to shamelessly seek a proposal. Initially, it seemed that the matter would fade into silence, but unexpectedly, within a couple of days, a rumor began to circulate. Have you heard? Recently, the third Miss Lu, who is said to possess the ability to heal mental energy, has become involved with the son of the Chun family patriarch, exclaimed a guard from the Wang family incredulously. Wasn't it said that the Yi family intended to marry the third Miss Lu to the second Master Chun? How did she end up with the patriarch's son? Another replied with a knowing glance. It is rumored that the son of the Chun family fell in love with her at first sight, and they are already engaged. No wonder she looked down on the second Master Chun. It appears her true target was this one. He grinned mischievously and gave a thumbs up. Chen Jiejia's son, Chen Bufan, is universally acknowledged as both affluent and talented, possessing striking good looks that make him the ideal husband for many unmarried young women. After all, which young girl does not harbor romantic dreams? However, he lowered his voice and remarked, I have heard that she has already been involved with Chun Erlawai. The gatekeeper of the Wang family was instantly taken aback. Is it true that Chen Dazhong still desires her? Perhaps she possesses an undeniable charm. He replied with a sly grin. The rumors originated from two parties. The resentful Qian Jinchua, who was intent on revenge, spreading the most disparaging tales, and the avaricious Lu Debo, who sought to orchestrate a favorable match, pairing Lu Zhiyao with Chen Bufan. As the rumors fermented and escalated, by the time Lu Zhiqiao became aware, the situation had spiraled beyond her control. He summoned his companion to wield the sword and charge towards the Chun residence. Yet at the entrance, he was intercepted by the elder's envoy. You are still too young. The more commotion you cause, the less clarity there will be. Lu Zhiqiao, filled with indignation, retorted, What then? Shall I merely stand by and watch as they tarnish my sister's reputation? The Chun family is exceedingly overbearing. If I do not teach them a lesson, they will truly believe me to be a pushover. He was about to rush out the door when the Grand Elder hastily articulated his intention. The only feasible solution now is to marry the third girl to Chen Bufan, thereby prompting the Chun family to step forward and clarify the rumors, which would be far more advantageous than us confronting them directly. This truly aligns with your desires. Grand Elder, Lu Zhiwei replied coldly. She had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point, yet her affection for her younger sister was profound. Skirting the Grand Elder, she dashed outside, with Lu Zhiqiao quickly following suit. Shaking off the pursuing guards, they stormed towards the entrance of the Chun residence. Standing there was none other than Lu Zhiyao. Upon witnessing the furious Lu siblings and the knife in her elder brother's hand, her expression softened slightly. After enduring a relentless barrage of persuasion from the Grand Elder and Uncle Lu, she had grown exceedingly impatient, even contemplating severing ties with the Lu family altogether. However, when faced with the choice between her family and her own desires, the Lu siblings resolutely chose her. Sister, let's enter together. Lu Zhiqiao and Lu Zhiwei stepped forward to stand beside her, all of them gazing towards the entrance of the Chun household. The Chun family, rich from owning 5 Shiguang stone mines, adorned their residence with extravagant decorations. Just then, the grand door swung open, and a procession emerged, led by none other than Chen Yud, the head of the Chun family. He approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Welcome, welcome. It is rare to see the head of the Lu family. Truly a distinguished guest. He then turned amiably to Lu Zhiyao, saying, This is your first visit, isn't it? Miss Lu San, please come in. My son happens to be on leave today. You may engage in conversation. It is wise not to strike a smiling face. If conflict can be avoided, it is preferable, and should reason fail, one may resort to force later. The three exchanged glances, and Lu Zhiyao temporarily sheathed his knife, accepting the invitation to enter. Suddenly, a cold male voice called from behind, "Zhiyao." It was none other than Xie. He had rushed over upon hearing the rumors and made his way to the Lu family, only to find nothing but disappointment. The elder had detained him to share his grievances, hoping he could persuade Lu Zhiyao as well. Xie, upon hearing this, fell silent and pursued the Chun family instead. The usually composed youth displayed an unusual restlessness, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he grasped Lu Zhiyao's hand tightly. Ignoring the murderous glare cast by Lu Zhiyao, he implored, his voice trembling, "Do not marry another." Lu Zhiyao gazed at the anguish and helplessness etched on the young man's face, momentarily devoid of her usual, teasing demeanor, and comforted him gently. "I will not marry anyone else. Rest assured." Her words acted like a calming balm, allowing Xie to regain his composure. He then became acutely aware of his grip on her hand, and after a brief hesitation, tightened it further as if vowing never to relinquish it. "I will enter with you." Witnessing their affectionate exchange, Lu Zhiwei was first taken aback, then enlightened, ultimately smiling as if she had caught a clever fox. In contrast, Lu Zhiqiao trembled with rage. "Release your grip." This young man harbored ulterior motives, something he should have anticipated. Their initial training together had merely been a pretext to draw closer to his sister. How scheming he was! He regretted his earlier naivety. Yet, Xie remained resolute, firmly holding onto Lu Zhiyao's hand as he boldly stepped into the Chun family home. Chen Yud, witnessing this, sighed inwardly at the lost opportunity and reluctantly followed suit. "Brother, don't just stand there. Hurry up." Lu Zhiwei tugged at the suddenly melancholic Lu Zhiqiao, urging him to keep pace. As they entered, they encountered Chen Yukai. His brooding eyes fixated on the tightly clasped hands of the two, he remarked with a sardonic tone, "Have you found a new sweetheart so quickly?" Upon seeing Lu Zhiyao's enchanting visage once more, he could not suppress the fervor coursing through him. So exquisite, so delicate, he felt an overwhelming urge to possess and ravage. Xie raised his hand and firmly grasped his neck, tightening his hold. The man's gaze was utterly repugnant. Chen Yud hastily sent someone to intervene, pleading, "Young Master Xie, please show mercy, grant me a modicum of respect." He sought to curry favor with the Lu family, and the Xie family was not one to offend. Now, it appeared that with a single utterance, Chen Yukai had alienated both families, a true master of self-sabotage. Casting Chen Yukai aside like refuse, Xie coldly declared, "Should you ever regard her with such eyes again, I shall carve them out." Such overwhelming protectiveness was intoxicating. Lu Zhiyao's heart raced, a flutter of excitement coursing through her. However, it was evident that the current circumstances were ill-suited for romantic declarations. She shot a chilling glance at Chen Yukai before wordlessly taking Xie hand and leading him into the Chun family's main hall. Chen Yukai clutched his bruised neck, unable to suppress a fit of coughing, his cold gaze, like that of a serpent, fixated on their retreating figures. Chapter 43. Let us marry now. In the main hall of the Chun family stood the male lead of the rumors, Chen Bufan. Just as the matchmaker had described, Chen Bufan possessed remarkable good looks, with striking features and a tall, slender frame. He lifted his gaze, only to meet her piercing eyes, which perfectly matched the gaze of Xie. He could not help but internally lament that the eldest son of the Xie family, armed with merely a sword, had effortlessly vanquished all his peers. He had longed to witness such prowess, yet he never anticipated that their initial encounter would unfold under such absurd circumstances. He turned his gaze towards Lu Zhiyao, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Is this truly the legendary individual capable of restoring and enhancing mental prowess, classified as C-level? No, he furrowed his brow. It was not merely C-level. He was utterly unable to discern her rank. The previously calm expression on his face finally shifted. He realized that he could not detect the mental abilities of either of the Lu family's three siblings or the eldest son of the Xie family. He suppressed his inner shock and revealed a polite smile. I apologize for meeting under such circumstances. I am Chen Bufan. Chun, you did send someone to bring Chun Yukai here, forcing him to kneel, and then he warmly invited everyone to take a seat. The rumors were entirely concocted by my inept brother, and I have already punished him. He added, feigning regret, if you have any requests, please feel free to express them. I shall not refuse anything within my power. Lu Zhiyao coldly replied, my demand is to clarify the rumors and publicly apologize to me. This seemed to put Chen Yud in a difficult position. These rumors have spread widely. Perhaps we should stage a performance to resolve it? Xie Yuma raised his gaze sharply. Stage a performance? What do you mean? Seeing Xie Gongzi speak, Chen Yud countered with a question. May I ask what brings you here today, Xie Gongzi? Although he had suspected their connection upon seeing them holding hands at the entrance, he was reluctant to relinquish a daughter-in-law as exceptional as Lu Zhiyao. The ability to restore and enhance spiritual power was already an extraordinary gift. Doctor. Chen also mentioned his observations at the Gu family, which made it hard for him to resist the urge. Thus, he shamelessly sought to take this opportunity to solidify the engagement between her and his son. I have come for Lu Zhiyao, Xie Yuma stated directly. Chen Bufan's eyes flickered, and he discreetly glanced at him before lowering his gaze in silence. This caught Chen Yud off guard. He had not anticipated Xie Gongzi's forthrightness. However, our two families are currently discussing a marriage arrangement, perhaps. Xie Yuma abruptly stood, fixing a piercing gaze on Chen Yud. Lu Zhiyao is to be my future wife, and should you wish to marry her without my consent, you must first seek the approval of my sword. Lu Zhiyao soothingly patted Xie Yuma's hand, and then rose to say, I appreciate your affection, but alas, we are not fated, noble sir. She cast a glance at the kneeling Chun Yukai and added, the purpose of today is to resolve this matter. However, it seems that the head of the Chun family has no viable solution. Perhaps you could hand Chen Yukai over to me, and I shall take care of it? She deliberately emphasized the word resolve, and indeed, she observed Chun Yud's complexion change dramatically. Suddenly, Chen Yukai laughed, his voice hoarse. All right, dying under the peony is indeed a charming way to go. Come, resolve it for me. Lu Zhiyao turned her head in disgust, while Lu Zhiwei, unable to contain her anger, kicked him over. Chen Yukai rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Yet he continued to taunt. To die at your hands would be utterly delightful. With a swift motion, Xie Yuma unsheathed his sword, its cold gleam flashing dangerously. Chen Yud hastily ordered someone to cover Chen Yotsai's mouth. This rascal, who told his parents to instruct me to take good care of him. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him myself. Chen Yud lamented, Miss Lu, as you can see, it is not that I am unwilling to have him clarify the rumors. I truly have no feasible options. He spread his hands and remarked, the most effective solution now is to formalize your engagement with that dog, so that outsiders will have nothing to say about our family matters, right? Lu Zhiyao, exasperated to the point of laughter, replied, there's no need for further discussion. Let me deal with Chen Yukai first, and then we shall talk. With that, she strode forward, her expression grave, each step amplifying her mental pressure, forcing everyone in the hall, aside from the Lu siblings and Xie Yuma, down to the ground. Chen Bufan struggled against the overwhelming force. Yet the intensity of the suppression rendered him powerless to resist. Chen Yud had never witnessed such a humiliation. But as he saw Chun Yukai on the verge of being slain before him, he bellowed, I will have him clarify the rumors, and he must publicly apologize to you. No sooner had he spoken than all the pressure vanished, as if it had never existed. Worthless, Chen Bufan stood motionless, his expression unreadable. Observing the tightly clasped hands of the two before him, Lu Zhiyao could no longer restrain herself. Xie family's brat. Release your hand, just as Lu Zhiyao attempted to pursue. She was seized by Lu Zhiwei. What business do you have meddling in their affair? Infuriated, Lu Zhiyao retorted, what couple? Don't speak nonsense. I haven't agreed to anything yet. The bewildered Lu Zhiyao, being pulled along, inquired, what is going on? He walked without pause, determined to meet my parents. We shall marry right away. What? I forcibly halted him, and Lu Zhiyao hesitated, saying, isn't it a bit early for marriage? Although the legal marriage age has been lowered due to the dwindling population, Seeing his expression shift, Lu Zhiyao quickly clarified, "What I mean is we are still young, and we have just established our relationship. Shouldn't we take our time? You simply don't want to marry me," Xie Yuma retorted coldly, the corners of her eyes beginning to redden. Hearing the rumors, he panicked. Though he knew that rumors were not always true, the mere thought of her marrying someone else was unbearable. He wished he could eliminate that fictitious fiancé. Lu Zhiyao hurried to reassure him. A relationship without the intention of marriage is mere frivolity. I am absolutely with you for marriage. Noticing his expression soften, she cautiously added, "However, we have just come of age, and your parents would surely not be at ease with such an early marriage, right?" It was so challenging for her. How could her tone be so callous? She felt as though she were deceiving a child. After a long contemplation, the youthful Xie Yuma finally agreed. "All right, let's marry in 6 months." Lu Zhiyao thought to herself that 6 months was ample time. She would deal with the present for now. She responded nonchalantly, "Very well. Let it be so. There must be a reason for being single until the age of 28. One enjoys a life of freedom. If she married hastily, she would be confined to a life of childbearing and domesticity." Noticing her lackadaisical attitude, Xie Yuma chose not to press further. Some matters were better settled in action than through excessive words. Chapter 44. Has she been transmigrated? You incompetent fool. How could you fail at something so simple? In a restaurant, Yi Tianai whispered angrily. Ever since she learned that the Chun family intended for Chun Bufan to marry Lu Zhiyao, her heart burned with extreme discontent, even spiraling into madness with jealousy. Why should she be the one to reap such benefits? First, there were the Lu siblings, who treated her with the affection of blood relatives despite not being related by blood. Then there was Yi Tianyun, whose attitude had begun to shift. Even the boy she had secretly admired for so long, Xie Yuma, had developed feelings for Lu Zhiyao. What warranted this? Shouldn't she be destined to endure a miserable existence with that lecherous Chen Yukai? Chen Yukai lounged with his leg crossed, lazily glancing at her, his gaze sliding from her ample bosom to her long, beautiful legs. Feeling his stare, Yi Tianai shuddered, suddenly realizing what she had just said. She quickly corrected herself. "I meant, you need to think of a solution. Are you just going to let this opportunity slip away?" Chun Yukai scoffed derisively but inadvertently tugged at a wound on the corner of his mouth, cursing under his breath. Then, with a mocking glance at Yi Tianai, he said, "I can do nothing. Perhaps you should marry me instead? I promise to treat you well." With that, he leered suggestively. Yi Tianai sprang to her feet, retreating as she exclaimed, "I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must leave." Observing her hasty retreat, Chen Yotsai's expression darkened. Did she think she could use him? She ought to assess her own worth. Just days ago, had Yi Tianai not contacted him secretly, he would have remained oblivious to his brother's cunning plans. The Chen family had kept him in the dark, and by the time he found out, Lu Zhiyao might have already become his sister-in-law. How outrageous! Did they not fear breaching ethical boundaries? With a mindset that if he could not have her, neither would anyone else, he and Yi Tianai conspired to find a matchmaker. Unfortunately, their efforts came to naught. However, that was of little consequence since he would not obtain her, nor would his elder brother. Just the thought of having to apologize to Lu Zhiyao in front of everyone in a few days made his smug expression turn sour. Was he to have his dignity trampled into the ground? A venomous glint flashed in his eyes as he took out his phone to make some calls. Yet, he kicked the door in frustration, drawing curious glances from the housekeeper. Nevertheless, his heart remained unsettled. Her days had become quite unbearable. After being scolded by the head of the Yi family, Yi Jiangwo had taken to making snide remarks, occasionally feigning casualness at dinner by suggesting that it would have been better had they not adopted her, lamenting the loss of their biological child, which left her feeling humiliated and distressed each time. Zhao Lifeng, on the other hand, still held feelings for her, but each time they went out together, she would hear comments that felt like mere trifles, causing her to grow increasingly distant. Upon hearing of Xie Yuma's relationship with Lu Zhiyao, she sank into an abyss of despair. Family bonds, love, all were drifting away from her. This all began when Lu Zhiyao rebelled against the walls. A sudden flash of insight struck her, colliding with the wall. Yes, this was where everything changed and ceased to be as it once was. How could someone who previously only knew to resort to suicide as a form of rebellion suddenly become so formidable? There must be something amiss. Could it be, as some novels suggest, that she had been transmigrated? Excited by this thought, she resolved to reveal the truth to everyone. Her first thought was of Xie, and she immediately called Wang Yining, only to be met with a hang-up. Her eyes turned cold. She cursed under her breath, then sent Wang Yining a text. I am now just like the former Lu Zhiyao. Have some pity on me. Upon receiving the message and recalling their past together, Wang Yining's heart softened. Ultimately, she relented to Yi Tianai's persistent pleas and provided her with the address of the martial arts dojo frequented by Xie. Inside a private room at the dojo, Xie and Lu Zhiyao were training together. Under Master Xie's rigorous training, she had already mastered various weapons. Just as she was about to consult Xie regarding a suitable weapon purchase, she received a phone call from Lu Kongqing, prompting Lu Zhiyao to apologize and leave. Leaving Xie alone. Feeling disheartened, Xie practiced a few moves with the dummy before losing interest. In the past, she never felt this way, but now, the solitude struck her profoundly. Just as the bathroom door closed, a graceful figure appeared in the room, setting down the psychic energy blocker gently in the corner. Yi Tianai's guzzed deep in it. She did not wish to resort to such methods to meet her beloved, yet Xie showed no interest in her, leaving her with no choice but to seek opportunities. After inquiring with Wang Yining about this dojo, she had been watching for days. However, Xie always came accompanied by Lu Zhiyao, their intimacy palpable and inseparable. This scene deeply provoked her, leading her to make a decision she would later regret. Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened the bathroom door. The steam enveloped the bathroom, obscuring visibility, revealing only a faint outline of a man behind the frosted glass door. After staring for a moment, her heart raced and her body flushed with heat. Her hands trembled, but she resolved to strip off her clothing. Suddenly, the man in the bathroom stepped out, and through the thick mist, it was evident he too was unclothed. The man approached her step by step, the fog dispersing to reveal a pale, handsome face, though dark circles shadowed his eyes. Yi Tianai's expression turned to one of horror. The man was none other than Qin Yukai. She turned to flee, but her legs weakened, causing her to collapse to the floor. Even worse, her entire body began to feel weak and powerless, leaving her unable to rise, let alone escape. Frowning at the unexpected presence, Qin Yukai was equally perplexed. According to the intelligence report, it should have been Lu Zhiyao who entered. Yet, upon witnessing the vivid scene before him and inhaling the alluring fragrance that began to permeate the air, he could not help but break into a grin. Were they not calling him a good-for-nothing? Today, he would let her truly experience what it meant to be in the presence of such a useless individual. Outside the martial arts school, Xie and Lu Zhiyao were languidly waiting. Suddenly, sensing the commotion within, Lu Zhiyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was akin to witnessing a live performance of springtime ecstasy. However, his vision was abruptly obscured by Xie hand. Not stopping there, the man before him commanded, "Cease all mental probing." Very well. If he was not to look, then he would not. Pulling the hand away, he shot an annoyed glare at Xie and casually inquired, "Should we intervene? After all, this is rather unethical." Xie expression remained impassive, yet he clenched his fists in silence. This was what they deserved. Each word was enunciated with a palpable bitterness. Were it not for their superior mental prowess surpassing the shield, and had Wang Yining not provided prior notice to prepare them, the situation inside would be quite different. His gaze was chillingly cold, and he decided to let you relish this final moment of joy for just a while longer. Chapter 45, Master of the House. We have a problem. The commotion in the bathroom was quite loud, yet with one prepared with a mental energy shield and another with a silencer. Their cries were met with silence from both heaven and earth. After a considerable time, Qin Yukai had already finished, dressed, and departed. Yi Tianai lay stark naked on the cold floor, her body marred with marks of grasping, biting, and whipping. She curled tightly into herself, shivering incessantly, her eyes devoid of life. She wished to remain there, lying still. How blissful it would be to simply perish right now. The memory of Lu Zhiyao. who had once committed suicide by crashing into a wall, filled her with a tinge of envy for her courage. She choked on her sobs, lamenting that she lacked even the bravery to end her own life. Unbeknownst to her, a sharp glimmer of a sword was directed at her from behind. "Master, the rumors have subsided, it seems. The Xie family has also taken action." Chen Yud was startled, but quickly understood. It appeared that the Xie family had indeed acknowledged this daughter-in-law. The thought of having to publicly humiliate Chen Yukai in a few days made his head throb. "Where is Chen Yukai?" "Master, we have a problem." Chen Shou burst in suddenly, an elderly man who surprisingly moved with great speed. However, his complexion was exceedingly poor, beads of sweat accumulating on his brow. "Master, the second master, he is in dire straits." Chen Yud was taken aback. What has happened to him? Chen Shou swallowed hard and whispered, "The second master has been castrated." Chen Yud sprang to his feet, furious as he clutched Chen Shou by the collar, shouting, "Say that again." Chen Shou was on the verge of tears, regretting not having summoned someone else to deliver the message. "The second master has been castrated." Chen Yud's face turned pale, then flushed red, and finally darkened with rage. "Who did this? Investigate it for me." Yet, as fate would have it, Chen Yukai and Yi Tianai, in their efforts to avoid detection, erased all traces of their actions. Subsequently, two individuals, lying in wait, tidied up the aftermath. Thus, apart from those directly involved, not a whisper of the incident could be uncovered. After visiting his uncle, Chen Bufan began to form a conjecture. Such a clean and decisive incision could not have been made by anyone else, could it? However, he said nothing, even feeling a sense of exhilaration. He had long harbored a deep-seated disdain for his troublesome uncle, but being a senior relative, he felt powerless to confront him. Now, however, justice seemed to have caught up with the man. For several days, Chen Yukai had remained silent, lost in a trance as he stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, and he began to call out for assistance. Upon witnessing this newfound reaction, Chen Yud breathed a sigh of relief and reassured him. "I have already dispatched someone to find an 8th-level physician. Do not fret." It was said that the 8th-level physicians of the clan possessed the ability to reconstruct human body parts. If no one within the Hua clan could be found, his elder brother could always take him to the clan. After all, they had ample resources. The highest level corresponding to a 2S mental capacity was indeed the 8th level, and how many 2S individuals existed within the entire Hua clan? Furthermore, how many of those had their abilities fortuitously elevated to the 8th level among the aquatic-type elementalists? Even if they sought an 8th-level physician from the clan, it would depend on the willingness of the practitioner to treat an outsider. Moreover, the relations between the Hua clan and the clan were currently fraught with tension. Chen Yukai had succumbed to despair. He coldly declared, "I intend to marry Yi Tianai." "What? Have you lost your mind?" Chen Yud exclaimed in disbelief. "Unshai muddy Yi Tianai." Chen Yukai bellowed in anger. "It is all because of this woman. Were it not for her, he would not have let his guard down and become a victim. She is the root of all this misfortune. He knows who is behind this. But can he contend with them? Those two individuals are far beyond his capabilities. Even his elder brother harbors deep apprehension towards them. Yet having suffered so greatly, Yi Tianai should not expect to fare any better." Upon witnessing Chen Yud's silence, he added another layer of persuasion. "She is carrying my child." Chen Yud was taken aback and found himself compelled to ponder the situation earnestly. This 8th-level physician was still uncertain about when he would find a solution. Perhaps it was indeed prudent to secure a future for his younger brother. "Very well, I shall grant you this request. Do take good care of your recovery." Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhiyao noticed Xie Yuma bidding her farewell prematurely and promptly drove off to seek out Lu Kongqing. The call received at the martial arts school had indeed originated from Lu Kongqing. Recently, he has become deeply engrossed in traditional Chinese medicine, even venturing into the forest to gather herbs personally. However, with the passage of time, over 2 centuries have transformed most of the herbs beyond recognition. This necessitates Lu Zhiyao to identify and experiment with them meticulously. Fortunately, she possesses a basic recovery scroll. Otherwise, this herbalist would have met a fatal end due to poisonous plants. Today, Lu Kongqing also ventured into the forest. claiming to have encountered a herb that resembles ginseng and urging Lu Zhiyao to come and identify it. Thus, she set off in her newly purchased solar-powered vehicle, only to find herself caught in a traffic jam. Gazing at the seemingly endless line of cars ahead, Lu Zhiyao felt disheartened. Transportation had evidently not advanced in these 2 centuries. Bored, she turned on the music in her car and drifted into a daze. Unbeknownst to her, the source of the traffic jam was rapidly advancing towards her with devastating force. By the time she sensed something amiss, it was too late. The vehicles ahead began to shed their exteriors at an alarming rate, melting into pools of metallic liquid. Passengers scrambled to escape, with the quick ones narrowly avoiding the loss of limbs, while the slower ones were reduced to mere puddles of corrosive liquid alongside their vehicles. Cries of despair, pleas for help, and wails of anguish merged into a cacophony reminiscent of hell. Lu Zhiyao immediately abandoned her new vehicle, projecting her mental energy forward. In an instant, those fortunate enough to escape seemed to be enveloped in an invisible shield, rendering them impervious to the fierce assault from outside. Those with abilities finally regained their composure and began to assist in the rescue. With her mind focused, she dispersed her consciousness, ultimately spotting the culprit atop a distant building. A level 6 aberrant beast. Driven by instinct, she raced towards it with astonishing speed, vanishing from the sight of onlookers in the blink of an eye. This level 6 aberrant beast, resembling a diminutive hyena, had blood-red eyes, its drool corroding the ground beneath into deep pits. It reveled in the chaos it had wrought, until suddenly, it twitched its ears and dodged a knife hurl from afar by Lu Zhiyao, its crimson gaze fixated on the fallen blade, which it promptly dissolved into a pool of metallic liquid. Witnessing this, Lu Zhiyao cursed her misfortune. Her sole weapon had been annihilated. Yet, there was no time for despair. The beast was slowly turning its gaze towards her, its eyes beginning to glow ominously. A wave of intangible corrosive energy surged towards her with alarming speed. Lu Zhiyao swiftly transformed her mental energy into a protective shield enveloping her entire form. As the beast realized its powers could not penetrate her defenses, it grew increasingly agitated and lunged at her like a rabid dog. To make matters worse, the mental shield behind her was unexpectedly breached. Alarmed, she realized it was too late. The beast had seized the opportunity to position itself behind her, its eyes now a deep crimson. The moment her back was exposed, a blood hole was swiftly corroded into her flesh, pain radiating through her body as she fought the urge to writhe on the ground. She quickly retrieved the recovery scroll, and fortunately, her wound healed instantly. Just then, it was the actions of a mysterious figure that had caused her mental shield to falter. The figure in black grinned, discreetly pressing a red button on a small device in his hand. A hum resonated, and her mental energy was violently disrupted, shattering her protective barrier. The red-eyed beast slowly turned towards her. Escape was no longer an option. Her heart sank, fearing it was the very piece that had been damaged during her training. Yet, often, the most dreaded events occur at the worst possible moments. It was indeed that very piece, marred with deep scratches. After narrowly dodging several attacks from the beast, she found her strength waning. However, the figure in black was not inclined to let her go so easily. A flare shot into the sky, and 9 black-clad figures surged forth from all directions, simultaneously activating a 3-second mental energy barrier, encircling the area. Lu Zhiyao finally comprehended the trap, laid specifically for her. Fuji Hiroki tossed a device that could still be used once to a nearby companion, then smiled, speaking in awkward Mandarin. "Miss Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Fuji Hiroki, an envoy from the Our clan, here to formally invite you as our guest." As if, Lu Zhiyao thought, her expression betraying nothing as she focused on recharging her energy. Sensing her resolve, Fuji Hiroki added, "You might as well save your strength." He pointed to the instrument and said, "This is specifically tailored for you after our investigation into your situation." Yet, she could sense the extraordinary nature of the device. Being a level 5, it was astonishing that it could breach her defenses. Suddenly, the level 6 beast let out a howl, its fur standing on end, while Fuji Hiroki patted its head. "Look, Xiao Jing is already growing impatient." You might as well surrender soon. In her mind, she flipped over 3 pieces on a chessboard until she found her heart's desire. With the black side facing up, she declared cannon. A smile blossomed as Lu Zhiyao nodded. All right, I will accompany you. Fuji Hiroki, astonished by her agreement, remained silent and gestured for her to proceed. However, as her smile began to take on a wild intensity, he suddenly sensed a shift, but it was too late. A modified catapult materialized out of thin air, crashing down onto the rooftop with a resounding thud, shaking the entire building. Lu Zhiyao leaped atop it, eager to launch a projectile, only to be taken aback. This was a cannon, not a catapult. Without stones or ammunition, how could she utilize it? It was a disaster waiting to unfold. Fuji Hiroki and the others, initially intending to evade, quickly encircled her upon noticing her frozen state. The level 6 beast's eyes glowed red. At that moment, Xiao Ding suddenly exclaimed, "Use the ability enhancement talismans as ammunition." Lu Zhiyao promptly complied, producing a stack of enhancement talismans and stuffing them into the catapult. With a swift pull, she released it, and with a bang. The ensuing chaos was beyond Lu Zhiyao's comprehension. She was rendered unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, she managed to shield herself with her mental energy. When she awoke, she found herself lying in the Lu residence's bed. Fortunately, she was unharmed, but unfortunately, she had suffered a significant financial loss. She had destroyed the building. The owner of the building, following her, wept as he demanded compensation from Steward Lu. "Xiao Ding, do you have no explanation?" The heart of the financial slave, Lu Zhiyao, was bleeding. "Host, one enhancement talisman is akin to the power of a high-grade sunlight stone. You stuffed in so many at once. If it weren't for their level 3 mental energy encircling the area, the city might have been obliterated. And you, if it's not your money, you don't care, right? You should have told her sooner." Xie Yuma burst in, relieved to see her awake, then anxiously said, "Are you all right?" He examined her from head to toe, noticing many small scratches, his breath momentarily halting. "I'll fetch a physician." He turned to rush out. Lu Zhiyao quickly grabbed him, applying a healing scroll before his eyes, and all her wounds vanished in an instant. "Have you forgotten? I'm practically a physician. Wherever you go, I will follow. Let us not be apart again." Cough, cough. As if we don't exist, right? Upon seeing her awake, Lu Zhiwei also sighed in relief and approached to inspect Lu Zhiyao carefully. "Are you all right?" Lu Conqing hurried forward, and upon confirming her well-being, exclaimed, "You scared me to death. What on earth happened?" As Hu Dahu entered, Lu Zhiqiao bowed solemnly to him, causing him to stumble back in surprise. Lu Zhiqiao was already filled with trepidation. A building had been destroyed, and the situation at the time must have been perilous. "Thank you for saving my sister." Hu Dahu quickly replied, No, it wasn't me who saved her. When I discovered Miss Lu, she was already in self-protection. Otherwise, such a commotion would have undoubtedly caused far more harm." Upon encountering Master Xie, who appeared to share a close relationship with Lu Zhiyao, he could not help but ponder deeply. He had heard the recent rumors, which had been swiftly quelled, presumably by the Xie family's intervention. He then inquired earnestly, "Miss Lu, could you please recount the events that transpired?" Lu Zhiyao succinctly narrated the sequence of events, omitting the fact that those individuals had come specifically for her. The mention of a 6th-level beast elicited gasps of astonishment from the assembly. Xie Yuma gripped her hand tightly, his usually impassive countenance betraying a flicker of fear. Sensing his concern, Lu Zhiyao reassured him, "It's all right, it's all in the past." Inwardly, Hu Dahu contemplated that the earlier occurrences aligned with the testimony of bystanders, and Lu Zhiao's new vehicle remained with their patrol team. However, the subsequent events lacked corroborating witnesses, leaving their authenticity in question. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Dahu stated, "We indeed discovered the carcass of a 6th-level beast at the scene, along with several dismembered human remains, yet upon reconstruction, only 9 individuals were identified. It seems there is still one who has evaded capture." Concealing his deeper thoughts, he noted Lu Zhiyao starting to feign dizziness. Observing this, Hu Dahu had no choice but to take his leave, expressing gratitude for her cooperation and requesting her to contact him should she recall any additional details. As Dahu exited the Lu residence, he remained lost in contemplation. The supposedly frail Miss Lu, who was said to be incapable of self-sufficiency, clearly did not embody the delicate image she projected. Otherwise, her mental fortitude would not be so formidable. Yet, what kind of extraordinary ability could wield such devastating power? In Chapter 47, do you like what I created? The recollection of the moment struck Lu Zhiyao like a flash of inspiration. If the ability-enhancing talisman could function as a projectile, could it also serve as an arrow? She had long coveted the archery skills of the game pieces, which could effortlessly dispatch beasts from a distance, in stark contrast to her own struggles with a mere knife. Enthralled by the idea, she resolved to procure a bow and arrows without delay. Rising to find a bewildered Xieyuma, she eagerly pulled him along as they rushed out. Leaving Lu Zhiyao to lament, a daughter grows too big to keep. However, the allure of imagination is often at odds with the harshness of reality. 2 centuries later, only the Shiguang arrow bore semblance to traditional bows, while other weapons were merely swords or knives. The sole online information regarding bows and arrows pertained to an ancient, rusted bow displayed in a museum. The Shiguang arrow's mechanism relied solely on Shiguang stones, which did not align with her ability-enhancing talisman. Noticing her despondence, Xieyuma pondered before asking, "What kind of weapon do you desire?" She sketched a rough outline of a bow and arrow on paper, then reconsidered and transformed it into a design for concealed darts. After briefly explaining the fundamental concept to Xieyuma, she set the matter aside. Having received a call from Ding Weigua, upon hearing the details that Dahu had not disclosed, Ding Weigua affirmed, "Their objective appears to be your extraordinary ability." Since news of her healing and mental enhancement powers had spread, both the M clan and the R clan abandoned assassination attempts in favor of capturing Lu Zhiyao alive. Such abilities were exceedingly rare and invaluable, prompting every clan to covet them exclusively. Furthermore, the events during the trials had been thoroughly investigated, revealing a collaboration between the M clan and the R clan. The 5th-level beast had been released by the M clan, while the black-clad assailants were warriors of the R clan. Although the assassination failed, the enemy had infiltrated their ranks, allowing them to quickly gather intelligence and orchestrate this capture operation. After a prolonged silence, Ding Weigua suggested, "Perhaps you should consider enlisting in the military, my young friend. At least there, you would have the protection of the state. Otherwise, I fear the day may come when dire consequences arise." Lu Zhiyao paused, then comprehended his intent. Yet she firmly declined. "If the Huaxia clan requires my assistance, I shall join without hesitation, but I do not seek special treatment. I wish to rely on my own efforts." Ding Weigua reluctantly acquiesced, but then shared a piece of good news. Following the recent mandate from the Education Bureau to incorporate calligraphy as a compulsory subject for all elementary students in the clan, remarkable progress had been achieved in a short time. Over 90 of the children had awakened their mental powers, with the majority attaining levels above A. Although he had wept tears of joy upon receiving this news, he felt a renewed sense of pride at the mention. "Young friend Zhiyao, you are a hero of our Huaxia clan." Unable to discern whether it was excitement or joy, Lu Zhiyao suddenly felt a profound sense of belonging, recognizing herself as a member of the Huaxia clan, rather than merely a detached observer from another world. "My younger brother wishes to meet you. Would you be amenable?" Ding Weigua inquired at last. Director Ding Guoyang of the Mental Power Research Institute. "Certainly. I am free in the coming days," Lu Zhiyao readily replied. Upon arranging the meeting, Lu Zhiyao stepped outside only to encounter Xieyuma, who had been waiting outside the door. Clad in his customary athletic wear and carrying a sword, he stood tall like a vigilant sentinel. Concealing something in his hands, he asked, "Are you heading out? Allow me to accompany you." Ever since he had realized that Lu Zhiyao had encountered danger due to his premature departure, he resolved never to let her be alone again. Seeing the determination etched on his face, Lu Zhiyao felt a surge of warmth. "Very well, let us go together." Unexpectedly, she noticed his expression wavering, a peculiar blush creeping across his cheeks. Amused, Lu Zhiyao teased, "Are you feeling constipated?" Xieyuma's face darkened instantly. With a darkened expression, he placed the small box concealed behind him into her hands, mumbling, "It's for you." Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the box in her grasp. It was a wooden case, slightly larger than her palm, exuding an air of antiquity with its unadorned design and a subtle fragrance that hinted at its mysterious material. She looked up at him and gestured a ring. Xie Yumo's gaze dimmed, regret washing over him for not having foreseen this. He then replied with earnestness, "I'll go buy a ring shortly." Lu Zhiyao, realizing the pitfall he was digging for himself, sighed and managed to dissuade him from the notion. As she opened the wooden box, her eyes widened in delight at the sight of the hidden dart, perfectly mirroring the one she had drawn. "This is a dart," Lu Zhiyao exclaimed, joyfully throwing herself at Xie Yumo, impulsively planting a kiss on his cheek. A flush crept up Xie Yumo's face, spreading rapidly, igniting a warmth that felt as though it might ignite. Yet, Lu Zhiyao, engrossed in examining the dart, remained oblivious to his embarrassment. She slipped the dart onto her hand to test it, then turned and dashed into the woods, eager to put it to use immediately. It took Xie Yumo a moment to regain his composure, and he shook his head, smiling indulgently as he followed her. Had she not had another engagement, Lu Zhiyao would have lingered in the woods until dusk. Seated in the passenger seat, she occasionally toyed with the dart on her hand, suddenly realizing to ask, "Where did you buy this?" She wished to procure a few more, one for each hand, changing them daily. After a brief silence, Xie Yumo finally replied, "I made this. Do you like it?" "I love it. Of course I do." Upon realizing it was handcrafted by her young boyfriend, Lu Zhiyao felt her heart melt. She affectionately kissed his cheek again. It was as if a switch had been flipped. She began to relish this intimate sensation. Her joy and gratitude unexpressed in words, but encapsulated in that simple gesture. The car took a sharp turn, and after a struggle to regain control, Xie Yumo's face reddened once more. Meanwhile, the instigator of this delightful chaos hid nearby, chuckling softly. Teasing was indeed addictive. At the entrance of the Institute of Mental Research, 2 rows of solemn soldiers stood guard, and upon their approach, the soldiers promptly inquired about their purpose. It was not until the director, Ding Guoyang, personally emerged to greet them that they were granted entry. Ding Guoyang offered an apologetic explanation. "Recently, there has been considerable activity from the Huaxia, and numerous intruders have been probing about, hence our heightened vigilance. Please do not take offense." They, of course, expressed their understanding and showed no signs of objection. After settling down with tea, Ding Guoyang directly articulated his intention to meet Lu Zhiyao. Chapter 48. The final dignity of soldiers. "I would like to request a favor from you, Lu Xiaoyu," Ding Guoyang stated earnestly. "Many soldiers from the Hua ethnic military have lost their mental strength and abilities due to injuries sustained in battle. Consequently, the military has established a separate department dedicated to accommodating such soldiers as a reserve for logistical support. However, their spirits are low, they engage in fights and disregard discipline, proving to be even less reliable than ordinary soldiers devoid of mental strength or abilities. The Hua government has exhausted every possible means, yet once mental strength and abilities vanish, they cannot be restored. The Mental Strength Research Institute has invested substantial financial and human resources into research, but to no avail. It was not until the emergence of Lu Zhiyao that a turning point was reached." Ding Guoyang remarked, "Statistically, over half of the soldiers have seen their mental strength rise from C level to B level, with some even continuing to increase. Although the progress is slow, we can see a glimmer of hope. However, only a small fraction has managed to remain at C level. The majority of those severely injured exhibit no measurable mental strength whatsoever." He was acutely aware that this demand was exceedingly burdensome, yet they found themselves devoid of alternatives. Facing despair, these warriors continued to cling to life, while their comrades, who had shared the same fate, began to show signs of recovery, a stark contrast that deepened their anguish, plunging them into a state of greater hopelessness. Recently, several minor uprisings had erupted within the ranks, swiftly quelled, but such measures were ultimately unsustainable. Ding Guoyang wore a countenance fraught with worry. This aligned perfectly with Lu Zhiyao's ultimate objective, which was to bolster the spirit of the Huaxia. Thus, she readily agreed and proactively asserted, "I possess a means to restore the lost abilities." Ding Guoyang, taken aback, inquired, "You can even restore abilities?" Lu Zhiyao smiled gently and briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding Gu Yunlong. She decisively stated, rather than waiting for a propitious day, "Let us act today." Fearing her potential change of heart, Ding Guoyang promptly summoned a vehicle. Upon their arrival at the military base, they encountered Lu Kongqing at the entrance, cradling a guzheng and carrying a medical kit, already awaiting their arrival. He had mastered the acupuncture technique aimed at unblocking meridians. Thus Lu Zhiyao had called upon him as an assistant. Fan Wei despondently sat at the kitchen door, smoking. The aroma of stir-fried spices mingled with the smoke, exacerbating his agitation. Despite his diligent efforts alongside his comrades, his spirit and abilities showed no signs of revival. As the number of personnel remaining in logistics dwindled, he grew increasingly restless, sacrificing sleep to study. Yet, his efforts bore no fruit, leaving him devoid of any glimmer of hope. Discarding his cigarette, he ground it out with his foot and spat disdainfully, "Damn it, I'm done." With that, he stripped off his military uniform and hurled it to the ground, storming toward the base entrance. Wen Jun, who was just bringing out dishes, immediately set down his plate and pursued him. Fan Wei sneered, "You, an elite of the Tiger Brigade, are content to languish in logistics? What a commendable achievement." Wen Jun, equally incensed, retorted, "You think you're so high and mighty. What do you propose we do now? Haven't you heard that even ordinary soldiers mock us, calling us a bunch of trash?" Pain flickered in Fan Wei's eyes as he replied, "Indeed, we are all worthless now." He then wiped his face and coldly declared, "I will apply for discharge today. Take care." With that, he turned and headed toward the Logistics Reserve Office, prompting Wen Jun to urgently intervene. As Lu Zhiyao and her group entered, they witnessed the two in heated dispute. Colonel Tian, who was leading them, immediately barked, "What is going on here?" Fan Wei, undeterred, retorted, "I want to discharge." Despite Wen Jun's attempts to restrain him, he remained obstinately resolute. Just as Colonel Tian prepared to reprimand him, Ding Guoyang intervened. Having spent considerable time assisting in testing and documenting the recovery of spiritual energy, thus becoming familiar with the special soldiers, Fan Wei was among those whose spirit and abilities had vanished without a trace. Reflecting on the fact that this man had once valiantly defended the Huaxia, Ding Guoyang felt a profound sorrow. If your spirit and abilities were restored, would you still seek to discharge? Fan Wei scoffed, "If I could recover, I could slay 100 enemies without breaking a sweat." "Do you believe that?" Ding Guoyang smiled, "Ido. But first, come with us to restore your spirit and abilities, and I shall await your promise to slay 100 foes." Finally, Fan Wei regarded Ding Guoyang with a discerning eye, recognizing him as Ding Weigua. "I trust you as far as I can throw you." He had learned under this man's guidance, yet had proven futile for him. Choosing not to engage further, he turned to leave. Lu Zhiyao interjected, "I can assist you in your recovery." Xie Yumal pulled her back, fixing a cold glare on him. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Fan Wei, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, compelling him to avert his gaze. Upon regaining his composure, he inwardly scoffed, realizing how fragile he had become. He scoffed with a mocking smile. "What? Do you have a solution?" Lu Zhiyao peeked out from behind Xie Yumal, a cunning grin adorning his face. "If you don't believe me, then feel free to leave." He then pulled Xie Yumal along and urged Colonel Tian to proceed. Observing that this group was indeed heading towards the Logistics Reserve Department, Fan Wei found himself hesitating. Wen Jun, noticing him lingering in place, seized the opportunity to give him a hearty slap on the back of his head, avenging the earlier mockery, and then chuckled as he followed suit. As he ran, he called out, "Whether you believe it or not, I'm going to take a look. What if?" Fan Wei cursed under his breath and charged in that direction as well. Indeed, what if? They were leaving anyway. Staying a little longer mattered not. The cafeteria of the Logistics Reserve Department was already brimming with people, all summoned by the notification. Upon arrival, it was apparent that most of those present were individuals who had recently stirred up considerable trouble. Some pondered inwardly, sensing that a significant purge was imminent. Their expressions grew solemn, a silent vow to preserve whatever dignity they had left as soldiers before departing. Yet, the thought of not finding such favorable employment opportunities outside filled them with anxiety. It struck them as somewhat amusing that they, proud soldiers tasked with defending the nation, had fallen to such a day. Suddenly, music blared from the cafeteria speakers. Chapter 49, I am proud of you. They immediately recognized the distinctive tones of the guzheng, which they had been studying recently. However, the music was undeniably far superior to the skills of these mere beginners. Just as they were pondering this, one individual suddenly gasped in astonishment. The surrounding people were momentarily disturbed and shot him a disapproving glance, yet he paid them no mind. His spiritual energy. He had just felt his spiritual energy. Gradually, more individuals began to sense a difference. The cafeteria erupted with waves of exclamations. Yet the discipline instilled in soldiers soon led them to comprehend the source of it all. It was the enchanting sound of the guzheng, this extraordinary melody. As more and more people experienced a resurgence of their spiritual energy, it continued to elevate and transform. They began to mute their voices, subsequently falling into silence, completely immersed. To his astonishment, he discovered that his mental strength had been restored to its former glory, achieving the remarkable 2S level. However, before he could joyfully share this delightful news with Wenjun, he found himself being pulled into a long queue. The soldiers in front were vociferously shouting, "Those without any abilities, line up here for acupuncture. Those who have restored their abilities, come over here to receive your talismans." "Silence! Silence!" he shouted until his voice became hoarse. Yet the cafeteria remained a cacophony of noise. The soldiers, who were typically obedient, had completely lost control of their excitement. And at that moment, the clamor in the cafeteria resembled that of a bustling marketplace, as they eagerly exchanged their feelings. After much effort to decipher the soldiers' shouts, Fan Wei's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He immediately squeezed himself into the queue, provoking incessant complaints from those behind him. Yet, he paid little heed to their grievances. His mental fortitude had been restored, and the awakening of his extraordinary abilities was not far off. Observing the soldiers lining up, bare-chested, before the acupuncture station, Xie Yuma could no longer restrain herself and instinctively shielded Lu Zhiyao's eyes. Leaning closer, she inquired, enunciating each word, "Is it appealing?" With his view obstructed, Lu Zhiyao let out a resigned sigh, only to abruptly realize, "It's not appealing at all. Nothing compared to my charming boyfriend." However, Xie Yuma's expression darkened as she turned his face to meet hers. After scrutinizing her for a prolonged moment, he tenderly bandaged her injured fingers, a result of her relentless piano playing. It was evident that he had forgotten how a single restorative scroll could instantly erase such wounds. Yet, with someone caring for her, Lu Zhiyao felt no inclination to remind him, her heart brimming with sweetness. She leaned closer, seizing a moment of solitude to plant a furtive kiss on him, her smile reminiscent of a cat that had just indulged in forbidden pleasures. Though Xie Yuma did not raise his gaze, the corners of his lips subtly lifted, unnoticed by anyone else. The day continued until darkness enveloped the sky. In the brightly lit cafeteria, bustling with people, an eerie silence prevailed, as if the atmosphere was pregnant with unspoken anticipation. Almost instinctively, the crowd hushed, standing as obediently as quails. Ding Guoyang shook his head in amusement, jesting, "Have you slain 100 foes?" Some laughed until tears streamed down their faces. The scene of laughter mingled with sorrow, causing Ding Guoyang and others to feel a surge of emotion. Fan Wei, initially irate, gradually succumbed to laughter, relishing the moment immensely. Upon escorting Lu Zhiyao to the doorstep of her residence, Xie Yuma gazed deeply into her eyes for a considerable time, making her heart race and cheeks flush. Finally, he spoke, "I'm proud of you." Lu Zhiyao was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this was a display of lightness. However, recalling his flushed cheeks upon departure, she chuckled softly. This young man truly knows how to charm. Days of respite are invariably fleeting. In the training room of Fenghua University, the team members lamented at the rugged visage of Chao Fei. Suddenly, Chao Fei broke into a grin. "The school has considered your arduous efforts last time and has granted you a reward." "A reward?" Hearing this, Feng Huayu was instantly invigorated. Feng Yudao appeared animated, and Yao Lina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Even Feng Xiao, who was supposed to be eliminated due to her performance on the deserted island, felt a surge of hope as the entire team pleaded with the instructor for her to receive another chance. She eagerly awaited the upcoming specialized training, determined to excel as the best support. Xiaoyuma remained expressionless as Lu Zhiyao fiddled with her sleeve arrows, internally mused. You are all too naive. Instead of wasting time on this so-called reward, she would rather focus on her sleeve arrows, which her dear Yuma had crafted for her. The thought of her spatial pouch brimming with enhancement talismans brought her immense satisfaction, rendering her indifferent to this alleged reward. However, a saying rings true. Flattery without purpose is either deceit or theft. After exchanging glances with the sentinels stationed at the entrance of the Huaxia military base, Feng Huayu finally realized he had been outwitted by the cunning instructor. Chao Fei, laughing heartily beside him, remarked, "See, I told you it was a reward." Experiencing military life ahead of time is a dream for countless students. Lu Zhiyao facepalmed, recognizing this as the same grueling military training every student had to endure over 2 centuries ago. She never imagined that after just leaving here as a physician, she would return as a student experiencing the same trials. Fortunately, her stamina was no longer akin to that of someone who would double over in pain after running 800 meters over 2 centuries ago. This, indeed, was the only piece of good news. Chao Fei led them to the headquarters office, where soldiers along the way paused to salute him. It was only then that they realized the chief instructor held a military rank, and the crowd could not help but feel a profound respect. Turning to the students who appeared as docile as chicks, Chao Fei suppressed a smile and introduced himself. "The military ranks are categorized by stars, and I'm a 3rd lieutenant." The 6 immediately stood at attention and saluted. Chao Fei then continued to introduce the middle-aged officer beside him. "This is Colonel Tian. For the next 3 months, you will all be learning under Colonel Tian's guidance." He stated solemnly, "Remember, this is a military camp, not a school. If there are any violations of military discipline, even the school cannot protect you. Do you understand?" He resumed his cheerful demeanor, saying, "Very well. Then we shall meet again in 3 months." Like 6 abandoned puppies, they gazed longingly as Chao Fei walked away, and even Principal Tianzhong could not help but chuckle. He nodded amicably at Lu Zhiyao. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Dr. Lu." Chapter 50, The Tiger Team. Each year, prior to the all-around competition, participating students come to the military for intensive training. Upon learning that Lu Zhiyao would be among the students from Fenghua University this time, he felt a surge of anticipation, for Lu Zhiyao was indeed a benefactor of their military. The merits Dr. Lu has achieved this time are still under evaluation, but he estimated they would be nothing short of substantial. He was also pleased with the outcome, willing to bestow upon her as many honors as she desired. Thus, in light of this, he meticulously selected the finest team for Fenghua University as a token of his regard. Upon hearing Principal Tianzhong's call, the others looked on with astonishment. Aside from Xiaoyuma, they were bewildered by the implication of his words. How had Lu Zhiyao become a physician? However, Principal Tianzhong offered no explanation, simply reassuring them with a gentle tone, "Fear not. Your instructor is merely jesting. Consider this place your home. Our military is quite gentle with students." Yet, at 4 o'clock the following morning, the 6 members who joined the Tiger team felt no semblance of such familial warmth. While other classes remained in slumber, their team was fully assembled, invigorated, and ready to commence training. As they gathered that morning, it became evident that 6 new individuals had joined their ranks, 2 of whom were already familiar faces. He is also aware that each year, universities send students for specialized training. It has not yet been their turn for the Fierce Tiger Squad. It is important to note that the Fierce Tiger Squad has always been regarded as the most exceptional unit within the entire military camp. Candidates must undergo rigorous evaluations, and only those who rank among the top 10 strongest individual soldiers are eligible for selection. Since its inception, the squad has never exceeded 10 members. Each position is fiercely contested, and these spots are coveted by many. He and Wenjun exchanged knowing glances for quite some time, yet ultimately feigned ignorance and continued their earnest training. Among the entire Tiger Brigade, only he and Wenjun had previously withdrawn due to injuries. which made them cherish this hard-won opportunity to return to the team. They were determined not to engage in any conduct that would breach discipline. During the lunch break, as they were about to greet one another, they were interrupted by Feng Yirui, who stood with arms crossed, casting a disdainful gaze at the 6 individuals. Which team were you from before? How did you manage to get in? He boasts of being the dominant force of the Tiger team, asserting his authority over the team's capabilities. Fan Wei, intrigued by the commotion, contemplated intervening to assist physician Lu if the situation escalated excessively. Wen Jun shared a similar mindset, observing the unfolding events with a sense of gratitude towards physician Lu for his contributions, yet acknowledging that the Tiger team was not an easy group to join. Feng Huayu, the captain of the squad, was the first to speak up. We are students from Fenghua University here for specialized training. We kindly ask for your support. Students? Specialized training? Feng Yirui scoffed. Then you should head to the logistics department. Our Tiger team is not a shelter. You. Yao Lina was incensed. Who do you look down upon? Feng Yirui raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly assessed her, casually remarking, I look down upon all 6 of you. The commotion had drawn the attention of onlookers, yet Captain Wu, responsible for the Tiger team, did not intervene. He was also feeling a headache about bringing 6 students. It would certainly be convenient if they could be intimidated into retreat. At that moment, during the lunch break, the cafeteria was bustling with students from other classes, all drawn in by the commotion. Contestants from other universities were undergoing special training and, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but scoff. What a poor start. To be driven away before even entering the ranks. The reputation of Fenghua University was in tatters. Someone jested, how about a match to settle this? Another, who had been treated by Lu Zhiyao a few days prior, kindly suggested, why not join our class? We welcome Dr. Lu here. Yes, Dr. Lu, come to our side. We promise to persuade the class leader to give you an excellent evaluation. This prompted the contestants from other universities to regard them with renewed interest. Was this Dr. Lu quite renowned in the military? Feng Yirui mocked. Someone's welcoming you. Why not hurry up and leave? As if a delicate physician could join their fierce Tiger team? They should not underestimate them. It could tarnish the reputation of their entire squad, known for being the best. Feng Huayu swiftly restrained the impulsive Yao Lina, who was ready to lash out. He then smiled slightly at Feng Yirui. Then let us have a match. Feng Yirui finally regarded him seriously. Kid, you possess quite the courage. Very well, choose the contest. This was a perfect opportunity to drive them away under the guise of a fair challenge. Feng Huayu graciously replied, no worries, you are in your territory. You may select the contest. A wicked smile crept on a Feng Yirui's lips. Oh, then I shall not hold back, since you don't want to save face. Don't blame me. With the assistance of team leader Wu, they secured an afternoon free for the contest. Feng Yirui chose individual combat tactics as the competition. The venue was set at the rear mountain of the base, within a 50-kilometer range. Both sides would form teams and search for markers. The first team to find 10 markers would be declared the victor. No special abilities were allowed during the process. Otherwise, the mountain could not withstand the disturbance. To ensure fairness, Feng Yirui selected 5 individuals to join his team. Do not mistake my intentions. I alone can match your 10. However, since we're in military, we must adhere to military regulations. There will be no special treatment here. Fan Wei and Wen Jun also claimed 2 of the slots. At this moment, Fan Wei kindly advised Lu Zhiyao, Dr. Lu, why not concede voluntarily? Our Tiger team is not like the others. We excel in 1 against 10. Fan Wei suddenly recalled his boast of eliminating 100 enemy troops a few days prior and felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Zhiyao shook his head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. He then began to discuss strategies with the other 5. Lu Zhiyao stated, I just observed that among the opposing 6, 2 are 2S, Feng Yirui and Fan Wei, while the other 4 are S. Feng Huayu nodded. This information was crucial for them. The sensing range for S is 10 kilometers, while for 2S, it extends to 25 kilometers. He remarked, the scope of this competition extends over 50 kilometers. Perhaps someone among us may achieve a panoramic view of the entire expanse. He inquired with a gaze directed towards Lu Zhiyao and the others. Lu Zhiyao responded affirmatively. All 3 of us are capable. Feng Huayu felt a surge of confidence within, recognizing this as their greatest advantage. Meanwhile, Feng Yudao and Feng Xiao exchanged a glance, both startled in their hearts. They had sensed the distinctiveness of these three individuals earlier, yet were astonished to discover that their mental prowess surpassed the 2S level. Feng Yurei was also scrutinizing the 6 individuals and found, to his astonishment, that 3 of them were unfathomable. He immediately became cautious. These individuals were no ordinary folks. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that their talents might simply be exceptional. In terms of actual combat experience, they could not possibly match those seasoned veterans. Upon receiving the news, Captain Tianzhong furrowed his brow. His good intentions seemed to have backfired. "Can you guarantee that Dr. Lu won't be harmed?" he inquired. Squad leader Wu shrugged. He had no control over that. Fan Wei need not worry, for Dr. Lu was his benefactor and might very well intervene to protect himself. However, Feng Yirue was a reckless character. If he were to unleash his fury, upon this realization, he quickly instructed, "Activate full surveillance. Be prepared for immediate rescue." What initially began as a simple competition had escalated into a spectacle throughout the entire base, all due to the reputation of Dr. Lu and the Tiger Squad. Chapter 51. The General Dr. Lu Qinbufan and Yi Tianyun, participant from Wire Academy in the all-around competition, were also dispatched to the military for specialized training. Prior to their arrival, Chun Bufan had heard tales of the renowned Tiger Squad and held a deep admiration for them. However, the assignment to a particular unit was not within their control. Even the affluent Chun family could not sway the military's decisions. Thus, when he discovered that Fenghua University would be training alongside the Tiger Squad, he was taken aback, especially upon seeing Lu Zhiyao, who had nearly become his spouse in the past. Seeing Lu Zhiyao again, he could not help but feel captivated, though they all donned the same military green training attire. She stood out in the crowd effortlessly. Her unique aura, one that appeared fragile yet exuded strength, ignited a stir within him. Suddenly, Yi Tianyun let out a sound of realization and lowered his head as if he understood something profound. Chen Bufan cast a glance at him, feeling disdain. He was well aware of the matters between the Yi and Lu families and had no interest in engaging with someone so oblivious. At that moment, the military camp was abuzz with excitement and discussions. Observing this, the squad leaders conferred and simultaneously submitted a request to the higher-ups for permission to observe. The fervor surrounding the Tiger Squad was a rare spectacle, and they were all eagerly anticipating it. Upon approval, the match between the Tiger Squad and the Fenghua team commenced. Little did they expect such a grand commotion to arise. Feng Yirue, upon reflection, could not help but smile. "Now, let everyone witness the might of our Tiger Squad." With a swift gesture, he commanded, "Let us set forth." The well-trained Tiger Squad took off with remarkable speed, dispersing into the mountains in the blink of an eye. In contrast, the Fenghua team remained composed. Lu Zhiyao even produced several sheets of paper, distributing one to each member. As the camera zoomed in, it became evident that these were simplified maps of the rear mountains. Squad leader Wu cast a reproachful glance at Colonel Tian, who was also observing the large screen. Could it be that, in a bid to ensure Dr. Lu's safety, he had provided them with an advantage? Colonel Tian, stroking his chin in contemplation, noticed Wu's gaze and quickly clarified, "This is not for me." Just then, Lu Zhiyao's voice resonated from the screen. "I just drew this. The locations marked with numbers indicate where the flags are." She paused to attune her senses and continued, "The enemy is currently heading toward point number 5. We shall proceed now, and I will direct us." Feng Guayu, catching her gaze, promptly affirmed, "We will follow your lead." It was no jest. He felt a pang of guilt about holding the captain's position, wishing he could pass the role on to Lu Zhiyao, but alas, she was not one for social pleasantries. They finally set off, and as soon as they entered the woods, they headed straight for their objective. Major Tian and Sergeant Wu exchanged glances, pondering whether this was indeed the work of Lu Zhiyao, Dr. Lu. How did she acquire such information? It was astonishing how swiftly she pinpointed the location. This defied logic. Even if there were insider tips, the markers were placed randomly and separately. No one possessed a complete map. Yet, Lu Zhiyao had already issued her commands. Feng Yudao. 2 o'clock direction, 28 kilometers. Feng Xiao, 5 o'clock direction, 30 kilometers. The entire team sprinted towards their targets without hesitation. Amidst the spectators at the large screen, some voiced their doubts. Why are they running so far? Aren't they concerned about exhausting their energy? Typically, one would gather resources nearby. Only when nothing is available would they venture such distances. However, the Fenghua team took the opposite approach, racing towards the periphery right from the start of the competition. Chen Bufan speculated, could this be a strategy to avoid the limelight, surrounding the center from all sides? He had to concede that this was indeed a prudent strategy. The Tiger Squad had commenced a nearby search, and if the Fenghua team happened to be in the vicinity, a conflict was inevitable. In such a scenario, they could hardly hope to triumph over seasoned soldiers, which would only result in a regrettable loss of personnel. Yet, was not fleeing to a distant location a waste of energy? If they were to encounter each other later, would they not find themselves at an even greater disadvantage? What they were unaware of was that only S and 2S, Feng, and Feng, had been dispatched to the far-off location. Meanwhile, the formidable radar team, led by Lu Zhiyao, was already scouring the area, effortlessly seizing the markers ahead of the Tiger Squad. Feng Yirui had diligently surveyed a radius of 25 kilometers but found only Lu Zhiyao and his 2 companions. The remaining 3 were nowhere to be found. After a moment of contemplation, he contacted the team member closest to Lu Zhiyao. Upon receiving the order, Fan Wei grinned and said, "Dr. Lu, I apologize." He ran at full speed, finally reaching her just before Lu Zhiyao could move away. Lu Zhiyao appeared oblivious, as she was tucking a marker flag into her embrace. Without hesitation, Fan Wei lunged at her, contemplating his plan to incapacitate her momentarily, then hide her in a secure place, thus fulfilling his duty to his benefactor by merely enduring until the conclusion of the competition. Gentle physician, Lu Zhiyao flashed him an apologetic smile. "Please don't attack from behind. It frightens me." "Frighten my foot." Fan Wei finally discerned her true nature, and with a gasp, he charged at her once more. He finally ceased to underestimate his opponent, executing each technique with vigor and fluidity, clearly demonstrating the solidity of his foundational skills. Grateful for the lessons learned, he swiftly incapacitated his adversary with merely 3 moves. The audience before the large screen fell into a collective silence, astonished by the prowess of contemporary physicians. Some murmured, "This defies logic. How can such a gentle soul as Dr. Lu possess such formidable strength?" Their illusions shattered, they lamented. Chen Bufan smirked derisively. "Gentle? You have no idea who she truly is." Miss Lu, the 3rd daughter, was anything but gentle. Moreover, how could one possibly employ such a feeble descriptor for the person who resided in his heart? Ever since he had experienced the mental pressure exerted by Lu Zhiyao, he had been utterly captivated by the strength embodied by Lu Zhiyao. He wished fervently that he could be the one to endure the beating intended for Fan Wei, and his gaze gradually turned frantic. Lu Zhiyao had already bound Fan Wei, even adorning him with a thoughtful bow. Without regard for his struggles, he shoved him into the thicket. "Stay here obediently. It's much safer." The class leaders exchanged sympathetic glances towards class leader Wu, who, with a hand on his forehead, lamented, "This is a disgrace." As soon as Fan Wei noticed her distance, he immediately called Feng Yirui to inform him of the recent events. Feng Yirui snorted coldly. "Is it a case of a pig playing the tiger? It also depends on whether this tiger is willing to be devoured." At that moment, the fierce tiger team had gathered 7 flags, yet 1 flag belonging to Fan Wei was lost, leaving them with only 6. They could not find it nearby. However, upon hearing the reports from the team members, Feng Yirui remained unperturbed. He let out a cold smile. "Let's wait for the Fenghua team to deliver it automatically." The Fenghua team had already gathered 8 tokens, and with the 1 found on Fan Wei, there were a total of 9. There were only 16 tokens placed in the back mountain, leaving 1 yet to be discovered. However, this remaining token was unfortunately closer to the territory of the Menghu team. "I shall go," Lu Zhiyao declared, setting off directly, while Xie Yuma, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind. The final token was perched upon a locust tree, where Feng Yirui stood. waiting patiently like a hunter for his prey. Chapter 52, A Trap Set. He regarded them as if meeting for the first time, especially Lu Zhiyao. With a seemingly delicate appearance, one would never have expected him to be a veritable man-eater. He had already paid the price for his arrogance. Yet recalling the tasks he had just assigned, a smile crept upon his face. Would he engage in battle? He challenged Lu Zhiyao. Just as Lu Zhiyao was about to accept, Xie Yuma interjected, "I shall take on this challenge." Without further ado, she launched an attack. Feng Yirue was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this silent figure was also a formidable opponent, and he immediately committed himself to the fight. One possessed substantial combat experience, while the other boasted exceptional talent. For a time, they found themselves evenly matched. Lu Zhiyao, however, remained unconcerned for Xie Yuma, as she was busy assessing the movements of their teammates. Suddenly, she paused, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, her eyes veiling any emotion as she continued to observe the battle. Soon, Feng Yirue began to falter, ultimately being toppled by Xie Yuma's kick. It was indeed a formidable challenge. He had not anticipated that these opponents were anything but ordinary. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he chuckled to himself. The outcome was still uncertain. With a resounding clap, 3 figures emerged from the thicket, one of whom was unmistakably the bound Feng Xiao. Feng Yirue grinned with pride and addressed his teammates. "Bring it here." To his surprise, his companion stammered, "We found nothing." Feng Yirue was taken aback. Not a single one? The two were equally disheartened. They had journeyed far to capture someone, and though they had succeeded, they had found nothing. Shen Li, the sole female member of the Fierce Tiger team, lamented, "I searched every inch myself and found not a single one." In that instant, Feng Yirue realized he had fallen into a trap. Just then, an announcement echoed through the air, declaring the end of the match. The competition had concluded, just like that. How could the illustrious Tiger team, the most formidable soldiers in the entire military base, be defeated by mere students? Even if they were outmatched in brute strength, he could not fathom that their combat prowess could possibly fall short of these individuals who had yet to enter society. In a relay race, Feng Xiao, the furthest ahead, located Feng Yudao and handed over all the flags before wandering off aimlessly. Feng Yudao then sought out Feng Huayu, who in turn found Yao Lina, ultimately consolidating all the flags in Yao Lina's possession. Thus, under their keen mental acuity, the flags continued to shift, evading precise location and swiftly exceeding the designated range. At that moment, the 2 members of the Tiger team had only just encountered the farthest Feng Xiao, who offered little resistance before being captured. Meanwhile, Yao Lina had cleverly concealed herself near Fan Wei, eluding the Tiger team's search along the periphery. Had any member of the Tiger team thought to rescue Fan Wei first, the outcome would have been markedly different. However, at that time, Lu Zhiyao had already silenced Fan Wei while patiently awaiting the conclusion of his report. Watching Yao Lina swagger nearby with an abundance of flags, yet being unable to sound an alarm, Fan Wei, a robust man standing 8 feet tall, felt his eyes redden with frustration as he helplessly witnessed his team's squandered opportunity for victory. The spectators before the large screen fell into a profound silence, particularly those from the military. It was indeed a disgrace. Not only had they failed to overpower their opponents, but they had also been outmaneuvered by a handful of students. Yet, they could hardly be blamed. After all, the Fenghua team had the advantage of the divine perspective provided by Lu Zhiyao and his companions. Colonel Tianzong Coupe de l'Italie, offering a sympathetic pat on Instructor Wu's shoulder before taking his leave. He felt reassured that Dr. Lu would remain safe until the end of the special training. However, he felt no remorse for his troops being bested by students, believing it was high time that these soldiers face some discipline. Instructor Wu's face darkened as he bellowed, "All members of the Tiger team, run 50 kilometers. Begin march." He cast a fierce glare at the 6 members of Lu Zhiyao who remained stationary. "Why aren't you following?" At this moment, they were utterly bewildered. So now they were acknowledging their identity as the Fierce Tiger team? How unfair. Yet, such was the nature of the military. If punishment was to be meted out, it was to be shared, emphasizing a collective honor. Observing Lu Zhiyao, who was reluctantly subjected to the punishment of running, Chun Bufan smiled. His charming peach blossom eyes filled with affection. However, upon noticing Xie Yuma running alongside her, his gaze turned icy once more. He still recalls the ruthless blow dealt by his second uncle, a strike both fierce and decisive. It seems he must find a way to eliminate this bothersome individual before he can claim Lu Zhiyao. As Yi Tianyun gazed at Lu Zhiyao, his thoughts drifted to Xiao AI, and from Xiao AI, he was reminded of the Chun family's proposal. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had previously implored Chun Bufan to persuade Chen Yukai to abandon his pursuit of marrying Xiao AI. He could not comprehend why Chun Bufan would stand up for Lu Zhiyao, yet he knew he needed his assistance. The head of the Yi family had already approached his father, threatening that if they could ally with the Chun family through marriage, he would overlook their failure to safeguard Lu Zhiyao. However, the thought of Chun Yotsai's sordid past made it unbearable for him to watch his younger sister step into such a perilous situation. After the punishment run, it was already deep into the night, and the members of the Tiger team had lost their fierce vigor, collapsing to the ground like tigers fallen from grace. No matter how much class leader Wu blew his whistle, they refused to budge an inch. Nevertheless, the merciless Captain Wu coldly announced that if they did not assemble immediately, they would incur an additional penalty of 10 kilometers. Excellent. A grudge had been established. They had even been coerced into arranging a personal competition for the following day. What a splendid arrangement. At 4 o'clock the next morning, the assembly whistle pierced the air, prompting Lu Zhiyao to cover his ears in frustration. Yet the whistle was unwavering and jarring. Suddenly, he recalled Chao Fei's words, warning that if there were any violations of military discipline, the school would not protect them. Reluctantly, Lu Zhiyao stumbled out of bed, quickly dressing and waking up Feng Xiu, who was still reluctant to rise. After a moment of daze, Feng Xiu began to move in a swift, coordinated manner. The school's reputation was at stake. At the assembly point on the playground, Feng Irue glanced at the 6 who arrived just on time, lamenting how they had been summoned to gather punctually. However, thinking of the competition proposed the previous day, he felt a surge of excitement. He remained unconvinced. How could he, the formidable leader of the fierce Tiger Squad, possibly concede defeat so easily? Chapter 53. Do you truly find joy in watching your younger sister perish? Regrettably, during the midday break, after successive challenges against Xie Yuma and Lu Zhiyao, he was compelled to confront a harsh reality. He, the formidable leader of the Tiger Squad, truly cannot defeat 2 mere students. He sat despondently to one side, watching as Xie Yuma was invited by the class leader of another group to discuss techniques, which only deepened his gloom. Fan Wei approached him, attempting to uplift his spirits. Don't be disheartened. You can't compare yourself to a divine being. With a fierce glare, Feng Irue retorted in anger. Have some ambition. What divine being? I will surpass them sooner or later. However, Fan Wei gestured towards Lu Zhiyao, saying, Look, Dr. Lu is the real divine being. At that moment, a crowd had already gathered around Lu Zhiyao. Among them were those she had previously treated and others eager to learn a few techniques from her. Chun Bufan seized this opportunity to draw closer to her. He politely nodded and said, Miss Lu San, it is a pleasure to see you again. Unexpectedly, he added, My second uncle is preparing to marry Yi Tianai. What? Lu Zhiyao doubted her hearing. When she finally met his gaze, a wave of emotions surged within him. After a brief pause, he continued, My second uncle, Chen Yukai, has already proposed to the Yi family for Yi Tianai. Oh, she raised an intrigued eyebrow and inquired, Did the Yi family agree? Lu Zhiyao understood. Even if Yi Jiangwo and the others opposed, the head of the Yi family would compel them to consent. The entire Yi family, from beginning to end, was of the same ilk. I do not agree. Yi Tianyun finally seized the opportunity to speak. He had long wished to broach this topic with Chun Bufan, but Chun Bufan had been utterly unresponsive, leaving him frustrated to the point of wanting to bind him and demand answers. Having just overheard their conversation, he finally found his moment. He earnestly implored Chun Bufan, Your Chun family possesses such advantageous circumstances. What type of partner can you not find? Why must you fixate on Xiao AI? Please let her be. She is still young, having just reached adulthood. However, Chen Bufan averted his gaze from him and instead smiled at Lu Zhiyao, saying at that time, "The Yi family did not consider your recent coming of age when they refused your uncle's proposal." Lu Zhiyao looked at him in surprise, revealing a smile of agreement. Upon witnessing Lu Zhiyao finally smile at him, a surge of joy welled up within his heart. He understood that standing on the same side as her was the most effective way to win her heart. Chen Bufan was taken aback by this person's audacity. Such words hardly seemed human. However, Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed. She harbored no feelings for the Yi family, and without affection, there could be no hatred. She had merely sought justice for the unfortunate original owner of her body, and now, seeing them in misfortune, she simply felt a sense of satisfaction. "My surname is Lu, and yours is Yi. We are not family," she stated, choosing to ignore him and turning to leave. Yet, Yi Tianyun was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. He raised his voice. "Is Dr. Lu really going to watch her own little sister perish before her eyes?" Instantly, everyone was drawn to the scene. They had been curious about the conversation, and now they were filled with confusion. How could such a kind-hearted person as Dr. Lu simply stand by and watch someone die? Fan Wei indignantly interjected, "Dr. Lu is not that kind of person. Do not speak nonsense." Yi Tianyun pressed on, pointing at Chen Bufan. "His family has married and mistreated 2 wives. Yet now he seeks to marry my little sister." Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, he turned to Lu Zhiyao. "You clearly have a good relationship with Chen Bufan. Can't you plead for him? Do you truly wish to see your sister die before you feel joy?" Fan Wei, perplexed, remarked, "Wait, what does your sister's life or death have to do with Dr. Lu? You don't even share the same surname." Yi Tianyun was momentarily at a loss, then briefly explained the circumstances of their families, prompting a collective realization among the onlookers. Fan Wei, ever straightforward, added, "Then Dr. Lu is still not related to you. Why should she help you?" Lu Zhiyao silently applauded Fan Wei's loyalty. What a good teammate. Chen Bufan seized a moment to interject. "While it may not be appropriate to speak ill of my uncle, I must say that when my uncle sought to marry Dr. Lu, the Yi family agreed without any consideration." This statement shifted the spectators' gazes toward Yi Tianyun, now filled with disapproval, disdain, and anger. Yi Tianyun's face flushed crimson as he stammered in defense. That was my father's decision. I had no say in the matter." He glanced at Lu Zhiyao again and said, "You no longer need to marry, do you? Could you not lend a hand to Xiao Ai?" Fan Wei retorted angrily, "You care for those you adopt, but not for your own flesh and blood. No wonder Dr. Lu disowns you." He rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "I cannot abide treachery and dishonor. Come, let me relieve my frustration with a good thrashing." With that, he seized him and dragged him outside, leaving Yi Tianyun no time to resist. In the military camp, the use of extraordinary abilities was strictly prohibited, and their mental powers were evenly matched. Thus, it was not long before Yi Tianyun found himself overwhelmed by Fan Wei's assault, surrounded by a crowd cheering on the spectacle. What folly it was to sow discord within the military ranks, treating them as if they were ignorant fools. Just as he managed to escape the onslaught of the other squad leader, Xie Yuma entered to witness the pitiful sight of Yi Tianyun being brutally subdued on the ground. He averted his gaze as if he had not seen, and with concern, he asked Lu Zhiyao, "Did he bully you?" Lu Zhiyao shrugged nonchalantly, "Not at all. Just an inconsequential person, best ignored." Chen Bufan nodded with gentlemanly grace, said nothing further, and took his leave to return to his team. There was no rush. He would take his time, his eyes reflecting a profound intensity. As he observed Chen Bufan's distant silhouette, Xie Yuma raised an eyebrow and inquired about Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyao succinctly recounted the earlier incident. Yi Tianyun's shamelessness had broadened his horizons, and his gaze turned icy. "Rest assured, during this training session, I shall not let him have it easy." Then, as if casually, he mentioned, "Do you hold Chen Bufan in high regard?" Lu Zhiyao chuckled. "What? Are you jealous?" Xie Yuma lowered his eyes, hesitating for a long moment before finally admitting, "Yes. I dislike seeing you smile at others." Lu Zhiyao reveled in his candid expression of jealousy. With a playful grin, he reassured, "Do not worry. Although I am unsure of his intentions in trying to please me, to me, he is no different from Chen Yukai, and I will keep my distance." As he observed the teasing smile on Lu Zhiyao's face, Xiaoyuma felt his cheeks flush with warmth. There was no escape. His fair complexion betrayed his emotions at the slightest provocation, often rendering him the target of playful teasing. But so what? He welcomed it willingly. The day continued until the conclusion of a lunch break, when Yi Tianyin finally escaped from the group of ruffians who cloaked their admonishments under the guise of discussion. His body was in a state of disrepair, and he never anticipated that Lu Zhiyao held such a formidable position in their eyes. Yet, that was only the beginning. Chapter 54. Where's my ability? Everyone was resting beneath the shade of the trees, while he remained motionless, standing at attention under the scorching sun. Any hint of laziness would lead to immediate reporting, prolonging his punishment. Meanwhile, those in his dormitory huddled together, whispering and feigned nonchalance whenever he glanced their way. The following days unfolded in a similar fashion. Not only did the soldiers in his battalion mock him openly and covertly, but even his peers from Wellesley Academy, who had joined him for intensive training, began to disregard him, maintaining their distance. However, he could endure all of this, as long as he could withstand the training until its conclusion, and everything would eventually return to normal. Yet, someone took it upon themselves to broadcast this incident as a joke online, specifically highlighting him. In an instant, both the Yi family and he found themselves at the center of a tempest, ultimately crushed by the overwhelming force of the Yi family patriarch. When Zhao Lifeng came to visit, she sorrowfully remarked, "The patriarch has insisted that we marry Xiao Ai off to Chen Yukai. She got married yesterday." Yi Tianyin's face turned ashen, but that was not the worst of it. After a prolonged hesitation, Zhao Lifeng revealed, "The Yi patriarch has revoked your share of the Shiguang stone." At that moment, Yi Tianyin was genuinely alarmed. He had painstakingly elevated his mental fortitude by immersing himself in the knowledge of live streaming, and was brimming with ambition to utilize the specially supplied Shiguang stone from the Yi family to enhance his extraordinary abilities. Yet now, he was informed that it was no longer available. His eyes were bloodshot, and with a grimace, he asked, "What did the head of the family say?" Startled by his expression, Zhao Lifeng hesitated for a long moment before softly replying, "The head of the family said your reputation has been tarnished, and he fears it will affect the Yi family, so he wants you to remain stable for a while." Seeing his expression grow increasingly grim, she hurried to comfort him. "Rest assured, it will get better in time. When the moment is right, I will plead on your behalf to restore your share." However, Yi Tianyin could no longer absorb her words. He understood that Yi Jianjun had always looked down upon their family and had previously refrained from overtly cutting their resources due to his reputation. Yet now, the hard-earned reputation he had built was utterly shattered. How could Yi Jianjun resist the opportunity to seize all the resources that had been withheld and bestow them upon his own son? His future was in ruins. No, there was still a glimmer of hope. With reddened eyes and gritted teeth, he uttered, "What about the betrothal gifts from the Chun family?" At the time when Chen Yukai sought to marry Lu Zhiyao, he generously presented an entire box of exquisite Shiguang stones. He could very well utilize these gifts to elevate his status. As if that were not sufficient, she continued, "The Chen family claims that Xiao Ai is carrying Chun Yotsai's child. Being able to marry her is already a stroke of good fortune." Yi Tianyin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. The isolation and targeting he had endured for days had not defeated him. Yet the humiliation inflicted by the Chun family, coupled with the Yi family head's cruel betrayal, seemed to shatter his defenses completely. He collapsed. Zhao Lifeng was heartbroken and hurriedly took him to the hospital. His greatest concern was his own pride. Yet it was precisely that which was most dear to him that lay in ruins. With a steely gaze, he resolved that if he could not find solace, neither would others. Recalling the mysterious item entrusted to him in the hospital, a chill swept over his features. In the dead of night, by the basket of provisions in the logistics department's canteen, a shadow extended its hand. Awoken once more by the blaring alarm, Lu Zhiyao skillfully donned his clothes and, with eyes still closed, reached over to nudge Yao Lina before both of them hoisted Feng Xiu from her slumber. Truly, the military is a fertile ground for forging bonds. The three young women had relied upon one another for so many days that any barriers between them had vanished. It was no jest. In the dormitory, If even one person failed to arrive on time, the entire team faced punishment. With such responsibilities weighing heavily upon them, no one in the dormitory could be left behind. Thus, through their daily rituals of awakening, coaxing, and carrying one another, a profound camaraderie blossomed inexplicably. Feng Xiao, still drowsy, grumbled softly but complied and got out of bed. They timed their departure perfectly, embarking towards the early morning light, brimming with vitality. Another day commenced with a 10-kilometer run, followed by 5 sets of military calisthenics. Starving, the group transformed into ravenous wolves at the command of the squad leader, racing towards the canteen. Today's breakfast consisted of plain steamed buns paired with pickles and a bowl of thick porridge. Simple, yet satisfying. The canteen resonated with the sounds of chewing as everyone remained engrossed in their meal. Yet one stood apart. Yi Tianyun, with a pallid complexion, observed as others consumed their food, hesitating for a moment before feigning a bite and setting it down. The squad leader's fierce glare bore down upon him. In the military, wasting food is an unforgivable transgression. Yi Tianyin could only weakly explain that his body had yet to recover, and he was unable to eat due to stomach pains. The squad leader, frowning, moved Yi Tianyin's portion over to share with others at the table. This incident could only be deemed a consequence of his own making. As the leader, he could enforce discipline, yet was powerless to do more. With breakfast concluded, the day's regular training commenced. However, an hour later, an exclamation pierced the air. "Where is my ability?" This individual was one of those whom Lu Zhiyao had healed a few days prior. Since the restoration of his powers, he had taken to discreetly practicing them at his fingertips during both training and rest, fearful of their sudden disappearance. Today, he attempted to conjure a spark, as usual. But despite his fervent efforts, not a single flicker emerged. He summoned the ocean of psychic energy, yearning to once again harness his extraordinary abilities. Yet, the moment the energy emerged from the depths of the psychic sea, it abruptly ceased, vanishing as if he had never possessed such powers. He collapsed, weeping as he fell to the ground. Then, like a contagion, one by one, 3, 5, all individuals lost their abilities. Witnessing such a scene, Yi Tianyin was both astonished and suddenly enlightened. The mysterious figure had mentioned, when bestowing upon him the object, that it was a potion capable of evoking empathy in others. It became clear that this so-called empathy was, in fact, the erasure of others' abilities. Losing what one cherishes most feels akin to the loss of his own esteemed reputation. What a profound sense of empathy it is. He lowered his head and smiled. The Tiger Squad found themselves in a similar predicament. Fanwei, after a moment of despair, suddenly looked towards Lu Zhiyao with renewed hope. "Dr. Lu, please save me." More people rushed towards this direction, their sole hope resting on the shoulders of Dr. Lu, who had once rescued them from peril. However, at that moment, a group of individuals arrived at the entrance of the base. Upon hearing the commotion emanating from within, the enigmatic Fuji Hiroki could not help but smile. Ah, hatred is indeed a remarkable force. He merely assisted the Chun family in disseminating rumors, deliberately highlighting the affair concerning Yi Tianyin. He never anticipated that the outcome would be so remarkably effective. This has certainly saved him a great deal of effort. Chapter 55, Enemy Attack. With a swift wave of his hand, a group of Arklan warriors surged towards the base entrance, where the duty soldiers were already in a state of panic and collapse. Lu Zhiyao, utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events, suddenly sensed the commotion outside and shouted, "Enemy attack!" No sooner had the words left his lips than the base was filled with the blaring sound of alarms. Indeed, an enemy assault was underway. The previously disheartened personnel quickly regained their composure, swiftly regrouping and rushing towards the entrance. Regardless of the time or circumstance, they were soldiers of the Waz clan. A barrage of fireballs advanced at remarkable speed, so much so that the soldiers could feel the searing heat singeing their skin. Yet, these fiery projectiles were thwarted by an invisible psychic barrier, ultimately reducing the ground at the base entrance to a charred wasteland. Before the duty soldiers could catch their breath, a second wave of lightning strikes descended upon them. Commander Qin, responsible for the base, stood ready for the onslaught. He inquired of his aide, "How long until reinforcements arrive?" The aide calculated the time and replied, "The nearest 8th Army District is 30 minutes away." Commander Chin pondered, 30 minutes. The disappearance of our abilities is all too fortuitous. He turned around and immediately issued the command, "Deploy the weapons, hold the line for 30 minutes." The order was relayed down the chain of command until it reached the front lines. Squad leader Wu had already arrived with the Tiger Squad, each member wielding the dawn arrows, swiftly launching them towards the enemy. However, the low-grade dawnstones were utterly incapable of penetrating the SS-level psychic barrier of the adversary. Observing the futility of their efforts, which only provoked further psychic assault from the enemy, Wu realized the barrier was thinning dangerously. He quickly commanded the deployment of the Dawnstone cannons, loading them with high-grade Dawnstones. The resulting high energy finally breached the enemy's defenses, creating a gap. Seizing the opportunity, the Dawn arrows pierced through, taking down several foes. Yet, the clan was well prepared, and their psychic barrier was soon restored. Unfortunately, due to the suddenness of the assault, the base was ill-equipped, and the supply of high-grade Dawnstones was alarmingly low. Fan Wei glanced at the empty storage box for the high-grade Dawnstones beside him, his frustration boiling over as he pounded a fist into it, creating a hole. How could they be out of abilities at this critical moment? Just then, a hum echoed through the air, signaling the collapse of the psychic barrier. Before the troops could react, the enemy's psychic attacks were already upon them. It was over, Fan Jun thought, but at least they had taken down a few enemies before their demise, which was not entirely without merit. He shut his eyes in resignation. However, after a long moment of anticipation, nothing transpired. When he opened his eyes, the barrier had been re-established, barely holding against the incoming psychic onslaught. Yet the outer walls of the base had been decimated. It was Lu Zhiyao and his group. These students had initially been ordered to remain in the rear and not advance, with arrangements made for someone to lead them to safety from the back mountains at a moment's notice. The battlefield was a soldier's domain, while the students were the future of the Huaxia. But would they remain obediently in place like delicate flowers awaiting protection? That was utterly impossible. Thus, they had stealthily made their way out, just in time to catch this critical window. Feng Huayu flashed a triumphant smile at Fan Wei. "What are you standing there for? Fight!" This spurred Fan Wei into action, invigorated. Now that was what a good teammate was like. As the barrier, which had been breached by the enemy, was restored time and again, it once again enveloped the base securely. Fuji Hiroki cursed under his breath and inquired, "How many purple Dawnstones do we have left?" 3. This time, he had brought only 2 devices capable of dismantling psychic barriers for the Huaxia, each device usable 3 times. He had originally thought that 1 or 2 uses would suffice for Lu Zhiyao, hence he had not brought more. However, he never anticipated that 2 uses would prove ineffective. Moreover, the expensive device that could still be used once had been destroyed in the sudden explosion that day. Now, only 1 device remained, still usable for 2 more attempts. He calmed his mind and commanded, "Increase the psychic assault." As the enemy forces suddenly intensified their onslaught, the mental barrier grew increasingly fragile, and many soldiers began to exhibit adverse reactions. Yet, there remained a daunting 20 minutes until reinforcements would arrive. After deliberation at the military headquarters, it was decided to dispatch a contingent armed with weapons to emerge from the rear mountains and launch a surprise attack on the enemy's flank, thereby alleviating the pressure at the front. However, this also meant that those chosen for the mission might face the ultimate sacrifice. Nevertheless, the soldiers displayed an unwavering courage, eagerly volunteering for the perilous task. Once again, the students found themselves excluded from participation. The duty of defending the homeland rested upon the shoulders of the military, while the students remained there protected. Regardless of their pleas and attempts to negotiate, the commander remained resolute in his denial. Trapped with no means of escape and devoid of special abilities, were they to stand idly by? Lu Zhiyao raised her concealed arrow once more, attempting to strike, but the range fell short. The concealed arrows, designed for long-range attacks, were more than adequate for self-defense, yet proved utterly ineffective in this critical moment. She contemplated inserting a power-enhancing talisman into the Radiance cannon, but alas, the soldiers guarding the cannon vigilantly monitored anyone who approached, making it impossible for her to get near. Even if she could, the risk of damaging the equipment during such a pivotal time was too great. The military would surely enact swift justice upon her. What then could be done? Yi Tianyun cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. This was not how he envisioned things unfolding. How had so many of our clan members emerged? Who was that mysterious figure? Had he inadvertently become a traitor to the Huaxia? No, this could not be the truth. He merely wished for the members of the base and Lu Zhiyao to experience the hardships he had endured. He did not wish to bring ruin upon the Hua clan. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Although everyone had lost their extraordinary abilities, his powers remained intact. He still has a chance. He may redeem himself through merits. Perhaps, seizing this opportunity, he can earn the admiration of everyone anew. He immediately dashed to the front lines, unleashing a series of lightning strikes upon the enemy forces. A fifth-level ability held significant prestige within the Huaxia community, particularly the lightning-based powers, renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities. Indeed, chaos erupted among the enemy ranks. The commander had also arrived at the front line and witnessed this spectacle, casting an approving glance towards him. He inquired of his aide, "Who is this individual, and how has he retained his powers?" The aide promptly sought information and reported back. His name is Yi Tianyun, a student at Wire Academy. He missed breakfast this morning due to feeling unwell. The commander quickly connected the dots, turning to the aide. Was there an issue with breakfast? The aide nodded, deducing this from Yi Tianyun's continued possession of his abilities. The commander maintained a stern demeanor. Investigate this matter after the battle. The conflict raged on, when suddenly a substantial breach appeared in the mental barrier ahead. Lu Zhiyao instantly recognized it. That's the device used by Fuji Hiroki. Xiayumuo, leaning beside her, focused intently on reconstructing the mental barrier. Upon hearing this, she recalled the rooftop of the last building. After receiving Lu Zhiyao's confirmation, he seized his sword and charged forth. Lu Zhiyao barely had time to attempt to stop him before she could only watch his retreating figure. Her heart trembled momentarily, followed by a resigned sigh. Such a passionate and impulsive youth. Yet, how she adored him. Chapter 56. She understands medicine. She can poison. Gazing at her beloved fighting valiantly ahead, Lu Zhiyao quietly awakened her skills. The disappearance of others' abilities did not signify the loss of hers. For what she possessed was not merely an ability, but a systematic skill. A black-faced pawn, a black-faced vehicle, a black-faced soldier. Suddenly, a black armored vehicle materialized out of nowhere, crashing with a resounding thud at the base's entrance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Subsequently, a scholar clad in a white robe and adorned with a silk scarf emerged, his gaze coldly surveying the enemy forces of the clan. The 10 black-armored soldiers at the front of the armored vehicle swiftly raised their shields, forming a line and preparing their bows. With a wave of the scholar's hand, the soldiers simultaneously shouted, releasing a volley of arrows. The clan's mental barrier was shattered with a resounding impact. They scrambled to evade the ensuing assault, but were caught off guard by swords slicing through the chaos, falling to the ground in disbelief, unable to rise again. The owner of the sword, Xiayumuo, cast a cold glance at the lifeless bodies below, confirming their demise before rushing towards her next adversary. In that moment, the clan was engulfed in screams, the chaotic display of abilities scattering their ranks. Just then, reinforcements from our side emerged, winding down from the rear mountain. They followed Xiayumuo, skillfully harvesting numerous enemies' lives. As the side began to falter, Fuji Hiroki cursed in our tribe slang, then whistled. Suddenly, 5 level 6 beasts resembling hyenas with blood-red eyes emerged from the shadows. Lu Zhiyao, having witnessed their ferocity, immediately sensed the danger and shouted, "Yuma, be wary of the corrosive abilities." Xiayumuo quickly raised a 3S mental barrier, enveloping himself and several soldiers within it. Fuji Hiroki smirked coldly and pressed the red button on his device. He discarded the now redundant instrument, satisfied to see the barrier dissipate. With a wave of his hand, the 5 beasts rushed forward, emitting excited howls as their eyes glowed red. At that moment, one of the beasts was suddenly struck by a shell. exploding into a shower of flesh. The remaining 4 beasts froze, tails tucked, baring their teeth in the direction of the incoming shell. The pale scholar smirked subtly, decisively signaling an armored vehicle to aim at another beast. Sensing impending doom, the creature attempted to flee but was still struck, leaving only a pile of shredded meat. Now, only 3 beasts remained, with the cannon now trained on them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fuji Hiroki unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the pale scholar. Yet mid-flight, the lightning was intercepted by an arrow of energy akin to sunstone, erupting in a brilliant fireball. It was Lu Zhiyao who, unable to trust Yuma, had ventured out of the barrier. She provocatively glared at Fuji Hiroki, aiming her wrist-mounted crossbow at the remaining beasts, now well within range. Bang! 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 Soon, all the beasts were eradicated. Recognizing the dire turn of events, Fuji Hiroki promptly ordered a retreat. But reinforcements arrived. The Huaxia warriors encircled them, reversing the tide of battle, leaving their tribe on the losing end. Victory was assured. Upon returning to the base, however, Lu Zhiyao was met with skeptical gazes from her teammates, gradually revealing a look of confusion. It turned out that while she was engaged in combat with her tribe alongside her pieces, everyone at the base was left dumbfounded. Colonel Tanaka and others displayed expressions of doubt. How could Lu Zhiyao possess abilities? Although her powers were peculiar, the soldiers and armored vehicles had indeed materialized from the pieces in her hands. As they pondered, Yi Tianyan suddenly approached the strategist, claiming an urgent matter to report to the commander. Given his recent performance, the commander decided to hear him out. However, upon listening, an expression of disbelief crossed his face. Yi Tianyan alleged that Lu Zhiyao was colluding with the Art tribe to seize the military base. His evidence? Everyone else had lost their powers, yet she retained hers. When Yi Tianyan noticed the commander's skepticism, he embellished further. If she can restore her abilities, surely she has the means to strip others of theirs. This statement weighed heavily on Colonel Tanaka and the others. Had they truly been mistaken? The strategist, having absorbed the entire narrative, curiously scrutinized Yi Tianyan and inquired, "Then why do you still possess your abilities?" Yi Tianyan swiftly presented a premeditated excuse. "I suspect Lu Zhiyao poisoned the breakfast. I avoided it and thus escaped, becoming the odd one out." The strategist posed a second question. But how did Lu Zhiyao eat? After all, she was the only one present who hadn't partaken. Yi Tianyan faltered momentarily, but quickly devised a response. Because she understands medicine. If she can poison, she can certainly concoct an antidote. Perfectly aligning with all suspicions, there were no discrepancies. Observing the growing doubt on the faces of the commander and Colonel Tanaka, he lowered his head, concealing his smirk. "Lu Zhiyao, do not blame me, for you know well that my reputation is of utmost importance. Yet you choose to assist others in destroying what I hold dear. Since you are so heartless and indifferent to kin, I shall use you as a scapegoat." Colonel Tanaka was the first to speak. "Dr. Lu, I have a word." Without hesitation, Lu Zhiyao followed. Watching her increasingly serious expression, Yi Tianyan chuckled coldly. "One must look after oneself. I shall observe you from the confines of a cell." "Dear sister," Yuma anxiously watched, uncertain of what had transpired. Gripping his sword tightly, he felt a wave of guilt. His abilities were still too feeble. The mental barrier had been breached, and he could only rely on Zhiyao's protection amidst the onslaught of beasts. For the first time, he felt a strong desire to grow stronger. Chen Bufan regarded Yi Tianyan thoughtfully. In a situation where all others had lost their powers, the presence of abilities in both Yi Tianyan and Lu Zhiyao was exceedingly suspicious. Yet, his instincts told him that Lu Zhiyao would never betray the Huaxia, but rather, it was Yi Tianyan. He revealed a profound expression, truly a case of self-inflicted misery. Meanwhile, the conversation between Colonel Tanaka and Lu Zhiyao had concluded, with Lu Zhiyao silently lowering his head to conceal the emotions on his face. Colonel Tanaka sighed regretfully, then raised his hand, pointing in the direction of Lu Zhiyao. However, it suddenly veered off course, directly aiming at the self-satisfied Yi Tianyan, whose smile was barely contained. "Capture this individual." As the words fell, an overwhelming mental force descended upon him, pinning him firmly to the ground. A chill ran down his neck as he was fitted with a collar that suppressed both his mental prowess and abilities, followed by being bound and restrained. Yi Tianyun gaped in disbelief, struggling to find his voice after a long silence. Why? Colonel Tanaka coldly regarded the traitor before him. Initially, we merely harbored suspicions. But your mention of breakfast prompted us to review the cafeteria surveillance footage. Yi Tianyun's face drained of color, and he muttered, "It's impossible. It can't be. The cafeteria has no surveillance." As he spoke the last words, realization struck him, and he shouted, "The cafeteria has no surveillance. You're deceiving me. You wish to protect Lu Zhiyao." He seemed to have uncovered the truth, shouting, "You are in cahoots with her. You are the real traitors." The advisor gazed at him with pity, saying, "Who said the cafeteria lacks surveillance?" In truth, the cafeteria indeed had no cameras initially. Yi Tianyun had long checked with the logistics department, which emboldened him to act so recklessly. However, due to previous minor uprisings instigated by the injured soldiers who had been reassigned to the logistics reserve department, the cafeteria warehouse, being one of the uprising's hotspots, was suddenly deemed a key observation site. Unbeknownst to the logistics department, several cameras were installed there. Now that the injured soldiers had fully recovered, these cameras had been forgotten. The process of Yi Tianyun's poisoning that night was clearly captured on video, which now resided on Colonel Tianzhong's phone. The students from Wells College looked at their classmate in disbelief, while Wu Bufan lamented, "I never imagined you to be such a person." Others echoed in disbelief, exclaiming that this was treason. Yet, the video served as irrefutable evidence, leaving no room for Yi Tianyun's defense as he was reluctantly taken away. Before departing, he cast a chilling glare at Lu Zhiyao, not diverting his gaze until she was out of sight. A sudden shiver ran down Lu Zhiyao's spine, prompting Xie Yuma to inquire, "Are you all right?" She shook her head, having never anticipated Yi Tianyun would reach this point. Indeed, one misstep led to another. Suddenly, a chime resonated as the advanced skill corresponding to her book materialized in the skill bar. Developed supernatural ability with a cooldown of 1 day. This was splendid news. Just as the military personnel had lost their powers, the system bestowed her this skill. Could there be a connection? She couldn't help but wonder about the catalyst for this upgrade. Yet recalling the system's prohibitions, she quelled the impulse. With a mischievous grin, she turned to Xie Yuma and whispered, "Do you wish to possess a supernatural ability?" "Yes, very much." Xie Yuma nodded eagerly, never wanting to be stronger than at this moment, then looked at her quizzically. "Why do you ask?" With a playful smile, she replied, "I'll help you." The advanced skill of the book did not allow for the selection of a specific supernatural ability. Rather, it meant developing one randomly based on individual conditions or advantages. However, she couldn't disclose this to the soldiers in the barracks, so Dr. Lu feigned profundity. "My acupuncture technique is quite unique." She cleared her throat and addressed the line of soldiers below, their eyes filled with longing. "Only one supernatural ability will manifest randomly. As to whether it resembles the one you previously possessed, I cannot guarantee. It's up to fate." She gazed skyward, suddenly feeling quite like a charlatan. Yet, the superstitious soldiers promptly removed their shirts, revealing their well-defined chests, leaving her momentarily entranced. Xie Yuma face-bombed in exasperation, wanting to shield her eyes, but silently enduring it. She mentally reminded herself that Zhiyao was here to heal. Then, turning away, he also shed his shirt, exposing a beautifully sculpted back. The light illuminated his back, casting a porcelain-like sheen, appearing slender, yet showcasing prominent muscle definition extending from his shoulders to his taut waist. 2 small dimples barely concealed by his pants sparked a desire to explore further. Suddenly, a wave of heat flushed Lu Zhiyao's face, causing her to nosebleed. "Quick, hold your nose. You don't need to take off your shirts. Put them back on. This is absurd," she exclaimed, her face flushed. "Now line up one by one. Just expose your wrists." She dared not glance at Xie Yuma again. Thus, on this day, from the highest-ranking officers to the duty soldiers, all who had lost their supernatural abilities gathered willingly to undergo this special acupuncture, quietly awaiting the restoration of their random powers. Fan Wei appeared troubled, complaining to Jun. I wonder what my ability will be. I hope it doesn't change, or else I'd have to adapt. When Jun rolled his eyes, having one is better than none. I almost thought I'd lose my powers and become useless again. Thankfully, Dr. Lu is here. Fan Yiru also wore a melancholic expression, previously feeling fortunate to have retained his powers, only to find himself experiencing the same uncertainty. No wonder they developed rebellious sentiments. He wouldn't be able to endure it either. After everyone had undergone acupuncture, Lu Zhiyao finally mustered the courage to summon Xie. Upon seeing him, warmth surged through her cheeks, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. She pretended to casually administer a needle into his hand, declaring, "All done." Though she could not reveal the system's secrets to Xie, she could at least act openly, allowing him to speculate. Xie exchanged a knowing glance with her. Was this also Zhiyao's ability? Suddenly, he felt the energy within the sea of mental power surging violently, gradually escalating until it coalesced into a supernatural sword formation in midair. He drew the long sword from behind him with a sense of purpose, casually pointing it at the empty ground. Instantly, numerous beams of sword light materialized out of thin air, piercing the area with such ferocity that it resembled a sieve. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Lu Zhiyao was equally stirred. She promptly activated her advanced skill book. As soon as the skill was unleashed, her mental energy surged like a tempest, rising higher and higher, nearly overflowing. Yet, after such a cataclysmic display, the resulting ability manifested as a mere wrist crossbow. Staring at the tiny wrist crossbow that had materialized in her hand, Lu Zhiyao felt tears welling up in her eyes. Was this it? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the wrist crossbow that Xie had crafted for her. The system was truly disappointing. At the very least, it could have granted her a more dazzling ability. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding maintained his customary silence, embodying the adage of letting information flow in one ear and out the other. The abilities of the army and the students began to take shape one after another. Ving Yun, my ability remains the same. Look at my ice arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah, I am still as formidable as ever. When Jun, however, was not as fortunate as Fan Wei. He gazed at the flickering flames emerging from his palm. A frown etched upon his face. How had his earth-based ability transformed into a fire-based one? Others experienced a mix of joy and sorrow, but overall, the atmosphere was one of jubilation. To regain their abilities and combat prowess made them feel like valiant warriors once more. Feng Huayu and other students requested Lu Zhiyao's assistance with acupuncture, resulting in varied outcomes of joy and despair. Yao Lina looked at the metallic dagger that had materialized in her hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Oh, Zhiyao, I'm so relieved my ability hasn't changed. I was so anxious before. Feng Xiao tightly embraced Lu Zhiyao, her voice filled with emotion. Thank you. Fortunately, everyone in their group had regained their original abilities. At this moment, the commander approached, prompting those around him to stand at attention and salute. Good day, Commander. He smiled and nodded to the crowd, then turned to Lu Zhiyao and said, Lu, I have a word. Lu Zhiyao felt a headache at the mere mention of a word. Yet he steeled himself and agreed. Lu, I wonder if your acupuncture is effective for ordinary people? The chief's eyes brightened. Could I ask you for a favor? The Huaxia nation boasts 2 million active military personnel, of which only half possess extraordinary abilities, leaving nearly an equal number of ordinary soldiers without any powers. This ratio is notably low on a global scale. With the seizure of the Xiguang stone mines, the number of awakened individuals in Huaxia has dwindled further. The M nation has 5 million active soldiers, with 800,000 possessing abilities, while their nation has 500,000, of which 350,000 are endowed with powers. In comparison, even Lu Zhiyao felt that Huaxia lacked any combat advantage. The chief earnestly stated, if these ordinary soldiers could gain combat strength, we would not see so many sacrifices. In the past, these ordinary soldiers were merely sent to their deaths once they entered the battlefield. She readily agreed, all right, please arrange a time. The chief immediately instructed his aides to compile the number of ordinary soldiers across all military divisions. The aide excitedly bowed to Lu Zhiyao, exclaiming, You are a hero of Huaxia. Prepare. A command suddenly rang out from the crowd. Salute. The soldiers below stood solemnly, performing a military salute to Lu Zhiyao. Even those specially trained students followed suit, honoring her as a hero of Huaxia. Laughter erupted among the crowd, echoing for a long while. Due to this unexpected event, all students' special training sessions were temporarily halted, including those from other military districts. The army commenced a thorough investigation, revealing the deep infiltration of our nation. Had it not been for this battle and the subsequent capture, the infiltration might have remained hidden for much longer. Furthermore, not only was there unrest among the students, but a peculiar stir had also arisen in society. Due to their similar appearance to Huaxia people and their proficiency in the Huaxia language, these nationals had infiltrated various sectors. Once discovered to be illegally residing without permission, they would be repatriated. I have learned that our nation has 2 level 8 physicians, and one of them is reportedly in the capital of our nation. The head of the Chun family sighed in resignation at such a brother who takes advantage. Fine, just do as you're told. He then inquired, how is that girl from the Yi family faring these days? You mustn't let anything happen to her, or I shall lose face before those aristocratic families. With a dismissive scoff, Qin Yukai replied, she's alive. Don't worry. The person on the bed began trembling upon his entrance, and upon hearing this, she trembled even more violently. Qin Yotsai's eyes darkened with impatience as he barked, did you not hear me? Yi Tianai immediately scrambled down. Keeping her distance, her head lowered and trembling. I'm here. Her face, hidden beneath her long hair, bore marks of red, and her eyes glinted with resentment. Looking at the empty and chaotic Yi family, her heart sank. Her family, her support was gone. After returning home, she had endured a brutal beating, and even now, her body ached all over. Such pain was bearable in the past, because she clung to the hope of being rescued by her elder brother. But now everything was lost. Her life had become devoid of hope. The bitterness in her eyes intensified, all directed at Lu Zhiyao, all directed at Qin Yukai. They were the ones who had brought her to this state. Unwilling to accept this fate, she yearned for revenge. With a flash of determination, she slowly reached for the fruit knife on the table. Suddenly, Qin Yukai spoke. In a few days, my brother will send someone to take me to our nation for treatment. If you make me comfortable, I'll take you along. If not, Our nation? The very nation where her brother was falsely accused of colluding? Qin Yukai lazily glanced at her and casually nodded, sure. Yi Tianai immediately forced a smile, eagerly tending to Qin Yukai, ensuring he was comfortably bathed and dressed. It wasn't until late at night, utterly exhausted, that Qin Yukai finally left Yi Tianai, who was already wounded anew. He endured the discomfort of his entire body burning with an unbearable heat, eyes shut tight, when suddenly the thought of doctor crossed his mind. He must find a way to extract more money from his elder brother. Otherwise, how would a level 8 physician be inclined to offer him treatment? Yi Tianai was in such pain that she nearly whimpered, yet she gritted her teeth and endured it. Then, leaning close to his ear, she whispered, I possess a method to ensure our tribe's physician will willingly provide you with care. Qin Yukai immediately opened his eyes, but upon seeing her face marred with red marks, he disdainfully shut them once more. With a cold snort, he inquired, what do you mean? He was also aware that the situation regarding the clan was uncertain, which piqued his interest in Yi Tianai's so-called methods. Yi Tianai suppressed her disgust and leaned in closer, quietly conveying her thoughts. The night grew darker and the wind howled, as if a storm were on the verge of breaking. Chapter 59. Have we won an award? After a day filled with labor and a cool down in skills, Lu Zhiyao finally developed supernatural abilities for all the ordinary warriors of the Hua clan within a month. He mysteriously beckoned her, saying, follow me. Bewildered, she trailed behind him as he turned several corners, ultimately leading her behind a curtain. Lu Zhiyao sensed the presence of many people in front of the curtain, yet, observing Colonel Tion's enigmatic demeanor, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Colonel Tion nodded to a nearby guard, then instructed Lu Zhiyao not to move before dashing ahead. She sensed his swift approach to the curtain, where he saluted an elderly man seated at the front and took his place. Before she could comprehend the situation, the curtain was suddenly drawn back, leaving her solitary on the stage, facing an audience of several hundred. Among them, she spotted Xie Yuma, Feng Huayu, and the soldiers and students who had fought alongside her against the Earth tribe. As soon as they laid eyes on her, they erupted into applause. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Zhiyao's brow. What was happening? The elderly man at the front rose, accepting an item from the guard, and slowly made his way toward her. Sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze was sharp yet warm and amiable as he regarded Lu Zhiyao. He inclined his head slightly towards her, then announced to the gathering, as a student of the Hua clan, Lu Zhiyao has demonstrated exceptional courage and unwavering perseverance in the battle against the Earth clan, meriting a first-class merit award. For aiding the recovery of superpowers and injured soldiers of the Hua clan, he is awarded a special merit, and for stimulating superpowers in all ordinary soldiers. He is likewise awarded a special merit. Xie Yuma and Feng Huayu immediately burst into applause, with Feng Huayu's eyes glistening with envy. This is a special merit. Only a few heroes, who made remarkable contributions during the initial resistance against the zombies, have ever been honored with such a distinction in the entire Hua clan. Yao Lina wore a look of pride, thinking, people won't believe it when I tell them my best friend has a special merit. Sima gazed intently at Lu Zhiyao, who stood on the stage in a daze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The elder made a gesture for silence, and after the crowd settled down, he announced another award. In light of Lu Zhiyao's outstanding contributions, the military department grants him the rank of colonel. The audience erupted into another round of thunderous applause, which also sparked a tinge of jealousy in Yao Lina, though she felt an undeniable pride. Shen Bufan was captivated, his eyes fixed on the figure on stage, his gaze unwavering, filled with determination. It was only after the elder, the clan leader of the Hua, departed and the crowd had dispersed for quite some time, that Lu Zhiyao finally awoke from his reverie and exclaimed, "Am I really a colonel?" Standing nearby, Xie Yuma chuckled and nodded. "Yes, you are indeed a colonel." Her voice was soft and tender, drawing Lu Zhiyao's attention at last. She dashed over to him, leaping into his arms, exclaiming, "Ha ha, I'm a colonel now. I'm an official. I rank higher than Chao Fei." Xie Yuma, caught up in her exuberance, leapt up as well. The first time he encountered her in such a state of excitement and happiness, he couldn't help but share in her exhilaration. Feng Huayu rolled his eyes at the two youthful figures. "Let us go. It seems they won't regain their composure for quite some time. We shall extend our congratulations once she calms down." Yao Lina stifled a giggle, genuinely thrilled for her friend, and quietly departed with the equally amused Feng Xiao. Wu Bufan initially intended to offer his congratulations, but upon witnessing the scene, his expression paled. He fixated coldly on the intimate figures before him for a prolonged moment before reluctantly departing. Once he had distanced himself, Xie Yuma also glanced over, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes, and tightened his embrace around the person in his arms. Like a student facing the final day of summer vacation with an unfinished pile of homework, Lu Zhiyao was in a frenzy. She, a freshly minted major, still had to contend with midterm exams. Logically, the group of students preparing for the all-around competition should not have been subjected to midterms. Yet, who could have foreseen that the military training would conclude under such circumstances? After a cacophony of lamentations, she and Yao Lina plunged into a frenzied study mode. Were it not for Xie Yuma inviting her to the dining hall for dinner, she might have forgotten to eat and sleep. Observing Xie Yuma's leisurely demeanor, Lu Zhiyao begrudgingly inquired, "Aren't you going to prepare for the exam?" His calmness irked her to no end, prompting her to impulsively seize his hand and bite down. Realizing her folly, she feigned composure, wiping the saliva from his hand and pretending not to notice the 2 rows of bite marks as she hastily buried her face in her meal, striving to ignore the laughter that echoed above her. Xie Yuma relished her affectionate antics, brushing his fingers over the bite marks. And when Lu Zhiyao could not resist stealing a glance, he gently pressed a kiss upon them. Suddenly, Lu Zhiyao choked on a grain of rice, coughing violently, drawing the attention of those around her. How infuriating! This man was becoming increasingly skilled at teasing her. She beckoned to Xie Yuma, who obediently leaned closer. With a triumphant smile, she pressed a kiss on his lips and attempted to flee. However, Xieyuma, quick to react, grasped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. His cool lips brushed against hers, lingering for what felt like an eternity before he finally released her. Beneath the orange glow of the streetlights, Lu Zhiyao was blushing fiercely, and Xieyuma was no better off. An awkward, yet intimate atmosphere enveloped them. Xieyuma barely uttered a word before witnessing Lu Zhiyao swiftly dart into the girl's dormitory. He couldn't help but chuckle, then touch his lips, his heart swelling with sweetness. The cool moonlight seemed to warm slightly. Yet beneath the same moonlight, Yi Tianai was slowly shedding her garments, revealing her exquisite figure. She looked up at the clan man before her, letting out a soft moan as she lay back onto the bed beneath his encroaching form. After a tumultuous interlude, the clan man rose to light a cigarette and told Yi Tianai, "You have pleased me greatly, so I can assist with this favor." Chapter 60. Do you like me? Kitahara-S. Suk nodded. Just days prior, this woman had arrived with 5 million Huazu currency, claiming she could help him rescue Fuji Hiroki. Although he was unsure how she had learned of this matter, he understood that one should not refuse a gift that was so fortuitously presented. Kitahara-S. Suk was no fool. Having acted as an informant within the Huazu for many years, he was quite astute. However, gazing at the delicate features and curvaceous form of the young woman before him, he felt a surge of desire. To fulfill your request, you must first meet my demands. Perceiving his intent, Yi Tianai did not hesitate long before acquiescing. After all, her body was already sullied. It mattered little if it could be exchanged for benefits. Yet as she began this venture, her thoughts wandered to the distant figure of Xieyuma. The memory of his cool demeanor made her legs weaken and her body flush with warmth. But upon regaining her composure and seeing Kitahara-S. Suk's protruding beer belly, a wave of nausea washed over her. She hurriedly donned her clothing and earnestly discussed subsequent matters with him before taking her leave. Once outside, she inhaled deeply, the cool moonlight cascading over her, seemingly concealing her impurities. Closing her eyes and reopening them, the hesitation and confusion had vanished, leaving only resolve and a chill. 3 days later, the midterm examinations finally commenced. Her eyes brightened, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the syllabus had not exceeded expectations. Grabbing her pen, she began to write fervently. Having traversed 9 years of compulsory education and competed with thousands of students over 3 years, how could she falter in a mere midterm examination? Indeed, a scholar remains a scholar. Within just 3 days, Lu Zhiyao had secured the top position in the history department as midterm exam. Yao Lina gazed in disbelief at the name atop the list, contrasting it with her own dismal scores. The teachers must have given you special treatment, she accused Lu Zhiyao. Playfully tousling her hair, Lu Zhiyao laughed, I wish. But in these 3 days, aside from meals with Brother Yuma, I've been studying with you. Wang Yining, standing nearby, enviously chimed in, yes, I can attest to that. Suddenly, a girl rushed over, breathless, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Zhiyao. Someone is looking for you at the school gate. The girl, her face flushed, internally screamed, the goddess spoke to me. And she smiled. Ever since Lu Zhiyao had gained fame at the start of the school year and excelled in the comprehensive selection competition, she had garnered a following of admirers, this girl being one among them. Once her excitement subsided, curiosity took hold as she followed suit, wondering why someone from Wire Academy would seek the goddess. At the entrance stood Chen Bufan, clad in the academy's bespoke uniform, his posture as straight as a soldier's, a gentle smile adorning his handsome face, captivating the passers-by. Upon seeing the person she admired approaching, Lu Zhiyao focused intently on him. Lu, congratulations, he finally offered, delivering this belated commendation. He then crossed his arms and quietly awaited her response. Noticing her guarded demeanor, Chen Bufan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sighed. Does Lu have grievances against me? Lu Zhiyao unhesitatingly shook her head. No grievances. As the atmosphere grew tense again, Chen Bufan couldn't help but chuckle softly. I know Lu holds some reservations regarding my family. Noticing her silence, he continued, I have come to discuss Yi Tianai with you. I'm not interested. Lu Zhiyao bluntly declined, turning to leave. However, a statement from behind halted her in her tracks. Yi Tianai is colluding with your clan. understanding that Lu Zhiyao remained wary of him. He sought a topic that would pique her interest, knowing otherwise it would be difficult to approach her. Having observed Yi Tianai's recent activities with Chen Yukai, he seized this opportunity. Shall we have a meal and chat? A smile emerged on Lu Zhiyao's face as she inquired, Do you like me? Chen Bufan was taken aback, not anticipating her forthrightness. Simultaneously, a sharp intake of breath was heard from the girl who had delivered the message. As both of them turned to her, she flushed crimson and bolted away. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, let's speak plainly about the matter, she added. In that moment, Chen Bufan inexplicably felt envious of Xie Yuma. How could he possibly disrupt such a couple? Lowering his gaze and then lifting it again, he concealed his thoughts, softly articulating his realization. Sharing this information with Lu Zhiyao served his ulterior motives, but he also feared that Chen Yukai might compromise the Chen family standing. He was aware of Lu Zhiyao's close ties with the military and thus hoped to convey the Chen family's innocence through her. Thank you for the information. I will report it, he acknowledged. After hearing the news, Lu Zhiyao took her leave promptly. Watching her depart with an upright and resolute posture reminiscent of military discipline, Chen Bufan's concealed thoughts resurfaced. What should I do? I desire her even more. How blissful I would be if she were my woman. The light in his eyes was enigmatic and inscrutable. On her way back, Lu Zhiyao immediately called Colonel Tian to report the matter. Upon hanging up, she lifted her gaze and encountered Xie Yuma. He stood at a distance, quietly observing her, and only approached after she finished her phone call. The words he intended to speak remained unvoiced as the man before her sealed her lips with his own. Xie Yuma embraced her tightly, as if wishing to merge into one. In the intertwining of their breaths, Lu Zhiyao could only discern the fresh scent of soapberry emanating from him, accompanied by the sound of his rapid heartbeat. With a soft pop, Xie Yuma finally released her lips. Once his heartbeat had calmed somewhat, he whispered in her ear, How wonderful, you did not leave with him. The incident at the school gate had already spread like wildfire. Rumors tend to morph. What began as someone confessing to Lu Zhiyao at Whale Academy had transformed into the narrative that she was infatuated with someone from Whale Academy and was going on a date. Although he understood that she was not that kind of person, he yearned to see her for himself, to truly feel her presence, to find solace. Lu Zhiyao buried her head in his embrace, taking a moment to gather her senses. Blushing, she playfully scolded, What are you doing? When she attempted to raise her head, he pressed her back into his arms. Lu Zhiyao was taken aback. At that moment, Xie Yuma was not in a much better position either. This was the boldest act he had ever committed, and he wished to shield her from witnessing his embarrassment. I just feel very happy. Chapter 61. The Gujing trial Feng Huayu suddenly received a phone call, informing her that her grandfather wished to discuss something with her. Her grandfather was none other than the president of Fenghua University. In the president's office, Feng Huayu lay languidly on the sofa. Grandpa, is there something you can't even tell me? The president adjusted his glasses, casting a disapproving glance at his grandson's poor posture. Sit up properly. What kind of behavior is this? He then organized the documents in his hand and spoke with earnestness. You should learn from others. How is it that children your age are so much better than you? Feng Huayu retorted, How am I lacking? I even secured 4th place in the recent selection competition. The president, infuriated, tossed a folder from his desk at him. You think 4th place is something to boast about? What did you score in your midterm exams? Look at her. Another 1st place. Feng Huayu felt disheartened. Who is your grandson? Her or me? When Lu Zhiyao entered, she was greeted by the tense standoff between the grandfather and grandson. Am I interrupting? Feng Huayu quickly straightened herself, while the president warmly invited her to sit down. It turned out that after calligraphy was made a compulsory subject in all elementary schools of the Huazu community, the feedback had been overwhelmingly positive. Consequently, other universities sought to incorporate such subjects as well. After discussions, the Huazu Education Bureau decided to conduct a pilot program at Fenghua University, where Lu Zhiyao was enrolled. If the results proved effective, the initiative would be implemented community-wide. The president had approached Lu Zhiyao today specifically regarding this matter. Despite his advanced age, he retained a heart that refused to succumb to defeat. He gazed at Lu Zhiyao with heartfelt gratitude, expressing that had it not been for her presence at their school, Fenghua University would not have had the opportunity to be the inaugural pilot institution. Thank you, Lu. Upon hearing this, Fenghua was engulfed in confusion, questioning, "Grandfather, what does this have to do with Lu Zhiyao?" The principal chuckled warmly, explaining, "Because Lu is the ambassador for traditional Chinese culture in that live broadcast." This revelation startled Fenghua, causing him to leap from the sofa in disbelief as he pointed at Lu Zhiyao, exclaiming, "How is that possible? She's my goddess." Coughing to regain composure, the principal swiftly intervened to curb his grandson's indiscretion. Fortunately, Fenghua soon realized the implications of his earlier words and quickly covered his face, insisting, "I didn't say anything." Yet internally, he was in a state of utter turmoil. Ever since the ambassador for traditional culture began her live broadcasts, he had been her most devoted viewer, attending every session without fail. He envisioned an ambassador as a well-educated and cultured young woman, embodying grace and intellect, rather than the grotesque figure before him, a carnivorous flower, brandishing a cannon atop a battlement, glaring fiercely as it unleashed fire upon the enemy. The image of the ethereal goddess he had conjured in his mind shattered into fragments. As though she could read his thoughts, Lu Zhiyao offered him a warm and kind smile, appearing to be the very goddess of decorum he had imagined. Yet, inexplicably, an eerie chill crept over him, prompting him to exclaim, "Please stop smiling. It frightens me." "Very well, Principal Feng. I am indeed eager to collaborate with your esteemed institution on this pilot program. My primary goal is to foster a deeper understanding of our Chinese heritage through education." Thus, Lu Zhiyao articulated her request. Might it be possible to include the four arts, qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, in the pilot curriculum? Principal Feng promptly acquiesced, "Absolutely. I have witnessed your live streams and am particularly intrigued by your chess demonstrations." Consequently, after their deliberation, Fenghua University introduced elective courses in qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As the initiator, Principal Feng extended a formal invitation for Lu Zhiyao to serve as the guiding instructor for these subjects. "Lu, we appreciate your dedication and will compensate you with a salary commensurate to that of a professor, along with a reward of 100 academic credits." Fenghua felt a pang of envy. Such a privilege was unheard of, even for him, the principal's grandson. Lu Zhiyao was taken aback, but soon accepted this generous offer with composure. After all, her appearance fee over 2 centuries ago had been quite substantial. The following day, news of this development sent shockwaves through Fenghua University, especially upon the revelation that a zither class would commence that very afternoon, prompting students from all years to flock to the school's app in a frenzy to secure a spot. Regrettably, with only 50 slots available, they were snatched up in no time. "Why don't we just audit the class?" suggested a roommate. The classroom was already equipped with 50 zither, and those fortunate enough to enroll reveled in their good fortune, flaunting their success to their envious peers outside. A single zither sat on the podium, distinct from the others, capturing Zhu Xiaoman's attention. Her eyes widened in recognition. Was that not the Guqin of the National Style Ambassador? She had diligently logged in for every live stream, often replaying them for her studies. Thus she could not be mistaken. Could it be that Fenghua University had secured the very ambassador herself as their instructor? Other loyal fans from the live stream also discerned this fascinating detail, igniting fervent discussions both inside and outside the classroom. As the clock ticked down to 5 minutes before class, the absence of the instructor only intensified the chatter. Suddenly, a gentle voice pierced through the noise. "Please, make way." To everyone's astonishment, it was Lu Zhiyao. The throng of admirers swiftly parted to grant her passage, kindly informing her, "Lu, there are no seats left." The 50 seats were filled to capacity, evoking envy from those who could only audit the class. Lu Zhiyao smiled and replied, "Thank you." The second-year students, including Zhu Xiaoman, had heard of Lu Zhiyao, but were witnessing the legendary first-place winner of the comprehensive selection for the first time. They were taken aback by her delicate appearance. Whispers circulated among the students. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Could it be that all the freshmen this year are exceptionally weak? Indeed, how could someone who appeared so fragile claim the top spot? During the freshman selection, students from other years were absent, leading to such skepticism. Lu Zhiao's admirers were indignant. On what grounds do you make such claims? Can you doubt her without witnessing her abilities firsthand? Exactly. She southed the first-place winner. Perhaps they let her win simply because she's beautiful? Instantly, the focus shifted back to Lu Zhiyao. Nevertheless, she continued to navigate through the crowd toward the zither classroom. Glancing at her wristwatch, she had hurried over immediately after a previous class, relieved to find she was not late. Finally reaching the classroom door, she turned towards the students who were discussing her and gestured for silence. Strangely, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor and lack of intimidation, the crowd fell silent at once. They quietly watched as she opened the classroom door and confidently strode in, making her way directly to the podium. Chapter 62. I'm the ambassador of traditional culture. Did she really just sit down without hesitation? A nervous junior exclaimed, Lu, you're in the wrong seat. Quickly get up. The senior students laughed heartily. Is this new batch of students lacking in common sense? Can one just sit in a teacher's seat? How could such a person be treated with such disdain? One of them mockingly remarked, Lu, there's just a minute until class starts. You should leave that seat. It doesn't belong to you. Lu Zhiyao offered them a faint smile and addressed the 50 students below. The first lesson on the Guzheng begins now. With that, she paid no mind to their astonished expressions or the ensuing murmurs. With her delicate, ivory hands raised, she effortlessly plucked the strings, and a melodious sound filled the classroom. Silence enveloped both the students inside and outside the classroom. Zhu Xiaoman, filled with excitement, grasped the hand of her classmate and whispered, She is the ambassador of traditional culture. What? The mysterious streamer who never shows her face is actually Lu Zhiyao? You must be mistaken. How could Lu Zhiyao be the renowned streamer? Zhu Xiaoman confidently asserted, It's her. I recognized her hands and playing style, having only seen her hands and posture in the live stream. Zhu Xiaoman instantly identified her. However, recalling her earlier words, her face paled. She didn't wish for the streamer she admired to dislike her. Yet, Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed by the gossip, lost in the beauty of her music. She smiled gently and introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Zhiyao, your instructor for Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It wasn't until they heard her confirm her role as the teacher of these 4 elective courses that the students truly grasped the reality. How could a student possibly be a teacher? Moreover, Lu Zhiyao playfully added, I am also the ambassador of traditional culture. This statement caused an even greater stir than the previous one. They are all aware of the live streaming room of the ambassador of national style and have shown great interest in this particular streamer. Moreover, they have derived tangible benefits from this streaming platform. However, today someone revealed that the mysterious ambassador, who has never shown their face and has maintained an air of intrigue, is actually a fellow classmate among them. The enthusiastic fans erupted in excitement, exclaiming, Lu Zhiyao, I adore you. Concerned, Xie Yumao, who had hurriedly come to eavesdrop, felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. He cast a cold glare at those students, yet they paid him no mind, wholly absorbed in the goddess within the classroom. Feng Huayu chuckled and lightly patted his shoulder, only to have it shrugged off in disdain. It is indeed a blessing to be loved. I have no one to cherish me. Feng Huayu's eyes were transfixed on the enchanting figure inside, who seemed to radiate brilliance with every note played on the Guzheng. Alas, how could such a divine being be Lu Zhiyao? He was tasked with summoning the head of the department to restore order, for how could classes proceed otherwise? Reluctantly, Feng Huayu dutifully reported the situation. Consequently, the throng outside finally dispersed under the director's authoritative presence, leaving only a few students, fervently insisting there were no afternoon classes. Lost in rapture. Meanwhile, the internet was ablaze. Someone had surreptitiously captured Lu Zhiyao during class and shared it online. With the headline National Style Ambassador Trials Guzheng course at our school, which promptly garnered over 100 million views. The comments exploded, thrusting the post to the top of trending topics. Some questioned, You claim she is, so she must be? Where's the evidence? Indeed, just because she proclaims herself an ambassador, does that make her one? How naive. Yet, this girl is undeniably beautiful. Her playing resembles that of an ambassador. Don't be deceived. There have been numerous imposters before, all of whom were eventually unmasked. Yes, if the ambassador herself did not confirm it in a live broadcast, it must be false. Many rallied behind this sentiment, flooding the comments and reporting the poster. If she were an imposter, would she dare to admit it before so many? I was present. The music she played was not something an ordinary person could produce. She is undoubtedly the true ambassador. I refuse to believe it unless the ambassador herself confirms it in a live stream. Individuals from Weir Academy recognized Lu Zhiyao. Isn't she the one who previously paid to attend our Weir Academy? How has she fallen to the depths of impersonating an internet celebrity? This remark stirred a tempest, prompting more from Weir Academy to emerge with scornful comments. In no time, the phrases Lu Zhiyao, National Style Ambassador, and paid to attend Weir Academy became the hot search terms. Yao Lina watched the online storm with concern, glancing at Lu Zhiyao. What should we do? She's being cyberbullied. However, contrary to her expectations, the situation escalated rather than subsided. The fandom at Fenghua University even established a fan club for Lu Zhiyao to confront those from Weir Academy. Some students from Fenghua University, brainwashed by online comments, deliberately approached Lu Zhiyao on campus, feigning inquiries about her legitimacy and whether she had paid for her admission to Weir Academy. In an instant, wherever Lu Zhiyao went, she became the center of public scrutiny, subjected to pointed fingers. Now, even Lu Zhiyao had to take those comments seriously. She noted some critical points from the remarks and subsequently issued a notification in the National Style Ambassador's live stream. Tonight at 8 p.m., don't miss it. Those who received this message went into a frenzy. Since the last incident involving a primary school student igniting spiritual energy through calligraphy, the National Style Ambassador's live stream had been dormant for quite some time. To think that at such a juncture, the host announced she would be live. Netizens spread the word rapidly, while some found that post a taunt. Let your Lu Zhiyao face the harsh realities of life. Await the unveiling tonight. Lu Zhiyao's fans also came online. Tonight is the moment of truth. You, mere ants, shall wait to be proven wrong. This ignited another round of verbal clashes, drawing even more attention to the National Style Ambassador's live stream. At 8 p.m. sharp, Zhu Xiaoman logged on, eagerly anticipating the host's appearance. A familiar goujing had already been set up in the live stream, yet the host had yet to show herself. The comment section had been overtaken by the two opposing factions from the earlier post, engaging in a heated exchange of insults. The official account even had to issue several warnings, silencing a portion of the participants. Zhu Xiaoman anxiously scrolled through the comments while awaiting Lu Zhiyao's arrival. She desperately hoped Lu Zhiyao was not the person some claimed her to be, for during her previous observations, she had become convinced that Lu Zhiyao was indeed the host. Yet, no one believed her, nor had the ambassador herself acknowledged it. As the clock struck 8, a figure finally appeared on the screen. It was Lu Zhiyao, adorned in traditional Han attire and wearing hairpins. She had applied light makeup. Her slender eyebrows and soft pink lips, though understated, harmonized perfectly with her pale blue Han dress, making her appear as though she had stepped out of an ancient painting. She smiled gently at the camera, exuding grace. However, upon speaking, she declared, "I have heard that some question my authenticity, so I am here today to prove that I am indeed myself." With that, she disregarded the frenzied comment section and calmly approached the goujing, casually playing a tune. Zhu Xiaoman was moved to tears. Her goddess had finally made an appearance. This live stream successfully silenced many skeptics from Weir Academy and Fenghua University, elevating Fenghua University to a position of envy among all institutions. The comments under the online post continued to refresh, but their tone had shifted. I want to transfer to Fenghua University. Why does only Fenghua University offer these courses? I will file a complaint. I will approach the Education Bureau. I consulted my grandmother's cousin's son's aunt, who works in the Education Bureau, and they said that after Fenghua University's successful pilot, these 4 courses will be available at all universities. Upstairs, are you certain about this information? Absolutely. They anticipate a formal opening next semester. That's wonderful, but I need to audit classes at Fenghua University first. My spiritual energy hasn't stirred in ages. A flurry of requests to audit classes ensued. Some students were caught by the head of the department multiple times, but showed no signs of repentance. Of course, they wouldn't repent. Even if caught, they would return. Hadn't they witnessed the visible rise in spiritual energy levels among Fenghua University students? Principal Feng chuckled heartily as he reviewed the statistics with the reporting teacher, confirming, "Is this for real?" Historically, student spiritual energy levels recorded upon entering the school remained unchanged until graduation. However, since the commencement of pilot teaching, first-year student spiritual energy levels had surged rapidly, with the lowest level of C now rising to B, not to mention the numerous auditors. This prompted complaints from second, third, and fourth-year students. Considering this, he quickly suggested, "Principal, can we increase the number of students in these classes? Also, could we schedule more class hours? Many students are unable to secure spots and have lodged complaints with me." Principal Feng laughed heartily, beaming with delight, for this truly was a momentous occasion for Fenghua University. "All right, I will discuss this with student Lu. You should submit this report to the Education Bureau." Having perfectly completed the Education Bureau's task ahead of schedule, Principal Feng felt accomplished. Fenghua University's reputation soared, prompting numerous students to request transfers. This left the heads of other universities in a state of discontent, as they rushed to the Education Bureau to demand the early opening of these courses. However, the Education Bureau found itself at an impasse. Where would they find sufficient qualified teachers? One Lu Zhiyao could not be in two places at once. Thus, Lu Zhiyao began to take on apprentices alongside her teaching responsibilities. These apprentices were selected from various regions, comprising the most outstanding educators. Some excel in music, while others are adept in painting. Upon learning of the opportunity to become Lu Zhiyao's apprentice, many eagerly signed up. And after a series of competitions, a few fortunate individuals secured the limited spots. Lu Zhiyao accepted her role with enthusiasm, although it was tiring. She found great joy in it. However, this left her even busier, to the point where she scarcely had time to meet with Xie Yuma. One evening, Xie Yuma finally waited for her at the dormitory entrance. The young man wore a look of discontent, his clear eyes fixed intently on her. We haven't shared a meal together in ages. Unable to bear the sight of her beloved's forlorn expression, Lu Zhiyao's heart softened immediately. "Let us go. I'm hungry. Accompany me for a late-night snack." Naturally, the school cafeteria offered no late-night fare. So the two of them dashed away, sneaking over the wall while the guard was distracted. It was their first time indulging in such an escapade, and both felt a delightful thrill. Hand in hand, they made their way to the nearby snack street, their affectionate display eliciting envy from passers-by. In a dark, narrow alley, Yi Qian'ai emerged, one hand resting on her abdomen and the other clutching a report, her expression clouded with despair. Her period had been absent for 2 months, and today, under the pretense of secrecy from Chun Yukai, she had visited a private clinic for a checkup, which confirmed her worst fear. She was pregnant, carrying the child of Beiyuan Songjia. A sense of desolation filled her as she surveyed her surroundings. How had her life descended into such darkness? Yet, her gaze fell upon a couple in the distance. She instantly recognized Xie Yuma, that remarkably handsome figure, whose presence was impossible to overlook. However, his usually cool demeanor was now softened by an exquisite warmth as he smiled at the woman beside him. That woman was Lu Zhiyao. The mere thought of those 3 syllables caused her teeth to clench in resentment, hatred coursing through her veins. Why did she have to scuttle through life like a rat in the gutter while they basked in the warmth of the sun? She crumpled the report in her hand, only to release it and smooth it out thoughtfully. Stealing a glance in their direction, Lu Zhiyao looked at Xie Yuma and asked, "Yi Tian'ai?" Xie Yuma nodded and then pointed to a nearby skewer shop, suggesting, "Shall we have this?" He was aware that Lu Zhiyao had a penchant for spicy food, so he had been searching for a restaurant that would suit her taste. Indeed, Lu Zhiyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face radiating anticipation. "Let's go." The two cherished the rare opportunity to be together, casting aside all unnecessary distractions. At the Chun household, Yi Tian'ai stared at the pregnancy test displaying 2 lines. And with a sharp pang, she struck her abdomen a few times, immediately curling up in pain. Qin Yukai scoffed. "You don't even realize you're pregnant?" He calculated the days and realized that it must have been during his first visit to seek out Bei Yuan Songjia that she became pregnant. This was indeed fortuitous news. With this child, perhaps the plan could proceed more smoothly. With that thought, he eagerly went to find his elder brother. Yi Tianai paused only after he had walked far away, feigning to strike her own hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. It was merely an act for your sake. Otherwise, how could she procure fun from the head of the Chun family? Chapter 64. The expanding and contracting golden cudgel. Ever since she learned of her pregnancy, the idea had taken root in her mind. She pretended to inadvertently divulge to Chun Yukai that she had not menstruated for 2 months, which aroused his suspicions. Thus, the earlier scene had unfolded. For now, let him believe that everything is under his control. Otherwise, any disruption to her plans would be disastrous. Chun Yukai promptly informed the head of the Chun family about Yi Tianai's condition. Brother, see? I was not mistaken. Yi Tianai carries my child. He forced a smile and feigned pity, saying, Brother, could you spare me a little more money? And a few more boxes of the premium radiant stones. In his endeavor to win over Kitagawa Soke, he had already spent a considerable sum. Yet, Kitagawa remained elusive, akin to a bottomless pit, which compelled him to repeatedly draw from the Chun family's communal reserves. It wasn't until Chun Yud sensed something amiss that he froze his card. Be honest, where has the money truly gone? Even the Chun family, no matter how affluent, would not squander it in such a manner. Chun Yukai could hardly speak the truth. He stammered and flattered, attempting to explain for an eternity, ultimately securing 10 million and a box of premium radiant stones. Upon returning, he flung 500,000 in cards and a singular premium radiant stone at Yi Tianai. With these, take your illegitimate child and confront Kitagawa. A sinister expression marred Chun Yotsai's face. If you remain unconvinced this time, eliminate the child in your womb. A true man would never find joy in being cuckolded, but it matters not. Once I am cured, I shall make this pair of treacherous lovers pay dearly. Yi Tianai meekly acquiesced, stumbling as she picked up the cards and radiant stone, exiting the room. However, once the door closed, her timid demeanor vanished, replaced by a triumphant smirk. She had already embezzled over 2 million and a small pouch of premium radiant stones. With these resources, she could start anew within their clan. Touching her abdomen, her eyes reflected neither warmth nor affection, but rather cold calculation. The arrival of the illegitimate child was perfectly timed. Indeed, upon learning of Yi Tianai's pregnancy, Kitagawa Sukiyai's heart softened. He has been sent to the Huaxia community as a nail for a full decade, and during these 10 years, he has made numerous sacrifices for his clan. Among these sacrifices was the choice to remain unmarried and childless. Now, to his astonishment, he has unexpectedly become a parent. He smiled proudly, but his expression quickly turned cold. Are you certain it belongs to me? Yi Tianai chuckled softly and revealed Chun Yotsai's secret. He laughed arrogantly. Very well. What right does a eunuch have to compete with me for a beauty? Seeing her scheme succeed, Yi Tianai also smiled, though a hint of bitterness lingered in her heart, which she forcefully suppressed. She was determined to start anew. She would ensure that those who caused her such suffering would face retribution. Lu Zhiyao busied herself for quite some time until Chao Fei announced that the special training would continue, finally granting her some free time. This was the last special training session before the comprehensive competition, which was only a month away. Chao Fei wore a serious expression. This session will focus on countering your unique abilities. The training would take place within the school, with their coaches acting as sparring partners, providing tailored training for the 6 of them. As Lu Zhiyao's sparring partner, Chao Fei was taken aback when he witnessed her summon a hidden arrow. What difference does it have from the arrow in your hand? Lu Zhiyao felt helpless. Perhaps it's more convenient to carry. Since acquiring this ability, she had been too occupied with various matters to practice properly. Yet, she still felt this ability was rather lackluster. Others wielded impressive sword formations, fire attacks, and lightning strikes, while hers lacked any novelty. Chao Fei sighed in exasperation. Then please demonstrate. Regardless of its efficacy, it was still her beloved creation. Lu Zhiyao attempted to pull it back, only to be astonished when the hidden arrow suddenly enlarged with her tug. Could it really change size like the golden cudgel? She silently willed it to grow, enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. With a hum, the small hidden arrow transformed into a massive crossbow bolt. Both Chao Fei and Lu Zhiyao gaped in astonishment. Before Chao Fei could react to stop her, Lu Zhiyao eagerly released the string. The arrow shot forth with tremendous force, and a burst of sound filled their ears, rendering them momentarily deaf. When they finally regained their senses, the specially designed training building had collapsed. The entire school was shaken by the commotion, and students and teachers alike abandoned their classes to witness the spectacle. The other members of the team emerged from the rubble, equally astonished by the destruction. The power exhibited surpassed that of the previous laser cannon, showcasing the might of their teammate. Lu Zhiyao coughed awkwardly, glancing apologetically at the shocked Chao Fei. The school won't make me compensate, will it? Chao Fei wiped his face, only to find it covered in dust, and sighed. Rest assured, the school is likely pleased rather than upset. Although he was indeed frightened by the overwhelming force, it was a testament to the strength of Fenghua University. The Earth Element Ability teacher from the Logistics Management Department grumbled as he rebuilt the training room, reinforcing it with a special coating, then admonished Chao Fei earnestly. No amount of funding can justify such wastefulness, so please be mindful. With a sigh, he departed. Lu Zhiyao felt a wave of guilt. After her previous laser cannon incident, the school had already repaired the virtual arena once. Thus, when Principal Fong proposed that Wellington Academy invite her as a special instructor, she readily accepted. Financial compensation was out of the question, ever since she had compensated the owner of a building a significant sum. The money-minded Lu Zhiyao had become quite frugal. Short on funds, but not on people, she arrived at Wellington Academy, where Director Wu had been waiting since early morning, feeling quite sentimental. How times had changed. The once C-grade underachiever had achieved remarkable success in just half a year. Catching sight of a furtive figure, his veins bulged as he rushed over to confront the intruder. What? Planning another ambush. The figure turned out to be Fong Yiming, who looked innocent. Not at all. Evidence is key. Yet he realized the gravity of offending such a formidable individual. Hearing that Lu Zhiyao would be teaching today, he had been waiting at the entrance, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice interrupted, and they turned to see Lu Zhiyao smiling at them. Director Wu quickly pushed Fong Yiming aside, greeting Lu Zhiyao with a smile. Welcome, Teacher Lu. She nodded respectfully, casting a meaningful glance at Fong Yiming, who stumbled back in fear. Ignoring him, she continued on her way. A nearby male student clapped Fong Yiming on the shoulder, startling him further. Upon realizing it was just a fellow student, he breathed a sigh of relief. When did you become so timid? Who was that? Fong Yiming finally focused on the student. Smirking, just a new student. You should go introduce yourself. The student eagerly prepared to make a move before being doused with cold water by companion. That's Lu Zhiyao. If you value your life, think twice. Infuriated, the boy grabbed Fong Yiming, ready to retaliate. The students at Wellington Academy held a complex view of Lu Zhiyao. All of them were prodigies with remarkable talents, and they initially looked down on someone like her, a C-grade underachiever. Yet, this so-called underachiever had astonishingly helped many elevate their mental abilities. When the news broke that Lu Zhiyao was the national promotional ambassador, they were incredulous, making snide remarks. Yet, she had personally validated her status, leaving them in an awkward position. Many were still loyal fans of hers from her live streams. As students gathered to witness her arrival, discussing amongst themselves, no one dared to approach due to Director Wu's authority. They trailed behind, curious about her purpose at the school. Upon seeing Director Wu lead her to the classroom designated for the specialized courses in music and arts, the students erupted in excitement. Finally, one could no longer contain their curiosity, asking, Director Wu, is today's class being taught by Ambassador Lu herself? Indeed, they now refer to her as Ambassador Lu. Hearing this title directed at her maid, Lu Zhiyao chuckled softly. The students, emboldened by her approachable demeanor, stepped forward to engage her. Ambassador Lu, are you here to teach us? The ambassador spoke to me. One student was so overwhelmed that he stuttered in response. Another student, unable to bear the sight, pushed him aside. Ambassador Lu, May I ask you a question about chess? As others noticed the exchange, they quickly gathered around, eager to engage. Although numerous universities had begun their courses, none of the instructors could inspire the same trust as the ambassador herself. Seeing that Lu Zhiyao bore no grudge for her previous cold reception at Wellington Academy, they all breathed a sigh of relief, excitedly sharing their long-held questions. Some took it upon themselves to organize the questions while others maintained order. Truly, her exceptional talent and high awareness shone through. A poised young man stood at the door, his refined profile and demeanor exuding an air of grace and sophistication. Lu Zhiyao contemplated that if it were not for his affiliation with the Chun family, the indifference towards him would not be so pronounced. Nearby, several young women hesitated, pondering whether to approach him, when suddenly the young man lifted his gaze, revealing a charming smile. "Lu, would you be so kind as to take a walk with me?" After a moment of consideration, Lu Zhiyao nodded in agreement, feeling it necessary to show some respect in another's territory. "Thank you." Chen Bufan was somewhat taken aback as she finally acknowledged his presence. The group of girls watched in disappointment as their idol walked away with the goddess, one of them whispering, "We've lost yet another single heartthrob." Chen Bufan had intended to engage Lu Zhiyao in conversation, yet the words exchanged only resulted in a simplistic "oh." He sighed helplessly, saying, "Must it be this way? Can't we at least be friends?" Knowing full well that the other person harbored feelings for him, he scorned the pretense of brotherhood. With a heavy breath, as the school gate loomed ahead and he caught a glimpse of that familiar figure, Chen Bufan remarked, "Yi Tian AI is pregnant." Lu Zhiyao finally halted, looking seriously at him. "Is it that our clan member?" "Indeed," Chen Bufan admitted straightforwardly, although his father firmly believed that this child belonged to his uncle. He had been discreetly following them, and thus was more informed than his father. Lu Zhiyao contemplated. It appears their plans are set to commence. Previously, the R clan members might have been coaxing them for favors with an opportunistic mindset, but if Yi Tian AI were indeed carrying their child, she would undoubtedly leverage that to hasten their agenda. "Thank you for the information," Lu Zhiyao said, turning to leave as she spotted Xie Yuma arriving to pick her up. Left behind, Chen Bufan offered a faint smile in response to Xie Yuma's cold glare, then turned to depart. Xie Yuma furrowed his brow. Why is he everywhere? His tone dripped with jealousy. Despite knowing there was nothing between Lu Zhiyao and Chen Bufan, seeing them share laughter, albeit Chen Bufan's unilateral mirth, left him feeling unsettled, as if a thorn were lodged in his throat, making him wish to confine Lu Zhiyao, forbidding anyone else from seeing her. Lu Zhiyao, with a hint of resignation, said, "He informed me about Yi Tian AI. Chun Yukai and the R-Clan's plans may be advancing sooner than expected. Is he planning to cling to you because of this?" Xie Yuma stated bluntly. While he appreciated his little lover's concern, excessive jealousy was unbearable at times. Lu Zhiyao's smile faded. "Do you not trust me?" Sensing her discontent, Xie Yuma quickly apologized, though his tone remained stiff. "I dislike seeing you with him. It makes me uneasy." Feeling a pang of softness, Lu Zhiyao offered an apologetic smile. "All right, I promise to keep my distance from him next time, okay?" Little jealous one. Xie Yuma was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat helpless. He did not wish to trouble her with his jealousy, yet he could not shake the feeling that Chen Bufan had ulterior motives, thus his heightened concern. Chen Bufan did not stray far, standing at a distance, observing the couple's discord and reconciliation with an ambiguous expression. His cultured visage bore a fleeting smirk of triumph, only to revert to its usual elegance, as though his earlier demeanor had been but an illusion. Chapter 66. Escape to the R-Clan the day their plan commenced was a rainy one. As the vehicle transporting prisoners approached an intersection, an elderly man suddenly emerged from the roadside. Holding an umbrella, the frail figure stumbled and fell in the middle of the road, obstructing the vehicle's path. The driver slammed on the brakes, and fortunately, due to the need to slow down at the intersection, a tragedy was averted. Almost immediately, several guards rushed out of the vehicles behind, surrounding the transport for security. The guard in the passenger seat helped the old man to his feet. The elderly man lowered his head, apologetically muttering, "I'm so sorry, my legs are unsteady." He then bent down to retrieve the umbrella that had fallen, but the guards quickly intervened to assist him. Unexpectedly, the old man scattered a handful of powder, causing the guards to black out. A fierce battle erupted. The man, Bei Yuan Sangjia, disguised as the elderly man, brandished a dawn arrow, summoning over 20 Arclan warriors. The vehicle is empty. Bai Yuan Kangji pilot in réalisation. They had been deceived. After Lu Zhiyao reported the situation, the military had grown wary, intentionally spreading false information to lure them into a trap. Now, it was too late for them to escape. Suddenly, more guards appeared, alongside the arriving military, encircling the assailants completely. The Arclan warriors suffered heavy casualties, and ultimately, only Bei Yuan Tsanga managed to escape through a desperate breakout by a few warriors. Upon receiving news, he rushed over, but did not find Yi Tianyan. Where is he? He demanded. Yi Tian AI struggled, realizing that without Yi Tianyan's assistance, she could not navigate the Arclan alone. However, Bei Yuan struck her down with a slap, exclaiming, "Don't push your luck. Have you been the one to leak information to the Hua clan soldiers?" Initially devoid of suspicion, he now found her words plausible. He kicked Yi Tian AI several times, causing her to writhe on the ground in pain. Fortunately, Bei Yuan, still holding on to the hope that the child within her was indeed his, avoided her abdomen with each blow. Yi Tian AI pleaded, "It wasn't me. I want to save my brother." After that, he dragged her into the vehicle outside. Yi Tian AI trembled in pain, but knew she had to endure. She needed to think of a way. She could not simply follow him to the Arclan. A glimmer of insight sparked in her eyes as she suggested, "Why don't we seek Chen Yukai? The Chen family might have a way." However, Bei Yuan ignored her. He was already exposed to the Hua clan's forces, and there was no time to waste. Seeing his indifference, Yi Tian AI was on the verge of leaping from the vehicle. But now, unable to fight or escape, she could only suppress her urgency and wait for an opportunity. Throughout the journey, no chance to flee presented itself. Bei Yuan was indeed a skilled infiltrator who had spent 10 years within the Hua clan. When she finally regained consciousness, they had already reached the border, where Arclan members awaited them. Upon noticing only one woman behind him, the guards immediately inquired, "Where are the others?" They exchanged sympathetic glances before allowing them to pass. Yi Tian AI did not understand the Arclan's language, but she realized she had truly crossed the border of the Hua clan. Upon reaching this point, her heart unexpectedly steadied. Since fate had led her here, she would not lament her path. "Big brother, take care." By the time Chen Yukai received the news, Yi Tian AI had long since vanished without trace. He vented his fury by smashing everything in the bedroom, yet it still did not quell his anger. It was only today that he realized he had been played by this woman. Yi family, Yi Tianai. He ground his teeth and bellowed. His already grim countenance appeared even more sinister, and his bloodshot eyes glinted with rage. Chen Yud looked on helplessly as his younger brother spiraled into madness. Letting out a deep sigh, he offered a half-hearted consolation, saying, "Do not worry, I will take you there. Let go of those trivial matters." He is profoundly grateful that his son possesses a keen sense of awareness, as it was this very vigilance that enabled him to detect the anomaly early on, thus sparing the Chun family from an irreparable downfall. As it stands, it is fortunate that the blame can be shifted entirely onto the Yi family, allowing the Chun family to maintain their pristine reputation. He instructed Chun So, inform the head of the Yi family that Yi Tian AI has fled to the Arclan. A simple sentence sealed the fate of Yi Jiangwo and his wife. In a fit of rage, Yi family head Yi Jianjun expelled them from the family lineage, showing no mercy even to the imprisoned Yi Tianyan. Initially, after being released from interrogation, Yi Jiangwo and his wife had been desperately seeking connections to secure Yi Tianyan's release. However, upon learning of their expulsion from the Yi family, they became pariahs, shunned by all, including former allies. Zhao Lifeng could scarcely believe it when her erstwhile close friend cast her out. Those who had once fawned over her now revealed their true colors. "How could you do this to me?" she exclaimed. The friend who pushed her out retorted with disdain, "Stop with the pleasantries. Just leave. I've long found you displeasing. Don't sully my doorstep." With that, the door slammed shut. "Where are you going?" she asked urgently. The housekeeper apologized, saying, "We haven't been paid for months. We have no choice. We need to eat." "I'm sorry." Yet, The housekeeper shoved her aside and fled. It was a joke to linger in the Yi family's current predicament. Zhao Lifeng attempted to chase after them, but was restrained by Yi Jiangwo. Enough. Conserve your strength. He emerged from the room, his expression dark. You don't even try to stop this? Zhao Lifeng challenged. Stop? With what? Are you paying wages? He dismissed the matter of money with a sigh, saying, The world is cold. Everyone treats us like muck beneath their feet, eager to discard us. He laughed bitterly. Who would have thought Yi Jiangwo, would fall to such depths? Since learning of Yi Tianyun's arrest, he seemed to age decades overnight, his hair graying significantly. The expulsion from a Yi family lineage had shattered his mental resolve, leaving him on the brink of collapse. What now? Tianyun is still in prison, Zhao Lifeng cried, covering her face in despair. Stop crying, Yi Jiangwo admonished, furrowing his brow. We must seek out Lu Zhiyao. Zhiyao? Zhao Lifeng was taken aback. Will that girl even see us? Yi Jiangwo sneered, whether she wishes to or not. It is her duty to care for her parents. After all, she is our flesh and blood. Who else can we turn to? Chapter 67. The Unfilial Daughter, Lu Zhiyao. After Lu Zhiyao rejected the Chun family's proposal, the elder grew increasingly dissatisfied with her. Recognizing that Lu Zhiyao was not easily manipulated, he devised a plan upon seeing Yi Jiangwo and his wife approaching. Lu Zhiyao turned to leave, denying him the chance for further discussion. Stop, the elder bellowed. What your upbringing? You see your parents and say not a word before walking away? Is that appropriate? Lu Zhiyao calmly replied, I'm of the Lu family, not the Yi. Since when did the Lu family change its name to Yi? Such a temper. Yi Jiangwo scoffed. It is wise not to be too extreme, despite our estrangement. We are still your parents. Zhao Lifeng quickly added, Zhiyao, I know I was wrong. My treatment of you has driven you to this point. She wiped her tearless eyes, recalling their current plight, and genuine tears began to flow. The elder did not genuinely wish to drive Lu Zhiyao away. He merely sought to exert some control over her. Observing the scene, he chose not to speak further and sat back to watch the unfolding drama. Lu Zhiyao crossed her arms, coldly regarding the couple. Suddenly, she smirked. You realize Yi Tianyun and Yi Tianai are unreliable, so you come seeking me? Her expression then hardened. Unfortunately, we are no longer legally family. Thus, I bear no obligation to provide for you. She felt grateful to those who had spirited her away from her original self. Otherwise, escaping the mire of the Yi family would have been an insurmountable challenge. She turned to leave, this time without hesitation, stepping away briskly. However, fate had other plans. As steward Lu intercepted her, whispering, the head of the Xie family has come to visit and wishes to see you. The sharp-eared Yi Jiangwo caught this, and a smile crept onto his darkened face. This visit was most fortuitous. He never anticipated that Lu Zhiyao would now be impervious to persuasion, especially considering that he had been quite manageable during his 2 years at the Yi family. Just when he thought today would yield no results, an opportunity has presented itself. He gently took Zhao Lifen's hand, bowing politely to the elder as a pretense of bidding farewell. Lu Zhiyao stepped ahead to the door, where he fortuitously encountered the incoming couple from the Xie family. As Xie Wenda entered, he immediately spotted Yi Jiangwo and his wife, his brow furrowing in displeasure. He had heard of Lu Zhiyao's circumstances and had previously expressed his sympathies to his wife regarding the unfortunate fate of the child. Consequently, he harbored a rather negative impression of the Yi couple. However, Yi Jiangwo intercepted him. Master Xie, I presume you are here to see my unfilial daughter? This remark deepened Xie Wenda's frown, and even his wife, Shengguan Yin, sensed the awkwardness. Lu Zhiyao, who was just stepping out and feeling anxious about meeting Xie Yumao's parents, paused upon hearing their exchange. If the Xie couple were indeed unreasonable, perhaps it was better not to meet at all. Yi Jiangwo sighed sorrowfully. My ungrateful daughter treats others well, yet, alas, not her own parents. Zhao Lifen, wiping her tears, lamented, this child sends us away at the first sight. Such ingratitude. Woe is me. Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow, noting their skillful interjection. Just then, Shangguan Yin curiously inquired, I heard you initially intended to sell Miss Lu to the Qin family. How could you expect her to treat you kindly? Taken aback, Both Yi Jiangwo and Zhao Lifan were momentarily silenced. Yet Shangguan Yin was not finished. She continued, "If my parents treated me this way, I would certainly cut off all ties with them." After saying this, she playfully stuck out her tongue at her husband, who affectionately ruffled her hair. He then advised Yi Jiangwo, "Miss Lu possesses a generous spirit. She has chosen not to hold any grievances against you. It would be wise to let her be. This child has endured much." With that, he disregarded the Yi couple and entered with his wife. Infuriated, Yi Jiangwo began to stomp his feet, ready to burst in and hurl insults, but was swiftly restrained by the butler, who shut the door firmly. Had it not been for the elder's coercive command, he would never have allowed them entry. If the family head were to find out, he would surely face dire consequences. The elder had already emerged to greet the Xie couple and chose not to comment further. The restraint he exhibited did not indicate a desire to dismiss this fortunate benefactor. Lu Zhiyao, unexpectedly amused by the Xie couple, stifled a laugh, feeling an unexpected fondness for Yumao's parents. This was the first time Xie Wenda and Shangguan Yin had met their daughter's benefactor. They had heard many tales regarding Lu Zhiyao, yet were astonished to find her a seemingly delicate girl. Shangguan Yan's heart ached with sympathy. She approached and took Lu Zhiyao's hand. "This child is far too thin. Please, do not be sorrowful. Anyone would feel disheartened under such treatment from their own parents." Although Lu Zhiyao felt no sadness, her fragile appearance often led to misconceptions. Realizing she had spoken foolishly, she was caught off guard when Shangguan Yin responded with laughter, her eyes lighting up affectionately. "My Yumao often says the same. She appears frail, yet is quite muscular. Perhaps you are similar? May I feel?" As Lu Zhiyao's face flushed with embarrassment, she found it difficult to pull away. Xie Wenda quickly cleared his throat, subtly reminding his wife to be mindful of her demeanor. Finally, Shangguan Yin turned serious. "Child, we are immensely grateful for all you have done for our two children. The life of Xie Yuyao and the unique abilities of Xie Yumao are all due to this delightful child before us. Especially Yuyao. Were it not for you, she would not have survived." Tears streamed down Shangguan Yan's cheeks as she produced a carefully prepared gift, pushing it toward Lu Zhiyao earnestly. "This is a small token of our appreciation. You must accept it." Lu Zhiyao hurriedly declined. "There is no need for such formality. Yumao and I are good friends." Unanticipatedly, Shangguan Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Yumao has confided in me that you are his girlfriend. We shall soon be one family." A cold sweat trickled down Lu Zhiyao's back, panic rising within her. Had Xie Yumao truly disclosed their relationship to his parents? Seeing her flustered state, Shangguan Yin felt a thrill of triumph. It appeared her probing had borne fruit. Her typically stoic son had rarely mentioned a female classmate, let alone in such an affectionate manner. A few casual inquiries about Lu Zhiyao had revealed much, yet he still refused to acknowledge it. Thus, she had conducted her earlier test. Oblivious to these machinations, Lu Zhiyao recalled Xie Yumao's mention of marriage in half a year, realizing the time was swiftly approaching. Had he indeed been open with his parents? Reluctantly, she admitted, "Yes, therefore, there is no need for such courtesy." Chapter 68. Xie Yumao, you have deceived me. Lu Zhiyao was utterly astonished. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. She suddenly withdrew her hand, her face ablaze with embarrassment, feeling as if she could excavate an entire city from the ground beneath her feet. Xie Wenda sighed in exasperation, realizing his wife had been excessively direct. Failing to notice the young girl's mortified demeanor, he hastily pulled up his wife, who was still eager to indulge in gossip, and, disregarding the elder's attempts to retain them, took his leave, firmly insisting on leaving a gift behind. The elder observed this scene in contemplation, realizing that Lu Zhiyao had already formed a close bond with the young man from the Xie family. Although the Xie family may not possess the same wealth as the Chen family, they are nonetheless a significant clan in their own right. This union, indeed, bodes well for the Lu family, promising to elevate their standing even further. He smiled kindly at Lu Zhiyao and said, "Take good care of Xie Yuma. I have watched this child grow since she was little. She is a fine person. As for respecting the elderly, that should be reserved for those who truly deserve it." Lu Zhiyao had already become thoroughly disillusioned with the great elder. Within the Lu family, Only Lu Zhiyao and her brother, along with Lu Kongqing, were worthy of nostalgia. The following day, she attended her public school as usual. After class, she encountered Chen Bufan waiting at the classroom door. Throughout that week, Chen Bufan sought various pretexts to engage her in conversation, whether it was about Yi Tian AI fleeing to the Ark clan or Chun Yukai preparing to seek treatment there. Each time, he successfully captured her attention, and she tolerated his proximity. He was quite adept at conversation, and through these interactions, Lu Zhiyao gained insight into the kind of person he truly was. At least, he was not as dreadful as her initial impression suggested. Consequently, her attitude towards him had softened somewhat, though she still maintained her distance. Chen Bufan, however, was unhurried, each time judiciously remaining at a safe distance. Yet, this unfolding scene felt to Xie Yuma like a dull knife scraping against flesh. While it was not overtly painful, it was undeniably uncomfortable. Although slightly taken aback, he quickly realized that his plans could be expedited. Since you are aware, it is best to choose a date for the proposal swiftly. Xiao Wendao, sipping water, nearly choked at these words, coughing several times. Have you even obtained the young lady's consent? Does she wish to marry you? How reckless! Upon seeing his son's distressed expression, Shang Guanyin took pleasure in his misfortune. With your demeanor, it's already commendable if she agrees to be your girlfriend. You must propose and secure her consent first. Otherwise, she may think you disrespect her. With this thought, he ceased to care about Chen Bufan's subtle provocations and directly pulled Lu Zhiyao into the car. Chen Bufan's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on the retreating figures of the two. Inside the car, noticing they were not headed towards Fenghua University, Lu Zhiyao curiously inquired, "Where are we going?" Xie Yuma, glancing at Chen Bufan through the rearview mirror, who remained rooted in place, coldly replied, "You'll find out when we arrive." Observing his grim demeanor, Lu Zhiyao felt a twinge of displeasure. She had clearly conveyed her lack of feelings for Chen Bufan to Xie Yuma, yet every time he came to pick her up, he wore a stern expression, as if she had betrayed him. The journey was enveloped in silence, the atmosphere between them quite delicate. Xie Yuma chose not to explain anything until they reached the seaside. He swiftly exited the vehicle and hurried to the passenger side, assisting Lu Zhiyao in opening the door, then gesturing invitingly. Lu Zhiyao crossed her arms, icy demeanor unfaltering, and queried, "What do you want?" Xie Yuma refrained from providing an explanation, instead gazing at her with gentle eyes. Her heart softened, and she ultimately descended from the car. Guided to the trunk, Xie Yuma signaled for her to open the back. A flicker of speculation ignited within her. Yet this did not align with the typical behavior of a straightforward man. Could he have gained some insight? Confused, Lu Zhiyao casually lifted the lid, and suddenly, a multitude of luminous balloons erupted from the trunk, soaring into the sky like liberated birds. But that was not all. Once the balloons ascended into the heavens, the trunk revealed an abundance of red roses, with a delicate little box nestled amidst them. Staring incredulously at Xie Yuma, Lu Zhiyao inquired, "Who taught you this?" At this, Xie Yuma felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing just how oblivious he had been to the nuances of romance. When Shang Guanyin learned that their first date was set at a martial arts school, she nearly gasped for breath from laughter. She recalled, amid her struggle to contain her mirth, no matter how exceptional a girl may be, she still requires a bit of coaxing. Thus, you ought to learn a thing or two. He retrieved a small box and opened it to reveal an exquisite ring. The ring, its material indiscernible, emanated an ancient, subtle glow and was adorned with a radiant purple dawnstone. Kneeling on one knee, Xie Yuma asked, "Will you marry me?" In the soft luminescence, the youth's cool visage had turned a deep crimson, yet his eyes brimmed with sincere and profound affection. This moment stirred Lu Zhiyao's heart deeply. However, she pondered, must she truly bind herself to marriage at such an early stage? Noticing her hesitation, Xie Yuma's eyes glistened with urgency, the flush on his face beginning to fade. As he tremulously inquired, "Do you wish to?" Her heart raced, as if his very existence hinged on her response. Witnessing his distress, Lu Zhiyao felt a softening within. Her mind clouded, and she found herself agreeing. Yet, immediately after her affirmation, regret began to seep in. Nonetheless, Xiaoyuma eagerly slipped the ring onto her finger. Gently, he pressed a kiss upon the back of her hand, whispering, "Thank you." In that instant, Lu Zhiyao found solace. How fortunate to be loved by someone who was also the object of her affections. What was there to hesitate about? Even if the future held challenges, divorce was a mere option. With a light-hearted laugh, she teased, "Fool." The success of his proposal seemed to grant Xiaoyuma a newfound sense of assurance, rendering him impervious to any provocations from Chen Bufan. His tone was laced with insecurity and caution, as if her rejection would shatter his heart. Lu Zhiyao smiled calmly. "I apologize, but my fiancé is rather concerned, so it is best for us to maintain our distance." Watching the two depart hand in hand, Chen Bufan clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his long fingers digging forcefully into his palm. "Lu Zhiyao, how could you be so cruel? You trample upon my sincere feelings like this." Suddenly, he found himself understanding Chen Youcai's violent tendencies, for his heart was also brimming with resentment at that moment. His bloodshot eyes fixed unyieldingly on Lu Zhiyao, unwavering. Chapter 69. Huaxia University. With the conclusion of the courses at Weir Academy, the special training for abilities also came to a perfect end. Fortunately, the newly reconstructed training room remained unscathed. Lu Zhiyao had mastered her golden rod with remarkable proficiency. Only a week remained until the all-round competition. Lu Zhiyao suddenly recalled something. "All right, I have arranged for an advisor for our team." Upon encountering Gu Yunlong in the study room, Xiaoyuma immediately became alert. Why did this person blush the moment he saw Lu Zhiyao? Gu Yunlong rushed over as soon as he received Lu Zhiyao's call, and after such a long separation, he still couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush. He did not forget the expression on her face when she saw his bare torso during the acupuncture session, a moment that occurred due to his own negligence. He shyly said, "I apologize, classmate Lu, have I arrived late?" Yao Lina became excited. Gu Yunlong was a prominent figure from the previous year at Fenghua University. He was the top contender in the comprehensive competition selection and battled valiantly alongside the elite from the last cohort, until he was ultimately eliminated. Had it not been for his injury and the loss of his abilities, last year's comprehensive competition would not have ended in such a manner. Fenghua Yu was equally astonished that Lu Zhiyao could invite Gu Yunlong as an advisor, for he was notoriously proud and rarely cultivated friendships easily. Lu Zhiyao smiled and replied, "No, you arrived just in time. Please take a seat." Gu Yunlong unceremoniously sat down next to Lu Zhiyao, prompting a glare from Xiaoyuma on the other side. Noticing the gaze, he nodded amicably at Xiaoyuma before getting straight to the point. "Last year's comprehensive competition saw me fall victim to a scheme by Huaxia University, which resulted in the loss of my abilities." The group gasped. Huaxia University? Last year's competition had been topped by Weir Academy, with Huaxia University taking second place. Historically, Huaxia University had never even made it to the top 5, yet they emerged as an unexpected dark horse last year. However, Gu Yunlong's assertion suggested that this dark horse was not as simple as it appeared. He continued, "During the competition, my team and I faced Huaxia University head-on. Initially, we had them cornered and utterly defenseless. Even now, the memory sends shivers down my spine. Our mental barriers suddenly collapsed, and we later discovered they were using a specialized device." Upon hearing this, the six exchanged knowing glances, their minds converging on a familiar scene. Fenghua Yu inquired, "Was that device palm-sized, pitch black, with a red button?" Gu Yunlong looked at him in astonishment and excitedly confirmed, "Yes, that was precisely the device." They had been on the verge of victory when the tides turned unexpectedly, leading to an injury he sustained while protecting his teammates, which ultimately resulted in the loss of his powers. Without his pivotal strength, the team was overwhelmed by a coalition of other universities, leading to a devastating loss of points and a plunge to the bottom of the rankings for Fenghua University. Yao Lina, filled with indignation, quickly asked, "Did you report them to the organizing committee at the time?" Yet, others looked at her helplessly, leaving her bewildered. "What? Is it not permissible to report?" Gu Yunlong sighed deeply. "No, because the comprehensive competition does not prohibit the use of special equipment." This was something Yao Lina had not anticipated, and she fell silent. Lu Zhiyao began to speculate. Did they use that device again during the competition? Gu Yunlong despondently replied, no. Perhaps that encounter had pushed them to their limits. They did not use it again afterward. If they had, other schools would have raised the issue as well. Even in the military, there are only suppressive mental collars and concealed mental-level bracelets, which are specialized military equipment and unattainable for ordinary people. Such a device is extraordinarily powerful. Its emergence would undoubtedly attract significant attention, so they exercised extreme caution in its use. Lu Zhiyao nodded, acknowledging that had they not witnessed it themselves, they might not have believed in the existence of such a device. The group refrained from mentioning the scene they had witnessed in the military, as they had signed confidentiality agreements upon leaving. Gu Yunlong proceeded to detail the precautions taken by other universities, concluding his explanation only by evening. Lu Zhiyao expressed his gratitude for Gu Yunlong's candor and invited him to dinner. Gu Yunlong readily accepted, yet Xie Yuma was visibly displeased. Whether it was his obliviousness or intent, he always seemed to squeeze next to Lu Zhiyao, monopolizing the seat on the other side as well. He even audaciously served food to Lu Zhiyao. Sensing the icy aura he emanated, Feng Xiu nudged the curious Yao Lina and whispered, "Aren't you going to intervene?" The atmosphere at the dinner table was exceedingly awkward, yet the men remained blissfully unaware, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Yao Lina chuckled softly. "Look at Zhiyao. She's teasing Xie Yuma." In truth, Xie Yuma was simply too possessive, and Lu Zhiyao intended to teach him a lesson by wholeheartedly embracing Gu Yunlong's warmth, not casting a single glance at the brooding man beside her. After a satisfying meal, Gu Yunlong shyly smiled at Lu Zhiyao, saying, "Classmate Lu, it should have been my treat to you, as I have yet to thank you for saving my life." He summoned his courage and asked, "May I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" "Oh, how delightful." The ever-curious Yaolina watched with satisfaction as Xie Yuma's face darkened further, her fair complexion flushed with anger. He abruptly stood before Lu Zhiyao, his expression one of disdain as he fixed his gaze on Gu Yunlong and proclaimed, "My fiancée, E is unavailable tomorrow, nor the day after, and she shall remain so indefinitely." Gu Yunlong, filled with disbelief, responded, "Fiancée, E?" He leaned forward to look at Lu Zhiyao behind Xie Yuma and asked, "Have you two gotten engaged?" This revelation left Feng Huayu and the others astonished. These two had silently undertaken such a significant event. Lu Zhiyao smiled wryly and replied, "Yes, we are engaged." Angered, Yao Lina exclaimed, "How could you, Lu Zhiyao? You didn't even invite me to celebrate your engagement." Lu Zhiyao chuckled, "Only think about food." Realizing she was genuinely upset, he quickly added, "This Sunday, at the second floor of Gue Fong Yuan, everyone is invited." Indeed, they were officially getting engaged this Sunday. After successfully proposing, Xie Yuma swiftly arranged for their parents to set the date and venue without any delay. Lu Zhiqiao, who belatedly learned the news, was infuriated and nearly stormed over to the Xie residence. Meanwhile, Lu Jiwei had already begun preparing her outfit for the engagement banquet and, witnessing his fury, tried to calm him down. One of her remarks ultimately led Lu Zhiqiao to relent. If it were our little sister from before, she would surely be delighted to have such a wonderful match. Indeed, compared to Qin Yukai, Xie Yuma was an unparalleled choice. Why should he complicate matters? Due to the issues surrounding the elder, Lu Zhiyao had already developed a rift with the Lu family. If his involvement jeopardized her engagement, it would only push her further away. Thus, as a member of the Lu family, he cooperated exceptionally well when invited by the head of the Xie family to discuss the engagement details. Chapter 70. The Engagement Dispute. Early Sunday morning, Lu Zhiyao was awakened and dressed by Lu Jiwei. She chose a striking red mermaid gown that elegantly showcased her fair shoulders, ample bosom, slender waist, and long, graceful legs. With a touch of exquisite makeup, her demeanor transformed from that of a fragile girl to a resplendent flower of opulence. Lu Jiwei gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Sister, how had I never noticed how beautiful you are before? You're simply captivating." Lu Zhiyao smiled faintly and threw her a flirtatious glance, causing Lu Jiwei to shyly touch her nose, worried about blushing and embarrassing herself. "Stop smiling. As a woman, I might just fall for you. It's deadly." This made Lu Zhiyao burst into laughter, and upon seeing her return to her usual self, Lu Zhiyao finally breathed a sigh of relief, having just been momentarily enchanted. A multitude of guests from prominent families had gathered at the entrance of Gue Fongyuan. Chen Yud arrived with Chen Bufan in tow. Since receiving the news, Chen Bufan had been in low spirits, unable to believe how swiftly Xie had acted. Chen Yud shot a disapproving glare to Sullen's son, muttering, "Show some grace. There are so many people watching." After a failed marriage proposal that had led to rampant rumors, the Chen family had become the subject of ridicule among the elite families. Originally, Chen Yud had no intention of attending, but since Lu Zhiyao's fiancé, he was from the Xie family, and the only son of the Xie family at that. He did not wish to offend them, due to past grievances. Wang Mingtao was at the entrance welcoming guests alongside Xie Yao, where he spotted his elder brother, Wang Mingfeng. Arriving, he was pleasantly surprised. "Brother, what brings you here?" As the chief financial officer of the Huaxia family, Wang Mingfeng was often so busy that he rarely returned home. Since the passing of his wife, his only daughter, Wang Yining, had been primarily raised by Wang Mingtao and his spouse. He graciously nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd that had gathered to greet him, then turned to his younger brother and remarked, "How could I possibly miss the auspicious occasion of your family, SUMO?" From a distance, Chen Yud spotted the silhouette of Wang Mingfeng and immediately felt relieved that he had not made a mistake in coming today. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to draw closer to the powerful? The head of the Yi family, Yi Jianjun, arrived with his son Yi Tianxi. Although the Lu and Xie families had not extended an invitation to him, he considered himself a member of Lu Zhiyao's extended family and thus took the liberty to attend. Due to his status as a diplomat, no one dared to dismiss him, and he was consequently invited in to take his seat. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Jiangwo ground his teeth in frustration. He and Zhao Lifen, relying on their status as the biological parents of Lu Zhiyao, attempted to enter with great swagger, only to be halted at the door. Wang Mingtao wore a smile upon his face, yet his eyes betrayed a cold and mocking indifference. "You two are not on the guest list. Please do not make this difficult for me." Ignoring their protests, he ordered his men to escort them out. Their dignity vanished along the way, inciting snickers from the esteemed guests who witnessed the scene. Those who were invited belonged to families with close ties to the Lu and Xie clans, thus uniting in their disdain for the actions of Yi Jiangwo and his wife. Had Yi Jiangwo ever faced such humiliation? Enraged, he struggled, but his captors were skilled, their mental prowess overwhelming, rendering him powerless, reduced to impotent shouting. Once unceremoniously deposited outside the hotel, Yi Jiangwo finally found solid ground beneath his feet, his furious gaze landing upon Yi Jianjun, who had been welcomed inside. He spoke with fierce indignation. "How outrageous! Disregarding our own biological parents while fawning over the distant relative Yi Jianjun. What a vain and superficial person you are, Lu Zhiyao." Zhao Lifeng, consumed by tears, joined in the scathing denunciation. "Lu Zhiyao, you ungrateful wretch! How can you treat your own flesh and blood in such a manner? You heartless, ungrateful creature." Her voice resonated with despair, attracting the attention of passers-by and patrons within the restaurant. Zhao Lifeng continued to lament. "Your own parents are barely scraping by, while you indulge yourself in lavishness. Such unfilial behavior will surely invite divine retribution." Unable to bear the scene, someone from the hotel shouted, "Yi Jiangwo, rein in your wife. Do you think we are oblivious to your actions?" Yet, Yi Jiangwo paid no heed. He gestured for Zhao Lifeng to persist. Today, he aimed to tarnish Lu Zhiyao's reputation. No matter how much she clung to the powerful or looked down upon them, she would ultimately have to bow her head and acknowledge her wrongdoing. This sentiment resonated with the onlookers. No matter the faults of parents, those are familial matters. How can one dismiss their own parents during an engagement? Indeed, could it be that she no longer wished to acknowledge her own parents because of their misfortunes? Alas, the morals of society are declining. Today's youth lack the respect for the elderly and care for the young that we once upheld. As the commotion escalated, the head of the Xie family and his wife rushed out of the restaurant, intending to silence the uproar. However, Xie Yuma had already unsheathed her sword and charged forward. It was at that very moment that Lu Zhiyao arrived. Upon seeing her, Xie Yuma was struck with awe, her gaze fixated upon her, unwilling to look away. He stepped forward and firmly grasped her hand, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "They just attempted to enter, but were driven away by your brother-in-law." He then looked at her with concern. "Are you all right?" Lu Zhiyao calmly shook her head. She had not anticipated Yi Jiangwo's audacity, sacrificing his own dignity. Observing the crowd's fervent discussions, she noticed the smug smile plastered on Yi Jiangwo's face and could not help but chuckle softly. She then proclaimed, "What a splendid display of respect for the elderly and love for the young." The crowd turned to her in astonishment, gasping in admiration. Many were seeing Lu Zhiyao for the first time. They had only heard tales of her abilities to heal and elevate spiritual power, coupled with her tragic background. They were taken aback by her striking beauty and commanding presence, remaining unyielding even in the face of such humiliation. Chen Bufan, witnessing Lu Zhiyao in this light, felt a surge of intense jealousy flare within him as he fixated on Xie Yuma's hand, wishing to replace her. Zhao Lifan, upon hearing her name, was overcome with tears. "Zhiyao, you finally appeared. We heard today is your joyous occasion, so we rushed over early. Yet look, they won't even let us in," she lamented dramatically, weeping like a performer on stage. Lu Zhiyao's expression remained impassive. She was neither enraged nor sarcastic. She simply stated, "My parents have been gone since I took my own life by running into a wall." The crowd gasped in shock. Running into a wall to commit suicide? This story is far from simple. Eager ears perked up, ready to absorb the gossip. Xie Yuma felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing the words "running into a wall." The past he had missed was undoubtedly filled with hardships. Otherwise, how could such a strong person have succumbed to despair? Lu Zhiyao offered him a soothing smile, preparing to continue speaking, fearing she might bring up their forced marriage again. Yi Jiangwo hastily interjected, "You still hold a grudge, child. The fault lies with us. But we have since dissolved the engagement with the Chen family." As the other protagonist, the head of the Chen family was reluctant to engage, but, noticing the attention from those around, he resignedly remarked, "It is all due to my inept brother. But he is married now. That chapter has passed." Yi Jiangwo, like a cat sensing blood, seized the opportunity, head of the Chen family. "My daughter Tianai even stood in for Zhiyao at the wedding." He would have preferred not to mention Yi Tianai, but upon doing so, the head of the Chen family became increasingly irate. He coldly barked, "Do not speak of Yi Tianai. I have yet to settle accounts with you." Observing the potential for a new topic to arise, everyone leaned in with anticipation, yet the head of the Chen family fell silent. This matter was undeniably disgraceful, ultimately playing into Yi Jiangwo's hands. Not receiving the desired response from the head of the Chen family, Yi Jiangwo redirected his focus towards Lu Zhiyao. "Look at us. The two of us reduced to such destitution. Can you not forget the past and find it within you to forgive us?" A bystander interjected, "There are no perfect parents. Children will always be their parents' concern. Les tues reconcilent." Suddenly, Lu Zhiyao turned her piercing gaze towards the bystander, startling him into immediate silence. She coldly retorted, "One cannot advocate goodness without experiencing the suffering of others. Yi Jiangwo, since your family forced me into marrying Chen Yukai, we have ceased to be family. Should you persist in your excesses, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Seeing that she was impervious to both soft and hard approaches, Yi Jiangwo's anger flared. "Very well. You choose to deny me, do you? Then do not expect to successfully become engaged today." With that, he produced a crackling high-energy stone, a substance that would unleash tremendous, explosive energy upon any violent impact. He scoffed coldly, saying, "If you are still willing to acknowledge me, I might reluctantly recognize you as my daughter. Otherwise..." He raised his hand, poised to hurl the high-energy stone to the ground. Passers-by and diners within the restaurant were startled. After all, the explosive power of this stone was akin to that of 10 advanced sunlight stones. Should it be thrown down? It was uncertain whether the engagement banquet could proceed, let alone whether they could escape in time. Yi Jianjun shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Put that away. Don't act impulsively. Today, our Yi family's reputation is already in tatters." This incompetent brother, whom he had previously underestimated, was revealing such ruthlessness. "Ye Diangu Sneeded. Stop pretending to care. If you truly acknowledged me, you would not have banished me from the Yi family. Now, I have nothing to lose. I might as well perish alongside you. Yet, in truth, he was still afraid of death, gripping the high-energy stone tightly, while keeping his eyes fixed on Lu Zhiyao. He awaited the moment when Lu Zhiyao would concede, ready to retract his efforts immediately. However, contrary to his expectations, Lu Zhiyao gently curved her lips into a smile. With a languid gaze, she raised her head, and an overwhelming aura of mental power suddenly enveloped him. Before he could react, the high-energy stone in his hand extinguished. The energy that had crackled moments ago vanished without a trace. Yi Jiangwo incredulously stared at the stone in his grasp, only to find that the high-energy stone had transformed into an ordinary rock. "This is impossible," he exclaimed. It is known that a high-energy stone is nearly invincible against mental powers below the 2S level, unable to be subdued even by a 2S mental force. How could she extinguish it so effortlessly? He suddenly realized, "You are 3S." Yet the words that followed eluded him. The head of the CF family had long dispatched someone to stand by, and as soon as his attention was diverted, they swiftly approached, silencing him and Zhao Lifen, binding him, and seizing the stone, escorting them away. Subsequently, he apologized to the assembled guests, saying, "A minor interruption. I hope you won't mind. Please come inside." However, the guests remained astonished by the recent spectacle. Although Yi Jiangwo's statement went unfinished, they had already surmised the truth. Lu Zhiyao's mental prowess undoubtedly surpassed 3S, perhaps even beyond. This was truly unprecedented for the Hua clan. The Xie family had indeed struck gold. The gazes of the onlookers shifted, filled with newfound respect. Lu Zhiyao felt a bittersweet pride, thinking, let them be envious. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yin, basking in the envious glances of the crowd, sweetly linked her arm with Lu Zhiyao's, saying, "Come, my dear daughter, let us step inside." The term "dear daughter" made Lu Zhiyao blush, lowering her head. The rosy glow on her beautiful face enhanced her allure. And Xieyuma gently took her hand, walking alongside her. Chen Bufan, who had previously speculated, became even more convinced of his thoughts. Lu Zhiyao's mental prowess was certainly beyond 3S. He gazed obsessively at Lu Zhiyao's retreating figure, his eyes ablaze with an intensity that felt almost tangible. Chen Yud wore a contemplative expression, pondering the numerous treasures that adorned Lu Zhiyao. Alas, it seemed that fortune had eluded him. He then playfully tapped Chen Bufan on the back of his head, admonishing him not to covet what belonged to another. Yet, a flicker of intrigue danced in Chen Bufan's eyes, suggesting otherwise. The subsequent engagement banquet unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hindrances. The typically aloof Xieyuma appeared transformed. Her countenance graced with a blend of satisfaction and shyness throughout the event. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Zhiyao, reluctant to divert his attention. Shangguan Yan's sister-in-law scoffed. "Your wife is quite remarkable. Your son seems completely enchanted." This remark, far from being complimentary, revealed her desire to marry her own niece to Xieyuma. Unfortunately, the young woman had little interest. She had already found herself a husband upon reaching adulthood. This left her niece heartbroken at home, while her family blamed her for not being more supportive. It was rare to encounter a mother-in-law so considerate of her daughter-in-law's feelings. After the banquet, the satisfied mother-in-law intended to encourage her somewhat dazed son, only to discover that he had taken the initiative to impress his future wife. A smile of contentment spread across her face as she turned to her husband, exclaiming, "Having a wife truly makes a difference. Our son has finally awakened." Xia Window chuckled. "Isn't this splendid? It saves you from constantly worrying about him ending up alone." Despite their son's good looks and amiable disposition, his wife was still anxious about his prospects in finding a partner. Many families inquired subtly but failed to show any enthusiasm, which left her baffled. Shangguan Yin smiled cunningly, knowing that only those one truly cherishes deserve to be valued. A forced union bears no sweetness. Much like her own bold pursuit of Xia Window when she first laid eyes on him. There were many competitors back then, and had she not hastened the marriage process, it was uncertain who Mrs. Xia would be today. This exemplified the adage that fortune favors the bold. At the entrance of the Lu residence, Xieyuma parked the car, and Lu Zhiyao announced her intention to depart, only to find the door locked. Teasingly glancing at the silent young man, Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you reluctant to let me go?" The young man pressed his lips together, his pale skin now flushed with a warm hue, and his striking eyes gazed at her with a mixture of longing and discontent. Today, he donned a sleek black suit, but during an earlier moment of bravado. A few buttons had burst open, revealing the delicate collarbone beneath his white shirt, exuding an aura that was both chaste and alluring. Lu Zhiyao suddenly felt a parched sensation in her throat and could not help but swallow. In an unexpected movement, the man leaned in, enveloping her in a tight embrace, planting a kiss atop her head, then on her forehead, the tip of her nose, and finally her lips. As they disembarked from the vehicle, Lu Zhiyao was flushed crimson, casting him a reproachful glance. Yet, upon encountering his gaze once more, she was startled and hastily retreated into the Lu residence. That look was positively ravenous. Left behind, Xie let out a resigned sigh, pondering why it was not a wedding instead. Chapter 72. The all-around competition commences. After 6 months of rigorous training, the long-awaited all-around competition had finally arrived. This year's venue was set within an ancient city, once the capital of the Huaxia people. However, when the zombie apocalypse struck, the inhabitants were forced to abandon their homes in a frantic flight, resulting in a widespread destruction of historical sites and priceless artifacts. Gradually, the area became a desolate wasteland, with only remnants of ancient walls standing defiantly, reminiscent of their unwavering stand as humanity's last line of defense against the zombie onslaught. Due to its flat terrain and uninhabited nature, the site was frequently chosen for various competitions, and even in its ruinous state, it would not attract complaints. The periphery was lined with surveillance cameras, broadcasting every moment to the Huaxia all-around competition channel. Contestants from the top 10 universities had gathered, and Lu Zhiyao curiously surveyed the surroundings, suddenly finding them vaguely familiar. Could this be the capital from over 2 centuries ago? A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over her as she traced her fingers along the crumbling concrete walls, her heart filled with uncertainty. The splendor of this place had long since faded, leaving behind the sensation that her experiences from 200 years prior had become mere dreams. This feeling of emptiness left her disoriented. Xie, sensing her distress, inquired, "What is wrong?" Lu Zhiyao sighed softly and shook her head, responding, "It's nothing." As the ambassador of national culture, everyone present recognized Lu Zhiyao. The captain of Huaxia University cast her a profound glance before stepping aside with his teammates, maintaining an air of discretion. Acting on the information provided by Gu Yunlong, Lu Zhiyao scrutinized them closely. The 6 members, clad in deep crimson uniforms of Huaxia University, were remarkably taciturn, exhibiting none of the youthful exuberance typical of students. Instead, they resembled seasoned warriors, particularly the captain, whose demeanor evoked a sense of familiarity. Of course, this impression could stem from preconceived notions. When the reigning champion, Wire Academy, made their entrance, they exuded an air of confidence. Yi Tianyan's position had been filled by another student, while the captain remained Chen Bufan. Chen Bufan approached her, extending a greeting. "Lu, I look forward to your guidance later." Xie shot him a cold glance, her expression devoid of any additional emotion, her heart already brimming with resolve, no longer riddled with anxiety. Lu Zhiyao inclined her head slightly, replying, "I appreciate your guidance." Chen Bufan cast a meaningful look at Xie before leading his team to their designated area. The hosts and commentators for the all-around competition had taken their places, and at that moment, the channel was inundated with billions of viewers. This was a spectacle that captivated the entire nation. Observing that all participants were present, the host began to outline the competition's details and rules. This year's all-around competition would still adhere to a points system, albeit with some notable changes. The target for attacks would no longer be exotic beasts, but rather zombies. This revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Zombies, the very source of all evil and suffering. Over 2 centuries ago, the first zombie emerged, and the world order began to collapse, leading to a complete upheaval. Humanity had fought long and hard to eradicate the zombies, yet now, they were reappearing. Insiders speculated online. Could they be from the hunting grounds? Most were unaware of the existence of these hunting grounds, as they remained an unspoken secret among the wealthy. They left the zombies to serve as toxic progenitors, and then stealthily procured a number of slaves from remote tribes, confining them alongside the undead to cultivate even more zombies. The eradicated zombies were artificially bred solely for entertainment purposes. The host continued, "We extend our gratitude to Master Chun for his sponsorship. All these zombies hail from the Chun family's hunting grounds." Chun Yud was also present, nodding in acknowledgement to the applauding crowd, yet internally, he kept a meticulous ledger. Although the hunting grounds initially yielded substantial profits, as the variety of exotic beasts evolved, human interest began to wane. After all, the risk of death from an accidental bite or scratch from a zombie was a looming threat, prompting more individuals to opt for hunting exotic creatures instead. Over time, the dwindling clientele led to severe losses for the zombie hunting grounds. To prevent these zombies from escaping, a considerable number of personnel and energy shields made from Shiguang stones were required, all of which contributed to an incessant flow of expenses. Moreover, he discovered that the zombies had begun to reproduce secretly. Previously, there were merely 500 zombies, but now their numbers had astonishingly doubled to 1,000. In a brief span, their population had surged by 50%, and the newly spawned zombies were born at level 3. He hesitated to report the situation, unwilling to watch the expensive zombies he had acquired go to waste. Thus, he turned his attention to the upcoming all-encompassing competition. This way, he could not only find a means to utilize the zombies, but also elevate the reputation of the Chun family, achieving two aims with one action. While he internally praised his cunning, he failed to notice the cold, disdainful glares from the soldiers directed at him. Although decades had passed, the impact of the zombies still loomed large, particularly for soldiers who frequently encountered the darker sides of existence. Their experiences had led to greater sacrifices. The very idea of someone breeding zombies for profit was utterly unacceptable to them. However, the Chun family, with wealth rivaling entire clans and possessing 5 Shiguang stone mines that supplied much of the Huaxu's energy, found themselves untouchable. Lu Zhiyao furrowed her brow in contemplation. Over 2 centuries ago, she had only encountered zombies in apocalyptic novels and films. Now, 200 years later, with wild zombies having vanished, she could not comprehend how someone could brazenly breed them. Noticing her confusion, Xie Yuma took it upon himself to elucidate the origins of the hunting grounds. He had heard of such recreational venues, but due to the entire Xie family's strong opposition, he was only familiar with their names, having never witnessed them. Lu Zhiyao, already harboring a negative impression of the Qin family, felt her disdain intensify. Their lack of ethics was appalling. She could not equate zombies with exotic beasts. After all, they had once been living humans. Yet, the reality was that this competition required participants to score points by hunting zombies. 1 point for a level 1 zombie, 2 for a level 2, and so forth. The Chen family had sponsored a horde of zombies, with the highest level being level 5, totaling 10. Gasps of shock filled the air. The strength of a level 5 zombie far surpassed that of a level 5 exotic beast, and they were providing 10 right from the start. Online commentators had already begun discussing the Chun family's generosity, but many others expressed concerns. The rapid transmission of the zombie virus posed a grave risk, particularly for the young participants. The host continued to explain the competition rules. Please ensure you use your mental shields for protection at all times. If bitten by a zombie, immediately call for rescue. We have prepared antidote injections that, if administered within 1 hour, will be effective. However, if it exceeds 1 hour, the host's words trailed off. But the audience understood. Beyond 1 hour, assimilation by the zombies would occur, leading to the grim fate of being exterminated by the soldiers tasked with their protection. Attendees and online viewers alike quickly recognized that the stakes of this competition were significantly higher than previous ones. But why? It was merely a student competition. Why such severity? Was it at the behest of the Huaxu government? The soldiers stood grim-faced and silent, merely fulfilling their duties as guards. Meanwhile, the students were eager to participate. After all, these were zombies. They had only heard tales from their elders about battles fought decades earlier and had never witnessed such horrors firsthand. Although many online games featured zombies as targets, The virtual realm was vastly different from reality. Now they were to confront real zombies with live ammunition. The youthful enthusiasts were already brimming with excitement, plotting how to appear more impressive in the face of this terrifying reality. Chen Bufan was no exception. He had brought along the latest Shiguang stone firearm, boasting greater power than the Shiguang stone arrows. He cast a confident glance at the ancient and unadorned sword on Xie Yuma's back, pondering how the Xie family could ever compare to the Chun family. However, the expressions of the few from Hualing University turned grave. After exchanging glances, they lowered their heads, revealing a newfound unease. Chun Yud was pleased to observe the swift increase in the number of reserved spots for the hunting ground, silently commending his own cleverness. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he would soon come to deeply regret his current actions. After distributing scoring bracelets to each contestant present, the top 10 university competitors entered in succession. The ancient city had established numerous mental barriers, rendering its interior invisible to the naked eye. As the contestants stepped inside, the scene began to unfold gradually within the channel. Upon entering, Lu Zhiyao was immediately engulfed by a strong sense of foreboding. She promptly activated her 5S mental probing. Yet, for reasons unknown, she could only scan a radius of 5 kilometers. Within that range, nothing seemed amiss, save for the sight of numerous zombies, those reminiscent of the undead from films and dramas over 2 centuries ago, with their ashen skin, white eyeballs, sharp black exoskeletons, and guttural howls. This area was solely populated by the team from Fenghua University, with no sign of others, suggesting that the entry positions had been randomly assigned. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind, accompanied by a fetid gust of wind. Lu Zhiyao instinctively warned everyone to be cautious, extending her mental barrier to shield them. She paused, sniffing the air. The creature that lunged at them was repelled, only to rebound and charge again, repeating this relentless cycle like a perpetual motion machine. Seizing this moment, the group finally encountered the legendary zombies. Yao Lina exclaimed, "They resemble humans." The level 2 zombie was female, with large eyes and light brown skin. Although her hair was matted with blood and half-bald, it was evident that she had once possessed dark, curly locks. Despite her tattered clothing, one could discern the remnants of an ankle-length dress, forming a tubular silhouette from the waist to the feet. Lu Zhiyao felt an unsettling familiarity with this attire. Fang Yudao, astonished, quickly revealed the answer. This is a member of the Y tribe. Indeed, traditional garments of Y tribe women. Lu Zhiyao gazed in shock at Xie Yuma. With a grave expression, explained, "I have heard that they secretly purchase slaves from other tribes for transformation. How despicable! This was once a living person. They had eradicated the zombies. Yet, for profit, they deliberately recreate such abominable creatures for entertainment." Meanwhile, the all-powerful competition channel was in an uproar. The audience, possessing a godlike perspective, could see the scenes unfolding for all 10 university teams. In stark contrast to Fenghua University, some areas were inundated with even more zombies, amplifying the visual shock. This Qin family is utterly brazen. I see members of the Y tribe, and even those of the H tribe. Good heavens, there are children. In an instant, the internet was flooded with criticisms directed at the Chun family. Yet, the depths of human depravity knew no bounds. Chun Yud paid no heed to these comments, his focus solely on the ever-increasing numbers in his account. Feng Huayu wiped his face, his eyes reddening, and coldly declared, "Let us take action." Although these zombies were once human, they had now transformed into relentless adversaries, embodying the mantra of either you perish or I do. With a glint of cold determination in her eyes, Lu Zhiyao raised her sleeve arrow and released it. Following a thunderous explosion, the zombies were reduced to mere fragments, vanishing entirely from this wretched world. A chime echoed as the team from Fenghua University received a notification of 2 points credited to their bracelets. With a mocking smile, they no longer lingered. Chen Bufan was exhilarated. Upon entering, his team encountered 7 level 1 zombies, slow-moving and seemingly akin to targets. They effortlessly accumulated 7 points. The newly joined member, Sun Ru, gazed at Chen Bufan with admiration, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable, Chun. You single-handedly vanquished 5 zombies." each strike precise and aimed at their vital points. A flicker of pride crossed Chen Bufan's eyes, yet he maintained a gentle smile, humbly replying, "It was merely good fortune." As a member of the Chun family, the zombie hunting ground served as his usual training ground. He could easily strike down such low-level zombies with his eyes closed. Regrettably, he was not assigned to the same district as Fenghua University. Otherwise, he could have showcased his skills further in front of Lu Zhiyao. Unbeknownst to him, the others in the team regarded him with unease and trepidation. They were unlike him, all facing such human-like targets for the first time. Thus, they hesitated, unable to act with decisiveness. However, upon hearing the continuous notifications of points being credited to their bands, they gradually set aside their anxieties. No matter how much they hesitated or feared, securing first place in the all-around competition was of paramount importance. The wristbands displayed not only their team's score, but also updated the leaderboard in real time. Currently, they were ranked first, representing Weir Academy, while Fenghua University stood tied for second place with 8 other institutions, and Hualing University languished at the bottom with a score of 0. Observing the rankings on the wristband, Duan Muyun, the captain of Hualing University, quietly inquired, "Have we located Fenghua University yet?" One of the team members produced a device that prominently displayed luminous points representing each competitor. All members of Fenghua University were marked in red. Particularly conspicuous, they had been found. Duan Muyun smirked coldly and commanded, "Let's go." Strangely, this scene was not captured by the surveillance. The broadcast showed them still searching aimlessly. The Fenghua University team headed towards the eastern part of the city, where the nearest resource point lay. They needed to arrive before nightfall. Otherwise, they would face starvation. Although their detection range was limited to 5 kilometers, Lu Zhiyao seemed familiar with the area, skillfully guiding the group through the streets toward their destination. A flicker of doubt crossed Xie Yuma's eyes, but quickly vanished. After dispatching dozens of zombies along the way, they soon arrived at a makeshift structure in the eastern part of the city. However, they found 2 other teams already present, Nanfang University and Tsinghua University. The 3 teams exchanged wary glances, and Feng Guayu spoke first, suggesting, "How about we split the resources? The competition has just begun. There is no need for a deadly struggle." The leader of Tsinghua University, a proud young woman, cast him a disdainful glance before fixing her gaze on Lu Zhiyao, scrutinizing her for several seconds. With a haughty scoff, she retorted, "Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served?" Meanwhile, Nanfang University remained silent, evidently choosing to observe. Without paying her any mind, Lu Zhiyao asserted, "Since we cannot share, we shall take it." With that, she strode toward the storage house, and Xie Yuma and the others promptly followed. Since entering, Lu Zhiyao had felt an overwhelming sense of unease, compounded by the presence of zombies. She had no desire to engage in further discourse with the rival factions and sought only a swift resolution. Noticing her demeanor, the leader of Tsinghua University narrowed her eyes, a smile curling at her lips as she slowly raised her hand. Suddenly, a wall of flames erupted from the ground, blocking their path. The onlooking Nanfang University team grew tense. The leader of Tsinghua University was formidable, and the intense energy she exuded indicated her ability level was certainly high. She cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhiyao, tauntingly challenging, "Lu, if you have the capability, step forward." Her tone dripped with disdain and derision. Presently, her ability had reached level 8, making her a rare opponent. Thus, she held little respect for the so-called cultural ambassador who was lauded online and by those around her. Sensing the targeted hostility, Lu Zhiyao merely chuckled lightly. "If you wish to fight, then let us." She raised her hand and nonchalantly snapped her fingers. Subsequently, with a forceful gesture from Yao Lina, a metallic wall abruptly rose around the members of Tsinghua University, completely encircling them. The wall was 3 feet thick and remarkably sturdy. The metal manipulator from Tsinghua University immediately transformed his arm into metal and struck the wall with all his might, yet the wall remained unmoved. The leader gasped in disbelief. "This is impossible." Nanfang University looked on in shock, realizing that there were indeed individuals beyond their expectations. They never anticipated such formidable prowess from a member of Fenghua University. If they were not mistaken, This metallic wall must have been forged from mysterious iron, for it had withstood even the mightiest of metal-based attacks. According to the progression of ability levels, Yao Lina's metal manipulation must have reached level 10. Only at level 10 could one conjure indestructible mysterious iron. The gazes directed at her began to shift with newfound respect. Meanwhile, the 6 members of Fenghua University paid no mind to their astonishment, calmly entering the building to successfully acquire supplies for the next 3 days. When they emerged, Nanfang University had discreetly departed. The leader hesitated momentarily before approaching Feng Huayu. Extending his hand, "Hello, I am Qian Yanan. We would like to form an alliance with you." While he spoke to Feng Huayu, his eyes were clearly fixed on Yao Lina, indicating his admiration for her strength. Having additional sentinels during the night would prove advantageous. Qian Yanan sighed in relief upon receiving a positive response. Gaining a powerful ally would increase their chances of survival. The thought of confronting the grotesque and terrifying zombies sent chills down her spine. She turned her gaze towards Yao Lina with a friendly smile. "I look forward to your support." Yao Lina nonchalantly sruket, then moved closer to Lu Zhiyao to discuss their upcoming plans. Frowning at this scene, Qian Yanan struggled to comprehend why, as a strong individual herself, she seemed to defer to someone perceived as a mere dilettante. However, the reality was that in the Fenghua University team, Lu Zhiyao truly held the role of captain. As night fell, Lu Zhiyao addressed everyone. "Let us rest here tonight. We will proceed to the next resource point tomorrow." While she was not well-versed in the characteristics of zombies, she had an inkling that their nocturnal counterparts were even more fearsome. Meanwhile, the Holing University team, en route to Fenghua University, encountered yet another wave of zombies. The team members looked to Duanmu Yun, awaiting his command. He furrowed his brow as he glanced at the ranking displayed on his wristband. Having consistently evaded the zombies during their journey, their score remained at a disheartening 0. In stark contrast, the prestigious Fuyang Academy, positioned just above them, had already amassed a score of 15 points. It seemed that, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he had no choice but to engage with these repugnant creatures. He signaled to his team members, who promptly deactivated their signal jammers. The live broadcast momentarily flickered before returning to normal. The zombies, having caught wind of their presence, began to shriek and charge toward them. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in astonishment. Fire Ridge University was finally poised to confront the zombies. Last year, Fire Ridge University had emerged unexpectedly as a dark horse, and spectators had eagerly anticipated their performance this year. However, after a day of watching, while other universities reaped rewards, they seemed to be merely circling around, failing to even encounter a single zombie. It was not until midnight, when the audience had nearly settled in for the night, that they finally witnessed the university begin to slay zombies. Duanmu Yun regarded the horde of level 1 zombies before him with indifference. He waved his hand, and the team members immediately surged forward while he observed from the sidelines. He turned back to look along his path, only to be confronted by a formidable level 5 zombie. This creature was exceptionally muscular, its skin a ghastly shade of dark blue with bulging muscles. As its eyes, glowing red, shifted to meet Duanmu Yun's gaze, a chill ran down Duanmu Yun's spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. The malevolence emanating from the zombie's stare was unmistakable. With a grotesque semblance of a grin, the level 5 zombie raised its hand, targeting the soldiers still engaged in battle with a level 1 zombie. He shouted immediately, "Be careful!" Yet it was too late. One of his comrades had been pierced through the heart by the zombie's supernatural arrow. Fortunately, among the team was a water elemental healer, who promptly stepped forward to provide treatment. The others, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, ceased to conceal their abilities and swiftly dispatched the several level 1 zombies. Subsequently regrouping, the level 5 zombie, seeing its inflicted wounds heal, tilted its head and blinked slowly, as if in contemplation. Witnessing this scene, a chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. This zombie was capable of thought. This was their first encounter with a zombie, and they were unfamiliar with its behaviors. Previously, they had only encountered low-level zombies, classified as level 1 or 2, which moved sluggishly and were only frightening when they lunged at the scent of human flesh. However, these feeble creatures were little more than walking targets, easily vanquished. Thus, when a few of them appeared to struggle earlier, it was merely an act to conceal their true strength. Yet, the situation had changed. This level 5 zombie was evidently far more formidable. As the creature slowly raised its hand once more, Duanmu Yin urgently shouted, "Run!" However, with his back turned to the monitor, there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. A flicker of inscrutable darkness glimmered in his eyes as he led the charge towards Fenghua University. Chapter 75, Preparing for Battle. By the time night fell and they set up camp to rest, Fenghua Yu began to feel a sense of relief for his prudent decisions. Their team lacked any fire-related abilities. Thus, Qian Yanin was regarded as a human lighter, tasked not only with caring for her own squad, but also with kindling the bonfire for their temporary allies. Feng Huayu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Qian." He then rallied his teammates to get to work. Soon, some were cooking while others tidied up, each with clearly defined roles, all moving in harmonious order. In no time, the fragrant aroma of the meal began to waft through the air. Qian Yanin swallowed hard. Having toiled all day without tasting a morsel, her expression turned cold. Proud as she was, how could she possibly lower herself to plead for food? "I want to go." Yet, her stomach betrayed her, growling audibly enough to elicit a teasing glance from Feng Huayu. He leaned closer to Lu Zhiyao and whispered, "Should we share a little with them?" No sooner had he spoken than he was pushed away by a certain person, while Feng Huayu remained unfazed, merely awaiting Lu Zhiyao's response. Casually glancing towards Qinghe University, Lu Zhiyao nodded. She was utterly indifferent to such trivial matters as borrowing grain. Observing her lack of energy, Xie Yuma inquired with concern, "What is the matter?" He discerned that since her arrival here, her emotions had been somewhat askew. A sense of unease enveloped him. She lifted her gaze to him, earnestly admonishing, "Do not act alone under any circumstances." Qian Yu Mo nodded. He would remain by her side at all times, regardless of the situation. The students at Qinghe University expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Feng Huayu for the provisions, and soon they began to joyfully partake in their evening meal. Suddenly, Yao Lina exclaimed, "Look at the leaderboard." To their astonishment, the previously last-ranked Hualing University began to surge in points, leaping from 0 to 10, then 15, and ultimately reaching 30. Yet, the escalation did not cease there. As time progressed, their points continued to climb, albeit at a diminishing rate, until they finally halted at 53 points, securing the top position. In contrast, the second-place Wells Academy had only accumulated 35 points. Could Hualing University truly be on the verge of claiming first place? Impressive indeed. Due to Gu Yunlong's prior caution, they had been particularly vigilant regarding Hualing University. Initially, they speculated that their consistent last place standing suggested a decline in strength compared to the previous year, yet it appeared they had been concealing their trump card all along. However, Lu Zhiyao's expression suddenly shifted. "This is not right." Simultaneously, Qian Yanin sensed something amiss, raising an eyebrow at Lu Zhiyao, who had also recognized the anomaly. Meanwhile, the oblivious Yao Lina inquired, "What's wrong?" Lu Zhiyao had already risen. "Pack your things. Prepare for battle." The feeling of unease grew ever closer. Initially, she had thought it merely her imagination, but witnessing Hualing University's performance at this moment solidified her certainty. Regardless of their desire to showcase their capabilities, Hualing University should not have chosen this particular moment to do so. She gazed into the distant darkness. Even with a mere 5-kilometer perception, she sensed the impending danger lurking in the distance. Just as Lu Zhiyao had surmised, Hualing University, while in flight, had attracted the attention of another level 5 zombie. Moreover, this level 5 zombie possessed the ability of mental control. Had they not brought along special equipment for specific reasons, they likely would have succumbed here. Yet, the device could only be utilized 3 times, and they had already expended 1 use, leaving only 2 remaining. Duan Muyun's face turned ashen, his body drenched in cold sweat as he glanced at the signal light in his hand, noting they were still 10 kilometers away from Lu Zhiyao's team. He has yet to complete his mission and cannot squander the instruments on the undead. He shouted hoarsely, "Hurry up! We are about to reach Fengyun University." Behind him trailed not only 2 level 5 zombies, but also an overwhelming horde of level 1 and 2 zombies, relentlessly pursuing them. The Universal Competition Channel, which had previously seen many spectators preparing to rest, buzzed back to life upon hearing that Hualing University had begun to make strides, drawing numerous viewers eager to witness the unfolding scene as they made their way to Fenghua University. Observing that Lu Zhiyao and Qian Yanan had already prepared for battle, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The sight of such a vast swarm of zombies sent shivers down their spines, prompting the more timid viewers to mute their devices, unable to bear the terrifying sounds of the undead's growls. Chao Fei and Professor Yun were also watching intently. With a grave expression, Professor Yun inquired of Chao Fei, "Have you ascertained the reason behind unleashing the zombies?" Chao Fei sighed, expressing his frustration. "No, inquiries are classified. Everyone is tight-lipped." On the day of the competition, they discovered that the mythical beasts had been replaced with zombies. Had they known earlier, they might have chosen to forfeit. After all, one cannot gamble with the lives of students. However, the organizing body of the competition subtly indicated that this was a directive from above, rendering any last-minute decision to withdraw impossible. Consequently, he approached his military colleagues, but they all remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge any information. This left him feeling uneasy, unsure of what significant event was about to unfold. As they entered the 5-kilometer radius, not only Lu Zhiyao, but everyone else sensed the commotion. In the darkness, a large mass of shadows was swiftly approaching. Upon seeing the 6 individuals from Hualing University charging toward them, Qian Yanan was taken aback. The keen-eyed among them noticed the presence of 5th-level zombies mingling in the crowd, intermittently unleashing ice blades. It was the first time everyone had witnessed such a multitude of zombies appearing simultaneously, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. However, the urgency of the situation brooked no delay. The students from Hualing University began to cry for help. Finally, Duan Muyun spotted Lu Zhiyao, and a glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she shouted, "Help." Lu Zhiyao furrowed her brow and glanced at them before shifting her focus to the zombies. There were at least 1 or 200 of them. From where had they stirred up such trouble? And why had they converged here? Regardless, saving lives took precedence. These zombies were no laughing matter. She immediately commanded, "Feng Xiao, fall back, the rest follow me." Leading the charge, she drew a hidden dart and aimed at the foremost ice-type 5th-level zombie. Despite her confusion over why everyone from Fenghua University complied with Lu Zhiyao's orders, Qian Yanan understood the importance of resolving the immediate crisis. She followed suit, leaving the healer among their ranks behind. Chapter 76. Fenghua University versus 5th-level zombie. The 5th-level ice-type zombie had been pursuing Duanmu Yun and her companions when, suddenly, a flash of red light appeared in its eyes, prompting it to retreat several paces behind a cluster of lower-level zombies. As anticipated, the ground where it had stood erupted into a massive burst of high-energy flames, creating a large pit filled with the remnants of lower-level zombies. He paused momentarily, slowly lifting his gaze, his crimson eyes shifting towards the source of the attack. Upon witnessing his reaction, Lu Zhiyao furrowed her brow. How could this zombie exhibit a semblance of humanity? It even attempted to evade. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation as she raised the sleeve arrow aimed directly at him. The online channel was inundated with exclamations of awe. What a remarkable weapon. It was utterly formidable. I yearned to possess it. It appeared even more potent than the Shiguang arrow, though it seemed to lack the Shiguang stone. Truly, Ambassador Lu is magnificent. My goddess is utterly stunning. Zombies, Ambassador Lu has arrived. I ask you, are you afraid? But do zombies experience fear? The reality is that they do, as he promptly retreated into the throng of lesser zombies. However, those lower-tier zombies showed no signs of trepidation, continuing their relentless advance, even as flames ignited upon their bodies, failing to halt their march. The attacks from others soon followed, illuminating the darkness with a dazzling display of extraordinary powers. Consequently, the rankings saw Fenghua University and Tsinghua University ascend rapidly, surpassing the erstwhile leader, Hualing University. The other competitors, lacking the omniscient perspective of online viewers, found themselves perplexed. Had these three teams coordinated their efforts for a night assault? The members of Weir Academy, now relegated to fourth place, wore expressions of dismay. Chen Bufan pondered deeply. Could it be that these three universities had formed an alliance? The true ally of Fenghua University, Qinghe University, was left astounded by the formidable combat prowess displayed by its members. It turned out that it wasn't just Yao Lina who was exceptional. Anyone picked at random from their team would undoubtedly surpass them by a significant margin. Oh, except for Feng Xiao, who remained stationed at the camp. She was using her extraordinary abilities to fill a teapot with water, and then, from her small pouch, she deftly pinched a few tea leaves to add. Placing it over the campfire, she brewed her tea and savored a sip, only to notice someone observing her, which instantly transformed her expression into one of concern. How worrisome. Worrying about what exactly? Is this your notion of anxiety? Those who witnessed the scene online erupted in laughter. Nonsense. This was evidently a profound trust in her teammates. Indeed, just look at our ambassador Lu. He is truly formidable. With a swift flick, he took down a large number of foes. The reality was that Feng Xiao was exceedingly familiar with the capabilities of Lu Zhiyao and the others. These zombies were merely trifles, with only the fifth level being a potential challenge. The rapport cultivated over 6 months of training instilled in her an extraordinary trust in her teammates, rendering her incapable of genuine fear. As anticipated, amidst the dazzling display of supernatural light, the gleaming sword strikes, and the occasional energy explosions, the horde of low-level zombies was completely annihilated. The fifth-level zombie, which had been lurking within, could no longer evade capture and was finally exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. Strangely, however, it ceased to evade. Instead, it lowered its head and stood still, obscuring its features. Yet, the chilling aura it exuded sent a wave of unease through Lu Zhiao's heart. Witnessing its emergence, Feng Huayu immediately launched an attack, but halfway through, he was suddenly ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. He stood frozen in place, his eyes wildly darting about, horrified to discover that the ice-type zombie was slowly lifting its head to gaze at him, a mocking smile etched upon its face. Behind him, however, emerged another level 5 zombie. This particular zombie was smaller in stature, which allowed it to remain undetected as it lurked behind him. It was, in fact, another control-type zombie he had encountered midway at Fire Ridge University. Duan Muyun subtly curved his lips into a smile. This was the gift he had prepared for Lu Zhiyao. Unimpeded by any special instruments, his telekinetic control was truly unparalleled. The control-type zombie approached slowly, and as his powers surged forth, the area of his influence expanded, ensnaring the rescuers arriving from behind, one by one, rendering them immobile. All that remained for them was the ability to turn their eyes, which were filled with despair. Meanwhile, Duan Muyun had long since led his team to safety beyond the effective range. He had tested it on his way, discovering that an absolute control radius of precisely 100 meters existed. He gazed triumphantly at the zombie as it extended its sinister claws towards Feng Huayu, who stood closest. A palpable tension enveloped the scene, gripping the hearts of all present, including those watching through the channel. Feng Huayu, confronted by the grotesque, blood-stained claws mere inches from him, let out a silent lament, accepting his fate as he closed his eyes, resigned to death. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he heard the ethereal strains of a melody. Suddenly, his fingers twitched, and a wave of relaxation coursed through him. He found he could move. He immediately retreated, narrowly escaping the tragic fate of assimilation. Lu Zhiyao flicked her hand, summoning an ethereal guzheng that floated gracefully beside her, following her every movement as if it possessed sentience. She cast a cold gaze upon the controlling zombie. When it came to mental dominance, none could rival the skill of the guzheng. Moments ago, when she was imprisoned, Xiao Ding had forcibly activated her guzheng ability for her. Although it could only produce sound within the system's confines, it sufficed for Lu Zhiyao. Thus, upon regaining her freedom, She summoned the illusionary Guzheng and activated its skill, dispelling the zombie's mental control. Duanmu Yun frowned upon witnessing this. To his knowledge, her Guzheng ability was solely for healing and enhancing mental prowess, yet it appeared capable of breaking control as well. It seemed he would have to seek another opportunity. He suppressed his emotions, adopting an anxious expression as he nervously focused on the scene. How would Fenghua University fare against 2 level 5 zombies? Not only he, but everyone online, including Qian Yanan, felt a surge of tension. The Qinghe team had just been completely subdued, still trembling from the lingering effects of the control. The sense of helplessness they had felt just moments ago had been utterly despairing, and she had yet to recover her composure. However, the members of Fenghua University had already re-engaged in battle, seemingly oblivious to the concept of fear. Xie Yuma and Feng Huayu served as the primary combatants, while Lu Zhiyao focused on breaking control. Yao Lina and Fong Yudao intermittently launched iron swords, targeting the zombies' eyes for surprise attacks. Meanwhile, the recently freed Feng Xiao provided support, her healing powers manifesting as a green luminescence that danced among the group. None of the 6 faltered. Soon, without the aid of the control ability, the 2 level 5 zombies began to reveal vulnerabilities, particularly the control-type zombie, which, devoid of its powers, was rendered as helpless as a creature without hands. Before long, Xie Yuma struck decisively, severing its head and exposing the glowing energy core within. Now, only the ice-type zombie remained, stubbornly resisting. He struggled to evade the electric thunder unleashed by Feng Huayu, yet could not escape the metallic blade wielded by Yao Lina. In the midst of his swift maneuver, one of his arms was severed. He let out a pained howl, as countless ice blades surged towards the crowd like a tempest. Seizing the opportunity while they recoiled, he suddenly lunged towards the head of the controlling zombie, clawing out the energy core and stuffing it into his mouth. Chapter 77, Brother Feng. Oh no! Lu Zhiyao, sensing the impending danger, hastily raised his sleeve arrow, but the creature had already darted away with astonishing speed. Even the audience online began to realize the dire situation. I have heard that zombies evolve by consuming their kin. Indeed, if this level 5 zombie devours a level 5 energy core, to what level might it ascend? Professor Yun exchanged a glance with him, his expression unusually grave. What do they truly intend to achieve? I am immensely grateful. You have saved our lives. Lu Zhiyao maintained a stoic gaze upon him and inquired, how did you know there were people here? Duanmu Yun hesitated for a moment, then quickly concocted an excuse. I was unaware of anyone's presence. I merely thought this was a supply point and decided to try my luck. I never expected to encounter you all. I am sincerely thankful. Sensing his hesitation, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Qian Yanan took the initiative to lead her team in incinerating the zombies and tidying the scene. After a brief moment of contemplation, she approached Lu Zhiyao and quietly said, "Thank you for your timely intervention. Had it not been for Lu Zhiyao's quick action, their entire team would have met their demise here. No need to thank me." Lu Zhiyao held a deep admiration for Qian Yanan's decisiveness and fortitude. Thus she offered a warm smile. As she smiled back at him, Qian Yanan felt a wave of shame wash over her. Previously, she had misjudged her attitude based on her own assumptions. Yet here she was, graciously forgiving her and saving her life without harboring any grudges. She bit her lip and, with a flushed face, said, "If you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask me." This elicited several amused glances from Lu Zhiyao, observing that neither team had any intention of offering them hospitality. Duanmu Yun had no choice but to set up camp a short distance away, mimicking their actions by lighting a campfire. However, the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air reminded her that they had not eaten all day. Prior to entering the arena, all their provisions had been confiscated. Seizing supplies to survive was a crucial aspect of the competition. Duanmu Yun sensed Lu Zhiyao's wariness towards him, so she gestured for the only girl in their team to seek assistance. The girl glanced at the location of Fenghua University before boldly approaching Xie Yuma. With a delicate smile gracing her youthful face, she said, "Hello, my name is Xia Tian. Thank you for saving me earlier." Xiaotian's expression turned icy as she turned to Lu Zhiyao and asked, "Could you possibly spare some of your supplies?" Taken aback by the outright refusal, she fell silent for a few seconds before continuing, "We could form an alliance." "That is unnecessary." The dismissive response, without even a glance upwards, infuriated her, prompting her to consider turning away. Gritting her teeth, she pivoted towards Feng Huayu, her voice dripping with feigned vulnerability. "Brother Feng." Feng Huayu nearly spilled the tea from his cup in surprise. He coughed softly, casting a glance at the girl before him, whose delicate face was adorned with a vivid smile. "Brother Feng, please assist us," she implored, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes. Feng Huayu broke into a smile. "I'm afraid, Sister Xiaotian, that our team operates under the directives of Ambassador Lu." Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. After being rebuffed repeatedly, she huffed in irritation and turned to walk toward Tsinghua University. However, Qin Yanin was no easy persuasion either and promptly rejected her as well, returning empty-handed. Xiaotian's expression darkened. "Let us endure hunger then." In truth, she felt quite dissatisfied with Duanmu Yun, who had spent the entire day on the road without making any arrangements to procure supplies. Duanmu Yun recognized his own impatience and spoke in a low voice. "Let us endure for one night. We shall seek supplies first thing in the morning, and we can discuss the rest later." He did not anticipate that the exotic beast would be replaced by a zombie, thus necessitating alterations to his plan. For now, he decided to focus on the competition first. Xiaotian let out a soft huff, yet her gaze still drifted towards Xieyuma, who was not far away. "He is truly captivating. That ethereal air, that slender physique subtly revealing the contours of his muscles. Were it not for the differing allegiances, she would genuinely wish to engage with him." However, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. Perhaps there might indeed be an opportunity for playfulness later on. After arranging the night watch, everyone settled down for rest. Fortunately, the surrounding zombies had been dealt with, allowing for a night of peaceful slumber. At dawn the following day, Fenghua University and Tsinghua University conferred and decided to head to the next supply point, each side collecting points along the way through their own merits. Upon witnessing this, Duanmu Yun immediately interjected, "May we accompany you?" Xiaotan beamed a radiant and charming smile, sweetly suggesting, "Brother Feng, we are also heading to the next supply point. Let's journey together." Feng Guayu shivered slightly. He preferred the gentle demeanor of a goddess over the coquetry of a young girl. Yet alas, the goddess was not truly a goddess. Casting a resentful glance at Lu Zhiyao, he smiled and gently declined. "I'm afraid not, Sister Xia." "Then why can they?" Xiaotian retorted angrily, pointing at Tsinghua University. Feng Guayu maintained his smile, though his eyes were cold. "Because you are from Hualing University." Did she not grasp the implications? Had it not been for them, how could Fenghua University have plummeted to last place last year? Qin Yanin remained silent, trailing behind with her team. As they distanced themselves, Xiaotian concealed her earlier demeanor and scoffed. How dare they be so presumptuous? Duanmu Yun feigned comfort while subtly threatening. "Be cautious. The surveillance is still recording." Xiaotian instantly donned a smile again, linking her arm with Duanmu Yun's. "Let us go." Feng Xiu frowned as she glanced back at Hualing University, which was following closely yet not too near, muttering indignantly, "Why are they sticking around?" Lu Zhiyao sneered, "Be wary. Their intentions may not be benevolent." She was determined to uncover their motives. She found it hard to believe that in such a vast space, their encounter was mere coincidence. Due to the ambush incident from the previous night, the leaderboard had been entirely refreshed. Fenghua University ranked first with 144 points, followed by Tsinghua University with 82 points, Hualing University with 53 points, and Wire Academy with 35 points. Shun Bufan frowned at the leaderboard, still puzzled by the events that transpired among the three teams last night. He urged his teammates, "We must seize the moment." On the other end of the network, not only ordinary spectators were waiting, the military was also closely monitoring the situation. Colonel Tanaka furrowed his brow as he gazed at the surveillance footage of Lu Zhiyao, then inquired of the technician beside him, "Have you located the escaped level 5 zombie?" The technician shook his head. "It may have evolved. Its speed is astonishing, and with the darkness, We have found no trace. Colonel Tanaka sighed, beginning to doubt the command issued by the patriarch. Could these students truly manage this? Chapter 78. You had better not stray? Yao Lina transformed metal into armor, blocking a zombie's claw. Then the armor dissipated and reappeared at her fingertips, morphing into a blade that pierced its eye. The grotesque creature abruptly ceased its menacing behavior, as if its power had been cut off, ultimately collapsing into a lifeless body. Fang Yudao swiftly followed suit, dispatching another approaching zombie in like manner. Within mere minutes, a multitude of zombies lay defeated around them. In the distance, Xie Yuma and Feng Huayu seemed to engage in a competition, targeting higher-level zombies while simultaneously collecting the energy cores from their skulls to present to Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyao remained leisurely stationed at the rear, striking where needed, leaving only a scattering of zombie remains in her wake. Feng Xiu closely trailed her, attentively monitoring the situation of her teammates and providing support wherever necessary. As long as she was not bitten or scratched by a zombie, she could heal them instantly. The seamless teamwork displayed by the Fenghua University team left Qian Yanan envious. They required no words, communicating solely through a glance to determine how to assist one another. Alas, the disparity between individuals is truly disheartening. Casting a glance at her own teammates eagerly awaiting her commands, she sighed in frustration and continued to shout directives. Wind element, advance. Water element, retreat. They maintained a distance of at least 1 kilometer from Fenghua University, fearing that they might not match its impressive scores. Nevertheless, despite this precaution, Fenghua University has already made significant strides, leaving them far behind. After successfully vanquishing 32 level 1 zombies, 15 level 2 zombies, and 5 level 3 zombies, Fenghua University has firmly secured the top position on the leaderboard. Following closely in second place is Qinghai University, while Huilin University is progressing at a sluggish pace. They trail behind neither too close nor too far, sporadically picking off a stray zombie or two, earning but meager points, yet they remained unwilling to depart. Frustration welled up within Yao Lina, prompting her to rush forward and drive them away. But she was stayed by Lu Zhiyao's counsel. It was better to keep them within sight, lest they resort to underhanded tactics from behind. Thus, Yao Lina had no choice but to suppress her temper and feign ignorance. From a distance, Duan Yun observed the unfolding scene, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Lu Zhiyao exhibited more composure than he had anticipated. Summer, already famished to the point of stomach pain, complained, "How much longer until we reach the supply point?" A teammate glanced at the indicator on their wristband. Not long now. However, when they finally arrived at the supply point as dusk approached, they discovered that 3 other teams had already gathered there, including Fenghua University, Qinghai University, and their own Hualing University. A mere supply point had unexpectedly attracted 6 teams. Chen Bufan's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Zhiyao. He realized that guarding the supply point was the best way to encounter her. To his astonishment, luck was on his side, and he stumbled upon her fortuitously. What a serendipitous twist of fate. He curled his lips into a gentle smile and remarked, "Classmate Lu, what a coincidence." Xie Yuma shot him a cold glare, swiftly drawing the sword in his hand, poised for action. Lu Zhiyao restrained his hand, surveying the individuals present. Prior to their arrival, the 3 teams had been at a standoff, seemingly having just arrived and yet to commence their confrontation. Now with their entrance, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Xie Yuma's motion of unsheathing his sword even prompted a member of one of the smaller teams to inadvertently ignite a fireball, fortunately extinguished immediately by their leader. Lu Zhiyao smiled and nodded. Indeed, what a coincidence. Besides, we're academy. The other 2 teams were from Starry Sky University and Agricultural Trade University. The attire of these 2 universities was notably more modest, a stark contrast to the tailored uniforms of Weir Academy. Yet, aside from their clothing, their spirits were commendable, as those participating in the competition were undoubtedly the elite representatives of their respective institutions. Chen Bufan cast a glance at Xie Yuma, then suggested to Lu Zhiyao, "We could form an alliance." Instantly, the other 2 teams stiffened. Were they to face a 2-against-4 scenario? They believed that the 3 teams that had arrived together were part of an alliance. Unwilling to fade into the background, Xiaotian remarked, Chun, Fenghua University has allied with Tsinghua University. Our Hualing has yet to establish any partnerships. Would you consider us? She cast a provocative sidelong glance at Lu Zhiyao, bristling at the unfairness of the situation. Moreover, Fenghua University and Tsinghua University had already secured supplies. At last, Sun Ru found her excuse. The moment she laid eyes on Lu Zhiyao, her heart sank, for it was clear that Chen Bufan's focus was solely on him. During Lu Zhiyao's tenure at their school, she had heard whispers of Chen Bufan's pursuit of him. Although Lu Zhiyao was already engaged, it did not deter Chen Bufan's unwavering affection for him. Sun Ru had finally secured this substitute position, hoping that time would foster feelings between her and Chen Bufan. However, with the arrival of the main player, all her efforts were rendered futile. With dissatisfaction, she shot an annoyed glare at Lu Zhiyao and echoed Xiaotian's sentiment. Captain, they already possess supplies and do not covet what we have. We should collaborate with Hualing. Chen Bufan cast a fleeting glance her way, catching her off guard. That look compelled her to silence, rendering her unable to speak further. No longer regarding her, Chen Bufan's gaze toward Lu Zhiyao brimmed with tender affection. Even with supplies, cooperation is still possible. The more the merrier. Fuming, Xiaotian huffed in frustration. Everyone is bewitched, all captivated by that vixen Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyao nodded affirmatively. Startled, the representatives from Xingqian University and Nongmao University exchanged glances before hastily retreating. With daylight still on their side, it was imperative to locate another supply point swiftly, for they needed to conserve their strength to confront the impending zombie threat. He disregarded the murderous intent emanating from Xie Yumao and instead innocently turned to Lu Zhiyao. Lu, are you not going to intervene? Lu Zhiyao offered him a faint smile, yet his words were laced with cold indifference. We will take this resource point. You are free to leave. Chen Bufan's expression darkened, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes, yet when he raised his gaze, a gentle smile adorned his face. To the victor belongs the spoils. I concede. He gestured for Xie Yumao to retract his sword, yet the blade remained firmly pressed against his throat, its master brimming with a murderous intent that seemed eager to strike. Their gazes intertwined, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, Chen Bufan let out a derisive chuckle and leaned closer, whispering into his ear, You would do well to stay close. Then, under Lu Zhiyao's icy stare, he departed with his teammate, Shiran. Duanmu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she signaled her companions to follow suit. With the unwelcome presence gone, Yao Lina felt a surge of joy and hurried inside to tally the supplies, subsequently dividing them equally with Tsinghua University. Lu Zhiyao, deep in thought, observed the retreating figures of Duanmu Yun and Chen Bufan. Turning to Xie Yumao, Are you all right? Unexpectedly, he stared at her with wide eyes, his cool voice tinged with a hint of grievance. He threatened me. Chapter 79. What have you done to the ring? Surprised, Lu Zhiyao instinctively raised an eyebrow, incredulously asking, He threatened you? He nodded in affirmation, saying indeed. He mimicked Chen Bufan's somber tone, reiterating the words he had just spoken. This elicited a chuckle from Lu Zhiyao, who looked at Xie Yumao as if she were a stranger. Finally, when his gaze began to wander, she patted his shoulder, not his head, simply because Xie Yumao was too tall for her to reach. Next time I see him, I shall avenge you. This declaration filled Xie Yumao with delight, a rosy hue blossoming on his pale cheeks. Meanwhile, Feng Huayu, disturbed by the couple's affectionate display, silently retreated, thinking so it's just bullying a single dog, is it? Oomph. Chen Bufan had not walked far when he abruptly halted, turning around to inquire, What are you following us for? Duanmu Yun emerged from the shadows, a smile gracing his lips. I wish to discuss a collaboration. With a derisive snort, Chen Bufan retorted, What qualifies you to collaborate with me? Those who gain admission to Weir Academy are all paragons of excellence, especially the selected elite. They possess the audacity to look down on others. Duanmu Yun's eyes turned icy, but he soon smirked, feigning a smile. Lu Zhiyao, although his words were incomplete, the omnipresent surveillance was evident. Yet, Chen Bufan understood immediately. After some contemplation, he dismissed his teammates and, following an extensive discussion, agreed to collaborate with Huaxia University. Meanwhile, the online community was left astounded by Lu Zhiyao's maneuvers. My goddess is actually this cunning? This is akin to burning bridges after crossing them. I always knew Lu Zhiyao wasn't to be trifled with. It was set upstairs. This is called strategy. Let's not forget they're indeed adversaries. This is the essence of warfare, right? There exists such a tactic in chess. The conversation naturally shifted to chess, inadvertently garnering a new cohort of chess enthusiasts. As night approached and the group prepared to rest, Lu Zhiyao interjected. We will have 3-person shifts for the night watch. It may prove to be a sleepless night. Everyone stiffened, nodding in agreement, and, curiously, even Qian Yanan joined in, approvingly nodding. Yao Lina, perplexed, queried what's wrong with him. Why is he always blushing? Lu Zhiyao chuckled. Perhaps he feels embarrassed. After all, he is a team leader. Yet he obediently listens to the leaders of other teams. Doesn't that seem shameful? As the commotion unfolded, it was time for Feng Yudao, Yao Lina, and Feng Huayu to take their watch. They stood up, ready to alert others, when Lu Zhiyao had already exited the tent, accompanied by Xie Yuma and Feng Xiao. The trio on watch from Qinghe, upon witnessing this, promptly roused their teammates and prepared for battle. The distant thunderous footsteps and roars approached, just as Lu Zhiyao had anticipated. It was indeed a night devoid of sleep. However, while there were numerous zombies, their ranks were not formidable. Thus, Lu Zhiyao could dispatch them with ease, each arrow striking down swathes of foes. The scores for Fenghua University and Qinghe University surged rapidly. Sun Ru, waiting on the sidelines, observed the leaderboard flashing with points. Her eyelids twitching. Are we really just handing them points? She exclaimed anxiously. She had not expected these two teams to be so formidable, especially Fenghua University, whose cooperation was remarkably seamless, rendering the zombies incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. Chen Bufan fixed his gaze intently on Lu Zhiyao in the arena, speaking gravely. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed from afar, causing all the zombies in the vicinity to momentarily freeze, only to subsequently amplify their assault as if fueled by a stimulant. Instantly, the pressure on both small teams escalated. However, the situation worsened when their mental barriers abruptly shattered. With the barrier gone, Feng Yudao, caught off guard, nearly had his brain snatched by a zombie from behind. Yao Lina swiftly transformed metal into a helmet, placing it atop his head just in time to avert disaster. Yet, simultaneously, a claw lunged toward Yao Lina's eye. In a critical moment, Feng Huayu's lightning struck, disintegrating the claw into ash. Yet, matters were dire for Qinghe, as someone had sustained injuries. Enduring the pain, she unleashed a wall of fire, momentarily alleviating the onslaught of zombies. However, the wound on her arm rapidly turned black and began to rot, creeping ominously toward her shoulder. Others, witnessing this, immediately called for help from the Fenghua team while pressing the emergency button on their wristbands. Yet, in a moment of horror, they discovered that the wristband did not respond. Unbeknownst to him, not only did the wristband fail to respond, but even the incessant surveillance footage played on a continuous loop, showcasing their earlier shifts of rest. Chen Bufan furrowed his brow at this scene, casting a dubious glance at Duanmu Yun beside him. Did you tamper with the wristband? He inquired. Duanmu Yun, however, feigned innocence, insisting he had done nothing. According to their plan, they intended to lure a multitude of low-level zombies while enticing a few high-level ones to divert the more formidable threats, seizing the opportunity to procure supplies, and if fortune favored them, enabling Chen Bufan to perform a gallant rescue. Yet now, an injury had occurred, escalating the situation. Infection could lead to death. Even amidst adversaries, the stakes had not yet reached a life-or-death scenario. This was merely a contest. Without hesitation, Chen Bufan pressed his wristband, only to find it equally unresponsive. This was dire indeed. He looked up at the surveillance camera in the distance, hoping that the person on the other side would notice soon. At this moment, he could not stand idly by while Lu Zhiyao was in mortal danger. He had to save him. As he watched Chen Bufan lead the charge, Duanmu Yun sneered mockingly. Go ahead, for death is inevitable. What difference does it make whether it comes early or late? He shifted his gaze towards the team member holding the instrument. The team member swallowed hard, an expression of turmoil flashing across his face as his voice trembled slightly. It has been activated with one remaining. After a long, cold stare, Duan Yin finally averted his gaze. Do not forget your identity. The team member fell silent, a glimmer of moisture appearing in his eyes, but when he looked up again, his expression had transformed into one of resolute determination. With the addition of Chun Bufan's team, the situation improved somewhat, yet the advanced zombies had arrived. To ensure the plan's success, they had each located 3 level 5 zombies. Never before had Chun Bufan regretted his decisions so profoundly. As the level 5 zombies appeared, they distracted Xie Ma, Lu Zhiyao, and others, significantly diminishing the remaining members' offensive capabilities. Especially without the protection of the mental barrier, everyone began to falter, losing the fearless bravery they had previously exhibited. Before long, another member accidentally sustained a bite, screaming in agony. Some were so startled by the terrified cries that they discarded their weapons and fled, throwing the team into chaos. Chapter 80. Less than 30 minutes remaining. Lu Zhiyao, alarmed, immediately shouted for everyone to regroup. However, those preoccupied with escaping could not hear him. Amidst the panic, several more were injured by zombies, their psychological defenses crumbling. With no other option, Lu Zhiyao could only join Xie Ma in rescuing others, leaving Feng Huayu to confront the level 5 zombies alongside Yao Lina and the newly arrived Chen Bufan. Yet even with this arrangement, their numbers were still insufficient. There were simply too many zombies. Not only had Chen Bufan's group attracted them, but the advanced zombies also brought along a horde. Sun Ru had been bitten as well, and in her fear, she cried out for help towards Hualing University, please come and assist. Yet there was no response. The people from Hualing University had long since fled. She could only weep and unleash her abilities haphazardly, resulting in bursts of flames that prevented any zombies from approaching. Unfortunately, Feng Huayu, exhausted, was unable to hold back in time, and a level 5 zombie leaped over to her side. Seeing the isolated Sun Ru, the zombie let out a sinister roar, its mouth curling into a grotesque grin as it charged toward her. Terrified, Sun Ru shut her eyes, extinguishing the fireball in her hands. Believing she was about to meet her demise, she suddenly heard a clang as an arrow struck the zombie, repelling it. The arrow exploded, obliterating half of its body. When Sun Ru opened her eyes, she saw a strangely attired black-armored soldier standing protectively beside her. The warrior, with a resolute expression, focused intently on the zombie that continued to struggle toward them, even in its diminished state, and drew back his bowstring. In rapid succession, arrows flew forth, each imbued with extraordinary energy that reduced the level 5 zombie to mere ash. To her astonishment, Sun Ru noticed soldiers had inexplicably appeared on either side of her, some clad in red armor, others in black. The tide of battle swiftly shifted. The seemingly endless horde of zombies began to dwindle until only 2 level 5 zombies remained. Lu Zhiyao observed the 2 zombies facing off against Xie Ma and Chun Bufan. One was of the metal element, and the other of the wind element. The metal zombie's body was exceptionally tough. When Xie Ma's sword struck, it merely produced a resounding clang, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The wind zombie, on the other hand, was extraordinarily swift. Just as Chun Bufan's ice blade was about to pierce it, it vanished from sight, reappearing behind him in an instant. Chun Bufan barely managed to evade its attack, and spotted Lu Zhiyao finally free to assist him. "Lu, help me," he shouted. However, after a moment of observation, Lu Zhiyao ran towards the silently battling Xie Ma, inciting Chun Bufan to curse under his breath. The members of Wire Academy, witnessing this, rushed over to help their captain. Yet the level 5 zombies proved more formidable than the level 5 mutated beasts, leading to a stalemate. Seeing Lu Zhiyao choose to help him, Xie Ma took advantage of a brief lull in the fighting to smile at her, a subtle yet sweet smile. Lu Zhiyao tightened her grip on the bowstring, aiming at the zombie, but the creature appeared to sense her intention, positioning itself in a blind spot. Remaining patient, she waited until Xie Ma glanced her way again and signaled him. Understanding her cue, Yuma deftly withdrew. The zombies, caught up in their frenzy, pursued him, only to be met with Lu Zhiao's energy arrow, which struck the level 5 zombie, shattering it to pieces. Meanwhile, Chen Bufan's side was still entangled in battle. The zombies were too swift and their attacks too potent. In a short time, every member from Wire Academy bore injuries. Finally, Lu Zhiyao and her companions arrived to lend aid. When it came to speed, Yuma was the fastest, quickly catching up to the zombies, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. After a dazzling display of sword light, the only remnants were the zombies pinned to the ground, their skulls pierced, finally silenced. Fortunately, they had managed to collect the pieces in time, and this time, none of the 3 pieces were damaged. It turned out that amidst the chaos, Lu Zhiyao had activated her skill chest, randomly drawing a new red pawn and 2 black pawns. Sun Ru watched as the black-armored soldier beside her transformed into a chess piece and vanished, feeling a pang of reluctance in her heart. In that perilous moment, it was this black-armored soldier who had saved her. Yet, regrettably, this was simply Lu Zhiao's ability, not a real person. After assisting the injured into a supply storage room, the metal element user reinforced the building, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the condition of those unfortunate enough to be bitten or scratched was dire. Qian Yanan's entire arm had turned black and was beginning to rot. She bit her lip and attempted to press the rescue button on her wristband again, yet to no avail. Even worse, it had been over 30 minutes since her injury, and she was approaching the 1-hour mark. The healing users hastily cast green beams of energy, but to no effect. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhiyao promptly retrieved a basic recovery scroll, applying it to the injured as the crowd looked on in astonishment. After a burst of starlight, the spread of the infection was finally halted. However, the areas affected by the virus showed no signs of improvement. She continued to produce a dozen more scrolls, applying them, but the virus showed no signs of retreating. In a moment of urgency, she called out to Xiao Ding in her mind. Are recovery scrolls ineffective against the zombie virus? Xiao Ding replied helplessly, I'm sorry, host. Only a special antidote can stop the virus, or what? Lu Zhiyao pressed eagerly. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Only matters related to skill upgrades would incur Xiao Ding's penalty. The advanced skill she had drawn must pertain to healing, yet unfortunately, she had no clue how to upgrade this skill. What should she do now? Time was running out. She suddenly turned her gaze towards Chen Bufan, who, feeling her stare, became uneasy. Chen Bufan stammered, we saw many zombies heading this way while leaving, and I was concerned, so... Lu Zhiao's expression conveyed her disbelief as she turned to Sun Ru. Who were you calling for help earlier? Sun Ru, whose ankle had been bitten, was sitting on the ground in tears, indignantly replied, Huling, those cowards, ignoring our plight. Huling, time was of the essence, with less than 30 minutes remaining. If no antidote arrived, the fate of the 8 injured individuals here. She abruptly headed for the door, only for Yuma to grab her arm. Where are you going? I'm coming with you. Seeing Feng Huayu and the others preparing to follow, she quickly interjected, No, I'm going alone. I'm coming with you. Chen Bufan insisted. Lu Zhiyao frowned. It wasn't that she didn't want to bring him along, but what if he proved inadequate? Chen Bufan sensed her hesitation and immediately added, I have weapons, and these zombies were sponsored by my father. I have a responsibility to save them. Lu Zhiyao hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Time was of the essence. She instructed her companions to bind the injured for safety, and then they swiftly set off. Chapter 81. The surveillance was tampered with. The team from Southern University was now weary, famished, and fearful, daring not to pause. Upon hearing the distant, chilling howls of zombies from behind, a male team member, panic-stricken, stumbled and fell to the ground, oblivious to his footing. After struggling for some time to rise, he glanced fearfully over his shoulder and steeled himself with determination. The captain quickly interjected, Do not act rashly. Today marks merely the second day of the competition. Can you truly abandon your teachers and coaches so soon? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the boy ultimately relented, albeit with a lingering dissatisfaction. Had I known, I would have negotiated for supplies at the first resource point. The captain sighed in resignation. He had anticipated locating the next resource point swiftly, only to find it overrun by zombies upon their arrival. They barely managed to escape, yet were relentlessly pursued by the undead along the way. The horrifying visage of those zombies sent a shiver down his spine. Enough of this. Let's search once more. However, as soon as the words left his lips, the unmistakable roars of zombies echoed ahead, and it appeared there were many. One figure loomed large, head bowed, utterly still, resembling a statue. Yet he distinctly recalled that no such person had been present when they traversed this path moments ago. The boy's fear escalated, his voice trembling. Who are you? Suddenly, the statue-like figure stirred. He slowly raised his head, revealing a face that was grotesquely half-fleshed and half-gray. His mouth gaped open, revealing yellowed teeth smeared with flesh, yet he seemed to be grinning. Suddenly, he opened his blood-red eyes. The young man trembled, instinctively pressing the button on his wristband, but there was no response. A moment of dread washed over him as he slowly looked up, only to discover that the zombie had inexplicably drawn near. It was so close that he could smell its repugnant stench. A scream reverberated throughout the arena. Just outside, Lu Zhiyao suddenly gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Yet due to the arena's layout, she could only scan a radius of 5 kilometers. Frowning at the camera, she realized that if the wristband had malfunctioned, her quickest means of seeking help would be to appeal to the viewers on the live broadcast. However, she soon noticed that even these cameras were behaving oddly. These real-time tracking cameras were supposed to follow movement, yet despite the red lights still blinking, they remained utterly still, as if mere ornaments. This could only indicate one thing. The surveillance, like the wristband, had been compromised. Truly, it was a trap from all directions. She glanced at the time displayed on her wristband. There were still 25 minutes left before the deadline. Their destination was the entrance to the arena, the only remaining hope to connect with the outside world. However, they had not run far when a figure suddenly charged towards them. It was the timid boy from Southern University, drenched in blood and wearing an expression of sheer terror. Startled by their presence, he instinctively unleashed a feeble gust of wind as a means of defense. With a swift flick of her sword, Xieyuma dissipated the wind blade effortlessly. The boy then realized they were human and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Moments earlier, a ravenous zombie had lunged at him with its gaping maw, leaving him frozen in fear, utterly oblivious to the need for resistance. Just as despair enveloped him, the captain had yanked him back, flinging him behind. He was so terrified that his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, the captain had already rallied the others to confront the foe, only to discover that this zombie was impervious to blades and bullets, possessing not one, but 2 extraordinary abilities. It was an ice-type zombie, endowed with the power of mental manipulation as well. The young man sobbed as he spoke. The captain and the others were suddenly immobilized, unable to move. I watched helplessly as they were devoured by the zombie. Devoured. It's utterly horrifying. His mental state was far from stable, likely triggered by the distressing scene. As soon as he finished speaking, he clutched his head and wept bitterly. Where? A calm female voice emerged from above, and remarkably, his heart suddenly felt less frantic. Wiping his tears, he was astonished to recognize Lu Zhiyao among the 3. Quick, hurry and save them. No, I will go with you. Both voiced their refusal simultaneously, exchanging glances filled with disdain. Lu Zhiyao sighed and said to Chen Bufan, I need to rescue them, but the people in the small house have little time left. I beg you. Chen Bufan's heart softened. Without realizing it, she nodded, immediately filled with regret. She then turned to Xieyuma, but Xieyuma, with a cold expression, directly refused. Wherever you go, I shall follow. With no other choice and time running out, she earnestly looked at Chen Bufan. I implore you. Subsequently, she seized the young man and dashed away, causing him to stumble, yet he remained silent, struggling to keep pace with Lu Zhiyao. Xieyuma, without further ado, dragged the young man over and charged ahead. With a lightened grip, Lu Zhiyao quickened her pace, and in the blink of an eye, the trio had traveled a considerable distance. Chen Bufan gazed intently at her silhouette, then resolutely sprinted towards the entrance of the arena. Upon their swift arrival, they found only a scene stained in crimson. Curiously, there were neither zombies nor corpses. The young man's fragile hope shattered once more, and he wept uncontrollably, blaming himself for his cowardice. He lamented that he had only known how to flee with the aid of his teammates. If he possessed even a fraction of their combat prowess, perhaps the captain would not have perished. Lu Zhiyao furrowed her brow and surveyed the surroundings. There were no signs of Southern University personnel within a 5-kilometer radius. Upon hearing the description, she surmised that it must be the level 5 zombie that had consumed the energy core and escaped, though now it likely surpassed level 5. Initially possessing only ice abilities, it had probably inherited control powers as well. Damn it, why was there a 5-kilometer limitation? Her 5S spiritual power was also constrained. What on earth should she do? While she pondered, Xieyuma stood quietly beside her, like a knight devoted to his princess, steadfast and unwavering. The young man, his face a portrait of despair, tearfully attempted once again to activate his wristband, but it remained unresponsive. He erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Have the people outside perished? Have they not noticed anything amiss?" In truth, some individuals online had indeed detected the anomaly. One person, having completed a game, was indulging in a late-night snack while preparing to enjoy a live stream. To his astonishment, he realized that the footage of Lu Zhiyao and his companions dining had repeated 3 times. Was this an endless feast? Was the network malfunctioning? Why did it persistently replay? Indeed, no matter how abundant the supplies, such a manner of consumption seemed excessive. Could it be that the surveillance was faulty? Chapter 82. Hold on, children. The authorities finally recognized the irregularity and promptly attempted to communicate within the venue via the wristbands. However, it was only at this juncture that they discovered the wristbands had lost signal. Upon receiving the command, the guards immediately deactivated the mental power suppressors and shut down the mental energy barrier surrounding the arena. Yet, they found that the entire venue had been enveloped by an unknown source of mental energy, rendering them unable to enter. Principal Tianzhong swiftly ordered the deployment of high-energy cannons, preparing for a forceful breach. He gazed anxiously at the incessantly repeating images on the monitor, murmuring, "Hold on, children." Once the mental power limiter outside the arena was deactivated, Lu Zhiyao immediately felt the change. Her mental strength was rejuvenated. At last, she could perceive the entirety of the competition arena. However, upon gaining clarity, her brow furrowed. Why had all the zombies and contestants vanished? This was implausible. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Eventually, she discovered a location in the southeastern corner of the arena, seemingly encased in a bubble. Had she not searched multiple times, she might not have noticed it at all. The bubble seamlessly blended with the surrounding colors, covering an area of approximately 5 to 600 square meters. She concentrated all her mental energy there, pinpointing the weakest point, coalescing it, and breaking through. With a resounding pop, the bubble shattered, revealing an astonishing scene. Remarkably, all 6 other teams, excluding those from Fire Ridge, were gathered here. This included even the missing zombies. Yet, the condition of those students was far from optimistic. Particularly the few from Southern University. Their bodies were gruesomely mangled, and they seemed unlikely to endure much longer. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, and a pair of crimson eyes flashed before her, only for the vision to vanish again. Xieyuma worriedly supported her. What happened? Lu Zhiyao's complexion turned pale. Her mental strength had sustained severe damage, and her mental sea was tumultuous. Fortunately, she had discerned the location, swallowed the metallic taste of blood, and shook her head, saying, "It's fine, follow me." Chen Bufan made his way to the entrance of the arena with remarkable ease, encountering not a single zombie. However, the issue was that the entrance remained shrouded in a formidable mental barrier, rendering escape impossible. A sense of despair washed over him as he raised the Shiguang stone gun in his hand and aimed it at the barrier before firing. Coincidentally, the high-energy cannon from the perimeter arrived, and after a cacophonous clash, the barrier remained unyielding, merely rippling like water. With 20 minutes remaining, Lu Zhiyao and Xieyuma, along with the male student, finally approached the vicinity of the bubble barrier. The bubble, which had just been breached, reformed instantly. Xieyuma immediately sensed the anomaly. With a wave of her hand, a line of silver sword light shot forward. Yet the bubble barrier, akin to a black hole, absorbed all the sword lights without a trace of damage. The male student watched this spectacle in astonishment. Had it not been for the brief appearance of a luminous shield when the bubble absorbed the sword light, he might not have noticed this peculiar phenomenon at all. He inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Are the captain and the others inside?" Lu Zhiyao nodded affirmatively, yet her brow furrowed, clearly at a loss for a moment. "Host, you might consider trying the gouging skill," suddenly interjected Xiao Ding's voice. Lu Zhiyao's heart leaped with joy. "Did you escape from the little black room?" "Indeed. It's quite rare." Xiao Ding's tone conveyed an awkwardness. Lu Zhiyao, lacking the time to pursue further questions, promptly summoned the illusory gouging. But which level to employ? It mattered not. She decided to use all 3 levels simultaneously. The young man gazed thoughtfully at the water bubbles, preparing to emulate Xie Yuma's ability to launch an attack. Suddenly, a wave of melodious strings enveloped the atmosphere, and his mental energy felt as though it was basking in the warm sunlight, alleviating the oppressive state he had endured since entering the competition arena. He gazed incredulously towards the source of the ethereal music. Lu Zhiyao lowered his brows and focused intently on the gouging in his hands. Invisible waves of light radiated from the sound, infiltrating and constricting the barrier. With a delicate pop, a subsequent agonizing howl resounded, and the barrier finally shattered. The scene within was laid bare at last. "Captain," the boy exclaimed with delight, discovering that all members of the team were still alive, albeit grievously injured. The captain of the Southern University team was leading his comrades as they joined forces with other groups to fend off the encroaching horde of zombies, their strength and stamina severely depleted. The pain from the bite wounds was excruciating, causing darkness to cloud his vision, and even evoking a maddening urge to gnaw at his own flesh. He urged himself to endure, to await rescue, refusing to believe that he would succumb to becoming a zombie. Yet the reality was that the wristband was ineffective, the surveillance futile, and they were encircled by the undead. Just before the barrier was breached, he had nearly resolved to surrender, overwhelmed by fatigue. However, the call of Captain filled him with a surge of hope. Was salvation finally at hand? He looked up with excitement, only to see 3 individuals. Behind them lay an emptiness, devoid of anything. A heaviness settled in his heart, and his mind grew increasingly murky. The heavens seemed intent on his demise. In a moment of distraction, he found himself face to face with a zombie, its fangs ominously poised to strike at his throat. He wearily closed his eyes, only to hear a loud bang, followed by the splatter of cold liquid on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the zombie had been reduced to mere fragments. The liquid on his face was the chilling blood of the undead, and he stifled a gag, incredulously glancing towards the source of the commotion. To his astonishment, the horde of zombies had erupted into chaos. Should there have been anyone from Huaxia University present, they would surely have marveled at the legendary wild carnivorous flowers they had heard whispers about. Lu Zhiyao activated his basic skill, the chessboard, and fortuitously drew the red cannon. As the immense laser cannon materialized, it obliterated a substantial number of zombies. Then, Lu Zhiyao leaped onto it, shouldering the cannon's barrel as he commenced a fierce barrage, exuding an air of untamed magnificence. A male student's eyes gleamed as he stealthily touched the cannon, his gaze towards Lu Zhiyao laden with complexity. Meanwhile, Xie Yuma summoned a sword formation, brandishing her blade as she charged into the throng of zombies. The encircled individuals, regaining their composure, felt a surge of adrenaline and began to fight back. Soon, with their coordinated attacks, the lower-tier zombies dwindled in number and victory loomed on the horizon. Yet, unease nagged at Lu Zhiyao's heart. Nevertheless, until they had eradicated all the low-level zombies, no untoward incident occurred. At that critical moment, his expression suddenly sharpened. He dashed forward, pulling her aside, only to be pierced by a zombie's claw. "No!" she screamed in a fit of hysteria. In disbelief, she watched as Xie Yuma slowly collapsed, her mind blank. Her instinctive reaction was to apply all the healing scrolls she had on his shattered chest. Through tear-blurred vision, she saw a zombie extending its claw once more. Rage ignited within her, Her veins bulged as she sprang up, striking fiercely, landing blow after blow upon the creature. Taken by surprise, the zombie was hit, its ribs shattered and its chest caved in. Yet, it stood upright, a sinister smile plastered on its face, exuding an aura of terror. Chapter 83. Just so, with a fierce glint in his eyes, Lu Zhiyao drew his wrist crossbow and tightened the string, but unexpectedly, the timid male student suddenly surged forward, kicking her wrist with all his might. Pain shot through her wrist as the wrist crossbow fell in a parabolic arc, landing far away, only to be crushed beneath a boot. Looking up, she was astonished to find it was Xia Tian. She smirked, her expression one of arrogant glee, her eyes filled with disdain. Just so, the male student coughed up a mouthful of blood while laughing. For the clan, he declared in their tongue. And Lu Zhiyao understood. Once again, it was the clan. The captain from Southern University stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How could this be? Though this student exhibited fear at the sight of zombies, he also felt sorrow for his injured comrades and would recklessly fight back. How could such a person possibly belong to the clan? The other students looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had transpired, yet instinctively maintaining their distance from those of Southern University. Bloodshot and fierce, Lu Zhiyao approached the male student, stepping down forcefully on his chest. His eyes widened in shock. His mouth moved in silent protest before he breathed his last. "You all deserve to die." Xia Tian gasped in shock, unable to escape as her body suddenly stiffened, paralyzed. Pain shot through her ankle as a zombie clamped down on it. How could this happen? Her eyes blinked frantically, desperately signaling for Duanmu Yun in the shadows to save her, but there was no response. The zombie clung to her, the pain intensifying as coldness enveloped her body. It was siphoning her energy. Witnessing this, Lu Zhiyao remained expressionless, advancing step by step towards the scene. Suddenly, she too was frozen in place. The zombie lifted its head, its crimson eyes gleaming with triumph. He released the severed leg and slowly crawled over. Blood continued to flow from his gaping mouth, tracing a crimson path on the ground. The other students were taken aback by this scene. Upon seeing Lu Zhiyao, who had just rescued them, ensnared, they immediately rushed forward, intent on saving him. However, as they entered the vicinity, they too became immobilized, their eyes darting anxiously. As the zombie reached Lu Zhiyao's feet, its face twisted with ravenous greed. It opened its gaping maw. Lying helplessly on the ground, Xie Yuma was engulfed by despair. No. Suddenly, Lu Zhiyao's finger twitched, causing the zombie's expression to stiffen. It attempted to retreat, but before it could react, darkness enveloped it, and its wretched existence was abruptly terminated as Lu Zhiyao's fist shattered its skull. In the system, Xiao Ding watched Lu Zhiyao with concern. She had been caught off guard during a moment of distraction when she discovered the zombie barrier, suffering considerable damage to her mental strength. Now, she was forcibly activating the skill chain, striving to break free from her constraints once more. Her mental energy had dimmed considerably. Host, your mental strength is currently insufficient to utilize skills again within a short period. Xie Yuma's once pale skin had turned ashen, the large wound on his chest slowly mending, but he was unable to vocalize his pain, merely gazing at her with heartache, as though she were the one injured. Not him. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his eyes. He became agitated and hoarsely shouted two words. Lu Zhiyao leaned in to listen closely. Hurry! Escape! Due to the severe damage to her mental strength, her reactions lagged slightly, and before she could comprehend, a needle pierced the back of her neck. As she closed her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Xie Yuma's anguished expression before succumbing to darkness. Duanmu Yun discarded the syringe, observing the ill-fated pair with an amused gaze. Xia Tian, on the verge of collapse, immediately pleaded for help upon seeing him. Quick, give me the antidote. Shrugging indifferently, Duanmu Yun replied, there is none. The captain of the Southern University team stepped forward. Duanmu Yun, what are you doing? The male student from Hualing University echoed the sentiment, puzzled by the sudden change in demeanor. Duanmu Yun, now confident in his victory, curled his lips into a self-satisfied smile. He frivolously caressed Lu Zhiyao's face, lifting her chin to scrutinize her closely, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What a beauty she is, possessing such formidable abilities, truly captivating. Xie Yuma seethed silently, his fury manifesting in a fierce glare. At that very moment, a crackling sound emanated from the psychic barrier enveloping the arena. Duan Muyun's expression shifted. He had employed R's advanced technology within the zombie's psychic shield, which rendered it remarkably robust. However, with the demise of the zombie, the barrier's energy was waning. It was clear that high-energy cannons were being deployed outside. Remaining here was no longer an option. He lifted Lu Zhiyao and intended to walk away, but to his surprise, he found that their hands were still tightly clasped together. A flash of impatience crossed Duan Muyun's eyes as he raised his foot and stomped down. With a sharp crack, Xie Yuma's hand was crushed, his slender fingers contorting into a grotesque shape. Had time permitted, Duan Muyun would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few more kicks. But the resounding sound of a trumpet echoed in the air. The Hua clan's army was approaching. He scooped up Lu Zhiyao and hurried away with the remaining individuals. Xie Yuma fixated intently on their receding figures, her eyes filled solely with anguish and despair. In the final 5 minutes, Chen Bufan finally coordinated with the high-energy artillery of the external forces to breach the barrier. With no time for explanations, he promptly relayed the location of the supply point, urging them to take the antidote and rescue the stranded. He rushed towards the direction where Lu Zhiyao had gone with another group of people. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a scene of devastation. Particularly striking was Xie Yuma, who lay motionless on the ground, a large pool of blood staining his chest, teetering between life and death. Lu Zhiyao and the members of the Hualing had long since vanished without a trace. Every teacher and student from Hualing University and Southern University underwent a thorough investigation, revealing some deep-seated infiltrators from the R and M clans. Yet, due to severe injuries, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Shangguan Yin gently wiped his body, her eyes reddened with tears, upon seeing his lack of response. She could no longer suppress her sobs. Xia Wenda let out a sigh, remarking that it was fortunate to have survived, yet regretting the absence of any clues regarding Zhiyao. The military swiftly sealed the borders, exhibiting an unusual level of concern for Lu Zhiyao, leading Xia Wenda to suspect it was related to her extraordinary abilities. Such a talent was coveted by any clan. Shangguan Yin wept, expressing her wish for Zhiyao to be more ordinary, if only to ensure her safety. Yet, the reality was that Lu Zhiyao was destined to be anything but ordinary. Chapter 84. Are you going to take me to your clan? Due to the border lockdown, Duan Muyin found no opportunity to escape. Some hidden routes remained, but they had been utilized by Beiyuan Songjia when he fled with Yi Tianai, resulting in the Hua clan military uncovering their path, leaving no escape route available. In frustration, Duan Muyin smashed a teacup, the sound of shattering porcelain awakening Lu Zhiyao from her stupor. As she emerged from her haze, her first instinct was to reach for her wrist, only to find it empty, recalling everything that had transpired before her unconsciousness. Her body felt weak, her head throbbed painfully, and her mental energy was dimmed. Upon seeing her awaken, Duan Muyin suddenly smiled. The name Lu Zhiyao rolled off his tongue with significant meaning, akin to a venomous serpent slithering upon her, sending chills down her spine. He approached her slowly, gripping her face firmly, his eyes glinting with triumph. "You are my treasure. Do not move recklessly. Be obedient, or do not blame me for being unkind." Lu Zhiyao turned her face away, intending to summon her psychic energy, only to be abruptly struck by a sharp pain in her neck, followed by an overwhelming fatigue. Duan Muyin watched her struggles with amusement, a smug smile gracing his lips. The psychic energy locks from your Hua clan are remarkably effective. It was then that Lu Zhiyao realized a chain had been fastened around her neck, akin to the restraints used by the military against Yi Tianyun's psychic energy. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, Lu Zhiyao resolved to bide her time. "Fine, a 1T struggle. What about Xie Yuma?" Though her words were harsh, a sense of relief washed over her, enabling her to engage with him. "You intend to take me to your clan?" Duan Muyin raised an eyebrow, responding, "Indeed. You are our most esteemed guest." "Guest?" Lu Zhiyao scoffed. "Your clan certainly has a unique way of hosting guests. With that, he released her and turned to leave. Returning to the Ar clan? That suggested she was still within Hua clan territory. Lu Zhiyao exhaled. For as long as she remained in Hua, there was still a glimmer of hope for escape. She reached out to gauge her psychic energy reservoir, but due to her previous injuries, it had lost its luster. Xiao Ding, is there any way to unlock this chain? Fortunately, Xiao Ding was still present. Host, this is a specialized device crafted by the Hua military. It requires a unique key to unlock, and I am powerless to assist. Pondering, she wondered if she truly had to accompany them to the Ar clan. Upon introspecting her skills, she found them all grayed out, indicating their inaccessibility. As if sensing her confusion, Xiao Ding elaborated. Although these skills do not consume your psychic energy, they rely on the vitality of your psychic reservoir. Since it has yet to recover, the skills cannot be utilized at this time. A wave of dismay washed over her. How can I restore my psychic reservoir? Sleep. Had she not known Xiao Ding was a system, she might have thought he jested. Just sleep? Yes, but it will take considerable time. The damage is severe, and you require ample rest. His childlike voice carried a hint of concern. Duan Yun had discreetly contacted many informants, yet most had been thoroughly eliminated. The few remaining had aligned themselves with the Hua clan, thus discarding their undercover identities entirely. Fengling was one such former informant. Yet now she was a devoted wife and mother, living a contented life, until Duan Yun arrived at her doorstep. As his cold gaze flickered toward her 8-year-old daughter, Fengling trembled, striving to maintain her composure. She instructed her daughter to enter the house and gently closed the door behind her. With a pale visage, she spoke with difficulty, "Please spare my husband and daughter." She spoke in the authentic language of the Ar clan, ensuring her daughter remained oblivious to the fact that her mother belonged to the enemy. Duan Yun's face was etched with derision. You should commit seppuku to atone for your sins. Yet, despite his understanding, in his heart, only the Ar clan felt like home, and murderous intent began to brew. However, if she could find a way to save herself beforehand, she might still turn the situation to her advantage. When Duan Yun departed, he took Fengling's daughter with him, under the pretense of visiting. Fengling confided in her husband about Duan Yun's intentions, admitting her true identity. Sun Yao held his weeping wife tenderly, offering solace. In truth, I suspected your identity from the very beginning. However, matters of the heart are beyond control. Once emotions are stirred, one often finds oneself ensnared. He was acutely aware that Duan Yun would not easily relent concerning his daughter and their marriage, yet he could not simply concede defeat. He is a traitor who possessed a permit to enter the Ar tribe before the expulsion of its people, which is the reason why Duan Yun sought out Fengling after careful consideration. Although the permit is no longer valid, his employer still has means to navigate the situation. He immediately sought out his employer, Master Chun. To his surprise, Master Chun was preoccupied with the aftermath of the zombie crisis, leaving him unable to attend to any other matters. Thus, Chun Shou brought him before Chun Bufan. Upon hearing his request, Chun Bufan felt a surge of joy, for it was an opportunity that required no effort on his part. Having already mobilized all available resources upon learning of Lu Zhiyao's capture, he had been searching tirelessly. However, Duan Yun was exceptionally skilled at concealment, and despite their prolonged efforts, no leads had surfaced. Now, fortune had presented itself, with clues arriving unbidden. As Chun Shou noticed his young master preparing to depart with his entourage, he hastily interjected, "Perhaps we should inform the military. The Ar clan is exceedingly cunning. Caution is warranted." Informing the military? That would only serve to hand Lu Zhiyao over to Xie Yuma. Ever since regaining consciousness, Xie Yuma had disregarded his injuries, remaining steadfast with the army, following leads wherever they might lead, treating the military as his own domain. He had even raided the family's arsenal, procuring a significant cache of advanced weaponry. Chun Shou, in a fit of frustration, slapped himself several times, cursing his own indiscretion. In the dead of night, Lu Zhiyao was still relying on sleep to restore her mental reserves. After several days of incapacitation, her mental strength had recovered significantly. Ironically, this misfortune had brought unexpected benefits. Had she not been compelled to lie still, she would not have had such ample time for rest. Thus, the brief period of deep, uninterrupted slumber had accelerated the rejuvenation of her mental faculties. Suddenly, a tapping sound echoed from outside the window. Lu Zhiyao opened her eyes to meet the smiling gaze of Chen Bufan. Chapter 85. The day I await your willingness despite the exhilaration swelling within him. Chen Bufan reminded himself to remain composed. He gestured for silence towards Lu Zhiyao before vanishing from the window. Almost immediately, sounds of a skirmish erupted outside, accompanied by cries of pain and a thunderous discharge of energy cannons. Duanmu Yun, lacking formidable strength, had managed to gain the upper hand solely due to the unexpected upgrade of the zombies and the aid of specialized equipment. It was not until half an hour later that tranquility returned to the surroundings. The door was suddenly thrust open, revealing the disheveled and battered figure of Chen Bufan. He rushed to the bedside of Lu Zhiyao, leaning over to meticulously examine her. Upon confirming that she bore no injuries, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His trembling hand gently brushed against hers, and upon sensing no resistance, he boldly took hold of her hand, caressing her palm softly a couple of times. Meeting Lu Zhiyao's indifferent gaze, Chen Bufan smiled. "Please, do not look at me like that. I fear I may lose my composure." Lu Zhiyao closed her eyes, choosing to avoid the sight. As she heard him speak again, "Are you unable to move?" His voice betrayed an unmistakable joy. Reluctantly, Lu Zhiyao opened her eyes, saying, "Thank you for saving me. They had drugged me." Chen Bufan instantly detected the softness in her tone and felt as if he had been rewarded with a bone. Overwhelmed with delight, he suppressed the upward curve of his lips and murmured softly, "I apologize." Without further ado, he lifted Lu Zhiyao into his arms, the rhythm of his heartbeat echoing like a drum, palpable enough for Lu Zhiyao to feel. Yet, she merely pressed her lips together tightly, remaining silent. Chen Bufan carried her to the villa he had privately purchased, laying her down on the bed in his bedroom. He then gazed at her earnestly for a considerable time, noticing her eyes tightly shut, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. "Could you please open your eyes and look at me?" Lu Zhiyao opened her eyes to meet his gaze. Chen Bufan bore wounds on his forehead and body, with blood seeping from them. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries. Instead, he stared at her unblinkingly, his thoughts laid bare. The joyful expression on his face suddenly froze, and with a heavy sigh, Chen Bufan finally exhaled. He could not help but grasp her hand tightly, the depth of his affection seemingly on the verge of overflowing. "Could you grant me an opportunity to pursue you?" Lu Zhiyao's expression remained placid as she replied, "If you release the chains around my neck, I shall grant you that chance." Chen Bufan scoffed derisively. "If you were to unchain me, you would merely return to your former self, abandoning me for your betrothed." Suddenly, his eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, and a wild fervor emerged upon his face, as if all previous gentility had been but a fade. "Abandon this wishful thinking. Having finally attained you, how could I ever let go?" He suddenly leaned in to kiss, but Lu Zhiyao instinctively turned to the side to evade him. Yet, his cheek was firmly held, compelling him to face the other man. His face was a canvas of madness, yet his eyes brimmed with profound affection. Eagerly, he pressed his lips against hers, savoring the softness that ignited a fervent passion within him, enveloping him in an intoxicating heat. However, a sudden sting radiated from his lips, compelling him to release her, as blood began to seep from the wound. He wiped the blood from his lips and suddenly laughed. "I await the day you willingly surrender." With that, he turned and exited. Lu Zhiyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. How did he suddenly adopt the demeanor of a domineering CEO? Yet, it was evident that being in Chen Bufan's grasp was no better than being in Duanmu Yun's clutches. At least Duanmu Yun treated her as a guest, whereas with Chen Bufan, she feared for her innocence. Though she did not possess the conservative belief of remaining untainted, the thought of Xie Yuma's eyes, filled with grievance, compelled her to devise a way to extricate herself swiftly. That night, perhaps due to his severe injuries, Chen Bufan did not return to disturb her. However, early the next morning, he arrived bearing breakfast. He wore a gentle smile upon his face, as if the madman from the previous night were a mere stranger. "Good morning." "Let me feed you," he said softly, gently helping her to sit up, then spooning food into her mouth. Lu Zhiyao did not feel wronged. She ate as he fed her, and by the end of breakfast, her obedient demeanor pleased him immensely. Chen Bufan's eyes sparkled with delight. "I apologize for my impulsiveness yesterday. I shall give you time to accept me." Thus, the two coexisted peacefully for 3 days, although Chen Bufan continued to administer a daily injection, leaving her body weak and listless. On this day, upon seeing him come to feed her once more, she could not help but tease. "If I keep lying here doing nothing, I shall become quite plump." Chen Bufan felt a rush of warmth, not expecting her playful tone to be so enticing. His voice softened slightly in response. "I fear you might escape." A hint of grievance flickered in Lu Zhiyao's eyes. "Look, I'm still wearing this thing around my neck. Even if I could move, I could not run away." Though still harboring doubts, he could not resist the allure of her soft tone and ultimately consented to cease the medication. Finally freed from her state of immobility, Lu Zhiyao immediately rose to stretch and relax her stiff muscles. Noticing Chen Bufan's unwavering gaze upon her, she playfully remarked, "I want to run away. Can you help me remove this thing from my neck?" Chen Bufan chuckled, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Do not mistake me for a fool. I simply cannot bear to see you devoid of vitality. Until you have fallen for me, I shall not release you." "Very well," Lu Zhiyao replied nonchalantly, blinking with a carefree demeanor, as though she truly had no intention of escaping. Although Chen Bufan hesitated to relax his vigilance, his heart brimmed with joy. "Give me a little more time. I'm certain I will win your heart." Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yuma had already uncovered the whereabouts of Feng Ling, yet discreetly instructed her people to monitor their family to prevent any leaks. While Xie Yuma kept watch over the military, he also dispatched skilled members from his own family. Initially, they found nothing, much like Chen Bufan. However, they soon discovered that, apart from soldiers and members of the CF family, there was another group sharing the same objective. Upon investigation, it became clear that these individuals hailed from the Chun family. Due to Chen Bufan's questionable motives, Xie Yuma chose not to interfere excessively. However, the sudden halt of activity from the Chun family raised suspicions. Following the trail, he ultimately uncovered the closely watched Feng Ling family. Faced with Xie Yuma's icy demeanor, the unfortunate Feng Ling knelt once more, confessing every detail. Yet, she remained unaware of where Chen Bufan had taken the others. Xie Yuma felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they were not in the hands of the clan, being in Chen Bufan's possession meant, at the very least, their lives were not in immediate danger. He refused to contemplate the actions Chen Bufan might take against Lu Zhiyao. Chapter 86, Forbidden Delicacy. After yet another failed attempt to entice Chen Bufan into unshackling her chains, Lu Zhiyao lost her patience. Her expression darkened, and she fell silent. Chen Bufan chuckled lightly. "What is wrong? No more pretense?" Over the past few days, he had been stirred by her, unable to resist stealing kisses on several occasions. Yet she always managed to find an excuse to evade him. He could only endure patiently and continue to play along with her. Indeed, he was aware that she was merely putting on an act, intending to lower his guard. Yet, despite knowing the Fade, he found himself relishing the experience. He cherishes this rare time spent together, hoping that one day this person will come to love him. You should abandon this thought. I will not let you go. He has paved the way to the clan, seizing this opportunity to take her to a place where no one could find them, allowing him to feel truly at ease. Observing Chen Bufan's departing figure, though it appeared desolate and pitiful, Lu Zhiyao felt no sympathy for him. Ignoring her own desires, even if love was unrequited, she deemed it better to let go. She began to yearn for her shy and gentle brother, Yuma. "Little Ding, will this chain restrict my abilities?" "Rest assured, host, as long as your spiritual energy is restored, you will be able to utilize your skills." Excellent. Her spiritual energy had been replenished with starlight upon awakening that morning, and her physical strength was now nearly fully restored. Thus, there was no time like the present. Tonight would be the night for action. That evening, after sharing a meal with Chen Bufan, he reluctantly took his leave. She promptly opened the window and gazed outside, only to be met with utter darkness, unable to discern anything save for a few figures lingering below. Being situated in the suburbs, any noise made would go unnoticed. Sitting in the shadows, she patiently awaited the right moment. Lacking spiritual energy prevented her from probing the distance, so she had to allow herself time to find the correct direction. Chen Bufan returned that night. But this time Lu Zhiyao had no desire to play along and thus ignored him. He was utterly despondent, his head bowed as he asked, "Why won't you grant me a chance?" Lu Zhiyao regarded him with solemnity, replying, "I have someone I care for." "Is Xie Yuma truly that exceptional?" he inquired. His teeth clenched in frustration. Lu Zhiyao sighed in resignation. "It is merely a matter of encountering the right person at the right time. Therefore, please cease your entanglement." His eyes were tinged with red, veins bulging at his temples, and his fingers dug forcefully into his palm. After a prolonged silence, he departed without uttering a word. As the night deepened, the villa finally fell into tranquility. In a room on the second floor, a window was quietly opened, revealing a pale visage. Lu Zhiyao carefully observed the guards and noted their drowsiness. Seizing the opportunity, he climbed out of the window and leapt down silently, his toes barely brushing the ground as he darted away swiftly. All of this transpired within a mere 10 seconds, prompting one of the guards to awaken with a start and glance around, only to be met with the rustling of leaves in the wind. Having been administered medication for several days, his muscles had yet to fully acclimate, causing his speed to be less than optimal. Nonetheless, he moved faster than an average person. Yet, he had scarcely gained distance before Chen Bufan caught up with him. Her mental prowess was not hindered, despite his being restricted and with a 2S ranking. She was formidable. Hearing the sound of an approaching vehicle, Lu Zhiyao urgently made a wish to the system. "Xiao Ding, grant me a powerful chess piece this time." Xiao Ding replied. "The basic skill of the chess piece has activated." With the knight facing upwards, a majestic black steed materialized out of thin air, its head held high, mane flowing, and hooves galloping with grace and power. "Xiao Ding, I adore you." Ignoring Xiao Ding's response, she seized the mane and mounted the horse, letting out a commanding shout. In an instant, she distanced herself from the pursuing vehicle. Though clad in cotton pajamas, her long hair danced in the wind and a smile graced her lips, rendering Chen Bufan momentarily spellbound. To her astonishment, the knight could indeed fly. With newfound freedom, she sprinted ahead with exhilarating speed. However, Chen Bufan's expression turned icy. With a casual flick of her wrist, she conjured a mental barrier that enveloped Lu Zhiyao, forcing her to halt the galloping steed abruptly. With a soft, reassuring touch, she calmed the agitated horse, then lowered her gaze to the approaching Chen Bufan. He extended his arms, beckoning her to descend. Yet, she gracefully slid down from the opposite side, leading the horse towards the barrier. He followed closely behind, wielding a radiant light gun. Lu Zhiyao sneered, his tone suggesting that she was akin to his prized possession. "If you possess the audacity, then bind me." Little did he expect to produce a delicately crafted chain made of soft gold, pausing for a moment before raising his gaze to her. "When you became engaged to Xie Yuma, I forged this chain, and now it shall finally serve its purpose." With that, he made a move to bind her, only to be unexpectedly kicked away by her. Chen Bufan staggered back several paces before regaining his balance. His subordinates who had rushed to assist him halted by his command. A smile of bliss adorned his face. "To hit is to care, to scold is to love. I appreciate your affection towards me." With that, he fearlessly leaned closer. In reality, he was confident that she had exhausted all her options, unable to escape his grasp, which emboldened him to tease her so leisurely. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, followed by the shattering of his mental barrier. This was a suppression of a level even higher than 2S. He gazed in astonishment, only to discover that Xie Yuma had arrived with a large entourage. After so many days, he finally laid eyes on Lu Zhiyao. He hurried forward and enveloped her in his embrace, gradually tightening his hold, trembling all over as he laid bare his fears and worries before her. "At long last, I found you." His voice was hoarse, laced with a fragile sob. The joy of seeing him standing unharmed before her was beyond her comprehension. Xie Yuma looked at her with tenderness, only to suddenly have a cold gun barrel pressed against her forehead. "Let her go," Chen Bufan bellowed, his eyes filled with malice. He had been so close to success. If only he had been granted a little more time. He could have taken Lu Zhiyao to a place where no one could find them and start anew. But why had this detestable man reappeared? He deftly unlatched the safety catch, his voice low and resolute as he warned, "Release her, or do not blame me for being ungracious." Lu Zhiyao, feeling helpless, retorted, "What you are doing is unlawful confinement. You are breaking the law." "Breaking the law?" He chuckled, his tone tinged with sorrow. "For you, I would not hesitate to take a life." Yet, Xie remained unfazed by his threats, gently pushing Lu Zhiyao behind her. He curled his lips in a disdainful smile and said, "Give it a try." A formidable force of mental energy pressed down upon Chen Bufan, compelling him to bend at the waist. He struggled against the overwhelming pressure, yet found himself utterly powerless. He gritted his teeth, let out a fierce roar, raised his gun-wielding hand, aimed and shot. Chapter 87. Her lips, so soft, so fragrant. Xie, accompanied by Lu Zhiyao, was sent flying backwards, then unleashed a formidable array of energy swords, blocking the radiant projectile midair. The intense sparks from the collision illuminated Chen Bufan's unwilling eyes. He suddenly chuckled mockingly. "Over the past few days, I have spent every moment with Lu Zhiyao, and she even coquetted with me." Xie grasped Lu Zhiyao's hand tightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chen Bufan. "I am utterly enchanted by the tone she adopts when she is playful. It leaves my legs weak." A glimmer of triumph flashed across Chen Bufan's face, and her lips, so soft and fragrant, are truly irresistible. Each word fell like heavy artillery, rendering Xie face increasingly pale. Still, he clung to Lu Zhiyao's hand, unwilling to let go. The pain in his heart was unbearable, and he dared not confront her, fearing the revelation of his turmoil and regret. Chen Bufan believed he had struck a nerve, his spirits soaring. "What use do you have for such a woman? With your qualities, there are countless others outside." Lu Zhiyao's complexion turned ashen, remaining silent as she awaited Xie response. "You are truly despicable," Xie suddenly erupted, summoning a formation of swords, each strike aimed at Chen Bufan's vital points. His eyes were filled with compassion. After so many days, she must have been terrified and struggling. Otherwise, why would she need to navigate such intricate interactions? It was all his fault. If only he had been a bit stronger, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. He held her hand tightly, even amidst the fray, refusing to let go. Chen Bufan hastily dodged, and had it not been for his subordinates encircling him with layers of protection, he would have been pierced through like a sieve. Seeing that Xie was still relentless, Lu Zhiyao finally spoke up. "All right, in light of him rescuing me from Duanmu Yun, spare him this time." With a reluctant huff, Xie relinquished her grip and took Lu Zhiyao away, leaving Chen Bufan to roar behind them. "Only I truly love you. You will surely regret this." Noticing his intent to pursue, the head of the Chen family, who had rushed over upon receiving the news, slapped him, finally putting an end to his outburst. The two remained silent throughout their journey, neither daring to speak. It was not until they reached the Lu residence that Lu Zhiyao attempted to exit the vehicle, only to find the door locked once more. Turning around, he was met with Xie eyes, filled with a sense of grievance. "You don't want me anymore?" Lu Zhiyao, taken aback, denied it. "Of course not. Then why do you ignore me and refuse to speak?" The plaintive tone of her voice grew increasingly evident. Lu Zhiyao responded helplessly, "It is you who does not wish to converse." Xie was momentarily taken aback, mumbling softly to herself. Unable to hear her clearly, Lu Zhiyao leaned in closer. Unexpectedly, Xie wrapped her arms around him, planting a tender kiss upon his lips, gentle, imbued with a sense of longing and regret. After what felt like an eternity, she finally released him, whispering, "Don't fall for him. I will strive to be better. Please don't leave me." Lu Zhiyao paused in contemplation before asking, "Do you not mind what he just said?" "Not at all," Xie quickly refuted. "I merely feel pity. Had it not been for dire circumstances, you would not have endured such humiliation. It is my weakness that caused this." Lu Zhiao's heart softened. Her little man had always believed in her and cherished her. "Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault, but rather the cunning of our adversaries. After much turmoil, they finally lay upon their own beds. A night devoid of dreams passed, and upon stepping outside, Lu Zhiyao was startled by Xie Yuma, who had been waiting at the door. The youth stood tall, like a sentinel, with the early frost already settling upon his dark hair, yet he remained unmoved. Upon noticing a sound, warmth finally seeped into his cold eyes. "Good morning." Lu Zhiyao chuckled. "When did you arrive?" His cheeks flushed as he softly murmured, "I just arrived." She chose not to expose him, gently pulling him into the bedroom and seating him in a chair before taking his pulse. Upon finishing, her brows furrowed in concern, and she looked at him reproachfully. "You're still injured, yet you're running around everywhere, aren't you?" Xie Yuma mumbled a few words, but eventually fell silent under her stern gaze. After breakfast, Dr. Lu returned to his duties, not only producing numerous restorative scrolls, but also applying enhancement symbols to bolster his abilities. Finally, with acupuncture to unblock his meridians, Xie Yuma's complexion began to improve. At that moment, Colonel Tianzhong, who had come to inquire about the news, was also invited into the main hall. Upon noticing the chain around Lu Zhiyao's neck, his expression changed drastically, prompting him to send his subordinates to interrogate the armory's administrator. This chain was specially crafted for the military, and thus was not available on the market, leading him to suspect the presence of an internal traitor. Apologetically, he addressed Lu Zhiyao, saying, "Each chain corresponds to a unique key, so it will require further investigation before it can be unlocked. I kindly ask for your patience." Lu Zhiyao nodded in agreement, though she had her doubts. "Could you explain why the aberrant creatures have been replaced by zombies?" Colonel Tianzhong had no intention of concealing the truth from her, as he had come specifically to provide an explanation, laying out the facts in detail. In reality, zombies had not truly vanished. Rather, they had become increasingly cunning and intelligent. After all lower-tier zombies were eradicated, for reasons unknown, all level 5 and above zombies mysteriously disappeared overnight. Their absence lasted for several decades, until a few years ago, when they received the devastating news that certain isolated and sparsely populated tribes had been annihilated by zombies. Had it not been for a few fortunate survivors, humanity would still be oblivious. Humanity was evolving, and so were the zombies, with the most terrifying aspect being that zombies have begun to think and strategize. They have resumed their offensive against humanity. Therefore, upon learning of the events at the Chun family's hunting ground, the clan leader instructed Sai Fong to accept the Chun family's donation, converting the otherworldly beasts into zombies. He sighed and expressed, "You're the future of the Hua's ethnic group. Only when you grow strong will there be hope for our people. This all-encompassing competition is merely the beginning. In the future, all trials and contests will involve the undead. Facing them sooner rather than later will ensure you are not defenseless against powerful zombies." Lu Zhiyao pondered deeply. It seemed she needed to hasten her progress. Under their guidance, the military unearthed the imprisoned Duanmu Yun from Chenbufan. Once one has tasted a moment of beauty, confronting loss becomes unbearable. It was only when the head of the Chen family could no longer endure and drag him before his mother-s tablet that he returned to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, he became taciturn, shedding the fade of superficial gentleness. Chapter 88. Colonel Lu. The results of the all-encompassing competition were announced shortly thereafter, with Fenghua University rightfully claiming first place. The long-standing dominance of Weir Academy in the top rankings was finally shattered. However, through this competition, Lu Zhiyao recognized her own frailties. She had believed her skills were unparalleled due to the system, only to be humbled by reality. Thus, she commenced rigorous training, alongside Xie Yuma and the original members of the Fenghua team. In the end, inexplicably, all the students of Fenghua University were swept up in a fervor to study diligently. 3 years flew by, and Lu Zhiyao graduated. Her elder sisters, Lu Zhiqiao and Lu Zhiwei, had already graduated and entered military internships 2 years prior. Through her own efforts, Lu Zhiqiao had risen to the rank of second lieutenant, while Lu Zhiwei had become a cadet lieutenant. Unexpectedly, upon her graduation, Lu Zhiwei found herself in a superior position within the military. Colonel Lu Zhiyao stifled a laugh at her brother's astonished expression, given his habitual boasting at home. That star representing second lieutenant had been polished to perfection, cherished to an extreme, with him refusing to let anyone else touch it. Now, however, upon her entry into the military, his younger sister had attained the rank of 2 bars and 3 stars, leaving him with eyes both sore and red from disbelief. "When did you become a colonel?" he questioned, his gaze resembling that of a bewildered character. "In my freshman year," Lu Zhiyao replied nonchalantly, as if this military rank, which others fought tirelessly for years to achieve, was as mundane as drinking water. The towering man suddenly broke into tears like a child, his face awash with tears, leaving Lu Zhiwei utterly exasperated. "Why can't I surpass my little sister? When will it be my turn to protect her?" Lu Zhiyao offered a few perfunctory words of comfort before finally addressing the main topic. "I wish to establish a new combat team." She looked expectantly at the now serious Lu Zhiyao and Lu Zhiwei. "Elder brother, second sister, would you be willing to join me?" Without hesitation, Lu Zhiyao nodded. "Count me in, Commander." Lu Zhiyao smiled and gently patted her head. "Of course, I will support you in all your endeavors." Seeing the trust in their eyes filled Lu Zhiyao's heart with warmth, and she beamed. "Rest assured, the commander shall not treat you unjustly." She had finally awaited the day she could form her own military unit. With 2 members secured, her sights were set on the Tiger Squad. After much persuasion and showcasing her abilities, the superior finally acquiesced to her request. The former Major Tian, now Colonel Tian, looked upon her with pride, knowing she was a talent he had nurtured. Finally, she would serve the Hua's ethnic group. Lu Zhiyao sought only a few from the Tiger Squad: Feng, Yirue, Fanwei, and Wenjun. Following that, she recruited the previously harmonized team members from the all-encompassing competition: Xie Yuma, Feng Huayu, Yao Lina, Feng Yudao, and Feng Xiao, all of whom joined Lu Zhiyao's newly established team, the Overlord Flower. "Must we not change the name?" Feng Huayu expressed his discontent, his eyes reflecting disdain. He remarked to Xie Yuma, "You should manage your wife." Xie Yuma, however, paid him no heed, her eyes brimming with affection. Feng Huayu sighed deeply, relinquishing his efforts to persuade the devoted husband and instead sought the approval of his other teammates. Feng Yirue outright declined, stating, "I cannot contend with the captain. If you wish to voice your opinions, do so yourself." He would never despair. Initially, he believed that his extensive practical experience and diligent practice would enable him to surpass her, thus foolishly launching yet another challenge. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Lu Zhiyao remained as formidable as ever. Therefore, upon hearing her intention to form a team and select members for the Tiger Squad, he eagerly signed up. Fanwei and Wenjun, both drawn to strength, followed suit, filling the 3 available spots. Ultimately, due to a lack of support, Feng Huayu reluctantly acquiesced to becoming a member of the Flower of the Overlord team. Thus, the 10-member Overlord Flower team, led by Lu Zhiyao, was officially established. Little did they know that in the years to come, many soldiers would take pride in being part of the Overlord Flower team. This seemingly ordinary yet powerful squad would become one of the most influential and combat-effective military forces in the history of the Huas. On the very first day of its formation, Captain Lu transformed into Dr. Lu, observing the gleaming silver needles in her hand, causing Fanwei to tremble in fear. "Captain, I'm not ill. I do not need you to say you are not ill. If I declare you are ill, then you are." With that, Lu Zhiyao coldly plunged the needle in. Although it was not exceedingly painful, being pricked all over like a hedgehog was hardly pleasant. This was Lu Zhiyao's first step in training her team, unblocking their meridians to enhance their abilities. Subsequently, she affixed a power-enhancing talisman to each member, and they instantly felt a surge of robust energy flowing from their mental strength into their limbs. Wenjun, who had transitioned from earth-based abilities to fire-based ones, had to start his training anew. After Lu's adjustments, he discovered a newfound affinity for fire abilities, feeling more in tune and skilled. However, before he could revel in this realization, the second phase of training commenced. Lu Zhiyao set up her guqin and signaled everyone to sit in a row. Immersed in her music, she paid no heed to the astonished expressions of her companions. Aside from Xie Yuma and Lu Zhiyao, who adapted effortlessly, the others were initially baffled. suddenly mesmerized by the starlight swirling in the mental sea. When June, originally an S class, had barely reached 2S due to his study of national styles. Yet he was still a step away from full realization. Astonishingly, that very step was effortlessly crossed amidst the sound of the guqin, and he found himself surpassing 2S to become 3S. Meanwhile, those like Xie, who were initially 3S, had progressed through diligent practice over the years and had now crossed the threshold into 4S, subtly touching the door of 5S with the help of the skillful music. After several rounds, everyone in the team reaped significant rewards. Feng Yirei was overjoyed, unsure how to express his elation. He never anticipated that following Lu Zhiyao would yield such benefits. When he initially heard she planned to leave the Tiger Squad, his parents had tried to persuade him otherwise, not to mention his other teammates, but he had resolutely chosen to accompany Lu Zhiyao. Now, he was immensely grateful for his astute decision at that time. Feng Xiu and Feng Yudao were equally astonished. They had previously speculated that Lu Zhiyao and her companions must possess high levels of mental strength. Yet, upon achieving 3S themselves, they realized they had underestimated them. If 3S could not even gauge Lu Zhiyao's level, then what might her true capabilities be? Due to prior incidents, Lu Zhiyao held herself to even stricter standards. She had not only elevated her mental strength to 8S, but also maxed her abilities to level 10. However, this level 10, bolstered by her mental prowess, far surpassed the corresponding level 10 abilities of those at 3S or 4S. Now, the powers she could summon were no longer limited to the colossal crossbow that had once astounded Chao Fei. Before the implications of Lu Zhiyao's capabilities could be confirmed, the third phase of training commenced. Feng Yirei hesitated while flipping through a photocopy of The Art of War, unable to suppress his skepticism. What is this? I've graduated for so many years. Why must I still read? Chapter 89. Could you also accept me? Lu Zhiyao offered a gentle smile. Memorize it within a week, and then we will have an examination. Future rankings within the team will be based on exam results. This news struck Feng Yirei and Fan Wei, both of whom were not keen on studying, like a bolt from the blue. Regardless of their protests, the third phase of training was firmly established. Xie cast a soft smile at Lu Zhiyao and began to study the book carefully. To her surprise, the more she read, the more engrossed she became, her expression growing increasingly serious. Lu Zhiyao sighed softly. Over the past few years, she had compiled several ancient texts and submitted them to the Hua's Education Bureau. These included classics, such as the Analects and the 4 books and 5 classics, along with monumental medical texts like Compendium of Materia Medica and Huangdi Neijing. However, military treatises like The Art of War were reserved for military use, with her own Overlord Flower team being the priority trial group. Amused by the disdainful expressions of others at the mention of this title, she smiled mischievously. After all, as the captain, everything was at her discretion. Feng Yirei and Fan Wei, after futilely resisting several times, found that everyone else was already immersed in their studies, and reluctantly opened the thin book in their hands. The table of contents revealed a total of 13 chapters, the first title planning. Sun Tzu said, "War is of vital importance to the state. It is the province of life and death, the road to survival or ruin. It must be thoroughly studied." Before they could grasp the convoluted meanings of these words, they found below a simplified commentary. Sun Tzu stated, "War is the foremost concern of a nation, affecting the lives of its citizens and the survival of the state. It requires careful observation, analysis, and study." They immediately focused on the seemingly inconspicuous book, their expressions growing increasingly serious with each page they turned. By the time they finished reading, they lifted their heads, only to be astonished that night had already fallen. They intended to read it once more, but their stomachs protested loudly. Reluctantly, they set the book aside and rushed to the cafeteria, where the dishes had already dwindled. Undeterred, they grabbed whatever was available, devouring their meals swiftly and cleanly. When Shunli spotted Feng Yirei, her eyes brightened, and she hurried over, whispering, "So, how was it? Did Captain Lu give you a hard time?" Her mouth fell open in astonishment as she finally stammered, "Could it be that you've already achieved 3S? Fang Yurei grinned with pride. Indeed, I'm a bona fide 3S. Leaning closer, he confided, everyone else in our team is taller than I am. I feel like I'm lagging behind. To his surprise, instead of expressing admiration, Zhongli dashed over to Lu Zhiyao and knelt before him with a resounding thud. Her movements were fluid and practiced, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone in the cafeteria. Lu Zhiyao, with a half-eaten bun still in his mouth, quickly helped her up. After swallowing his food with some difficulty, nearly choking if not for Xie Yuma's timely assistance with a spoonful of soup, he exclaimed, "Why are you kneeling before me?" Zhang Li's cheeks flushed as she shyly replied, "Captain Lu, would you consider accepting me too?" She grasped his hand tightly, her spirited face brimming with admiration. "If you accept me, I would do anything for you." Fang Yurei was so startled that he spat out his food, furiously pointing at her. "You're trying to take my place? Aren't you, Zhongli?" His frustration was understandable, as the commander had promised only 10 spots for Lu Zhiyao's team. No more. No less. 1 slot per individual meant that if someone squeezed in, someone else would have to leave. Instantly, the remaining members of the flower team cast hostile glances in her direction. Xie Yuma glared coldly at Zhongli, who was still holding Lu Zhiyao's hand. Her icy gaze palpable. Under that pressure, Zhongli reluctantly released her grip, but still pleaded, "Captain Lu, I genuinely wish to team up with you." Feeling embarrassed under Wu squad leader's stern gaze, Lu Zhiyao chuckled awkwardly. "Don't worry, our flower team is already at full capacity. We want to be competing with you." Heh. Wu squad leader huffed disdainfully, casting a scrutinizing glance at the 3 respectful members of Fang Irui's team before strolling away. Yao Lina shot a furious glare at Fang Irui. "You're attracting trouble." Fang Irui felt innocent, wondering how his boastfulness had led to such a scenario. It seemed he would need to adopt a more low-key demeanor to avoid losing his position without realizing how it happened. From then on, whenever anyone inquired, the team members remained silent, adhering to the principle of quietly amassing wealth. A week passed swiftly, and even Fan Wei had memorized the art of war word for word. Their anticipation for the upcoming examination grew immensely. However, after reciting a few lines, Lu Zhiyao cheerfully produced another book, The 36 Stratagems. The deadline was once again a week. But this time, no one complained. Upon receiving the book, they eagerly began to peruse it as if it were a treasure. Observing his diligent team, Lu Zhiyao shook his head in satisfaction. These children are indeed teachable. Although their primary focus was on military texts, Lu Zhiyao also took them to challenge other teams. Upon hearing this news, the various squad leaders eagerly signed up, resulting in the military training grounds being thoroughly disrupted. Yet, the camaraderie within the flower team deepened with each passing training session. Once all the teams had been challenged, the squad leaders began to avoid Lu Zhiyao, prompting him to relent. 6 months passed, and the flower team had established a reputation within their military district, even causing the fierce tiger team to retreat. One day, Lu Zhiyao smiled and announced, "Tomorrow we have a mission. If the execution goes well, we may be deployed to the front lines." Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. The dream of a soldier is to charge in a battle and contribute to their nation. Although Lu Zhiyao's siblings, Lu Zhiqiao and Lu Zhihao, had enlisted before him, they had yet to be assigned to the front lines. The fierce tiger team had undertaken several missions at the front, but to preserve their strength, they spent most of their time in the rear. Thus, the rapid deployment of the flower team to the front lines was a delightful surprise. Fan Wei eagerly inquired, "What is the mission?" "A fun mission," Lu Zhiyao replied with a knowing smile. The following day, as they arrived at the Chun family's hunting ground, they were met with a field filled with zombies, leaving them speechless. Chun, wiping the sweat from his brow, bowed deeply. "Colonel Lu, it's good to see you well." Who could have imagined that the once bullied little girl had now risen to the rank of colonel? He humbly said, "I must rely on you this time, Colonel Lu." Following this, he opened a psychic barrier for them. Once they entered, he swiftly reinforced it behind them, his movements precise and rapid, fearing that any delay could cost him his life. Chapter 90. Respect is based on strength. The zombies, catching a whiff of human scent, abruptly turned, roaring with gaping maws as they charged forward. Yet, The members of the Flowering Tyrant team showed no fear. Instead of retreating, they advanced, swiftly dispatching a large swath of low-level zombies. "Well done, comrades, charge!" At Lu Zhiyao's command, the team members surged forth like wolves descending from the mountains, their faces alight with exhilaration. They had long been renowned within the military district, having not encountered worthy challengers for an extended period. Though low-level zombies were devoid of emotions, they surprisingly paused momentarily, some even beginning to retreat. Chun So, observing from the periphery, felt a shiver of fear, hoping that Lu Zhiyao would not hold a grudge. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. The mission of the Flowering Tyrant team was to eradicate all zombies within the hunting grounds. After a brief period of prominence, the Chen family's zombie hunting grounds had failed to sustain itself and faced severe financial difficulties. Currently, the zombie population had ballooned to over 10,000, with several thousand being level 3 or above. To avoid dire consequences, the head of the Chen family was compelled to seek assistance from the military. Thus, the first mission assigned to the Flowering Tyrant team was to eliminate the zombies in the hunting grounds. The first day went smoothly. Lu Zhiyao even refrained from using her abilities or skills, relying solely on the wrist crossbow that Xie Yuma had crafted anew for her, which allowed her to eliminate numerous low-level zombies. However, early on the second day, they unexpectedly encountered teams from other military districts at the entrance of the hunting grounds. Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow at the increasingly lowered head of Chun South Chun, so forced a flattering smile. "Colonel Lu, our family head is merely concerned for your safety, which is why he sought assistance from several major military districts." In truth, the head of the Chen family was apprehensive due to a prior mishap during the all-encompassing competition and did not fully trust Lu Zhiyao, hence reaching out to multiple military districts for help. What he did not anticipate was the Flowering Tyrant team's remarkable efficiency, nearly annihilating all level 3 and below zombies in just one day. Consequently, the simultaneous arrival of numerous military teams the next day found the remaining zombies to be scant, creating an awkward situation for Chun South. The 8th military district, closest to Lu Zhiyao's 3rd military district and on amicable terms, took the initiative to greet her. "Colonel Lu, shall we spar together after the mission?" The Iron Eagle team from the 8th military district was led by Ming Zhao, a robust and boisterous man who, despite his ruggedness, recognized Lu Zhiyao's potential. Lu Zhiyao readily nodded in agreement, and her team was equally excited, as they were in dire need of worthy opponents. However, the other military districts did not share such camaraderie. "Colonel Lu, a woman?" The first to raise an objection was Qin Huai, the leader of the Dragon Squad from the 1st military district. The 1st military district, being closest to the center, comprised only the elite of noble families, and they often looked down upon other military districts, particularly the newly established Flowering Tyrant team of the 3rd military district. The Dragon Squad held a status in the 1st military district akin to that of the Fierce Tiger team in the 3rd military district. Yet their actual combat achievements had historically surpassed those of the Fierce Tiger team. Thus, Qin Huai had the audacity to display disdain, curling his lips into a smirk, his exquisitely sculpted face marred by mockery and arrogance. Fang Irue, incensed, exclaimed, "Show some respect for our captain." Qin Huai scoffed. "Respect is based on strength." Chun So lowered his head further, wishing to vanish, but Qin Huai persisted in targeting him. "Housekeeper Chun, which military district do you wish for our assistance from?" Under the scrutiny of so many imposing and formidable figures, Chun So felt beads of cold sweat dampening his hair. Trembling, he wiped his sweat and stammered, "I implore all military gentlemen to assist us. The Chen family will certainly offer you generous rewards." Unexpectedly, his words provoked an angry retort from Qin Huai. "Who do you look down upon? We are soldiers. Do you mean to insult us with your rewards?" "I dare not. It was my mistake." Chun So, frightened, slapped his own mouth and corrected himself. "I humbly request your help, esteemed gentlemen. We will certainly present you with banners of honor." Qin Huai's furious expression cleared slightly. With a contemptuous huff, he led the way into the hunting grounds. Lu Zhiyao frowned at his retreating figure. "Captain, should we proceed?" In front of the others, she and Lu Zhiwei had already begun to address her as captain, irrespective of Lu Zhiyao's corrections, so she let it be. Lu Zhiyao nodded calmly, stating, "It's fine. Isn't a soldier's duty to aid the people in times of need? Wouldn't you agree?" Chen So? Chen So dared not meet her gaze, merely responding in a low voice. Thanks to the flowering tyrant team's prior clearance, low-level zombies were now scarce, with the remaining ones primarily being level 3 and above. Among the 5 military districts that had arrived, aside from the Iron Eagle team from the 8th Military District accompanying Lu Zhiyao, the others acted independently. Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed by the arrogance of others. Before proving her strength, a touch of humility could mitigate much trouble. Although the various military districts operated separately, they intuitively converged towards the center from different directions, albeit at varying paces. As the Dragon Squad entered, they immediately encountered a level 5 zombie. Yet, the soldiers reacted swiftly, evading its attack and coordinating to encircle it, quickly resolving the threat. Qin Huai, feeling pleased, used his psychic vision to spy on the progress of the other teams, only to discover that the flowering tyrant team had already dispatched 3 level 5 zombies. The smug expression on his face abruptly froze, his eyes turning icy as he commanded the entire team to quicken their pace. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already regarded them as rivals. However, Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed, skillfully directing his team to adopt the formations they had practiced to combat the zombies, all while generously addressing inquiries from the Iron Eagle team. This tactic is known as using a borrowed knife to kill. He orchestrated his team to subdue an ice-type zombie while continuously provoking it to unleash its abilities. As a result, the ice powers not only failed to harm them, but also inflicted significant damage on 2 other zombies, one immobilized by frozen feet, the other by a frozen head. The one with frozen feet collapsed with a thud, swiftly executed by Fan Wei with a shot. The one with the frozen head was left with only its limbs still functional, and Yao Lina effortlessly severed its head with a metallic blade. See, quite simple, isn't it? Ming Zhao's face was alight with astonishment, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Your borrowed knife tactic is indeed impressive. What was that maneuver just now?" Upon entering, the Flower Tyrant team had showcased their prowess, thoroughly astonishing him, which is why he shamelessly trailed behind them, seeking guidance. He grinned broadly, a cunning glint flashing across his face. "Captain Ming, this is a secret of our team. It would be best if you refrain from further inquiries." Chapter 91. Watching from afar. With that, he firmly wedged himself between the two, preventing Ming Zhao from seizing the opportunity to delve deeper. After all, having studied military texts for so long, he had only just begun to put his knowledge into practice. Why should he allow someone to extract it with just a few casual words? He aspired to let their team, the Overlord Flowers, achieve a remarkable breakthrough. Lu Zhiyao chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued to direct the squad's advance. Ming Zhao glared furiously at Feng Yirue, muttering, "You'd better watch out." With that, he led his team in another direction, determined not to allow the 8th Military District to be underestimated. The 5 military teams advanced with great speed, and soon only the central area remained. This hunting ground was once a bustling street, but due to economic decline, population decrease, and the onslaught of zombies, commerce gradually faded, leaving it in ruins. The central area housed the remnants of an indoor shopping mall, originally soaring dozens of stories high, now reduced to merely 3. The Overlord Flowers team, moving at the swiftest pace, was the first to arrive. Feng Yirue scanned the surroundings with his mental prowess, finding nothing unusual and preparing to enter, only to be halted by Lu Zhiyao. She calmly stated, "Let us observe a bit longer." Trusting the captain's judgment, Feng Yirue obediently halted. At that moment, the other military districts arrived in succession, and upon seeing the Overlord Flowers waiting at the entrance, they hesitated and stopped. This remark drew the attention of others. Some chuckled while others frowned. After all, aside from the Dragon team of the 1st Military District, which consisted solely of men, the other teams included female members. Although Qin Huai's comment was directed at Lu Zhiyao, its overtly sexist undertone provoked discontent among the women present. Yao Lina, who had already been simmering with frustration, could no longer contain herself. "Mind your language. Enough with the woman comments. We are all soldiers and comrades. There is no need for gender discrimination here." The other female soldiers nodded in agreement, and their teammates cast disapproving glances at Qin Huai. Taken aback, Qin Huai scoffed, raising his chin as he led the dragon team into the building. Before entering, he left behind a parting shot, a 1T stoop to the level of the weak. Lu Zhiyao shot him a disdainful glance, watching as the dragon team strutted in with arrogance, a cold smile gracing her lips. She called out to the Iron Eagle team, trailing closely behind, "Let us keep observing." Fang Yirei rolled his eyes, muttering a distraction tactic. "Consider it a gift." Thus, the two teams engaged in casual conversation at the entrance of the mall. The other two teams exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before deciding to remain in place, primarily because Qin Huai's attitude was excessively arrogant, and they preferred to keep their distance from him. Once inside, Qin Huai sensed something was amiss and immediately attempted to retreat, only to discover that the entrance had vanished. Even more bizarrely, the other team members who had followed closely behind were nowhere to be found. In the midst of his bewilderment, a sudden darkness enveloped the surroundings as black mist began to swirl around him. A chill swept across his face, prompting him to swiftly shut his eyes and stand still. Suddenly, a slicing sound emerged from his left. He deftly sidestepped to the right and opened his eyes, only to find a level 6 zombie before him. The zombie, having missed its initial strike, unleashed several wind blades, all of which he skillfully evaded. He let out a cold smile, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. As he evaded the final gust of wind blades, he suddenly lunged forward, drawing the dawnlight gun. Yet, astonishingly, he grasped at nothing but air. At the same time, a sound of slicing air echoed from behind. Outside the shopping mall, Lu Zhiyao was elucidating the situation to Ming Zhao, explaining it as a spectator to a distant fire. A gentle smile adorned her face, yet her eyes glimmered with derision. "Allowing the enemy to self-destruct while I merely go with the flow, reaping the benefits effortlessly." Ming Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and the other members of the Iron Eagle team, along with the two other groups, gravitated towards her. Upon noticing her pause, they urged her to continue. Lu Zhiyao chuckled softly, "No more, or else the dragon team shall face total annihilation." Ignoring their astonishment, she concentrated her mental energy and exclaimed, "Break." Suddenly, the shopping mall transformed, revealing its true form. Ming Zhao felt a shudder coursing through her body, her hair standing on end. This was no mere shopping mall. What difference was there from a gladiatorial arena? It turned out that the entrance of the mall was indeed the entrance to the arena, as the entire structure had been converted into a bowl-shaped coliseum. The walls of the bowl were carved into tiered steps, filled with level 5 and level 6 zombies. At the bottom lay a vast expanse where several members of the dragon team were engaged in combat with a few level 6 zombies. Strangely, it seemed they could not perceive the zombies, their attacks landing squarely in the void. Had it not been for their quick reflexes to evade, they would have surely met their end long ago. Nevertheless, this seemingly blind combat had taken its toll, leaving them battered and bruised. Lu Zhiyao briefly surveyed the scene before swiftly focusing her attention on a little girl. Her skin was fair and elastic, her rosy cheeks puffed out, exuding an innocent charm. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Lu Zhiyao's with eerie precision. Were it not for the blood-red hue of her irises, she would have appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary child. Gradually, she curled her lips into a grin, revealing her toothless, pearly whites, and sweetly said, "Sister, play with me." A flicker of intrigue sparked in Lu Zhiyao's eyes, compelling her to step onto the platform at the bottom of the bowl. The little girl's gaze glinted with an otherworldly light as she sweetly coaxed, "Sister, help me kill these bad people." Heeding her request, Lu Zhiyao raised her sleeve crossbow, aiming at the leader of the dragon team, Qin Huai. Since entering, Qin Huai had been locked in combat with a level 6 zombie. Strangely, despite its proximity, each strike he unleashed would suddenly miss, as the creature vanished behind him, leaving him in a perpetual state of frustration and unease. What was amiss? Despite his attempts to probe with his mental energy, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of exits or allies, with only the zombies reappearing before him. He was on the verge of exhaustion. Having depleted the last of the Dawnstone, his extraordinary abilities nearly extinguished. At that moment, An unprecedented sense of impending peril washed over him, a chilling realization that he was being targeted by a formidable adversary, rendering him paralyzed with fear, devoid of even the slightest inclination to resist. His heart raced as he nervously swallowed, slowly turning around to confront a formidable advanced zombie wielding a crossbow. This female zombie sported a high ponytail, her porcelain white and exquisitely delicate face devoid of expression, yet her eyes glimmered with a hint of sarcasm. He had a faint sense of having seen her somewhere before, yet his head throbbed painfully, rendering him unable to recall. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that the string in her hand was taut, and the arrow was already aimed at him. He was so frightened that his eyes bulged. His body stiffened. Chapter 92. Sister, take me away. Yet, the sense of crisis appeared suddenly and vanished just as abruptly, followed by a sudden clarity in the chaotic sea of mental energy. He finally discerned the scene before him. The female zombie, armed with a concealed arrow, swiftly redirected her aim towards the little girl on the stairs. As she released the bowstring, the enhanced magical symbol transformed into a piercing arrow, hurtling towards her with tremendous force. The surrounding zombies trembled in response. The girl's smug expression cracked, and her blood-red eyes blinked lightly, causing the enhanced magical symbol to explode mid-air. The dispersing high-energy sparks obliterated a significant portion of the nearby zombies, while the remaining ones shrieked and scattered in panic. A smile unfurled on Lu Zhiyao's face. Well done, little sister. Let us play together. With that, she propelled herself into the air with a swift motion, appearing before the girl in the blink of an eye. The girl's eyes flashed with panic, and fear finally gripped her as she hastily summoned lower-level zombies for protection. However, with the illusionary formation dismantled by Lu Zhiyao, everyone else had awakened. Their instinctive first reaction was to intercept the nearby zombies, leaving not a single one to come to her aid. Ming Zhao, upon entering, found herself in a predicament similar to Qin Huai's, instinctively glancing towards Lu Zhiyao after regaining consciousness. It dawned on her why Lu Zhiyao had initially blocked her entry. She had been aware all along. This realization deepened her understanding of Lu Zhiyao's capabilities. Awakened, Qin Huai recognized her earlier foolishness and, filled with embarrassment and rage, she seized the zombie and pummeled it in a fit of frustration. The little girl, realizing her lack of support, pouted and gazed at Lu Zhiyao with an innocent tone. Sister, spare me. I haven't harmed you. Her expression radiated innocence. Lu Zhiyao's face momentarily reflected hesitation. The girl, noticing this, broke into a sweet smile. I don't want to become a zombie either, and I certainly do not wish to harm humans. Extending her delicate hand, she pleaded, Sister, take me with you. We can be good friends. As Lu Zhiyao's eyes began to glimmer with pity, the girl secretly smirked, finding herself unable to escape. She blinked her innocent, blood-red eyes and inquired, What are you doing, sister? Lu Zhiyao curled her lips into a cold smile, aiming the concealed arrow at the girl's forehead. Sisters do not become friends with zombies. Without hesitation, she released the bowstring, resulting in a violent explosion, leaving only the energy core glowing red within the remnants of the level 9 zombie skull. After securing the energy core, Lu Zhiyao turned to face Qin Huai's complex gaze. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly feigned composure, diverting his gaze to unleash his pent-up awkwardness and fury upon the zombies. Before long, all the undead were eradicated, and in just 2 days, the issue that had plagued the Chun family patriarch for years was resolved. At the entrance of the hunting grounds, the patriarch awaited with a sycophantic smile. He spotted Lu Zhiyao at a glance, but maintained his composure, directing his enthusiasm towards several other teams. Thank you, esteemed military gentlemen. I shall certainly present a banner to your military district shortly. No one cared about the banner, nor did anyone pay him any heed. Ming Zhao, with a sincere smile, closely followed Lu Zhiyao. Captain Lu, shall we schedule a time? Upon hearing this, Xie Yuma immediately shot him a glare, prompting Ming Zhao to quickly amend his statement. Ahem. I meant to suggest a time for the 2 teams to spar. Phew, that was close. Captain Lu's fiancé is quite formidable as well. The number of zombies he had just dispatched in the arena, nearly matched the entire team's achievement. Lu Zhiyao smiled in agreement. There's no time like the present. How about tomorrow? This eagerness made Ming Zhao suspect she might have ulterior motives, but having spoken, he felt compelled to accept. After witnessing the prowess of the Flower Overlord team, the other two teams eagerly arranged times with Lu Zhiyao as well. Fan Wei and his companions appeared calm on the surface, yet internally they rejoiced, finally encountering fearless challengers. Qin Huai observed them with a cold gaze, disdainfully snorting, successfully garnering everyone's attention at last. He raised his head high and, in a condescending manner, remarked, "To engage in a friendly duel with our Jiaolong team is the aspiration of all teams. Should you plead for my favor, perhaps, out of respect for our shared battles, I might grant you an opportunity." Lu Zhiyao cast him a fleeting glance, yet turned to bid farewell to several other teams before leading her own away. Qin Huai's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on her departing figure, an unusual silence enveloping him. The head of the Chun family observed this scene, furrowing his brow. Lu Zhiao's prowess was increasingly formidable. Thoughts of his son studying in the M clan eased his expression. Since the day Chun Bufan's attempt to detain Lu Zhiyao had failed, the head of the Chun family had utilized his connections to facilitate his son's studies in the M clan. He believes that time can fade all memories, and considering his own favorable circumstances, why should he confine himself to a single blossom? Although this particular blossom appears to have a promising future, a forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet. He shook his head, casting one last glance at the dilapidated hunting grounds, and instructed Chun So, "Withdraw the personnel and permanently close this place." In the center of the ruins, a shadow suddenly emerged, cradling the girl's broken body, her pale face shimmering with a watery sheen under the moonlight. Yet, in an instant, both the shadow and the girl's form vanished without a trace. With the mission accomplished, the Wangbawawa team finally earned the qualification to submit their application to the front lines, though the waiting period proved to be rather protracted, stretching into 2 weeks. During this time, they engaged in friendly sparring with other military district teams, yet their overwhelming offensive left these squads regretting their participation, yearning to travel back to an earlier date and deliver themselves a few slaps to awaken their senses. This was not a mere practice. It was an exercise in self-inflicted suffering. Subsequently, they refrained from broaching the subject again, to the point of being utterly intimidated by the mention of flowers. Fan Wei, bored, was perusing the 36 stratagems for the umpteenth time when he looked up to see Colonel Wen entering with a furrowed brow. He immediately stepped forward and saluted. Commander Wen, burdened with heavy thoughts, was startled by his loud voice and shot him an annoyed glare, asking, "Where is your captain?" "Right here." Lu Zhiyao, upon seeing his expression, sensed a change in circumstances. Indeed, Commander Wen regretfully delivered some unfortunate news. Lu Zhiyao frowned, inquiring, "What is the reason?" She had received tacit approval from her superiors before accepting the assignment, which had given her the confidence to submit her application. She never anticipated that there would be a setback. Commander Wen sighed, explaining that objections had been raised by the 1st Military District, arguing that they had not earned a top 3 position in the district exercises, rendering them unqualified. Chapter 93. You are my father. Stop hitting me. Serving on the front lines is the dream of every soldier, as well as their duty. Although such applications require the approval of the leaders of each military district, typically, only recognized teams from their respective districts are permitted to submit applications, making the approval somewhat of a formality. Who would have thought that they would be hindered at this procedural stage? It must have been that coward Qin Huai's doing. Feng Yirue exclaimed in anger. Qin Huai, the grandson of the clan leader, was rumored to be groomed for the next clan leader, thus wielding considerable power. If he intended to obstruct their progress, it was indeed uncertain what would transpire. Lu Zhiyao felt troubled, but she was not one to shy away from challenges. Since difficulties had been presented, she resolved to overcome them. Therefore, she inquired, "When is the next exercise?" Commander Wen looked at her with approval, knowing that the promising junior he valued would not easily give up. "It is on the 15th of next month. I have already registered you all." The military exercises are essentially an annual showcase of strength among the military districts, encompassing 3 categories: special abilities, combat prowess, and teamwork. Lu Zhiyao had watched the previous year's recordings multiple times, specifically isolating the first military district performances to analyze their strengths and weaknesses with the entire team. However, the rest of the team seemed indifferent, buoyed by their recent streak of flawless victories. Especially Feng Yirue, who had already fallen asleep while the team diligently watched the videos. Lu Zhiao's expression grew stern as she coldly stated, "If we do not secure first place, we shall not qualify for the front lines. Instead, we will be relegated to maintaining order on streets." Her words jolted Feng Yirue from his slumber, and he immediately sat up straight, while the others also adjusted their postures. She sighed, observing them. "It appears I have been too lenient with you all, allowing such complacency to fester." Then, with a serious demeanor, she declared, "From tomorrow onwards, you will face me as your opponent. I hope you do not disappoint me." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving the group exchanging bewildered glances. Fan Wei placed a hand on Xie Yuma's shoulder, only to be brushed off as usual. Undeterred, he leaned closer, asking, "What does the captain mean?" Xie Yuma scoffed coldly, "You will find out tomorrow." With that, she shrugged him off and went to join her fiancé, Yi. The next day, Fan Wei realized that he had previously underestimated their captain. She successfully demonstrated to him what it meant to face a true opponent and what it meant to be utterly outclassed. "Dad, you are my father. Stop hitting me." Woo-woo. He was pursued by Lu Zhiyao, darting across the entire playground, his face pale as a ghost, and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He was in a lamentable state, with his entire body marred, and his hair scorched beyond recognition. Lu Zhiyao suddenly came to a halt, exhaling a sigh of relief, believing he had narrowly escaped calamity. However, he was met with the sight of her lifting the concealed dart in her hand, its tip aimed steadily at him. Her delicate red lips parted, uttering words that were both cruel and merciless. 3, 2, 1. In a swift motion, a half-drawn enhancement talisman was propelled through the air with force, aimed directly at Fan Jun's forehead. Terrified, he let out a panicked cry, fleeing with unprecedented speed. Yet, despite his efforts, sparks ignited, singeing half of his garment. In a flurry of chaos, he extinguished the flames, turned, and collapsed to his knees, wailing, "Captain, the time is up." Lu Zhiyao glanced at the clock, lamenting, "Indeed, it has come." Next, before Wen Jun's turn even began, his legs trembled with fear. But upon seeing the arrow's tip aimed directly at him, he gritted his teeth and ran. This was Lu Zhiyao's training exercise. No supernatural abilities allowed. Only the reflexes of one's own body to evade the myriad of attacks. Yet, her aim was impeccably precise. She could predict their evasive maneuvers with uncanny accuracy. Had they not exerted every ounce of their strength, they might have truly met their demise on the spot. In a mere 10 minutes of escape training, they experienced for the first time the seemingly interminable stretch of time. When it was Feng Xiu's turn, she was so petrified that she could hardly stand. She had witnessed firsthand how Fan Jun's hair was singed, when Jun's shirt reduced to ashes, and even Feng Yirue's trousers lay in tatters. The Lu siblings were not spared due to their familial ties either. The situation for Feng Huayu and his comrades was even graver, their reflexes lagging behind those of the seasoned veterans like Fan Jun. However, Xie Yuma, with her nimble agility, managed to evade the attacks entirely, appearing almost unsatisfied. She gazed at Lu Zhiyao with pleading eyes. "Captain, please show mercy." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhiyao nodded. "Very well, but be cautious." No sooner had the words left her lips than the attack commenced. Though she had already eased her assault, a portion of her hair was inadvertently singed in the process. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she resorted to her water-based abilities to extinguish a small rocket that had come too near. Turning with a woeful expression, she met Lu Zhiyao's mischievous grin. "Little Feng, prepare for a 10-kilometer run." Feng Xiu, filled with indignation and her eyes reddened, begrudgingly set off to run. According to Captain Lu's regulations, any inadvertent use of supernatural powers or mental energy resulted in a penalty of 10 kilometers, and she had no choice but to accept her punishment. The following day, as everyone geared up for an intense training session, Lu Zhiyao unexpectedly altered the program. She instructed them to attack her with their mental energies while she would solely defend herself without retaliating. Fang eagerly volunteered first, a devious smile on his face, relishing the chance to openly take revenge on this merciless captain. He unleashed all his energy in a fervent assault of formless yet potent mental arrows aimed at Lu Zhiyao, striking with tremendous force and without mercy. Lu Zhiyao, with a smile gracing her features, remained remarkably composed, effortlessly erecting a protective barrier around herself. The backlash of mental energy hit Fang Yirue like a tidal wave, leaving him writhing in agony on the ground, clutching his head, until Lu Zhiyao finally played a soothing tune that restored his faculties. However, just as he began to recover, the relentless captain commanded, again. Thus, the members of the Overlord Flower team endured their captain's relentless training for over 10 days. Had the drills not commenced, they would have remained oblivious to when they might escape the clutches of their formidable leader. On the day of the drill, they felt a refreshing vigor coursing through them. Even casting benevolent glances at the dragon team of the 1st Military District, no adversary could rival the cruelty and strength of their captain. Qin Huai, observing their demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine and could not help but scold. What? Are you all so terrified that you've lost your wits? Fang Yirue now regarded him with a newfound tolerance, inadvertently voicing his thoughts aloud. No one is more terrifying than our captain. Qin Huai, misinterpreting this as a provocation, scoffed. Be careful, don't let the wind catch your tongue. He provocatively cast a glance towards Lu Zhiyao, only to find her averted gaze, her face briefly betraying a sense of embarrassment. Captain Lu, your team, the Flower of the Overlord, must tread carefully from here on out. This time, the leaders of various military districts have gathered, and even the clan leader has made an appearance in the arena with a virtual avatar. He gestured for the assembled crowd to be seated and cast a satisfied glance towards the spirited contestants from the various military districts. Skipping over his own ostentatious grandson, he immediately noticed Lu Zhiyao standing proudly at the forefront of the 3rd Military District. He smiled amiably at her and said, Colonel Lu, it's a pleasure to see you again. Chapter 94. Have you all gone mad? This remark piqued the curiosity of the other military district personnel, who turned to look at her. Lu Zhiyao respectfully saluted. Greetings, Commander. The clan leader chuckled. Good, good. Everyone is well. Let the competition commence. The first round of the contest focused on supernatural abilities. Adhering to the principle of safety and constructive communication, the competition would take place in a simulated virtual format. Contestants would draw lots to select their opponents, and, subsequently, both parties would enter the mind capsule. The mind capsule would connect their mental energy seas, simulating their supernatural powers while restricting the use of mental energy. The team of the Overlord Flower drew the 5th Military District's Zhuke team as their opponents. Upon seeing the draw results, the Zhuke team members turned pale, anxiety evident on their faces. The commander of the 5th Military District frowned at them and admonished. What is this? Pull yourselves together. They stood upright, a chill running through them, attempting to feign calmness. Yet only they understood the sheer terror that the Flower of the Overlord team instilled. When Fang Yirue discovered he had drawn the Suzuka team, he couldn't help but smile. After all, they had been dodging the confrontation after just one sparring session. Now, there was no escaping. The captain of the Suzuka team was furious. Is that what you call sparring? It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Fortunately, the law prohibited arbitrary killing. Otherwise, their entire team would have been doomed. Participating in the drill was one thing, but to draw them as opponents in the very first round was truly a sign of impending doom. Regardless of their willingness or reluctance, under the piercing gaze of their superior, they all hung their heads, resembling lambs led to slaughter, as they entered the neural chamber. As anticipated, within 10 minutes of the match's commencement, the entire Suzuka team was eliminated, while other teams were still fervently engaged in battle. The Suzaku and Flower of the Overlord teams had already commenced a casual conversation outside the arena. Fanwei, grinning widely, approached. Let's set up another time for a match. The captain of the Suzuka team, disinterested, merely turned his back, leaving Fan Wei with nothing but the sight of his retreating figure. After a lengthy wait, the other teams gradually emerged from the chambers. From 8-4, the next round began. In the second round, the Flower of the Overlord team emerged victorious without a hint of suspense, moving from 4-2, finally facing the Jiaolong team. Lu Zhiyao turned to Qin Huai, who was intently gazing at her, and said, "I look forward to your guidance." Although he had not witnessed the Flower of the Overlord team's previous 2 matches live, each time they emerged, their members were leisurely strolling about. Such speed surpassed even the Jiaolong team's previous record. Their strength was not to be underestimated. He cast a deep glance at her before stepping into the brain cabin. The competition commenced. As Lu Zhiyao opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of golden hues. The current setting was a simulated desert, an endless sea of golden sands, interrupted only by the occasional gust of wind carrying tumbleweeds, and the opposing Jiaolong team, who had already taken their positions. The mission displayed on the transparent screen before him read, "Eliminate alien bee scorpions 0-100. Eliminate enemies 0-11. Difficulty, SSS level." The first round was S level. The second round SS level, and this final match was designated as SSS level. A mischievous smile crept upon Lu Zhiyao's lips. "Fang Yirue, ensure our underground companions extend a warm welcome to them." Fang Yirue smirked as his earth-based abilities spread from beneath his feet into the depths of the ground, subsequently branching out, driving all the scorpions hidden in the sand to the surface. Qin Huai was taken aback, shouting, "Have you lost your minds?" Each scorpion here possessed a combat power of level 6, and under normal circumstances, they would appear in increasing numbers of 10, 20, 30, and so forth. Both teams could either collaborate or seize the opportunity to eliminate one another for points. However, their actions had summoned a staggering total of 150 scorpions, all of which now faced the Jiaolong team with claws bared. Indeed, they were solely confronting the Jiaolong team, rather than embroiling both teams in the chaos. Fang Yirue was not foolish enough to tackle so many alien beasts at once. He had subtly maneuvered them towards the Jiaolong team during the awakening phase. Yet, the Jiaolong team, seasoned warriors and 5-time champions, quickly adapted, organizing themselves to combat the scorpions before them. Lu Zhiyao, arms crossed, watched with a smile as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Qin Huai, indignant, led his team while attempting to shift the front line towards them, intending to drag them into the fray. Lu Zhiyao curled his lips into a smirk. "Fall back." The entire team retreated immediately. Even Xie Yuma did not hesitate to flee several miles away, leaving her standing alone in place. Confounded by this, Qin Huai, recognizing the urgency of the situation, gritted his teeth and pressed onward. As the Jiaolong team drew closer to the swarm of scorpions, the expressions on the faces of all members of the Overlord Flower team became increasingly vivid. He finally discerned that what he perceived was a blend of sympathy, pride, and excitement. Qin Huai immediately sensed the impending danger and sought to retreat, only to find that Lu Zhiyao had already summoned her ability, a sleeve arrow. The palm-sized arrow transformed instantaneously into a colossal laser cannon that descended from the heavens. Lu Zhiyao's power had finally evolved into the form she had long envisioned. This laser cannon towered 3 stories high and boasted 108 barrels. Its deployment resulted in catastrophic area damage, which is why she seldom employed this ultimate form. However, the circumstances were different now. They were in a virtual arena, affording her the liberty to unleash her full potential without restraint. The once delicate flower of dominance now revealed its wild essence, her grin sending shivers down the spines of all present. She raised her hand, aiming it toward Qin Huai in the shape of a gun. In that instant, all 108 barrels aligned menacingly toward the dragon team and the scorpion swarm. As her crimson lips parted, Lu Zhiyao's dulcet voice echoed in Qin Huai's ears like a harbinger of doom. Bang! The blinding white light erupted, and Qin Huai's eyes flew open, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing until it gradually calmed, allowing him to tremble out of the neural chamber. Upon emerging, he was met with the scene of their disappearance in the virtual landscape. The entire expanse of the desert had caved in, and every member of the dragon team, along with the scorpions, had vanished without a trace. Above the deep pit, a black mushroom cloud formed from the energy explosion soared skyward. Who could possibly survive such a powerful assault? Certainly not him. Even with a mental barrier, he would stand no chance. The spectators were left shaken, grateful it was merely a virtual space. Otherwise, their lives would have been at stake as well. As the Flower of Dominance team exited the neural chamber, they were met with the ardent gazes of the crowd. The clan leader, disregarding his grandson's brooding demeanor, excitedly proclaimed, in the power competition, the Flower of Dominance team emerges victorious. In the face of such absolute strength, no one dared to contest this outcome. Qin Huai accepted his defeat with grace. Yet he was not disheartened. He remained confident that they would not falter in the subsequent 2 rounds. The second round of the martial competition commenced. Once again, it was a draw, and this time, the Dragon Team and the Flower of Dominance faced off in the very first match. The leaders of the various military districts paid no heed to their own teams, having eagerly stationed themselves with chairs beneath the fighting stage of these 2 formidable teams. Upon taking the stage, Qin Huai boldly declared, "Captain Lu, I implore you to enlighten me." He has emerged as the strongest individual in solo drills over the past 5 years, possessing the authority to select his combat opponents. This time, he can finally revel in his triumph. Chapter 95. She cheated. He was aware of her formidable abilities and impressive mental strength. Yet he could not believe that she could surpass him in physical prowess. Expecting her to hesitate, he was taken aback when Lu Zhiyao readily agreed without a moment's thought. As he caught a glimpse of Feng Yirui's sympathetic gaze directed at him, a sense of foreboding began to creep in. However, Lu Zhiyao had already nimbly leaped onto the stage. Qin Huai steeled himself, attempting to regain his confidence, his gaze as fierce and predatory as that of a wolf, fixated on his opponent. Yet, Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed, even chuckling lightly, beckoning him with a casual flick of her finger, her demeanor exceedingly flippant. With a chill in his eyes, Qin Huai advanced, preparing to execute a grappling move to seize the loathsome figure before him. But to his astonishment, darkness enveloped him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself lying on the ground. This was impossible. He rose defiantly, launching another assault against her. Fortunately, this time he was prepared. Just as she was about to throw him over her shoulder, he swiftly entwined his legs around her slender waist, attempting to trip her with a powerful squeeze. However, Lu Zhiyao remained unyielding. With a gentle but precise strike of her elbow, he was instantly seized by a wave of numbness and weakness, and before he could react, he found himself once again thrust onto the ground. The force of this fall even greater than the last. In his dazed state, he beheld Lu Zhiyao's slender yet remarkably strong legs approaching him with an air of inevitability. As he was propelled into the air, he pondered in disbelief. How could this be possible? Moments later, with a resounding thud, he crashed onto the ground, meeting the disdainful gaze of the commander of the 1st Military District. The individual was left in a state of bewilderment, yet the onlookers perceived the event with clarity. Lu Zhiyao had effortlessly defeated his opponent in mere moments, relying not on brute strength, but rather on finesse. More specifically, it was the art of acupoint striking. With the promotion and dissemination of traditional Chinese medicine, many have begun to familiarize themselves with the human body's acupoints. The military, in particular, has been researching the application of this skill in actual combat scenarios. Hence, upon witnessing Lu Zhiyao's technique, they quickly understood and were filled with admiration. It became evident that the combination of acupoint striking and martial prowess could yield such formidable strength. Upon learning the true circumstances, Qin Huai immediately protested. She cheated. The commander of the 1st Military District shot her a glance, retorting, "Who says martial prowess equates to mere brute force? Skill is also a form of strength. Use your intellect." He has already regretted believing in Qin Huai's malicious words, which hindered the application of the Overlord Flower team. Such talent deserves to shine on the front lines. Regardless of Qin Huai's dissatisfaction and protests, the Overlord Flower team ultimately triumphed with a record of 6 victories and 4 defeats in the martial arts competition. Feng Yirui and the others smiled with great relief. as all the hardships endured under their captain were finally vindicated. Compared to a captain as formidable as her, even the formidable dragon team seemed insignificant. The Lu siblings, Feng Yudao and Feng Xiao, were slightly inferior, yet despite not matching the elite dragon team, they still surpassed other competitors with ease. In the second round, they were matched against the Iron Eagle team from the 8th Military District. Upon seeing the draw results, Ming Zhao felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Yet a soldier knows no retreat. He mustered his courage and led his team onto the competition stage. Before the match even commenced, he pleaded, "Captain Lu, please show mercy." Lu Zhiyao nodded in agreement, yet his subsequent strikes were merciless and fierce. Ming Zhao, with a bruised face, covered his wounds and lamented, "You lack martial ethics." Lu Zhiyao innocently smiled, "My apologies. I have no choice. Victory must belong to our team, the flower of the Overlord." This statement caught Qin Huai's attention. He cast a silent, piercing glance at her, but refrained from uttering a word. If he continued to provoke recklessly at this juncture, he would have wasted his years as the captain of a dragon team. In the face of true strength, all words are mere illusions. Subsequently, in the third round, the flower of the Overlord team undoubtedly secured first place. The final contest focused on teamwork. The competition venue was set within the virtual space of the Intelligence Brain Pod, where teams from the 8 military districts would compete simultaneously. The format was a faction battle, with 8 teams divided into red and white camps. Each faction was assigned 10 battle flags and 1 main city flag. Each battle flag was worth 3 points, while eliminating an enemy team member garnered 1 point, and a captain's elimination awarded 5 points. If the main city flag was captured, all points for that faction would reset to 0, resulting in a loss. The 4 winning teams would then be ranked based on their scores to determine the top 3 victors. Given that teamwork was the essence of the competition, their mental powers and unique abilities were suppressed by the intelligence brain, leaving only their martial prowess intact. Henceforth, the contest would hinge on strength and collaboration. The Iron Eagle team and the Flower of the Overlord team were both placed in the red camp, while the other 2 teams consisted of the Cheetah team from the 4th Military District and the Charge team from the 6th Military District. The Dragon team from the 1st Military District found itself in the white camp. The leader of the Zhuke team, well aware of the Flower of the Overlord's capabilities, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, convinced their defeat was imminent. Nevertheless, the competition had already commenced. Within the red faction, during the selection of a commander, the Iron Eagle team was the first to cast their vote for Lu Zhiyao of the Flower of the Overlord team. Lu Zhiyao was taken aback momentarily, but quickly accepted with composure, saying, "I have no objections. What are your opinions, teams?" The Cheetah team, having previously lost to the Flower of the Overlord in a martial contest, expressed no dissent. The Charge team, which typically followed the Dragon team, found themselves in opposition this time, leaving them feeling uncertain. However, seeing the other 2 teams had made their choices, they reluctantly cast their votes in favor. With the commander confirmed, the next step was to discuss strategies. Ming Zhao proactively inquired, "Commander Lu, what shall we do next?" Lu Zhiyao replied with a smile, "If the enemy remains still, we too shall remain still. If the enemy moves, we shall act first. In one word, wait." Concurrently, the white faction also appointed their commander, Qin Huai of the Dragon team. He furrowed his brow, gazing into the distant jungle, where an unsettling silence prevailed, indicating that the red faction had no intention of making the first move. As darkness fell, he dispatched 3 individuals to scout ahead. These 3 stealthily advanced, encountering no sentinels along the way. Thus, they successfully approached the base of the red faction's fortifications. In pursuit of authenticity, the wall was constructed from unevenly shaped bricks, making it ideally suited for climbing. The agile trio swiftly ascended to the parapet, reveling in their unanticipated ease, only to find their throats suddenly pressed by the icy tip of a long spear. With great difficulty, they swallowed, the movement of their Adam's apple eliciting a chilling pang. They soon discovered that beneath the darkened city walls lay an ambush of over a dozen individuals, their eyes glinting ominously in the moonlight. The 3 were swiftly apprehended, and a phone call was made directly to the command center of the white faction. Captain Sheen, midnight tonight at the jungle's midpoint. 1 flag in exchange for 3 people. Will you come? The voice on the other end teased, as if implying that his absence would mark him as a coward. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Huai acquiesced. Although 1 flag represented 3 points, the value of a life far surpassed that of a mere flag. Moreover, the adversary had extended the challenge. How could he possibly retreat? As the night deepened, Qin Huai summoned the elite team from the 7th Military District to rescue the hostages. Exercise utmost caution. The opposition is surely lying in wait, he instructed. Captain Kai E of the elite team grinned widely, eagerly nodding. He could hardly contain his excitement to engage. Chapter 96. Since we have come, we shall not depart. The elite team advanced swiftly, soon reaching the midpoint, yet the red faction had not yet arrived. Kai E took the initiative, leading his team to establish an ambush. Moments later, the red faction's assault team appeared, escorting 3 hostages. The assault team leader, Qian Li, surveyed the surroundings before bellowing. The hostages have arrived. If you fail to show yourselves, I shall execute them. Receiving no response, he counted down 3, 2. Suddenly, 2 figures leaped from the underbrush to their left, launching an attack, while several others emerged from behind, encircling them. Realizing the opposition was indeed prepared to renege, Qian Li, with quick reflexes, executed the 3 hostages. The red faction secured 3 points. Feigning weakness, Qian Li ordered a retreat. But soon 2 members of the elite team pressed the attack from behind, leaving no avenue for escape. Qian Li's expression turned frantic, his mind racing with frustration. Wondering when reinforcements would arrive, Kai E astutely sensed his anxiety, further solidifying his conviction and preparing for an aggressive, swift resolution. It turned out to be Xie Yuma from the Overlord Flower team. With 12 against 11, the odds were initially balanced. However, the presence of a skilled fighter like Xie Yuma tilted the scales, leading to a devastating defeat for the white faction. Nonetheless, the red faction also suffered losses, with 5 of their members downed. In a fleeting moment, the score stood at 18-5 in favor of the red faction. While dispatching the elite team, he himself led the main force to the base of the red faction's city wall. Just as he was about to cast the grappling hook in preparation for scaling the wall, he caught sight of the score results. He secretly mused that the red faction had indeed dispatched a significantly larger contingent, which meant that there were hardly any defenders left within the city. Just as he was about to continue his ascent, he suddenly noticed the unexpected presence of 2 individuals atop the wall, Lu Zhiyao and Ming Zhao. The 2 seemed oblivious to the enemies lurking beneath the city walls, leisurely engaged in a game of chess. The luminous light illuminated their expressions, conveying an aura of utter relaxation. Qin Huai hesitated suddenly, pondering for a moment before discreetly retreating a few hundred meters with his team, finally speaking. Commander Lu, what a splendid mood you have. It is quite unprecedented to play chess beneath the city walls at this late hour. Lu Zhiyao calmly placed a piece on the board and replied leisurely. I couldn't sleep, so I thought a game of chess might alleviate my boredom. Would you care to join me? Qin Huai was taken aback. How could she be so composed? Had she perhaps set an ambush beneath the walls, waiting to ensnare him? At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from within the city walls. Come, let's drink this toast. Don't snatch my rabbit meat. I have yet to taste what virtual rabbit meat is like. No, let me have a taste first. You little rascal, have you always looked down on me? The sounds of a brawl erupted, punctuated by cheers from the onlookers. Lu Zhiyao's expression suddenly turned grave. Silence. Instantly, the area beneath the walls fell silent. Although the occasional clattering of pots and pans indicated that there were indeed many people inside. Had they anticipated their ambush tonight? Captain Qin, may I inquire what brings such a large contingent to my city? Qin Huai's countenance darkened, feigning calmness as he remarked. I presume your city is quite empty now? Lu Zhiyao displayed a faint smile, surprisingly nodding in affirmation. Indeed, they have all been dispatched to the central line. Otherwise, how could we have secured these 18 points? Had she denied it, he would have had more confidence, but her admission raised suspicions of traps lying in wait. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitated to proceed further. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhiyao provoked him. Captain Qin, since you have come, why not stay? As the words left her lips, Lu Zhiyao leapt down from the 6-meter-high city wall, swiftly landing before Qin Huai. Captain Qin, do you dare to compete with me again? This time, I promise not to employ pressure point techniques. With that, she launched an assault, her moves fierce and compelling him to halt his counterattack. This time, Lu Zhiyao refrained from using pressure point techniques, engaging in a straightforward brawl. Each strike aimed at vital points. It dawned on Qin Huai that he had indeed underestimated her. Even without techniques, he found himself unable to prevail. His resolve crumbled, and he prepared to concede. Yet, just as he was about to be knocked down, Lu Zhiyao would reveal an opening, allowing him to counter. The other team members exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. They couldn't abandon their commander. Just then, a notification of the match's conclusion echoed through the air. The white side's main flag had been seized by the red side, declaring victory for the red team. Qin Huai stared in disbelief at the now-still Lu Zhiyao. How is this possible? Lu Zhiyao smiled gently, clapping her hands, and suddenly, the gates of the red side swung wide open, releasing 3 individuals. They held pots and pans in their hands, creating a cacophony of laughter as they approached Qin Huai. Fortunately, you did not invade. We have only 5 defenders in the city, and it seems we would not prevail. Though these words were spoken, Lu Zhiao's expression was laden with irony. The pretense of exchanging hostages was merely a ruse. The true objective was to raid the home. Aside from the 5 guardians of the city, all members of the red faction had been dispatched elsewhere. The assault team acted as bait, luring out the ambushed members of the white faction, while Xie arrived later to join forces and capture the elite strike team in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, Fang Yirue led the remaining forces toward the white faction's camp, now manned by only 5 defenders. Observing the ashen face of Qin Huai, Lu Zhiyao kindly remarked, "This is what we call a empty city stratagem." Indeed, one must read more. The wisdom of our ancestors should never be underestimated. Meanwhile, the spectators, possessing a godlike perspective, were left astounded. The commander of the 1st Military District incredulously exclaimed, "How could this young man be so foolish? Regardless of the numbers, shouldn't he just charge in for victory?" The commander of the 3rd Military District chuckled knowingly. This is a psychological warfare. He was fortunate enough to peruse the esteemed tome, the 36 Stratagems, which he regarded as an invaluable treasure. Lu Zhiao's maneuver perfectly mirrored the 32nd stratagem. This interplay of reality and illusion is nothing short of psychological warfare. After all, who could blame Qin Huai for being excessively arrogant and overly suspicious? Once he emerged from the intelligence chamber, Qin Huai fell into complete silence. After reigning as champion for 5 consecutive years, he finally experienced the taste of defeat, enduring a series of 3 losses. When it came time to leave, he hesitated for a long while, yet ultimately approached Lu Zhiyao and earnestly expressed, "I hope we can have the opportunity to fight together. It is time for the Jiaolong team to take the front lines." Lu Zhiyao nodded, assuring, "There will surely be opportunities until we meet again. As comrades, there will undoubtedly be chances to fight together in the future." Noticing the unusual gaze Qin Huai cast towards Lu Zhiyao, Xie discreetly moved closer to her and secretly grasped her hand. Lu Zhiyao shot him an amused glance, allowing him to hold her hand tightly. Qin Huai was momentarily taken aback by this scene, recalling the rumors he had previously heard, and could not help but sigh. At such a young age, how could one be with so early? Chapter 97. Are you angry? Old Lu puffed on his cigarette, squinting as he gazed at the endless expanse of wilderness. Letting out a deep sigh, he turned his head to the other side, wishing to avoid seeing anything unpleasant. However, 6 students suddenly caught his eye. These 6 individuals were none other than the former Fenghua team, now known as the Boanghua team. For his first undercover mission, Fang Yudao was exceedingly nervous, appearing quite unnatural. Yao Lina discreetly nudged him with her elbow, whispering, "Stay calm, don't act like that. Just think of this as a vacation." Yet, her face was alight with excitement. Undercover, indeed. An official undercover mission. How impressive. Feng Xiu rolled her eyes and took the initiative to link arms with Feng Huayu, whispering, "Brother Yu, can't you be a bit more natural, like that couple over there?" Feng Huayu replied helplessly, They are a real couple, while we are merely pretending. How can that be natural? Upon seeing old Lu Zhiyao exchanged glances with Xie Yuma before playfully asking, "Brother Yuma, how much farther do we have to go? We won't get lost, will we?" Old Lu furrowed his brows as he observed the group approaching him and stood up silently. "What brings you all here?" Lu Zhiyao quickly inquired. "Old man, where exactly is this place?" Feigning surprise, Lu Zhiyao exclaimed, "We found it. This is Huaxia village." With drooping eyelids, old Lu scrutinized her. "What is it? What brings you to Huaxia village?" "There's nothing entertaining here." With an innocent and carefree expression, Lu Zhiyao replied, "The tour guide told us there's an abandoned Xiguang stone mine here. If we're lucky, we might even dig up a few Xiguang stones. So we came to check it out." The others exchanged glances, realizing that old Lu might know something about the mine, but was reluctant to share for some reason. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A sharp voice suddenly rang out nearby. The group turned to see a tall, lanky young man, his body covered in dirt, even strands of grass and mud clinging to his hair. His expression was quite unpleasant as he scolded, "Do not loiter on my doorstep. Go far away." This disdainful attitude greatly displeased Yao Lina, who was about to argue, but was firmly restrained by Feng Yu Dao, who whispered urgently, "Calm down, calm down." The man, disregarding their pleas, barged into Grandpa Lu's house and slammed the door with a resounding thud. Inside, his loud curses echoed, "Dad, how many times must I tell you not to speak to strangers?" The subsequent words suddenly dropped to a whisper, barely audible to those with keen hearing. He uttered, "If those people discover us, we are doomed." A shiver coursed through the crowd. The formidable captain of the Bawanghua team, feigning innocence, seemed to tremble at the implication. Like reciting from a script, Xie Yuma quickly completed her sentence and leaned closer to Lu Zhiyao, whispering, "If you keep acting cute, don't blame me." With that, she pinched her hand firmly as a sign of warning. It turned out that Xie Yuma was quite susceptible to such charm. Lu Zhiyao stifled a chuckle. Unable to contain herself, unable to tolerate the intimacy between the two, Feng Xiu rolled her eyes and said, "Let us go find a place to stay for the night." This marked the Bawanghua team's first frontline mission after receiving approval. Intelligence reports indicated that the abandoned purple Dawnstone quarry in Huaxia village had sightings of our tribe members, prompting them to split into two teams for reconnaissance. The Fenghua team re-emerged under the guise of tourist students. Huaxia village was expansive, unlike typical villages. Its proximity to the mine had once made it prosperous, and thus it still boasted a few small inns. However, only one remained operational, run by a woman in her 40s, still possessing considerable charm. Dressed in the distinctive attire of the Art tribe, she greeted them with a bow, speaking fluent Huaxia language. "Welcome. How many rooms do you require?" The trio pretended to be 3 pairs of couples and thus rented 3 rooms. The innkeeper appraised them with a smile before leading them to their accommodations, cautioning, "It's best not to venture out at night. Isn't safe here." She cast a meaningful glance at Xie Yuma before departing under Lu Zhiyao's cold gaze. Watching the innkeeper's graceful figure leave, Lu Zhiyao felt a sense of satisfaction after pinching Xie Yuma's arm and then swiftly turned to enter the room. Xie Yuma chuckled helplessly and followed suit. The others exchanged glances, feeling a bit shy about sharing a room, but recalling their previous plan, they suppressed their embarrassment and entered. The corridor of the inn fell silent, save for the diligent camera at the end, which occasionally adjusted its angle before returning to its original position. In the innkeeper's room on the first floor, several individuals were seated. The innkeeper lit a cigarette and remarked in standard Art tribe language, "I've observed them. They are merely ordinary people." One man, captivated by the innkeeper's allure, asked with a hint of envy, "What? Have you taken a liking to one of them?" The innkeeper flashed a flirtatious smile and exhaled a smoke ring, retorting, "None of your business." The man scoffed, "You should be cautious. Inspections are stricter lately. If there's any slip-up, we might have to resort to self-punishment." Extinguishing her cigarette, the innkeeper coldly replied, "Rest assured, I have never made a mistake. But you all should be careful not to fall into that trap." With that, she sauntered away with an alluring sway. In the room, Xie Yuma observed the silent Lu Zhiyao and softly asked, "Are you upset?" "No." Lu Zhiyao felt somewhat irritable. Seeing the beautiful innkeeper eyeing her little man made her uncomfortable. and despite knowing Xieyuma had done nothing wrong, she felt a surge of anger. Xieyuma remained quiet for a moment before saying, "Is it because the innkeeper was looking at me? Next time, she shouldn't look." The underlying chill in her tone was palpable. Chapter 98, Tonight. We sleep together. Lu Zhiyao chuckled and teased. "All right, let us see how you handle it." To her surprise, Xieyuma nodded seriously. "If she looks again, I'll gouge out her eyes." This statement successfully made Lu Zhiyao laugh, reigniting her playful spirit. Glancing at the only bed in the room, she mischievously suggested, "Let us sleep together tonight." Xieyuma's face turned crimson, feeling suddenly flustered, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. We had a plan, right? That should only happen after marriage." As she spoke, she noticed the growing amusement on Lu Zhiyao's face and realized she had once again fallen victim to teasing. He was sullen, his head hung low in silence. Lu Zhiyao smiled as she pulled him to sit on the edge of the bed, then nestled into his embrace, adjusting herself comfortably and sighed. "All right, we shall sleep together after our wedding. For tonight, let us adhere to the plan." She was well aware that he was a serious and somewhat pedantic man, yet some matters required a more restrained approach. Of course, this was her current thought. Later, she would tease him as she pleased. For what is the essence of love, if not to indulge in such playful banter? In the dead of night, most of the residents of Huaxia village had succumbed to slumber. Old Master Lu, recalling the few individuals he had encountered during the day, let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from a distance, causing him to angrily turn over, pulling the blanket over his head and remaining still. Lu Zhiyao and her companions lay quietly in the grass, observing a convoy of vehicles heading towards the supposedly abandoned Shiguang stone mine. Among the convoy were 3 trucks, flanked by armed vehicles at the front and rear, prominently displaying Shiguang stone cannons. Were they truly so brazen? Feng Huayu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Should we follow them?" The others seemed somewhat restless as well. However, Lu Zhiyao shook her head. "Do not act rashly." The following morning, the group gathered at the inn's entrance. The innkeeper's wife gazed at Xieyuma with a hint of melancholy. "Are you leaving already?" Lu Zhiyao stepped in front of Xieyuma, obstructing the innkeeper's gaze, and politely replied, "Yes, we wish to explore the mine area." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's expression stiffened slightly, and she feigned concern. "That area isn't safe. A few people died recently, all students like you, drawn by the allure of Shiguang stones." Seeing fear flicker across their faces, she continued, "Why not stay another night? Our village has its charms. For instance, just 10 kilometers east lies a beautiful coastline. Is that so?" Hesitation crept into their expressions as Lu Zhiyao pretended to confer with the others. The innkeeper's brow furrowed as she scrutinized them, casting a wistful glance at Xieyuma. Internally, she mused, "Do not act impulsively. I have yet to savor the taste of that handsome young man. Losing him would be a grave loss." After deliberation, they decided to stay for another night, and the innkeeper eagerly extended their accommodation. During their stay, she feigned curiosity, inquiring about their backgrounds. Upon learning that Xieyuma and Lu Zhiyao were an engaged couple, her face momentarily froze before she casually remarked, "Oh dear, how are you so young and already in a rush to get engaged?" She then puffed out her ample chest and flirtatiously added, "Little brother, could it be you're still a novice? Feel free to ask me anything. I have plenty of experience." Lu Zhiyao swiftly intercepted Xieyuma's eager hand, glaring fiercely at her, causing the innkeeper to immediately fall silent. However, upon regaining her composure, she quickly scanned Lu Zhiyao, who wore an innocent and carefree expression, as if nothing had transpired. "Thank you for your kindness, dear innkeeper. My husband will not trouble you." As they turned to walk eastward, the innkeeper smirked coldly. "Let us see how long you remain merry." Unbeknownst to them, her eyes had nearly been gouged out moments before. Once the innkeeper's gaze shifted, they finally relaxed. Yao Lina complained, fiddling with the metallic ring on her hand. "That innkeeper stare was far too intrusive. Does she think us foolish? Fortunately, we have this military ring to shield us from psychic probing. Otherwise, we might have been discovered last night." With this ring, they felt secure enough to infiltrate the wolf pack, for otherwise, they would have been unmasked on the first day. To the others, they appeared to be nothing more than ordinary individuals. Feng Huayu chuckled with pride. Perhaps we disguised ourselves too well. This was his first involvement in a frontline mission, and he brimmed with enthusiasm, vowing to seize this opportunity to accomplish the task splendidly and earn a small merit. Feng Yudao gradually began to adapt to his role, now more composed, stating, I just used my X-ray ability. The third room on the first floor is filled with weapons, and there's an armed vehicle in the backyard, identical to the one we saw last night, equipped with a Shiguang cannon. The group gasped in shock, realizing that such a modest and possessed such audacity, considering that both Huaxia weapons and Shiguang cannons require registration. Yet, they had quietly scanned with their psychic powers since their arrival and found nothing. It seemed they must have implemented special barriers to prevent psychic probing. They were astonished that Feng Yudao's metallic X-ray ability had proven effective in this setting. Feng Xiao hesitated. So, shall we stay there tonight? Lu Zhiyao nodded. Indeed, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering its lair. Upon arriving at old Master Lu's doorstep, Lu Zhiyao playfully tugged at Xie Yuma. Brother Yuma, shall we head to the mine now? They unanimously regarded Elder Lu as a pivotal opportunity. Thus they resolved to make another attempt today. No, it is imperative to go. I must personally excavate a sunstone. The sound of Lu Zhiao's playful voice made the others, who understood her deeply, shudder. It was simply overwhelming. How discordant. Suddenly, the grand entrance of Elder Lu's home swung open, and the elderly man emerged slowly, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he regarded them. Just as he was about to speak further, he suddenly shuddered, fearfully glancing behind him. The young man had his hair meticulously styled, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, yet the pronounced bags under his eyes and his habitual squint rendered him devoid of vitality. Behind him trailed several individuals who unmistakably exuded an air of intimidation. The young man spat out a toothpick with a disdainful sneer, his voice gruff as he addressed the elder. Lu, do you have a death wish? Why waste words? His gaze then shifted dismissively to the uninvited guests. But upon spotting Lu Zhiyao, his eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Quite the charming young lady. Care to join me in some amusement? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was swiftly sent tumbling to the ground by a kick from Xie Yuma, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The group of thugs rushed to assist him, brandishing their clubs and howling as they charged forward. The young man clutched his pained chest, finally widening his eyes in disbelief and exclaiming, Do you even know who I am? My father is the county magistrate here. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll have you all sent to the mines. Chapter 99. I shall send them to the mines. Upon hearing the mention of mines, the others exchanged glances, a flicker of inscrutable light flashing in their eyes. Assuming they were cowed, the young man puffed with pride. Are you scared now? Come at me, boys. Let us see who dares to retaliate today. To his surprise, the thugs had barely managed to stagger to their feet before being kicked down once more. Along with the young man, they found themselves pinned beneath the weight of the burly assailants, leaving him gasping for breath. Zhu Mao, the young man, felt as though he had failed to consult the auspicious omens before venturing out that day. He merely sought amusement, as usual, only to unexpectedly encounter an immovable obstacle, an obstacle that sought his very life. He struggled to push away the people piled upon him, finally gasping for fresh air. His mind was still in a haze, yet he persisted in shouting, Don't run. No need to rush. But as soon as the words left his lips, he knocked down several who had just managed to rise. Zhu Mao lost a decayed tooth in the fray, the pain causing him to weep. The messenger finally returned with assistance, a middle-aged man of robust build, sporting a center-parted hairstyle and donning a pair of black-framed glasses, his eyes glancing upwards at others as he surveyed the scene. He was taken aback to see Zhu Mao in such a battered state, and then he scrutinized the young individuals, particularly noting the robust physiques of the three young men. A flicker of unusual light flashed in his eyes as he smiled and inquired, Do you gentlemen know whom you are fighting? Typically, matters requiring negotiation were entrusted to Feng Huayu, who candidly replied, I do not know. Who cares who it is? If they tease my friends, they deserve to be punished. A look of satisfaction crossed the middle-aged man's face. It was evident that these young ones were blissfully unaware of their circumstances. He was, after all, the son of the county magistrate, and striking someone recklessly could lead to imprisonment. His tone carried an implicit warning. Feng Huayu appeared momentarily taken aback, then feigned bravado, stating, "Well, we were merely acting in self-defense." As he spoke, his confidence visibly waned, and the other companions exhibited expressions of alarm. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and, feigning benevolence, said, "However, I see that you all seem quite innocent. I could intercede on your behalf with the county magistrate." Observing their hesitation, he introduced himself. "My surname is Lu. I am the secretary to the county magistrate and possess a modicum of influence." Delighting in the surprise that flickered across their faces, he smirked. "But what is it?" They pressed. "Might you tell me what brings you here?" Zhu Mao, having grunted for some time on the ground, initially thought Secretary Lu had come to his rescue, only to find himself engaged in conversation instead. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Secretary Lu, quickly apprehend them. I want them all to dig for minerals." Secretary Lu's countenance froze, casting a furtive glare at him. The sharpness of his gaze silenced Zhu Mao, who suddenly realized the gravity of his words. Lu sighed softly, seemingly offering comfort while actually issuing a warning. "Young Master Zhu, as the son of the county magistrate, you must set an example and treat every visitor to our county with kindness." Zhu Mao clamped his mouth shut, nodding repeatedly as he struggled to his feet, forcing a smile upon his bruised visage. My apologies, it was my fault. Please do not hold it against me." The stark contrast in his demeanor was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense, yet the 6 individuals appeared blissfully oblivious, their faces betraying relief. Feng Huayu added, "It is all our fault. We apologize for the offense. As long as you do not take it to heart." His tone was submissive, a stark departure from the aggression he had displayed earlier. Secretary Lu's eyes narrowed behind his spectacles as he continued to probe. "Are you here for a vacation?" Their attire suggested they were students, making the likelihood of tourism quite high. Feng Huayu replied with innocent clarity, "Indeed. We've heard that the abandoned Shiguang stone mines are quite entertaining, and with a bit of luck, we might even find some Shiguang stones, so we decided to visit together. Yes, this is one of our county's unique attractions." Lu remarked with a smile, yet his true intentions remained shrouded in secrecy. "Come, let us walk and chat. I shall introduce you to the local scenery." With that, he led them away, leaving Zhu Mao standing in place, his expression inscrutable. Old Lu, wearing a pained expression, recounted the entire story, repeatedly assuring, "I truly said nothing." "Umph," Zhu Mao retorted, "You dare not utter a word. Do not forget your son." With a parting threat, he limped away, seemingly indifferent to the resentment and helplessness reflected in old Lu's eyes. Secretary Lu took the group to the only restaurant in Huaxia village, generously treating them to a hearty lunch. Once they had eaten their fill and exchanged pleasantries, it became clear that these individuals were indeed naive, simple university students with modest backgrounds, lacking any relatives or friends in positions of authority or military service. Secretary Lu felt increasingly satisfied, his smile growing ever more genuine. Upon discovering that they were staying at the only inn in the village, his expression sobered and his brow furrowed. Noticing this, Feng Huayu inquired, "Is there a problem with the inn?" Secretary Lu seemed hesitant to respond, though it may not be proper for me, as the county secretary, to say this. "I consider you all my friends, so there's something I must clarify." Seeing their attentive gazes, he reluctantly continued, "This establishment is owned by the our ethnic group, and I have heard of individuals mysteriously disappearing from the inn. When found, their organs were missing." He relished the fear that crept across their faces. Feng Xiu gripped Feng Huayu's arm tightly, whispering, "What shall we do?" Secretary Lu reassured them, "How about this? Given our rapport, you can all stay at my house. You won't need to pay for lodging, and meals will be provided. What do you say?" Feng Huayu, determined to maintain his pride despite their financial constraints, replied, "That may not be appropriate. We are not without funds, even though prices here are somewhat steep." This comment seemed to sway them, and the group half-heartedly agreed. Secretary Lu sighed in relief, finally having secured their compliance. After settling the 6 individuals, he stepped outside and encountered the brooding Zhu Mao. He whispered, "What do you think?" A sinister smile crept across Zhu Mao's vividly colorful face as he replied, "Keep the most beautiful woman. The rest can be sent in." "But," what if the county chief asks, "what is there to fear? Once I tire of the game, I'll send her to you. You want to be shortchanged." Chapter 100. My goddess is a female demon inside the room. Lu Zhiyao tightly embraced Xie Yuma's waist, preventing him from rushing out. Xie Yuma's face was filled with fury, his fists clenched tightly. If not for the remaining rationality and the ongoing mission, he would have torn Zhu Mao to shreds. When the commotion outside finally subsided, Lu Zhiyao immediately set up a mental protection barrier as the group deliberated their next course of action. Zhu Mao's unexpected appearance caught them off guard. When he spoke disrespectfully, Xie Yuma's instinct was to strike. They were unable to stop him, so they unwittingly treated him like an ordinary rogue. However, when Zhu Mao revealed his identity and mentioned mining, it compelled them to commit to their misjudgment, especially since it ultimately led to the emergence of Secretary Lu. They vividly portrayed the foolishness of university students, successfully infiltrating the enemy's ranks. Now, it remained to be seen what their true intentions were. Upon learning that the six had fallen into Secretary Lu's hands, the innkeeper's wife, in a fit of rage, hurled her teacup across the room. The ceramic cup struck the door and rebounded to the floor, shattering into fragments that landed at Secretary Lu's feet as he entered. Seeing him still daring to approach, the innkeeper's wife placed her hands on her hips and scolded, "Well, Luida, you've gone too far in snatching people right under my nose." Secretary Lu paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, "Do not be angry, innkeeper. It's all about mutual benefit." The innkeeper's wife, exasperated and amused, retorted, "You've taken away my people, and you still speak of cooperation?" Adjusting his glasses, Secretary Lu replied coldly, "This is, after all, our Huaxia territory. Do not overreach." With that, he dismissed her, directing his men to retrieve the luggage from the sixth room. How absurd to derive a sense of honor from being a spy. Xiao Wu, a diminutive figure, emerged from the shadows, head bowed in anticipation of orders. "Keep an eye on them, and find an opportunity to extract that young man named Umo." Xiao Wu responded in a low voice and promptly vanished into the darkness. That evening, a sumptuous feast was laid out, yet the six maintained a tacit understanding, leaving their wine glasses untouched. After being repeatedly rebuffed in his attempts to persuade them to drink, Secretary Lu's expression turned cold, though he quickly resumed his smile. He filled a full glass of wine for Feng Huayu, feigning a smile as he said, "Young man, could you do me a favor?" Feng Huayu paused for a moment. Although Secretary Lu wore a smile, his eyes were filled with deep scrutiny and suspicion. With a grimace, he lamented, "If my father discovers that I've been drinking, he will surely whip me with his belt." Secretary Lu's eyes turned cold, and before he could respond, Feng Huayu continued, "But now, with the sky high and the earth far, he can't reach me." "Hey, cheers." He boldly downed the drink before him, his cheeks flushing crimson, even his earlobes tinged with red. Secretary Lu, his suspicion dissipating, chuckled heartily. "It appears you truly cannot hold your liquor. Come, come. Shall the others join?" However, Feng Huayu, feigning madness from the alcohol, snatched up the drinks of the others and imbibed greedily, eventually breaking into tears. Secretary Lu's eyes brightened, eager to inquire further. Unexpectedly, Feng Xiao rose in anger and slapped Feng Huayu across the face. Tears welled in her eyes, her expression seething with rage. "I always knew you still had feelings for her. You scoundrel. Scoundrel. Hick. Who is the scoundrel?" Feng Huayu, bewildered by the slap, attempted to speak again. But Feng Xiao delivered 3 more slaps, leaving him dazed, and with a final clap, he fainted into Feng Yudeo's embrace. Ever since discovering that Feng Huayu's so-called goddess was the live-streamer Lu Zhiyao, he had spent considerable time explaining himself before she finally let go of her anger and ceased her relentless beatings. Now it seemed, the adage about speaking the truth while intoxicated held true, as he still harbored feelings for his wife. Secretary Lu stood, dumbfounded, clutching his glass, unable to comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. After a moment, a shift in his expression revealed doubt as he glanced toward the retreating figures. Contemplating for a moment, he stealthily followed, pressing his ear against the door. The sounds of punches and kicks, along with the voices of others offering comfort and restraint, filled his ears, leaving him astonished. This girl is remarkably fierce, he thought dismissively. Indeed, young people are often entangled in such romantic dramas. Unlike him, for the sake of wealth and power, he would sacrifice anything, even his wife, if it meant achieving prosperity. Confidently, he turned to leave, unaware that the scene inside contradicted everything he had overheard. As Feng Xiao continued to scold while sensing the commotion outside, she relaxed her shoulders only after Secretary Lu had exited the area, letting out a sigh of relief. She glanced apologetically at the unconscious Feng Huayu on the bed, particularly at his swollen face, and sheepishly rubbed her nose. Lu Zhiyao looked on in amusement, then set up a barrier in the room before retrieving a restoration scroll to apply to Feng Huayu. However, before she could, Xie Ma snatched the scroll from her hand and, with a cold expression, slapped it against Feng Huayu's forehead. The loud crack echoed painfully, even making her wince. As soon as the scroll made contact with his body, it transformed into luminous points that dispersed and entered him, causing Feng Huayu to suddenly open his eyes, fully awake. The other four, aside from Feng Xiao, immediately bolted from the room, with Xie Ma shooting him a cold glare, leaving him utterly perplexed. Ahem. Feng Xiao cleared her throat tactically and quietly recounted what had just transpired during his drunken episode. Noticing his pallor and the redness from his earlier slaps becoming even more pronounced, she sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. I was too forceful. Feng Huayu, his mind occupied with the lingering thoughts of his so-called goddess, paid little heed to the fact that Feng Xiao had struck him multiple times. He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. As a qualified undercover agent, you have performed admirably." In that moment, Feng Xiao's perception of him improved significantly. Even with 2 patches of red on his face, it did not detract from his radiant image. As Lu Zhiyao entered, he was immediately pressed against the door by Xie Ma, who initiated a deep kiss. After a considerable duration, Lu Zhiyao's legs grew weak before he finally released her. With their foreheads touching, he breathed heavily and murmured in a husky voice, "I truly wish to hide you away, so that no one can see you." Lu Zhiyao had grown accustomed to Xie Ma's jealousy. After all, she was the one he had chosen, and he had to endure it. She chuckled lightly, "Oh, my little vinegar jar, though I would love to execute our desires right here tonight. Duty takes precedence." She wrapped her arms around Xie Ma's slim waist and pulled him close, their bodies fitting seamlessly together as her hand gently caressed his back, moving slowly downward. "Don't tempt me," she said in a teasing yet enticing tone. Chapter 101. Behave, and the young master will ensure your comfort. Xie Ma's body stiffened, his face instantly flushed, a fire igniting within him that began to spread downward. Lu Zhiyao immediately sensed his reaction, stifling a laugh before quickly pressing a heavy kiss on his lips. "Don't worry. Your wife won't escape." He pressed his lips against hers, kissing fervently until they were on the brink of suffocation, only to finally relent. Yet the fire within them only intensified. It was only after he dashed into the bathroom for a cold shower that he managed to quell the flames. In the dead of night, the lights in the room of the few were extinguished. Suddenly, a faint creak emanated from the wardrobe, quickly ceasing. Shadows began to emerge slowly from within. 1, 2, 3. The silhouettes stealthily approached the bed, bending down, revealing a pallid face hovering above Feng Huayu. He snored thunderously, occasionally murmuring in his dreams, while Feng Xiao, lying beside him, remained tranquil, her breath steady, clearly lost in slumber. The two startled awake, struggling against the effects of the drug-laced handkerchief, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the same unsettling events unfolded in the other 2 rooms. The shadows then carried the 6 individuals out of the room and into a vehicle waiting at the entrance. As Lu Zhiyao opened her eyes, she found herself staring into the swollen eyes of Zhu Mao, a malevolent gleam within his narrowed gaze. She realized she was bound to an opulent bed, adorned with sunstones embedded in the posts. Her mouth was gagged, and a look of fear crept across her face as she struggled vigorously. Zhu Mao gazed at her with obsession, his eyes roving from her face to her chest and down to her legs, tauntingly remarking, "Be good." and Master will ensure your comfort. With a lecherous grin, he reached out to touch her. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhiyao made muffled sounds, signaling him to remove the claw from her mouth. Zhu Mao chuckled. Indeed, such a delightful sound must be enchanting when fully voiced. He deliberately brushed his hands against her face before finally removing the gag. "Ah, my hand hurts. Please untie me," Lu Zhiyao implored sweetly. Her exquisite beauty had often been overshadowed by her formidable prowess, but now, feigning weakness and deliberately acting coy, she ignited a burning desire within Zhu Mao, leaving him utterly spellbound. He completely disregarded Secretary Lu's warning, anxiously unbinding her. Lu Zhiyao pinched his wrist and looked up at the grinning Zhu Mao, suddenly breaking into a smile, his delicate fingers beckoning him closer. "Come here." Zhu Mao, salivating with desire, was taken aback by her boldness. Excitedly, he began to unbutton his shirt, hastily shedding his trousers as he approached. "This girl is quite perceptive, so obedient. The young master will surely treat you well." Little did he expect to collide headfirst with Lu Zhiyao's fist. The impact left him dazed, falling to the ground with a thud, struggling to regain his senses. Lu Zhiyao seized his hair, tossing him onto a nearby chair and binding him, finally stuffing his own shirt into his mouth, while disdainfully wiping his hands on the bedsheets. Activating his wristband, he sent a message. "Are you following? Good. Stay safe." He promptly severed communication. The wristband displayed the locations of the other 5 individuals moving towards the mine, yet the light representing Xie Yuma deviated midway. Lu Zhiyao furrowed his brow. Xie Yuma could not act independently unless an unforeseen circumstance arose. However, the immediate priority was to discern the mayor's role in the entire affair. She glanced at Zhu Mao, a cold smile gracing her lips. Zhu Mao, jolted awake by pain, opened his eyes to see Lu Zhiyao forcefully plunging a small knife into his thigh. He cried out in agony, yet his mouth was obstructed, rendering him unable to vocalize his distress. Lu Zhiyao placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Observing that he continued to whimper desperately, Lu Zhiyao unhesitatingly plunged the knife deeper. Zhu Mao trembled violently, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. With a resigned sigh, Lu Zhiyao used the tip of the blade to pry open the wound, brutally rousing Zhu Mao from his stupor of suffering. His narrow eyes widened to an extreme as he gazed in terror at the woman before him. The delicate and exquisite features that once captivated him now appeared as terrifying as those of a demon. He dared not moan any louder, suppressing his voice and striving to lower the volume. Lu Zhiyao offered a faint smile, remarking now, "That is obedient. Should you cry out again, my next strike shall be unrelenting." After saying this, he gestured towards his waist, causing Zhu Mao to blink rapidly in fear, signaling his compliance. Lu Zhiyao then removed the clothing from Zhu Mao's mouth, and the moment he relaxed, he immediately screamed for help with all his might. Strangely, it seemed as if the people outside were oblivious, for no matter how desperately he cried, there was no response. He gazed at Lu Zhiyao in horror, his eyes brimming with despair. "No one were shouting?" Lu Zhiyao replied leisurely, having already established a mental barrier that ensured not a whisper could escape her control. Zhu Mao hastily pleaded, "I won't shout anymore. Please spare me." "Spare you? That is indeed possible," Lu Zhiyao said with a slight curl of her crimson lips. "As long as you disclose the details regarding the Shiguang stone mine, I shall let you keep your miserable life." Noticing a flicker of menace in Zhu Mao's eyes, she smiled and plunged the knife deeper, targeting the inner thigh, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "I will tell you everything." Meanwhile, in the speeding vehicle, Feng Huayu and the others discreetly opened their eyes, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Perhaps due to their unwavering confidence in their judgment and the efficacy of the narcotics, there was surprisingly no guard inside the vehicle. They gazed out through the seams of the vehicle, realizing with dismay that their path led directly to the Shiguang mine. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the roof of the car, prompting several to quickly close their eyes and feign unconsciousness. The rear door was stealthily opened, and a diminutive figure slipped inside. The shadow circled briefly, swiftly identifying Xie Yuma, before hoisting him onto its shoulder and leaping back out the way it had come. The others cautiously opened their eyes, remaining silent. After a prolonged stillness, Yao Lina whispered, "What shall we do now?" She had not anticipated that not only Lu Zhiyao had been covertly transferred, but Xie Yuma had also been taken. With two formidable forces diminished, she felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Feng Huayu steadied his thoughts and replied in a hushed tone, "Remain calm. Feng Yirue and the others are following closely. We shall proceed according to our original plan." After a tumultuous 30-minute journey, the vehicle finally came to a halt. As the door swung open, a voice exclaimed, "Why is there one less?" The others hurried inside to investigate, confirming that indeed, one male student was missing. One individual exclaimed in terror, "What should we do? If Secretary Lu finds out, we are doomed." Another promptly retorted, "Silence. If we wish to survive, we must keep this a secret." After a moment of contemplation, one suggested, "Let us pile them together in the mine. Who would know if someone is missing?" The others concurred, and together they moved the remaining 4 down, stacking them onto a cart as they made their way toward the mine. Feng Huayu and his companions could only hear the distant clatter of stones growing nearer, accompanied by an oppressive aura that shadowed them. Gradually, they felt their strength waning until they succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Chapter 102, Spring Girl. What secrets lie hidden in your dwelling? Xie Yuma endeavored to relax his muscles, covertly scrutinizing the individual who carried him. He is robust and powerful, yet diminutive in stature, resembling a dwarf. Although he has been lifted with considerable effort, his legs are so long that his calves still graze the ground. He gritted his teeth, feeling fortunate that his sword was concealed with Feng Yirue. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to the urge to draw it and strike. The dwarf tossed him into the back seat of the carriage, which sped away until they reached a familiar inn, at which point he realized they were in the company of the innkeeper's associates. The innkeeper's wife swiftly seized him, her slender arms surprisingly strong as she effortlessly lifted him. Xie Yuma clenched his jaw, enduring the moment and refraining from making a move. He was carried by the proprietress into the bedroom and gently laid upon the bed. Even with his eyes closed, Xie Yuma could sense her penetrating gaze lingering over him. Soon after, he felt her weight shift beside him. She had indeed reclined next to him. Her icy fingers traced his face, lingering particularly long upon his lips. It was only when a man's voice echoed from outside that she reluctantly withdrew. Before departing, she made sure to securely bind his hands and feet to the bedposts. It was not until she confirmed that no one was watching from outside that Xie Yuma finally opened his eyes, effortlessly freeing himself from the ropes. He sprang to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. It was an ordinary bedroom, devoid of any peculiarities. He then opened the door, noting the red light of the surveillance camera in the corridor. However, he found no weapons within that room. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly leapt out the window, making his way along the base of the wall to the second room. Yet it revealed nothing of interest. Ultimately, he inspected all 4 rooms. Aside from the first on the left, where the proprietress and 2 men were engaged in discussion, the others exhibited no anomalies. Could it be that Feng Yudao had erred? Yet, trusting in his comrades, he conducted another thorough investigation. This time, he finally discerned the difference. From the outside, the proprietress's bedroom appeared to be twice the size of the other 3, yet from within, it was indistinguishable. This could only signify one thing. There was a hidden chamber within the bedroom. He vaulted through the window into the bedroom, just in time to hear footsteps echoing down the corridor. In a swift motion, he leaped onto the bed, striving to restore the rope to its original state. With a quick closing of his eyes, he feigned unconsciousness. When the landlady, Chun Yang, pushed the door open, she found the figure on the bed utterly motionless, and the earlier sensation of being watched had vanished, seemingly a mere figment of her imagination. Gazing upon the flawless profile of the person on the bed, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, prompting her to step closer, only to be called back by a man's voice from outside. "Chun Yang, what are you hiding in there?" The landlady, Chun Yang, hastily closed the door, her voice cold as it resonated through the door. "Mind your own business." Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation in the art language, of which Xie Yumuo could grasp only fragments, vaguely understanding references to the county chief's appropriation of their personnel. As they continued to walk away, Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Relieved, he immediately rose to search the room with utmost diligence, combing through every corner, even beneath the bed, yet still found nothing. Just as he was about to concede defeat, his gaze fell upon a painting on the wall at the foot of the bed. He promptly removed the painting and indeed discovered a secret door behind it. Just as he was about to open the concealed entrance, a sudden whoosh echoed from behind him. Feeling a sense of reassurance, he hastily inquired, "That beast hasn't harmed you, has it?" Then, glancing at the secret door behind the painting, a sly smile flickered in his eyes. "You found it before me. How fortuitous. Soon, I shall present you with a splendid spectacle." After extracting information from Zhu Mao, Lu Zhiyao deceitfully claimed to be the innkeeper's accomplice, audaciously declaring that weapons had been prepared at the inn to silence him and usurp the county magistrate, thereby seizing complete control of the mining territory. He pretended to threaten Zhu Mao's life, but inadvertently loosened the ropes binding him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Mao fled without hesitation. He sprinted with every ounce of strength, desperately escaping the pursuing female tyrant. It was only upon encountering his father that he realized his leg was bleeding, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Alarmed, the county magistrate feared for his safety and promptly summoned a healer with restorative abilities to tend to him. From Zhu Mao's fragmented account, the magistrate gradually pieced together the unfolding events. He was instantly consumed by rage. What a treacherous usurpation. The Our clan truly harbors malicious intentions and lacks integrity. With that, he prepared to lead his men towards the inn, only to be intercepted by Secretary Lu. He earnestly advised, "One must not heed the words of that female student too readily. What if her intention is to incite discord among us?" The county chief pondered this and turned to Zhu Mao, inquiring, "What else did that girl say?" At this moment, even Secretary Lu was taken aback, hastily pressing for details. "Where is she hiding?" "In the inn. On the first floor, perhaps." Observing the increasingly dark expressions on the faces of the two before him, he felt a surge of anger mingled with embarrassment, exclaiming, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." "Oh, the pain is unbearable." After a brief contemplation, the county chief instructed Secretary Lu, "Take some people to verify this, if it is indeed true." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Then let us cast all these Our clan members into the mines." Secretary Lu promptly accepted the command and coincidentally arrived just behind Lu Zhiyao. Upon seeing Secretary Lu accompanied by such a multitude, Chun Yang's expression darkened immediately, as she placed her hands on her hips, blocking the entrance of the inn. "What is this? Is Secretary Lu intending to breach the contract?" she declared, gesturing for the group to commence their search. With a sullen demeanor, Chun Yang leaned against the front desk, arms crossed, observing coldly as the individuals scoured from the front to the back, yet found naught. Secretary Lu's face gradually turned pale, but he persisted in having his men search meticulously, only to yield the same disappointing result. Had they been deceived? "Secretary Lu, have you found anything?" The shrill voice, laced with a chilling tone, sent shivers down his spine. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, on the verge of concocting an excuse to brush the matter aside. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from Chun Yang's bedroom. He was taken aback for a moment, then immediately led his men inside. Chun Yang sensed that something was amiss. Just as she attempted to intervene, it was too late. In the bedroom, the door concealed behind the painting had been flung open, revealing several large crates filled with radiant guns and arrows. Secretary Lu's face lit up with joy, but he quickly realized the gravity of the situation and sought to retreat, only to meet Chun Yang's gaze, brimming with lethal intent. "Want to escape? You can no longer do so." Chapter 103. I am the captain. Heed my commands. As the battle erupted here, the county magistrate also recognized that this place was no longer safe. He swiftly packed his belongings and called out to Zhu Mao, who lay groaning on the bed. "Hurry up and come with me." Confused, Zhu Mao protested, "What for? I'm still injured." But the county chief struck him sharply on the head, insisting quickly, "If you don't flee, your life may be in peril." Given that the Our clan had indeed concealed weapons with the intent to capture him, it was evident that their plans extended beyond just the inn. Now that hostilities had erupted, he had become the most conspicuous target. If he did not escape now, when would he? Regrettably, he felt a pang of guilt for Secretary Lu, who had dutifully delayed the enemy even in the face of death. Once he secured his escape, he would certainly erect a monument in his honor. While the county chief's men engaged in infighting with the clan, Lu Zhiyao and Xie had already regrouped with Feng Yirue and the others. At that moment, they stood vigil at the cave's entrance. Anxiously, Lu Zhiyao glanced at his wristband. The light signals representing Feng Huayu and his companions had inexplicably vanished. This cave held secrets. How much longer until reinforcements arrived? Feng Yirue checked his messages. I contacted them an hour ago. We should expect them in approximately 3 hours. They contacted the military district of the neighboring city, which is a 4-hour journey from here. Without confirming whether the local military forces are colluding with County Chief Gua, they dare not take any risks. Lu Zhiyao furrowed her brow, contemplating the lengthy delay. Uncertain of the dangers lurking within the mine, even her spiritual energy could not penetrate its depths. After a moment of reflection, Lu Zhiyao resolved to enter and rescue her comrades. As the captain, she could not abandon her team. Feng Yirue also felt a deep concern, yet he retained his composure. Captain, they possess the Shiguang stone cannon. If they detect us and retaliate using the cannon, the mine will collapse, putting those inside in even greater peril. Lu Zhiyao remained calm. Then I shall go alone. No way. I will accompany you. Both Feng Yirue and Xie spoke in unison, and even the Lu Zhiqiao siblings, stationed on the other side, turned their gazes towards them, filled with apprehension. Lu Zhiyao's expression hardened. I am the captain. You must obey my orders. With that, she seized the opportune moment and swiftly darted into the cave entrance. The guards at the entrance were momentarily blinded, rubbing their eyes, attributing it to fatigue. Feng Yirue sighed deeply, intending to comfort Xie, only to find that she had already vanished from her position. It turned out that Xie had followed closely behind, her figure as light as the wind. Disturbing no one, Feng Huayu was jolted awake by the crack of a whip, and as he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of another whip slicing through the air towards him. He hastily extended his hand to grasp it, the barbed hook on the whip piercing into his palm, causing him to emit a muffled groan of pain. Ah, finally awake, chuckled the man wielding the whip. Feng Huayu turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, revealing a robust man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes glinting with mockery as he cast a sidelong glance at him. Noticing Feng's attention, he let out a disdainful laugh. What? Still unaware of your predicament? He cast a disdainful glance at the 4 individuals and remarked, I suppose you have heard that this mining area is a haven for those seeking to unearth the coveted Dawnstone. With that, he and the men beside him erupted into hearty laughter. Young man, remember, pies do not fall from the sky. If they were to descend, they would be iron discs capable of causing harm. The other 3 were similarly jolted into awareness. They yearned to resist, yet their abilities remained unresponsive. Even their mental strength had vanished. Though their physical strength had been restored, it was evident that they could not escape solely through brute force. Moreover, their mission remained unfulfilled, preventing them from leaving easily. Thus, the 4 of them tacitly chose to endure until their task was accomplished. With each lash, tears welled in Yao Lina and Feng Xiu's eyes, yet they gritted their teeth and took the opportunity to smear the dirt from the ground across their faces and bodies. Their garments lay in tatters, flesh and blood exposed, which only fueled the man's excitement further. Observing his demeanor, Feng Huayu quickly exclaimed, If you kill us, we won't be able to work. In a brief span, he had surveyed their surroundings. They were deep within a mine, with several tunnels visible in the distance. Many individuals moved in and out of the tunnels, their expressions numb, utterly indifferent to the events unfolding nearby. Realizing he had gotten carried away in his excitement, the man finally relented. TCH, you still have some sense. Fine, I shall spare your lives today. Now, get to work. The 4 were separated and taken away, each handed a dull axe, and then herded into the tunnel. Feng Huayu mimicked the actions of those around him, striking the rocky wall with the blunt axe. Although devoid of supernatural abilities and mental strength, His rigorous training under the devilish captain endowed him with superior stamina compared to the average person. Thus, it took little time before he pried open the tough stone before him, revealing a large chunk of radiant amethyst-like stone. With a mere strike, it yielded results. How could anyone claim this place was abandoned? With such a labor force and high productivity, how many of these stones could they extract in a year? Yet, where could all this amethyst be sent? Just as he hesitated, the purple stone before him was suddenly snatched away by a nearby individual. He cast an angry glance and suddenly recognized a familiar face. That lewd demeanor and listless expression could only belong to Chen Yukai. Yet, what was he doing here? However, Chen Yukai did not recognize him. He was preoccupied with hastily stuffing the Shiguang stone into his basket, fearing that Feng Huayu would snatch it away, and immediately scrambled out of the cave. He leisurely wielded a dull axe, striking the stone with a measured force, while his eyes darted around, constantly seeking his next opportunity. Feng Huayu gradually approached, and when he sensed the man's vigilance, he softly inquired, "Chen Yukai?" Startled, Chen Yukai immediately lifted his gaze and was astonished to find it was indeed Feng Huayu. His eyes sparkled momentarily, but upon realizing his predicament, the light within them dimmed once more. Bowing his head in silence, he resumed his labor, albeit at a greater distance. Feng Huayu cast a glance at the guard by the cave's entrance, noting his inattention, and edged closer to Chen Yukai. Seizing the opportunity presented by the rhythmic clinking of stones being struck, he whispered, "What are you doing here? Did you not go to your clan?" Given the Chun family's contributions of Shiguang stones to the Hua clan and Chun Yotsai's quest for medical assistance, they had turned a blind eye, allowing him to venture out. Chen Yukai paused momentarily, his head bowed, and a hoarse voice emerged, barely audible unless Feng Huayu leaned in closely. "Yitianai." The three syllables dripped with profound enmity. Following this, Chen Yukai ceased to acknowledge him, fixated solely on striking the stones. Chapter 104, Brothers. These two women are yours for the taking. Although Feng Xiao had endeavored to darken her complexion, amidst the filth of her surroundings, her fairness became strikingly conspicuous. After several trips back and forth, the guard at the entrance discovered this rare gem amidst the dirt. Upon realization, he grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention." With that, disregarding her struggles, he hoisted her up horizontally and turned towards the resting area. Feng Xiao fought valiantly, biting and pleading for help from those nearby. Yet they seemed oblivious, mechanically continuing their labor, the sound of stones clanging endlessly. The commotion swiftly drew the attention of the other three individuals. They dashed towards the entrance, unable to contain themselves upon witnessing the scene. The training under the devilish captain encompassed not only supernatural abilities and mental fortitude, but also the resilience of their physical forms. The trio swiftly incapacitated the guards and rushed towards the resting area. Among them, Feng Xiao possessed the weakest physical capability. Although she was stronger than the average woman, she was still at a significant disadvantage against the burly guards without any extraordinary powers. As she was thrown onto the hard bed, a singular thought flashed through her mind. She would never again slack off during the captain's physical training sessions, having mentally prepared herself to sacrifice her body. She couldn't help but cry out upon seeing her teammates burst through the door. No matter how strong one might be, such circumstances would inevitably instill fear. Yao Lina let out a fierce cry, landing a punch that sent one guard sprawling, then mounted him, furiously striking and cursing. "How dare you bully a woman? I'll kill you." Her face contorted with rage, and the ferocity of her blows left Feng Huayu and Feng Yudao speechless. It was only when Feng Xiao pulled her away that they realized the guard lay bloodied and unconscious. Feng Xiao felt immense guilt. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble." Yao Lina scoffed. "Don't say such foolish things. If we can't even protect our own teammates, what good are we as soldiers?" Feng Huayu and Feng Yudao chimed in to console her, insisting that she should not bear the blame for others' wrongdoings. Feng Huayu glanced outside, where ominous shadows loomed closer. Indeed, causing trouble right after arriving. Do they think the whip was too gentle? The voice from outside belonged to the man wielding the whip. indicating his considerable standing in this place. Feng Huayu called out, "What's wrong? Didn't you eat enough? Your strength is less than that of a woman." Yao Lina laughed derisively. "Don't insult women. I'm stronger than he is." With that, she kicked the bloodied figure beneath her out of the way. The man, still unconscious, rolled several times and awoke with a pained scream as sharp stones cut into his wounds. Upon lifting his head, he found himself staring into the furious eyes of his leader, causing him to shiver in fear and promptly shut his mouth. Little did he realize how horrific he appeared, his body battered and bruised. If not for his recent cry, one might have thought he was dead. "Boss Qian," he spat, swinging his whip aside as he charged into the room. The others followed suit, rushing in. Only one bespectacled individual remained behind, a glint of light flashing behind his thick lenses as he retrieved a remote control from his pocket. Inside, Feng Huayu and the others showed no fear against Boss Qian and his crew, engaging them in combat with abandon. Miraculously, Fe managed to gain the upper hand against numerous foes. It should be noted that they were survivors of the devilish Captain S training, having previously triumphed over all military districts, instilling fear in others. Boss Qian found himself battered and bruised, losing a tooth in the process. He spat out a mouthful of blood and bellowed, "Su Rong, what are you waiting for?" Outside the door, the bespectacled Su Rong immediately pressed the button on his controller. In an instant, Feng Huayu and the others felt as though their very strength had been siphoned away. Their limbs turned weak and tremulous, rendering them unable to stand, let alone resist. Boss Qian, clutching the device at his waist, wore a sinister grin upon his face. "Come on, strike again." With a sharp crack, the whip lashed fiercely across Feng Huayu's face, leaving a spatter of blood. One of Feng Huayu's eyes was instantly reduced to a bloody mess, his vision becoming blurred. Yet before he could react, Boss Qian's whip lashed out once more. Within the confines of the room, the only sound that echoed was the crack of the whip against flesh. Curiously, there were no cries of agony or moans to be heard. Even as the four were mercilessly beaten and bloodied, they gritted their teeth and bore the pain in silence. The absence of expected reactions left Boss Qian feeling increasingly disheartened. He suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at them with a sinister grin. "It seems your bones are quite resilient." He seized Yao Lina's hair, forcing her to turn around. "I have a penchant for women with strong wills. Wasn't it you who just claimed that your strength surpasses mine?" Yao Lina spat blood at him defiantly. Qian Laodao wiped his face, a smile replacing his fury. "Wretched woman, let us see if you still possess any strength." With that, he tore open Yao Lina's blouse in front of the onlookers, exposing her undergarments. His filthy, calloused hands reached for her chest, only to be thwarted by Feng Huayu's sudden intervention. However, the collision left him weakened, sprawled on the ground, unable to move for a considerable time. Qian Laodao staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, then kicked at Feng Huayu, delivering several blows that sent blood spurting from his mouth. Yao Lina cried out for him to stop, and Feng Yudeo's eyes reddened with rage. Feng Xiao bit her lip fiercely, her gaze darting around in search of a means of rescue. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, seizing the moment when no one was watching. She stealthily crawled to the only table in the room, grasping a fruit knife tightly. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the last reserves of her strength and charged at Qian Laodao. Yet, before she could reach him, one of Qian Laodao's men noticed her and swiftly intercepted her, wresting the knife from her grasp. Qian Laodao scoffed, "Such audacity! Brothers, these two women are yours for the taking." Upon hearing this, the men's eyes gleamed with excitement as they rushed forward to claim their prize. They toil in the mines, seldom venturing outside. If it weren't for the occasional amusement with a few female miners, they would have long succumbed to madness. However, amidst their limited options, two newcomers have appeared, and the desire to be the first to claim their attention is palpable. Boss Qian lit a cigarette, while his subordinate hurriedly offered him a light. He leisurely took a breath before uttering, "Do not rush. Take it outside to deal with. I wish to see who dares to resist when the time comes." His words ignited a fervor among the men, their filthy visages adorned with repugnant grins. Chapter 105. As long as there is life, as long as we await the captain's arrival. All the miners were summoned from the depths of the mine, uneasily standing in several rows. Old Qian coldly declared, "Keep your eyes wide open. This is the consequence of rebellion." He gestured for his subordinates to carry the four out. Feng Huayu was unconscious, sprawled on the ground, breathing shallowly. Feng Yudeo's limbs were weak, firmly restrained by them as he knelt, his face etched with profound hatred. Yao Lina and Feng Xiao, clad only in their undergarments, bore the marks of brutal beatings, yet they defiantly glared at their captors. Qian Laoda's cold gaze slithered over them like a venomous serpent, casually commanding begin. Chen Yukai, blending in among the miners, numbly observed the scene. Ever since he was brought here by Yi Tianai, such a spectacle had unfolded countless times. What awaited them were endless beatings and humiliation. Even if lives were lost, they would merely wrap the bodies and bury them, treating it as a mere formality. When he first arrived, he defiantly resisted a few times, but to no avail. The moment that controller was pressed, all his strength would dissipate, leaving him no choice but to surrender. Gradually, after enduring numerous beatings and witnessing countless events, he resigned himself to his fate. Each day became a monotonous cycle of despair, dragging on until the day of his last breath. Upon encountering Feng Huayu today, he had hoped for a chance to escape, only to realize they were not much different. A glint of mockery flickered in his apathetic gaze, as he did not even deign to glance at the exposed forms of Yao Lina and Feng Xiao. In his heart, all women had become venomous serpents. A shadow passed through his eyes. Should an opportunity arise for him to escape, he would ensure that Yi Tianai experienced a fate worse than death. Yao Lina observed the crude and repugnant men advancing toward them, and she quietly grasped Feng Xiao's hand. As their gazes met, the fear in Feng Xiao's eyes gradually dissipated, leaving only determination. It was merely a violation of their bodies. As long as they were alive and awaited their captain's arrival, everything would be well. They silently closed their eyes, while the anguished cries of Feng Yudao echoed from afar. Suddenly, the approaching footsteps grew chaotic, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even the terrified voice of Qian Laoda could be heard. "Who are you?" "Su Rong. Su Rong." As the sounds became increasingly desperate, accompanied by wails and moans, Qian Laoda's voice dwindled into a whisper. Yao Lina abruptly opened her eyes and met the pained gaze of their captain. It was the captain. The captain had come to rescue them. Feng Xiao finally burst into tears. Through her blurred vision, she beheld her captain's increasingly formidable and ruthless prowess. Lu Zhiyao sprinted in, having stirred none as he entered. However, the mine contained numerous passageways, and by the time he located the place where his comrades were imprisoned, he was met with the sight of the four, brutally beaten. Particularly Feng Huayu, who lay on the ground, teetering between life and death, while Yao Lina and Feng Xiao faced the brink of extreme humiliation. She felt as though the thread of reason in her mind had abruptly snapped, her heart ablaze with boiling fury and wrath. Before she could fully comprehend her actions, she had already severed Qian Laoda's arm with a single stroke of her sword. He emitted a muffled grunt. Had he not evaded swiftly, it would not have been his arm that was severed, but rather his head. He deftly evaded several attacks and urgently called for Su Rong to activate the controller. As the device whirred to life, an intangible pressure suddenly enveloped the area, causing Lu Zhiyao's limbs to feel heavy and her entire body to weaken. Master Qian's face contorted with malice as he summoned every ounce of strength left in his body to strike at her with his remaining right hand. Yet, Lu Zhiyao merely swayed before regaining her composure, deftly sidestepping the lash. Suddenly, 30 crimson-armored soldiers materialized before the astonished gaze of Master Qian, moving freely and unimpeded by the controller's influence. At Lu Zhiyao's command, they unleashed a fierce onslaught, reaping the lives of their adversaries. Ultimately, Master Qian found himself outnumbered and captured. Just as blades were poised to sever his head, Lu Zhiyao finally spoke, "Spare this man's life. Let no one else escape unscathed." All the nefarious villains met their demise, including Su Rong, who clutched the controller in vain. In his final moments, he bellowed, "I am of the Ur clan. You have no right to kill me." Yet, neither Lu Zhiyao nor the soldier puppets wavered in their resolve. His head was severed with a single stroke, rolling ominously to rest before Qian Laoda, who was so terrified that he urinated in his trousers. Lu Zhiyao, bearing the weight of an invisible pressure, struggled to reach Feng Huayu's side. After checking for signs of life, he finally exhaled in relief. He then swiftly produced a restoration scroll, applying it to him. In an instant, all of Feng Huayu's wounds healed completely, and his pallid complexion began to improve. Feng Huayu finally regained consciousness, his long-lashed eyes fluttering open to behold his captain. He believed he was dreaming and blinked several times before finally confirming his reality. A glimmer of clarity shone in his bewildered eyes, and with a lift of the corners of his mouth, he smiled. "Captain, you've arrived." A wave of warmth surged to Lu Zhiyao's nose as she nodded slightly, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry for being late." Feng Huayu weakly shook his head. Although the scroll had healed his wounds, the pressure still weighed heavily upon him, leaving him too fatigued to rise. Lu Zhiyao gritted her teeth, standing up unsteadily and making her way towards Yao Lina and Feng Xiao. Upon seeing their tattered garments, she hastily removed her own clothing to wrap around them. With reddened eyes, she then affixed a restoration scroll to each of them. Yao Lina grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. "Captain, don't cry. We're fine. Your timing is perfect." Suddenly, as if recalling something, she exclaimed, "Captain, the controller in that her clan member's hand." Hearing this, Lu Zhiyao picked up the controller from Su Rong's grasp and, with a brief glance, discerned its significance. Yao Lina regained her strength, furiously charging towards Boss Qian, raising her foot to deliver a kick. Observing the exchange of punches and kicks, Feng Yudao, who was receiving treatment from Lu Zhiyao, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a turn of fortune." Feng Yudao had already bound Captain Qian. Just as they prepared to leave, a voice imbued with weariness echoed from behind. "Can you take us with you?" It was the group of miners, who had coldly watched as Feng Huayu and her companions were battered, their hearts softened yet dulled by despair. They had long lost their fervor, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Only when Lu Zhiyao appeared with her divine soldiers and defeated the demonic guards did hope rekindle in their eyes. Faced with this group of timid miners, Lu Zhiyao felt a headache coming on. She hadn't anticipated so many people in the mine. As she contemplated how to lead them out, a warmth enveloped her shoulders, and she found herself draped in a large coat. It was the long-awaited Xieyuma. Chapter 106, Wherever You Go, I Shall Follow. As soon as he entered, he encountered the activation of the controller, which caused his limbs to weaken and lose strength. He stumbled around for quite some time before finally locating this place. Upon entering, he then experienced the control, which ultimately allowed him to regain his strength. He hung his head, consumed by despondency. "I haven't been of any help to you." Lu Zhiyao playfully pinched his nose. "Protecting yourself is indeed helping me. You're not heeding the captain's words." Xieyuma gazed at her with a look of accusation, his eyes shimmering with intensity. "Wherever you go, I shall follow. You cannot shake me off." Suddenly, as if recalling something, he casually mentioned, "Oh, I caught Chen Yukai at the cave entrance." "Chen Yukai? How do you end up here?" Upon seeing Lu Zhiyao, Chen Yukai, who had been mingling among the crowd, immediately covered his face, attempting to slip away amidst the chaos. However, just as he reached the cave entrance, he stumbled upon Xieyuma. He was bound tightly and thrown onto the ground, his head drooping as his gaze wandered, fearful of making eye contact with Lu Zhiyao. He was utterly aware of his limitations, yet dared not covet this woman any longer. Had he not just witnessed her formidable prowess, effortlessly wielding her weapon without a flicker of hesitation? Should she bear a grudge, he would find himself in an inescapable predicament. However, Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed, as she discovered that the signal from her wristband had been restored, allowing her to finally establish contact with Feng Yirue. As soon as the call connected, Feng Yirue's anxious voice echoed through, "Hurry out. The cave is about to collapse." The moment the controller was deactivated, their presence was detected by those at the cave's entrance, who promptly reached out to the leader inside, but received no response. Without hesitation, they activated the Shiguang cannon, intent on erasing all evidence. Feng Yirue had already taken the initiative to block their path, leaving them with little time to flee. Lu Zhiyao immediately rallied everyone to escape from the mine. Yet, They had scarcely ventured far when a tremendous roar erupted from outside. Oh no! The Shiguang cannon has been activated. Suddenly, debris rained down from above, and the surrounding walls began to fracture, threatening to entomb them all. In that moment of peril, the falling rocks were inexplicably repelled as an invisible barrier enveloped them. Do not fear, follow me. In the midst of chaos, Lu Zhiyao's calm voice resonated, miraculously soothing the hearts of all present. Her unwavering figure seemed to embody boundless energy, illuminating their path with hope. Xie Yuma's eyes were filled with admiration for that resolute individual. He grasped her hand tightly, joining in the formation of an additional layer of protection, followed by Feng Huayu and the others. Layer upon layer of barriers enveloped the miners securely, offering them steadfast protection. The collective anxiety dissipated as the long-standing numbness from years of hardship finally shattered. In their eyes, these individuals appeared as deities. They emerged from the confining prison that had ensnared them for years, almost as if in reverent pilgrimage. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of starlit skies, tears streamed down their faces. Lu Zhiyao swiftly rushed to assist his comrades upon exiting the cave. With their captain's support, Feng Yirue and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their captain remained, the spirit of the Ba Wang Hua team endured, empowering them to forge ahead fearlessly. Before long, those outside the cave were also dealt with. The Ba Wang Hua team showed no mercy. They eliminated the deserving and captured the rest, regardless of whether they were of the Hua clan or the Er clan. Anyone daring to engage in such nefarious deeds here should have anticipated such consequences. Boss Qian gazed in bewilderment at the group of merciless killers. After years of wielding power, he could scarcely fathom that he would find himself in such a predicament. Once everyone was subdued, reinforcements from H City finally arrived. Leading them was Colonel Wu from the H City Military District, who had long been aware of Lu Zhiyao's reputation. "Colonel Lu, greetings," he said, bowing slightly, his tone measured. Colonel Wu, having risen from humble beginnings and achieving his rank at the age of 35 through tangible accomplishments, felt a twinge of injustice at Lu Zhiyao's swift ascent to the rank of colonel upon his enlistment. He was uncertain of the means by which she operated, but it seemed to hinge either on her family background or he discreetly scrutinized her, particularly lingering for a moment on her ill-fitting coat. Perhaps it was her beauty that afforded her such advantages. In any case, it was improbable that she relied on the steadfast accomplishments characteristic of someone like him. He merely aimed to relay the facts at hand. "Might I inquire if your team has been dispatched to Guijia village?" Colonel Wu cast a glance at the group of miners and, rather than responding directly, posed a question of his own. "How do you intend to handle these individuals?" Lu Zhiyao surveyed the crowd. The miners gazed at her with eager anticipation, their faces brimming with trust. Wu raised an eyebrow, remarking that their manpower was invaluable and should not be squandered here. Lu Zhiyao calmly nodded, as if she were oblivious to his predicament. "Our team, the flower of the Overlord, shall take responsibility." She then inquired once more, "Have you sent people to Guijia village?" Colonel Wu replied nonchalantly, indicating that they had indeed sent a team. A flicker of alarm crossed Lu Zhiyao's brow as she observed the army of at least 100 men behind Wu, an unsettling sensation creeping in. "How many were dispatched?" Wu replied indifferently, stating that 10 individuals had been sent. "You!" Feng Yirue exclaimed in astonishment. "I had mentioned that Guojia village housed a sunlight cannon, and you only sent 10 people?" Wu did not even spare him a glance, dismissively contending. "Do you think just because you mentioned the sunlight cannon, it exists? These weapons are all officially recorded. It is inconceivable that..." Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Yirue dramatically unveiled the cloth that had concealed the items, revealing 2 authentic sunlight cannons. He was rendered speechless. If there were heavy weaponry present here, could it be that the situation in Guojia village was indeed genuine? The mere thought of having dispatched only a single team filled him with dread. Lu Zhiyao, unwilling to engage in further conversation, swiftly leaped into the vehicle that had arrived. He slammed the door and commanded, "Lu Zhiqiao and Lu Zhiwei will remain to guard. The rest of you, accompany me." Colonel Wu, drenched in cold sweat, hastily called for his men to follow. If this misjudgment led to dire consequences, His military rank would be at stake. A grim realization washed over him. He would have to pay for his arrogance. The team dispatched by the H City Military District was taken aback upon entering Huaxia village, overwhelmed by the inferno that engulfed the surroundings. The cacophony of gunfire, the sounds of supernatural abilities, the anguished cries, and the groans of suffering painted a harrowing tableau of human tragedy. They were soon discovered by the villagers of Huaxia village. However, upon seeing them, these individuals fled even farther away, casting glances filled with animosity in their direction. Just as they were about to approach and inquire, they were discovered by the R tribe, who mistakenly believed them to be associates of the county magistrate, and without further ado, they commenced their assault. They had no choice but to resist immediately, yet ultimately, they were outnumbered and soon suffered severe losses, resulting in 8 fatalities and 2 injuries. The 2 injured individuals leaned on each other, attempting to seek refuge in a nearby house, but despite the presence of occupants inside, the door remained steadfastly shut. The eyes of the 2 soldiers brimmed with tears. Why? What could provoke such animosity from the local populace towards the military? They fail to comprehend why those they strive so desperately to protect have chosen to cast them aside. Yet, the pursuing enemies are already upon them. They activated the communicator, and at last, the connection was established. The hoarse voice of the soldier resonated. The entire Firefox team has perished. Chapter 107. Who exactly are you? His eyes reddened, and with a sharp motion, he hurled the communicator beneath the vehicle, shattering it into fragments. A hoarse voice emerged. Please repeat the details of Huaxia village. Feng Yirue, with a stern expression, reiterated the intelligence they had uncovered from beginning to end. This information had already been conveyed when he sought assistance. Yet Colonel Wu, ensnared by his biases, had paid it no heed. In the Huaxia community, all weaponry must be registered with the military. He found it hard to believe that such a significant oversight could occur so near H City. It was only upon seeing the 2 sunlight cannons in the mining area that he comprehended why the flower of the Overlord team sought aid from the H City Military District instead of the station troops in Guisian. The Guisian garrison was no longer innocent. Given the circumstances, Colonel Wu must now bear the weight of his decisions. He approached Lu Zhiyao with a sincere demeanor. What plans do you have? Lu Zhiyao was also contemplating a solution. Seeing that Colonel Wu was finally willing to coexist peacefully, she let out a sigh of relief. Initially, she thought they could only rely on their team, the Flower Brigade, to fight alone, but with the support of so many soldiers and weapons, her confidence grew significantly. Currently, the opposing forces consisted of the county magistrate's men and the R ethnic group. It was evident that the county magistrate and the debauched Zhu Mao would not personally lead the charge. They might have already fled. Based on her deductions, it was likely that Secretary Lu was in command. Lu Zhiyao had already formulated a plan in her mind. The group parked their vehicles about 100 meters from Huaxia village, and she selected 50 soldiers to set off. As they approached Huaxia village, Lu Zhiyao instructed the others to guard the village entrance and await their signal. She and Xie Yuma stealthily infiltrated and made their way to the doorstep of Grandpa Lu's house. She gently knocked on the door, but silence greeted her. Grandpa Lu, I know you're home. I am the student who asked you for directions a couple of days ago. Finally, a crack in the door appeared, and Grandpa Lu cautiously peered out, noticing only the 2 of them. He promptly opened the door and let them in. Once inside, they were met with the suspicious gaze of Grandpa Lu's son. Dad, why did you let them in? Grandpa Lu sighed. They are innocent. We cannot stand idly by in the face of danger. Turning to Lu Zhiyao, he added, Fortunately, you were not deceived by Secretary Lu. Otherwise, you would have been sent to work in the mines by now. That day, he had watched helplessly as Secretary Lu had taken them away with just a few words, while he himself was threatened by Zhu Mao, leaving him with a heavy conscience. Only upon seeing that the 2 were unharmed did he feel a slight relief. What a calamity! When will these wicked people be dealt with by heaven? Time was of the essence, and Lu Zhiyao spoke directly, Grandpa, we are actually soldiers. To her surprise, the moment Grandpa Lu and his son heard the word soldiers, their faces turned ashen with fear. Grandpa Lu mustered his strength. You must leave. Do not stay in my house. His son was even more enraged. Get lost. You bunch of beasts. All you do is bully us common folk. With that, he attempted to push forward, but before he could get close, Xie Yumao restrained his hands behind his back and pressed him to the ground. Grandpa Lu fell to his knees with a thud, pleading, "Please spare my son. Have mercy on us." Lu Zhiyao quickly helped him up and seated him on a chair. "Rest assured, we are not the station troops from Guo County. We are the Fierce Flower Team from City S. Here with reinforcements from the H City Military District to rescue you." She looked earnestly at Grandpa Lu. "Please believe us. We will save you." Secretary Lu was already covered in injuries, and his glasses had fallen off at some point. Wiping the blood from his face, he struggled to stand. "How many dawn stones do we have left?" The voice of his subordinate was despondent. "Only one box remains. Have we contacted Old Qian?" A sense of foreboding settled in Secretary Lu's heart. Given the commotion here, the situation at the mine must also be dire. He had never anticipated that the garrison in the county had been surreptitiously replaced by the clan. Now, all the weaponry and equipment there belonged to them, while he found himself in a situation where even the county magistrate had fled. Had he known that the magistrate was unreliable, Secretary Lu would not have felt such profound sorrow. He could only gaze helplessly at his panicked wife and children, as well as his subordinates, who had struggled alongside him for many years to achieve their current wealth and status, only to see it all dissolve into nothingness. How had circumstances deteriorated to this point? Before he could fathom the unfolding events, one of his subordinates suddenly reported that the clan was about to conduct a search in this vicinity. He hurriedly forced open the door of a nearby dwelling, only to find it utterly vacant. Where have all the townsfolk gone? He led his companions from the front entrance to the back, and then from the rear, they stormed into another establishment, yet all were devoid of life. He initially contemplated conscripting able-bodied men to serve as a shield for them, yet astonishingly, not a single individual remained. Doubting the inexplicable, he conducted an exhaustive search of all the surrounding dwellings, only to find that everyone had vanished. How could this be? The truth was that during the skirmish between the two factions, the villagers, led by Elder Lu, had been persuaded to open their doors, and the majority had been safely escorted by Lu Zhiyao to the village's entrance, where they were handed over to those tasked with their evacuation from the war zone. Secretary Lu began to feel a sense of panic. Had even these common folk forsaken him? Frantically scanning his surroundings, his gaze landed on a figure in the distance. A shiver coursed through him, yet he found an unexpected calm. "Is it you?" "Indeed, it is I." A silhouette emerged from the shadows. It was Lu Zhiyao. Secretary Lu smirked coldly. "You dare show your face?" He has now fully comprehended the intricate connections of events. Although the person before him is not the mastermind, he serves as the catalyst. Otherwise, the eruption would not have been so abrupt, leaving him utterly unprepared. "I am here to discuss a collaboration," Lu Zhiyao remarked with a smile. Secretary Lu's cheek twitched in disbelief. "Collaboration? With us?" "Indeed. Our people will join forces with you against the clan, as they are now our common adversary." Secretary Lu paused, noting Lu Zhiyao's emphasis on our people. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he inquired directly, "Who exactly are you?" Yet Lu Zhiyao merely chuckled. "It matters not who I am, as long as we achieve your objectives." She glanced at his wife and young son, hidden behind him, with a pointed implication. After a moment of contemplation, and upon hearing the increasingly near sounds of the clan's search, he finally nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chun Yang kicked open the door of a residence, her half-human-height submachine gun in hand, revealing Secretary Lu seated inside. A smirk tugged at her lips, dripping with mockery. "Lu Ida, have you given up so soon? This is unlike you." Secretary Lu forced a pained smile. "All my people have been eliminated by you. Where else could I run?" Chun Yang scoffed, choosing not to rush to apprehend him, but instead leisurely surveyed the surroundings as she approached. After examining every corner of the room, she finally walked behind Secretary Lu with a grin. "Wouldn't it be better to surrender sooner? Why must you oppose me?" With that, she struck his nape with her palm, rendering Secretary Lu unconscious without any defense. Only then did Chun Yang truly believe he was cornered. Chapter 108. We are surrounded. Chun Yang, displaying strength that belied her delicate frame, hoisted Secretary Lu onto her shoulder and vanished through the doorway. She hurried along, soon reuniting with the clan troops. A man approached to take Secretary Lu from her, asking, "Where are the others?" Chun Yang hesitated. Didn't he find? Yes, where are the people who followed Secretary Lu? Why have they all vanished? The man glanced at his watch and waved his hand, signaling a retreat. Forget it. The military from H City should arrive soon. We should withdraw. Without Secretary Lu's men to impede their escape, the clan fled smoothly. Reaching their base, Equa County. Observing the location representing Secretary Lu's signal, Lu Zhiyao found it utterly absurd. The esteemed Huaxia garrison had become the base of the clan. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as a smile crept across her face. Since you have chosen to collude, do not blame me for eradicating you completely. A sudden splash of cold water jolted Secretary Lu awake, and before he could grasp his surroundings, he heard a familiar, chilling voice. "Luida, where has the county magistrate gone?" Chun Yang, holding a whip, wore an expression that was half smile, half mockery. Secretary Lu retorted coldly, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Just as the words left his mouth, a lash struck his abdomen, sending pain coursing through his body. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury, he had never endured hardship, making him particularly vulnerable to such suffering now. He immediately pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "I don't know. They fled when I went to search for them." "Oh, do you think I would believe you?" Chun Yang scoffed. This Secretary Lu, cunning and crafty, could hardly be unaware of the county chief's whereabouts. Yet the truth remains that even the most astute individuals can falter unexpectedly. The roots of this predicament lie in the fact that he never anticipated the military to be supplanted by the clan, rendering the weapon registration a mere farce. Otherwise, he would not have had the audacity to challenge openly. Should he choose to sever ties, he ought to have been adequately prepared. After exhausting all means of coercion, Secretary Lu maintained his ignorance regarding the county chief's location, prompting Chun Yang to finally relent. She could not afford to squander any more time here. The situation had already unraveled, and the mine district would no longer receive support from the Shiguang Stone. Fortunately, they were temporarily sheltered within the military base, shielded by the formidable defenses of the armed forces, while the Hua clan's troops could not breach their stronghold. Colonel Wu had been stationed outside the base with his troops for 3 days, yet the clan remained holed up within, too fearful to emerge. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to seek assistance from Lu Zhiyao. "Colonel Lu, the dawn cannon we brought is unable to breach this advanced barrier. Do you have any solutions?" Lu Zhiyao glanced at the time and calmly replied, "Just wait a little longer." Colonel Wu was left in a state of confusion, wondering what they were waiting for. Could it be that reinforcements were on the way? It was only after 3 days of confinement that Secretary Lu was reunited with Chunyang. He had endured hunger for a full 3 days, his throat parched and his body weak. His vacant eyes only regained their spark upon seeing her. "I knew you would still rely on me." Secretary Lu's hoarse voice brimmed with satisfaction. Chun Yang was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to let him perish from starvation. Yet, as he had mentioned, due to their inability to locate the county magistrate, they ultimately had no choice but to seek his assistance for their escape. Over nearly a decade, they had gradually infiltrated, spending an immense fortune to finally secure the cooperation of County Magistrate Gua, discovering a route that led directly to Guijia village. However, the magistrate had kept a backup plan, with his elite guards stationed along the route. Each passage shrouded in a veil that obscured the senses and mental acuity of the ethnic group. Thus, they remained oblivious to the exact location of that path. In a bid to free themselves from dependence, they endeavored to seize the military base, only to find that even the commanding officer of the garrison was unaware of its details. Hence, they had refrained from openly confronting the magistrate from the outset. Who could have anticipated that circumstances would escalate to this point, catching them off guard? "Speak, what must you do to convince us to aid you?" Chun Yang inquired coldly. Secretary Lu maintained an impassive fa-ade, yet his heart raced with trepidation, and only upon hearing her words did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He spoke in a hushed tone, "If you promise to help our family settle in our tribe, I will assist you in leaving the country." Chun Yang visibly relaxed. "All right, but if you deceive us, I will be the first to take action against you." Secretary Lu scoffed coldly. "You can only trust me. Regardless of trust, The supplies of Shiguang stones and food stored at the military base were dwindling, barely enough to last for 2 more days. Thus, there was no time to delay. They immediately prepared to break out. The time was set for 3 o'clock in the morning, the hour when exhaustion weighed heaviest upon the weary. The soldiers from H-City had already set up camp and were resting, with only a few on night watch patrolling the area. Behind a military base, a small opening in the barrier suddenly appeared, and one by one, vehicles emerged. These vehicles were filled with the tribe people, with Secretary Lu and Chun Yang seated in the second vehicle. As the last vehicle passed through the barrier, Chun Yang finally felt a sense of relief. Turning to see Secretary Lu gazing out the window, her eyes turned icy as she drew a knife and pressed it against his throat. "Be honest, and do not attempt any tricks." Secretary Lu obediently nodded a couple of times, though a glint of cunning flickered in his downcast eyes. "You promised me that we would first retrieve my wife and child." Chun Yang's eyes flashed with impatience, yet she restrained herself and replied, "Rest assured, as long as we successfully escape, those remaining in the village will fetch your wife and child." Secretary Lu feigned wiping cold sweat from his brow, secretly reaching for the communicator concealed in his ear, pressing it 3 times discreetly. All vehicles managed to leave the military base smoothly, and there were no signs of pursuit behind them. Chun Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she exhaled, the lead vehicle came to an abrupt halt without warning. A trembling voice came through the communicator. We are surrounded." At some unknown moment, numerous soldiers appeared from the dark hillside, weapons aimed directly at them, their chilling gazes fixed intently upon the group. Right in front of the convoy loomed a massive Shiguang cannon. Seizing the opportunity, while she was momentarily stunned, Secretary Lu suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of Earth-based energy, causing the ground beneath the vehicles to cave in, tossing the occupants around violently. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked open the car door and dashed out, but did not run far before being caught up with by Chun Yang, who had quickly reacted. Just as his life hung by a thread, Lu Zhiyao finally arrived. This battle, due to the soldiers' preparedness, left the clan utterly defenseless and completely defeated. Chun Yang gazed in disbelief at the sword-wielding Ciumo, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are a soldier?" However, Ciumo paid her no heed, instead hastening towards Lu Zhiyao, concernedly inquiring if she had sustained any injuries. As Chun Yang watched the two depart together, she finally comprehended the reason for her defeat. This group of students, or rather, these few soldiers, had come with a specific purpose from the very beginning. Yet now it was all too late. Secretary Lu found his wife and children at the rear of the army. Seeing them unharmed, he finally shed tears of regret. He proactively approached Lu Zhiyao, declaring, "I am willing to atone for my sins, provided you spare my wife and children." Lu Zhiyao solemnly assured him, "I promise you." Chapter 109. Proposal for the clan counterattack following the clues provided by Secretary Lu. They collaborated with neighboring military districts to issue arrest warrants, successfully apprehending Mayor Zhu and his son Zhu Mao at the border. The clan's smuggling route, concealed for a decade, was finally revealed. Astonishingly, the Shiguang stone mine in Guijia village had already fallen into the hands of the clan 10 years prior. Before the border was sealed, they infiltrated under the guise of tourism and business, gradually permeating the area until they completely occupied it 3 years ago. Had it not been for the urgency of the Bawang Hua team to undertake a mission on the front lines, and the military district receiving intelligence about the presence of our clan members, they might have been assigned to investigate this area by chance, resulting in even greater losses for the Hua clan. In this battle, every member of the Bawang Hua team was awarded second-class merit. However, with rewards come penalties. Due to Colonel Wu's selfish misjudgment, the entire Fox team of 10 perished, leading to his demotion from colonel to lieutenant. Lieutenant Wu raised no objections, even believing his punishment was too lenient. This represented 10 precious lives lost, elites that the military had painstakingly trained over the years, now sacrificed in vain due to his personal biases and errors. He is guilty. His heart is filled with hatred towards the clan. Thus, when Lu Zhiyao initiated the counteroffensive against the clan, he was the first to cast a vote in favor. Indeed, after a month of contemplation following the submission of the mission summary, Lu Zhiyao presented a proposal for the counteroffensive against the clan. The submission of this proposal sparked intense discussions within the military. Since over a century ago, the Hua clan has endured oppression and exploitation, rendered powerless to retaliate. This has emboldened the clan to audaciously seize the Shiguang stone mines on Hua territory. In his proposal, Lu Zhiyao noted that the morale of the entire Hua military has been rejuvenated and their abilities enhanced. It is a moment when the hearts of the people unite against the invading race, marking an optimal time for resistance. The proposal was reviewed by Colonel Tianzhong, then submitted to the commander of the 3rd Military District, who subsequently delivered it directly to the desk of the Hua clan patriarch. After a lengthy contemplation, the patriarch summoned Lu Zhiyao for a face-to-face discussion. Upon entering the conference room, Lu Zhiyao found that all commanders of the military districts were present, including Wang Mingfeng, the chief financial officer of the Hua clan. They beheld her entering with an air of calm, neither arrogant nor impatient, moving at a measured pace. All present were well acquainted with Lu Zhiyao's illustrious deeds, which encompassed her mastery in the arts, her live broadcasts, and her unwavering support and contributions to all soldiers. Even the currently popular practice of traditional Chinese acupoint therapy was derived from this seemingly innocuous young woman. The clan leader directly requested her to articulate the rationale behind her proposal. "You must persuade us all to gain our support." In the face of the authoritative gazes of these powerful figures, Lu Zhiyao remained unfazed. With poise, she declared, "Firstly, all soldiers have developed mental fortitude. In recent years, the first task for every soldier upon enlistment has been to study traditional Chinese culture, which has become a mandatory curriculum in the military. Secondly, all soldiers possess extraordinary abilities. Those lacking such powers will be sent to me for enhancement. Thirdly, I will elevate the mental fortitude of all soldiers to the 3S level." Her proclamation elicited gasps of astonishment from the assembly, their eyes widening in disbelief. The first 2 assertions were abilities she had already demonstrated and implemented, leaving no room for doubt. However, her claim of elevating mental fortitude to 3S, the commander of the 1st Military District was the first to voice his skepticism. "May I inquire what your current level of mental fortitude is?" This had always been a mystery, with everyone harboring speculations that remained unconfirmed. The commander of the 1st Military District stood in astonishment, while others turned to her with equal incredulity. Previously, they had merely speculated that it could be a 3S or 4S, but to their astonishment, she had actually attained an 8S rating. As if anticipating their doubts, Lu Zhiyao requested Ding Weigua, who was waiting outside the conference room, to conduct an on-the-spot test. With a beaming smile, Ding Weigua produced the only testing device in the clan capable of measuring above 2S, drawing the attention of everyone present, including the clan leader. As Lu Zhiyao infused her mental energy into the device, the red pointer surged dramatically, 2S, 3S, until it reached 8S and even surpassed some measurements before finally halting. The assembly was left in utter astonishment. Even with prior speculation, witnessing a living 8S in the flesh was beyond their belief. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. Their clan had birthed the first 8S mental power wielder in human history. A seedling named Hope suddenly took root and began to flourish in their hearts, which had grown numb from the relentless oppression they faced day after day. They were so overwhelmed with emotion that words eluded them, leaving the conference room enveloped in silence. It was not until Wang Mingfeng spoke up, declaring, "The funds for military supplies are ready," that a palpable barrier seemed to shatter. Suddenly, everyone regained their composure and began to voice their support. The 3rd Military District stands in solidarity. The 5th Military District supports this initiative. He had recognized the potential and ambition of this young man 4 years ago, and indeed, her ambition turned out to be immense and deeply resonant with the people. At this moment, all dissenting voices vanished, as the proposal necessitated the agreement of over 60% of the military personnel in the entire Huaxia military district to be enacted. After all, it is the soldiers who fight on the front lines, and their opinions are paramount. Now, the entire 3rd military district was devoid of individuals lacking spiritual energy or special abilities. Consequently, The daily routine of all soldiers in the 3rd Military District consisted of rising early to listen to the guzheng, enjoying a midday respite with the same, and relaxing before sleep with its soothing melodies. Even in their dreams, they began to hum the tunes. The results were remarkable. Within a mere week, everyone had, without exception, elevated their ranks to 3S. The second initiative was to promote the practice of traditional Chinese medicine and acupoint recognition, for only those proficient in the human meridian system could confront the fiercest adversaries with minimal force. Over the past 4 years, Lu Kongqing had trained dozens of apprentices and opened multiple TCM clinics. This time, Lu Zhiyao had prearranged appointments with these practitioners for the upcoming months, entrusting them to travel throughout Huaxia to conduct acupuncture and acupoint instruction. The third endeavor involved transcribing and distributing military strategy texts that she had mastered. The final task was to wait for the input of all Huaxia soldiers regarding the proposal. The proposal swiftly circulated across Huaxia, accompanied by a video of Lu Zhiyao speaking in the conference room, and a report detailing her efforts and achievements over the years. After a period of fermentation lasting more than half a month, the voting results finally emerged. When Lu Zhiyao received the results, her hands trembled, despite her confidence. The moment of revelation still filled her with trepidation. Yet, upon seeing the trusting gazes of all members of the Baolanghua team directed at her, she quelled her fears and bravely opened the report. Chapter 110. I will make that wretch pay. All Huaxia military personnel cast their votes in favor. Xiao Ding felt a sense of relief. Host, you may now embark on a new journey. With less than 6 years remaining until the potential dissolution of Huaxia, time was of the essence. There was no rush. They would tackle each challenge one by one, ensuring that no one could escape. In recent years, aside from the fleeting presence of the M clan during the first-year trials, it appeared that the R clan had been the sole instigator of troubles. Yet it was implausible for such a diminutive entity to wield power over a vast lineage like Huaxia without the backing of the M clan. Thus, Lu Zhiyao's proposal primarily targeted the R clan, the treacherous vassal. One must strike while they are unprepared and dismantle their minions to achieve her goals. Suddenly, Ding Wei called, "Young friend Zhiyao, my research has yielded results." After being repeatedly struck by the R clan's specialized instruments, it was imperative for Huaxia's technicians to maintain their dignity. Therefore, over the past few years, Ding Wei had organized a team dedicated to studying these instruments targeting spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Lu Zhiyao's advanced spiritual energy provided invaluable assistance. After numerous experiments, they finally overcame the limitations of the Purple Dawn Stone, creating a device capable of dismantling spiritual barriers using just 3S of spiritual energy. Upon confirming its efficacy, Lu Zhiyao immediately requested mass production, covering the cost herself. However, Ding Wei jovially declined. I have secured the clan leader's approval for Huaxia to fund the mass production, and has already been included in the military supply list. Grateful, Lu Zhiyao smiled. Director Ding, you have alleviated our worries as Huaxia soldiers. Thank you. Ding Wei laughed heartily. It is my duty. Xiao Ding remained silent within the system, fearful of being inadvertently discovered. Lu Zhiyao suddenly recalled that Ding Wei was one of the creators of the system, yet no signs of the system had been detected thus far. Thus, she cautiously inquired, Director Ding, besides your research on this instrument, do you have any other scientific achievements to share? Prompted by her inquiry, Ding Wei seemed to remember something and exclaimed, Your reminder has jogged my memory. I almost forgot an important matter. He rummaged through his materials and eagerly presented several documents to her. We have conducted related studies on the effects of your abilities in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, discovering that fundamentally, any traditional Chinese studies yield similar effects. Moreover, these studies represent the knowledge that Huaxia has long since lost. The texts you previously distributed, such as the Analects, can produce the same effects if one can recite and comprehend their meanings. This revelation surprised Lu Zhiyao. She meticulously reviewed the research materials, her eyes gradually brightening as she absorbed the data. Although Ding Wei did not mention Xiao Ding or the system, she believed that perhaps Huaxia would not descend to such depths again. Upon returning, she asked Xiao Ding, Does this mean that I do not need to upgrade my skills to complete the task? Xiao Ding, however, dash your hopes. Host. Although your arrival has sparked a revival of Huaxia civilization, the losses endured over the past century cannot be easily rectified. Xiao Ding refrained from elaborating further. But Lu Zhiyao understood. Only when the map of Huaxia was restored to its former glory, and the system's skill points were fully allocated, would the journey conclude. His arduous experiences would ultimately be recognized by all. After being secretly sent to the Clan by the head of the Chun family, he approached the most esteemed healer with extraordinary abilities, armed with numerous luminous stones. In no time, he was restored to his former self as a complete man. However, once he regained his former vigor, he succumbed to his old habits, indulging in extravagant pleasures with the surplus of money he had, forgetting that this was not the affluent Hua clan, and he did not have the formidable backing of the Qin family. Consequently, after brutally assaulting a female escort, leaving her with permanent injuries, he found himself targeted by the dark forces of the clan. They sent individuals to deceive him, robbing him of all his money, and subsequently broke his limbs, discarding him in a slum. There he endured the agonies wrought by poverty, ultimately coming to terms with his harsh reality, and began to beg alongside the inhabitants, barely managing to satiate his hunger. He had resigned himself to this existence for the rest of his life, until he encountered Yi Tianai on the street. At the mere mention of Yi Tianai, a venomous hatred surfaced on Chun Yotsai's gaunt face. I shall make this wretched woman pay. When he first encountered Yi Tianai on the street, he thought he was mistaken. Yet the individual clad in the distinctive attire of the ethnic group, exuding an air of worldly experience, was indeed Yi Tianai. That particular garb was all too familiar to Chun Yukai, being the hallmark of the female escorts from the community. Her pregnancy had seemingly vanished. It remained unclear whether she had given birth or had undergone an abortion. He stealthily followed her until she entered a bustling establishment in the city center. After several days of surveillance, he finally discerned that Yi Tianai was, in fact, a madam, and that this establishment belonged to her. Reflecting on their brief marriage and the affection that had once existed, he realized that his desperation had driven him to this point, leading him to intercept her after days of tracking. Upon encountering this disheveled figure, Yi Tianai was taken aback. Yet, upon recognizing Chun Yukai, her expression morphed into something indescribable, rather than disdain. It was only after she had sold him to minors that he comprehended the emotions behind her gaze, hatred and calculation. However, at that moment, he was oblivious to this, only aware that Yi Tianai did not reject him, providing him with food, clothing, and shelter. As his basic needs were met, his desires grew, especially since he had finally regained his sense of masculinity. That very night, he brazenly crept into her bedroom, intending to indulge in passion, but was instead knocked unconscious, remaining in a coma for several days until he awoke in the mining area of Guijia village. Despite his struggles, he was beaten severely, sustaining multiple injuries, including a broken leg, until he ceased his resistance, only to be rescued by the Bawang Hua team during a mission. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chun family was furious. Yi Tianai was far from his reach in the clan, but her adoptive parents and brother were nearby. Thus, when Yi Jiangwo and his wife encountered Yi Tianyun at the Chun family Shiguang stone mine, their reunion was overshadowed by tears rather than joy. Their weeping, however, was met with a brutal beating. Zhao Lifan had never endured such suffering, despite the family's financial struggles over the years. She had managed to live more comfortably than most through trading jewelry. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she found herself reduced to a grimy miner. The guards assigned to oversee them had received orders to treat the trio with care. Thus, the lashes were particularly harsh. Zhao Lifan cried out in despair, "Stop. Please stop. I am the biological mother of Colonel Lu. You will regret crossing me." Her shrill voice echoed across the mining area, attracting the gaze of those nearby. The guard wielding the whip scoffed, "You claim to be Colonel Lu's mother? What a joke." Seeing his reaction, Zhao Lifan assumed he was intimidated and stood tall, declaring, "My biological daughter is named Lu Zhiyao. She is the captain of the Bawang Hua team in the 3rd Military District. Clean your filthy eyes and see for yourself." To her dismay, Several guards erupted into laughter, and the whip wielder doubled over in mirth. How did you end up here, then? Why didn't Colonel Lu come to your rescue? This was a legitimate mining area of the Hua clan, where typical miners worked regular hours, enduring the hardships of the mines in exchange for decent pay. Many chose to toil here. However, a portion of the workers were classified as reformed individuals, stripped of their rights. These individuals were either sentenced to death or captives from other clans. Yi Jiangwo's family fell into this category. Traitor Yi Tianyun was initially sentenced to life imprisonment, but the Wu family used their connections to assign him to the mines as a form of labor in lieu of punishment. Though mining was more arduous than usual work, his sentence was reduced to 30 years, with the possibility of further shortening for good behavior. Thus, when Yi Tianyun was asked if he would consent to work in the mines, he readily agreed, unaware that what was merely a tough job for ordinary miners was a hellish existence for individuals like him. To prevent these special individuals from escaping or causing unrest, the area was restricted from using mental powers and abilities. Unlike ordinary laborers, who could leverage their abilities to ease their workload and increase productivity, they were forced to rely solely on physical strength. Zhao Lifan could not discern this distinction. She assumed she had been mistakenly captured and continuously demanded to see Lu Zhiyao. The guards, wary of a potential error, submitted her request to their superiors. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Chun family hesitantly contacted Lu Zhiyao. He witnessed with his own eyes the remarkable journey of Lu Zhiyao from nothing to a position of prominence, ultimately becoming the leader of all military personnel within the entire Chinese community. He held her in high regard, no longer daring to entertain any negative thoughts. This incident was also an attempt on his part to curry favor with Lu Zhiyao based on his speculations of her intentions. Such was the situation. It remained uncertain whether Colonel Lu desired a meeting. Nevertheless, Master Chun had already formed a resolution in his heart. The silent Yi Jiangwo and Yi Tianyun also found themselves caught in the fray. After enduring the blows, Yi Jiangwo retaliated with a slap that sent Zhao Lifan reeling, stars dancing before her eyes. The cumulative physical injuries from recent days, coupled with the excruciating pain on her face, ignited her fury. I will fight you to the end. With that, she launched herself at him with reckless abandon, catching Yi Jiangwo off guard and leaving several bloody scratches on his face. He struck her twice in anguish, cursing as he did so. You dared to mention Lu Zhiyao. You brought her up. If you hadn't tea, we might still have hope. Now we shall await our demise here. Over the years, he had frequently exploited his position as Lu Zhiyao's biological father to solicit favors. And although he never encountered her directly, the Lu family, unable to withstand the pressure, would still offer some charity. With these donations, they managed to live reasonably well. He had heard about Chun Yukai being sold to the mines as a laborer, which had instilled in him a foreboding sense of dread. It was only upon awakening in the mines that he discovered the instigator was none other than his adopted daughter, Yi Tianyun. His entire family had unwittingly become collateral damage. However, after coming to terms with reality, he still clung to a semblance of hope, contemplating a gradual escape, believing that perhaps a chance at survival remained. Yet this foolish woman had played her trump card by invoking Lu Zhiyao from the very beginning, and now she simply dismissed them with a curt refusal, conveniently severing ties. Without this constraint, the guards were merciless in their brutality. Witnessing the relentless brawl between two individuals, both over 100 years old, their dignity lost. Yi Tianyun could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "Enough!" As they persisted, he rushed forward to separate them. Zhao Lifan, panting heavily, trembled as she pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Jiangwo. "You old wretch! You've loathed me for ages, haven't you?" Yi Jiangwo adjusted his hair and straightened his clothes before replying solemnly, "Indeed, I have long harbored disdain for you. You foolish, wicked woman. Had it not been for your excessive indulgence of Yi Tianyun, our family would not have descended to such depths." Zhao Lifan, enraged, retorted with a bitter laugh, "Am I solely to blame? You also favored Yi Tianyun and mistreated Lu Zhiyao." As she invoked these two names that caused him such distress, Yi Tianyun's anger flared. "Silence. Should anyone utter the past again, do not expect me to share my portion." The mining area allocated to them had been in operation for an extended period, yielding meager produce, necessitating an entire day of labor to extract just 1 or 2 Shiguang stones, which they could then exchange for food. 1 Shiguang stone represented a single meal. Yi Jiangwo and Zhao Lifan, accustomed to a life of luxury and devoid of any physical labor experience, found themselves utterly unprepared. Deprived of their abilities and mental fortitude, they were even less capable than ordinary elderly individuals. Thus, in these recent days, they relied entirely on Yi Tianyun's assistance. Although Yi Tianyun had once been a privileged young master, the tribulations of imprisonment over the past few years had taught him the value of humility and resilience, simultaneously forging a robust physique. He had never anticipated that one day he would rely solely on manual labor to sustain himself. Upon hearing the threat, Yi Jiangwo and his wife fell silent. They were unafraid of physical punishment, but the prospect of enduring hunger afterwards was truly terrifying. Consequently, they engaged in a cold war, casting disdainful glances at one another, neither willing to speak. Yi Tianyun finally achieved a semblance of tranquility. His sole desire was to work diligently in hopes of a reduced sentence. However, Yi Jiangwo had different plans. After observing for half a month, he meticulously devised an escape route. That very night, he urged Yi Tianyun, "Let us flee to the Er clan in search of Yi Tianai. One day, we shall rise again." Yi Jiangwo scoffed. "Do you truly believe the Chen family will spare you? Even if the head of the Chen family forgives you, would Chen Yukai relent?" These words jolted Yi Tianyun to a harsh reality. Indeed, a vindictive person like Chen Yukai could very well be lurking, waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. After several days of contemplation, he ultimately consented to join the escape. Chapter 112. The death of Yi Jiangwo that night, while resting. Yi Jiangwo recounted his observations and conclusions to Yi Tianyun. "I have noted that the rear mountain is unguarded. If we can scale it, we can escape," he whispered. Yi Tianyun pondered for a moment, a look of resolve flashing across his gaunt face. "Agreed. We shall set off at midnight while they are asleep." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Let us take mother with us." Yi Jiangwo's plan was entirely concealed from Zhao Lifan, clearly indicating his reluctance to carry this burden. Upon hearing this, he merely nodded in silence. When Zhao Lifan was awakened, she was still snoring loudly, and it took several nudges from Yi Tianyun before she reluctantly stirred. Just as she opened her mouth to question them, Yi Tianyun swiftly covered her mouth and whispered in her ear, "Do not make a sound. Come with me." Only when she saw the two of them outside the dormitory did she voice her disbelief. "Are you both preparing to escape?" Her voice rose in pitch, but she quickly stifled it upon realizing. After anxiously glancing around, she whispered, "Are you both out of your minds?" Over the course of half a month, she initially protested vehemently, but after enduring numerous beatings, she became compliant. She obediently slacked off and relied on Yi Tianyun for food. Zhao Lifan grew silent. She was not foolish. Her survival depended entirely on her son. If they abandoned her to escape, she would soon perish from hunger. As the moon reached its zenith, the dormitory in a mining area was enveloped in darkness, with only the sound of sporadic snoring breaking the silence of the night. The three members of the Yi family huddled in a corner of the dormitory, biding their time. Suddenly, Zhao Lifan's trembling voice broke the silence. "Tianyun, please don't abandon me. I am old and cannot run fast." Yi Tianyun hesitated before assenting. The darkness concealed his expression. Yi Jiangwo, preoccupied with observing the patrols, seized the moment when there was no one on duty and declared, "Let us go." In the brief window when the patrols changed shifts, the three of them swiftly set off, with Yi Tianyun surprisingly carrying Zhao Lifan at a commendable pace. Before long, they reached the foot of the rear mountain, which indeed lay unguarded. However, once they stood at the base, they realized why it was unmonitored. It was utterly unnecessary. The rear mountain was steep and treacherous, so much so that even the most skilled climbers would hesitate. Yet, having come this far, they could not possibly turn back. But upon seeing the daunting escape route, Zhao Lifan was instantly paralyzed by fear. Yi Jiangwo, ignoring her entirely, began to climb with bare hands. Zhao Lifan grew frantic, grasping Yi Tianyun's arm. "Son, please don't leave me behind." Yi Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with impatience, yet he nodded, rest assured. He then secured her to himself with a rope and painstakingly began to ascend. Yi Jiangwo had already reached the halfway point, while Yi Tianyun struggled under the weight of Zhao Lifan, having only scaled a short distance. Just as he felt his limbs grow weak, a light suddenly shone from behind, followed by a piercing whistle that echoed through the night sky. They were discovered. The sudden noise startled Zhao Lifan, who let out a shrill scream. Yi Tianyun, momentarily distracted by the sound so close at hand, nearly lost his footing and finally could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Silence! Scream again, and I shall cast you down." The shock rendered Zhao Lifan mute, her gasps stifled. Yi Tianyun struggled onward, climbing a few more steps with her in tow. However, the pursuers had already reached the foot of the mountain, and the beam of the Shiguang gun was trained precisely on Yi Tianyun's back. "Don't move. If you do, we will open fire." Yi Tianyun cursed under his breath and quickened his pace, refusing to stop. Hope was within reach. He could not afford to relinquish it, for he had no retreat left. Seeing this, the assailants decisively disengaged their safety, and a gunshot rang out. Unexpectedly, it struck Zhao Lifan. She stared in disbelief at Yi Tianyun, who had pulled her behind him to shield her from the bullet. Her lips parted in a futile attempt to speak. "Son. You. 4. Yet her gaze had already dulled, and the words failed to escape her lips. Yi Tianyun's eyes were devoid of warmth. With a stony expression, he discarded her and continued his ascent, dodging bullets, swiftly surpassing Yi Jiangwo. Yi Jiangwo seized his calf with a fierce grip, his face contorted with rage. "Son, will you not save your father?" With that, he yanked him downward, attempting to use him as a shield. Yi Tianyun retorted angrily. "Mother has already shielded me. Can you not assist your son as well?" Without hesitation, he delivered a merciless kick, sending the unprepared Yi Jiangwo tumbling down. Yi Jiangwo lost his grip, his balance shattered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even as he fell to the base of the mountain, his gaze remained fixed on the son he had raised from childhood. He could not comprehend why. After all he had done and fought for, it culminated in nothing but a merciless and despairing kick. What could possibly be the reason? Yet, he had already resigned himself to the fact that no answers would come. With the cover and support provided, Yi Tianyun successfully ascended the rear mountain, vanishing at its peak. Just as those in pursuit prepared to follow, they were halted by the captain, whose eyes glimmered with an inexplicable emotion as he commanded, "Clear the scene and regroup." Yi Tianyun lay atop the mountain for quite some time, finally exhaling when the lights below extinguished. Soon after, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He leaned against the rock and succumbed to sleep, plagued by nightmares throughout the night. It was not until the first light of dawn that he struggled awake, drenched in cold sweat. No matter how cold and unfeeling, they were still his biological parents who had raised him from a young age. They have never treated him poorly, always striving to allocate all resources in his favor. Yet, when confronted with the essence of life, he ultimately chose himself. "Do not blame me. I shall live on, even for your sake." Gazing at the distant dawn, Yi Tianyun murmured, his pale visage shadowed by gloom and ruthlessness. Upon receiving the news, Lu Zhiyao fell into a moment of silence, sighing for the original owner. She then commanded, "Keep a close watch on him and report at all times." It turns out that this was all part of Lu Zhiyao's calculated scheme. Upon learning that the Chun family had intended to target Yi Jiangwo and his wife, as well as Yi Tianyun, she discreetly informed the military, allowing events to unfold in her favor. Consequently, Yi Tianyun's application for work in lieu of supervision was swiftly approved. The patrol gaps that night were intentionally arranged, and the escape route through the back mountain was deliberately left open. However, they did not anticipate that the Chun family head would order a lethal strike, leading to actual gunfire. Even more astonishing was Yi Tianyun's ruthless heart, capable of using his own parents as a stepping stone for his escape, revealing the depths of his callousness. Regardless, their plan had commenced smoothly. Chapter 1:13. Xiaoyumo cannot wait any longer. Lu Zhiyao was recently on the verge of exasperation due to Xiaoyumo. No matter where she went, she could always spot Xiaoyumo waiting for her. His first words upon seeing her being, "Shall we get married?" His gaze towards her was so overt, devoid of any pretense of innocence. His transformation began a week ago. On that day, the team, known as the Flower of Power, had a rare day off and decided to gather for a meal. Fang Yirui and Fan Wei seized the opportunity to ply her with alcohol, claiming it was a unique chance to outdrink the captain. Due to their rigorous training, Lu Zhiyao's heart softened, and before she realized it, she was thoroughly intoxicated. When she awoke the next day, she found herself lying in the same bed as Xie Yuma. Turning her head, she beheld his cool, handsome face, which now bore a hint of rosy warmth, reminiscent of an alluring peach. His closed eyelids were adorned with long, curled lashes, like two delicate brushes. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye, the pronounced bridge of his nose, and his crystalline, ruby lips seemed to beckon, whispering for her to kiss him. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she leaned in and kissed him, only to be embraced by Xie Yuma, who had already awakened but pretended to be asleep, leading to a dizzying kiss that left her breathless. Not even her neck and chest escaped his fervent attention. Xie Yuma was not in a much better state himself. His shirt had been removed by Lu Zhiyao, revealing perfect abs and a tantalizing V-line, which tempted her to touch and even nibble at him. In that moment, it felt as though water had been poured into hot oil, igniting a deep crimson flush across Xie Yuma's entire being. Yet, even with the tension palpable, he restrained himself, holding her close for a long time before retreating to the bathroom for a cold shower. Since that day, whenever he found a moment, Xie Yuma would insist on discussing their impending marriage. His words left Lu Zhiyao thunderstruck, causing her doubt if he had been switched at birth. However, upon seeing the mix of longing and hurt in his eyes, she felt a rare flush of warmth upon her cheeks. She did not shy away from the idea of marriage. It was simply that she was still young and wished to savor her freedom before tying the knot. Although she understood that Xie Yuma would not confine her after marriage, the distinction between being single and married was significant. After much inner turmoil, she finally spoke. Actually, we could, perhaps consider. But as soon as the words escaped her lips, Xie Yuma's expression turned icy. Do you not want to marry? His tone was laden with reproach. She had underestimated him. His intuition was sharp, always cutting to the core. Lu Zhiyao pondered for a moment before deciding to speak candidly. I just think it's too early for marriage. Let us wait a few more years. At this, Xie Yuma's face darkened completely. He took a deep breath, as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent, turning on his heel and walking away. In the days that followed, even the oblivious Fang Yirui sensed the palpable tension between them, realizing they were in a state of Cold War. He nudged Feng Huayu beside him with his elbow and gestured towards Lu Zhiyao, asking, what has happened to them? His goddess ultimately belongs to another. With a hint of melancholy in his expression, he sighed, I do not know. Having said this, he set off for a run, leaving Feng Yirui standing in a daze, pondering the peculiar behavior of those around him. Although Lu Zhiyao yearned to reconcile with Xie Yuma, it seemed that he had indeed provoked her ire this time. Every time their gazes met, he was the first to avert his eyes. Aside from their usual exchanges, whenever she sought him out privately, he would coldly retort, if there is no marriage, let us not speak of anything. After a few such encounters, even Lu Zhiyao grew irritated and chose to ignore him altogether. This turn of events pleased Lu Zhiqiao, who busied himself with flattery towards his sister, seizing the opportunity to sow discord. Even the onlooker, Yao Lina, remarked with a tone of intrigue. Yet, Xie Yuma remained impassive, as if someone owed her a substantial sum. Due to the financial strain during the preparation period, the Huaxia clan was indeed in dire need of funds. Thus, when the commander of the 3rd Military District personally approached Lu Zhiyao, she realized that this predicament was inescapable. Nevertheless, Lu Zhiyao seized this moment to present a request to the commander. As he exited the commander's office, he encountered a group of 10, disguised as passers-by from the Flower Brigade. They surged forward, their eyes sparkling with eagerness, the implication unmistakable. Lu Zhiyao cast a casual glance at Xie Yuma, who was clearly attentive yet pretended to look elsewhere. With a sigh, she announced, bad news, Chen Bufan must join the Buanghua team. A wave of dismay washed over the faces of everyone present. It was well known that each team could accommodate a maximum of 10 members, and their quota was already full. If Chen Bufan were to join, it inevitably meant that someone would have to withdraw. Feng Xiao could no longer contain her tears, for she was the weakest link in the team, and if one were to be eliminated, it would undoubtedly be her. Xie Yuma stood silently by, her expression cold, her gaze downcast, lost in her own thoughts. Observing their despondency, Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but chuckle. The good news is that the Bawanghua team is permitted to expand to 100 members. This revelation left everyone in stunned silence. 100 members? That was unprecedented. This was no longer a mere team. It was akin to a battalion. Indeed, Lu Zhiyao's proposal was to enlarge the squad, and she had assured her superiors that she could train all 100 recruits to become elite soldiers. Henceforth, the Bawanghua team would be rebranded as the Bawanghua Battalion. The newly appointed commander, Lu Zhiyao, found herself exceedingly busy with the battalion selection trials. Upon learning of the expansion to 100 members, soldiers throughout the Huaxia clan were filled with excitement, eagerly signing up. When the registration period concluded, an astonishing total of over 1,000 applicants had emerged. Thus, a selection process was necessitated to choose 89 individuals from this vast pool. Chen Bufan, as an invested participant, became the first to successfully join the battalion from this group of applicants. On a bright and sunny morning, he donned his military uniform, exuding an air of remarkable charm, and saluted Lu Zhiyao. "Good morning, Commander," he declared, shedding his previous facade of gentility and embracing a newfound vigor. His demeanor appeared much more buoyant, though his gaze occasionally flickered with a hint of affection as he regarded Lu Zhiyao. Feng Huayu was taken aback, then broke into a mischievous grin directed at Chen Bufan. He hooked his shoulder and led him to the playground, where Feng Yirue and the others immediately followed suit. Did the company commander not understand the intention behind this? It was meant to assert dominance. Xie Yuma silently gazed at Lu Zhiyao for a few moments before turning and following along. The impact of this assertion was significant, so much so that the next day, Chen Bufan struggled to rise from his bed. Just as he managed to clamber up, Feng Yirue had him by the shoulder and whisked him away. For reasons unknown, whether intentional or not, Chen Bufan was kept away from Lu Zhiyao for a consecutive 10 days. The selection competition was soon to commence, and Lu Zhiyao became extraordinarily busy. After enduring for a considerable time, Chen Bufan finally cornered her outside the cafeteria one evening. The onlookers inside the cafeteria craned their necks, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Lu Zhiyao's expression darkened. "What is it?" Chen Bufan met her gaze momentarily before quickly averting his eyes, lowering his head to speak softly. "Company Commander, I have intelligence regarding the M clan." Chapter 114. "I like you. I wish to pursue you." "Oh." Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow. "What information could possibly require me?" "A company commander," rather than going directly to the superior. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. In truth, she was also rather impatient with Chen Bufan's forced enlistment. Yet orders from the superior could not be disobeyed. Therefore, she took a step back to seize the opportunity to propose an expansion of the team. Since they had already bound themselves to such a burden, they must accept her request. Fortunately, the superior seemed to have anticipated this, as he approved her proposal and even took the initiative to submit an expansion request to the military headquarters, determining the number of personnel for the company. After a brief silence, Chen Bufan suddenly looked up and smiled brightly at her. "Actually, I want to say, I like you, and I wish to pursue you." The declaration was straightforward, and his expression was resolutely earnest. After studying abroad in the M clan for several years, while he may not have mastered many skills, he had certainly witnessed numerous declarations of love. The M clan's people were known for their passionate nature, openly expressing their feelings to those they cherished, and he himself had received many confessions from girls. Thus, he resolved to abandon pretense and directly convey his affection to Lu Zhiyao. The cafeteria erupted into a flurry of whispers and exclamations. "Is he courting death? But doesn't Colonel Lu have a fiancée? Hey, you never know. There might still be a chance. TSK. Lieutenant Xie is formidable. I reckon he has no hope." Following the recent battle at Guojia village, Xie Yuma had earned the rank of lieutenant and was gaining a reputation within the military district. As someone was about to speak further, they were silenced by a hand over their mouth, gesturing to look towards the back. In a corner of the cafeteria, Xie Yuma stood up quietly, glaring coldly at Chun Bufan, an aura of frost emanating from him that made others instinctively retreat. Everyone quickly lowered their heads, resuming their meals, no longer daring to speak. Yet, their ears remained perked, unwilling to miss the unfolding drama. Lu Zhiyao paused, finally regarding Chun Bufan with seriousness. I thought I had made myself clear before. During their freshman year, she had already stated openly that she had someone she liked. Chun Bufan smirked, his expression brimming with defiance. The essence of a scion of a noble family laid bare. My feelings for you are my own affair, and my pursuit is my freedom. You may choose to decline, just as I can choose to continue my efforts. Lu Zhiyao fell silent, then turned without a word and walked away. A low, mocking laugh echoed from behind, causing her to pause briefly before hastening her pace. Before she could suppress her mirth, a sharp gust of wind rushed by, prompting her to sidestep hastily. Xie Yuma clenched his fists, his voice low and menacing, seeking death. He then intensified his assault, leaving Chun Bufan utterly defenseless. Yet even then, he persisted in his provocations. Are you really that insecure? Is this the extent of your abilities? Had he not been forcibly pulled away that day, Chun Bufan might have been beaten to a pulp by Xie Yuma. He was in a pitiful state, yet he defiantly declared, even if you beat me to death, I shall pursue Lu Zhiyao. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyao hurried over, promptly administering penalties to both individuals without uttering a word. She glared at them, insisting, reflect on your actions. Subsequently, she rushed off, not even granting Xie Yuma a chance to speak. A flicker of sorrow crossed Xie Yuma's eyes as she silently lowered her head. Meanwhile, Chun Bufan wore a smirk of triumph. However, all his efforts were discarded into the trash bin. After a week of this, the flowers were replaced with various chocolates, which ultimately found their way into the stomachs of Yao Lina and Feng Xiao. Thus, the cycle of weekly replacements continued unabated. In addition, Chun Bufan seized every opportunity to ingratiate himself to her. His frequency of visits and fervent gestures even caught the attention of the higher-ups. The chief jested, Comrade Lu is so outstanding, yet she has her troubles. Such a grand pursuit reached even Qin Huai of the 1st Military District, who remarked on the audacity of it all. Consequently, the following day, he joined the ranks of suitors as well. Lu Zhiyao frowned at the crookedly written love letter in her hand. Addressed to Colonel Lu, I extend my utmost sincerity in inviting you to be my future partner. I hope you can agree and accept me. Qin Huai. It seemed everyone was rather idle. With the selection competition nearing its conclusion, it was time to assign them tasks to keep them occupied. Thus, after renaming the squad to Amazon Warriors, they commenced challenges against various military districts. This time, it was a case of veterans leading newcomers, with each former member of the Amazon Warriors guiding 9 participants in the challenge. Unfortunately, for Chun Bufan, he was assigned to Xie Yuma's team. He immediately sought out Lu Zhiyao to voice his protest, yet his grievances fell on deaf ears, and he was dismissively told that if he was dissatisfied, he could transfer to another battalion. He fell into silence, compelled to submit, and was subsequently assigned to confront his most formidable opponent by Xie Yuma, who sought personal vengeance. Xie Yuma had unilaterally terminated the Cold War with Lu Zhiyao. However, her preoccupations had left them with little opportunity for conversation for quite some time. He had conversed with his mother, discreetly inquired about Yao Lina and Feng Xiao, and even scoured the internet for pertinent information. Ultimately, he grasped that Lu Zhiyao's predicament might stem from a fear of commitment. Previously, under his insistence, she had reluctantly consented to their engagement. However, when it came to the matter of marriage, she recoiled and hesitated. This was not a lack of love, but rather a profound trepidation towards the institution of marriage. It was he who had been overly demanding and aggressive. Upon realizing this, Xie Yuma patiently awaited a moment when Lu Zhiyao would finally be available. He hurriedly stopped her, gently grasping her hand, and when he noticed her lack of resistance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's converse. It is all my fault. Please do not disregard me. Her previously cold expression was now tinged with a delicate blush, rendering her utterly pitiable. Lu Zhiyao scoffed. It is you who has ignored me from the outset. As he traced her palm with his fingers, his tone softened. I was in the wrong, and I shall not act like this again. Lu Zhiyao felt her heart flutter at his touch, and her voice softened in response. I forgive you. Xie Yumao was filled with sweetness. He realized that Lu Zhiyao had always been considerate of him, even during their Cold War, unhesitatingly choosing him and leaving no room for ambiguity with others. She was the one he wished to cherish and protect. He expressed his decision. I will not pressure you into marriage, as long as you are willing. You may remain unmarried for a lifetime, and I shall respect your choice. As the words left his lips, he felt both sorrow and relief. As long as she remained by his side, he had no regrets. Lu Zhiyao sighed, contemplating for a moment before earnestly stating, wait for me for 5 years. In just over 5 years, once she had completed her tasks and faced no further crises, she would marry the one she loved. Chapter 115. Only when you have made me comfortable will I assist you in your search. On the desolate coastline, a figure suddenly emerged, staggering as it approached. As it drew nearer, it became evident that it was a man, tattered and extraordinarily weary. This man was Yi Tianyan. He fled southward, finally reaching the border on that fateful day. Gazing at the vast, boundless sea before him, determination filled his eyes. If he could successfully traverse these waters, he would escape to the tribe. Strangely enough, his journey had been largely devoid of peril, and he had been fortunate enough to evade any pursuers. Even now, a boat fortuitously lay anchored at the shore, the boatman conspicuously absent. Yet, a man at the end of his wits does not ponder deeply. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and swiftly climbed into the small vessel, paddling away. On the first day, he was fortunate to discover water and provisions at the stern. On the second day, he stumbled upon fishing gear beneath his seat. On the third day, he realized the boat was electric and fully charged. Thus, with such favorable winds at his back, as if the universe conspired to prevent him from losing his way or starving, he successfully entered the tribe. His destination had been determined by the whispers of Yi Tianai's whereabouts he had heard during his ordeal of being sold to the mines. He yearned to find his younger sister and start anew. However, upon entering the tribe, life began to take a turn for the worse. He entered the country unlawfully, lacking documentation and financial means, rendering him utterly incapable of moving forward, let alone locating Yi Tianai. In a desperate bid to address his basic needs, he initially sought employment, only to find that no one would hire an undocumented individual. Ultimately, with no other recourse available, he was compelled to resort to begging. However, even among beggars, there exists a hierarchy. Individuals like him, who are unfamiliar with the local language, devoid of any foundational support, yet possessing notable good looks, inevitably find themselves relegated to the lowest rung of society. A chain that suppresses his mental abilities and supernatural powers is tightly fastened around his neck, impossible to undo. In the midst of a frantic escape, he suffers from insufficient food and rest, leaving him exceedingly weak. Before long, he is overpowered by a robust beggar who takes him down. A foul stench assaults him as filthy, calloused hands ruthlessly tear away his trousers. He struggled violently, but the palm, resembling a fan, struck down with force, leaving him momentarily blinded and subsequently nauseous, likely from concussion. Shut up. She spoke in flawless Huaxia dialect. However, what was even more astonishing was that this robust individual was, in fact, a woman, her face, obscured by a mess of unkempt hair and caked in grime, rendered her identity unrecognizable, yet undeniably, she was a woman. As she began to remove her trousers, he hastily exclaimed, "Do you want to make some money?" The female beggar abruptly halted her actions and suspiciously inquired, "Money? Do you have a way?" She scrutinized him for a moment before laughing crudely. Yi Tianyan gritted his teeth and nodded. "My sister runs a club here. If you help me find her, I will ensure she pays you." The beggar woman raised an eyebrow, her tone flippant. "All right, but before that, you must cater to my needs. Only then will I assist you in your search." Yi Tianyan's anger surged within him. How is this any different from rape? The beggar woman spat disdainfully and struck down again. "Will you do it or not? If not, I want to be responsible for you. You neither speak the dialect nor possess any strength. Only I can aid you." A sense of humiliation flooded from his feet to his head, and his face reddened, yet he found himself powerless to resist. After much contemplation, amidst the beggar woman's growing impatience, he ultimately capitulated. That night was nothing short of a nightmare for him. Once the ordeal was over, he retched uncontrollably. The beggar woman, clearly displeased, remarked, "What, do you find me distasteful?" His eyes, heavy with tempestuous gloom, lifted to meet the gaze of the female beggar, momentarily serene. "No, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Do not forget your own," he stated. The beggar, pleased with his demeanor, indeed took him to begin their search. Relying on fragments of overheard conversation, Yi Tianyun surmised that Yi Tianai managed a public relations establishment. The beggar had resided in the art tribe for many years, amassing a network of contacts. With this information, they swiftly pinpointed a newly opened establishment in the city center, launched 2 years prior. Before the opulent entrance, Yi Tianyun felt an unusual trepidation. Passers-by cast disdainful glances at the pair, veering away, leaving a wide berth around them. The commotion attracted the attention of the club's patrons, who emerged to investigate. Upon realizing the presence of 2 beggars, they swiftly sought to expel them. The female beggar, flustered, urged, "Hurry, call your sister." Taking a deep breath, Yi Tianyun summoned his courage and shouted, "Yi Tianai! Yi Tianai!" This drew the attention of onlookers, while the club's security, enraged, seized him by the collar, ready to throw him out. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" It was unmistakably the language of the art tribe, yet Yi Tianyun instantly recognized the voice. It belonged to none other than Yi Tianai, the proprietor of the establishment. She gazed incredulously at the disheveled and filthy figure before her, unable to reconcile this with the image of her dapper brother. Had she not recognized that familiar voice, she would never have believed it. She promptly instructed the security to disperse the crowd and moved to usher him inside. However, the female beggar clutched at her skirt, attempting to impede her. Yi Tianai disdainfully shook her off, yet the beggar clung on, prompting her to signal the security to remove the nuisance. Furious, the beggar yelled, "You promised me money. You deceitful man. You are not a man of your word." Yi Tianai looked at her brother in confusion. What is this all about? To her surprise, Yi Tianyun wore a face of utter contempt. Leaning in to offer a hushed explanation, he noticed her pinching her nose and recoiling. "Brother, you reek." A wave of humiliation surged through him. His face flushed crimson, yet he maintained his composure. "Sister, she threatened me. Please deal with her." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianai understood and, disregarding the beggar's tirade, signaled the security to silence her, swiftly escorting her away. Given the ferocity in her eyes, it was evident that the beggar would not survive until dawn. Upon entering the club, overwhelmed by his own foul odor, Yi Tianyun quickly inquired about the nearest bathing facilities. It was only after scrubbing himself raw that he emerged from the lounge. Thereafter, he devoured the meal Yi Tianai had prepared for him, finally feeling revitalized. After satiating his hunger, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber, only to awaken around noon the following day. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately sought out Yi Tianai, eager to learn about her experiences over the past few years. After being forcibly taken to the R tribe by Bei Yuan Sanjia, Yi Tianai had been confined. He did not mistreat her. He merely commanded her to remain at home to nurture the child, promising that once she had given birth, he would allow her to go free. He carried the steel blade to confess his sins. Fortunately, the powerful Kitahara family rescued him. After a few days of despondency at home, he regained his composure and began to strive once more. Coincidentally, the family arranged a marriage for him with the daughter of a self-defense forces officer. Kitahara Sosuke readily agreed and promptly arranged for Yi Tianai to reside in a villa on the outskirts. "Bear my child, and I shall visit you often," he said, before vanishing without a trace, leaving her in the care of a woman responsible for her supervision and well-being. Even the monthly living and nourishment expenses were directly remitted to this woman. Chapter 116. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. The woman, named Kyoko, was a member of the Kitahara family, possessing a mental prowess level of 2S, and shared the same water-based abilities as Yi Tianai, displaying utmost dedication in her duties. Meanwhile, Yi Tianai's abilities remained stagnant at level 3, while Kyoko had advanced to level 5. Unable to fight back and burdened by her pregnancy, she could only endure until, after 10 months, she finally gave birth to a daughter. Upon awakening, she found herself cast onto the streets. Her daughter vanished without a trace. A bitter smile crept upon her face, reflecting the cruelty she had experienced. Gradually, her bitter smile transformed into a mocking grin, which morphed into a semblance of madness. She, too, was a formidable individual, leveraging her stunning beauty to engage in the lucrative profession of a hostess. As those of the clan particularly favored women with doll-like features and alluring physiques. Thus, she became immensely popular and amassed considerable wealth, meticulously saving every penny without indulgence. By chance, when the matron of the establishment she worked for decided to retire due to her advancing age, she seized the opportunity to take over, investing all her savings to acquire the venue and transforming herself into the matron. With the clientele she had cultivated over the past 2 years, she thrived in her new role, forging connections with numerous influential figures. It was through this network that she became acquainted with the forces that sent Chun Yukai to the mines for illegal labor. Upon hearing her story, a flicker of pity flashed in Yi Tianyun's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "My parents are both deceased." In her shock, Yi Tianyi listened as he recounted his experience of being sent to the mines in retaliation by the Chun family. Chun Yukai harbored resentment, and, when I was unguarded, "He murdered my parents," he choked out. He dared not confess that he was the cause of his parents' demise, attributing the blame solely to the Chun family. But why would the Chun family resort to such actions? He cast a furtive glance at her, and to his satisfaction, he discerned a look of guilt and sorrow etched upon her face. Yi Tian, though adopted, had been treated well by the Yi Jiangwo couple over the past decade, perhaps even better than their biological daughter. However, her sorrow was not profound. Prior to her current predicament, the Yi couple had harbored their share of grievances against her, often hurling cold words in her direction. Thus, she shed a couple of symbolic tears before ceasing her weeping. The two exchanged a few brief sighs of lament before swiftly redirecting their focus to the matter at hand. "Elder brother, what are your plans moving forward?" Yi Tianyun's face was a mask of hatred. "I seek vengeance. Lu Zhiyao, the Chun family, none shall escape my wrath. Were it not for them, the Yi family would not have been brought to ruin. Were it not for them, how could I, the esteemed young master of the Yi clan, have fallen to the depths of serving beggars? Very well, I shall assist you." Yi Tian agreed without hesitation, her own desire for retribution aligning perfectly with her elder brother's. With his support, she would achieve her goals with greater efficiency. However, she glanced at the chain around Yi Tianyun's neck. "Is there a way to remove this?" Yi Tianyun paused, and then, with a hint of despair, replied, "No, this is a special creation of the Hua clan military, a proprietary invention that cannot be undone. What shall we do now?" Without his mental prowess and abilities, her elder brother would be rendered impotent. The elation that had been etched on her face moments ago swiftly faded. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she looked again at the handsome visage of the man before her, even in his emaciated state. She ventured cautiously, "Elder brother, would you mind sacrificing your appearance?" Upon witnessing his expression darken, she hastily clarified, "I have no other options. Although I am acquainted with many influential individuals, they regard me merely as a plaything, and I could not rely on them in a dire situation." Moreover, her words trailed off, but Yi Tianyun comprehended her implication. Presently, he was akin to a mere shell of a man. Aside from his relatively pleasing exterior, he possessed little value. With a resolute bite of his lip, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. What would you have me do?" Yi Tian introduced him to a certain guest. This individual was the sole female general of the clan, who, despite her advanced age of 50, still wielded considerable power. Yi Tian had already gleaned that this woman was exceedingly lustful, particularly drawn to rebellious young men. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. He first persuaded the female officer to introduce him for a position in the military headquarters. After mere few months of effort, he astonishingly became a capable leader of troops. Upon receiving this news, Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but sigh, realizing she had underestimated him. However, this was quite fitting. The higher one climbs, the heart of the fall. City C is a small town deeply embedded in the heart of the Hua's ethnic territory, originally belonging to the Hua's people. Due to its abundant resources, it was shamelessly seized by the Er clan. The Er clan cited historical claims, asserting that this land rightfully belonged to them, even enlisting the M clan as witnesses. At that time, the Hua's people were in a state of weakened morale, yet their land was vast and rich, making it an irresistible target. Unfortunately, lacking strength, they were ultimately forced to cede territory. Following this incident, the Er clan continued to employ the same rationale to plunder all surrounding cities. Now, looking at the map, the once intact territory of the Hua's resembles a body that has been stabbed with a steel knife, leaving it severely mutilated. The Flower Commandos are currently stationed in City C. Lu Zhiyao selected 15 team members who could speak the Er clan's language, disguising themselves to blend into the city. At this moment, she was dressed in her clan attire, holding a pink flower umbrella, leisurely shopping with Xie. As they strolled, she softly complained, "These shoes are too stiff, they hurt my feet." Xie, feeling sympathetic, replied, "Let me carry you." With that, he crouched down, signaling her to hop on. Lu Zhiyao did not hesitate, leaping onto his broad back despite the astonished glances from those around. Resting her umbrella atop her head, she mischievously leaned in close to his ear, teasingly whispering, "You look so slender. I didn't expect you to be this strong." Delighted to see his earlobes flush with color, her laughter grew more triumphant. However, the hand supporting her suddenly jostled upward, and a gritted voice emerged. "I can be even stronger. Do you want to test it?" Lu Zhiyao fell silent, as this man had recently been acting strangely, seizing every opportunity to express his desires. Although he always stopped short of going all the way, it was becoming increasingly uncomfortable for her. Moreover, he insisted on waiting until after marriage to complete the final step, leaving both of them in a state of unfulfilled longing. How difficult it was. The team members trailing behind were quite astonished by this scene. It was rare to witness such a display from their commander. Among the members of the original Flower Commandos, only Feng Huayu had come, as the others could not speak the Er clan's language and remained stationed in the rear. Feng Huayu, considering himself the team leader, delivered a playful smack to a nearby comrade's head, sternly instructing, "Focus. Keep up." Unperturbed, Xie continued to carry Lu Zhiyao forward, attracting the attention of passers-by, who pointed and whispered. Young girls gazed at the handsome man with starry eyes, envious of the girl he was carrying, wishing to take her place. In such a situation, it was only natural for a villainous figure to emerge. "Hey, you there!" A sharp male voice called out in perfect Er clan language. Xie paused momentarily, but pressed on without stopping. "I said stop." With a thud, the ground beneath them erupted in a burst of energy sparks as he continued walking. "Did you not hear me? Are you deaf?" The voice grew closer as a wiry, sharp-featured man dashed forward to block their path. He then scrutinized Xie from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. With a servile gesture, he addressed the direction behind them. "General, are you satisfied with this?" A sturdy woman ambled over, and upon seeing Xie face, her eyes lit up. Glancing at Lu Zhiyao on his back, a glint of menace flashed at her gaze. Arrogantly, she turned to the wiry man, commanding, "Take care of this." With that, she continued her leisurely pace, seemingly convinced that the man would soon belong to her. The wiry man, about to speak, was taken aback when Xie sidestepped him and continued forward. Infuriated, he brandished a weapon, threatening, "If you don't behave, I won't be so polite." Lu Zhiyao sighed in resignation, whispering to Xie, "A beauty brings disaster." Then, regardless of his furious expression, she jumped down from his back and provocatively challenged, "What do you mean by not polite?" Her words were articulated in flawless Er clan language, devoid of any accent. The wiry man finally took note of her appearance, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as his tone softened. "Young lady, my name is Yamamoto, the military advisor here. As long as you stand quietly and do not interfere with my duties for the general, I promise I won't harm you in the slightest." Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity. "General? Was that person a general? Bueno, isn't that the very ship Yi Tianyun is associated with?" A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she leaned closer to Xie, whispering a few words, which caused his expression to darken. Seeing this, she helplessly persuaded him until he reluctantly nodded. With a beaming smile, she addressed the wiry man. My friend agrees. However, I have a condition. The wiry man, relieved at how easily she had acquiesced, smiled broadly at her. Young lady, feel free to express your request. As long as Yamamoto can manage it, I will certainly oblige. Lu Zhiao's eyes twinkled as she pretended to ponder. I haven't visited the military base yet. Could you take me in for a tour? Yamamoto exclaimed, thumping his chest. That's no trouble at all. Leave it to me. Let us go. With that, he set off towards the military base, leading the pair along. Ueno walked a few paces ahead, keenly listening to the commotion behind him, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. He had not expected to encounter such exquisite beauty in this remote town, even surpassing Yi Tianyan's allure. Deliberately slowing his pace, he aimed to walk alongside the charming young man. However, the latter's attention remained fixed on the young girl beside him, not sparing a glance in her direction. Unbeknownst to the three behind, the female general harbored her own intentions as Lu Zhiyao seized the opportunity to extract information from Yamamoto. Little did he know that the person before him was a colonel of the Was clan, as he reveled in her every word of admiration, inadvertently divulging the military defenses of City C. By the time he realized, they had already arrived at the entrance of the military base. He gently touched the back of his head, sensing that something was amiss. However, Lu Zhiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, this place is magnificent. It is truly impressive that Yamamoto-kun can serve as an advisor in such a grand location." Completely disregarding the darkening expression of Xie beside her, whose face was now as grim as ink, she continued her enthusiastic praise. Yamamoto, however, was quite pleased, entirely forgetting his earlier doubts, and joyfully led the two of them inside. The guard at the entrance initially intended to search them, but Lu Zhiao's playful charm spared them from it. Xie countenance was less than pleasant, but it mattered little. As long as their objective was achieved, he could always placate her later. Feng Huayu, along with others, watched from a distance, and upon seeing the commander's signal for them to disperse before entering, they quietly departed. Yamamoto guided them on a tour of the training grounds and the armory, and as dusk descended, he warmly invited Lu Zhiyao to stay for dinner before leaving. She readily agreed. Finally, Yamamoto spoke up. "This young man, please." Xie cast a conflicted glance at Lu Zhiyao and at her silent urging. He followed the others toward Ueno. Left alone, Lu Zhiyao found Yamamoto's smile to be even more genuine. He still did not know the young lady's name. A self-proclaimed, charming grin appeared on his sharp-featured face. While savoring the delicious food, Lu Zhiyao casually remarked, "You can call me Xiao AI. Xiao Ai? What an adorable name." Yamamoto replied, extending his hand toward hers. However, whether by design or happenstance, his hand inadvertently reached for the teacup instead, missing her hand entirely. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the carefree eater, tentatively inquiring, "What level is your mental power, young lady?" Although he had assessed the two upon their first encounter, he had gleaned nothing. This scenario could either indicate an absence of mental power or suggest that her capability surpassed his own. Despite his unassuming appearance, his mental strength was already a 3S, placing him among the elite of City C. With her mouth full, Lu Zhiyao mumbled, "I have no mental power. My friend and I are quite lacking in that regard. However, we are not financially constrained, so it hardly matters." It appeared she was indeed the offspring of a high-ranking official, Yamamoto mused. As she prepared to depart after finishing her meal, he hesitated, reluctant to let her go. "Are you leaving so soon, young lady? If you tarry any longer, Xie may become anxious." With that, he turned and strode forward, disappearing in just a few steps. Yamamoto had not anticipated her swift departure, and after a brief pause, he begrudgingly instructed his subordinate, "Go investigate which family she belongs to." Yes, unexpectedly, the individual who should have been outside the base turned and stealthily climbed over the wall, determinately leaping a few times until she arrived at Ueno's residence. She crouched outside the window, poised to eavesdrop when suddenly, the window swung open and a hand pulled her inside. Realizing it was Xie, she surrendered her resistance, only to be met with Weno's wide-eyed, unblinking stare, a rather frightful sight. She offered an awkward smile. "You certainly act swiftly." Xie Yuma remained silent, his expression cold. He was still irked by her flirtation with another man. Lu Zhiyao had no desire to display affection in front of a lifeless figure and decided to pacify him later. For now, completing the task at hand took precedence. They lifted Weno onto the bed, retrieved her phone, and sent a message to everyone in the contact list. The troop station in City C are up to no good. Subsequently, they powered off the device, erased all traces at the scene, and departed silently. Chapter 118. An eye for an eye. As soon as the two exited the base, they headed straight for the outskirts of the city to rendezvous with others. They remained ever ready for battle. Indeed, every member of the Valkyrie team was present, each brimming with enthusiasm and poised for action. In Lu Zhiyao's eyes, there was only coldness. "An eye for an eye. Our clan. Are you prepared?" Weno did not leave her room until noon the following day, and Yamamoto suddenly sensed something amiss. He rapped on the door of the lounge, but there was no response from within. His expression shifted dramatically as he forcefully pushed the door open, only to be met with a horrifying sight of Weno's lifeless body, while the boy from yesterday had vanished without a trace. His expression turned grave as he immediately examined the corpse. However, aside from a deep, bone-revealing sword wound on the neck, there were no other clues to be found. It is worth noting that Weno possessed an astonishing mental power level of 4S, coupled with formidable ice-based abilities, making him an exceptional force that was not easily approached. How could he have been silently murdered in the dead of night? Just as he was grappling with disbelief, a report came from outside the door stating that personnel from the headquarters had arrived. This only heightened his anxiety. Why did they arrive just as Weno's body was discovered? Outside the base, a sizable group was anxiously awaiting further information, with Yi Tianyun at the forefront. Since receiving the text message the previous night, he had been in a state of frantic worry, as Weno had been out of contact for an entire night. He hastily applied for a transfer overnight, and his trusted aide from Weno urgently approved it. After a relentless journey, he arrived by noon. From the outside, the military base appeared normal, which alleviated some of his concerns. However, it had been half an hour since he reported in, and there was no sign of activity inside. Could it be that the station troops in City C were indeed plotting something? Anxiety gripped him once more. It wasn't that he harbored any particular feelings for Weno, but she was the hard-won support he had secured for himself. What would he do if this pillar of strength were to crumble? It was well known that many within the military regarded him as a mere member of the Huaxia, who had ascended to his position solely through connections, lacking any real capability. Yet they only dared to grumble privately due to Weno's formidable presence. Without Weno, would they not seize the opportunity to undermine him ruthlessly? Just as he contemplated whether to force his way in, someone finally emerged from within, and it was none other than Yamamoto. He appeared at ease, repeatedly offering his apologies upon arrival. "I sincerely regret the delay. There are numerous matters at hand. Please do come in." Yi Tianyun silently observed him for a moment, noticing his demeanor did not betray any pretense, allowing his anxieties to temporarily subside. Just as he was about to enter, unexpectedly, the individuals behind him were halted. He erupted in fury and coldly demanded, "What do you mean?" Yamamoto wore an expression of deep regret and replied, "The base has regulations. Soldiers from other military districts must possess a permit to enter." Yi Tianyun was taken aback, a hint of trepidation creeping in. Yamamoto sighed inwardly. Having initially intended to deceive him into entering, to detain him first, and then gradually deal with the surrounding forces. Little did he expect this man to be so astute. Refusing to fall for the ruse, feigning confusion, he inquired, "What does this Major General mean?" Yi Tianyun responded with a cold smile, "I have come to meet General Weno." Simply inform her directly. He was deeply cherished by Weno. Had she known of his arrival, she would undoubtedly have come personally to greet him at the door. Yamamoto felt a stir within and scrutinized him closely, his gaze traversing the tightly concealed neck, and a realization dawned upon him. Was this not Weno's ineffectual paramour? He scoffed. "One audacious face you have, expecting General Weno to personally welcome you." Yi Tianyun recognized that the man had identified him, yet he remained unperturbed. He produced the dispatch order and candidly declared, "I received a message from General Ueno last night. I am here on official duty to investigate." Yamamoto's complexion drained, his shock palpable. A message from General Ueno? Last night? What message? Yi Tianyun clicked his tongue. That is classified information. You need only to report. He then promptly drew his Shiguan gun, aiming it at Yamamoto. Speak the truth. What has happened to General Ueno? The stark contrast in the man's demeanor raised suspicions. It was evident that something was amiss, and it seemed General Ueno was in dire straits. The station guards, sensing the escalating tension, swiftly brandished their weapons towards the group. However, as they observed the increasing chill in Yi Tianyun's gaze, Yamamoto could only whisper, "Major General, please remain calm. I will take you to see General Ueno now." "My men must accompany me," Yi Tianyun insisted. Yamamoto quickly glanced at his subordinates before nodding. "Very well, please proceed." Once everyone had entered, his subordinates hurried to inform the commanding officer of the garrison about the unfolding events. Before entering the lounge, even though Yi Tianyun had mentally prepared himself, the sight of General Ueno's lifeless body, eyes wide open in death, struck him with profound shock. "You have an audacious nerve." He then pointed furiously at Yamamoto, bellowing, "Seize him." Yamamoto had not anticipated such a swift turn of events, leaving him no opportunity for explanation. He was primarily engaged in clerical work, neglecting physical exercise, and in a moment of inattention, he found himself pinned to the ground. The individuals brought by Yi Tianyun were adept operatives dispatched by Ueno, who swiftly subdued Yamamoto and his subordinates. Yamamoto protested vehemently, claiming, "We are innocent. We had just arrived at noon and saw that General Ueno was already dead." It seemed he recalled something, exclaiming, "It must have been that boy from last night." Yes, it was definitely him. What was his name again? He could only remember that the girl was named Xiao Ai, but he had completely forgotten to inquire about the boy's name. Yi Tianyun sneered coldly. "Continue your futile attempts at denial." Suddenly, Yamamoto realized the gravity of the situation and hastily called out, "I even sent someone to investigate yesterday. You can have them summoned for questioning." However, the timid report from his subordinates sent a chill down his spine. Those two individuals appeared to have emerged from thin air, leaving no trace for investigation. Now, he was genuinely alarmed. Yet, Yi Tianyun would not grant him the luxury of further defense, stating with unwavering conviction, "The garrison in City C has colluded with the Waz to conspire against General Ueno. The evidence is irrefutable. Take him away." Yamamoto immediately began to struggle, unleashing his 3S mental strength, rendering him momentarily invincible. However, Ueno, in a bid to protect Yi Tianyun's life, had equipped him with numerous advanced tools. He activated the device, and in an instant, the 3S mental barrier vanished, leaving Yamamoto utterly unprepared as they surged forward to restrain him. The Hua clan possesses chains capable of sealing mental powers and abilities, while the Er clan has similar apparatuses, albeit with a more tyrannical effect. Once the chains were affixed, Yamamoto's mental energy began to recede abruptly until it vanished completely. The excruciating agony brought on by the depletion of his mental force caused him to scream in torment. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the station troops at the base. However, Yi Tianyun had come prepared, accompanied by a considerable number of allies, and the two factions promptly confronted each other. "Cease this at once." A formidable presence enveloped all, stunning everyone into silence. It was the commanding officer of the station troops, who, with his elite guards, unyieldingly separated the two sides. He then glared at Yi Tianyun and admonished, "You dare to wreak havoc at our military base. Did General Ueno not instruct you otherwise?" Chapter 119. Yi Tianyun is in a precarious position. If Ueno were still alive, he would never dare utter such words. However, with Ueno's demise, all authority now rests in his hands. Disregarding Yi Tianyun's grim expression, he calmly observed the individuals he had brought along. Even a death row inmate must undergo multiple rounds of interrogation. How could you be so certain that it was my people who committed this act? Yamamoto had already succumbed to the pain, and upon being awakened by those who accompanied the commander, he repeatedly cried out in protest, "Commander, save me. I did not do it." When I arrived, I discovered General Ueno was dead. Yamamoto hastily recounted the events of the previous afternoon and evening. The girl claimed her name was Xiao AI, but I sent someone to investigate, and there was no record of either individual. Upon hearing the name Xiao AI, Yi Tianyun instinctively paused, pondering whether this was merely a coincidence. This is but your one-sided account. The general met with misfortune here, and you all undoubtedly harbor suspicions. Absurd. Shimizu scoffed, an invisible pressure descending upon the crowd, rendering them breathless. At that moment, no one dared to move, and Yi Tianyun's eyes darted as he contemplated his next course of action. Just then, other trusted aides began to arrive, yet all were barred from entering the base. Upon receiving the summons, Shimizu cast a cold glance at Yi Tianyun, signaling him to approach. Without your backing, your situation must be dire, he whispered. Yi Tianyun was taken aback, but soon regarded him with a frigid stare. Shimizu smirked, tauntingly stating, as long as you cooperate, I can ensure your continued presence in City C. Yi Tianyun lowered his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Shimizu appeared satisfied, patting his shoulder. I will not treat you unfairly. He then escorted him to the base entrance to greet the others. The true culprits, Xie Yuma and Lu Zhiyao, were concealed just outside the base. Yi Tianyun silently urged, we cannot afford any mishaps. We must act soon. Xie Yuma nodded attentively, fixated on the front. Apologies for the delay. I hope for your understanding, Shimizu said with a smile, bowing to the crowd. Trusted aide number 1 shouted, enough with the nonsense. Let us in. I demand to see General Ueno. The others echoed their demands, insisting to see Ueno or else they would breach the military base. Shimizu hurriedly clarified, General Ueno is currently not in our military district. She left yesterday. Isn't that right, Major Yi? Upon seeing Yi Tianyun, trusted aide number 2 initially scoffed derisively before inquiring, where is General Ueno? Yi Tianyun remained silent for a moment, then suddenly activated the protective shield device and declared loudly, the general has been murdered by the troops stationed in City C. We shall avenge her. Shimizu, infuriated, immediately unleashed his powers against him, only to have all his efforts thwarted by the protective shield. Yi Tianyun chuckled coldly. This was the life-saving device specifically granted to him by Ueno, and it would not be so easily breached. He continued to sow discord. They conspired with the Huaxia, intending to rebel, but were discovered by General Ueno, who has since perished. The confidants erupted in disbelief, with confidant number 1 expressing doubt. Is it truly the troops who did this? Yi Tianyun pointed towards the base, asserting, indeed, the general's body lies within. Instantly, everyone adopted a defensive stance. Those armed readied their weapons, while others prepared their supernatural abilities, the atmosphere electrified with tension. Qing Shui, maintaining a composed demeanor, shot a fierce glare at Yi Tianyun before presenting Yamamoto, demanding an explanation of the events leading up to this moment. However, as soon as Yamamoto completed his account, Yi Tianyun interjected, if your conscience is clear, why deceive you into believing the general had departed? Clearly, they are feeling guilty. Yamamoto, no pushover, now emboldened by the presence of his commander, began to retort vehemently. The two factions became embroiled in a heated dispute, their faces flushed with anger. Yet none dared to initiate an attack. With Ueno deceased, there was no need to sacrifice themselves. It was well known that Qing Shui, as a city lord, possessed formidable connections and strength. Just as Yi Tianyun anxiously sought to incite conflict and provoke war, a sudden gunshot rang out. Yamamoto had been struck. Although the source of the bullet remained unknown, Yi Tianyun seized the moment, shouting, charge! Avenge General Ueno. The confidants, believing the shot had come from their own ranks, reasoned that since the battle had already begun, they might as well eliminate the Sea City garrison. Conversely, the garrison, convinced they were under attack from the opposing side, thought they had been falsely accused and, with their lives at stake, retaliated fiercely. Xie Yuma, feeling helpless, gently squeezed her hand while her gaze remained fixed below, prepared to whisk her away at the first sign of danger. Whether Ueno would express gratitude to anyone remained uncertain. But Yi Tianyun felt an unexpected appreciation for this stray bullet. The moment he laid eyes on Ueno's corpse, a plan for survival crystallized in his mind. Under the guise of vengeance, he intended to rally these confidants, thereby establishing his military merit. He could not believe that Lu Zhiyao, a mere woman, could attain the rank of colonel while he, a man of stature, would fall short of her. The destructive power unleashed by the abilities and the radiant weaponry was astonishing, reducing the base to mere rubble in an instant. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the casualties mounted on both sides, their animosity intensified, and the ferocity of their assaults escalated correspondingly. They were so engrossed in their battle that they completely forgot their initial purpose of investigating a text message from Weno. Meanwhile, Weno's lifeless body had long been obliterated by the explosion, leaving not a trace behind. Observing this chaotic scene, Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fitting retribution!" Ever since the R faction's surprise attack on the 3rd Military District, she had harbored thoughts of vengeance. This day, she had awaited for a long time, and, at last, she successfully took her first step. Yi Tianyun, along with his companions, sought refuge within the protective shield, occasionally launching ambushes, yet primarily focused on preserving their own strength. His followers were few in number. Those individuals, sensing the extraordinary nature of the instruments, drew even closer to him, surrounding him tightly. Shimizu watched this spectacle with fury, particularly fixated on the instigator among them. Upon witnessing his cowardly demeanor, a cold smirk crept across her face. He was gravely injured, and his mental fortitude began to wane. Yet even in the face of death, he was determined to take this scoundrel down with him. He pushed through the crowd, undeterred by various assaults, striding purposefully towards this direction, and in an instant, he was close at hand. Sensing the malevolence emanating from Qing Shui, Yi Tianyun was alarmed and swiftly sought refuge among his trusted followers. While evading, he shouted, "I am here to protect you. Keep fighting." The beleaguered loyalists, realizing that the attacks against them had diminished, expressed their gratitude with nods, attributing their reprieve to Yi Tianyun's device. However, turning around, they were met with the lethal onslaught from Qing Shui. The ranks of their side had thinned considerably. Chapter 120. The land beneath your feet belongs to the Hua clan. The station troops in City C also suffered grievous losses, with over half of the 500 men vanishing in an instant. Yet, the battle raged on, as Yi Tianyun continued to incite fervor. He rallied his side, proclaiming, "We shall avenge General Huaxia." While deriding the opposing forces, "You are too timid. Is this the caliber of the station troops?" Meanwhile, his own numbers remained intact, all sheltered beneath the protective shield of his device. Soon, both sides were left battered and bruised, yet Yi Tianyun's forces outnumbered all others present, alongside a scant few from the station troops. Ultimately, his loyal followers had become mere figureheads. They were profoundly grateful to Yi Tianyun, for it was his protection that allowed them to preserve their lives. Surprisingly, Qing Shui was still alive, albeit barely clinging to existence. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared furiously at Yi Tianyun, yet he found himself utterly powerless against him. Yi Tianyun was quite pleased with the situation, poised to reap the life of the hapless individual before him and take his place. Just then, an overwhelming pressure of mental energy surged forth, causing the remaining individuals in the vicinity to experience a tumultuous upheaval in their mental seas. After enduring a fierce battle, the garrison was already hanging by a thread, and now they seemed to have lost even that last vestige of strength. Yi Tianyun managed to withstand the oppressive force with his protective shield, simultaneously enveloping his loyal followers within its confines. However, the pressure was too formidable. Even his shield began to develop fissures. As the cracks widened, it ultimately could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering with a thunderous crash. All of them, including him, were laid bare to the intense pressure of mental energy. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and he violently coughed up a substantial amount of blood. "How could you be here?" And her timing was so uncanny. Yet, the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. He pressed the switch for another protective shield, and instantly, he felt a sense of lightness envelop him. He dared not linger, urging his subordinates to flee in another direction. His loyal followers watched in disbelief as he vanished from sight, shouting for help. Lu Zhiyao cast a fleeting glance at him, harboring no intention of pursuit. It was perhaps for the best that he ran. Your utility is still significant. Yet, the remaining soldiers were not so fortunate. With a single command, none were spared. Showing mercy to the enemy is akin to inflicting cruelty upon oneself. Qing Shui glared furiously at the leader. Are you Shao AI? In that moment, he realized that their garrison had fallen into a trap, and the architect of their misfortune stood before him. Lu Zhiyao nodded. Indeed is I. Why? Qing Shui questioned, unwilling to perish without understanding. Lu Zhiyao's eyes brimmed with resolve. Because the land beneath your feet belongs to our Huaxia. With a swift stroke of the blade, Qing Shui reluctantly closed his eyes. Sea City was successfully reclaimed. Yi Tianyun fled relentlessly until he finally exhaled in relief upon exiting Sea City. Looking back, he saw the smoke of battle rising. The city gates had long since fallen. He reluctantly averted his gaze, seizing the opportunity to flee with his companions towards the next city before the pursuers arrived. However, just as he had begun to converse with Takeda, the Huazong army had already made its appearance, led by the illustrious Feng Huayu. He arrogantly ignited the dawn cannon, and with a resounding boom, the walls painstakingly erected by the Arc clan crumbled. Yi Tianyun was so astonished by the rapid advance of the Hu clan that he scarcely dared to utter a word before fleeing once more. Yet, no matter which city he entered, the Hu clan's forces followed closely behind. One city after another fell swiftly into their hands, the Hu clan advancing with relentless vigor. It was only after the Arc clan had lost 5 cities in quick succession that their government finally reacted, immediately confronting the leader of the Hu clan. On the global screen, the Arc clan's leader furrowed his brow, his mustache twitching, clearly infuriated. Are you intent on instigating a world war? Upon connecting, the Hu clan's leader sighed in resignation. It is merely the recklessness of youth, driven by passion. He then presented a prearranged excuse, asserting that the operation was led by Lu Zhiyao, whose biological parents had been slain by the fugitive Yi Tianyun, prompting the pursuit. They coincidentally encountered turmoil in City C. By the time their forces arrived, the battle had already concluded, and witnessing the chaos and lack of leadership, they felt compelled to intervene. The Arc clan's leader was nearly driven to exasperation. The Hu clan's leader feigned innocence, stating, "This fugitive Yi Tianyun is remarkably swift. Our Colonel Lu has chased him through 4 cities." The Arc clan's leader gritted his teeth in frustration. Are these 4 cities also in disarray? The Hu clan leader feigned confusion, then swiftly severed the communication. Yet, the screen bore only his impotent fury and the amused expressions of other alien clan leaders. Regardless of his attempts to reach out afterward, the Hu clan leader remained unresponsive, as if cut off from the network entirely. Unbeknownst to him, the recently disconnected Hu clan leader immediately dialed Lu Zhiyao. Strike fiercely. Strike hard. However, Yi Tianyun's prior act of killing Yi Jiangwo and his wife provided her with ample justification. I'm not here to wage war. I seek vengeance against my parents' murderer. Any collateral damage along the way is merely the result of overwhelming grief and impulsive actions. It was certainly not intentional. This impulsiveness and carelessness led to the conquest of one city after another, all of which had originally belonged to the Hu clan. Now, the M clan could no longer remain passive. On the global screen, the M clan's leader connected with the Hu clan's leader. On behalf of the Alliance, I issue a warning to the Hu clan. You have severely violated the treaty. Cease immediately. Otherwise, our clan will take punitive measures on behalf of the global populace. Following this announcement were several comparative maps of the world from a century ago and the present, with the territories originally belonging to the Hu clan now forcibly occupied. Circled in glaring red, alongside markings of other nations as well, providing a comprehensive overview. The world was stunned. This was tantamount to a declaration of war. Where did the Hu clan find such audacity? Had they lost their minds? Did they not fear the might and weaponry of the M clan? However, soon after, the A clan, Y clan, and other smaller clans, all of whom had suffered greatly, voiced their support for the Hu clan, with the Yi clan even deploying troops in assistance. They finally realized that the Hua clan had been plotting for a long time, coming fully prepared. After more than a century of oppression and exploitation, the battered and bruised Hua clan began to rise in rebellion. Chapter 121. A Chilling Terror. The M clan was enraged and promptly dispatched troops with the intent of assisting the R clan. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Zhiyao had already redirected his forces towards City A, which was under M clan's occupation and the original territory of the Hua clan, the birthplace of chess. This area, being deep within Hua clan's domain, did not lend itself to the same ease of territorial encroachment as the R clan. Nevertheless, in order to ensure the supply of the Shi Guang stone, the M clan had established an exceptionally formidable military base here, boasting 20 experts of a 3S mental strength level. Little did the M clan anticipate that the current Hua clan army was no longer what it used to be. Chen Bufan finally found an opportunity to approach Lu Zhiyao. The mental strength of the M clan was generally quite strong, as far as I know. The most powerful among them reached level 6, with abilities even soaring to level 9. He cast a proud glance at Xie, then stepped closer. It was only when Lu Zhiyao cast a cold gaze that he solemnly remarked, "It is said that the individual with a mental power of level 6 also possesses an 8th level lightning ability, making their attacks exceedingly formidable." Lu Zhiyao nodded, subsequently dividing the team into smaller units, instructing them to remain on standby. She led Xie, Feng Yirue, and Feng Huayu as the vanguard into the city. The M clan's appearance starkly contrasted with that of the Hua clan. However, due to the reluctance of M clan commoners to abandon their homeland for such a distant life, the majority of residents in City A are still of Hua descent. These Hua individuals, forcibly left behind a century ago, have lost their heritage and possess scant mental aptitude or abilities. Constrained by the physical limitations of the Hua clan and deprived of the inheritance from other clans, these people have been subjected to generations of oppression. Their lives are arduous. When the Hua clan evacuated, they chose to stay behind, ultimately becoming third-class citizens of the M clan. They toil in the dirtiest and most laborious jobs, particularly in the abundant Shiguang mining areas, where most have become miners. Disguised in tattered clothing and covered in black soot, Lu Zhiyao and her companion successfully blended in among the miners. Prior to their arrival, Lu Zhiyao had persuaded Ding Weigua to create a device capable of neutralizing mental powers and abilities, ensuring each of them had one. Thus, while the other miners labored fruitlessly for hours without finding a single Lu Zhiyao and her team struck a vein with every hit, instantly drawing the attention of those around them. A burly man with a scruffy beard stealthily approached Xie, observing him for a while before glancing at the numerous Shiguang stones in his cart, his eyes lighting up. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Is this young man new here?" Xie nodded silently, continuing to work diligently. The man leaned in closer, saying, "No need to work so hard. Everything you dig goes to the M clan. Just pretend to work and dig less." Lu Zhiao's eyes glimmered as she scrutinized the man, signaling Feng Huayu to engage him in conversation. Feng Huayu moved aside Xie and flashed a smile at the man. "Uncle, one tea digging more earn us more food?" The man sighed. "Seeing you're newcomers, I'll give you a friendly warning. Whether you dig a lot or a little, life here is tough. Digging less means you'll be whipped, and digging more? Well, they'll keep pushing you until you can no longer work." When Feng Huayu appeared skeptical, the man rolled his eyes and added, "Look over there at that scrawny fellow. He was just like you when he arrived, digging a great deal. And now he's completely drained." He gestured towards a distant miner, who appeared almost skeletal, hunched over, numbly striking the stone while yielding no results. Feigning horror, Feng Huayu slowed his movements. The man, satisfied with the effect, quickly masked his smile and whispered, "I'm called Old Hu. I've been working here for several years. Feel free to come to me with any questions, and I'll help if I can." Feng Huayu nodded obediently. After patting him on the shoulder, Old Hu departed, resuming his steady pace of stone, striking nearby, occasionally glancing back at them. The four exchanged knowing glances, saying nothing as they returned to their labor. The miners surrounding them were similarly mechanical in their actions, their expressions vacant and lifeless. These individuals worked from dawn until dusk, devoid of any freedom. The M clan, in a bid to prevent their escape, indeed employed instruments that restricted mental powers and abilities. Fortunately, They were prepared. After the lights in the dormitory extinguished at night, Lu Zhiyao pretended to sleep in her bed when she suddenly received a prompt from Xiao Ding. Host, I suggest you carefully investigate this mining area. The message abruptly cut off. Though vague, Lu Zhiyao instantly understood that Xiao Ding was subtly hinting at an opportunity to upgrade her chess skills. Regaining her composure, she waited until the others were deep in slumber before she began her investigation. In the darkness, her impressive mental energy of level 8S unfurled, extending 1 kilometer, then 10, then 100 yet. Even after scanning up to 500 kilometers, no anomalies were detected. She did, however, take a stroll around the M Clan's military base, which was indeed well-equipped and teeming with skilled individuals, though the so-called experts were merely a comparison to the former Hua clan. Setting aside those thoughts, she conducted several more investigations but still found no leads. Yet, Xiao Ding would not speak without purpose. If nothing was amiss on the surface, she would delve underground. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, she sat up in bed, her heart racing, slowly calming down. It had been a long time since she felt such fear. What had possibly lie beneath? With dawn approaching and work looming, Xie Yuma immediately recognized Lu Zhiyao as troubled state during their meeting at the cafeteria. He cautiously approached when no one was paying attention and whispered, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just didn't sleep well. It's better to investigate this matter alone, so as not to delay the military mission." Throughout the day, Lu Zhiyao felt somewhat distracted, occasionally taking advantage of the supervisor's inattention to delve once more into the depths below with her spiritual energy. However, this time, she did not encounter that chilling place again. Yet the range of her spiritual exploration could not extend further, indicating that there was indeed some unique presence there. Xie Yumal watched her with concern, but it was evident that this was not a suitable place for heartfelt conversation, so they had to set it aside for now. Feng Yirue suddenly leaned in. "I inquired a bit. Among the miners here, aside from our Huaxia lineage, some are M-clan criminals. They are akin to Yi Tianyan, serving their sentences through labor to lessen their punishment. These particular individuals were confined at another end, distance from the ordinary miners. What is that person's identity?" Lu Zhiyao gestured towards the burly man, Lao Hu, who had come to warn them yesterday. Feng Huayu seized the opportunity while the supervisor was distracted, promptly reporting, "This man is a native of City A. His family has farmed for generations. A century ago, when the M-clan occupied the land, they refused to relocate due to their attachment to the land, thus becoming miners for generations." He smirked indeed. They would rather be dogs of the M-clan than accept the identity of the Huaxia. "Oh," Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow in intrigue. "Why does that sound off?" Chapter 122. Beware of Lao Hu. Feng Huayu explained. "Do you really believe he came to warn us out of goodwill? He has ulterior motives. Most miners sent here are generally weak, though occasionally there are a few robust individuals. Lao Hu specifically targets these individuals. First, he uses psychological manipulation to instill fear, portraying this place as a hellish nightmare. Then, he gradually subdues them, seizing their labor's fruits for himself, and trades resources with the supervisor for profit. He has thrived, raising children and supporting both his wife and mistress, living quite comfortably. However, those he has deceived have met with dire consequences. The emaciated individual is one such victim. Upon his arrival, he was immediately targeted by Lao Hu. Initially, Lao Hu distributed resources fairly according to labor, but gradually the provisions dwindled. By the time the victim realized the grim reality, it was already too late. Over the years, due to insufficient nourishment and declining strength, the amount of Shiguang stones he could unearth diminished significantly. Moreover, the overseer was in cahoots with Lao Hu, leaving him powerless to resist. Just as he pondered this, the burly man reappeared. "Hey, why are you all so energetic again?" Feng Huayu replied with a simple smile. "We exchanged a lot of food yesterday. It doesn't seem that frightening." Lao Hu scoffed. "That is only because you are unaware of how many corpses are buried in the back mountain." Seeing Feng Huayu visibly shaken, he continued to manipulate. "The overseer may seem fair now, but just wait and see what happens later." He turned and walked away. On that day, when they went to exchange for food, the overseer indeed began to create difficulties, providing only half of what was needed. Feng Huayu was about to argue when the overseer cracked his whip, glaring menacingly, and said, "Don't want to eat, huh?" The four could only leave, feeling wronged, clutching their meager rations. Old Hu watched with a sly smile, then met the overseer's gaze for a fleeting moment before nonchalantly averting his eyes. The emaciated man silently observed everything from the side, saying nothing and remaining taciturn. As the days passed, the food dwindled further. Old Hu approached again. "See, I told you so," he said. Feng Huayu quickly grasped his arm, pleading, "Brother, please help me." The corners of Old Hu's mouth lifted momentarily before he suppressed it, feigning sincerity. "Let me tell you, I have some connections with the overseer. If you hand over the Shiguang stones you dig up to me, I'll ensure they won't make things difficult for you." Noticing the surprise and admiration in Feng Huayu's eyes, he continued, "I'll sweet-talk the overseer for you, and you'll be perfectly safe." Feng Huayu hesitated. "Let me think about it." "Sure." The burly man nodded decisively. "Just come find me when you've made up your mind." He no longer appeared as simple-minded as he did when speaking with them. Once he turned away, Feng Huayu smirked at Lu Zhiyao. "Did you see that?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhiyao whispered, "Then we should take action against him." Over the next few days, they seemingly succumbed to the burly man's persuasion, surrendering the majority of their daily Shiguang stone haul to him. Yet, Feng Huayu noticed that he always devoured his share greedily and had noticeably gained weight. However, he said nothing, continuing to submit the bulk of their findings with an innocent demeanor. Occasionally, he would share some extra food with the emaciated man and a few of the elderly and weak. After a week of this, on a day when the burly man was distracted, the emaciated man passed by him, dropping a crumpled piece of paper before hastily departing. Feng Huayu immediately opened it, revealing just 4 words, "Beware of Old Hu." He gently curled the corners of his mouth, finally ensnared, thanks to the sustenance provided over the past few days. Turning around, he discreetly slipped a piece of bread to him. Such individuals are not uncommon in the mining district. They too attempt to flee. Yet most have become the restless spirits haunting the depths of the mountains. After discerning the true nature of Old Hu, Xiao Gao also sought to escape. Fortunately, at that time, Old Hu had no new targets and made every effort to preserve his life. However, although he was granted a temporary reprieve, he lived in a manner far worse than that of a dog. Exploiting the pretext of escape, Old Hu intensified his cruelty, allowing him only a single piece of dawnstone each day. Consequently, he could manage but one meager meal daily. He contemplated the possibility of withholding completely, yet the overseer was in collusion with him. Upon noticing his refusal, they even ceased to provide him with food. After enduring several days of hunger, he found himself compelled to yield, though he occasionally considered the finality of death as an escape. The thought of his family awaiting his return forced him to persevere through the suffering. This state of endurance persisted until he observed yet another group of formidable individuals arriving. Old Hu, intent on employing his previous tactics, sought to continue his exploitation. He believed he had successfully deceived these individuals. However, Xiao Gao quietly observed for several days and discovered that the 4 of them were not making any effort at all. For reasons unknown, they continued to feign innocence and simplicity. Nevertheless, regardless of their intentions, he would not overlook even the slightest opportunity for escape. After days of observation, he finally resolved to test them to ascertain whether they could serve as allies in his flight. That very evening, one of them seized the opportunity to switch to the dormitory where he resided. As Feng Yirue closed the dormitory door, he was met with Xiao Gao's eyes, which gleamed with an unsettling brilliance in the shadows, causing his heart to skip a beat. Yet, he refrained from revealing any signs of disturbance. These past few days had been suffocating for him. Prior to entering the mining area, Lu Zhiyao had meticulously arranged their roles. The 4 of them constitute a family. Lu Zhiyao is the youngest sister, while Xie Yuma is the brother-in-law, who fervently insists on not wanting to assume the role of an elder brother. He and Feng Huayu are characterized by their contrasting temperaments, one introverted and the other extroverted, with the former being the elder brother and the latter the second brother. It is indeed a daunting challenge for this loquacious individual to assume the role of a composed and reserved elder sibling. However, given that he is the eldest among the 4, He has endured this predicament for an entire week, nearly losing his ability to articulate. Fortunately, he has been assigned this task of scripted dialogue tonight. Feng Yirue, you are the most seasoned among us. This task is entrusted to you. Alas, this is merely a roundabout way of saying he is cunningly shrewd. Yet, in the face of such expectations, he can only reluctantly acquiesce. He opened his mouth, imitating old Hu's simple-minded laughter. Xiao Gao, come sit down, let's have a chat. Through his persuasive tongue, Xiao Gao was led to believe that they were a family on vacation, only to find himself captured by the M clan and now plotting an escape. How many people do you think wish to leave this mining area? Chapter 123. Who on earth are you? Xiao Gao pondered for a moment. Many here, like me, were trafficked. I believe at least half of them. Feng Yirue's eyes flickered with interest as he continued. Do you feel confident in persuading that half? Xiao Gao shook his head honestly. I lack certainty. Observing Feng Yirue's disappointed expression, he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, I can persuade a third of them. These individuals have already been exploited by old Hu. Very well. Feng Yirue clapped him on the shoulder. A third is sufficient. From now on, we will rely on you. We plan to act next Friday during the shift change. Xiao Gao nodded with excitement, a faint glimmer of vitality finally appearing on his gaunt face. He is only in his 20s, yet due to prolonged food deprivation and continuous physical labor, he appears to be in his 40s or 50s. He made a silent vow that this time he must succeed, for he feared he might never encounter another opportunity. In recent days, she had thoroughly explored the subterranean depths of the mining area. The peculiar zone spanned approximately 50 square kilometers, taking on a perfectly square shape. Although its interior remained concealed, given the historical context, Lu Zhiyao had formed a rough conjecture in her mind. However, what perplexed her was the identity of the chilling entity that haunted her thoughts. Regardless, she felt compelled to investigate further. Since that fateful night, Xiao Gao had begun to discreetly reach out to those harboring intentions of escape during his daytime breaks. Initially, these individuals paid him no heed. Yet, after several attempts at persuasion, they began to waver between skepticism and belief. After all, who would wish to remain in such a hellish place when hope flickered on the horizon? Meanwhile, Lao Hu continued to embezzle the daily earnings of Lu Zhiyao and her companions, reaping considerable gains that fueled his ambitions. Observing that today's yield was barely more than half of yesterday's, his brows furrowed in displeasure. He bluntly remarked, Haven't you eaten enough? Is this all there is? Feng Huayu rolled his eyes and retorted, Don't return it to me. I haven't had a proper meal in days. Old Hu's expression shifted, and just as he was about to erupt with anger, he noticed the four of them glaring at him, which suddenly instilled a sense of trepidation. With a quick flicker of his eyes, he assumed a more affable demeanor, saying, Alas, it is all my fault. I should have spoken up. My acquaintance, the overseer, still owes me several days' worth of supplies. I shall go demand them now. With that, he snatched the dawnstone from Feng Huayu's hand and turned to leave. Once the four had taken their leave, Old Hu's once amiable visage fell, revealing a countenance that was as dismal as one could imagine. He spat disdainfully. If it weren't for your remaining usefulness, I wouldn't hesitate to let you starve to death. Unbeknownst to him, his words were overheard by Lu Zhiyao and his companions. Yet they paid him no mind. Who would bother to argue with the dead? They turned and shared the food with those who were prepared to join them in their ambitious endeavor. As these individuals savored the soft bread and delectable sausages, they felt a comforting warmth in their bellies, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. Xiao Gao, in particular, reveled in the joy and satisfaction of the moment. Even if their plans were falter, this sumptuous meal before the end felt far from futile. Today was Friday, the day of the supervisor's shift change, coinciding with the execution of their plans. At 11 p.m., as the supervisor's shift transitioned, there was a brief interlude of half an hour. Feng Huayu waved his hand, prompting Xiao Gao and the others to sprint after him, with Xie Yima leading the way and Lu Zhiyao and Feng Yirue bringing up the rear. However, they had not run far before they were spotted by none other than Old Hu, who had risen from his slumber in the middle of the night to relieve himself. Awakened in the dead of night by the urgent call of nature, he stepped out of the dormitory only to sense that something was amiss. What could that sound be? He turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion and was startled to discover a throng of individuals hurriedly fleeing towards the exit. His bleary eyes widened in sudden clarity as he promptly activated the alarm. The piercing sound of the alarm reverberated sharply, instilling terror in the fleeing crowd. The last few individuals, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground. Lu Zhiyao and Feng Yirue exchanged a glance and immediately assisted them to their feet. In calm yet reassuring tones, they soothed the frightened souls, urging, "Do not fear. We shall succeed." Meanwhile, the foreman, arriving late for the shift change, began to shout commands, rousing the other miners from their slumber, who too began to stir restlessly. The cacophony of pursuit, shouts, and curses intertwined, creating a bustling nocturnal atmosphere. Against this backdrop, the unwavering demeanor of the two men miraculously comforted the anxious hearts of those around them. Gritting their teeth, they resolved to keep pace with the advancing group. Determined to escape the confines of their prison, they pressed on with fervor. Xie Yuma sprinted ahead, coincidentally encountering the M tribe's army, which had arrived to intercept them. Without uttering a word, he gestured casually, and a myriad of swords surged forth, shooting towards the front. The M army was taken aback and swiftly erected a barrier. Golden light erupted as the force of the sword array struck, nearly shattering the protective shield. They had just exhaled a sigh of relief when they suddenly realized that the one who had unleashed the sword formation had vanished from sight. Upon a closer glance, they discovered he had inconceivably appeared among them. In a flash of silver light, a dozen individuals were instantly silenced by a single stroke to the throat. The remaining survivors, terrified, scattered in all directions, only to be intercepted by Feng Huayu, who followed closely behind, wielding lightning as his weapon. In a cacophony of thunderous crackles, the entire M army found themselves shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, at the rear of the crowd, Old, who was the first to pursue, in a moment of desperation, he hurled an ice blade. Lu Zhiyao coldly smirked, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Old Hu's typically simple face turned ominously grim as he glared furiously at Lu Zhiyao and Feng Yirue. "Who are you?" he demanded. Feng Yirue raised an eyebrow and replied with a mocking smile. No need to pretend any longer. Even before Old Hu sought an excuse to approach them, they had already sensed that he, unlike the others, had not been bound by restrictions on his mental and supernatural abilities. Thus, they decided to play along with his intentions, only to discover that his sole objective was avarice. Consequently, they exploited his tyranny to garner the sympathy of Xiao Gao, thereby gaining the trust of most of the miners. Old Hu snorted coldly, unleashing his 3S mental energy, confident as he charged towards them. However, within a mere 10 seconds, he was brought to the ground by Feng Yirue. He gazed at them in disbelief, inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" Yet, the two paid him no heed, instead directing their attention behind him. Behind him stood not only the approaching overseer, but also the miners awakened by the commotion, eager to witness the spectacle. Lu Zhiyao proclaimed loudly, "If you wish to escape this cage, follow us." Her voice reverberated throughout the mining area, amplified by her mental prowess. She reiterated her message in the language of the M tribe, while the reactions of the indigenous people remain unspoken. Those who had been treated with special privileges in lieu of supervision erupted into a frenzy, heedlessly rushing forward. They comprehended that these individuals were indeed capable. And if they did not leave now, then when would they? The excitement of a small group quickly spread to the others, who, whether willingly or not, began to run with the throng. With such thoughts in mind, all the miners followed suit. The overseer's attempts to halt them, along with his furious shouts, were entirely drowned out. As they realized they could not prevent the situation, their gazes turned cold, redirecting their attacks toward the group of miners, intending to make an example of them. Chapter 124. To her surprise, the general actually spoke to her. However, Lu Zhiyao had anticipated this move long ago. Seizing the moment, she and Feng Yirue split their forces. Feng Yirue continued to direct the crowd to follow, while Lu Zhiyao moved to obstruct. A striking young general, clad in red armor and standing 8 feet tall, appeared alongside 10 soldiers in crimson attire. Shortly after, a docile chestnut steed approached the general, bowing its head in respect. With a leap, the general mounted his horse, brandishing his lance, and charged toward the overseers. The overseers, having never encountered such a scene, were instantly paralyzed with fear. With a sudden command, the general halted, his gaze inexplicably fixed on Lu Zhiyao, beckoning her with a gesture. Intrigued, Lu Zhiyao approached, only to hear the general speak to her. "Thus I wish and I desire to assist you in achieving this." His long, strong fingers pointed to the ground. She immediately grasped the general's intent, and he sensed her understanding. Nodding, he uttered no further words, instead pulling the reins and advancing with his troops toward the front, where more soldiers from the M faction were hastening to the scene. Initially, the chieftain of the M clan dismissed the reports of disturbances in the mining area of City A, merely instructing the local garrison to resolve the situation swiftly and decisively. The deaths of a few dozen or even 100 miners were of little consequence, if necessary. They could always raid the border city of the Huaxia clan for more laborers. The garrison commander shared this sentiment, issuing orders to eliminate any resistance without mercy. He leisurely sipped red wine, toying with the sunstone in his hand, feeling utterly content in his carefree existence. The miners, once oppressed to the brink of despair, had believed their lives would remain engulfed in hopelessness, harboring a profound animosity towards the M army. Once this pent-up emotion is ignited, it becomes an unquenchable fire. They plunged forward, following the unfamiliar leader beyond the boundaries of the mining area. 1, 2, 3. Step by step they advanced. Suddenly, they felt an overwhelming lightness, as the shackles that had bound their spirits for years vanished into thin air. Xiao Gao, in disbelief, waved his arms, sensing the long-lost flow of energy, tears of exhilaration streaming down his face. He gazed gratefully at Xie Yuma and the chess soldiers, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the M clan ahead, as his own fire-based abilities surged forth once more. With a fierce roar, a wall of flames suddenly erupted among the M soldiers, causing the unprotected troops to shriek in terror. Immediately following, ice blades, thunder strikes, wind blades, and earth traps emerged as one after another. Those who had regained their extraordinary abilities joined the fray, although their skills appeared somewhat rusty due to prolonged disuse. The deep-seated hatred inscribed within their very bones ignited their latent potential. This group of oppressors served as their driving force. Only by vanquishing these M soldiers could they truly attain their freedom. The garrison leader gazed at the encroaching flames of battle, his eyes ablaze with fury. They seek their demise. He immediately summoned individuals to open the armory, and one by one, the radiant light cannons were wheeled out. In acknowledgement of City A's abundant reserves of radiant light minerals, the M clan had allocated the most comprehensive array of weaponry to this region. They had prepared 20 light cannons alone, not to mention the myriad of handheld light guns. As the energy was fully charged into all the light cannons, the garrison leader regarded the group of miners with eyes that seemed to view them as mere corpses, filled with disdain and arrogance. These ethnic slaves were obstinate. Only by instilling fear in them could the might and strength of the M clan be truly demonstrated. With a wave of his hand, the poised light cannons were all activated, and the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted, illuminating the leader's triumphant expression and the miners' faces, which were etched with terror. The radiant energy surged forth like a tempest, the searing heat nearly incinerating the skin of the individuals at the forefront, who already felt the agonizing premonition of impending doom. Xiao Gao was engulfed in despair. Was his lamentable fate destined to conclude here? It was so close. He could almost grasp freedom and reunite with his family once more. He painfully closed his eyes. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive, compelling him to open his eyes once more. Xiao Gao stared in disbelief at the scene before him. It was the projectiles from 20 radiant cannons. How could they be so effortlessly turned back? The leader was equally astonished and promptly erected a protective shield. However, the event transpired so suddenly that by the time he managed to establish a barrier, the radiant energy was already perilously close. Bang! 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 The radiant energy burst forth like fireworks upon the protective shield, the thin layer of defense utterly incapable of holding back the assault. shattering into fragments and completely exposing the rear military base. The energy continued its relentless advance until it struck the base's own protective barrier, reluctantly dissipating. However, by then, the base's shield had already sustained a 60 damage threshold. The leader's heart raced. As if sensing something, he gazed in the direction from which the mental barrier emanated. In the darkness, a petite woman gradually emerged. With a gaze filled with contempt, her lips curled into a mocking arc. She did not even spare a glance at the leader, merely observing the damaged shield above the base with indifference. Then, extending her delicate white hand, a diminutive sleeve arrow materialized in her palm amidst a strange light. She drew the bowstring taut, aiming the arrowhead toward this direction. The leader watched in disbelief, and before he could utter a word, the bowstring was released. The arrow, shimmering with a faint glow, surged closer with force, growing larger and brighter until it illuminated the entirety of the sky above the base. His eyes widened in terror, filled with dread at the question, "Who is this? What manner of extraordinary power is this?" Yet, he was left with no opportunity to seek answers. The entire base had been engulfed in a surge of energy, with the M forces and their radiant cannons obliterated within this brilliance. As the smoke cleared, only the leader remained, sprawled helplessly on the ground. His entire body was fractured, immersed in the blood and remains of his comrades, his eyes barely able to open. Yet, he stubbornly gazed upon the scene, unable to fathom that such a horrific spectacle could unfold within the formidable M clan military base. A sudden sound, a shoe crushing broken bricks, startled him awake. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld a petite woman approaching. Chapter 125, The Ancient Tomb. She stood tall, her gaze resolute. Each step she took parting the flames along her path, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. It was as though she emerged from the very heart of the inferno. This vision evoked memories in the leader of a long-ago conquest of the A clan, reminiscent of an ancient painting he had collected as a trophy. The artwork depicted a vividly colored long-tailed bird, unyielding in expression, even amidst the consuming flames, exuding joy and hope. He still remembers the name of that painting, Rebirth from the Ashes. After saying this, she looked at him with a mocking gaze. "Oh, you wouldn't understand, but it matters not. After all, you are nearing your end. And comprehension is of no consequence." As her words fell, a glimmer of silver flashed from her hand, plunging the leader into eternal darkness. Yet, as the leader's soul faded, he murmured, "I understand. All things must return to their rightful owner." Upon receiving the news, the chief of the M clan could hardly believe it. He shouted on the global public screen, "This is invasion. This is invasion. I demand the global alliance to sanction you." The leader of the Hua clan finally appeared, maintaining a facade of innocence. How can this be considered an invasion? It is merely the local populace rebelling against your tyranny. Despite his protests, the M clan leader had already dispatched all troops for a counterattack. A global war erupted. The smaller clans affiliated with the M clan were eager to seize the opportunity. They had long coveted the resources of the Hua clan, but due to the global promotion of peace, they had refrained from taking action, forced to watch the M and her clans thrive while they begged for scraps. However, the situation had changed. This was a war instigated by the Hua clan. If they were astute enough, they could surely carve out a peace from the Hua clan. Yet, many tribes had long suffered under the oppression of the M and her clans. Seizing this opportunity, they allied with the Hua clan to combat this pack of ravenous wolves. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he finally received a message from Lu Zhiyao. Regardless of how anxious Xieyuma was upon seeing this message, Lu Zhiyao could no longer afford to concern herself with such matters. That presence sent shivers down her spine. She could not risk her beloved friend following her into danger. Moreover, this was a burden she ought to bear alone. The mining area was deserted, exuding an eerie silence, as if calm before a storm. She took a deep breath, summoned her wrist-mounted arrows, followed Xiao Ding's instructions to select a position, and then drew the bowstring. A surge of intense energy erupted, and the ground was blasted, creating a crater approximately 35 meters deep. The silver moonlight bathed the scene, illuminating what lay within. Lu Zhiyao gasped. Even though she had anticipated this moment, Witnessing the ancient tomb in reality was still a shock. Prior to her arrival, she had only seen such tombs in news reports or documentaries. Most ancient tombs were narrow, dimly lit, and exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. Yet, the tomb before her had a door towering over 7 meters, exuding an imposing grandeur. The spot Xiao Ding indicated was right in front of the tomb door. After confirming that no one else was around, Lu Zhiyao leaped down without hesitation. Standing before the tomb door, she realized the insignificance of humanity against the vastness of history. The intricately carved door was adorned with ancient images depicting people, chariots, and mythical beasts. To the left stood a 2-meter-tall qilin, exuding majesty, and to the right, a 3-meter-tall white tiger, vividly lifelike. The eyes of these divine creatures seemed to gaze directly at her, almost as if they would pounce at any moment. However, Lu Zhiyao felt no fear. She again attempted to probe with her mental energy, but the result was the same. Her mental energy could not penetrate, and the tomb door was no exception. It seemed there was either a special coating inside or an exceptionally strong mental shield. After a moment's contemplation, she enveloped herself in mental energy for protection and then boldly approached to push open the tomb door. Expecting to exert considerable effort against such a massive door, she was surprised when, upon mere contact, it emitted a click and automatically swung open. It appeared as though it had anticipated the arrival of today's guest, welcoming her in. After a brief hesitation, Lu Zhiyao stepped inside. The interior was pitch black. She activated her handheld light, but the originally bright beam appeared feeble in this place. She could barely make out that it was a typical brick chamber tomb, but it was entirely empty, save for another door directly opposite her. Lu Zhiyao walked straight to this door, preparing to push it open when she suddenly sensed something amiss. She paused, faintly hearing what seemed to be heavy breathing from behind the door, but it quickly faded. After waiting for a moment, the breathing did not return, as if it had been a figment of her imagination. With determination flashing in her eyes, Lu Zhiyao decisively pushed the door open. She had no time to waste. She needed to upgrade her skills quickly. The clock was ticking. The door opened smoothly without delay. This time, it revealed a narrow, deep corridor. In the dim light of her handheld lamp, she could vaguely see several closed doors on either side. The end of the corridor faded into darkness, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Without hesitation, she stepped over the threshold. The corridor was silent, save for the sound of her feet scraping against the stone. As she approached the first room, she suddenly sensed something unusual beneath her feet. Why did the flat bricks seem to have a depression? Realizing the danger, she quickly retreated. With a whoosh, 2 shimmering silver arrows shot from her original position, embedding themselves a foot deep into the ground, an indication of their tremendous force. Yet that was not all. In her retreat, Lu Zhiyao accidentally stepped on another depression. She swiftly executed a forward roll to evade, narrowly missing 2 more arrows. For a moment, she dared not move another inch. Directing her light toward the wall, she noticed the black hole had vanished, leaving her uncertain of where the next trap might spring. Upon closer inspection of the ground, there were no apparent clues indicating where the mechanism could be hidden. It seemed her only option was to charge ahead. Resolute, she secured her handheld lamp at her waist and swiftly dashed forward. The traps activated one after another, arrows flying as if endless, each with great force and speed. Fortunately, her reflexes and agility served her well. Utilizing the ground and walls for support, she adeptly avoided the projectiles, successfully reaching the entrance of the first room. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, a figure appeared in the deserted mining area. The very person she had been anxiously searching for, Xie Yuma. Although she had claimed to be fine, she was not the type to be easily swayed, so something must have transpired on the first night in the mining area. Upon entering, he immediately realized his suspicions had been correct. A large pit had inexplicably appeared. He gazed in astonishment at the deep pit and the grand stone door that lay at its bottom. Due to the fragmentation of the Huaxia heritage, most members of the Huaxia clan had never laid eyes on an ancient tomb. However, the CF family was different. They belonged to a lineage of martial arts practitioners, possessing not only the ancient combat techniques passed down through generations, but also a plethora of rare treasures. As the scion of the Xie family, he received the most comprehensive education, enabling him to immediately recognize that this was, in fact, the entrance to an ancient tomb. Recalling the mechanisms and dangers mentioned in his family's ancestral texts, he steeled himself and leaped down without hesitation. The imposing door, towering over 7 meters, remained ajar, revealing a pitch-black interior, as if a monstrous beast lurked within, poised to drag any intruder into an abyss of despair. With just a cursory glance, Xie Yuma stepped boldly inside. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than the 2 tomb doors abruptly slammed shut behind him. The sudden cacophony echoing in the silence sent a jolt of alarm through him. Drawing his sword and holding it before him, he pushed against the door through which he had entered, but it was sealed tight, as if it had never been opened. Taking a moment to gather his composure, he summoned a faint luminescence in his hand, conjuring a small array of swords for illumination. He soon discovered the second door that had just closed simultaneously. However, no matter how he pushed, kicked, or struck, the door remained impervious. With a steely gaze, he summoned an array of swords, all aimed at the door, preparing for a forceful breach. As if sensing the impending assault of sword light, the door silently swung open once more. Staring at the door in bewilderment, Xie Yuma decisively stepped across the threshold and immediately spotted Lu Zhiyao, who was evading arrows in the dimly lit passageway ahead. He trembled all over, refraining from uttering a single sound for fear of disturbing her. It was only after he saw her safely evade the danger that he finally exhaled a breath of relief. The commotion in the quiet corridor was strikingly conspicuous, prompting Lu Zhiyao to immediately demand, "Who goes there?" From the darkness emerged the steady voice of Xie Yuma. "It is I." Lu Zhiyao could hardly believe her ears. She cast a doubtful gaze toward the direction from whence she had come. Although her vision was obscured, there was undeniably an added tall and upright figure. As the figure stirred, Lu Zhiyao swiftly interjected, "Do not move. There are traps here." Yet she had forgotten that Xie Yuma was proficient in ancient martial arts. With a delicate push of his toes, he gracefully leapt into the air, swiftly propelling himself off the walls to appear before her in an instant. The youth rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his voice resonating in her ear with a low, plaintive tone. "How could you abandon me?" Lu Zhiyao, feeling helpless, refrained from revealing that her intention was to spare him from danger. Yet she had forgotten his declaration that wherever she went, he would follow. "All right," he proclaimed, his voice firm and filled with joy. He would not inquire how she discovered this place, nor would he question her reasons for coming here. He chose to silently guard her, unwavering in his devotion. His long, powerful hand firmly grasped hers as they together pushed open the door to the second room. Inside, they found only a few ceramic funerary items, offering nothing remarkable, much like the first room. They proceeded to the third and fourth rooms, and until they reached the final chamber at the end of the corridor, no anomalies presented themselves. At this point, the scene at the end became distinctly visible. Before them stood another door, towering at approximately 5 meters, adorned with exquisite carvings. Upon closer inspection, the prominent inscription read, "Entry forbidden to the living," in bold crimson characters. However, what captivated Lu Zhiyao's attention were the smaller characters beside it. The Han to the west of the Hongo, the Chu to the east. Was this not the origin of the Chu-Han boundary? She examined it closely, realizing it chronicled the historical conflict between Xiangyu and Liu Bang, delineated by the Hongo as the boundary. It was well known that the layout of chess, known as the Chu-Han boundary, derived from this very tale. Indeed, the system prompted Xiaoding to urge, "Hurry in." Just as Lu Zhiyao was about to push the door open, she was halted by Xie Yuma. He gazed at her, his eyes resolute. "I will go." Should there truly be danger within, he would stand in front of her, shielding her from any harm. Even if they ultimately could not escape, he would strive to secure her chance at survival. His gaze was exceptionally tender. "We will face this together." Xie Yuma was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Lu Zhiyao was never one to shy away. They both acted in unison, pushing open the tomb door inscribed with the warning, "No living beings allowed." With a creak, the door swung open, and 2 crimson points of light suddenly emerged from the darkness. With a howl, the glowing orbs charged towards them, accompanied by a foul wind. The sound of an unidentified entity running was exceedingly loud, shaking the entire passageway, and they could faintly hear the clinking of chains. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yumuo grasped Lu Zhiyao and pulled her behind, drawing her sword to confront the threat. Under the beam of light, Lu Zhiyao discerned that it was, in fact, a fantastical beast. It was not particularly large compared to lower-tier beasts, yet stood nearly as tall as the tomb door. Its form was bizarre, with a dragon's head, a cow's tail, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, and scales akin to a serpent. Had she seen it before? After a moment of reflection, she suddenly realized, was this not the Qilin depicted on the ancient tomb's entrance? Yet, the Qilin was merely a mythical creature conceived by ancient minds. Could such a being truly exist in reality? If Qilin were real, did that imply it possessed the extraordinary abilities attributed to it? With this thought, she immediately cautioned, beware of its extraordinary flames. Xie Yumuo instantly enveloped herself in mental fortitude, remaining vigilant. Strangely, the Qilin's blood-red eyes suddenly bore an oddly human-like glare at Lu Zhiyao. It opened its mouth and astonishingly spoke. "Woman, who told you I possess extraordinary flames?" Yet its voice was strikingly incongruent with its appearance, surprisingly juvenile and childlike, reminiscent of a preschooler. This was indeed peculiar. Even Xie Yumuo was taken aback, momentarily dazed, and nearly caught by its paw. He immediately focused, seizing its mane when it was unprepared and flipping onto its back. The Qilin was enraged, thrashing wildly. Its massive size caused havoc in the cramped tomb, dislodging stones from the floor and ceiling. The small voice, filled with fury, exclaimed, "You brute, lack honor. Is my back something a mere human can ride?" Yet, no matter how it struggled, Xie Yumuo remained firmly affixed to its back, unable to be dislodged. He raised his sword, pointing the tip threateningly at its neck. Chapter 127. Kill without mercy. Sensing danger, the Qilin quickly pleaded, "Do not kill me, please. I won't capture you again." Xie Yumuo paused, glancing at Lu Zhiyao. However, as soon as he steadied himself, an unusual heat surged from behind. "Let me show you my fire attack." The small voice chimed mischievously. The dishonorable Qilin seized the opportunity to unleash a stream of peculiar flames. The fire was blue, small in appearance, yet emanated an immense energy. It was no ordinary flame. The Qilin's blood-red eyes gleamed with malevolence and pride, eager to make these two audacious humans pay for underestimating it. Yet, the anticipated screams did not come. Upon closer inspection, it found no trace of the two figures. In disbelief, it leaned its large head forward, only to have its horn grasped tightly. A tremendous force pressed it down to the ground. With a loud crash, the stone floor shattered, and its head sank deeply into the ground, leaving it dazed. But the torment did not cease. One blow after another fell upon it, each heavier than the last, until its hardened skull began to bleed. Finally, it let out a pitiful wail, begging for mercy. This seemingly endless ordeal concluded amidst its myriad pleas. It shakily lifted its battered head, blood streaming from its eyes, gazing at the remarkably brave woman before it. Upon meeting her fierce glare, it trembled and hurriedly took a few steps back. Lu Zhiyao, however, did not press the advantage. Instead, she rubbed her sore wrist and sweetly complained to Xie Yumuo, "This beast's head is too heavy. It's hurting my hand." Xie Yumuo chuckled softly at the stark contrast of her previous ferocity and her current sulkiness, then began to massage her wrist. As the two shared tender moments, the room was suddenly filled with an eerie whimpering. The Qilin was crying, torn between pain and indignation. How could it, a majestic ancient divine beast, be trapped here for so long? After finally encountering such an intriguing toy, it ended up being tormented instead. How wretched it felt. The more it contemplated, the more its whimpers intensified, transforming into full-blown sobs. Impatiently, Lu Zhiyao snapped, "Be quiet." The enormous creature shuddered and finally fell silent. Lu Zhiyao strolled leisurely to its side, inspecting it closely. Noticing that all four of its paws were bound, she curiously poked at the chains restraining it. "How did you end up here?" "I was captured to guard the tomb," it replied reluctantly, a hint of a whine in its voice. "And who is the master of this tomb?" "I do not know." At that moment, Xie, surveying the surroundings, suddenly called out, "There's a door here." Indeed, the door was hidden behind the Qilin's enormous body, completely blocked until it was knocked down. In the dim light of the setting sun, they could see that the door bore the inscription, "No entry for the living." But aside from those 4 words, it was otherwise blank. Just as Lu Zhiyao prepared to push it open, the Qilin suddenly shifted to block their path, pressing its sturdy rear against the entrance. "Do not enter." Although it was uncertain who the tomb's master was, it vaguely recalled someone telling it that its task was to guard this door, and that anyone attempting to breach it should be killed without mercy. However, glancing at the 2 formidable figures before it, it doubted its own survival was even guaranteed. Lu Zhiyao scoffed, "You think you can stop me?" The Qilin trembled in fear, on the verge of tears, yet mustered the courage to say, "If you wish to pass, you must pay a toll." Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow, smiling. "You are a Qilin, not a Pishio." The Qilin's blood-red eyes widened in shock. "How do you know I am a Qilin?" It was astonished that this woman had not only guessed it had unique flames, but could also discern its identity. "Who was she? Could it be? Are you sent by the master to rescue me?" it asked, its voice filled with naive excitement. It began to bounce joyfully, shaking the tomb with its weight, attempting to nuzzle its large head against Lu Zhiyao's hand, its eyes sparkling with a plea for affection. Lu Zhiyao disdainfully pushed away its blood-stained head, remaining silent for a moment, unwilling to explain. This Qilin appeared rather simple-minded, likely unaware that the world outside had long moved on from its era. She decided to play along. "Yes, I'm here to set you free. If you move aside, I will help unlock your chains." She had studied the chains. They could not be severed by ordinary weapons, but she could attempt it with her unique abilities. The Qilin's blood-red eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Yes, if you free me from my chains, I will open the door for you." Lu Zhiyao smirked, her eyes devoid of emotion, as she summoned her powers and aimed an arrow at the chains. The chains indeed broke apart. Once all 4 chains were severed, the Qilin joyfully wept. "You are truly kind. I'm finally free." Lu Zhiyao ignored its gratitude, coldly stating, "Now, can you move aside?" Yes. Let me open the door for you." It turned its back to Lu Zhiyao, its eyes gleaming with pride. Gently, it nudged the character living from the inscription, then, unexpectedly agile for its size, darted away. Xie sensed something was amiss and quickly stepped in front of Lu Zhiyao, sword drawn in defense. At that moment, a cacophony of metal clashing erupted from the now-opened door, signaling that something was about to emerge. The sound of metal grew louder, and a figure even larger than the Qilin stepped through, a magnificent white tiger, gleaming like freshly fallen snow, devoid of any blemish, a divine beast, the white tiger. It disdainfully glanced at the fleeing Qilin before fixing its gaze upon the 2 diminutive humans. "Did you open this door?" Its voice was a deep, steady rumble. It was me. I opened it." The Qilin hastily interjected. With that, it leapt into the air, its mouth gathering blue flames that grew in intensity, poised for an attack. The white tiger, in turn, let out a fierce roar, manifesting impenetrable armor and brandishing its sharp claws towards them. Chapter 128. From now on, you shall be our master. The 2 retreated several paces to evade the assault. Lu Zhiyao regarded the white tiger with a playful smile, then tossed her arrow into the air, which spun wildly before expanding into a medium-sized laser cannon, landing with a resounding thud that shook the entire tomb. She gracefully leaped, positioning herself behind the 68 cannon barrels, surveying them from a commanding height. This sight left the 2 divine beasts paralyzed with fear, halting all their attacks. "Do you think this tomb can withstand my explosion?" She raised her hand, and the cannons aligned, aimed squarely at the 2 divine beasts, now appearing remarkably insignificant in comparison. The Qilin immediately crouched down. It had recognized the power of the chain-breaking ability when Lu Zhiyao utilized her wrist arrows, but it had not anticipated the magnitude to which this ability could expand. Such a detonation could obliterate the entire tomb chamber. What purpose would it serve for them to remain on guard? The white tiger attempted to maintain composure, though fear flickered in its eyes. It was evident they had encountered a formidable challenge. "I concede. Please do not damage the master's tomb." A laser cannon hovered beside her, each barrel aimed at a divine beast as she moved. She inquired the white tiger, "Whose tomb is this?" Initially reluctant to respond. The white tiger reconsidered upon seeing the chilling barrels, ultimately deciding to comply with the situation. Yet it could not recall, only remembering its mission to guard against intruders. Thus, it shook its head. Lu Zhiyao pointed towards the tomb chamber where the white tiger had previously resided. "What lies within?" The white tiger silently gazed into the abyss of its past, confusion flashing in its eyes. Unknown, the memories of yesteryears seemed like fleeting nightmares, forgotten upon waking, leaving only the singular thought of guardianship. As if suddenly recollecting something, the white tiger exclaimed, "Did you breach the tomb door to enter?" Lu Zhiyao was momentarily taken aback, responding, "It opened with a mere push." At this, the white tiger's gaze shifted, filled with newfound understanding. It scrutinized the human woman closely, even leaning forward to catch her scent. Suddenly enlightened, it bowed submissively. "You are the one chosen by the master. You shall henceforth be our master." The two divine beasts exchanged glances, simultaneously shrinking to the size of kittens, lowering their front paws in a gesture akin to a human bow. Amused, Lu Zhiyao regarded the two miniature divine creatures with interest. She was skeptical that they would so readily accept her as their master. If they wished to act, she would indulge them. "Since you acknowledge me as your master, you must accompany me into battle henceforth." Agreed? The little beasts nodded eagerly, the qilin bouncing with excitement. It scampered to Lu Zhiyao's side, circling around her in delight, exclaiming, "I adore fighting alongside my master. Let us venture forth." In its recollections, it had accompanied its former master into battle, vanquishing foes. The exhilarating thrill of combat had long eluded it, and it yearned to experience that rush once more. Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Can you leave this tomb?" Instantly, the qilin's exuberance faltered. It still had the duty of guarding its master's tomb. The white tiger, too, felt a twinge of sorrow. Who does not long for freedom? Yet, it was bound to fulfill its master's directive, vowing to protect unto death. Observing their despondence, Lu Zhiyao found herself somewhat inclined to believe their earlier claims. Perhaps they spoke the truth. Had she unwittingly gained two formidable allies? The advantages for the Huaxia clan on the battlefield would undoubtedly be magnified. Contemplating this, she resolved to assist them. "Come, let us enter and investigate." Since she was deemed the chosen one by them, the tomb must harbor some mystery. Once she accomplished her own mission, she would devise a way to liberate them. Accompanied by her newfound companions, Lu Zhiyao and Xie Yuma stepped into the tomb chamber where the white tiger had lingered before. It revealed no extraordinary features, remaining an expansive emptiness. As she surveyed the surroundings and advanced, Xie Yuma suddenly halted her. He gestured for her to look towards the center of the chamber. There, amidst the void, subtle anomalies revealed themselves. Although appearing unremarkable, she noticed sporadic specks of light flickering in the air. A barrier existed here. In an instant, the barrier receded by a centimeter, as though it were continuously contracting. With clarity dawning upon her, Lu Zhiyao comprehended why the interior had eluded detection in the mining area. Prior to her arrival, the entire tomb chamber had been enveloped in a barrier. Yet inexplicably, since her entrance, the barrier had begun to shrink, its energy seemingly waning. Otherwise, they would not have perceived these luminous specks with the naked eye. She extended her mental prowess, discovering that the areas she traversed were now discernible. Yet the interior of the barrier remained impenetrable. This further validated her earlier hypothesis. What secrets lay within the barrier? Could there be an opportunity for skill advancement hidden inside? Regardless, she must enter to uncover the truth. Turning to Xie Yuma, she hesitated for a moment before he declared, "I will accompany you." His expression was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. With a resigned smile, she took his hand, while her other hand reached toward the barrier. To her surprise, the previously colorless and transparent interface, merely shimmering with specks of light, suddenly materialized into a projected image upon her touch, albeit obscured as though marred by pixelation. They gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Even the two divine beasts were taken aback, as it was their first encounter with such a spectacle. Suddenly, the white tiger's expression shifted, As if recalling something, it took a couple of eager steps forward and, with a single leap, crossed into the barrier, vanishing within. The Qilin, too, appeared entranced, its gaze fixated on the projection, seemingly compelled to follow suit, and stepped inside. Lu Zhiyao and Xie Yuma exchanged glances and followed suit. A frown creased her brow as she pondered. This sensation mirrored the chilling unease she felt on her first night. What could it possibly be? Yet, as half of her body crossed into the barrier, energy enveloped her swiftly, pulling them in an instant. Once everyone had disappeared, a tall shadow abruptly emerged in the previously empty tomb chamber. The shadow attempted to follow, but upon nearing, it was struck by a strange light, letting out a pained howl as it dissipated, vanishing immediately. Upon entering, Lu Zhiyao was momentarily bewildered. She cast a doubtful glance at Xie Yuma, reassured to find they both remained unchanged, and finally confirmed that she had not experienced another soul transference. Could it be that they were in an ancient street? Yet, the inhabitants appeared to be suffering greatly, each emaciated and staggering. Occasionally, soldiers galloped past on horseback, heedless of the disturbance they caused among the common folk. Lu Zhiyao witnessed an elderly man being knocked down and instinctively rushed to assist him. However, to her astonishment, her hand passed right through him, unable to make contact. This elderly gentleman seemed oblivious to their presence, merely sighing and murmuring complaints before slowly rising and continuing on his way. Could it all be an illusion? The two exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a soft, furry sensation at their feet. Looking down, they discovered a small white tiger, no larger than a house cat. Its fur as pristine as snow. As it spoke, its deep voice shattered the cuteness of the moment. "Follow me." It appeared that the diminutive Qilin was familiar with this place, expertly leading the way. As they wandered, they took in the surroundings. The area was exceedingly impoverished, devoid of vendors, with people either sitting vacantly on the ground or meandering aimlessly. Occasionally, the townsfolk glanced toward the city gates, their eyes betraying worry and fear. The destination the white tiger guided them to was indeed the city gate, revealing a starkly different scene. The massive gates were tightly shut, the walls and gates marred with grime and bloodstains. Inside, many soldiers stood, each seemingly devoid of spirit. From beyond the gates, the faint sounds of clashing armor and galloping horses could be heard. Suddenly, a soldier dashed past them, sprinting toward a burly general. The general's countenance was heavy with sorrow as he quietly commanded, "Bring him here." The soldier who was brought forth was riddled with arrows in his back, barely clinging to life. The general bellowed in fury, turning to charge out of the city gates, only to be halted by his fellow soldiers. He lamented, "Heaven is determined to destroy me." Suddenly, the scene shifted and all visuals vanished, only to gradually reveal a new tableau in the void. This time, it was before a tent. A report, envoys from Chu have arrived. The proclamation echoed as, accompanied by the white tiger and the Qilin, they traversed the tent to encounter a middle-aged scholar with a splendid beard. He stroked his beard as he listened to the envoy's counsel. To the west of the Hongo lies Han, while to the east resides Chu. Suddenly, the white tiger and the Qilin lunged at him, but they missed their target. The Qilin cried out in despair, "Master! Master!" Yet, this scene swiftly faded, leaving only one figure, the man with the resplendent beard. He gazed down with a smile at the two mythical beasts beneath him, his ethereal hand gently caressing them. His wise eyes turned kindly towards Lu Zhiyao. "I have waited for you for a long time." Lu Zhiyao looked at him in astonishment. "Are you speaking to me?" The man nodded with a smile. Lu Zhiyao felt as if she were in a dream. "Who are you?" Although she had a vague suspicion, she dared not confirm it. After all, he was a figure of great historical renown. The crucial point being, he had long since passed away. The man stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "I am Lu Ji." Lu Zhiyao suddenly tightened her grip on Xie Yumuo's hand, causing him to glance at her with concern. Yet, she could not spare a moment to explain, for at that instant, she felt the skills within the system chest begin to stir, an eagerness to emerge that she could sense even within herself. Lu Ji seemed to perceive this as well. He gazed at her intently, waved his hand, and the scene transformed once more. This time they found themselves on a battlefield. Before them charged a multitude of soldiers. the dust swirling around them, bringing a chilling aura of death. She shuddered, immediately attempting to summon her powers. However, all her mental energy and abilities had inexplicably vanished. No matter how she called, there was no response. She glanced at Xie Yumuo, catching his astonished expression. It appeared that both of them were restricted in their abilities here. But the situation was dire. She could sense that this was no longer an illusion. They had inexplicably found themselves on a real battlefield, in a state of bewilderment. She surveyed her surroundings, surrounded by soldiers and weapons. What were they to do? Just then, she felt a warmth surge within her chest. The skills within the system chess, without her summoning them, unexpectedly emerged. A total of 32 pieces, including the one with cracks, all floated in midair. It seemed as if they were adjusting their formations like a commanding force, and, after a blinding flash, they transformed into solid entities. Two factions bearing red and black battle flags appeared out of thin air. Lu Zhiyao focused her gaze. Each faction boasted at least 500 individuals. These were no longer her mere chess pieces. While she was still in shock, Xie Yumuo suddenly pulled her down to the ground, just as two arrows whizzed past overhead, embedding themselves in the ground ahead of them. Without a moment to hesitate, the two sprang up and ran towards an unoccupied area. Behind them, several armies had already converged, the sound of hooves thundering, weapons clashing, and the spirit of battle rising fiercely. This was the opportunity you sought. Suddenly, the voice of Lu Ji resonated behind them. The white tiger and the Qilin cried mournfully, lingeringly curling at his feet. He lowered his head and gazed downwards, saying, "I entrust my little friends to you." His figure gradually became translucent, hinting at an impending dissolution. Lu Zhiyao hastily implored, "Senior, are you leaving?" She harbored numerous uncertainties. It was evident that answers might elude her. Lu Jiwen smiled lightly. Having never been here, how can one depart? As his words faded, he transformed into countless motes of light, dispersing into the ether. With the disappearance of the final glimmer, the illusion evaporated instantaneously. However, at that moment, Lu Zhiyao had no time to attend to Xiao Ding, as the cries of the Qilin had become a cacophony, threatening to split her head asunder. "Silence. If you continue to weep, I shall ensure your injuries are compounded." As the Qilin's wailing ceased, it was followed by a few sobs that ultimately subsided. Ignoring the two divine beasts, Lu Zhiyao quickly surveyed her surroundings. With the illusion dispelled, the true visage of the ancient tomb finally emerged. It remained utterly barren. Perhaps this was not an ancient tomb at all, but merely a formation laid out for a purpose. Its design was to provide an opportunity for the skillful chess player many years hence, granting the heirs of Huaxia a chance for survival. She inquired of the white tiger, "Do you recall now?" Lu Ji had set up the formation and subsequently ushered the white tiger and Qilin within, solely for the purpose of safeguarding this thought. With the formation established, time within this realm was frozen, only to be shattered by Lu Zhiyao's arrival, thereby activating the intent. Their master had long since passed away, and they would never be taken out again. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the earth, causing the ancient tomb to tremble, large boulders crashing down, and the walls began to crack. Baihu felt a shiver run down her spine. Something had disturbed the formation. Chapter 130. The body of a youth Baihu immediately dashed backward, for there was still a door, now devoid of the formation as protection. The stone door swung open, allowing anyone to enter. Lu Zhiyao and Xie Yuma hurriedly followed, but as she approached, an unsettling sensation washed over her once more. That bone-chilling feeling had returned. She instinctively pulled Xie Yuma back, but the entity within had already surged forth. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhiyao was rendered speechless. What on earth was this? The creature bore a shape reminiscent of a human, yet was distinctly inhuman, enveloped in darkness, with only its eye-like features glowing ominously. It exuded an aura of malevolence and despair, as if drawing near would plunge one into an abyss of hopelessness. Baihu roared with fury, "Return what you have stolen." It was then that she discerned the creature clutched a brilliantly radiant orb, shimmering with iridescent hues. It grasped the orb tightly, its eyes flickering between brightness and darkness, and without warning, it launched an attack on Baihu. Instantly, Baihu reverted to her original size, donning her armor, and charged fiercely. However, upon contact, the creature transformed into a wisp of black mist, dissipating into the air, only to gradually reform behind Baihu. Suddenly, Baihu let out a pained howl. The spot where she had just collided with the creature had succumbed to a chilling frost, with the frost spreading outward. Qilin rushed to assist, but the blue ethereal flames it expelled failed to touch the dark mist. Just as Lu Zhiyao was about to intervene, she was restrained by Xie Yuma. He furrowed his brows as he gazed at the enigmatic entity, solemnly declaring, "This is resentment. Only the extreme Yang sword technique can subdue it." Resentment? Indeed, it is resentment formed by vengeful spirits. In an instant, he recalled that they were situated beneath the mining site, where, over the course of a century, countless souls had perished, either having fled in vain or succumbing to starvation. Over time, it was inevitable that a multitude of vengeful spirits would coalesce here. Thus, it was hardly surprising that such a multitude of resentful souls would give rise to this manifestation of resentment. However, how should one confront this resentment? Xie Yuma positioned herself behind him, her steady tone imbued with reassurance. "Do not fret. Allow me to handle this." He bit his finger, smearing the blood upon the sword, and was just about to raise it in attack when the excited voice of the Qilin nearly caused him to stumble. "The body of Yuanyang, the blood of the youth. What a splendid opportunity. Quickly, strike it down." Xie Yumuo, with her back turned to Lu Zhiyao, felt a shiver run through her, her face and neck flushing crimson. Suddenly, Lu Zhiyao had an epiphany, realizing the true meaning behind the extreme Yang sword technique. The term extreme Yang required the essence of youth. She stifled a laugh behind her hand. Hearing her laughter, Xie Yumuo felt even more awkward, taking a deep breath before swinging her sword in a fit of frustration towards the vengeful spirit. To her surprise, a look of terror appeared on the indistinct face of the spirit, prompting it to scream and flee in panic, even attempting to pass through walls, all the while clutching tightly to the bead in its hand. Yet, Xie Yumuo's swordsmanship was extraordinary, bolstered by the blood of youth, and soon enough, she struck the spirit with a single blow. The dark mist enveloping the spirit began to seethe, and one by one, the souls of the wronged emerged, some filled with grievance, others with rage, and yet others with sorrow, their piercing cries echoing like lamentations. The heart-wrenching sounds evoked a visceral sense of despair and suffering, bringing tears to Lu Zhiyao's eyes. A warm hand gently wiped away her tears. As Xie Yumuo comforted her with heartfelt words, "You have done remarkably well." Over a century later, the Hua clan finally mustered the courage to take their first step toward reclamation, and all of this was due to her. Lu Zhiyao sorrowfully gazed upon the group of tormented souls. "You are now within the domain of the Hua clan. You have returned home." Xie Yumuo also began to chant a prayer for the soul's passage. In that moment, the spirits collectively sighed, their expressions gradually transforming into tranquility. They gazed at Lu Zhiyao, seemingly cognizant of the immense efforts she had exerted. Gratitude echoed in the air. Following a brilliant flash of light, the ominous black mist and vengeful spirits dissipated, leaving behind a singular, radiant orb spinning on the ground. The tremors of the ancient tomb had not yet ceased when a white tiger seized the colorful orb, leading them towards the exit. The Kirin's high-pitched cries filled the air. "Run! Charge! The barrier is gone. The tomb is collapsing." As the barrier vanished, their mental fortitude and supernatural abilities could once again be harnessed. Lu Zhiyao promptly conjured a mental shield, and the group, along with the beasts, made a narrow escape from the tomb. Standing atop the pit and listening to the rumbling from below, Lu Zhiyao sighed mournfully. She then contacted the military stationed in City A by the Hua clan, instructing them to recover the bones from the depths below. She glanced at the white tiger, noting that the spread of its injuries had halted. Producing a healing scroll, she applied it to the creature, and the wounds began to mend, although a bare ring remained. At that moment, a hurried call came from Feng Irue. "Captain, we have encountered Yi Tianyun and his minions." Since Lu Zhiyao had launched an attack on the Ar clan under the pretense of capturing Yi Tianyun, he had become a pariah among his people. "Go ahead and play with him. I shall arrive shortly." After ending the call, she turned her attention to the two bewildered divine beasts. Are you certain you wish to follow me? The white tiger nodded steadily, while the Kirin leaped with excitement. Hurry, take me to battle. I am formidable. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhiyao raised her finger and shook her head. You cannot appear like this. It will frighten others. Although they had shrunk to a miniature size, their appearances were still strikingly extraordinary, drawing too much attention. The white tiger spat out the orb and nudged it towards Lu Zhiyao. Take this. It is the Shiguang orb, capable of assimilating the crystals from surrounding rocks into high-energy entities. It is quite useful. Furthermore, we possess formidable combat abilities and can assist you. It assumed Lu Zhiyao rejected them out of disdain for their perceived uselessness, first attempting to bribe her, then offering its own merits. Lu Zhiyao gazed in astonishment at the radiant orb. Could it be that the Shiguang stone originated from this? However, she had no time to ponder the orb's energy. She earnestly regarded the white tiger and inquired, Can you become invisible? Or do you possess any means to avoid drawing attention? The white tiger's eyes brightened as it confidently declared, Indeed. With that, it transformed into a white tiger totem that adorned Lu Zhiyao's wrist, the totem azure and lifelike, resembling a bracelet. The Kirin, feeling aggrieved for not seizing the opportunity, also transformed into a totem and attached itself to Xie Yuma's wrist. Compared to the stoic swordsman, it preferred the softer presence of Lu Zhiyao. Regrettably, that cunning beast, the white tiger, had taken the initiative without a word. How vexing! Had it not been for the limitation of one divine beast per individual, it would have undoubtedly clung to Lu Zhiyao's other wrist. Chapter 131. Once the pride of heaven, Lu Zhiyao immediately felt a surge of warmth within her, as though an additional energy coursed through her body. The voice of the white tiger resonated in her mind. The divine beast totem can enhance your innate abilities. She exchanged a glance with Xie Yuma, both sensing a distinct difference in their mental powers and supernatural abilities. Yet, time was of the essence. Lu Zhiyao summoned 2 chess-piece horses, one black and one red, that galloped forth upon colorful clouds. Each mounted a steed, they raced towards the location of the Overlord Flower Brigade. Without the support of the Upper Wilds, coupled with the Hua clan's instigation, he had nearly met his end at the hands of the frenzied army upon entering their territory. Had it not been for Yi Tianai's desperate pleas on behalf of a high-ranking client, he would have been executed as a traitor to the clan long ago. Subsequently, he had resolved to leverage his relationship with Lu Zhiyao as an excuse, successfully persuading the clan's military to believe he was familiar with her weaknesses, thereby securing a contingent that would leave him no choice but to succeed or face death. Feeling the long-lost surge of mental power and supernatural abilities, his eyes brimmed with hatred. Lu Zhiyao, since you have driven me to this brink, I shall ensure you do not fare any better. He led his troops along the trail of the Overlord Flower Brigade, successfully ambushing them midway to halt their advance. This time, he had brought ample weaponry and radiant stones, patiently awaiting their entry into the encirclement. However, after waiting for an extended period, they remained stagnant, refusing to advance further. To make matters worse, by noon, they astonishingly set up camp right there, commencing to cook their meals. He could hardly believe that they had not uncovered his ambush. Yet he remained unwilling to advance any further. This evasive demeanor filled him with a sense of joy. It appeared that the information he had gathered was indeed accurate. Lu Zhiyao was absent. Consequently, this band was now leaderless, lacking the courage to confront him directly. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take the initiative. He instructed Captain Matsushima to deploy smoke grenades, preparing to launch a close-quarters attack while they were unprepared. To his dismay, Matsushima rolled his eyes and impatiently remarked, Have you not noticed the mental barrier they have set up? The smoke grenades are utterly futile. Yi Tianyun was infuriated by his disrespectful demeanor, yet the entire team adhered to Matsushima's commands, leaving him powerless to override his authority. Suppressing his frustration, he patiently replied, I possess a device capable of dismantling the barrier. He brought forth the life-saving instruments that Winnow had entrusted to him, including the costly barrier-breaking device and the violet dawnstone. Upon seeing this apparatus, Matsushima's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Very well. As long as you dismantle the barrier, we shall act upon your command without hesitation. Although the our faction had assigned him to monitor Yi Tianyun, who would not wish to achieve great deeds. Should they succeed in ambushing the renowned flower of the Overlord squad, he would undoubtedly rise in rank and perhaps even receive a considerable bounty. Thus, he grew increasingly eager, urging Yi Tianyun to expedite his actions. Noticing his newfound cooperation, Yi Tianyun exhaled with relief, then focused intently, seizing the moment when the enemy appeared complacent, and promptly activated the barrier-breaking device. He successfully breached the barrier, creating a substantial opening in midair, and immediately commanded the deployment of smoke bombs. However, just as the smoke bombs were being thrown, the barrier astonishingly reinstated itself. The bombs collided with the barrier and subsequently fell to the ground, instantly enveloping the area in a thick mist that obscured their vision. When the smoke finally dissipated, the flower of the Overlord squad had entirely vanished. Yi Tianyun, in disbelief, sprinted forward, only to discover that even the tents, pots, and pans had vanished without a trace, and even the campfire had been extinguished. Gazing at the large, careless footprints in the ashes, he could hardly fathom the reality before him. How could their speed be so remarkable? And how is it that the barrier can regenerate so swiftly? What he did not realize was that their remarkable speed stemmed from months of relentless marching. They would strike one location and swiftly move on to the next, repeating this cycle of attack and retreat, an experience that honed their agility. Setting up camp had to be swift, retreating even swifter, and they could never forget their provisions. This was the secret behind the flower of the Overlord unit's ability to penetrate the Clan's colonies with the precision of a dagger and achieve swift victories. In the realm of martial prowess, speed is paramount. Of course, this time they primarily relied on the spirit barrier disruptor invented by Ding Weigua, rendering Yi Tianyun's efforts futile. Yi Tianyun immediately sensed the peril, but it was too late. They found themselves ensnared in a trap. Matsushima cursed vehemently, intending to flee with his team. Yet the barrier that had previously shielded the flower of the Overlord unit now transformed into a prison for them. It turned out to be a mental barrier, even more formidable than the 3S. They raised their radiant guns, engaging in a frenzied barrage as if cost were of no concern. Ultimately, it was only when the radiant stones were exhausted that they finally breached the barrier. At that moment, Feng Yirue had already encircled them with his men. Chen Bufan gazed at this former classmate with indifference, uttering, "Long time no see." Once a paragon of excellence, he had now fallen from grace. For reasons unknown, Chen Bufan felt a fleeting sense of empathy towards him, yet he quickly regained his composure. He would not transform into this. He is the sole heir of the Chun family, possessing extraordinary strength. With his head bowed, no one could discern the expression on his face. Yi Tianyun paid him no mind. He had encountered such gazes numerous times before, whether it be disdain or contempt. He no longer cared. As long as he could survive, he would even sacrifice his appearance. Why would he fear a mere glance? He whispered to Matsushima in the our language, "I possess a barrier device. Feel free to unleash your abilities when the time comes, and I shall protect you as we make our escape." Matsushima, trembling in fear, immediately nodded in agreement. After all, no amount of wealth could outweigh the value of life. Feng Yirue's eyes brimmed with derision as he replied in the our language, "Do you think we are incapable of understanding?" Yi Tianyun's entire being shuddered, but this was their sole path to survival, and he would not yield. Recklessly, he counted softly, 3, 2, 1. All the our troops unleashed their powers, directing their attacks towards the Buwenghua battalion. However, these strikes felt no more than the sting of a mosquito, utterly ineffectual. The soldiers of the Huazu army had all attained 3S spiritual strength, and a mere barrier sufficed to block the onslaught. If one barrier faltered, a second would follow. Coupled with the 5S spiritual strengths of Feng Huayu and his companions, their collective efforts rendered futile. Without pausing to be astonished, Yi Tianyun promptly activated the barrier device. This was his most formidable, life-saving apparatus, having consumed 10 pieces of purple dawnstone, barely sufficient to shield against the attacks from the Huazu army. Just then, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Chapter 132. I hope you do not become a traitor in your next life. It was Lu Zhiyao and Xie galloping towards them on flying steeds. Their troops gazed in terror at the descending figures, some even beginning to tremble in fear. How could they fly? Are they deities? Yi Tianyun gazed in astonishment at this scene, casting a complex glance at Lu Zhiyao, once again awed by her formidable strength. If their Yi family had treated her kindly back then, might the outcome today have been different? Yet, the harsh reality is irreversible. Survival must take precedence. He turned and continued his flight. However, Lu Zhiyao was determined not to let him escape this time. A traitor must atone for their sins with their life. The arrows whistled downwards, slicing through the air, striking his protective barrier with precision. No matter how robust the life-saving device, it could not withstand the onslaught of Lu Zhiyao's level 10 abilities, augmented by totems. The barrier shattered instantly, engulfing everyone, including Yi Tianyun, in flames. Heart-rending cries for help erupted, only to be extinguished in an instant. When the fire finally subsided, remarkably, Yi Tianyun remained with half of his life intact. He slowly rose to his feet, his hand tightly clutching the instrument, which now contained only remnants of the purple dawnstone. Discarding the device, he struggled to open his eyes and gazed at Lu Zhiyao, who was approaching him. "Why do this to me?" His voice was hoarse, his gaze filled with sorrow. Once, he had a wonderful family, with both parents present, harmonious siblings, and a promising future. However, ever since she had appeared, or more accurately, since she had refused to marry Chen Yukai and had taken her own life by crashing into a wall, everything had changed. Lu Zhiyao coldly remarked, "You should reflect on your original intentions and consider what you are doing now." Original intentions? His original intention was to be a soldier, a guardian of his family and clan. He strives to grow stronger and diligently studies, all in hopes of one day becoming a source of pride for his clan. But what is the reality now? A murderer who has harmed his own parents. A ruthless leader of the army who ascends through mere appearance. Closing his eyes, he spoke solemnly, "In my life." Without hesitation, Lu Zhiyao swung his sword down, but with a resounding clang, it was met by his blade in midair. Facing Lu Zhiyao's seemingly anticipated mocking gaze, he let out a harsh laugh. "Better to live a wretched life than to die well, dear sister." Once the pride of the Yi family, he too had devoted himself to hard work, and the techniques ingrained in his very bones are far from trivial. He engaged in a spirited battle with Lu Zhiyao. Yet, even without employing his mental prowess and extraordinary abilities, he found himself unable to prevail. As Lu Zhiyao sent him flying with a single kick, he sighed inwardly, pondering the unfairness of the world that had befallen him. Struggling to rise once more, he made an effort to stand upright. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, he desperately pleaded, "At the very least, I am your elder brother. Grant me my life." Noticing a flicker of compassion in Lu Zhiyao's eyes, he subtly curved his lips in a smirk. However, his vision suddenly began to swirl, and after a surge of excruciating pain and dizziness, he was astonished to see his headless body collapse to the ground. Lu Zhiyao wiped the blade of his sword with his garment, coldly remarking, "I hope you do not choose the path of treachery in your next life." He set fire to all traces left behind, and the Bowanghua team prepared to depart anew. Seated in the vehicle, Xie gazed at Lu Zhiyao with concern, gently clasping her hand. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhiyao felt no sorrow. She was not the original self and held no sentiment for the Yi family. However, the care presented before her was not to be dismissed. She feigned exhaustion, leaning delicately against his shoulder. Xie quickly embraced her, whispering words of comfort. "Do not be disheartened. From now on, I shall be your family." Lu Zhiyao's lips curled into a fleeting smile, which he promptly suppressed. Pretending to be melancholic as he suggested, "If you're feeling down, sing a song for me." As she sensed his body stiffen and caught the sound of suppressed laughter from Yao Lina and Feng Xiu in the front seat, Xie felt her cheeks flush once more. She took hold of his long, fair hand, delicately tracing each finger. Just as she intended to convey that she was merely jesting, she heard the cool, jade-like timbre of the person beside her begin to hum a melody. Though she could not discern the song, she found it exceptionally pleasing, perhaps because it was he who sang it for her. in the soothing resonance of his gentle voice. She gradually closed her eyes, her entire being relaxing into slumber. Xieyuma gazed tenderly at her sleeping visage. After all the rushing about, she had not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time. As the commander and instigator of this battle, she bore an overwhelming burden of responsibility and pressure. He merely wishes he could do more for her. At this moment, the M and our tribes have mobilized entirely, amassing forces at the border. Over a century later, they have finally torn away the veneer of hypocrisy, boldly commencing their encroachment upon the territories of the Hua tribe. Yet, as has been customary in past endeavors, their actions are cloaked in grandiloquent justifications. We, representing the Global Alliance, impose sanctions on the Hua tribe for disrupting peace. The next task is to safeguard these gains. However, Lu Zhiyao's ambitions extend beyond this. Since they are clamoring so wildly, why not simply incorporate them into the fold of the Hua tribe? Would it not be splendid for everyone to coexist harmoniously, speaking as one family? Upon hearing her thoughts, the leader of the Hua tribe nearly spat out his tea, choking several times. The commander of the 3rd Military Region smacked Lu Zhiyao on the back of her head, hastily pleading, "Tribe leader, do not heed her reckless words. She is far too arrogant." He signaled with his eyes for Lu Zhiyao to remain silent. At that moment, they were engaged in a video conference at the border with the tribe leader and other military commanders, deliberating on how to respond to the incessant provocations from the M and our armies. Lu Zhiyao sighed in resignation and, in a low yet audible voice, remarked, "They've come to our doorstep. If we do not show them our strength, they will think us easy prey." The commander of the 3rd Military Region reached out, poised to reprimand Lu Zhiyao again, but the tribe leader interjected. "I believe Colonel Lu makes a valid point." This statement was like water splashed into hot oil, instantly igniting a flurry of discussions among the other military leaders. The tribe leader, however, picked up his teacup, leisurely blowing on the tea leaves, choosing to remain silent. After a moment, the discussions concluded, and the commander of the 1st Military Region spoke first. "I support Colonel Lu's perspective. In the past, the Hua tribe has been like a piece of tender meat, available for anyone to bite. Now that we finally possess strength and opportunity, who does not aspire to reign supreme?" Other military regions expressed their agreement, while the commander of the 3rd Military Region hesitated. He gazed solemnly at Lu Zhiyao, inquiring, "Do you have confidence?" Lu Zhiyao, with a flicker in her eyes, replied nonchalantly, "Not entirely." The crowd was taken aback, yet she continued, "Although I cannot guarantee a 100 success rate, I am confident that it stands at 90. This revelation caused a palpable tension among the onlookers. Their ability to make such a decision largely relied on Lu Zhiyao's assurance. If she herself lacked certainty, all their hopes would amount to mere words. However, hearing her assert that there was a 90 likelihood of success transformed their perspective, equating it to a near certainty. "Very well. I hereby confer full command to Colonel Lu on behalf of the Hua clan," the clan leader declared, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhiyao, his demeanor earnest and solemn. "The Hua clan is entrusted to you." Instantly, Lu Zhiyao stood tall, honoring him with a military salute. Understood. Chapter 133. Ah, how frigid. At this juncture, Lu Zhiyao commenced her efforts to establish contact with allied clans, while Yi Tianai of your clan found her circumstances increasingly dire. Yet, this was not the worst of it. In a bid to amass military funds, the entire clan intensified its taxation, resulting in a significant decline in the frequency of regular patrons who were preoccupied with warfare. Instead, a deluge of unruly soldiers descended upon the establishment. These individuals, fresh from the battlefield, unleashed their pent-up frustrations without offering any payment. Whenever Yi Tianai attempted to settle accounts, they would glare with furious, bloodshot eyes and hurl insults at her. Some even took to mocking her while being excessively aggressive. Although she had been in this line of work, she had seldom attended to clients personally since opening her establishment. These ruffians showed no mercy, often leaving her on the brink of collapse. Realizing this was untenable, she promptly shuttered the establishment and began inquiring about Yi Tianyan's whereabouts. Ultimately, she was met with the dreadful news of his demise at the hands of Lu Zhiyao. Darkness enveloped her. It felt as though lightning had struck. In this chaotic era, where was she to turn? Why would Lu Zhiyao not relent? Even her only family member had been taken from her. After a few days of despondency, she steeled herself and resolved to seek out the now-promoted General Baiyuan Sangye. However, Baiyuan Sangye, having ascended to a new status, was not easily accessible. Fortune did not favor her, as a torrential rain began to fall. Baiyuan Sangye's current wife, upon seeing the alluring figure waiting at the door via the video doorbell, was incensed and shattered a cup in anger. Coldly, she commanded the butler, "Dispose of this eyesore." He immediately halted, his gaze upon Yi Tianai filled with astonishment. However, in his pursuit of advancement, he had to enter into a matrimonial alliance with the general's daughter, relegating her to confinement within the villa. Ultimately, she disappointingly bore him only a daughter, and the general's daughter discovered this secret. In the end, he knelt in supplication for her forgiveness, which she granted only on the condition that he must remain with his mother and daughter. He pondered that, after all, Yi Tianai had shared a bond with him, so he secretly spared her life. Subsequently, he persevered and ultimately ascended to a position even higher than that of the military officials, finally overturning his status within the family. Aware of the forecast predicting rain, he had deliberately applied a waterproof makeup. At this moment, with her delicately shaped brows and enchanting eyes, she gazed at Kitahara with a lingering affection. A sudden chill swept through the air, causing her to shiver slightly, and she exclaimed softly, "Ah, it's so cold." This captivating allure ignited a warmth within Kitahara's sook, and in a fervent rush, he embraced her without a second thought. His wife witnessed the scene, infuriated yet helpless, for his position now surpassed that of her father, and he was no longer the man who could be easily scolded or beaten. After a passionate encounter, Yi Tianai exerted all her charm, leaving Baiyuan utterly enchanted. Despite Baiyuan's numerous affairs over the years, none had captivated him quite like Yi Tianai. Following their intimacy, Baiyuan, content, exhaled smoke towards her face. Yi Tianai coughed delicately, her voice soft as she praised, "Baiyuan, you are truly remarkable." His vanity, unfulfilled at home, was suddenly satiated, and he became increasingly attentive to her. Thus, from that day forward, Yi Tianai reclaimed her role as the mistress of the villa, this time without the oversight of a watchful housekeeper. She made no demands of her own, appearing exceptionally docile, carefully ensuring Baiyuan's satisfaction. After a month of courtship, she finally revealed her intentions. "You wish to enter the military?" Baiyuan gazed at her incredulously. What a joke! In our clan, the principle of male superiority prevails. Women are perpetually subordinate to men and lack any real power. This atmosphere is even more pronounced within the military. For a woman like Weno to attain such a high-ranking position, it required immense strength and over a decade of fierce competition. To join the army, a woman must either possess extraordinary abilities or belong to a different category altogether. Baiyuan mockingly assessed Yi Tianai from head to toe, and I shook his head. "I cannot bear the thought of you becoming a military concubine. Better to remain at home, serving me alone." Yi Tianai, well aware of his reluctance, slowly leaned in and gently bit his ear. Baiyuan's body tingled as her breathy voice whispered, "Then let me be your little advisor, whenever you need me. I shall be there." Overwhelmed, Baiyuan could hardly contain himself and immediately pressed her beneath him, ready to act, when she playfully inquired, "Do you agree?" Overcome by desire, Baiyuan gruffly replied, "Agreed." "Agreed, you little enchantress." A glimmer sparkled in Yi Tianai's half-closed eyes, and she smiled, fully engaging Baiyuan until their revelry concluded at dawn. The following day, as Baiyuan prepared to report to the military, Yi Tianai awaited him, impeccably dressed. Reluctantly honoring his promise from the previous night, he brought her along to the military. Initially skeptical of her motives, he soon found her compliant and agreeable. And once he savored the pleasures of her company, he realized it was quite delightful. Even when dispatched to the border during conflicts with the Hua clan, he brought Yi Tianai along. She stood once again before Lu Zhiyao, now as an esteemed advisor to a general of the clan. However, Lu Zhiyao remained unaware of this development, and even if he were to learn of it, it would not concern him. Moreover, upon discovering that the Xiguang stone was formed due to the influence of the Xiguang pearl, Lu Zhiyao conceived a permanent solution to secure the dominance of the Hua clan. The fundamental issue was to possess absolute resources. In the current world, the flow of energy relied entirely on Xiguang energy. Without the Xiguang stone, weapons and machinery would become mere scrap. She inquired of Baihu, "Do you have a way to locate other Xiguang pearls?" Baihu, eager to showcase his abilities, responded immediately, "Yes, as long as they are within a 10-kilometer radius, I can detect the scent of the Xiguang pearls and pinpoint their exact location." Thus, the Huaxia Special Task Force commenced its mission once more. Chapter 134, Diverting the Calamity. The first destination they selected was the largest source of sunstone for the M tribe. 60% of the tribe's total sunstone production originates from this location, with the remaining 10% scattered across various regions of the tribe, while the other 30% is derived from seizing resources from neighboring tribes. Due to its status as a primary production area, the defenses here are on an entirely different level compared to City A, boasting 15 military bases, each housing tens of thousands of soldiers, equipped with advanced and comprehensive weaponry. Even amidst the ongoing offensive against the Hua tribe, the stationed troops here remain unmoved. Thus, infiltrating this territory poses a significant challenge. At this juncture, Chen Bufan offered his counsel, drawing on his years of study in the M tribe, which he had not wasted. He mentioned that there exists an immigrant organization that, for the right price, can successfully smuggle individuals without documentation into the country, even amidst times of conflict. By fortunate coincidence, he is acquainted with one of the minor leaders of this group. Thus, through his machinations, Lu Zhiyao managed to infiltrate alongside Xie Yuma and Fang Yirue. Naturally, Chen Bufan himself was not to be excluded from this endeavor. He once again seized the opportunity to position himself beside Lu Zhiyao, this time taking on a leading role. He foolishly flashed a triumphant smile at Xie Yuma. However, Xie Yuma remained indifferent, silently and resolutely standing behind Lu Zhiyao, serving as a steadfast support. His heart brimmed with love and trust, unwavering despite any attempts to sow discord. This left Chen Bufan quite displeased, yet without a partner to engage with. His schemes could not unfold. Thus, under the circumstances where only Chen Bufan was wounded, they successfully infiltrated and gathered information about the mining area. Smith, the driver responsible for transporting the Dawnstone, had indulged in a bit of alcohol that evening. Though he ought not to have driven, his colleague, who was supposed to take over, had taken a leave of absence, prompting him to splash cold water on his face before setting off. He was driving an empty vehicle along the desolate interstate highway when, as he passed a grove of trees, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in the car's body. He gave it little thought, attributing his dizziness to an excess of alcohol consumed earlier that day, and without pausing, he continued driving forward. The vehicle traversed the woods, passed through a tunnel, and ultimately came to a halt at the entrance of the mining area. The guard conducted the customary inspection, and after presenting his credentials, he slumped over the steering wheel and fell into a deep slumber. It was not until the guard completed his thorough examination and roused him from his stupor that he blearily resumed his journey inward. This time the path was clear, leading directly into the depths of the mine. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly facilitated the entrance of the Huaxia task force. They identified the transport drivers in the mining area as primary targets based on intelligence, and after several days of surveillance, they pinpointed Smith, as he was known for his fondness for alcohol and his careless demeanor, lacking the requisite caution. They seized the opportune moment, swiftly slipping beneath the vehicle as he passed through the woods. Lu Zhiyao employed an 8S psychic shield as a guise, successfully evading the search and blending into the mining area. The M clan's mining district bore little distinction from that of the Hua clan, yet it possessed a unique characteristic. The miners exhibited a diverse array of skin tones and ethnicities, with the Hua clan being the most numerous among them. The four of them stealthily infiltrated the accommodation area, biding their time for the night's endeavor. Before long, the area grew lively as individuals arrived in succession to rest. Meanwhile, the flower of the Overlord team had silently entered the now-deserted mine. The white tiger leaped from the azure totem, startling Feng Yirue and Chen Bufan. They had never witnessed such a spectacle, momentarily mistaking it for a mythical beast, their innate abilities instinctively ready to unleash. Had it not been for their captain's calm glance, they would have likely caused a commotion that would attract the M army. The white tiger, with an air of serenity, adjusted its fur and cast a casual glance at the two individuals. Subsequently, it crouched down, surveying its surroundings, and finally lifted a foreleg, pointing eastward, declaring, "Over there." Feng Yirue, unable to contain himself, trembled as he pointed at the white tiger, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? How can it speak?" Silence. Lu Zhiyao chided softly, then elucidated, "This is the divine beast Baihu. It will guide us to the Shiguang Pearl." Upon hearing about the Shiguang Pearl, Feng Yirue's trepidation dissipated. Ever since he witnessed its miraculous properties, he had longed for the day he could possess one for himself. This gem could transmute ordinary or into Shiguang stone. A treasure indeed. Chen Bufan gazed at the white tiger in astonishment. Despite his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered a divine beast before, and his gaze towards Lu Zhiyao ignited with fervor. Under the white tiger's guidance, they discovered a corner to the east, where an abundance of Shiguang stones lay exposed. Lu Zhiyao signaled Feng Yirue to employ his earth-type powers to excavate, yet even after exhausting his abilities, no progress was made. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired of the white tiger, "How much deeper must we dig?" The white tiger sniffed around, uncertain, and replied, "Perhaps another 50 meters?" Heeding its words, Lu Zhiyao probed downward with her mental energy. 50 meters, 60 meters, until nearly reaching 100 meters, where she abruptly halted. Countless Shiguang stones lay beneath, with one particular stone radiating a purple aura, enveloped in a cluster. At this juncture, Feng Yirue was utterly spent, and she gestured for him to step aside. In a hushed tone, she warned, "I will use my powers to blast this open, but the noise will surely attract the M army, so we must act swiftly." The other three immediately fell into a defensive stance, while Lu Zhiyao summoned her sleeve arrow ability. The palm-sized arrow transformed instantaneously into a colossal laser cannon with 108 barrels. With all barrels aimed, a thunderous roar echoed as the cavern successfully collapsed. By the time the M army, startled, excavated the massive hole created by the explosion, the Shiguang Pearl had already been discreetly claimed by Lu Zhiyao. Only 3 standard or clan Shiguang guns remained at the bottom of the pit. According to the white tiger, once the Shiguang Pearl was extracted, the remaining unexcavated Shiguang stones would revert to ordinary or within 30 days. Thus, the M clan remained oblivious to the true nature of events, mistakenly believing it was merely a surprise attack by their army seeking to seize the mining area. Consequently, the alliance, originally forged for mutual gain, began to show its first signs of fracture. However, at that moment, Lu Zhiyao had already led her team into the territory designated for the Er clan's mining operations. As is well known, the Er clan's land is limited, its resources scarce, relying heavily on external occupation. A staggering 80 of their Shiguang stones originated from a once independent, now colonized island inhabited by a smaller tribe. The Bawanghua team successfully infiltrated, employing their prior methods to acquire the Shiguang Pearl without incident. They replicated their strategy, leaving behind M army standard weapons at the scene of their operations. The already tenuous alliance crumbled entirely. The M and her armies stationed at the borders of the Huaxia tribe began to bicker internally, greatly alleviating the pressure on the Huaxia. Yet, the Bawanghua Special Task Force did not halt their advance. It is crucial to note that numerous other races thrived by parasitizing the Huaxia tribe while clinging to the M clan. After a series of surprise attacks, an extensive collection of Shiguang pearls was amassed, further straining relationships among these races. Lu Zhiyao buried all the Shiguang pearls deep within the heart of the Huaxia territory. Under the combined effects, the surrounding were astonishingly transformed entirely into Shiguang stones within a mere half-month, with an especially high yield of purple Shiguang stones. It was only at this juncture that the so-called righteous M and her armies began to notice something amiss in the mining area. The previously bountiful site had inexplicably yielded not a single Xiguang stone. Chapter 135. Lu Zhiyao, the target of everyone's wrath? The head of the M clan's mining area was exasperated, watching the miners continue their futile digging. Yet, at depths of 1 meter, 3 meters, and even 10 meters, not a trace of Xiguang stones could be found. With a grim countenance, the supervisor seized a Xiguang gun and fired several rounds downward. However, after depleting several large boxes of Xiguang stones, he still discovered nothing. His face pale, he immediately reported to his superiors. Yet, it was not only his site. As the M clan's primary mining area, today all reported the same dismal news. Their mines can no longer yield the precious Dawnstone. A similar scenario unfolded within the R clan as well. However, their initial response was to suspect foul play from their adversaries. What is there left to fight with? Without ammunition, all weapons have turned to mere scrap metal. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Hua clan commenced a counteroffensive. He fled, and he pursued. In an instant, 30% of the Allied forces were left behind. These 30% of prisoners of war were thrust into the freshly birthed Xiguang stone mines, laboring day and night as miners, entirely replacing the previously dominant Huaxia miners who had toiled for a century. Upon receiving this news, the enemy tribes were incensed and envious, and once more, they formed an alliance to launch another attack. However, stripped of the aid of Xiguang weaponry, they soon discovered that their reliance on mental strength and supernatural abilities was futile, for every Huaxia soldier astonishingly possessed a mental capacity of 3S, with their abilities also notably elevated. Beiyuan Sangjia had spent several years among the Huaxia and had gained profound insights into their military. When he departed a few years prior, the highest rank among Huaxia soldiers was merely 2S, and they were exceedingly scarce. He cannot fathom that. After merely a few years, they have astonishingly achieved an average of 3 seconds per person. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of Yi Tianai, "Did your elder brother not just depart from the Huaxia? Did he mention this matter?" He had previously stated that the pursuing forces were lacking in strength, which allowed him to escape successfully. Upon this realization, she shuddered, recognizing the underlying issues. If the Huaxia army was indeed formidable, how could Yi Tianyan, a person whose mental abilities and powers were constrained, possibly make his way to the R tribe unscathed? Could it be that this was orchestrated intentionally? But what could their motive be? As she contemplated the reasons for the outbreak of this war, her complexion turned ashen, and enlightenment dawned upon her. This was, from the very beginning, a conspiracy aimed at the R tribe. Her unfortunate parents and elder brother were mere pawns in this sinister plot. The mastermind behind it all was none other than Lu Zhiyao. A deep-seated hatred surged within her, flushing her face with anger. Why? Why would Lu Zhiyao treat her family in such a manner? For the sake of his own ambitions, he was willing to sacrifice his own kin. Did he possess no conscience? Yi Tianai had believed Yi Tianyan's account of Chun Yotsai's heinous act against her parents, and by connecting the dots, she attributed this villainous act to Lu Zhiyao. Gritting her teeth, the profound hatred propelled her to immediately inform Beiyuan of her conjectures without further contemplation. Upon hearing her, Beiyuan, surprisingly composed, paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He then embraced Yi Tianai fiercely and planted a passionate kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "You truly are my lucky star. Just wait, I shall avenge you." Days later, an anonymous post began to circulate online regarding the Huajuan's captain, Lu Zhiyao. The post claimed to be from an ordinary citizen residing near the Huaxia border, who, appalled by Lu Zhiyao's disrespect, greed, and shamelessness, felt compelled to expose the truth to prevent the public from being misled. It recounted in vivid detail how Lu Zhiyao had harmed her own parents, forced her elder brother into the R tribe, and ultimately caused his demise by her own hand, as if the author had witnessed the events firsthand. The post asserted that without the military's consent, Qin Yukai could not have acted, and that Lu Zhiyao was the true culprit behind the scenes. Furthermore, it accused her of exploiting her authority for personal gain. usurping mineral bases that rightfully belong to the and our tribes under the guise of pursuing Yi Tianyan, resulting in the majority of the Xiguang stones lining her pockets. While the Huaxia military was aware of the truth, the general populace remained in ignorance. This slanderous narrative caused Lu Zhiyao's reputation to plummet, inciting many to protest against having such a morally questionable individual in the ranks of the Huaxia army. Some even ventured to the Lu family residence, hurling garbage and rotten eggs at their doorstep. Consequently, the eldest elder contacted Lu Zhiyao, demanding that Lu Zhiyao be expelled from the family lineage and clarifying that they were not related. However, Lu Zhiyao rebuked the elder fiercely, a stark contrast to his usual courteous demeanor towards his elders, leaving the elder at a loss. If you persist in this nonsense, I shall revoke your position as elder in the name of the clan leader. The elder immediately fell silent. He is acutely aware that the current prosperity of the Lu family is entirely dependent on the trio of Lu Zhiyao and her siblings. Should Lu Zhiyao decide to act, his position as the elder may indeed be at risk. If he were to lose this title, his pension and medical benefits would cease to be dispensed, leaving him utterly destitute in his old age. Meanwhile, having just managed the Lu family affairs, Fenghua University has not escaped the turmoil either. Due to Lu Zhiyao's remarkable contributions, a statue has been erected in her honor at the university entrance. However, as soon as the crowd arrived, the statue was thoroughly vandalized. The university promptly took measures to protect the statue while simultaneously working online to restore Lu Zhiyao's reputation. Yet the individuals involved had already been indoctrinated, believing they were engaged in a righteous cause, viewing all who defended Lu Zhiyao as wicked forces conspiring against them. Even the live stream of the National Cultural Ambassador had become a battleground, with numerous educational videos being maliciously altered and disseminated online, leading to Lu Zhiyao's name becoming synonymous with infamy. A week later, when Lu Zhiyao finally learned of the events, she had been preoccupied with gathering Xiguang beads alongside the Ba Wang Hua team, insulated from the outside world. Upon accessing the internet, she was taken aback by the sheer volume of slander. Chen Bufan promptly declared, "This is the doing of our Chun family. I will clarify." However, Lu Zhiyao intervened, recognizing that without concrete evidence, no matter how genuine the claim, it would only exacerbate the situation. Fortunately, she had the foresight to prepare. After the Yi Jiangwo family was coerced into the mining area by the Chun family, she had instructed the military to covertly monitor their every move. Coincidentally, the events of that day were meticulously recorded. Chapter 136. I killed Kitagawa Suk with the military's consent. A video restoring the facts released by the armed forces quickly became a focal point online. The footage vividly captured the escape of Yi Tianyun and his family, particularly highlighting the tragic sequence of events leading to the demise of Zhao Lifeng and Yi Jiangwo, culminating in a close-up of Yi Tianyun's expression. The coldness and cruelty on his handsome face starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor, creating a strikingly alarming image. Furthermore, the clan leader had specifically directed the military to compile Lu Zhiyao's contributions to the entire Huaxia community. Were it not for the confidentiality surrounding her current mission, the military would have eagerly revealed that the recent boom in mineral resources was also attributable to Lu Zhiyao's efforts. Nonetheless, the information gathered was already sufficient to expose the truth. It became evident that someone had been selflessly working on their behalf, while they, in their ignorance, had been incited to misjudge and vilify a hero of the Huaxia, nearly expelling such a hero from the military and causing grievous harm to their community. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. Just as the initial rumors had ignited public outrage, that very fury was now directed back at the instigators. Those who had previously raged online and manipulated images hastily deleted all records, and the demonstrators immediately ceased their actions. Those hidden within attempting to sow discord were reported by the surrounding populace, allowing the military to seize the opportunity to eradicate these residual enemy forces. Following a series of targeted arrests, it became apparent that these traitors predominantly hailed from your clan. This revelation inadvertently united the Huaxia, galvanizing them against a common enemy with unprecedented solidarity. Hackers volunteer to incapacitate the clan's networks, while Huaxia immigrants within our territory organized protests. And an increasing number of students began to enlist to combat the adversary. North Yuan was thrown into disarray, hastily erasing all records. This debacle had been entirely of his own making. He had intended to wait until he successfully dismantled Lu Zhiyao before presenting the evidence to claim merit. However, before he could even take that step, he found himself repeatedly thwarted. Now, it was too late for him to erase the evidence. The military traced the matter back to North Yuan. According to the original punitive regulations, the military would not have taken severe action against him. But given the internal and external turmoil, his actions only served to exacerbate the situation. In a fit of rage, the military decided to charge him with treason against the clan, stripping him of all his positions. In utter disbelief, he rushed to plead for his father-in-law's assistance. With new grievances compounded by old resentments, it was a stroke of luck that he was still alive, let alone expecting help. Inside the rented apartment, he delivered a stinging slap to Yi Tianai, sending her crashing into the corner. Dazed, she felt a searing pain flush across her face. Rising with indignation, she shed her previous submissiveness and retorted, "What gives you the right to hit me? I'm the one paying for this place, so you can leave." North Yuan glared at her, his eyes brimming with venom. "It's all your fault. You wretched woman. You've left me with nothing. I will make you pay with your life." He lunged at her again, and Yi Tianai hastily dodged, in her moment of desperation grasping the protective Shiguang gun. Aiming it at him with a menacing tone, "Get out. Otherwise, do not blame me for firing." To her surprise, Bei Yuan showed no fear, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he advanced towards her without hesitation. "Go ahead and shoot. Killing on our clan territory, you can forget about surviving." His words struck home, and Yi Tianai felt an undeniable fear. After all, despite his current plight, he remained a member of the Bei Yuan family. Moreover, with the clan and the Hua clan in a state of open conflict, her own situation was far from favorable. Suppressing the fury in her eyes, she maneuvered around the dining table to evade Bei Yuan while pleading, "I do not know how things escalated to this point. I never anticipated that Yi Tianyun would deceive me." She had even stopped calling him Big Brother, now harboring resentment towards him. If it weren't for his betrayal, she would not have ventured out with erroneous information seeking accolades. Yet, her words offered no solace to Bei Yuan, who was singularly focused on killing Yi Tianai to unleash his pent-up rage. As she darted to the other side, he leaped onto the dining table, lunging toward her and successfully pinning her to the floor. In that instant, she was caught off guard, hitting her head against the ground, pain causing tears to stream down her face. Before the pain could subside, Bei Yuan's grip tightened around her neck. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed her, and she struggled fiercely. However, the disparity in physical strength between them was vast, and with Bei Yuan being a former soldier, she found herself utterly powerless against him, her vision blurring as she fought for breath. In a moment of sheer desperation, her right hand stumbled upon the fallen Shiguang gun. Overcome by terror and hopelessness, she raised the weapon, aiming it at Bei Yuan without hesitation, pulling the trigger. The gunshot rang out, hot blood splattering across her face as Bei Yuan's eyes widened in fury before he collapsed. Just as she regained her breath, the sound of knocking echoed from outside. What was happening inside? Had someone just fired a gun? Yi Tianai quickly scrambled to her feet, her gaze falling upon Bei Yuan's lifeless form on the floor. Eyes wide open in eternal defiance, panic began to settle in. She had actually killed Bei Yuan, but now was not the time for fear. The people outside had already begun making phone calls. She hurriedly gathered her valuables, wiped her face, and leaped out of the window with the Shiguang gun in hand. As she sprinted, evading numerous pursuing our soldiers, her objective was crystal clear. She needed to seek out the Hua clan immigrant organization within the clan. They were her only hope. Remembering their recent march on Main Street, she spotted a large group of protesters ahead, chanting slogans. Noticing the pursuers closing in from behind, she gritted her teeth and plunged into the throng. Grabbing the leader of the group, she cried out, "I killed an clan officer. Please help me." The young man at the forefront, upon seeing a young Hua girl, was instantly filled with compassion, which swiftly transformed into solidarity upon hearing her plea. He immediately called off the parade, and a group of individuals shielded Yi Tianai as they made their way to the organization as headquarters. The pursuers dared not approach this assembly of protectors. They were reluctant to escalate the conflict and could only watch helplessly as they escorted Yi Tianai away. They navigated through winding paths until they finally arrived at the headquarters located in the outskirts. Yi Tianai's initial reaction was one of disdain. The place appeared exceedingly desolate and dilapidated, with nothing but a conference table and a few chairs to be found. However, she quickly masked her feelings and feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, "I have killed Bei Yuan Sangjia, and the army is pursuing me. Can you assist me in escaping from the clan?" Chapter 137. Sister, please take me home. This was her ultimate aim, as she had previously learned through other channels that this group held significant influence and was backed by the Huaxia army. The leader of this organization, who had just led the parade, was a young man of upright character and integrity. He gazed at Yi Tianai earnestly and said, "My name is Lu Yuan. We can assist you in leaving the country, but it will require a few more days of patience." Yi Tianai nodded gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. Your help is truly a blessing. I thought I would perish among our tribe." With that, she began to sob softly, evoking a sense of pity. However, she cast a flirtatious glance at the blind man, while Lu Yuan, embodying unwavering righteousness, declared, "Rest assured, since you have slain our tribe officer, you are a hero among our Huaxia people. We will certainly aid you." After stating this, he turned to make arrangements, leaving Yi Tianai rolling her eyes in disdain. How utterly unromantic! Little did they know, upon exiting, Lu Yuan instructed his associates to investigate Yi Tianai's true identity and the circumstances surrounding the killing. As the leader of the organization, he was not one to be easily deceived. After some inquiries, upon discovering that Yi Tianai was the sister of Yi Tianyan, his brow furrowed. It was only after learning that she had indeed slain Kitagawa Suji that he felt somewhat reassured. Although Kitagawa had been demoted to a commoner, he was undoubtedly deserving of death, and Yi Tianai had thus accomplished a significant feat. Furthermore, many Huaxia immigrants had witnessed the events of that day. If not handled properly, it could potentially sway public sentiment. Consequently, Lu Yuan ultimately reached out to the Huaxia military for assistance. As a Huaxia individual who had personally killed our tribe officer, the immigrants regarded Yi Tianai as a hero, treating her with exceptional respect and kindness, ensuring her well-being. However, accustomed to sumptuous feasts and luxurious bedding, Yi Tianai found the conditions unsatisfactory, despite their provision of the finest room and food. Yet, she was adept at concealing her discontent, and so they remained oblivious. After enduring a few days, just as her patience was waning, Lu Yuan finally brought forth good news. She managed to restrain her impatience for another 5 days. As night fell, the Huaxia's reinforcements finally arrived. However, upon seeing the leader, Yi Tianai was instantly struck with fear, her complexion paling. It was none other than Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyao was still in pursuit of the Dawn Pearls, having nearly obliterated the and her tribe's minds. To this day, the two tribes remained unaware of the true reason behind the disappearance of the ore, only noting that deep pits had appeared prior to the incidents, which contained nothing but the remnants of alien weaponry, devoid of any other clues. Such a hero was worthy of respect and rescue. Lu Zhiyao readily agreed and took a lengthy detour to reach her. After successfully coordinating with Lu Yuan, she finally met this hero. Lu Zhiyao silently scrutinized Yi Tianai, her expression unchanged, before eventually diverting her gaze to greet Lu Yuan and inquire about recent developments. Meanwhile, Feng Yirue and the others were taken aback, particularly Chen Bufan, who held a poor opinion of Yi Tianai, perceiving her as vain and malicious. He had not anticipated encountering her under such circumstances. Reflecting on her current identity, he couldn't help but mockingly scoff, "Is this the so-called hero who murdered our tribe officer?" Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, puzzled by the peculiar tone of the Huaxia soldier's words. Consequently, the expressions of everyone present shifted to one of profound intrigue. Save for the indifferently composed Xie Yuma, and the impassive Lu Zhiyao. Yitian AI's mind raced as she donned a pitiful facade. Her gaze swept across the group, and upon spotting Xie Ma, her heart skipped a beat, making her expression of distress even more genuine. She timidly approached Xie Ma, only to have him immediately step aside, forcing her to face Lu Zhiyao reluctantly. A single name stirred a tempest of reactions. The members of the Huaxia team were startled, quickly realizing that Yitian AI was merely the nominal sister of the squad leader, albeit one with considerable embellishment, separated by vast distances. Lu Yuan was equally astonished, then enlightened. Recognizing Yitian AI as Yi Tianyun's sister, who in turn was Lu Zhiyao's brother, thus rendering her calling Lu Zhiyao's sister not so peculiar, despite their differing surnames. He politely remarked, "So this hero is actually Colonel Lu's sister? What honor." Indeed, heroes are surrounded by heroes. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the expressions on the faces of those present grew even more peculiar. Even Yi Tian AI felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet with her thick skin. She met Lu Zhiyao's teasing gaze with composure and replied, "Yes, I am indeed the sister of Colonel Lu." She then turned to Lu Zhiyao and inquired, "Sister would never leave me behind with the art tribe, would you?" Lu Zhiyao was astounded by such a bold individual. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. Addressing Lu Yuan, "I will take her with me. You need not worry." Lu Yuan nodded gratefully and extended an invitation for them to rest inside, but Lu Zhiyao declined. Once Yi Tian AI had gathered her belongings, they set off immediately. Throughout the journey, Yi Tian AI appeared exceedingly obedient, refraining from any mischief. The others also ignored her, only tossing her food during designated meal breaks, otherwise treating her presence as non-existent. This time, the Huaxia team, along with Lu Zhiyao, consisted of 5 individuals, perfectly filling a vehicle with Yi Tian AI included. After several days of arduous travel, they finally succeeded in departing from the art tribe. They were passing through a small tribe located at the southern edge of the Huaxia map. This area had previously been occupied by the art tribe as a site for Xiguang mineral extraction. However, the Xiguang pearls had already been removed, leading to the withdrawal of the art tribe's forces once it was deemed devoid of value. Ideally, this liberated small tribe should have been flourishing, yet as they traversed the town, they found not a single living soul. The streets bore a desolate appearance, with vehicles abandoned and refuse strewn about. Due to these obstacles, they were ultimately forced to proceed on foot. It wasn't until they stumbled upon a bustling street stained with blood that they realized something was amiss. It seemed as though this place had recently endured an unspoken calamity. Chapter 138. The blood-soaked town. Lu Zhiyao immediately commanded them to hasten their pace, urging them to pass through the small tribe swiftly to avoid any unknown dangers. Her instincts warned her that something ominous was about to transpire. However, over the past few days, Yi Tian AI had grown accustomed to the Huaxia team's deliberate slowing of their pace, and as they accelerated, she could no longer endure it. Blisters had formed on her feet, and though she had managed to bear the discomfort, the increased speed left no room for rest or respite, causing her legs to cramp painfully. As they passed a shopping mall, she spotted an unattended vehicle at the entrance and immediately cried out, "My feet hurt so much. My legs are cramping." She hopped on one foot over to the car, signaling that there was a vehicle available for use. Lu Zhiyao frowned at her, but then looked ahead. For some inexplicable reason, the streets here appeared remarkably clean, devoid of any vehicles or litter. She extended her spiritual awareness to probe the surroundings, yet it remained eerily empty. However, when her mental probing swept through the interior of the mall, she discovered that there was indeed someone inside. Moreover, this individual was rushing towards them at an inhuman speed. Alert! Everyone immediately drew their weapons, aiming towards the direction of the mall. Fang Yirue impatiently seized Yi Tian AI and flung her behind him, showing no mercy. Just as Yi Tian AI regained her balance and began to grumble internally, she looked up only to meet the gaze of a pair of blood-red eyes from within the mall, causing her to scream in terror. "Silence!" Fang Yirue growled, raising his Xiguang gun to target the mysterious creature. Yi Tian AI quickly covered her mouth, her eyes fixated on the enigmatic being. As it drew nearer, she finally discerned its appearance. a gaunt figure, emaciated and decayed, yet with glowing red eyes. The Huaxia team, having encountered such beings before, swiftly recognized that this was indeed a zombie. And not just any zombie, but a level 6 one. Before they could contemplate further, the zombie charged at them, only to crash against Lu Zhiao's mental shield with a resounding thud just as it was about to close the distance. His decaying skin, marred by excessive force, left a gruesome stain on the transparent shield, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Yet, the zombie, impervious to pain, staggered back a few steps only to charge again, its flesh and blood splattering until its exposed bones became visible. Although the shield prevented them from sensing the foul odor, its gaze remained fixed upon them, filled with insatiable greed and desire. Yition AI had never witnessed such a scene and was immediately gripped by terror, her hairs standing on end as she could not help but scream once more. Before Fang Yirue could offer another warning, a chorus of howls erupted from all directions. This commotion would surely attract more zombies. Lu Zhiao's expression hardened as he commanded, "We must finish this swiftly." With that, he summoned his sleeve arrow ability, dispelling the shield, and aimed directly at the zombie. The level 6 zombie attempted once more to breach the shield, but unexpectedly lunged into emptiness. Momentarily stunned, it stumbled a few paces, its eyes flickering with confusion before the familiar glint of greed returned, and it charged toward Lu Zhiyao with a roar. Without hesitation, Lu Zhiyao drew his bowstring, and the energy arrow shot straight into the zombie's forehead, coinciding with the arrival of the other's attacks. With a resounding explosion, the zombie's head shattered, revealing a pulsating energy core within. Fanwei swiftly collected the core, wary of it being devoured by other zombies. Observing the horde of zombies converging from all sides, Lu Zhiyao furrowed his brow. It seemed that, unbeknownst to them, this small community had likely fallen victim to the zombies, for otherwise they would have had time to send out a warning. Fanwei, contact headquarters and report the situation here. The usually jovial Fanwei adopted a serious demeanor and promptly dialed the internal communication line, but the signal was abysmal, rendering him unable to connect. A sense of dread washed over Lu Zhiyao as he instructed, "Try again," while issuing commands to the others. Fang Yirue, protect Yition AI. What? For the first time questioning the captain's orders, Fang Yirue met Lu Zhiao's grave expression and reluctantly nodded. Understood. UMO, Chun Yukai, search the vicinity for any survivors. Yes. The two replied in unison, exchanging a glare. Finally, Lu Zhiyao solemnly stated, "This time we lack special medicine, so we must maintain our mental shield for 24 hours without fail. We cannot afford any injuries. Understood?" Yes. The other four responded in unison, prompting Yition AI to glance at Lu Zhiyao multiple times, puzzled by what charm he possessed that commanded such obedience from them. The bodyguards she had previously hired for a high price were nowhere near as compliant. However, her life now depended on their protection, leaving her no choice but to remain silent, timidly huddling behind Fang Yirue. He shot her a disdainful look, yet reluctantly extended the shield to include her. The team advanced swiftly, with Lu Zhiyao leading the charge, carving a path for them. Xie Yuma and Chun Bufan dispersed in different directions, extending their mental energies in search of survivors. Yet, traversing through the town, they found not a single soul, returning empty-handed. Not a single survivor. At this moment, Fanwei finally established contact with headquarters, which promptly redirected the call to the leader's office. This signified a potential abandonment of any survivors in this small community. However, the leader had his own considerations. These 5 were all elite members of the Huaxia, and not one could be sacrificed. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhiyao ultimately decided to follow the leader's directives. Fortunately, there was an unoccupied armored vehicle waiting at the town's outskirts, appearing relatively clean. They swiftly boarded the vehicle, and Lu Zhiyao inserted a substantial purple dawnstone into the slot, causing the armored car to accelerate rapidly. Ever since Lu Zhiyao extracted that magnificent purple dawnstone, Yition AI found herself unable to divert her gaze. When she witnessed her casually employing this precious stone as a power source for the vehicle, she was struck with astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. This is a purple dawnstone. How could she so nonchalantly utilize it for such a purpose? Turning towards Feng Irue and the others, she earnestly advised, the purple dawnstone is exceedingly rare. Is anyone going to intervene while she squanders it so recklessly? Despite having amassed considerable wealth over the years, she had never indulged in the luxury of possessing even a single purple dawnstone. It is worth noting that previously, the production of such stones was incredibly low, with the entire clan yielding only a small box annually, and only those within the military were entitled to its use. However, Feng Irue merely cast her a fleeting glance and coldly remarked, "Mind your own business, or I shall cast you aside." Upon observing the horde of zombies trailing far behind the vehicle, Yi Tianai shuddered, instantly settling into silence. Yet, she soon realized this was merely the beginning. Chapter 139. Your scent is enchanting. With each vehicle change, Lu Zhiyao effortlessly produced a purple dawnstone, as if they were inexhaustible. Yet, no matter how keenly she observed, she could not discern from when she procured them. Just as she was about to scrutinize further, she met the frigid gaze of Xieyuma, which made her eyes instantly well with tears. The tender affections of youth are often the most unforgettable. The intensity of her past admiration for Xieyuma now rendered her heartbroken by his aloofness towards her. However, upon noticing her shift her attention away from Lu Zhiyao, Xieyuma promptly averted his gaze towards the outside of the vehicle. The others seemed oblivious to this exchange, engrossed in their own affairs. Chen Bufan's eyes flickered, and he regarded her with a touch more favor. He pondered silently, contemplating that if he could successfully sow discord between Lu Zhiyao and Xieyuma through this woman, it would indeed be advantageous. However, he only dared to entertain such thoughts without crossing any boundaries, fearing that he might be discovered and subsequently expelled from the Overlord Flower team, which would render his efforts futile. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt with a jolt. Chen Bufan looked ahead in confusion, only to be astonished by the sight of a figure inexplicably materializing in the middle of the road. His muscles tensed instantaneously, and he reflexively gripped the Shiguang gun tightly. Hesitantly, he remarked, "Just now, my mental energy failed to detect him." As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. Throughout their journey, they had been employing their mental energy to probe their surroundings, deftly evading hordes of zombies while hastening forward. Yet, this inexplicably sudden apparition had slipped through the cracks. He glanced at Lu Zhiyao, wondering if even her level 8 mental strength had failed to detect this sudden apparition. What on earth was this? Indeed, Lu Zhiyao had not sensed the presence of the unexpected individual, yet she remained composed and spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, get out of the car." Instantly, everyone complied, except for Yi Tianai, who stubbornly refused to emerge. She pleaded, "If I stay inside the car, I won't hinder you, will I?" This entity was evidently abnormal, and from their dialogue, its formidable nature was palpable. Otherwise, they would not be exhibiting such heightened vigilance. She had no intention of stepping out. If they were unable to confront it, at least she could remain in the vehicle, preserving her chance to escape. As if perceiving her intentions, Lu Zhiyao raised an eyebrow and chuckled coldly. "Have you thought this through?" Simultaneously, she scoffed inwardly, resolute in her decision not to heed her words. Lu Zhiyao said little more, merely nodding, seizing her weapon, and exiting the vehicle, closing the door behind her with care. Unexpectedly, the figure in the middle of the road suddenly charged towards them, causing Yi Tianai to immediately crouch under her seat in fright. Trembling all over, she strained to hear any sound from outside, yet there was an eerie silence, devoid of even the movements of Lu Zhiyao and the others. Summoning her courage, she cautiously opened her eyes, raised her head, and gazed towards the front of the car. However, the peculiar figure had vanished without a trace. Turning her gaze to the side, she was astounded to find that Lu Zhiyao and the others had also disappeared. Utterly shocked, she prepared to open her side of the car door, only to collide directly with a pair of blood-red eyes. The irises were crimson, seemingly oozing blood, yet the pallid facial skin remained unblemished. If one disregarded the eyes, the figure appeared to be an ordinary person. He gazed at her, a chilling smile gradually emerging in his eyes, and to everyone's astonishment, he spoke. "Your scent is truly delightful." His voice was hoarse, as if it had been sliced by a blade. Ai was so frightened that she fainted, her eyes rolling back. The zombie, witnessing this, let out a ghastly laugh. Its pale, veiny hand slowly reaching for the car door. Just as it was about to open it, a gust of wind swept in from behind, prompting it to swiftly retreat several steps, narrowly evading the subsequent attacks. Xiaoyumuo held his sword horizontally across his chest, frowning as he observed this advanced zombie. As it charged towards them, they had already taken their stances, ready to strike. However, the creature did not spare them a glance, instead fixating its interest on Ai inside the vehicle. Even its earlier evasive maneuvers were executed with an unsettling calmness and astonishing speed, betraying none of the sluggishness one would expect from a zombie. The others launched their attacks, yet it remained unfazed, effortlessly countering them while leisurely scrutinizing each individual. Its gaze filled with a malevolent curiosity, as if contemplating which of them appeared more delectable. However, when its attention shifted towards Lu Zhiyao, it suddenly halted, its blood-red eyes narrowing menacingly. With a few deft maneuvers, he swiftly distanced himself from the others and approached Lu Zhiyao in an instant. As he took a whiff of the air, a sudden fury contorted his features. "Did you kill my daughter?" He observed her remarkable agility and promptly abandoned close combat. The fabric of his garments billowed without a breeze, and a fierce gale spiraled from within him, expanding in magnitude to the point of toppling nearby vehicles. None recalled that Ai was still inside one of the cars. Xiaoyumuo and others rushed to Lu Zhiyao's side, joining her to construct a mental shield. The frenzied zombie glared with blood-red eyes, fixated on Lu Zhiyao with palpable hatred. "You are the one who killed my daughter." Countless blades of wind surged towards Lu Zhiyao like a tornado. Despite unleashing her 8th-level mental power to its fullest, she barely managed to fend off this onslaught. Yet, it was evident that the zombie had yet to unleash its full potential. The crimson light in its eyes intensified, and a tempest of wind encircled its form, signaling a more formidable attack in the making. Over the past year, she had been compressing the energy of her mental sea, initially deeming it unnecessary to advance further, fearing it might incite panic among others. Little did she anticipate that this would prove beneficial in such a critical moment. At that instant, the constraints above her mental sea dissipated, causing the amassed energy to surge dramatically, elevating her power from level 8 to level 10 in an instant. The 10th level mental shield barely materialized when the zombie's second wave of assault arrived. Clang, 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 the wind blade struck the shield, producing a thunderous cacophony. The force so tremendous that it forced Lu Zhiyao to stagger back a step. Nonetheless, she managed to withstand the blow. However, the impact was severe, causing her to cough up blood. Xiaoyumuo quickly supported her, positioning her behind him. "Let me take over." Countless sword formations erupted forth, propelled by his phantom-like speed towards the zombie. Fang Yirue and the others followed suit. Yet, the zombie refrained from engaging them, swiftly darting past to charge towards Lu Zhiyao. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she summoned her hidden arrows. With a resounding crash, the 108 barrels of a colossal laser cannon aligned menacingly towards the zombie. He was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him, gazing in astonishment at the monstrous figure, acutely aware of the peril it posed. However, he swiftly regained his composure, his eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with hatred. A harsh voice emerged from his throat. "A year ago, at the Chun family hunting grounds, it was you who took my daughter's life." Yet, she exhibited no remorse. Humans and zombies cannot coexist. "Very well," the zombie sneered. "I only hope that you humans do not come to regret your choices." He cast a lingering gaze upon her before turning away, disappearing into the shadows with a series of agile leaps. The sense of unease within Lu Zhiyao intensified. Chapter 140. Lu Zhiyao has transcended Ai was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Fang Yirue, awakening with a cry of pain. Confused, she looked around and was instantly reminded of the bizarre zombie she had encountered before losing consciousness. Without a second thought, she began to scream. Suddenly, A flash of silvery sword light sliced through the air, causing a strand of her hair to fall, leaving her momentarily frozen in fear. To her disbelief, it was Xie Yuma standing before her. Lu Zhiyao sustained significant injuries. Despite having utilized a restoration scroll, her spiritual energy remained tumultuous, showing subtle signs of regression. It appeared to be a consequence of her recent forced breakthrough, followed by severe trauma. She required time to stabilize her level, and thus they decided to rest for the night before continuing their journey. With tears in her eyes, Yi Tian'ai gazed at Xie Yuma, but his attention was solely focused on Lu Zhiyao, not sparing even a fleeting glance in her direction. The other members of their party were also preoccupied, leaving her utterly ignored. Bowing her head, she fiercely tugged at the grass beneath her, venting the fury within her heart. Why was it that he only cared for her? She had just fainted moments ago. The flames of resentment and jealousy blazed within her. She longed to usurp Lu Zhiyao's position. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck her mind. Was it possible that Lu Zhiyao had been replaced? The true Lu Zhiyao may have perished, and the current one could be an unknown spirit impersonating her. As the notion took root, she became increasingly convinced of its validity. Yet, with Xie Yuma currently ignoring her, how could she seize the opportunity to divulge this revelation? It's time to eat. Chen Bufan tossed a bag of bread into her arms before turning to leave. Wait. Yi Tian'ai quickly called after him. She recalled that Chen Bufan had once expressed a desire to marry Lu Zhiyao, but had failed, surely leaving him with lingering discontent. Over the past few days, she had observed him. His gaze would inadvertently drift towards Lu Zhiyao, only to be swiftly averted whenever others looked his way. How naive! Chen Bufan raised an eyebrow, intrigue flickering in his eyes. Not far off, Xie Yuma was preparing a fire to cook, exuding a domestic charm that made Chen Bufan's heart ache. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyao watched him with a bright smile, her eyes fixed intently upon him. With her arms crossed and a lofty demeanor, she regarded Yi Tian'ai with a sidelong glance. Speak up. Yi Tian'ai returned a smile, her eyes shimmering with allure. Patting the patch of grass beside her, she sweetly suggested, "Shall we sit and chat?" Though a hint of disdain flashed across his face, he nonetheless took a seat, curious to hear what she had to say. He certainly would not believe that this woman would apologize for Chen Yukai. Her words must harbor some sinister intent. Bored as he was, he decided to listen. Yi Tian'ai leaned forward, intending to whisper to him, but unexpectedly, Chen Bufan immediately recoiled, gazing at her with caution. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Do not come near me. His eyes occasionally darted toward Lu Zhiyao, and upon noticing her disinterest in this direction, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Yi Tian'ai felt a twinge of embarrassment at being dismissed by a man for the second time. Yet after a moment's thought, she gritted her teeth and softly asked, "Do you like Lu Zhiyao?" To her surprise, Chen Bufan scoffed, responding with exasperation. "Is that all you wish to discuss? The entire military district is aware of my affection for Lu Zhiyao." Yi Tian'ai was taken aback, suddenly feeling a pang of envy for Lu Zhiyao, who was so openly cherished by him. Suppressing her emotions, she whispered, "I can assist you, provided you cooperate with me." No sooner had her words fallen than Xie Yuma glanced up momentarily in their direction, before returning to attentively feed Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyao sighed, "I'm not injured. I can feed myself." Yet Xie Yuma stubbornly fixed his gaze on her, gently insisting, "This is all I can do for you." His expression was one of pitiful earnestness. Under his puppy-like gaze, Lu Zhiyao felt compelled to feign helplessness. Chen Bufan observed the couple's affectionate exchange, his mind wandering. "How do you intend to help me?" Yi Tian'ai recognized his interest and leaned in closer, though she halted just outside his comfort zone and quietly shared her plan. Chen Bufan's expression darkened as he regarded her intently, ultimately nodding in silent agreement. That night, during their watch shifts, with Chen Bufan's assistance, Yi Tian'ai successfully infiltrated Ji Yumo's virginity. Xie Yuma sat quietly by the campfire, eyes downcast as he polished his ancient sword, not lifting his gaze even when he heard Yi Tian'ai's approach. After hesitating for a moment, she summoned her courage to sit beside him, the closest she had ever been. The pleasant scent emanating from him stirred a bittersweet ache in her heart. How wonderful it would have been to have such closeness before, now covered in mud. She felt unworthy of him. After gathering her thoughts, she poured out her suspicions and conjectures about Lu Zhiyao. She concluded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Who knows whose soul resides in that shell? Perhaps Lu Zhiyao doesn't even look like this. Maybe it's a man. However, Xieyuma merely scoffed coldly. You went through all this trouble just to tell me that? Yi Qian'ai was taken aback, flustered as she replied, I'm only trying to warn you. I don't want you to be deceived. Yet Xieyuma was no longer interested in her ramblings. He coldly retorted, if I hear you speak ill of Zhiyao again, I will cut out your tongue. Leave. The chilling aura of menace enveloped her, causing Yi Qian'ai to retreat in fright. It was at this moment she realized Xieyuma's true nature, cold and ruthless, fiercely protective. Yet these very traits had captivated her. She longed for his protectiveness to be directed toward her, rather than the enigmatic Lu Zhiyao. Anger surged within her as she stood up, unable to contain her feelings any longer, exclaiming, I'm looking out for you. Why can't you understand? I would never harm you. Do you know how much I love you? Yet the man who would smile so tenderly and sweetly at Lu Zhiyao now wore an expression devoid of emotion, laced with palpable irritation. I'll say it once more, Leave. With a sharp sound, his silver sword was drawn. The commotion stirred the others awake. But Lu Zhiyao remained blissfully undisturbed within the protective barrier of Xieyuma's mental shield. Her mental energy had been severely depleted, and Xieyuma forbade her from using it, instead employing his own to create a silent protective barrier around her. Feng Yirue, observing the tense scene, stroked his crew cut and curiously inquired, is there an enemy attack? However, upon scanning with his mental energy, he found no signs of disturbance. Xieyuma replied casually, it's nothing. You may continue to sleep. He then rose and sat quietly in front of Lu Zhiyao's tent, meditating in silence. Chapter 141. A special little suya. In truth, Xieyuma was not entirely unresponsive to Yi Qian'ai's words. On the contrary, he absorbed them deeply. He had long sensed the enigma surrounding Lu Zhiyao, yet it held no significance for him. He is enamored with this individual, regardless of gender or appearance. As long as she is the one, that suffices. How then could he find her? Hence, he desires to bind her to him through marriage, to secure her by his side, never to part again. Yet, the thought of coercing her to such an extent fills him with reluctance. A flicker of pain crosses his eyes as he silently vows that no matter where she may wander, he shall follow her to the ends of the earth. Yi Qian'ai gazes at Xieyuma with a sense of helplessness, yet dares not approach closer. The chilling intent to kill is no jest. He genuinely wishes her dead. Failed. Chen Bufan calmly takes a seat opposite her, studying her intently. Yi Qian'ai grits her teeth, compelled to concede that she misjudged Xieyuma's reaction. She did not anticipate that even upon learning that Lu Zhiyao might be a man, he remains utterly unmoved. Taking a deep breath, she prepares to disclose her suspicions to Chen Bufan, urging him to take action. However, as she opens her mouth, she recalls Xieyuma's warning and promptly closes it again. Shaking her head in frustration, failed. Chen Bufan snorts, already aware of her impending failure. The next day, they resume their journey and fortuitously find another vehicle. Upon witnessing Lu Zhiyao produce yet another purple Shi Guang stone, Yi Qian'ai is no longer surprised. After all, it is not from her family's resources. How she chooses to squander it is her own affair. Thereafter, they encounter no formidable high-level zombies, mostly facing those below level 5, sluggish, disorganized, and rarely possessing abilities. Yet, when confronted by a horde of empowered zombies, they must engage in a fierce battle. Upon successfully departing from this small tribe, they discover that it has entirely succumbed to the zombie plague, with no survivors in sight. Shortly after, they arrive at another small community and, to their fortune, encounter a lone survivor. A boy, around 10 years of age, with sharp features and distinct foreign traits, gazes at them with both vigilance and confusion. Are you also living corpses? Living corpses? Feng Yirue replies, looking at the boy with pity. Were you bitten by a living corpse? Upon the boy's silent nod, Feng Yirue's hand instinctively reaches for his Shi Guang gun, prepared to grant him a swift end. However, Lu Zhiyao intervenes, crouching down to examine the wound closely. She then inquires, "When were you bitten?" A flicker of confusion crosses the boy's eyes, but he soon beams. "You are not living corpses. You are human." His expression then shifts to sorrow. "You must leave quickly. I was bitten by a living corpse yesterday and will soon transform into one myself. I will harm you." The group exchanges glances, gleaning a significant revelation. This boy has not transformed into a zombie within a critical hour. It is known that all infected individuals succumb to the virus within that time frame. Clearly, this boy possesses an anomaly, perhaps even an antibody against the zombie virus. In this current outbreak, the only solution lies in successfully developing an antidote. The boy, named Suya, expresses his enthusiasm at the prospect of leaving with them, though he hesitates. "Sister, could you help save my younger sister?" Though she understands that his sister's fate is likely grim, Lu Zhiyao consents. Following Suya through a labyrinth of alleys, they finally arrive at a dilapidated neighborhood. The houses are rudimentary, and the streets are filthy and chaotic. Most alarmingly, the area is teeming with low-level zombies. However, this does not pose a problem for Lu Zhiyao and her companions. They swiftly dispatch the zombies, and Suya's admiration for them grows increasingly evident. He dragged Lu Zhiyao into his home, then opened the bedroom door and the wardrobe. Instantly, a putrid stench of decay assaulted his senses. Suya gazed in disbelief at the stiff little body within, finally unable to suppress his tears. During the incident, he had urged his sister to hide in the wardrobe, instructing her not to emerge under any circumstances, while he bravely ventured outside to divert the zombies. However, he had forgotten that his sister was still young and could not possibly push open the heavy wardrobe door. The members of the Flower Tyrant team were unable to bear the sight. Despite having vanquished countless foes, they could not endure witnessing the demise of such an innocent child. Yi Tianai, wrinkling her nose in disgust, observed their prolonged sorrow and rolled her eyes before stepping outside the bedroom. Just as she prepared to inhale the fresh air, a zombie staggered into view at the doorway, causing her to scream in terror. Without a second thought, she rushed back into the bedroom, disregarding the foul odor, and pointed outside, exclaiming, "There's a zombie." Fan Jun wiped away his tears, turned, and unleashed his pent-up fury upon the unfortunate zombie that had stumbled into his line of fire. The wretched creature barely had time to emit a shriek before it was severed in two. Once again on the road, this time they were accompanied by little Suya. His severed arm had been cleansed and adorned with several recovery scrolls affixed by Lu Zhiyao. Astonishingly, the wound had completely healed within 3 days, accompanied by a faint itch. Lu Zhiyao swiftly restrained his other hand, which was poised to scratch, and upon closer inspection, she concluded that his arm was indeed beginning to regenerate. She had previously probed Suya's psyche and found that he had yet to unlock his mental powers and abilities. It appeared that perhaps the imminent crisis had triggered his latent potential. Consequently, Lu Zhiyao employed her advanced skills in the lute and the skill book to awaken both Suya's mental power and abilities. Indeed, Suya proved to be exceptionally gifted. His mental power manifested at an impressive 2S level, and as Lu Zhiyao had anticipated, his ability was of the water-based healing type. She continued to enhance his mental power and abilities, and by the time they reached the borders of the Hua clan, his mental power had ascended to 4S, while his healing ability astonishingly reached level 8. His healing abilities are extraordinarily unique. Not only can he regenerate his severed arm, but there's also a substantial possibility that he can eradicate the zombie virus. Lu Zhiyao resolved to give it a try. However, this time he was met with resistance. The entire Blossom Flower team forbade her from putting herself in peril and becoming a test subject. In a fit of urgency, Chen Bufan even suggested Yi Tianai be the one to take on this role. This individual had contributed little to their journey, so why not let her serve as a guinea pig? Terrified, Yi Tianai burst into tears, yet astonishingly, the others seemed to concur. In Chapter 142, "Do not send me to the Chen family," even Suya spoke earnestly to Yi Tianai, saying, "Sister, strive to be a useful person. Do not fear. I will surely heal you." As soon as these words were uttered, Yi Tianai wept even more fervently. "Wu, you might as well kill me. Wu, I do not wish to be a test subject." With a clang, Xie unsheathed his sword and coldly remarked, "Then let it be as you wish." Terrified, Yi Tianai shrieked and hid behind Lu Zhiyao. She clutched Lu Zhiyao's clothing, pleading desperately, "Do not kill me. I am a hero who defeated the clan's general." Yet Lu Zhiyao paid her no mind and calmly addressed the other team members, "Follow my orders. I will conduct this experiment." She then looked earnestly at Suya and asserted, "I trust in your abilities." Suya nodded in delight. He held a profound admiration for this beautiful and formidable sister, who not only saved him, but also empowered him significantly. Now, he unhesitatingly placed his trust in her, his gaze fixed upon Lu Zhiyao, his eyes beginning to shimmer with excitement. Xie discreetly obstructed his line of sight, then intently addressed Lu Zhiyao, saying, "You are our captain. You should not take such risks. Allow me to take your place." Ultimately, after the persuasion of all the others, Lu Zhiyao reluctantly acquiesced to Xie request. They encountered a level 3 zombie, which gently traced its claws across Xie arm, drawing blood. The wound immediately turned black, signifying the rapid spread of the virus through the bloodstream. Xie let out a muffled groan, his complexion turning ashen, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Lu Zhiyao, filled with concern, held him tightly. Upon witnessing the virus's infection and spread, she promptly commanded Suya to commence treatment. Suya, undeterred, placed his fingertip on the wound, and a soft, green luminescence emerged, swiftly transferring from his hand to Xie arm, penetrating the decaying, blackened wound. Though the entire process was expeditious, Lu Zhiyao felt as though time had elongated unbearably. She fixated on the wound, her clenched fist pressing her nails into her palm, drawing blood without her notice. Conversely, upon observing this, Xie gently unfolded her hand, offering reassurance, "Do not be afraid," suppressing the moisture in her eyes. Lu Zhiyao's gaze remained steadfastly on the wound. "You will be fine." Others also watched the situation intently, with Yi Tianai casting a concerned glance, though she observed the interaction between the two with an air of ambiguity. Suddenly, Suya cried out in pain, as the excessive consumption of his abilities triggered a dull ache in his head. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he fought valiantly against the overwhelming force. Yet his skin began to take on a bluish hue, and a gleam of red flickered in his eyes. His nails elongated and sharpened. Yi Tianai, her face drained of color, watched in horror as the wound on his body expanded. Xie began to exhibit traits reminiscent of a zombie, filling her with deep unease as she instinctively retreated a considerable distance. Xie was a formidable expert. If he were to truly become a zombie, he would undoubtedly evolve into a high-level one. At that point, it was likely that none of them would stand a chance against him. While she kept a vigilant eye on the unfolding situation, she desperately searched for an escape route. As long as they were occupied here, she was certain she could flee far away. Lu Zhiyao's heart raced as he swiftly retrieved an ability-enhancing talisman and a recovery scroll, applying them to Suya. The expended mental energy and abilities were restored in an instant. Suya pressed her lips tightly together, intensifying her power, her youthful face etched with determination. Soon after, all signs of the zombie infection vanished, and the wound, tainted by the virus, truly healed. Cheers of joy erupted from everyone, and even Chen Bufan let out a quiet sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face, though he quickly masked it, averting his gaze. Then, they all caught sight of Yi Tianai, who had dashed far away. He let out a disdainful laugh, drawing the attention of those around him. He glanced disdainfully in the direction of Yi Tianai, mocking a cowardly hero utterly useless. Yi Tianai's face flushed instantly, confronted by the peculiar gazes of those around her. She stepped down from a pickup truck, mustering her courage to approach. After stammering for a while, she failed to articulate a coherent defense. Lu Zhiyao paid her no heed, instead producing several recovery scrolls and ability enhancement talismans, applying them to Xie and Suya, a smile of relief washing over his face. "You are unharmed. That's wonderful." She embraced Xie tightly, inhaling his refreshing fragrance, her tremors gradually subsiding. Xie held her close, feeling a sense of relief himself. He too had harbored fears of being unable to remain by her side. Fortunately, Suya's abilities proved effective, and his wounds had healed, allowing him to continue accompanying her. With this newfound assurance, they swiftly entered the borders of the Hua tribe, eager to report to the clan leader and announce the good news to the world. However, upon entering the Hua territory, they were met with grim tidings. Numerous small tribes across the globe had succumbed, with no survivors, as zombies officially launched their assault on humanity. Their suspicions had already begun to crystallize during their journey. Although pressed for time, they endeavored to search for survivors during their brief respites. Each attempt, however, yielded no results until they encountered the sole survivor, Suya. This was largely due to his unique abilities. Otherwise, he too would have likely been transformed into a zombie. The virus was overwhelmingly potent, rendering humanity powerless in its wake. Once within the Hua tribe, the group finally relaxed their tense nerves. Thanks to their early warning, no zombies had yet infiltrated the Hua territory, although defenses along the borders had been significantly strengthened. After all, she and Qin Yukai were still bound by marriage. With no divorce proceedings finalized, given my contributions to the Hua tribe, sister, please help me. She suddenly knelt on the ground, banging her head desperately as soldiers cast bewildered glances her way. As more people were drawn to the commotion, Lu Zhiyao found himself compelled to acquiesce. I will report your achievements truthfully. As he departed, Lu Zhiyao conveyed this assurance to her. Yi Tianai nodded eagerly, feigning gratitude as she watched him walk away, her eyes betraying a flicker of resentment once they were out of sight. Had she not acted swiftly, pleading publicly, Lu Zhiyao might not have been so benevolent. Chapter 143. Yi Tianai's dark hour. Initially, her journey was solely to rescue Yi Tianyun, yet unforeseen circumstances led to his demise in a foreign land. Before departing, he had warned her, "It would be wise for you to remain compliant and not tarnish the Chun family's reputation. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to assist my uncle." He then arrogantly nodded at Yi Jianjun, the head of the Yi family, before taking his leave. Once his figure vanished, the smile on Yi Jianjun's face evaporated instantly. Yi Tianai scoffed, "My father died at Yi Tianyun's hands. What does that have to do with me?" Yi Jianjun was taken aback by her audacity, having always known her to be submissive. His shock quickly morphed into fury as he processed her words. "Had it not been for your betrayal, selling Chun Yukai to the mines, the Chun family would not have sought revenge. You cannot deny your role in this." Yi Tianai coldly laughed. "Isn't a grand joke?" Yi Tianyun was inherently cruel, capable of slaying even his own parents. I did not compel him to act. All of this was his own doing. I have yet to blame him for killing my parents and leaving me homeless. Yi Jianjun was nearly choked with rage, clutching his chest as he gasped for air. Over the years, the Yi family had suffered due to the fallout from Yi Jiangwo's household, their reputation tarnished, leading many once loyal business partners to distance themselves. Especially following the military's recent clarifying video, the Yi family found themselves at the epicenter of public scrutiny. Were it not for the consideration that Lu Zhiyao was of their bloodline and her rising status within the military, their entire family would have been trampled underfoot. Yi Tianxi steadied his father, regarding Yi Tianai with a cold gaze. "Leave the Yi family. You are no longer part of our lineage." Yi Tianai was taken aback, struck by the ruthlessness of the Yi family. She reigned in her arrogance, adopting a more humble demeanor. "I killed an officer in our tribe," once reported. "I will surely earn merit. Do you not desire the benefits that come with it?" Yi Jianjun appeared tempted, but before he could speak, he was restrained by Yi Tianxi. He coldly remarked, "There's no need. Please leave." Even when she was truly expelled from the Yi family's ancestral residence, Yi Tianai could hardly believe that they had the audacity to drive her away. Did they not desire the merits of such an achievement? It is essential to understand that the Hua clan and the Er clan are currently at odds, and the accomplishment of eliminating an Er clan officer carries immense significance, with the subsequent privileges and benefits being immeasurable. They are truly audacious to dare send her away. Within the Yi residence, Yi Jianjun gazed at his son in bewilderment. How could you possibly have driven her away? The Yi family can no longer withstand any setbacks. It is best to remain honest. Observing the utter stillness of the Yi residence, Yi Tianai had no choice but to resign herself to leaving. Where should she go next? Regardless, she needed a place to stay. Fortunately, she had managed to take all her valuables with her when she fled, so she intended to rent a room first. However, just as she was about to turn and leave, she was struck unconscious by a blunt object. When she awoke from the darkness, she was astonished to find herself lying on a hard bed, her hands and feet restrained, rendering her utterly immobile. The most terrifying sight was Chun Yukai approaching her with a small knife in hand. He smiled darkly, his gaze upon her resembling a venomous glare. "How I have longed for your presence, my dear wife," he murmured. A chilling blade hovered near her face, moving side to side as if deliberating where best to strike. Yi Tianai was confronting her darkest hour. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyao had already introduced Suya to the clan leader and Ding Weigua. On the way, she had relayed Suya's uniqueness and the results of the experiments to them. At the sight of this spirited young boy, Ding Weigua felt as though he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. He joyfully said to Suya, "Child, you are the hope of humanity." Suya grinned and replied innocently, "I will strive to be a useful person." Lu Zhiyao gently patted his head, sighing inwardly. This child is so determined to be of value, perhaps out of fear of being abandoned once more. Nevertheless, it is commendable. As long as he holds onto his beliefs, he will inevitably work towards them. The military contacted the Huaxia forces within the Art tribe to investigate and verify this achievement. Subsequently, the army awarded Yi Tianai a third-class merit. By the time the military's award presenter found Yi Tianai in the basement of the Chen family, she was barely clinging to life. Chen Yukai had brutally shattered her bones and methodically flayed her flesh, inflicting excruciating torture. In a fleeting moment, overwhelmed by emotion, she exhaled her last breath. Chen Yukai watched with a sense of satisfaction as this wicked woman breathed her final sigh, but before he could revel in his triumph, he was apprehended by the military. The head of the Chun family hastily protested, "What is the meaning of this? You all witnessed that she simply succumbed due to her own overwhelming emotions. My younger brother is not to blame." It was not that he felt any deep affection for Chun Yukai. Rather, he simply did not wish for his brother to be arrested for murder, which would tarnish their family's reputation. However, the soldiers coldly replied, "Abusing a third-class meritorious individual is an even graver offense. Take him away." At this, Chun Yukai finally felt fear, yet he realized that no amount of wealth could shield the Chun family from justice. He was swiftly sentenced to death. The deaths of the two did not stir any significant commotion. Lu Zhiyao was preoccupied with assisting the allied tribes in combating the zombies. After deliberation, the Huaxia decided to distribute the Xiguang stones free of charge to those small tribes that had previously been colonial mining areas, uniting to confront this crisis. Thanks to Lu Zhiyao's efforts in gathering Xiguang pearls, the Huaxia now possessed abundant resources and a surplus. The inhabitants of these colonies, once toiling as miners, had endured harsh lives. Although they regained their freedom after losing the mines, they simultaneously lost access to the Xiguang stone energy source. Thus, the Huaxia took it upon themselves to protect and care for them. Nevertheless, when faced with the gratitude of the small tribe leaders, the Huaxia leader felt a twinge of guilt. Chapter 144. Young master, please respect yourself and do not touch my weapon. However, Qin Huai could no longer stand by and urged, if we had not extracted the Xiguang pearls, these small tribes would still be toiling away for the and her tribes, treated like less than human, with countless corpses buried beneath the mines. The leader finally felt reassured, standing tall when facing their gratitude again, prompting Qin Huai to secretly chuckle for quite some time. But joy soon turned to sorrow. Under the leader's directive, the commander of the 1st Military District assigned the Jiaolong team to Lu Zhiyao for full command, accompanying the Ba Wang Hua team globally as Xiguang stone transporters, while various elite teams from other military districts also joined in. Upon seeing Lu Zhiyao again, Qin Huai beamed, casting a glance at Xumo, and teasingly remarked, "Why haven't you two married yet? Have you finally realized this man is better than me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped backward, away from the spot where a sharp sword had deeply embedded itself in the ground, dissipating into sparkles. It was Xiao Mo's illusionary sword formation. Xiao Mo shot him a cold glance, saying, "Let us have a duel." Qin Huai raised an eyebrow. "Let us fight. Who is afraid?" Thus, amidst the sounds of their playful skirmish, Lu Zhiyao finalized the subsequent plans. Just as he prepared to disband, the two were nearing the conclusion of their bout. As expected, Qin Huai found himself sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, unable to rise. The members of the Jiaolong team covered their faces, unwilling to acknowledge that he was their captain. He lay on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat, shouting, "Today I was overconfident. Next time, I will surely prevail against you." As his words fell, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. Lu Zhiyao crossed his arms and lightly kicked him with the tip of his foot. "Since you are so eager to compete with UMO, why not join our team? You will have ample opportunities along the way." The arrogant expression gradually faded from Qin Huai's face, while a triumphant smile crept onto Xiao Mo's. The Bawang Hua team, along with numerous elite squads, was restructured according to their abilities and set off to assist those small clans awaiting support. Lu Zhiyao formed a group of 5, consisting of Xie, Yao, Feng, and Qin Huai, whereas each of the other teams boasted at least 10 members. Thus began a journey that would last 6 months. During this time, the Hua clan called for global unity to combat the zombie threat. Many allied clans and smaller factions chose to affiliate themselves, receiving the military strength and support of the Shi Guangstone from the Hua clan. In stark contrast, the M clan and the R clan remained indifferent to the Hua clan's plea. They sealed the borders, prohibiting any foreign races from entering or exiting. This left many smaller tribes, which had previously depended on them, in desperate straits, ultimately succumbing entirely to the onslaught of the undead. In their utmost desperation, the surviving smaller tribes chose to align themselves with the Huazhu, beseeching their support. The influence of the Huazhu on a global scale continued to expand, utterly overwhelming the M tribe and securing an absolute voice in matters. However, due to the absence of the Shiguang stone, both the M tribe and the R tribe could not sustain their resistance for long. A significant portion of the R tribe's territory had already fallen to the zombies, and they implored for our assistance. Currently, your team is the nearest to them. Would you be willing to go? Indeed, it is a matter of willingness, not a direct command. After all, the zombie force capable of breaching a large portion of the R tribe's defenses must be formidable, and every soldier of the Huazhu is invaluable. Support for another tribe must be undertaken solely on a completely voluntary basis. Lu Zhiyao glanced at the eager team members and acquiesced. Even though the R tribe was their adversary, in the face of the undead, all humanity should extend mutual assistance. No one could remain unscathed amidst a zombie incursion. Thus, this small 5-member team, disregarding their fatigue from the journey, altered their course towards the R tribe. Yet, before they even entered R tribe territory, they found themselves hindered at every turn. The situation here was far worse than they had anticipated. The R tribe was now completely encircled by zombies, resembling a solitary island, with no means of ingress or egress. To expedite their progress, Lu Zhiyao decided to deploy the skillful chess soldiers and pawns to clear a path for them. These chess soldiers were immune to the zombie virus, and Lu Zhiyao discovered that they even upgraded through repeated combat. With the presence of primarily low-level zombies in the vicinity, it was an ideal opportunity for them to level up. Upon witnessing these soldiers materialize once more, Qin Huai felt an undeniable sense of wonder. He excitedly followed alongside the soldiers, observing their attire and weaponry, utterly astonished by their formidable prowess. Eventually, he even approached to engage in conversation. "My friend, from where did you acquire those arrows? They seem inexhaustible." The red-armored soldier, frowning at the sight of the eager hand reaching for his bow, coldly replied, "Young master, please conduct yourself with decorum and refrain from touching my weapon." With that, he brushed past and surged to the front lines. Unwilling to concede, Qin Huai directly placed his hand on the shoulder of a black-armored soldier, in a brotherly manner inquiring, "Might I borrow your bow for a moment?" The black-armored soldier, his expression grim, shrugged him off with a dismissive gesture, stating, "Please do not disrupt us." He then resumed, drawing his bow, entirely focused on combating the surrounding zombies. In the end, A considerable space was cleared around Qin Huai, as the soldiers, weary of his incessant meddling, deliberately allowed a couple of zombies to lunge at him with a menacing growl. He helplessly resolved the situation in a few swift motions and then approached Lu Zhiyao. Could you perhaps command them to lend me a bow and arrow for a trial? It is likely that all men harbor an innate curiosity towards vehicles and weaponry. Lu Zhiyao, observing the eager anticipation in Xie Ma's gaze, smiled and consented. It was uncertain how her soldiers had caught wind of the order. Lu Zhiyao merely voiced the request softly, yet from the distance, two soldiers, one clad in black and the other in red, suddenly emerged, respectfully presenting their bows and arrows, then dutifully standing by, awaiting further instruction. Finally grasping the weapon she had longed for, Qin Huai could barely contain his excitement to showcase his skills. However, upon pulling the bowstring, it remained utterly unyielding. The two soldiers regarded the scene with impassive expressions, their eyes glinting with unabashed mockery. Qin Huai's face turned crimson, feeling as though he had brought shame upon himself. Yet, possessing an unyielding demeanor, he quickly regained his composure and began to experiment with various angles. Yet the bowstring remained obstinately still. Xie Ma, on the other hand, refrained from rushing to action, instead observing the bow and arrow in her hands with meticulous attention. He was well versed in the collection of weaponry at home, possessing an intimate knowledge of various arms. After a brief study, he effortlessly drew back the bowstring, aiming at a level 3 zombie situated 15 meters away. The potent arrow was released, instantly shattering the zombie's skull. Envious, Qin Huai cast aside his prejudices and shamelessly approached him for guidance. Xie Ma, displaying remarkable patience, willingly instructed him in the art of archery. By the time Qin Huai finally mastered the technique, he had nearly usurped the duties of the chess piece soldiers. He charged ahead with fervor, arrows flying from his bow with unwavering precision. Chapter 145. Our desire to relocate to the Oasis. It was not until dusk that Qin Huai, still yearning for more, finally returned the bow and arrows to the soldier. Thus, only the dark-faced, black-armored soldier remained waiting silently at his side. Qin Huai scarcely had a moment to express his gratitude. The following day unfolded similarly, propelling their pace to remarkable speeds. Within 3 days, they had reached the territory of the Ar-Clan, and in less than 2 days, they discovered the remnants of the Ar-Clan's forces. This was a stronghold constructed through the collaboration of metal and earth-type abilities, featuring a robust exterior of metal and a sturdy interior of brick. Within the living area stood a watchtower, where a new recruit was nervously on duty, intently observing the horizon. Suddenly, a vast shadow appeared on the distant skyline, swiftly spreading towards their position. He immediately sounded the alarm and then extended his mental prowess to probe ahead. However, the results of his investigation left him utterly astonished. He had initially believed that a horde of zombies was advancing, which prompted him to sound the alert in preparation for battle. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was, astonishingly, a contingent of armored soldiers. They marched in an orderly fashion, advancing toward this direction with an imposing demeanor. Witnessing this, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that these were the reinforcements sent by the Hua clan? With so many soldiers, salvation seemed within reach. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this vast multitude vanished into thin air, leaving only 5 solitary figures. Rubbing his eyes, he focused once more, and indeed, there were merely 5 individuals. Had he just experienced an illusion? While grappling with his doubts, the voice of Shangguan echoed through the communicator, inquiring about the situation. He promptly reported the situation, yet hesitated for a moment before refraining from disclosing the peculiar phenomenon he had just encountered. It was indeed too bizarre. Perhaps it was wiser to observe further before speaking. Meanwhile, due to the alarm, many soldiers of the army stood on high alert, and the captain of the guard commanded the 5 individuals to halt. It was only after Lu Zhiyao presented his credentials that they were allowed entry. The leader, who had been waiting inside, frowned upon seeing only 5 people and questioned them curtly. Is this all that the Oasis sent? Detecting the dissatisfaction in his tone, Lu Zhiyao remained unperturbed as he replied, We are the closest and the other teams are occupied with their tasks. The leader, visibly disappointed, waved his hand in resignation, instructing someone to escort them to meet the clan chief. The others, equally disenchanted and disdainful, dispersed, leaving the five momentarily isolated. It was then that a new recruit, whose shift at the watchtower had just concluded, volunteered to guide them. Unlike others, he scrutinized the five individuals with great care, then introduced himself. "I am Sato. Please follow me." At present, only half of our population remains, and this group of fortunate survivors is crowded here. As the exceptionally clean and tidy five passed by, they all looked up in unison, their eyes filled with longing and supplication. However, upon noticing Sato clad in our military uniform, their gazes fell in disappointment. Sato, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Our ability users have done their utmost to expand, yet their strength is limited, and we lack the Dawnstone, so we can only manage this way. Please bear with us." Sato sighed at the sight, never expecting that the R would one day find themselves in a position of humility before the Was. He brought the five individuals before the chieftain of the R clan and took his leave. The chieftain, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the surveillance screen, did not raise his gaze upon their entrance, but simply gestured for them to take a seat. What use could a mere five people be? Ultimately, they could only rely on themselves. He rubbed his brow and finally raised his gaze towards the five silent Was soldiers who had entered. Upon recognizing the familiar face of Lu Zhiyao, he was taken aback and stood up in surprise. "Is that you, Lu Zhiyao?" Lu Zhiyao calmly nodded. Seeing her brought him a sense of relief. "Has the entire flower brigade arrived? Where are they? Bring them to me. I must host you properly. We are the only five who came." The clan leader's expression stiffened as he incredulously replied, "Five? What use is five people?" He then added dismissively, "You may leave. Listen to our commands later and refrain from wandering aimlessly." Yao Lina, infuriated, retorted, "Our captain alone is worth 1,000 men. You take advantage and act coy." "Captain, we are leaving." While Lu Zhiyao felt equally displeased by their attitude, she refrained from acting as impulsively as Yao Lina. She managed to calm Yao Lina and address the clan leader, stating, "We are Was soldiers. While we can be coerced into aiding in this rescue, we will not submit. I trust you understand." The clan leader, recognizing her assertive stance, realized he had overstepped. Yet, as the leader of his clan, he could not afford to apologize to a soldier. He spoke with a frosty demeanor. "In that case, I kindly ask for your full cooperation." As he watched the five individuals vanish through the doorway, the clan leader pinched his already reddened brow. Due to the prior issues concerning the Dawnstone mine, their discord with the M clan had intensified significantly. Regrettably, their sincerity was lacking, as they had only dispatched a mere 5 individuals. It would have been better had they not sent anyone at all. He let out a disappointed sigh. The R clan had originally prepared a dormitory for the support troops of the Hua clan, but only 5 had arrived, and they were hastily provided with 5 tents. Enraged, Yao Lina cursed under her breath. Upon reflection, she too wondered why they were treated in such a manner, yet expected to fight recklessly on their behalf. What a far-fetched notion. Thus, she settled down for a peaceful night's slumber. The following day, the leader of the R army took the initiative to send someone to discuss strategies with them. Now, they were surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, with a vast ocean behind them. The situation at sea still uncertain. Lu Zhiyao glanced at the surveillance footage still operational within the R clan's territory and casually inquired, "What are your plans?" The leader's face flickered with embarrassment. But recalling the chieftain's orders, he mustered the courage to say, "We wish to relocate to the Hua clan." Chapter 146. Brazen audacity. Lu Zhiyao was momentarily taken aback. Unable to believe her ears, she had not anticipated that the R clan would audaciously stoop to such depths. A chill washed over her gaze, and she remained silent, coldly staring at the leader. He continued, "As long as you provide us with a small sanctuary, we promise not to cause any trouble." Noting the increasingly hostile expressions of the 5, he found himself at a loss for words. An awkward silence enveloped the room, the tension palpable. Were it not for Lu Zhiyao's restraint, Yao Lina would have already erupted in anger. After a lengthy pause, the leader fidgeted uneasily, prompting Lu Zhiyao to finally speak. "No. Desperation surged within the leader as he attempted to persuade them further. Our clan's population is dwindling, and most of us are skilled fighters. We could be of tremendous assistance to your Hua clan. Whether they could truly be of help was debatable. One could not ignore the possibility of ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to invade the Hua clan under the guise of seeking refuge. After all, they had only just uprooted all the clan's infiltrators. Allowing them to move in would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Furious, the leader slammed his palm on the table, and there are soldiers waiting outside, rushed in, encircling the five. I am being courteous by negotiating with you. You, a mere colonel, have no authority over the Hua clan. Unexpectedly, Qin Huai also struck the table, her blow resounding even louder. Before our arrival, our chieftain entrusted all discussions with the clan to Colonel Lu. What? Do you still wish to dictate terms to us? With that, she produced a letter of appointment from her breast pocket. Although the chieftain's grandson had set the stage for her, she still felt obliged to uphold the decorum of this encounter. Standing tall, she raised her head with poise, neither servile nor arrogant, and stated, on behalf of the Hua clan, I must convey that your clan absolutely cannot relocate within our territory. Observing his feigned surprise, she added, What? You doubt my words? Let us connect and verify this at once. The leader hastily declined, having proposed this request under the assumption that they were merely 5 individuals, easily intimidated. He had hoped to coerce them into compliance and secure their signatures. Once they successfully reached the Hua clan's territory, he would shift all responsibility onto Lu Zhiyao. She was greatly favored among the Hua clan, and he presumed they would swallow their pride for her sake. However, he had underestimated the resolve of Lu Zhiyao and her companions, each radiating confidence. It seemed this avenue would not bear fruit. He sighed softly, forcing a smile as he said, What are you all so flustered about? I was merely jesting. Please, do sit down. And as for you all, kindly leave. He pointed at the 5 members of the army who had just burst through the door, their swords drawn and tension palpable. Upon receiving the leader's command, the army had no choice but to retreat. Soon, only the 6 of them remained in the room. The leader cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Ahem, let's continue. After much deliberation, the clan resolved to relocate their entire tribe to an ancient city situated 200 kilometers away, a place equipped with excellent facilities and a defensible terrain, which could serve as a sustainable base for their survival. Lu Zhiyao cast a teasing glance at the leader, surmising that this had been their original plan, only altered upon noticing they were outnumbered. However, she had thwarted their nefarious scheme. She nodded and replied coolly, Very well, inform us when you depart. The leader glared at their retreating figures in fury, cursing under his breath before setting off to find the clan's chieftain. Upon hearing his account, the chieftain not only remained unfazed but broke into laughter. Lu Zhiyao is indeed impressive, yet she is still quite young. Youth often leads to impulsiveness. In such a desolate wilderness, with so many zombies lurking about, should an accident occur, we would be powerless to intervene. The leader suddenly realized that Lu Zhiyao was a pillar of their Huaxia clan. Eliminating her would be akin to severing a vital limb, thereby solidifying their own ambitions. The migration was ultimately scheduled for 3 days hence. During the 3 days of preparation, Lu Zhiyao and her companions accompanied the army daily, scouting the path and clearing zombies. Nevertheless, whether it was due to their previous hostilities, the 2 groups remained distinctly divided, harboring mutual distrust. Yet, Lu Zhiyao and her friends were indifferent. Their mission was not to forge friendships, but to fulfill their task. On the day of their departure, the 5 of them were already waiting at the entrance, lightly packed. However, they waited from dawn until midday, yet the expedition had yet to commence. At that moment, Sato unexpectedly approached them, saying, The leader requests your presence. Please follow me. Sato was the only one in the army who treated them kindly. Although Lu Zhiyao couldn't shake the feeling that he had ulterior motives, still, she had not discerned any peculiarities. Was that large group merely a figment of her imagination? Upon their arrival, the leader issued a direct command. You 5 will serve as vanguards and scout ahead. Set off immediately. Yao Lina was about to unleash a tirade, but Lu Zhiyao intervened. She coldly acknowledged the order, holding Yao Lina's hand until they had walked quite a distance before releasing her grip. Why did you stop me? He clearly wants us to be the meat shield. I should curse him until he bleeds. Yao Lina fumed. Lu Zhiyao chuckled and shook her head, sighing, do not act rashly. Besides, how do you know that being in front will automatically put us in danger? A spark of realization lit Yao Lina's eyes, and she broke into a mischievous smile. Feng Xiu distanced herself from Yao Lina, leaning closer to Lu Zhiyao and whispering, have you discovered something yet? Lu Zhiyao merely smiled and said nothing as she continued on her way. Qin Huai, playfully preparing to drape his arm over Feng Xiu's shoulder, was met with her disdainful evasion. He did not mind at all. He leaned in and whispered, with such a multitude of succulent flesh traversing the road. Which while dog wound tea salivate. After waiting for an additional 2 hours, the procession finally set off. However, due to the sheer number of people, their pace was exceedingly slow. The 5 from Lu Zhiyao had long vanished into the distance, leaving only a ground littered with the decapitated remains of the zombies. Both the leader and the chieftain were astounded by their efficiency, further solidifying their subsequent plans. Such talent, if it could not be acquired, must surely be eradicated. As the zombies become exceptionally active after nightfall, the group began to set up camp after merely 3 hours of travel. Lu Zhiyao and his companions found themselves ostracized, with no one allowing them into the protective circle or offering them sustenance. A cold smile graced Lu Zhiyao's lips as he observed the tribe's populace, entirely devoid of vigilance, feeling neither sympathy nor pity within. Enjoy this final revelry, he thought. He then led his companions away, skillfully establishing camp in an open area and distributing provisions from their spatial storage. Moments later, the aroma of the food piqued the curiosity of the tribesmen. Conversely, the leader squinted at them, recalling that they had not shared their food. Where then had it come from? Chapter 147. How dare you kill our people? The night passed without incident, and this group, already low in vigilance, grew even more complacent. Meanwhile, their army's attitude toward Lu Zhiyao and his companions became increasingly casual and hostile. You, come with me. A lecherous army officer had been eyeing Lu Zhiyao for quite some time, his covetous gaze sliding from her chest to her legs, and he could no longer restrain himself. Initially, he lacked the audacity, but upon observing that the chieftain and leader treated them with blatant disregard, he was emboldened by his thieving instincts. Furthermore, Lu Zhiyao's beauty was undeniable, and without reservations, he made his proposition. Afterward, he quickly stole a glance at the leader, who appeared completely oblivious to the commotion, leisurely perusing a newspaper. This observation only served to bolster his confidence and boldness. He beckoned to Lu Zhiyao with a finger, urging him to hurry. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards them, and the leader ceased to feign ignorance. He sauntered over, casting a disdainful glance at the officer, and then pretended to apologize to Lu Zhiyao. Don't take it to heart. This person has a poor habit of favoring beautiful women. Who could blame him when Colonel Lu is so stunning? The other officers laughed, their gazes lecherous as they brazenly scrutinized the 3 young women. Amidst the raucous laughter, Lu Zhiyao's icy voice suddenly pierced through. Is the sword dull? Why do you hesitate to act? With a forceful thrust, Xie Yuma unleashed a spray of blood, severing the officer's head in an instant, which rolled to the feet of the leader, causing him to stagger back in horror. The laughter ceased abruptly. The leader's face turned pale as he stared incredulously at the head at his feet. The officer remained frozen in a grotesque grin, even in death, his smile now a chilling sight. A shiver ran down the leader's spine as he stared at Lu Zhiyao, bewildered. You dare to kill our men? Lu Zhiyao calmly nodded, stating earnestly, Indeed, we dare. Instantly, all the troops surrounded them, drawing their Shiguang guns and aiming at the 5. The leader's expression darkened, his voice filled with rage. Do not forget, this is our territory. You are being utterly audacious. Seeing the situation escalate, Yao Lina felt a surge of excitement. It was her turn to shine. She scoffed derisively at the troops. If you weren't so audacious, you wouldn't be at our beck and call. We are not your subordinates. We are here to aid you. Our assistance comes from goodwill, yet you show ingratitude and audacity. You deserve to die. Qin Huai and Feng Xiu applauded in support, inciting the leader's fury as he pulled out his Shiguang gun, aiming it at Yao Lina without a moment's hesitation. However, Yao Lina remained unfazed, not even shifting her stance. The energy from the Shiguang weapon erupted with a thunderous blast, yet the five remained untouched. While several nearby, our troops were thrown back by the force. The leader stared in horror at the five, finally grasping the extent of their formidable power. At that moment, the clan leader, no longer feigning ignorance, rushed out and forcefully pressed down on the leader's hand holding the gun. He then turned to Lu Zhiyao, apologizing profusely. "I sincerely apologize. These are a bunch of uncouth soldiers. Please do not take offense. If this man has to die, so be it. It's no great loss." He cast a knowing glance at the leader, who, receiving the cue, stiffly bowed to them. "I apologize." Lu Zhiyao had no intention of leaving immediately. After observing for 2 days, she discovered something intriguing, so she was in no hurry to depart, choosing instead to grant them forgiveness. "Why did the captain agree to stay?" Yao Lina exclaimed, astonished. Lu Zhiyao smiled lightly, her eyes glimmering with depth. "I merely wish to witness the unfolding drama. Unexpected events are bound to transpire tonight." That evening, driven by curiosity, Yao Lina resolved not to sleep. She fought off drowsiness, propping her head up and intently watching the group of her people. As the leader exited the clan leader's tent, he was startled to meet Yao Lina's exceptionally bright eyes in the moonlight. He furrowed his brow and shot her a glare before turning away. Yao Lina rolled her eyes, suppressing her fatigue as she continued her vigil. However, perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day, she soon succumbed to sleep, her head drooping. It was only when Feng Xiu nudged her awake that she jolted upright, instinctively drawing her Shiguang gun, and only relaxed upon realizing it was a teammate. Feng Xiu rolled her eyes, scolding, "What a disgrace." As she slowly turned her head, she met a pair of blood-red eyes. The owner of those eyes merely cast her a fleeting glance, but due to the barrier set by Lu Zhiyao, it was merely a moment of curiosity before it became engrossed in observing a large group of her people nearby. He abruptly vanished from his original spot, only to re-emerge before one of the tents belonging to the Art tribe. He trembled with excitement, his pale hands slowly lifting as he parted the curtain and slipped inside. Moments later, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from within. Witnessing this, Yao Lina's eyes widened in astonishment, while Feng Xiu immediately sprang to her feet. What had that creature been? A zombie. Its speed was astonishing. That was a level 9 zombie with spatial abilities. Lu Zhiyao's voice resonated behind them. She calmly strolled to their side, gazing at the chaos in the distance. This zombie had been trailing them all along, and tonight, it could no longer restrain itself. The level 9 zombie had chosen the army's tent as its target, for most of them were superpowered individuals, and their abundant energy was a feast for the undead. He was not one to linger in battle. Having drained the life from his current victim, he swiftly darted towards his next target. Instantly, the air was filled with anguished cries, yet his speed was remarkable. He vanished from sight the moment he was locked onto, rendering the troops incapable of striking him. The leader, upon hearing the commotion, promptly emerged from his tent, raising his radiant firearm and indiscriminately firing at several suspicious directions. The shots missed the zombie, instead hitting a few soldiers. In an instant, the camp descended into further chaos. Perhaps agitated by the cacophony, the zombie suddenly turned its gaze towards the leader and lunged at him with a ferocious roar. As a leader, he possessed a measure of genuine skill. He immediately raised the 3S shield, successfully blocking the zombie's claw in the nick of time. However, this was no ordinary zombie. A glimmer of mockery flashed in its eyes as it suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind the leader. Chapter 148, Hell on Earth. The leader nimbly evaded a strike from behind, and though he narrowly escaped, the experience left him deeply unsettled. How could this zombie teleport? He instructed his 4 companions, "Stay here, I shall confront it." Ignoring Xie Yuma's protests, he leaped forward, swiftly distancing himself. The level 9 zombie, excitedly toying with the leader, suddenly froze and teleported a few meters away, gazing in astonishment at the silent woman who had followed it. "You, spatial abilities?" The raspy voice, laced with an unusual tone, made the zombie tilt its head in curiosity. Indeed, I too possess spatial powers, and I must thank you for your practical demonstration. Before their departure, Lu Zhiyao had sensed the presence of this zombie and anticipated its pursuit. Sure enough, as soon as their journey began, the zombie had lurked nearby, though for reasons unknown, it did not strike. While acting as the vanguard to clear the path, she had observed it and concluded that it was a level 9 zombie endowed with spatial abilities. After the global emergence of zombies, she had utilized her power once and randomly acquired spatial abilities. Initially, she believed these abilities were solely for storage, hence she packed all the team's supplies into her space. The others had grown accustomed to her remarkable capabilities and had not inquired further. However, after 2 days of observing this particular zombie, she realized she had underestimated her spatial powers. The zombie could appear and vanish at will, its movements elusive, had it not been for her formidable mental strength. She might have failed to track it. Thus, with a mindset to learn, she refrained from immediately confronting the zombie, intending instead to master its techniques before taking action. It was only tonight that Lu Zhiyao discovered she could also teleport, awakening to the realization that she had truly underestimated the system as offerings. She exchanged blows with the zombie, which suddenly vanished, prompting her to do the same. Within the limitless space, she discerned its form and followed, successfully executing a teleportation of her own. Soon after, the zombie, agitated, unleashed a spatial blade, and upon sensing the energy fluctuations, she retaliated with her own. This provoked the zombie further. Ultimately, with no options left and preparing to flee, it found its path obstructed by Lu Zhiyao's successive teleports. You think you can escape? It won't be that simple. With its head already underfoot, she harnessed the energy of her teleportation to sever its head. Drawing forth a concealed arrow, she ruthlessly struck downward. The unfortunate existence of the level 9 zombie came to a definitive end. With a handkerchief, Lu Zhiyao collected the energy core and stored it in her space. As the core began to expand the confines of her space, a satisfied smile graced her lips. This was yet another new function of the energy core she had discovered, allowing her to store even more items in the future. From a distance, Qin Huai gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, Colonel Lu, you are remarkable. Siyuma anxiously scanned her for injuries, and upon finding none, he sighed in relief, silently taking her hand and gently wiping it. Finally, he said softly, "You should rest. I will keep watch." Lu Zhiyao returned his smile sweetly and retreated into her tent. However, it was destined that they would find no peace that night. The 5 swiftly packed their belongings, shoving everything into Lu Zhiyao's space. Summoning her flying horse, they vanished from their spot in an instant. The Air tribe only discovered their absence the following morning, plunging them into a panic. It turned out that although these 5 had been marginalized, their combat prowess instilled a profound sense of safety and trust among the tribe. Their presence had been taken for granted, and it was only in their absence that a deep-seated fear and panic surged from within. Now, there are no skilled warriors left to protect them. The Air tribe leader immediately contacted the leader of the Hua tribe, demanding, "Why have your people fled?" However, before he could finish, the signal was abruptly cut off, and upon redialing, he found that the line was dead. The Air tribe was now utterly isolated, without a single ally willing to traverse great distances to assist them. Yet, the onslaught of zombies was even more formidable than they had anticipated. In such a brief time, the borders had fallen, and zombies had infiltrated Hua territory, seizing a significant portion of their land. How could this be possible? How could the Hua army lack even the slightest fighting capability? They immediately contacted headquarters, but aside from a crackling sound, no one was reachable. A profound sense of unease washed over them once more. Lu Zhiyao tightened the reins and shouted for the horses to gallop forth. The 5 of them rode their flying steeds swiftly towards the central district. However, they were still too late. The territory of the Huaxia clan was simply too vast. 5 days later, as the time limit expired, the flying steeds vanished instantly, forcing them to continue on foot. Yet, they were besieged by numerous zombie attacks. Although these lower-tier zombies posed little threat in their eyes, their overwhelming numbers were relentless. Consequently, Their journey was severely delayed, and only after the 7-day cool-down had elapsed could they summon their flying steeds once more to reach the central district, which had descended into a living hell. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Everyone, including the patriarch, was not spared. How could this be possible? What the antidote? Qin Huai was in despair, staring incredulously at his grandfather. The kind yet imposing patriarch of the Hua clan had been transformed into a zombie, staggering forward, yet upon sensing the scent of the living, he joined the other zombies in a frenzied howl as they lunged towards the 5 of them. Xie Yuma hastily pulled them aside, narrowly evading the patriarch's attack. However, no one could bring themselves to strike down the patriarch-turned-zombie. They could only clumsily retreat step by step. Grief had utterly stripped Qin Huai of his fighting spirit. His parents have perished on the battlefield, leaving the clan leader as his sole remaining kin. Chapter 149. The Advanced Skills of Painting. They dragged Qin Huai away, in search of other survivors. Yet to their dismay, every single person had been transformed into a zombie. Lu Zhiyao's heart raced, disbelief washing over her. Had the Hua clan truly met its end? Just prior to their departure, everything had seemed to be improving. They had even located an ability user, Suya, who could potentially cure the zombie virus. She had to find Ding Weigua and Suya first, for they might hold the answers she desperately sought. Thus, she led the group directly to the Ability Research Institute. The others, equally anxious, understood that their worry would not resolve their predicament, so they clung tightly to Qin Huai, following Lu Zhiyao closely. In that moment, Lu Zhiyao, with her clear purpose, became the unintentional beacon for them all. As they made their way, the desolation surrounding them was almost unbearable to witness. Just a short while ago, these places had been filled with vibrant humanity. Yet, the Ability Research Institute had not escaped this fate either. Spotting a level 6 zombie lurking at the entrance sent a jolt through Lu Zhiyao's heart. Grief clouded her vision, prompting her to unleash a barrier that forcefully cleared the zombies away. Even in such dire circumstances, she found it hard to strike at them. These were once her colleagues. The 5 entered the institute in silence, methodically searching room after room, until they finally discovered Suya, trembling in a corner of a sealed laboratory. Ding Weigua was nowhere to be found. The moment Suya laid eyes on Lu Zhiyao, he rushed forward, enveloping her in an embrace and bursting into tears. To him, Lu Zhiyao was a pillar of hope, and he wept openly. A sharp question from Qin Huai startled him, causing him to stammer. However, he knew that self-indulgence was a luxury he could not afford, and he clumsily recounted the events that had transpired. Initially, when the border was besieged by zombies, they had been dismissive, merely instructing to increase firepower to keep the undead at bay. Gradually, they began to notice something amiss. The zombies appeared to be organized, targeting their weak points. They even monitored the shifts of the guards, intensifying their attacks during handovers. Soon after, the zombie kings made their dreadful appearance. Indeed, not just 1 or 2, but a horde of them, each at level 10, leading their legions into battle. The border fell swiftly. There was no time to produce the special medicine, and even if it had been created, there was no opportunity to distribute it along the border. Moreover, a dozen zombies breached the defenses, heading straight for the heart of the territory. Caught between relentless assaults, the Hua clan quickly succumbed. Suya had ventured out in search of assistance later, but since arriving in the Hua clan, he had dedicated himself solely to researching the zombie virus. Neglecting to hone his combat abilities, he concealed himself in a corner, silently tending to his wounds, no longer daring to step outside. It was not until the arrival of Lu Zhiyao and the others that he stirred. Zombie King, Qin Huai growled, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out. The others swiftly followed suit, with Lu Zhiyao, concerned for Suya, bringing him along. However, upon witnessing the multitude of familiar faces transformed into zombies, a wave of confusion and anguish swept over them all. They are unable to decisively sever their heads, as they would with unfamiliar zombies. They were unable to take action. A profound sense of unease enveloped Lu Zhiyao. This was starkly different from the future described by Xiao Ding. In Xiao Ding's portrayal, such formidable zombies had not emerged. Within the system, Xiao Ding, equally perplexed, suddenly seemed to come to a realization. exclaiming urgently, "Host, this is a punishment. It is the timeline's retribution for our tampering with history." Because they had attempted to swim against the current, the Hua clan, which should have gradually weakened and perished due to a lack of inheritance, had unexpectedly taken a significant turn, becoming extraordinarily powerful. With the inheritance restored and spiritual strength gained, the Hua clan gradually established an invincible position. This disrupted the original trajectory of development. Consequently, the timeline intervened, assigning the Hua clan even more formidable adversaries in the form of zombies, intending to rectify the disorder. History was overturned and rewritten. Everything changed, yet everything also seemed unchanged. "Host," Xiao Ding's voice suddenly transformed, shifting from that of a child to that of an adult, finally aging into a tone familiar to her. "Zhiyao, my young friend, I am Ding Weigua." As the system's memories were restored, it became clear that Xiao Ding was indeed Ding Weigua. Lu Zhiyao's hurried steps came to an abrupt halt, leaving her frozen in place. She gazed at the figures ahead, recklessly charging forward, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. "Director Ding, what happened to you?" The calm voice of Ding Weigua resonated. "Young friend Zhiyao, the path ahead now rests upon your shoulders." Suddenly, a sound indicating skill upgrade echoed within the system. As the high-level gray depiction of the skill vanished, the resurrection of the Hua clan hinged upon the sacrifice of Ding Weigua. He offered his soul as a sacrifice, sealing himself within the system to assist Lu Zhiyao in her gradual ascension, while simultaneously drawing energy from the process until he ultimately devoted everything. With tears in her eyes, Lu Zhiyao gazed at the surrounding zombies, colliding against the barrier, her confusion and sorrow replaced by determination. She could not betray Director Ding's efforts and expectations. Suddenly, a chill crept along her back as Suya, who had been closely pressed against her, teleported a few meters away. The place they had just occupied was blasted into a massive crater, revealing the silhouette of a familiar advanced zombie. It was none other than the crimson-eyed zombie they had encountered previously. She resolved to protect what she could, no matter how urgent or sorrowful the situation, prioritizing the resolution of the immediate danger before her. He drew forth the ancient sword, channeling energy into his dantian, as the powers of all his abilities coursed through the blade. With each fluid movement, he struck rapidly at the zombies, yet his blows merely grazed the protective shield surrounding them. The undead grimaced, their eyes glinting with malice and mockery, as they ambled toward him with deliberate slowness, roaring loudly. Their cries seemed infectious, reverberating as one by one, the zombies began to howl and charge in his direction. Lu Zhiyao surveyed the familiar, yet foreign low-tier zombies surrounding her and commanded, "Let us proceed to the training ground." Before restoring everyone, she could not allow their bodies to sustain any harm. Though they did not comprehend the necessity of the training ground, her companions remained silent and closely followed their leader. Suya hesitated, glancing at Lu Zhiyao, aware that he was now a burden. Fearing he might impede their combat, he instinctively loosened his grip. Yet, Lu Zhiyao held him firmly and whispered, "Do not be afraid." Chapter 150, Domination of the World, Finale. The training ground lay on the outskirts, a desolate place seldom trodden by human feet, serving as a venue for soldiers to hone their abilities and mental fortitude. Now it stood devoid of life, not even a single infected zombie in sight. Indeed, all soldiers were preoccupied with resisting the onslaught, fighting valiantly until their sacrifice. Who among them would survive to seek refuge here? Suppressing her sorrow, Lu Zhiyao patiently awaited the arrival of the zombie king. The remaining 5, along with young Suya, uttered not a sound, simply biding their time in silence. Upon sighting the crimson-eyed zombie leading a horde of zombie kings, Lu Zhiyao summoned all her skill pieces. The once empty training ground was suddenly filled with over 1,000 armored soldiers and their war machines. The red and black generals faced off from a distance, their eyes filled with hostility, yet uniting their shared objective against the legion of undead. To secure oneself from external threats, one must first stabilize the internal. This has been the tradition of the Hua tribe since ancient times, compelling her subordinates to unite against the common foe. The red-eyed zombie confronted this display of power for the first time, yet it felt no fear. With a single command, all zombie kings surged forward. However, the chess piece soldiers retaliated fiercely, deploying laser cannons, crossbow bolts, and armored vehicles. The cacophony of artillery roared, swiftly decimating over half of the zombies. The red-eyed zombie's expression hardened. With a mere wave of its hand, a formidable shield materialized above the horde, deflecting the onslaught. Yet, Lu Zhiyao promptly summoned the phantasmagusing, plucking its strings to destabilize the shield, which eventually shattered with a resounding crack. Truly, it was the skill of a master of mental prowess. Her gaze sharpened as she intensified her musical assault, systematically dismantling the protective barriers of the zombies, laying them bare. Seizing the opportunity, the red and black generals concentrated their attacks, unleashing their maximum power. In a blinding flash of white light, all zombie kings, along with the lesser zombies, were obliterated into mere remnants. At the bottom of the crater, only the red-eyed zombie remained, clinging to life, reduced to the upper half of its body. Its lower half, completely severed, it still bore a flickering shield protecting its head. Hearing footsteps, it lifted its gaze to meet Lu Zhiyao's piercing stare. Suddenly it chuckled, its voice gravelly. It is merely the law of the jungle. I wager and accept my defeat. Without uttering a word, Lu Zhiyao summoned her energy dart, took aim, and released it. With a thunderous boom, only a golden energy core remained, shimmering at the bottom of the pit. A month later, the M clan and her clan arrived at the borders of the Hua clan, bringing their full military might. It was only half a month ago that they learned of the complete annihilation of the Hua clan. Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be overlooked. Thus, in the face of overwhelming interests, the M clan and the R clan began to conspire and collaborate once more. They assembled their forces, scouring for radiant stones and armed to the teeth, eagerly awaiting the division of the Huaxia territory. However, upon reaching the borders of Huaxia, they were taken aback by the strange, seemingly endless Great Wall and the vigilant soldiers stationed atop it. Who had told them that the Huaxia army had been decimated? Who was behind this deception? Faced with overwhelming might, these invaders met their demise, either perishing in battle or surrendering. The prisoners of war were cast into the radiant stone mines, supplying resources to the front lines without interruption. Within a mere 6 months, the influence of Huaxia spread across the globe. The skill of Lu Zhiyao, which revived only those who had been transformed into zombies within a month, proved crucial. Thus, those who could be resurrected were brought back, while the rest were exterminated on the spot, reducing the zombie virus to ashes, leaving no possibility unaddressed. As the zombies were eradicated, Huaxia emerged as the undisputed sovereign of the world. Ultimately, the timeline could not prevail against human endeavor. Ding Weigua, perplexed by the sudden recollection of the original timeline, gazed with satisfaction upon the thriving state of Huaxia. Gratefully, he addressed Lu Zhiyao, saying, "It is thanks to you, my dear friend Zhiyao, that Huaxia has been saved." Lu Zhiyao smiled gently, replying, "No, this is the result of your efforts alongside the entire Huaxia community." On this occasion, she finally accepted Xie Yuma's proposal. During the wedding, as she looked at the person who had stood by her side throughout, she whispered her origins in his ear. Yet, Xie Yuma smiled, holding her hand tightly. "No matter who you are, you will always be the one I love most. My unwavering devotion is solely for you." The end.